In the tumultuous era of the late Han dynasty, there existed a father, consumed by the ambition to usurp the throne. Yuan Yao instantly felt that his prospects were dim. To ensure his survival, he realized he must oppose his father, Yuan Shu, and diverge from the path his father had chosen. Chapter 1. Father Yuan Gonglu, is Sun Ce seeking to borrow troops? Master, it is indeed as you have stated, Sun Ce has gone to seek the Lord. He carries a jade box in his arms, which, I fear, is the imperial seal you mentioned. The speaker, Yuan Zhong, was the devoted steward of Yuan Yao, son of Yuan Shu. In recent days, Yuan Yao had instructed him to monitor Sun Ce closely and gather intelligence regarding his movements. Yuan Yao was certain that Sun Ce would approach Yuan Shu, seeking military support to wage war against Jiangdong. His conviction stemmed from the knowledge that he was no longer merely the unfortunate son of Yuan Shu, but rather a soul transported from a future era. In his previous life, Yuan Yao had been a department manager in a large corporation, enjoying a handsome salary and the admiration of many female colleagues. The abrupt transition to an ancient world was a challenge he found difficult to accept. Upon comprehending the specifics of this era and his situation, Yuan Yao's unease only deepened. In the first year of Jianan, in the year 196 AD, this was indeed a time of turmoil during the late Han dynasty. It was one thing to find himself in such chaos, it was another to have been reborn as the son of the skeletal monarch, Yuan Shu. Despite Yuan Shu's current dominance in Huainan, with a well-equipped army and ample provisions, Yuan Yao, well-versed in history, understood all too well that by the second year of Jianan, his ill-fated father would declare himself emperor. Yet, within 2 years of his self-proclamation, by the 4th year of Jianan, he would meet his demise in battle. In other words, if one were to adhere to historical trajectories, there remains a scant 3 years of life left for him. Upon his sudden arrival in this realm, he is destined to accompany his skeletal father, King Yuan, to an untimely demi-shan outcome that Yuan Yao is decidedly unwilling to accept. He must devise a strategy for self-preservation as for how to effectuate his rescue. Yuan Yao has formulated a preliminary plan. To ensure his own survival, he must safeguard his frugal father, King Yuan Shu. The most direct means of doing so is to postpone his ascension to the throne. In Yuan Yao's recollection, Sun Ce's conquest of Jiangdong occurs in the 1st year of Jianan. Thus, during this year, Sun Ce will undoubtedly seek to borrow troops from his father using the imperial seal. Accordingly, Yuan Yao dispatched Yuan Zhong to keep watch over Sun Ce, only to find that Sun Ce acted with remarkable swiftness. With furrowed brows, Yuan Yao pondered his next move, while Yuan Zhong, ever the sycophant, remarked, "Young master, you possess an uncanny foresight. You seem to know Sun Ce's intent. Times before he even acts. Should Sun Ce indeed present the imperial seal to our lord, it would surely be a boon for both him and you. Is it truly a blessing for me and my father? I fear it heralds calamity instead. With the seal in hand, my father will undoubtedly descend into madness." Yuan Yao mused quietly, before addressing Yuan Zhong. "Remain here, I shall seek out my father." As he observed Yuan Yao's hasty departure, Yuan Zhong muttered to himself, "The imperial seal is indeed a divine artifact, captivating even the interest of the young master. One wonders if this treasure will ever find its way into the hands of our lord. With the seal, might our lord and the young master have the opportunity to ascend to the throne? As long as I remain steadfastly loyal to the young master, I may yet aspire to become a central figure in the court." Yuan Yao strode towards the main hall, his mind resolute. He could not allow his father, Yuan Shu, to easily obtain the imperial seal, nor could he permit Sun Ce to effortlessly borrow his family's troops. The imperial seal was a source of calamity. Should Sun Ce gain control over Jiangdong, it would become a grave threat to the Yuan family. Even if it meant shattering the seal, he would not allow Sun Ce to exchange troops so effortlessly. Huainan was not a place that Sun Ce could enter or exit at will. If he wished to sever ties with the Yuan family, he would have to pay a price. Yuan Yao's audacious contemplation of destroying the seal stemmed from a degree of confidence. His father, Yuan Shu, had numerous concubines and many children, yet all were daughters. As for sons, Yuan Yao was the sole heir. Lost in thought, Yuan Yao soon arrived at the Grand Hall. At that moment, Yuan Shu occupied the main seat, flanked by several civil and military officials from Huainan. In the center of the hall stood a young general clad in silver armor, radiating vigor and valor. Yuan Yao mused that this strikingly handsome figure must indeed be the legendary young tyrant of Jiangdong, Sun Ce, and he was not undeserving of his reputation. Thanks to the superior genetics of the Yuan family, Yuan Yao's appearance was not inferior to that of Sun Ce. However, he lacked the fierce, battle-hardened aura that Sun Ce possessed, forged through countless encounters in the chaos of war. Sun Ce then lamented to Yuan Shu, "I am unable to avenge my father now. My uncle, Wu Jing, is being pressured by Liu Yao, the inspector of Yangzhou. My entire family is in Kwa. And if my mother and uncle are harmed, what face would I have to continue living in this world? I beseech the Lord to lend me several thousand elite troops to aid me in crossing the river and rescuing my family in their time of need. Once I have rescued my mother, I shall immediately return to Huainan, dedicating myself wholeheartedly to assist my lord in achieving great endeavors." Yuan Yao stood at the doorway, observing Sun Ce's performance, silently nodding in approval. The little tyrant of Jiangdong, Sun Buoshu, unexpectedly turned out to be quite the thespian. His tears flowed with remarkable ease. The Han dynasty placed great emphasis on filial piety, and Sun Ce's request was both reasonable and justifiable. Neither Yuan Shu nor his military and civil subordinates could find fault with it. Yet, Yuan Yao was acutely aware that Sun Ce's pretense of rescuing Wu Jing and his mother was but a facade, a ruse to escape Yuan Shu and carve out his own dominion in Jiangdong. Though Sun Ce spoke with heartfelt sincerity and Yuan Shu believed he genuinely wished to save his mother, the latter remained reluctant to lend troops to Sun Ce. Yuan Shu was a man of pragmatic disposition. The fate of Sun Ce's mother and uncle held little significance for him. Without any benefit to himself, why should he extend his military resources to Sun Ce? Gently stroking his beard, Yuan Shu spoke in a measured tone. "Sun Ce, it is not that I am unwilling to lend you troops. You are one of my subordinate generals and must adhere to my military commands. If I were to lend my soldiers to you today, would I not be obliged to do the same for other generals should they face similar circumstances in the future? Today you request 3,000 troops. Tomorrow he may ask for 5,000. What order would remain among my army?" Sun Ce, well aware that Yuan Shu would not easily relent, continued to plead fervently. "I understand this matter places my lord in a difficult position. However, my mother and uncle are in peril, and I cannot stand idly by. Should my lord be willing to lend me troops, I would offer the imperial jade seal, left by my late father in gratitude for your great kindness." The mention of the jade seal sparked a sudden glimmer of interest in Yuan Shu's eyes. He had long been aware of the precious treasure possessed by Sun Ce and had been coveting it for quite some time. It was precisely due to the existence of the imperial seal that Yuan Shu was willing to take Sun Ce under his wing. The jade seal symbolizes the mandate of heaven. To possess the seal signifies one's divine right, while its loss foretells the end of one's fortune. Now that Sun Ce is inclined to present the seal to him, does it not suggest that he, too, is destined by heaven and may claim the throne? Over the past 2 years, Yuan Shu had subtly hinted on several occasions, seeking to persuade Sun Ce to yield the seal, yet Sun Ce had persistently feigned ignorance. This yearning for something unattainable left Yuan Shu restless. Now that Sun Ce is finally willing to offer the jade seal, Yuan Shu finds himself even more impatient. It is not merely a matter of borrowing a few thousand troops. Even if Sun Ce were to request an army of tens of thousands, Yuan Shu would readily acquiesce. "Where's the seal? Quickly present it, so that I may behold it." Sun Ce stepped forward, offering the jade box with both hands. Yuan Shu, with trembling fingers, opened the box to reveal a lustrous and perfectly round seal, quietly resting within. Cautiously, he lifted the seal, observing its square shape measuring 4 inches, adorned with 5 dragons at its apex, yet missing 1 foot, which was inlaid with gold. On the front of the seal, 8 characters were inscribed. Chapter 2. The Imperial Seal. It shattered, yet not entirely broken. Mandated by heaven, may longevity and prosperity prevail. These 8 characters struck deeply into Yuan Shu's soul, rendering his breath heavy. Mandated by heaven, it speaks to me, Yuan Gonglu. Born into unimaginable wealth, Yuan Shu could procure any treasure in the world, having indulged in all pleasures. Yet, the taste of emperorship remained an unfulfilled desire. To hold the imperial seal and ascend to the throne was Yuan Shu's most fervent dream. Truly a treasure, a magnificent treasure. Yuan Shu caressed the seal, unable to part with it. After a considerable time, he finally recalled Sun Ce, lifting his head to smile at him. "Bo Fu, I perceive your filial piety towards your mother and uncle. In our Han dynasty, we govern the realm through filial devotion. How could I, in the presence of such a devoted son, refrain from extending my aid? I shall lend you 3,000 troops. Father." Before Yuan Shu could finish his sentence, Yuan Yao stepped through the door, addressing Yuan Shu. "I have just arrived and witnessed Bo Fu presenting the imperial seal to you. May I take a look, father? Jingyu, your timing is impeccable. Yuan Shu's face brightened at the sight of Yuan Yao. He cherished his only son dearly, treating him as a precious gem, fearing he might be spoiled if held too tightly or dropped if cradled too carelessly. If his son wished to gaze upon their family's heirloom, Yuan Shu would undoubtedly oblige. After all, this treasure was destined to be passed down to Yuan Yao one day. Yaoer, behold, this is the imperial seal, a divine gift bestowed upon the Yuan clan. Witnessing Yuan Shu's profound affection for the seal, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk appeared at the corner of Sun Ce's mouth. Yuan Shu's infatuation with this fragment of stone boded well for his grand aspirations. Yuan Yao took the jade seal from Yuan Shu's hands and stepped to the center of the grand hall, murmuring to himself, "This jade seal is smooth and exquisite. Its luster bright. It is indeed a rare gem. Father, do you consider it a treasure?" Yuan Shu replied with conviction, "Of course. He who possesses the jade seal holds the mandate of heaven." However, Yuan Shu's strategist, Xiang, shook his head in resignation, his face betraying a sense of anguish. He too suspected that Sun Ce sought to exploit the jade seal for his own ulterior motives, yet he found himself unable to dissuade Yuan Shu. Yuan Shu's obsession with the jade seal bordered on fanaticism. If Xiang were to bluntly challenge Yuan Shu, he risked being cast aside. "Father, I believe this jade seal has no connection to the mandate of heaven. It is merely a worthless stone." Upon hearing these words, the assembly was taken aback. They were well aware of Yuan Yao's temperament. Having been spoiled by Yuan Shu since childhood, he had earned a notorious reputation in Shouchun as a dandy. Yet, despite his frivolous nature, Yuan Yao had never dared to defy Yuan Shu. Now, with Yuan Shu clearly enamored by the jade seal, how could Yuan Yao possibly oppose his father's sentiments? Sun Ce furrowed his brow, sensing that trouble was brewing. Could it be that Yuan Yao was about to jeopardize his own plans? Even Yuan Shu was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Jing Yao, what did you say?" Yuan Yao raised his voice in response, "I assert that this jade seal is nothing more than a worthless stone. When Qin Shi Huang commanded Prime Minister Li Si to forge this seal, if it truly represented the mandate of heaven, how could the Qin dynasty have fallen so swiftly? Did Sun Jian, my father, also receive the mandate when he possessed this jade seal?" Sun Jian not only failed to receive the mandate of heaven, but also met an untimely demise. Now, the grass atop his grave has surely grown taller than a man. Sun Ce's attempt to barter a mere stone for the lives of our soldiers is indeed laughable. Yuan Yao's words resonated deeply with Xiang. He could hardly have imagined that the seemingly frivolous Yuan Yao possessed such insight. The future of our lord is assured. Sun Ce, however, was incensed, his face reddening and veins bulging on his forehead. "Yuan Yao, though you are the esteemed son of our lord, you must not insult my father so casually." Yuan Yao shook his head and replied, "Insult is not the matter at hand. I merely state the truth. Father, if this leads you to lend troops to Sun Ce, I cannot consent." Although Yuan Shu indulged Yuan Yao, the audacity of this impudent boy to confront him in front of all the civil and military officials enraged Yuan Shu. His expression darkened as he addressed Yuan Yao. "Yaoer, I have already promised Sun Ce the troops. How can I go back on my word? You have seen the imperial seal. Quickly return it to your father." Yuan Yao smiled and said, "Sun Ce seeks to use the imperial seal to borrow troops. If the seal is lost, how can the borrowing be accomplished?" His statement left Yuan Shu and the officials of Huainan perplexed. How could the seal be lost? Wasn't it in Yuan Yao's possession? Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, Yuan Yao resolutely cast the seal to the ground. With a sharp crack, the seal shattered. Yuan Yao glanced at the pieces on the ground, inwardly shaking his head. The seal had broken, but not entirely. A corner had merely chipped off. Remarkably, it proved to be quite resilient. The assembly was far from as composed as Yuan Yao. Upon witnessing him shatter the imperial seal, the crowd was left utterly bewildered. This was the national jade seal, symbolizing unparalleled power, status, glory, and fortune. How dare Yuan Yao desecrate it? Could he possibly be mad? Yuan Shu, seeing a piece of the seal broken on the ground, felt a surge of anguish that nearly brought him to tears. "My seal! Oh, my precious seal! Unfilial son! You wretched child! This is a grave sin! Someone, seize this ungrateful wretch!" Yuan Shu was genuinely furious, nearly driven to the brink of despair by Yuan Yao's actions. What was his purpose in acquiring the seal, if not to claim the throne? And what was his ambition in claiming the throne, if not to pass it on to this little wretch? At his age, even if he were to become emperor, how long could he possibly reign? The vast territories and bright future would inevitably fall to Yuan Yao's stewardship. This ungrateful son had the audacity to shatter the seal, jeopardizing the fortunes of the Yuan family. Were it not for Yuan Shu having only one son, he might have entertained thoughts of eliminating Yuan Yao altogether. Sun Ce's expression was a complex tapestry of astonishment, fury, and confusion, all vividly etched upon his face. When he had approached Yuan Shu with the seal, He had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet never imagined that Yuan Yao would so recklessly destroy it. How could such a thing occur? Was Yuan Yao out of his mind? The seal, after all, was procured by his father Sun Jian at the cost of his life, and he intended to use it to secure Yuan Shu's elite troops. He sought to inherit his father's aspirations and sweep through Jiangdong to establish a formidable empire. Yuan Yao's actions had not merely shattered the seal. They had obliterated Sun Jian's hard work and jeopardized the future of the Sun clan. Sun Ce was tempted to drive his sword through this treacherous rebel. Yet he found himself compelled to suppress his fury. Yuan Shu's generals and guards were all present in the hall. He dared not lay a hand on Yuan Yao. For not only would he fail, but he would also meet a fate unworthy of burial. Under the eaves, one must bow their head, regardless of the circumstances. Sun Ce had no choice but to feign cordiality with the father-son duo of Yuan Shu and Yuan Yao. As General Ji Ling approached with several armored soldiers to apprehend Yuan Yao pointed a finger at Ji Ling and exclaimed, "Ji Ling, do not come any closer. If any of you dare to approach, I shall dash myself against the pillars." Upon witnessing Yuan Yao's apparent willingness to embrace death, Ji Ling and the soldiers hesitated. Yuan Yao was the sole offspring of their lord, cherished dearly and representing the future hope of the Yuan clan. The ramifications of Yuan Yao injuring himself, let alone perishing within the hall, were consequences they could not bear. Hearing Yuan Yao's declaration, Yuan Shu grew anxious. The imperial seal was indeed a treasured artifact, but it paled in comparison to the life of his son. Should harm befall Yuan Yao, the Yuan family would face extinction. What would it matter if Yuan Shu possessed vast territories? Furthermore, the seal, though damaged, could be repaired and would not significantly impact his fate. The seal had previously lost a corner, which had been replaced with gold. Gold was a resource Yuan Shu had in abundance. Quickly rising to his feet, Yuan Shu addressed Yuan Yao. "Yaoer, do not be agitated. Let us speak calmly. Is it not merely an imperial seal? If it shatters, so be it. I shall not punish you for it." Sun Ce, witnessing this exchange, was taken aback. What did he mean by merely an imperial seal? That was a treasure for which his father, Sun Jian, had risked his life. Yuan Yao shattered his family's jade seal without facing any repercussions? Sun Ce had long been aware of Yuan Shu's indulgence towards Yuan Yao, yet he had not anticipated the extent of such favoritism. Yuan Yao addressed his father, saying, "Father, the reason I shattered the jade seal was to demonstrate that it is not some divine artifact. If you wish to achieve great ambitions, you must attract talented individuals, enrich the populace, and strengthen the military, working alongside the literati and warriors of Huainan. You can depend on loyal soldiers and wise strategists, but never on a mere broken stone." Hearing this, the strategist Yin Xiang's eyes glimmered with insight. Yuan Yao's words resonated deeply within him. Ever since the Lord's ascension in Huainan, he had been preoccupied with pleasures, neglecting the pursuit of advancement. He felt at a loss on how to advise his lord. If Yuan Yao could persuade him, Yin Xiang's confidence would significantly increase. However, Yuan Shu paid little heed to Yuan Yao's words. Out of concern for his son, he nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, my son speaks the truth. How could the jade seal compare to you? Yang Hong, go and secure the jade seal, placing it carefully in a jade box. Yaoer, did I frighten you? Please return and rest well. I shall visit you shortly." In the chaotic times, Yuan Shu and his brother Yuan Shao were not regarded as exemplary rulers. Yet, to their sons, they were undoubtedly good fathers. Yuan Shao had several sons and was deeply troubled by one of their illnesses, delaying the crucial military campaign against Chao. Yuan Shu, having only Yuan Yao as his son, cherished him immensely. "Your son takes his leave." Yuan Yao bowed to his father and turned to depart, casting a smiling glance at Sun Ce as he left. Sun Ce was instantly enraged, his veins bulging as he clenched his fists. "You insolent fool! You've thwarted my grand ambitions. If one day I, Sun Ce, am able to establish my dominion, I shall surely avenge today's grievance." After Yuan Yao exited, Yuan Shu cleared his throat twice and addressed Sun Ce ahem. "Well, Berfu, today's incident was indeed a misstep on Yao's part. You are older than him and should regard yourself as his elder brother. This trivial matter, do not hold it against him." The fact that Yuan Shu dismissed Yuan Yao's destruction of the treasured imperial seal as a triviality only intensified Sun Ce's fury. Sun Ce understood that he must endure for the moment. Taking a deep breath, he replied to Yuan Shu, "Since I have presented the imperial seal to the Lord, it now belongs to him. How to dispose of the seal is entirely at the Lord's discretion. However, concerning the matter of borrowing troops, it is not an urgent affair." Yuan Shu responded, "Today, Yao has been shaken. I am quite concerned. Let us discuss the troop borrowing tomorrow. Yang Hong, your servant is here. Safeguard the seal and seek skilled craftsmen to repair it with gold. This is my cherished treasure. It must not suffer any further mishaps. Do you understand?" Yang Hong, with a sycophantic demeanor, assured Yuan Shu, "Rest assured, My lord, I shall not fail your expectations. Eager to visit Yuan Yao, Yuan Shu dismissed the assembled officials. Sun Ce, with a grim expression, exited Yuan Shu's residence, whereupon a scholar clad in white approached him. Burfa, what has transpired? Has Lord Yuan agreed to lend you troops? The speaker was Fan, courtesy named Zhang, a strategist under Yuan Shu's command. Upon learning that Sun Ce desired to reclaim Jiangdong, he recognized Sun Ce's potential for greatness and resolved to part ways with the Yuan clan to strategize for Sun Ce. Sighing softly, Sun Ce confided in Fan. Originally, Lord Yuan was on the verge of agreeing to lend troops. Unexpectedly, Yuan Yao appeared and brazenly smashed the imperial seal. With the seal damaged, Lord Yuan's mood soured, and he suggested we discuss the matter of troop lending again tomorrow. Should Yuan Yao obstruct this again? I fear my aspirations to borrow troops for Jiangdong may be thwarted. Fan furrowed his brow, stroking his beard, and remarked, Yuan Yao's destruction of the seal is clearly an attempt to hinder your endeavor for troops. Could it be that there exists some enmity between him and you? Shaking his head, Sun Ce exhibited a hint of pride, stating, Yuan Yao is devoid of ambition, consumed by mere indulgence. How could I, Sun Ce, harbor animosity towards such mediocrity? To me, I am like a dragon concealed in the depths, awaiting the opportune moment to soar high amidst the tumultuous winds. Meanwhile, Yuan Yao resembles a loach in a stagnant pond, lacking vision akin to his father Yuan Shu, oblivious to the grand tides of the world. How could a dragon condescend to contend with a loach? That would indeed be absurd. Fan pondered. At present, the situation in Jiangdong is precarious, presenting a fortuitous opportunity for you to seize control. Should we delay, unforeseen complications may arise. When you meet Lord Yuan again tomorrow, it is imperative that you persuade him. Sun Ce inquired, what if Yuan Yao continues to meddle? Fan suggested, since Yuan Yao bears no ill will towards you, his obstruction must be driven by ulterior motives regarding your ambitions. If he approaches again, let him dictate his terms. Yuan Yao desires to grant Yuan Shu whatever he wishes. Whatever task Yuan Shu requests, he readily obliges. As long as Bo Fu can seize Jiangdong and achieve greatness, any sacrifice is worthwhile. Sun Ce nodded and said, Zhang, I understand. Shortly after Yuan Yao returned to his chamber, Yuan Shu came to visit. Yuan Yao scrutinized his esteemed father closely. In terms of appearance, Yuan Shu possessed striking features and an aura of nobility and dignity, a rare handsome elder. The Yuan family's lineage had been refined for over a century, leaving little to criticize. Yet, Yuan Yao wondered if his father's intellect was somewhat lacking, as his actions were often perplexing. With the emperor still reigning and the Han dynasty's remnants still formidable, powerful figures like Yuan Shao and Chao dared not overstep their bounds, presenting themselves as loyal subjects of the Han. What emboldened his father to pursue the imperial title with such fervor? Yuan Shu gazed at Yuan Yao with concern, saying, Yao, what troubles you today? Are you unwell? Do you require a physician's assistance? Why did you cast aside the imperial seal that Sun Ce presented? That is a treasured heirloom of our Yuan family. Chapter 4. Yuan Shu. I shall be the martial emperor, and Yao shall be the civil emperor. How splendid that would be. Yuan Shu's tone was somewhat urgent, yet he tempered his voice to avoid unsettling Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao felt a surge of emotion. His father truly cared for him. Given Yuan Shu's affection and concern, he resolved to find a way to guide his father away from the misguided path he once took. If possible, Yuan Yao would gladly assist his father in establishing a dynasty. In a time of turmoil, Yuan Yao's aspirations extended far beyond mere survival and self-preservation. A true man should strive to unify the realm and bring an end to chaos, thus establishing a prosperous era where the populace enjoys peace and contentment, and the state is strong and stable. Nevertheless, despite Yuan Yao's grand ambitions, the path forward must be navigated step by step. At present, the most pressing matter is to address his father. Yuan Yao inquired of his father, Yuan Shu, if the imperial seal is indeed a priceless treasure. How can Sun Ce be unaware of its value? Why would he offer such a precious artifact to you? Yuan Shu replied, as if it were self-evident, did not Sun Ce state his intention? He seeks to rescue his mother and aunt. It is only reasonable to sacrifice a treasure for the sake of one's kin. But does father not fear that Sun Ce, in his pursuit, might unify the provinces of Jiangdong and become a formidable power there? Yuan Shu paused momentarily, then chuckled. My son, you worry too much. Should Sun Ce succeed in conquering Jiangdong, it would indeed be advantageous. He is merely my subordinate, lacking any foundational support in Jiangdong. The local gentry will not rally to his cause. Ultimately, he would have to return and rely upon me. Thus, we, as father and son, would acquire Jiangdong without effort. How splendid would that be? Yuan Yao contemplated this and found some merit in his father's reasoning. In his previous life, had Yuan Shu not aspired to the throne, it would not have been easy for Sun Ce to extricate himself from his control. Yet, Yuan Yao remained reluctant to relinquish Sun Ce's influence. What if his father, in a fit of folly, sought to declare himself emperor? It would be prudent to eliminate any potential threat. And Yuan Yao himself harbored a keen interest in the territories of Jiangdong that Sun Ce coveted. So, does that mean father is resolute in lending troops to Sun Ce? Yuan Shu nodded affirmatively. I have already promised Sun Ce today and accepted his imperial seal. As a ruler, how can one issue orders in the morning and rescind them by evening? If I do not lend troops to Sun Ce, how shall I command the 3 armies thereafter? Yuan Yao understood that his father was primarily reluctant to part with the imperial seal, which prompted such a line of reasoning. However, sending Sun Ce to Jiangdong may not be entirely unfavorable. The chaos in Jiangdong could be stirred by Sun Ce, potentially allowing for personal gain amidst the turmoil. Should my father choose to lend troops to Sun Ce, it is prudent to remember that one can know a person's face but not their heart. If Sun Ce were to develop treacherous intentions upon arriving in Jiangdong, my father would surely regret it too late. As for that situation, what should I do? In ancient times, great generals would leave their families as hostages when embarking on campaigns. If Sun Ce wishes to borrow troops, my father ought to require him to leave a hostage in return. Yuan Shu frowned and said, my son makes a valid point. Yet, Sun Ce's family resides in Shui. Even if I wish to have him leave a hostage, there is no one left to offer. Yuan Yao smiled and replied, Father need not worry, for I have my own methods. When Sun Ce comes again tomorrow, I shall accompany you to meet him, and at that time, I will ensure Sun Ce provides a hostage. Very well, let it be as you say, Yaoer. Now that the imperial seal is in hand. Yuan Shu has also agreed to lend troops to Sun Ce, thus not breaking his word. Yuan Yao's whims regarding Sun Ce matter little to Yuan Shu. In fact, Yuan Shu felt a twinge of delight at his son's actions, recognizing that this impudent boy had grown and begun to show concern for the greater affairs of the world. With proper guidance, he could very well become a wise ruler in the future. Once I ascend to the throne and unify the realm as the martial emperor, Yao shall govern the land as the civil emperor. Would that not be a tale for the ages? Upon reflection, even the displeasure stemming from Yuan Yao's mishap with the jade seal dissipated within Yuan Shu's heart. Just as Yuan Shu departed, the steward Yuan Zhong entered to report, Young master, Mr. Yin Xiang requests an audience. Mr. Yin Xiang seeks to meet me? Quickly let him in. No. It would be better if I personally go to invite him. In Yuan Yao's perception, the sycophants under Yuan Shu's command were as numerous as the stars, mere gluttons and idlers in abundance. The only notable talents among them were 2 individuals, Yin Xiang, a scholar with a keen understanding of the world's trends who had earnestly counseled Yuan Shu on several occasions, and Ji Ling, a warrior capable of commanding troops and who had fought to a standstill with Guan Yu in 30 rounds. The rest were unworthy of mention. Since Yin Xiang had come to pay his respects, Yuan Yao deemed it prudent to conform to local customs and learn the art of honoring the worthy. Given that Yuan Shu had but one son, he harbored no concerns of his father suspecting him of attempting to win over his esteemed generals. Yuan Shu's general's residence was grand and opulent, rivaling that of a royal palace. The sheer scale of this estate revealed Yuan Shu's considerable ambitions. Yuan Yao's courtyard was situated directly at the center of the general's estate, not far from Yuan Shu's own quarters, a testament to Yuan Shu's affection for Yuan Yao. Stepping out of his courtyard, Yuan Yao beheld a middle-aged scholar clad in a brown brocade robe, slender in build, with long hair tied back, standing at the entrance. He immediately bowed and addressed the man. Yuan Yao pays his respects to Master Zhou Yu, Yin Xiang's courtesy name. Yin Xiang, who had seldom interacted with Yuan Yao, had always perceived him as rather ordinary. Yet today, witnessing Yuan Yao's remarkable insight during the incident with the seal, followed by his respectful demeanor, Yin Xiang was struck by Yuan Yao's exceptional grace. By virtue of these 2 attributes alone, Yin Xiang found Yuan Yao to be quite remarkable. Yin Xiang hurriedly supported Yuan Yao and said, I am unworthy of such grand courtesy, my lord. Please, rise. Yuan Yao stood up, grasped Yin Xiang's hand, and smiled gently. Mr. Zhou Yu's visit must pertain to urgent matters. Let us speak inside. He called out, Yuan Zhong, prepare the tea. As they entered the inner chamber, they took their respective seats. Yin Xiang remarked to Yuan Yao, today, your insights regarding the imperial seal have truly impressed me. It is remarkable that someone of your youth can discern the seal's inherent futility. Regrettably, many of our Lord's ministers fail to grasp this truth. Mr. Zhou Yu has perceived it as well, has he not? Yet, your father holds the seal in such high regard that you seem reluctant to speak plainly. After savoring a sip of tea, Yin Xiang sighed, it is not that I lack the courage to offer counsel, but rather that I fear inciting the wrath of our Lord. Should he choose to dismiss me and subsequently commit grave errors, who would then dare to advise him? Fortunately, you possess both courage and wisdom, boldly shattering the seal and openly advising our Lord. With you here, the Yuan family can surely thrive. Yuan Yao lifted his teacup and took a sip, responding to Xiang. Breaking the seal is but a minor act to ensure the prosperity of the Yuan family. We require loyal ministers such as yourself to assist. As for my father, I can only endeavor to guide him to the best of my ability. Both Yuan Yao and Xiang were acutely aware of Yuan Shu's capabilities. In his youth, Yuan Shu displayed a measure of both literary and martial prowess. But since his time in Huainan, he had grown increasingly foolish. The greed and ecstasy with which he regards the imperial seal suggest that, if this continues, the Yuan family is destined to decline. That you can think this way is indeed a blessing for us in Huainan. Xiang addressed Yuan Yao, saying, I have come today to seek your assistance in conveying several strategies for the development of Huainan to our lord. Chapter 5. The talented Xiang, sir. You are excessively modest. In this chaotic world, with myriad heroes rising, I too harbor many uncertainties and wish to seek your enlightenment. If my father aspires to establish a hegemony, what course should he pursue? Xiang replied softly, though Huainan appears prosperous, under the governance of Lord Yuan, it has gradually descended into a state of destitution. Our foremost task now is to develop Huainan and stabilize our internal affairs. Engaging in relentless warfare and imposing heavy taxation are utterly impermissible. Yuan Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed, Huainan is a rare and affluent land, but it is vital to consider who governs it. After Yuan Shu took control of Huainan, the region was mismanaged to a lamentable extent. Huainan is not an extensive territory. Under Yuan Shu's rule, it comprises merely a few commanderies, Runan, Zhejiang, Lujiang, Guangling, and Danyang. Remarkably, Yuan Shu has managed to sustain an army of over 200,000 with these limited lands, alongside imposing burdensome taxes that leave the common folk with no means of survival. As the populace could no longer endure their plight, some began to rebel, while others fled as refugees to neighboring states. Strangely, Yuan Shu seems indifferent to these dire consequences. Moreover, Huainan is a land of conflict, and the lord should cultivate amicable relations with figures such as El Bu and Lu Biao, refraining from hastily igniting the flames of war. Subsequently, leveraging the prestige of the Yuan family to win over the gentry of Jiangdong, one must carefully strategize to secure that territory. Only by fully possessing Jiangdong can one have the resources to contend with the myriad of warlords for supremacy over the realm. Yuan Yao pondered Xiang's plan, nodding in agreement. What Xiang proposed was indeed a prudent strategy, representing the most advantageous option for Yuan Shu's current influence. As for why Xiang did not convey these wise strategies directly to Yuan Shu himself, but instead relied on Yuan Yao as an intermediary, Yuan Yao understood all too well. Although Xiang's strategies were commendable, they were misaligned with Yuan Shu's temperament. Each proposal, if implemented, would surely cause Yuan Shu considerable discomfort. Even if Xiang were to ardently advise him, Yuan Shu would remain obstinate, ultimately dismissing the council with a mere get out. Setting aside Yuan Yao's omniscient perspective, it is remarkable that Xiang, being ensnared in the fray, possesses such insight, truly a man of great talent. If one wishes to achieve monumental success, it is essential to utilize talents like Xiang effectively. However, possessing only Xiang is insufficient. Yuan Yao aspired to rival the era's sovereigns and elite generals, and he required a greater array of talented individuals to assist him. Fortunately, Yuan Shu had yet to declare himself emperor, allowing Yuan Yao to leverage his identity as a scion of the Yuan family to attract numerous talents. Perhaps Xiang could aid him in gathering some notable individuals as well. Yuan Yao addressed Xiang, your insights align seamlessly with my own intentions. Rest assured, I shall diligently persuade my father regarding these matters. With my intervention, he will undoubtedly agree to adopt your wise strategies. Xiang perceived Yuan Yao's declaration as quite imposing. In the entirety of Huainan, only Yuan Yao possessed the capacity to make such a guarantee. As for what to do if Yuan Shu disagrees, hasn't Yuan Yao provided everyone with a lesson today? Mr. Zhou Yu, I actually have a request to make of you. Please, speak freely. As long as it is within the realm of possibility, I shall be duty-bound to assist. I wish to ask you to help me find some talented individuals. To govern Huainan effectively and aspire for greater ambitions, it is essential to have capable people to assist. The talents under my father's command are truly difficult to describe. Relying on them to help my father achieve greatness is akin to chasing phantoms. Xiang nodded in agreement. While Yuan Shu has many civil and military officials, none of them truly deserve the title of talent. It is even debatable whether they merit the designation of human. Among the civil officials, there are sycophants like Yang Hong and Huang Yi. Among the military generals, there are cowardly figures such as Chun Lan and Lei Bo. The instances of oppressive taxation and exploitation of the common people are too numerous to count. Xiang has always believed that the current decline of the Lord is directly related to these treacherous individuals. Regrettably, the Lord places great trust in Yang Hong and Huang Yi, valuing them even above himself. How could I possibly persuade the Lord to distance himself from such petty men? However, my inability to sway the Lord does not imply that Yuan Yao cannot. If Yuan Yao can promote some capable officials and remove those who merely occupy positions without merit, there may indeed be hope for Huainan. Finding talented individuals is not particularly difficult. The region is replete with outstanding talents. The number of capable individuals is beyond counting. Yet, most of these individuals hail from humble origins, while the scions of noble families have already been favored and promoted by the Lord. Does the young master mind their origins? This young master values only talent and disregards all else. Yuan Shu, with his lofty aspirations, looks down upon those of humble origins and common folk. For he hails from a prominent family and naturally holds disdain for the lower classes. Consequently, most of the officials under Yuan Shu's command are scions of noble families. However, Yuan Yao is different. With his transcendent perspective, he harbors no fondness for the aristocracy, viewing them instead as a malignant tumor disrupting the realm. Presently, Yuan Yao's strength is insufficient to challenge the nobility, yet he vows that when the opportunity arises, he shall bring these arrogant elites crashing down. Xiang's ability to attract distinguished talents from the common populace aligns perfectly with Yuan Yao's intentions. If these talents are not recruited, they will inevitably seek refuge under other warlords, which would only serve to strengthen the opposition. Mr. Zhou Yu, I ardently desire both scholars and warriors. Your prodigious talent in recommending civil officials would be invaluable to me. As for military commanders, I plan to host a martial arts tournament in Huainan, where I shall personally select those with exceptional skills. The capable shall rise, while the mediocre shall fall. What do you think, esteemed sir? Xiang pondered this proposal. This is indeed a commendable idea. Warriors yearn for renown through their martial prowess. Your approach should attract many formidable fighters. However, organizing such a grand event will undoubtedly require substantial financial resources. To spread the word and ensure that all of Runan is aware would entail considerable expenses. Yuan Yao waved his hand with a smile. No worries. Any issue that can be resolved with money is not a problem. If funds are lacking, I can always request them from my father. You need only to proceed with confidence. I will cover the costs. This martial arts tournament shall surely establish our prestige. Let me ponder. This grand event shall be named the First Martial Arts Conference of Huainan. Xiang's eyes sparkled with delight as he chuckled. Young master. This title is simply exquisite. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. The warriors of Huainan, eager to compete for this prestigious title, will undoubtedly gather in droves. Yuan Yao replied, then it is settled. Once I secure the funds to host the martial arts conference, I shall promptly send someone to inform the gentleman to retrieve them. After escorting Xiang out of the residence, Yuan Yao felt himself inching closer to his goal of defying destiny and altering fate, with talented individuals to assist him. The prosperous land of Huainan held immense potential for greatness. The following morning, Sun Ce arrived as promised. Upon entering the grand hall, he immediately spotted Yuan Yao seated beside Yuan Shu. Sun Ce mused inwardly. Lu Fan was indeed correct. Yuan Yao awaits me here. He must have ulterior motives. Chapter 6. The Ancient Dagger and the Cold Dragon Spear. Today, as Sun Ce sought to borrow troops, he came well prepared, ready to make sacrifices. Uncertain of Yuan Yao's true intentions, he had brought forth all the treasures he could muster. He was determined to prove that even if he were to exhaust his entire fortune, it would still suffice to satiate Yuan Yao's appetite. Sun Ce bowed respectfully to Yuan Shu, saying, My lord, my mother and uncle are in grave danger. I implore you to lend me troops to fulfill my filial duty. Yuan Shu glanced at Yuan Yao, but remained silent. His inclination was to hastily lend troops and send Sun Ce on his way, lest anyone accuse him of obtaining the imperial seal through improper means. However, since his son Yuan Yao was insistent on this matter, he would leave the handling of Sun Ce to him. Yuan Yao smiled and addressed Sun Ce, General Bofu. Your borrowing of troops with the imperial seal reflects your filial piety towards your mother. However, the seal is now broken. To exchange a damaged seal for your father's troops seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Upon hearing Yuan Yao's words, Sun Ce was instantly infuriated. Do you not know how the seal was damaged? Was it not you, Yuan Jingyao, who caused its destruction? I have yet to seek retribution for this matter. Yet you dare to use the broken seal to extort me. How can there exist someone as shameless as Yuan Jingyao in this world? With Sun Ce's fiery temper, he could hardly contain his rage towards Yuan Yao. Yet, despite his anger, he knew he had to endure. He must swallow his pride. Containing his fury, Sun Ce replied, The damage to the seal is indeed my fault. Therefore, I have brought several treasures today to compensate for the loss of the seal. I trust these treasures will surely satisfy both you and your lord. Hearing Sun Ce's words, Yuan Yao's interest was piqued. He had initially intended to use the seal as a pretext to impose unreasonable demands on Sun Ce, hoping to retain a hostage. Unexpectedly, there was an unforeseen delight. It was settled. Yuan Yao would take Sun Ce's treasures, and the hostage would not be overlooked. Yuan Shu, however, remained expressionless, clearly uninterested in the treasures Sun Ce spoke of. He, Yuan Gonglu, stood strong in Huainan, with abundant troops and provisions, and wealth rivaling nations. His storerooms were filled with treasures aplenty. Could Sun Ce offer anything of value beyond the seal? What treasures do you possess? Present them for me and my father to see. At Yuan Yao's command, General Ji Ling, accompanied by several armored soldiers, escorted Sun Ce outside to retrieve the treasures. Before long, the soldiers entered the hall bearing 2 shimmering weapons. Sun Ce gestured towards the blades, introducing them. My lord, this is the esteemed young master. And this treasured sword is the ancient ingot sword left by my late father. This blade can slice through iron as if it were clay. An indomitable weapon for the chaos of battle. Additionally, we have this spear, known as the Cold Dragon Spear, also inherited from my father. Lastly, there is a magnificent steed. The Snow Moon White Dragon Colt, a king among horses, which is currently outside the door, making it impractical to bring it into the hall. Sun Ce intended to use these 3 treasures, along with the Jade Seal, to request military assistance from the Lord. Yuan Yao was genuinely astonished to discover such valuable items from Sun Ce. He was in need of a fine steed, and the weapons could be awarded to the brave warriors he recruited. Acquiring these 3 treasures would indeed be a significant boon. Sun Ce, it seemed, was a truly amiable individual. The general demonstrated earnestness and commendable filial piety. Since his father had consented to lend him troops, he would naturally not retract his promise. Upon hearing this, Sun Ce was filled with joy. Yuan Yao had finally relented. Once he commanded the army to seize Jiangdong, he would surely reclaim these treasures. Yuan Yao was merely safeguarding these items on his behalf. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, young master. Then I shall. Hold on. I have not yet finished speaking, Yuan Yao interrupted with a smile. Though my father has agreed to lend you troops and horses as a commanding general, you must leave your family in Shouchun, correct? This is the customary practice throughout history, ensuring our trust in you. But Sun Ce's situation is unique. He has no family to leave behind. He furrowed his brow and said, My lord, my father has passed away, and my mother along with my younger siblings are all in Shui. This matter is well known to all. I seek to borrow troops to venture to Jiangdong in order to rescue them. How could I possibly abandon my family? Once I have secured their safety, I shall return to Shouchun post-haste. I have no doubt in General Bofu's character. However, it is customary for generals leading their troops into battle to adhere to established protocols. If an exception is made for Bofu, it may prove challenging to maintain the trust of others. Sun Ce was taken aback by the formidable obstacles hindering his desire to borrow troops for his journey to Jiangdong, intensifying his urgency to depart. What then should I do? He inquired. Yuan Yao replied with a smile. In the absence of family, one may also leave behind a close friend. As long as it is someone dear to Bofu, it suffices. I have heard that Bofu has a close confidant named Zhou Yu, styled Gongjin. This man shares a bond with Bofu akin to that of brothers. Though they are not blood relatives, their camaraderie surpasses that of kin. If Bofu could summon Zhou Yu to remain in Shouchun, both my father and I would find solace. Indeed, Yuan Yao's ultimate intention was Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu could be regarded as an external intellect for Sun Ce. If Zhou Yu were to be secured, even if Sun Ce were granted a few thousand soldiers, he would find it exceedingly difficult to sweep through Jiangdong as he had in the past. Furthermore, with Zhou Yu in his grasp, Yuan Yao would gain an exceptional talent capable of both military and political prowess. Sun Ce was astonished. He had never anticipated that Yuan Yao would possess such intimate knowledge of his relationship with Zhou Yu. He had been investigated. This treacherous scoundrel intended to use Gongjin as leverage. What should he do? Yuan Yao was indeed correct. The bond between Sun Ce and Zhou Yu was closer than that of brothers. Even if Sun Ce's younger brother, Sun Quan, were in Shouchun, he would unhesitatingly agree to Yuan Yao's intention to detain Sun Quan. However, the situation with Zhou Yu was different. Sun Ce was reluctant to use Zhou Yu as a bargaining chip. He hesitated, saying, Young Master Yuan, although Gongjin and I share a deep bond, he is not currently in Shouchun. Yuan Yao, unfazed by Sun Ce's pretext, smiled and replied, Zhou Yu is in Danyang. As soon as you summon him, he will arrive in a few days. I have investigated thoroughly this treacherous scoundrel. Sun Ce's thoughts were in disarray, and he replied solemnly, This matter, I need to contemplate it further. Yuan Yao responded with a smile, Of course, Lord Su may take his time to consider. Whenever Zhou Yu arrives in Shouchun, my father will lend you the troops. Heavy-hearted, Sun Ce departed from Yuan Shu's residence, unexpectedly finding that despite acquiring 2 divine weapons and a steed, he still could not fulfill his desires. Upon returning to his estate, El Fan, Zhu Ji, and others eagerly approached him, inquiring, "Lord Su, did Lord Yuan agree to lend troops?" Sun Ce sighed and replied, "He did agree, but they demand my brother Zhou Yu as a pledge before allowing me to lead the expedition. How infuriating. It's all that Yuan Yao's fault. That young scoundrel. Once I secure Jiangdong, I will make him pay back this humiliation tenfold." El Fan remarked, "It is customary for a general to have family members as hostages during an expedition. Since Lord Yuan has agreed to lend troops, you should just summon Zhou Yu." Chapter 7. So what if I, Yuan Shu's son, enjoy spending a bit of money? Absolutely not. Sun Ce shook his head and said, "Gong Jin is my beloved friend. My brother. How could I sacrifice my brother for the sake of my ambitions?" Lu Fan continued to persuade him. "It is merely a matter of keeping him as a hostage in Shouchun. There should be no real danger. Once the general has established his dominance in Jiangdong, he can negotiate with Yuan Gong to exchange for Zhou Yu. The general would gain Jiangdong, while Zhou Yu would suffer no loss. Is this not a perfect solution?" Sun Ce, upon hearing Lu Fan's words, felt somewhat swayed, yet he still felt guilty towards Zhou Yu. He hesitated, saying, "I must personally go to Danong to discuss this with Gong Jin." Without delay, Sun Ce mounted his swift steed and rode towards Danong, leaving behind his prized horse. The Snow Moon White Dragonful, now in Yuan Yao's possession. The ancient ingot sword and cold dragon spear were weapons that Yuan Yao had no immediate use for. But he cherished the Snow Moon White Dragonful. This horse was entirely snow white, without a single hair out of place, and was incredibly perceptive. With Yuan Yao's equestrian skills, he could easily master its handling. Since his arrival in the late Han period, Yuan Yao had inherited all the memories and skills of his previous self. It must be said that the scion of the prestigious Yuan family had received an excellent upbringing, despite his reputation as a dandy. Indulging in revelries with the sons of noble families and enjoying the pleasures of the city, Yuan Yao was well versed in the arts of propriety, music, archery, horsemanship, literature, and mathematics. He diligently pursued both the civil and martial paths. While his martial prowess could not compare with renowned heroes of the age, it was more than sufficient to handle ordinary opponents. As Yuan Yao was exercising his horse in the courtyard, his father, Yuan Shu, entered with his hands clasped behind his back. He smiled at Yuan Yao and said, "Jing Yo, our household boasts numerous fine steeds. Why do you favor this one presented by Sun Ce?" Yuan Yao replied, "This snow-white dragon steed was once ridden by Sun Jian, having accompanied him through numerous campaigns. It has witnessed great battles and stands as an exceptional warhorse. My desire for this horse is rooted in my wish to ride it and assist my father in unifying the realm and achieving greatness." Hearing Yuan Yao articulate such sentiments, Yuan Shu could not contain his joy. "My dear Yaoer, when you defy me, I am genuinely angered, yet in moments like this, my affection for you is sincere. You shall one day become the Lord. Leave the charge into battle to martial figures like Sun Ce. As father and son, we must strategize and command from the shadows." While Yuan Yao might have accepted this sentiment from another, it felt discordant coming from his father. To strategize to the extent of usurping the throne and leading to ruin is indeed a singular folly of the late Han. Entrusting military power to Sun Ce is fraught with peril. I must keep a vigilant eye on my father to prevent him from courting disaster. Suddenly, mentioning Sun Ce, Yuan Shu remarked, "Sun Ce has already bestowed treasures upon my son. Allowing him to depart is sufficient. Why must we hold Zhou Yu as collateral? Zhou Yu is neither kin nor ally to Sun Ce, who likely holds little regard for him." Yuan Shu, reflecting on the matter, believed that if he were in Sun Ce's position, he would prioritize military power over brotherhood, as the fate of a brother is of little concern to Yuan Gonglu. Were someone to detain Yuan Shao and transfer military authority to Yuan Shu, he would even rejoice at such a turn of events. A pact is sealed, bringing double joy. Unbeknownst to his father, Zhou Yu is indeed a remarkable talent, capable of extraordinary feats. This individual possesses the literary prowess reminiscent of Zhang Liang, while his martial strategy rivals that of Han Xian. The imperial seal, a mere fragment of stone, undoubtedly holds no worth equivalent to thousands of soldiers. However, if my son and I could secure Zhou Yu, it would be a substantial gain. Even if we were to expend tens of thousands of troops, this transaction would yield no loss. Is Zhou Yu truly that formidable? As of yet, he has not embarked on his official career and lacks remarkable military achievements, leaving Yuan Shu ambivalent regarding his capabilities. If he is indeed a paragon of both civil and military talents and maintains a close rapport with Sun Ce, then even if Yao retains him in Shouchun, he would likely not serve our cause. Fear not, father. As long as Zhou Yu is willing to come, I possess 100 methods to ensure his sincere allegiance. For Yuan Yao, who has acquired 2,000 years of insight, managing an ancient figure is remarkably effortless. A brazen flattery akin to Cao Cao's treatment of Guan Yu would be futile, as such sycophancy ultimately leads to ruin. Yuan Yao has his own means to engage Zhou Yu. By the way, father, I am contemplating a significant undertaking and urgently require your financial support. What do you think? Yuan Shu waved his hand with a smile, saying, such trivial matters need not be discussed with me. Have Yuan Zhang retrieve the funds from the treasury? I am grateful. Father, regarding the significant undertaking that Yuan Yao mentioned, Yuan Shu had encountered similar ventures before. On one occasion, he reserved the entire Chuanyi Tower for a poetry gathering with a group of literati, expending over $1 million. Another time, he organized an exhibition for the esteemed calligrapher Shuri Guan, hosting a grand banquet in Shouchun for 3 days, costing several million. Most recently, he invited the scions of Shouchun's noble families for a grand hunt, followed by an extravagant feast that also required a considerable sum. Yuan Shu has consistently supported Yuan Yao's significant undertakings. Who among the youth is not reckless in their fervor? In his younger days, Yuan Shu too indulged in such whims. Yuan Yao, his sole offspring, stands to inherit the vast estate of Yuan Shu. What of my son Yuan Shu? Is it so egregious for him to spend a bit of money? Yet, Yuan Shu could never have anticipated that the grand undertaking Yuan Yao was about to embark upon would far exceed previous expenses. That very afternoon, Yuan Yao instructed Yuan Zhong to retrieve 1 million coins from the Yuan family treasury to serve as the initial funding for the inaugural martial arts conference of Huainan. When Xiang arrived to collect the funds, he was not alone. He was accompanied by a young scholar clad in blue. Xiang introduced him to Yuan Yao, saying, Young Master Jing Yao, this is Bu Zhi, a resident of Linhuai in Suzhou, who has relocated to Huainan to escape the ravages of war. I have long been aware of Zhi's esteemed reputation, and upon learning of your quest for talented individuals, I invited him to assist you. Together, we shall prepare for the Grand Martial Arts Conference. Bu Zhi bowed deeply before Yuan Yao and said, I pay my respects to you, young master. Xiang has indeed procured Bu Zhi with commendable efficiency. Yuan Yao was well aware of Bu Zhi's exceptional abilities. He was a distinguished figure from the Eastern Wu's expatriate faction in a past life, having served as both a general of the cavalry and a chancellor. Yuan Yao was genuinely astonished that just the day before, he had expressed to Xiang his desire to attract talent. And now Xiang had brought him such a remarkable individual. What a delightful surprise. Yuan Yao helped Bu Zhi to his feet and exclaimed with joy, It is my fortune that you are willing to assist me, sir. I shall make ample use of your talents, ensuring that your abilities are not squandered. Witnessing Yuan Yao's earnest demeanor, Bu Zhi felt a warmth swell within him. He had previously harbored concerns about Yuan Yao's towering presence, doubting his own prospects. Yet, it is now evident that Yuan Yao truly embodies the spirit of humility and respect for the talented. I, Zhi, am wholeheartedly devoted to serving the young master. Very well. This time at the Martial Arts Grand Assembly, I shall count on the esteemed Mr. Zhou Yu and Zishan. Yuan Yao addressed the two. I intend to allocate 30 million coins to host the foremost martial arts Grand Assembly in Huainan. Initially, I shall withdraw 10 million coins for promotional endeavors. Subsequently, another 10 million will be dedicated to constructing the competition arena. The final 10 million shall serve as rewards for the victors. What are your thoughts, esteemed gentlemen? Chapter 8. The whimsical little Yuan Yao 30 million coins. Xiang and Bu Zhi were genuinely astonished by Yuan Yao's grand vision. Initially, Xiang had estimated that a few million coins would suffice to organize the martial arts assembly. Now, with Yuan Yao's elevated budget, there exists even greater room for creativity. Young Master Yuan is undoubtedly investing heavily to attract formidable warriors. Yuan Yao himself saw no issue in such an expenditure. While countless soldiers may be easily found, a single remarkable general is hard to come by. Investing this sum could yield a legendary figure in history, rendering it worthwhile. Most importantly, this entire sum is generously sponsored by my father, Yuan Shu, leaving me with no financial burden. Witnessing Yuan Yao's boldness, Bu Zhi's admiration for him grew even further. The young master possesses a clear vision and is willing to invest in his ambitions. Should he flourish in the future, he will undoubtedly become a paragon of our age. As Xiang and Bu Zhi departed with the funds, a lively young girl suddenly sprang before Yuan Yao, exclaiming, Elder brother, I've caught you again. What do you intend to do with such an abundance of wealth taken from the treasury? Is there yet another delightful occurrence? You simply must include me. If you neglect to bring me along, I shall have no choice but to inform our mother. The young girl before us is named Yuan Yao, the sister of Yuan Yao. Among Yuan Shu's numerous concubines and daughters, only Yuan Wan and Yuan Miao share the same mother, both being born of the legitimate wife. Lady Feng, Lady Feng, the daughter of the Colonel Feng Fong, possessed a beauty that could captivate a nation, her name once echoing through the capital. Yuan Yao, Yuan Wan, and Yuan Mao have all inherited their mother's exquisite genes. Yuan Yao is undoubtedly strikingly handsome, while his two younger sisters, Yuan Wan and Yuan Miao, are equally endowed with enchanting beauty, rivaling that of their mother. As they share the same maternal lineage, the two young ladies feel a closer bond with Yuan Yao, unlike their other sisters who are more reserved in his presence. Though Yuan Wan and Yuan Miao are twins, their personalities diverge significantly. Yuan Wan is gentle and graceful, exuding elegance, while Yuan Miao is lively and charming, brimming with mischief. She is also the most attached to her elder brother. Whenever Yuan Yao has something delectable or entertaining, Yuan Miao is quick to join in. For any grand events hosted by Yuan Yao, Yuan Miao insists on participating. Yuan Yao tousled Yuan Miao's hair and chuckled. You are growing up, yet you still behave like a wild child. Look at Wan. She embodies the demeanor of a refined lady. And you wish to tell on me. When has your brother ever had good fortune without including you? Alas, Wan is far too serious. Spending her days with our mother, learning to manage the Yuan household. How dreary. It is far more enjoyable to play with your older brother. You've tousled my hair. Brother, the little girl exclaimed, playfully adjusting her disheveled locks before asking Yuan Yao, what do you wish to do this time? Hunting or hosting a banquet? Neither. For this time I shall embark on a far more exhilarating venture. I will convene a martial arts tournament in the city of Shouchun, aptly named the first martial arts tournament of Huainan. This event aims to select the most formidable warriors of Huainan and invite them to join the Yuan residents. How intriguing. I am particularly fond of competitions. Yuan Miao relishes the excitement, believing that martial artists clashing is far more captivating than an exhibition of paintings and calligraphy. However, isn't General Jiling the strongest warrior in Huainan? Not necessarily so. Yuan Yao chuckled and shook his head, asserting that Huainan is home to numerous talents, and among them may lie hidden gems. Indeed, such an entertaining affair, my brother must include me. Fear not, this matter does not require your brother's prompting. In a few days, the entirety of Huainan will be aware of it. Yuan Yao's predictions were spot on. Following the arrival of the second tranche of funding, a grand martial arts stage began to take shape in the heart of Shouchun. Simultaneously, the news of young master Yuan Yao's initiative to host the first martial arts tournament of Huainan, aimed at discovering martial talents, spread across several surrounding counties. Have you heard? Young master Yuan Yao is organizing a martial arts tournament in Shouchun to select martial experts. I have known for some time. It is said that those who emerge victorious in this tournament may be welcomed into the Yuan residence and potentially become a general. Such a delightful prospect? Only the offspring of noble families are typically entitled to such positions, are they not? Can one truly attain that through victory in a competition? Young Master Yuan has declared that this tournament will solely evaluate strength, disregarding one's lineage. It matters not if one is a commoner or even a mountain bandit. If they possess the prowess, young Master Yuan will certainly consider them. That is splendid. I wish to enroll. As the news spread throughout Huainan, warriors from various counties gathered, all eager to showcase their skills at the martial arts tournament. The practitioners of martial arts across the realm uphold the principle of mastering both literary and martial abilities, ultimately serving the imperial family. Although the Yuan family is not of royal blood, their lineage boasts 4 generations of high-ranking officials, and their reputation is not easily overshadowed by that of emperors. To be favored by young Master Yuan Yao and to serve as a general in the Yuan residence would indeed be a worthy recognition of one's own capabilities. As the news of the martial arts tournament proliferated, even Sun Ce, who was en route to Danyang to seek Zhou Yu, became aware of it. Upon arriving in Danyang, Sun Ce met his dear brother Zhou Yu. He stepped forward and grasped Zhou Yu's hand, expressing his excitement. Gongjin. Zhou Yu, clad in white, was equally thrilled. He clasped Sun Ce's hand tightly and replied, Bofu, you have come to seek me. Are you planning to raise an army for Jiangdong? How did you know, dear brother? Zhou Yu laughed heartily. I am well aware of your grand aspirations, and Yuan Shu is not a wise ruler. It is only a matter of time before you fulfill General Sun Jian's ambitions and unify Jiangdong. Considering the timing, it seems that now is the moment. Are you inviting me to join you in this endeavor? Upon hearing Zhou Yu's inquiry, Sun Ce sighed and said, that was indeed my intention. I plan to exchange the imperial seal with Yuan Shu for troops and enlist your assistance in our quest for Jiangdong. However, circumstances have taken an unexpected turn and things have become somewhat challenging. Oh, is it that Yuan Shu is unwilling to lend you troops? That should not be the case. Yuan Shu is a man of great ambition. Would he truly resist the allure of the imperial seal? Yuan Shu, on the other hand, is quite amenable. The current predicament primarily stems from Yuan Shao's son, Yuan Yao. Upon mentioning Yuan Yao, Sun Ce could not help but feel his blood pressure rise, clenching his fists and exclaiming, "This rogue has persistently made my life difficult, refusing to lend me troops. He even dared to shatter the imperial seal before Yuan Shao. Despite my offering of several treasures from my late father, this scoundrel remains unsatisfied and demands that I leave my family as hostages. You know, Kong Ming, my mother and siblings are in Chue. How can I provide him with any kin?" Zhou Yu pondered for a moment before responding, "From what you have recounted, it seems that Yuan Yao is indeed no ordinary character. Few possess the fortitude to resist the allure of the imperial seal. Not only does he disdain it, but I have also heard that he is currently hosting a martial arts tournament in Shouchun, aiming to recruit formidable warriors. All signs indicate that Yuan Yao harbors grand ambitions, and his capabilities far surpass those of his father, Yuan Shao." Hearing Zhou Yu praise Yuan Yao, Sun Ce scoffed, "That young scoundrel is merely a clever dandy. While he may be superior to the mediocre Yuan Shao, the land of Huainan is hardly a realm where he can assert dominance. Once I sweep through Jiangdong and establish myself as its sovereign, Yuan Yao will be even less worthy to stand against me. However, I must admit, securing troops to extricate myself from this situation is proving to be quite challenging." Chapter 9. The first martial arts tournament of Huainan commences. Zhou Yu possessed a keen intuition. He sensed that his elder brother, Sun Ce, had something to convey but was hesitant to articulate it. Thus, he directly inquired, "Brother Bu Zhi, regarding the matter of borrowing troops. May I assist you? Please, feel free to speak candidly." "Ah, indeed. Nothing escapes the discerning eye of Gongjin." Sun Ce, with a furrowed brow, addressed Zhou Yu. "That Yuan Yao, having somehow uncovered news of you, is aware that you are my sworn brother. Thus, he demands that I bring you to Shouchun as a hostage before he will lend me troops. Yet, given the bond we share as brothers, how could I commit such an unprincipled act? This scoundrel Yuan Yao has truly placed me in a predicament." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu laughed heartily and replied, "What difficulty lies in this? Since Yuan Yao desires my presence in Shouchun, I shall oblige. But, Gongjin, you must not place yourself in jeopardy for my sake." Zhou Yu remained unfazed, speaking with confidence. "Brother, there is no need for concern. Shouchun is not a den of dragons and tigers. I can certainly make the journey. My uncle, Xiang, is the governor of Danyang and a significant figure under Yuan Shu. In both sentiment and reason, the Yuan family will treat me with respect. Currently, the Jiangdong region is in turmoil. Although Lu Yao is the inspector of Yangzhou, he is a man of mediocrity. This presents an opportune moment for you to establish your accomplishments in Jiangdong. Do not delay, brother. Once you have secured Jiangdong, I shall find a way to extricate myself." Zhou Yu's agreement to serve as a hostage alleviated Sun Ce's worries. He immediately bowed to Zhou Yu, exclaiming, "The success of this endeavor is entirely due to your efforts. Gongjin, I am deeply grateful, dear brother." Eager to mobilize his forces in Jiangdong, Sun Ce promptly set off with Zhou Yu for Shouchun. Meanwhile, Yuan Yao had also made preparations in the ensuing days, organizing the first martial arts tournament of Huainan in Shouchun. This grand event, having been widely advertised over several days, had heightened the anticipation among the martial artists of Huainan. Even many high-ranking officials and common folk eagerly awaited the spectacle. Yuan Yao erected the martial arts platform in the bustling heart of Shouchun City, an expansive and grand structure. The area surrounding the platform could accommodate thousands of citizens. As for the dignitaries and noble scions attending the martial arts competition, they certainly could not mingle with the commoners. Yuan Yao reserved several nearby taverns, transforming their terraces into exclusive viewing areas for the event. Those willing to pay could enjoy the splendid vistas from the terraces, sipping wine while witnessing the martial arts tournament, a delightful prospect indeed. Naturally, such indulgence came at a steep price. Yuan Yao opted for a bidding auction, where the highest bidder would secure a spot. Despite the costs, over 100 terrace seats were swiftly claimed by the nobles and young lords, yielding Yuan Yao more than 10 million coins from this single auction. With a budget of 30 million coins for the martial arts event, he had already recouped half his expenses before the event even commenced. Of course, the prime viewing position directly opposite the platform remained reserved for Yuan Yao and was not for sale to the public. At this moment, Yuan Yao sat on the second-floor terrace of Taifu Tower, a long table before him laden with exquisite delicacies. His assistant Xiang, along with his two sisters Yuan Wan and Yuan Miao, flanked him, while the steward Yuan Zhang stood attentively nearby. Yuan Yao raised his cup and smiled at Xiang. "Mr. Zhang Yu, the planning for the martial arts tournament is commendable. I see a considerable number of eager martial artists preparing to compete, each brimming with enthusiasm. This is all thanks to your and Zishan's efforts." Xiang raised his cup in return, saying, "To attract talents for the young master is also to serve the greater cause of our Lord. It is my duty. The contest is about to commence, and today, The young master is certain to attract remarkable talents. As the two conversed, Bu Zhi stepped onto the high platform and proclaimed, "You all must be aware that this martial arts tournament is hosted by young master Yuan Yao. The purpose is to select outstanding warriors to serve and to identify great generals for Huainan. The victorious combatant will not only have the opportunity to assume the role of a general but will also receive special rewards from the young master. As martial artists, you are familiar with the competition rules, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. I hereby declare the commencement of the first round of combat. The tournament structure, devised by Yuan Yao, is straightforward yet fierce. Given the overwhelming number of participants, exceeding 400, the initial round will consist of a melee battle. Groups of 20 will ascend the platform to engage in chaotic combat. To mitigate casualties, the use of weapons is prohibited in this round. Only bare hands are permitted. A fighter who concedes, loses their fighting capability, or is thrown off the platform is deemed defeated. Ultimately, only 3 individuals from each group shall advance. While this selection process does involve an element of chance, the true warriors will undoubtedly rise to prominence. The first group of 20 martial artists swiftly took to the stage, and chaos erupted atop the platform. These fighters were fervently battling for their futures, pouring every ounce of strength into the contest. Their conflict soon escalated to a fever pitch, with combatants being hurled from the platform or collapsing to the ground, momentarily incapacitated. The spectators, having never witnessed such visceral combat, were ignited with enthusiasm, fervently cheering and rallying in support. Even the young aristocrats in the stands felt that their ticket money was well spent this time. Yuan Yao meticulously observed the martial artists competing on the high platform, seeking any talents that might be of use to him. Across the way, Huang Yi raised his wine cup, flashing a sycophantic smile as he gestured towards Yuan Yao. Noticing Huang Yi's demeanor, Yuan Yao nodded in acknowledgement. His younger sister, Yuan Miao, expressed her displeasure, saying, "Brother, I absolutely detest Huang Yi. Every time I go out, he comes over. I've heard that father intends to summon him as a son-in-law and marry me off to him. I truly cannot fathom father's reasoning." Suddenly, Yuan Yao recalled that historically, Huang Yi was indeed Yuan Shu's son-in-law. Could it be that his sister, Yuan Miao, was to be wed to him? Huang Yi possessed a handsome exterior and had a talent for flattery and sycophancy, characteristics that Yuan Yao held in deep disdain. Yet, their father, Yuan Shu, was rather superficial, favoring appearances and relishing in flattery. It was no surprise that he and Huang Yi had quickly formed a bond, leading to the notion of proposing him as a son-in-law. "Sister, do you not wish to marry Huang Yi?" he inquired. "Not at all," Yuan Miao replied without hesitation. "The sight of Huang Yi disgusts me. Marrying him would be worse than death." "Wan, would you consider marrying Huang Yi in my stead?" she asked. Yuan, possessing a gentle disposition, could not bear to refuse her sister. "If Miao Miao is unwilling, I would gladly endure the hardship for you." "What nonsense is this, Wan?" Yuan Yao retorted, displeased. "In Huainan, we are the masters. Huang Yi is but a subject. How could a subject dare to impose upon a master? As long as you both refuse to marry Huang Yi, no one can compel you, not even our father. I shall discuss this matter with my father." Upon hearing this, Yuan Miao immediately smiled, her eyes narrowing in delight, and raised her glass to Yuan Yao, exclaiming, "Brother, I knew you would treat us the best. Come, I toast to you." "Young ladies should not indulge in alcohol," Yuan Yao replied, snatching Yuan Miao's cup and pouring her a glass of honey water before resuming his observation of the contest. The competition atop the high platform had progressed through 2 rounds. Yet no formidable warriors had emerged. Chapter 10. The emergence of mighty generals among the warriors preparing to enter the arena. 3 men huddled together. One, with twin swords at his waist, flexed his fists and remarked, "With such grand arrangements made by young Master Yuan for this martial arts assembly, the caliber of participants is rather unimpressive. Yao Hua, you need not engage with Captain Zhou. I, Pei Yuan Shao, can sweep away this band of fighters single-handedly." A tall, dark-skinned warrior with a full beard interjected, "The talents of Huainan should not be underestimated. If we brothers achieve victory, it would be nothing short of splendid." Another, slightly younger warrior added, "Yet our origins are rather humble. Even if we triumph, would young Master Yuan truly regard us?" These 3 men were the leaders of Wonyushan, Zhou Yu, Liao Hua, and Pei Yuan Shao. Upon learning of young Master Yuan's martial arts competition, where the victor would receive substantial rewards, they resolved to participate. Undeterred by the distance, they rode swiftly to Shouchun, motivated by the prospect of victory. Zhou Yu grinned and remarked, "Young Master Yuan has made the martial arts tournament widely known. If he fails to deliver on the promised rewards, it would be a blemish on the Yuan family's honor." The Yuan family boasts a lineage of 4 generations of high-ranking officials, yet they are quite concerned with their reputation. Pei Yuanchao concurred, stating, Zhou Dazhang's words ring true. If we can achieve victory, even if we do not attain the rank of general, a substantial reward awaits us. The next group is on stage. As the trio conversed, the voice of Bu Zhi resonated from the high platform. Zhou addressed the two, let us go. Action is at hand. Those brave enough to enroll are undoubtedly formidable. Yet, among the strong, there are those even stronger. The arena is filled with martial experts who will surely distinguish themselves. Although Zhou and his companions were mere bandits, they were nonetheless valiant warriors of exceptional strength. With a thunderous shout, Zhou launched into battle. His voice echoed like rolling thunder, and the muscles in his arms swelled as he delivered a powerful punch towards a nearby warrior. Bang! The impact of Zhou fist was insurmountable, sending the warrior crashing to the ground. Once he tasted victory, Zhou charged forward like a rampaging bull, toppling all nearby challengers. The audience was captivated by his martial prowess, unable to stifle their gasps of astonishment. This formidable black giant is indeed fierce. Indeed. The other warriors stand no chance against him. Who is this person? Such strength deserves recognition. I do not recognize him. I have never seen him before. He must not be from Huainan. Yuan Yao, seated on the terrace, was equally entranced by Zhou display. After observing several bouts, he noted that it was the first time someone had so effortlessly vanquished a multitude of opponents. Even if this individual was not a renowned general, his prowess could rival that of the famed warriors from the late Han period. Should he manage to recruit this talent, the martial arts tournament would surely prove to be a resounding success. Accompanying him were two companions of considerable prowess. The talent, Yuan Yao, had chosen to acquire one while receiving two additional companions as a bonus. Yuan Yao instructed Xiang, Mr. Zhou Yu, please inform Bu Zhi to pay particular attention to these three individuals. Yin understood. Yuan Yao examined several more groups. Yet no one matched the formidable presence of the dark-faced giant. It seemed that exceptional talents were not as easily found as cabbage. It was not until the 10th group that another remarkable expert emerged. This individual, though youthful, stood tall and imposing. His features, while not as rugged as those of Zhou, exhibited a physique that resembled forged iron. With each punch he delivered, he felled a warrior. Had there not been a limit of 3 victors per group, this young man could have dispatched every contender in his cohort. As he was about to bring his fist down upon the last remaining opponent, he halted before a diminutive warrior named Mahjong. Just before the blow landed, Mahjong swallowed hard, his body drenched in cold sweat from the fright. The young man spoke in a deep voice. I almost forgot. We have sufficient quotas. There's no need to strike you. Thank you. Mahjong managed to force a smile that was more distressing than tears, nearly collapsing from relief. Yuan Yao pointed at the muscular young man, exclaiming, this is a fierce general. Must keep an eye on him. Inform Bu Zhi that he absolutely must pay attention. With Yuan Yao's discerning eye, he recognized that this young man's strength surpassed even that of the dark giant. In a martial arts competition, the emergence of 2 such masters was indeed a tremendous gain. These 2 talents would belong to him alone. No one could escape. Since the muscular youth and the formidable black-faced warrior, no other powerful figures have emerged to sweep away the martial artists of their group. This was anticipated by Yuan Yao. The strength of these 2 alone is sufficient to crush the multitude of martial generals under the command of the old man, apart from the great general Jiling. Individuals such as Li Feng, Lu Jiu, Chen Lan, and Lei Bo are utterly incomparable to these 2. It appears that while there are indeed many fierce warriors in Huainan, the old man is solely focused on seizing the imperial seal, showing little interest in attracting talent. The so-called generals who have secured positions through connections with the noble families are mostly inept. May the final group of contestants take the stage. Initially, Yuan Yao had little regard for this last group of martial artists. However, upon their ascent to the high platform, one individual stood out remarkably. This person was tall and slender, with fair skin and handsome features. His long hair was elegantly styled, adorned with white feather embellishments on either side. Clad in a white brocade robe, he strode gracefully onto the stage. In contrast to the burly figures surrounding him, he appeared utterly out of place. His presence instantly captivated the audience's attention. Who is this delicate youth daring to participate in the martial arts competition? Has he wandered into the wrong venue? With such an appearance, he ought to be pursuing an official position instead. It is likely that he is a scholar from a humble background, seeking fortune through this competition. Alas, you speak the truth. In this era, scholarly prowess is overshadowed by one's lineage. No matter how learned one may be, without noble ancestry, they cannot attain an official post. This young man seems rather pitiable. Is he not afraid of being beaten to death shortly? The warrior beside the young man in white mocked him, saying, pretty boy, it would be wise for you to step down now. If a fight breaks out later, my grandfather will not hold back. Should you end up grievously injured, do not blame us. The young man in white replied nonchalantly, in this martial arts competition, Everyone must rely on their own abilities. Feel free to unleash your full strength. If I am defeated at your hands, it shall be considered a reflection of my own lack of skill." Upon hearing such disdain from the young man in white, the nearby brute became instantly enraged. "Fine. You said it. If you get hurt later, don't hold it against me." Yuan Yao also found himself intrigued by this individual. How could a young man in fine attire dare to take the stage for combat? Did he not fear the formidable warriors surrounding him? What captivated Yuan Yao even more was the appearance of the young man in white. With long hair adorned with bird feathers on either side, he resembled someone with 2 white ears. This unique appearance possessed a certain aesthetic charm, yet it was undeniably peculiar. He resembled neither a warrior who trained rigorously nor a scholar steeped in literature. Chapter 11. The true identity of the white-feathered general. The competition commenced. As Bu Zhi's voice fell, the previously composed young man in white suddenly sprang into action. With a powerful punch, he struck at the nearby warrior. Bang! Despite his slender frame, the explosive force of this punch surpassed that of the burly man and the muscular youth. The punch sent the nearby warrior flying, crashing through the railing of the competition platform and tumbling heavily to the ground outside. The onlooking crowd quickly dispersed, collectively gasping in astonishment. Incredible! How could this pretty boy be so formidable? Is this a martial prowess that one can truly possess? Yuan Yao sat on the terrace, observing the performance of this individual. The young man, adorned with a white feather in his hair, appeared somewhat delicate and scholarly, yet his martial arts were characterized by a bold and fierce style. Each punch and kick he delivered was imbued with tremendous power, and none among the assembled warriors could withstand even a single strike from him. Yuan Yao found himself captivated, a singular phrase echoing in his mind: a peerless warrior. This young man, with his white feather, was likely a figure of unparalleled might, one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with legends like Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Zhou Yu. Who could this person be? Could he be the renowned Zhao Zilong of Changshan? Unthinkable at this time. Gongsun Zan had yet to meet his demise, and Zhao Yun served as a general under his banner. Perhaps Ma Chao? No, that's not right. The valiant Ma Mingqi would not be found in Wainan. What about Tai Shirzi? The eastern warrior was currently under the command of Lu Yao and Yangzhou. Who, then, possesses such formidable strength? Are there truly such powerful warriors in Runan or Huainan? Yuan Yao was momentarily confounded by the identity of this youth. However, one thing was certain: his prowess was undoubtedly among the pinnacle of the age. Perhaps he is a strong man whose name is lost to history, Yuan Yao pondered. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, had they not followed Liu Bei into battle, would have merely been ordinary men, engaged in the mundane tasks of butchery and trade. Perhaps this individual, like them, simply requires a discerning patron. Regardless, to gain such a fierce general would be a tremendous fortune for me. I must recruit this formidable warrior. After the young man clad in white feathers cast his final opponent from the high platform, a sudden realization struck him. He clasped his fists and addressed Bu Zhi with an apology, expressing that in the heat of the moment, he had forgotten to spare 2 individuals. Bu Zhi, equally astounded by the formidable martial prowess displayed by this young man, reflected on the recent contest where nearly 20 combatants had assailed him, only to be vanquished with effortless ease. Shouchun and the muscular youth wore grave expressions. This individual was undoubtedly their formidable rival. Bu Zhi reassured the young man in white, stating that it was of no consequence, for he had successfully advanced. He announced that those warriors who had progressed should take a half-hour respite, after which the second round of competition would commence. Each participant who had triumphed in the first round possessed exceptional skills. Bu Zhi meticulously recorded their names and submitted the list to Yuan Yao for review. Yuan Yao's keen interest was particularly drawn to the dark-faced giant, the muscular youth, and the young man in white. Upon seeing their names, a dawning comprehension enveloped him. These 3 were renowned warriors destined for historical remembrance: Zhou Tsang, Su Sheng, and Chen Dao. To his astonishment, the warrior who bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Yun was none other than Chen Dao, the illustrious commander of the White Cloak Army under Liu Bei in his previous life, renowned for his valiant loyalty akin to that of Zilong. It was no wonder he possessed such formidable strength, rivaling that of Zhao Yun himself. Chen Dao's prowess likely surpassed that of Ji Ling. Coupled with his exceptional military acumen, excellent, this powerful warrior would now belong to me. The number of participants in the second round had significantly dwindled to around 60. This round would see 10 warriors grouped together, from which 2 strong contenders would be selected. Ultimately, the 12 strongest would be determined to engage in head-to-head battles, thereby establishing the final rankings. When the time for the top 12 battles arrived, the use of weapons became permissible. After all, it was not a chaotic melee. A mere demonstration of skill without causing fatal harm sufficed. Chen Dao wielded a silver spear, capable of defeating any opponent with a single thrust. However, When he encountered Zhou, they engaged in a fierce battle that lasted over 20 exchanges, ultimately resulting in Zhou's defeat. The ultimate champion was to be determined between Chun Dao and Xiang. Xiang, gripping a battle knife with a serious expression, declared, "You are formidable. An unparalleled warrior in my experience. Yet, I, Xiang, shall never concede." Chun Dao raised his silver spear, pointing it at Xiang, and challenged, "Come, let us fight." Xiang's knife techniques were ferocious, while Chun Dao's spear artistry was sharp and precise. The two clashed in a whirlwind of blade and spear, dazzling all who beheld it. Yuan Yao could not help but exclaim, "Brother, these warriors are truly remarkable." Yuan Yao, holding a wine cup, smiled and replied, "Indeed. They will all become great generals under your command, and fierce champions of our Yuan family." Xiang fought with relentless determination against Chun Dao. Yet Chun Dao maneuvered with apparent ease. After more than 40 exchanges, Chun Dao brought his spear to rest against Xiang's neck. With a clatter, Xiang discarded his battle knife and, in defeat, murmured, "I have lost." Chun Dao withdrew his spear and stood tall, acknowledging Xiang. "You too are quite strong. Warriors of your caliber are rare." With all matches concluded, the warriors had established their final rankings. Chun Dao emerged as the indisputable champion with overwhelming strength, while Xiang and Zhou claimed the second and third positions, respectively. The remaining warriors, ranked from 4th to 12th, included several names familiar to Yuan Yao. For instance, figures such as Liao Hua, Pei Yuanshao, and Ma Zhong emerge in the narrative. Ma Zhong. Could it possibly be the same Ma Zhong who, in a previous life, captured Guan Yu and inflicted an arrow wound on Huang Zhong? If indeed it is he, then he may very well be a person of exceptional talent. Bu Zhi announced to the gathered crowd, "I invite the 12 foremost martial artists to enter the Tai Fu Tower, where young Master Yuan Yao shall personally bestow rewards upon you." He continued, "As for the remaining defeated martial artists, do not lose heart. Young Master Yuan Yao is known for his open-mindedness and recruiting talent. Should you wish to serve under him, a reward of 10,000 coins awaits you, along with favorable treatment." Beyond the elite fighters, Yuan Yao held aspirations for the other martial artists as well. Those who dared to compete undoubtedly possessed certain skills. If he could train them into a formidable army, fortified with the finest equipment of the era, what an impressive force it would become. Upon hearing of young Master Yuan's generous offer of 10,000 coins and his willingness to provide them with excellent conditions, the dejected, defeated martial artists began to feel a glimmer of hope. In these tumultuous times, plagued by natural disasters and human calamities, even martial artists face challenges in seeking honorable employment without resorting to banditry and theft. Their options were limited, typically confined to serving as guards, caretakers, or enforcers for noble families. However, serving under young Master Yuan Yao was far more prestigious than merely acting as a guardian for aristocrats. After all, Yuan Yao was the heir of Yuan Shu, the Lord of Huainan. Aligning oneself with Yuan Yao could potentially lead to significant achievements in the future. Even if grand ambitions were not realized, the generous compensation he offered would surpass that of other noble houses. Not a single one of the over 400 martial artists chose to depart. They all consented to join Yuan Yao's ranks. Chapter 12. The golden platforms intent. The top 12 martial artists followed Bu Zhi into the Tai Fu building, ascending to the second floor. On either side of the floor, 6 square tables were arranged, while a central table occupied the main position. Each table was adorned with exquisite delicacies and fine wines. One by one, the victorious martial artists took their seats, their eyes widening at the sumptuous offerings before them. Typically, indulging in such a feast at Tai Fu building would cost several hundred to 1,000 coins, a luxury their martial backgrounds could seldom afford. Once seated, the group could hardly contain their eagerness to savor the meal, yet they restrained themselves, aware that the central position was reserved for young Master Yuan Yao. Their future prospects hinged on his favor. Before long, Yuan Yao arrived, accompanied by Xiang and Yuan Zhong, and took his place at the main table. With his handsome features and noble demeanor, he made the assembled martial artists feel a twinge of anxiety. This was the scion of the esteemed Yuan family, a lineage of 4 generations and 3 dukes. As a person of high standing, he naturally exuded the grace befitting his status. How could they comport themselves to leave a favorable impression on young Master Yuan? Raising his hand slightly, Yuan Yao smiled at the gathering. "You are all the victors of today's martial arts competition, and I extend my heartfelt congratulations to each of you. I assure you that the rewards I promised will be honored. After a day of competition, you must be hungry. Please, enjoy your meal. Once you are well fed and satisfied, we shall discuss matters of importance." With just a few words, Yuan Yao bridged the gap between himself and the martial artists, showcasing his genuine concern for their well-being. What a splendid young master he was, attentive to their hunger. In the eyes of the ordinary scions of nobility, warriors are regarded much like cattle or horses, with little concern for their existence or preferences. Yet, it is evident that Yuan Yao's ability to empathize with them and his approachable demeanor mark him as a wise leader. Zhou Yu, Su Xiang, and the others had long been famished. They did not stand on ceremony with Yuan Yao, but seized the food on the table and began to devour it heartily. Yuan Yao, with a wine cup in hand, maintained a cheerful smile. While the warriors were ravenous, he felt no hunger himself. Observing these valiant men indulging in their feast brought him great joy, as they would soon become his loyal supporters and foundational allies. After about half an hour, the warriors finally ceased their eating. Yuan Yao, smiling, inquired of them, "Esteemed guests, are you all sufficiently satiated?" Zhou Yu, with a darkened visage, let out a hearty belch and sheepishly replied, Young Master Yuan, my apologies. I have overeaten and feel somewhat stuffed. The meal you prepared for us is simply exquisite. It has been ages since I last savored such delightful fare. Haha, brave Zhou Yu is indeed a man of passion. If you relish the food, then indulge further. Should you choose to pledge your allegiance to me, I assure you that there will be ample delicacies in the future. Yuan Yao addressed the satiated warriors. The top 12 contenders of the martial arts tournament shall receive generous rewards. The warrior ranked first will be awarded 100,000 coins and bestowed with the title of the greatest master of Huainan. The second and third place warriors will receive 50,000 and 30,000 coins, respectively. All other participants shall receive 10,000 coins each. Upon hearing these words, the warriors erupted with joy. 10,000 coins represented a considerable fortune for them. If spent wisely, it could sustain them for 2 years without depletion. 1,000,000 coins are ample to purchase a residence in Shouchun City. Yet, the foremost contender, Chen Dao, maintained a serene demeanor, clearly not motivated by wealth. Zhou Yu grinned at Yuan Yao and said, "Thank you, my lord, for your generous reward. We have heard that victory in the martial arts competition could lead to the rank of general. Is that true?" "Indeed, I, Yuan Yao, do not speak idly." Yuan Yao proclaimed loudly to the assembly, "Wealth is merely the reward for those who excel in the martial arts tournament. What I am about to propose pertains to the rewards of joining my Yuan residence. Should you choose to align yourselves with me, Yuan Yao, I shall bestow upon each of you a fine weapon and a steed of exceptional quality. Furthermore, I will petition my father to establish a military force, allowing you to assume the ranks of officers in this new army. I shall provide for your desires, but in return, I seek but one thing, your unwavering loyalty, absolute loyalty to me." Upon hearing these words, the martial artists were instantly filled with elation. Fine steeds and weapons have always been the cherished treasures of warriors. Serving as officers under Yuan Yao would indeed be a leap into a higher realm, granting them esteemed positions. Following Yuan Yao was akin to a grand fortune bestowed upon them. As for the loyalty Yuan Yao demanded, it was hardly a daunting condition. Warriors have always valued honor over life, and loyalty to their lord is ingrained in their very essence. With Yuan Gongzi offering them wealth and prosperity, they would readily dedicate their lives in service to him. The verse by Li He captures this sentiment perfectly: to repay the sovereign's wishes atop the golden platform, to lift the jade dragon and die for my lord. Zhou Yu then addressed Yuan Yao, "My lord, I must confess, my brothers Liao Hua and Pei Yuan Shao and I have long dwelled in the wilderness of Wonia Mountain. Can individuals of our background truly attain the rank of officer?" Yuan Yao responded, "I have proclaimed that I value ability above all else, disregarding one's origins. As long as you pledge unwavering loyalty to me, I shall treat you all equally." Zhou Yu, a man of straightforward character, felt a surge of fervor at Yuan Yao's promise. It had not been an easy journey for him. After drifting through the martial world for many years, having once been part of the yellow turbans and wandering the wilderness, he had yet to find a true home. At last, he had discovered a worthy sovereign to serve. In his heart, Zhou Yu silently vowed that although he may lack other skills, he could offer his life in devotion to his lord. He immediately knelt before Yuan Yao, proclaiming, "In that case, I, Zhou Yu, am willing to pledge my allegiance to you, my lord. From this moment forth, I shall remain steadfastly loyal." Liao Hua, Pei Yuan Shao, Su Xiang, Ma Zhong, and others were equally moved. Bowing to Yuan Yao, "We are willing to serve you, my lord, and pledge our lives in loyalty." Haraha. Splendid. Please rise, everyone. From this day forth, you shall be my most trusted confidants. Among the 12 warriors, only Chen Dao had yet to declare his allegiance. Yuan Yao turned to him and asked, "Chen Dao, you are the champion of the martial arts tournament, and I hold you in high regard. Is there any hesitation on your part regarding your loyalty to me?" Chen Dao raised his head and replied, "Converse with you feels like basking in the gentle breeze of spring. Your demeanor and charisma are truly captivating. I sense that your intention in gathering us warriors is to achieve great ambitions. If I may be so bold, I wish to inquire about your aspirations. Upon hearing Qindao's words, Yuan Yao subtly nodded. Individuals like Qindao, whether they be unparalleled warriors or exceptional strategists, are indeed a unique and spirited group. They do not pledge allegiance to a lord merely for the lure of wealth and power. Rather, they seek to assist a ruler whose ideals resonate with their own. Once they have acknowledged their lord, they remain steadfast and loyal, vowing to serve unto death. This embodies the age-old adage, the wise bird selects the tree in which to roost, and the worthy minister chooses the sovereign to serve. Yuan Yao candidly addressed Chen Dao. In this tumultuous world, where heroes rise and conflict rages, the common people suffer greatly, displaced and perishing from hunger and cold. Countless lives have been lost due to the ravages of war. It pains me deeply to witness the plight of our esteemed Huaxiao citizens reduced to such a state. My earnest desire is to bring an end to this chaos, to rescue the people from their dire circumstances, and to restore peace and prosperity. I long to offer the populace a serene and flourishing era, a world where all may live in abundance, safety, and joy. Chapter 13. How can the youth grow without enduring hardship? At present, my strength is still feeble, insufficient to accomplish great deeds. Thus, I am in dire need of talented scholars and warriors to assist me. I firmly believe that if I persist in my efforts, this aspiration will one day come to fruition, to restore peace and prosperity for the people, to grant them a clear and bright world. Yuan Yao's words sent shivers down Chen Dao's spine, igniting a fervor within him. Was not Yuan Yao's ambition also his own lifelong wish? Having trained in martial arts from a young age and diligently studying military strategies, Chen Dao sought more than just high office and riches. He yearned to apply his skills for the betterment of the common people. It seemed he had found a kindred spirit in Yuan Yao, prompting him to kneel and declare, I, Chen Dao, wish to serve you as my lord. I shall not hesitate to brave fire and water for you. Yuan Yao helped Chen Dao to his feet and exclaimed, Haha, with such a loyal ally by my side, my grand ambition shall undoubtedly be realized. Let us raise our cups in celebration. A group of warriors raised their cups in unison, sharing in the revelry of the banquet. Now, they were all considered loyal retainers of Yuan Yao, their bonds having grown even more intimate, and the atmosphere of the feast became increasingly lively. Yuan Yao instructed Yuan Zhong, Please fetch the weapons I have prepared for our esteemed guests. Yuan Zhong replied quietly, and shortly thereafter, a contingent of Yuan family guards delivered the weapons to the upper floor. For the 4 to 12 warriors present, Yuan Yao had equipped them with exquisite Qingfeng swords. However, the first 3 weapons were distinctly different. Zhou, this 9-foot broadsword is bestowed upon you. Ha ha, thank you for your generous gift, my lord. Zhou exclaimed as he grasped the broadsword, feeling its considerable weight. It was indeed a formidable weapon. With this broadsword in hand, who among the enemy could stand against me on the battlefield? Su Xing, this ancient ingot knife is granted to you. Su Xing joyfully seized the ancient blade, his heart brimming with delight. What a magnificent sword! A true treasure. He recognized at a glance that it was no ordinary weapon, but rather a rare divine artifact. Su Shang felt an innate connection to the knife, as if it were destined to be his. I am immensely grateful for your generous gift, my lord. Should anyone dare to offend you, I shall wield this knife to vanquish them. Lastly, the cold dragon spear was conferred upon Chen Dao. Being a man well-versed in the art of spear combat, Chen Dao immediately recognized the spear's exceptional quality upon grasping it. Bowing to Yuan Yao, he declared, I vow to wield this spear in service of my lord, slaying foes and achieving great deeds. As Yuan Yao reveled in the company of warriors at Taifu Tower, his adoptive father, Yuan Shu, received a report from the old steward, Yuan Yong. My lord, here are the accounts detailing the funds withdrawn by young master Yuan Yao this month. Please review them. Come here, he said. Yuan Yao was a well-known spendthrift in Shouchun City, expending money as if it were water. He typically spent hundreds of thousands of coins each month. And when he organized a grand event, the expenses would exceed 1,000,000 coins. Yuan Yao's martial arts tournament had reached Yuan Shu's ears. Such a grand spectacle would surely require several million coins. However, it was of no concern. The Yuan family was wealthy enough to rival nations. And what did it matter if he, Yuan Shu's son, spent a little? Yuan Shu casually glanced at the bill, but suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Moments later, he slammed his hand on the table. Yaoer, how much did you take? 30 million. What on earth could you have spent so much on? Yuan Shu was taken aback by the figure on the bill. Although 30 million coins was trivial for him, he could not tolerate Yuan Yao's reckless extravagance. If he allowed Yuan Yao to develop such a habit, today it would be 30 million, tomorrow 50 million. No matter how vast the Yuan family's wealth, it would not suffice for Yuan Yao's prodigality. This ungrateful son, he truly had no regard for money. Yuan Yong, You must fetch Yao back to me immediately. I have matters to discuss with him. Half an hour later, Yuan Yao returned to the Yuan residence with Yuan Yao. Upon entering Yuan Shu's chamber, he smiled and said, "Father, you summoned me?" Yuan Shu, with a stern expression, tossed the ledger at Yuan Yao. "Look at the trouble you've caused. 30 million coins. Where on earth did it all go? Even for a martial arts tournament, such an expenditure is excessive." Receiving a reprimand from his father, Yuan Yao remained unperturbed and explained, "Father, you must understand that in these chaotic times, what holds true value is not money itself, but rather talent. These funds are entirely devoted to attracting exceptional talents. With the assistance of these heroes, our family's strength will undoubtedly surge. Such modest wealth will be swiftly replenished." Yuan Shu held a low opinion of the warriors Yuan Yao had recruited, disdainfully remarking, "What capabilities do those rustic fellows possess? Can they possibly compare to Generals Zhang Sun, Qinji, Liang Gang, or Lu Jiu? True talents emerge from illustrious families and have long since been gathered under my command. Yao, you need only cultivate good relations with these generals to earn their loyalty. When the time comes for us to conquer the world, we shall be invincible." Yuan Yao thought to himself that the formidable individuals he had gathered were far superior to the inept figures his father spoke of. Relying on Zhang Sun and Liang Gang would likely yield no better results than in the previous life. Father's words hold great wisdom. I shall obey. Yuan Yao had already discerned Yuan Shu's temperament. To deal with Yuan Shu, one must adopt a stance of humility and unwavering compliance. Regardless of what Yuan Shu said, he would acknowledge his faults and proceed with his plans. Sometimes, what his father desired was merely an attitude. He would not truly have the heart to punish him. Indeed, upon witnessing Yuan Yao's acknowledgement of his mistakes, Yuan Shu's face brightened with a smile. "Yao, I merely offered you a few words of advice. Recruiting these rustic fellows is acceptable, but consider it a pastime. Just do not let it hinder our serious matters." Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Yao replied, "Father, I happen to have an important matter I wish to discuss with you. Having acquired a fair amount of knowledge in both military strategy and literature, I aspire to learn the art of training troops. I earnestly request that you allow me to establish a new regiment to cultivate elite soldiers and generals, thereby alleviating your burdens." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shu was filled with immense joy. His son was truly a person of substance. This elation caused Yuan Shu to completely overlook Yuan Yao's extravagant expenditure of 30 million coins. As Yuan Shu's sole heir, he harbored no defenses against Yuan Yao. In matters of both military and politics, as long as Yuan Yao expressed interest, Yuan Shu was eager for him to take the reins. He aspired to cultivate his son, envisioning a future where the throne could be passed down to him. Indeed, at this moment, Yuan Shu had begun to contemplate the prospect of emperorship. With the crown destined for his son, Yuan Yao, training troops is splendid. At your age, my son, it is time to learn how to command a grand army. I have under my command the capable generals Chen Lan and Lei Bo, both of whom excel in both literature and martial prowess. I shall assign them to you to instruct you in military training, shall I? Yuan Yao thought to himself, if you assign these two incompetent fools to me, the troops will undoubtedly be rendered useless. He promptly declined, saying, "Father, simply grant me the organization of 1,000 troops and allow me to establish a new regiment. As for the leaders and soldiers, I shall recruit them myself." "Ah, my son, are you intending to recruit those clods selected from the martial arts tournament?" "Sigh, very well. Young people must endure hardships to grow. I shall grant you the organization of 1,000 men. Go ahead and manage it as you see fit. Before long, you will realize that those clods are of little use." Chapter 14. A wealth of talent, forming a new army. My son, I am grateful to you, father. Having received Yuan Shu's consent, Yuan Yao pressed further, "Father, I plan to construct the camp for these 1,000 troops myself. I also intend to purchase the equipment independently. Could you possibly extend your support to me with an additional 20 million coins?" Yuan Shu, feeling displeased, exclaimed, "You have just withdrawn 30 million coins from the treasury, and now you seek an additional 20 million? At this rate, the coffers of the Yuan family will be entirely depleted." "Father," Yuan Yao assured, "I promise this will be the last time. Investing 20 million coins to sustain 1,000 elite soldiers is truly worthwhile. Once I have established the new army, the expenses will diminish significantly, and my monthly expenditures will revert to their previous levels." Upon hearing Yuan Yao's declaration that this would indeed be the final appeal, Yuan Shu nodded in agreement. "Since you can provide such assurance, I shall assist you once more. Go to the treasury and withdraw 2 million coins. "Thank you, father. However, I must also consider the ongoing costs of maintaining the troops. Continuously asking for funds from you is not a sustainable solution. I intend to establish a trading guild, using the profits to support our soldiers. What do you think, father? Business is a humble endeavor, and Yuan Shu felt a twinge of resistance at the thought of his son pursuing such a venture. Yet, if he refused, what would prevent Yuan Yao from returning to request more funds? Reluctantly, he conceded, acknowledging that it was better to allow his son to pursue this path, lest he make further exorbitant demands that the treasury could not bear. With a sweeping gesture, Yuan Shu declared, "And whine on, the decisions are ours to make. Whatever you wish to undertake, my son, you have my unwavering support. Just communicate your desires to me." Yuan Yao, delighted to have his wishes fulfilled, flattered his father, "Father, your wisdom and prowess are unparalleled. No hero in the world can rival your magnificent spirit." Flattered by Yuan Yao's praise, Yuan Shu continued, "Today, I have supported you. In the future, should I require your assistance, will you not also lend your full support to me?" Upon hearing Yuan Shu's words, Yuan Yao immediately became vigilant. What could his father possibly need his support for? Was it not the aspiration to ascend as emperor? Such a reckless endeavor was one Yuan Yao could never endorse. However, as he currently required his father's assistance, he chose not to confront the matter directly. As long as his father refrained from mentioning the imperial ambition, he would feign ignorance. With a wry smile, Yuan Yao declared, "As long as it benefits the Yuan family, my son shall lend his support." Following their exchange, both Yuan Shu and Yuan Yao felt a sense of satisfaction. Yuan Shu believed his son had matured, ready to train troops to share in his burdens, which filled him with great pride. Yuan Yao, on the other hand, had secured 2,000 gold coins along with the authority to establish a new army and create a commercial association. These resources were akin to seeds, destined to grow into towering trees in due time. In truth, Yuan Yao had not exhausted the 30 million coins he had withdrawn. The first martial arts conference in Huainan incurred substantial expenses, particularly in promotion, costing 10 million. The construction of a grand platform and the rental of surrounding taverns amounted to 5 million. Additionally, 7 million was allocated for rewarding victorious martial artists. Yuan Yao still retained 8 million coins. Remarkably, the auction of premium seats for the martial arts gathering yielded 13 million. Thus, when all was calculated, Yuan Yao had effectively spent only 9 million to successfully host the event. He was left with 21 million coins. And with the additional 2,000 gold coins provided by Yuan Shu, his available funds swelled to an astonishing 41 million. With such a considerable sum, Yuan Yao was more than equipped to establish a commercial association or assemble a new army, both of which promised lucrative returns. With his business acumen, he could effortlessly produce something of quality to sell, overshadowing the merchants of this era. The following day, Yuan Yao summoned his trusted advisors, both civil and military, to his residence for a council. Among those who gathered in Yuan Yao's courtyard were Xiang, Bu Zhi, Chen Dao, Su Xing, Zhou Cong, Liao Hua, Pei Yuan Shao, and Ma Zhong. Although Xiang was a subordinate of Yuan Shao, he was still useful to Yuan Yao, and thus Yuan Yao's retinue could be considered quite talented. As the number of capable individuals under his command increased, it would be impractical to continually convene them at Yuan's residence. Yuan Shao harbored a disdain for the common folk and low-born individuals, prompting Yuan Yao to decide to acquire another estate to avoid causing his father any displeasure. The purpose of today's gathering was to address two primary matters. The first issue was the establishment of a new army. My father has granted me permission to form a new military force of approximately 1,000 men. I plan to purchase a villa on the outskirts of the city to train the troops. What thoughts do you all have regarding this training? Shouchun, Zhou Cong, and the other military leaders remained silent. While they were courageous, they lacked substantial military training expertise. Particularly, the three leaders of Wonia Mountain would only train soldiers to become mere bandit minions. Rising, Chen Dao clasped his fist and addressed Yuan Yao. Your Excellency, I have devoted myself to the study of military training since my youth. In my hometown, I successfully trained a militia to defend against bandit incursions. The warriors I have trained wear white bird feathers in their hair to distinguish friend from foe. On the battlefield, each one can stand against 10. If it pleases your Excellency, I shall spare no effort in training an elite force for you. Upon hearing Chen Dao's words, the assembled civil and military officials were enlightened. No wonder Chen Dao adorned his long hair with white feathers, for it was a symbol of unity with the warriors he trained. Excellent. Uncle Zhi truly deserves the title of a great general. Yuan Yao awaited Chen Dao's arrival and laughed heartily. Since Uncle Zhi has chosen white feathers as the emblem for his troops, let us uphold this tradition in our new recruits camp as well. I have also decided upon a name for our new army. Shall we call ourselves the White Feather Elite? White Feather Elite. Chen Dao repeated the name in his mind, finding it remarkably melodious, as if he were destined to command the White Feather Army. Your Excellency is indeed a person of great talent. I am in admiration. Your Excellency possesses remarkable talent. We are all in admiration. Yuan Yao continued. As for this White Feather Army, I shall appoint Uncle Zhi as the commander, with Wen Xiang and Yuan Fu, Zhou Cong, as his deputies. I have already gathered over 400 warriors, Uncle Zhi. Could you summon the valiant men from your homeland to reach a total of 1,000? Chen Dao clasped his fists and replied, Your Excellency's command shall be my duty. Yuan Yao then addressed Bu Zhi. Yishan, I entrust you with the acquisition of a villa and the procurement of military supplies. In addition to the villa, purchase a grand residence in Shouchun, where you all may reside once it is completed. Bu Zhi bowed in acknowledgement. Zhi will comply. Having arranged the formation of the White Feather Army, Yuan Yao continued. To nurture an army requires substantial funds, and to cultivate a force unparalleled in the world demands even greater wealth. I intend to establish a merchant guild to generate the necessary finances for our troops. The first step in this endeavor is to acquire certain enterprises to initiate our business. Mr. Zhou Yu, I ask for your assistance in this matter. Xiang addressed Yuan Yao, expressing his willingness to alleviate the young lord's burdens. With the distribution of tasks, Yuan Yao exhaled in relief, yet he simultaneously recognized the insufficiency of talent at his disposal. Although he possessed a number of warriors under his command, he lacked the literati capable of sharing his concerns. Xiang, despite his merits, was merely an advisor to Yuan Yao's father, not a subordinate to himself. The only true civil servant who regarded Yuan Yao as his master was Bu Zhi. Entrusting all matters to Bu Zhi was impractical, as he was already overwhelmed. Chapter 15. Yuan Yao as new residents. Once the civil and military officials had received their orders and departed, Yuan Yao retained Xiang, stating, Mr. Zhou Yu, your recommendation of Zishan has proven to be exceptional. Zishan has become my right-hand man, and I find myself unable to part from him. However, as I establish the Merchant Guild and the Baiyan Army, my responsibilities will undoubtedly increase. I kindly request that you recommend additional talented individuals to me. Xiang replied, Talents of humble origins are scarce. If you wish to attract more gifted individuals, you must seek among the scions of noble families and reclusive sages. Since you have bestowed upon me a command, I shall visit several eminent talents in hopes that they may serve you. Yuan Yao expressed his gratitude. You may speak candidly to them, informing them of my earnest desire for talent. Should they choose to join my ranks, I will provide them with residences, maidservants, and attendants, affording them the most generous treatment in Shouchun City. Yuan Yao understood that attracting truly scholarly individuals would prove far more challenging than enlisting warriors. Individuals like Zhou Tsang and Liao Hua, possessing mere physical strength, can become formidable warriors by following skilled mentors and acquiring their craft. However, the path of a scholar is markedly different. To pursue knowledge, one must first have access to books. In the late Han Dynasty, books were exceedingly precious commodities, and knowledge was predominantly monopolized by the aristocratic families. This monopoly is a principal reason for the enduring dominance of these noble houses. To govern a province effectively, one must employ the offspring of these elite families, as the common populace often lacks even the most basic literacy. By controlling knowledge, they also control positions of power. Coupled with their land acquisitions and population concealment, the influence of these aristocratic families is formidable indeed. Yuan Yao is acutely aware of these dynamics. For the Yuan clan of Runan stands as the most powerful lineage among the nobility, essentially at the helm of these families. As a beneficiary of the system, Yuan Yao enjoys the abundant resources of the Yuan family. However, should he ascend to a position of authority in the future, he must devise strategies to curtail and suppress these aristocratic families to secure his own reign. Bu Zhi demonstrated remarkable efficiency in his duties. Just a few days later, he successfully procured the residence Yuan Yao desired. This grand estate, located to the east of Shouchun City, spans a considerable area. Within its confines are over 10 individual courtyards, complete with rockeries, flowing streams, and pavilions, all exquisitely designed. Naturally, the price of this estate was substantial, totaling 9 million coins. Nevertheless, Yuan Yao deemed this expenditure worthwhile. With this residence secured, both his civil and military subordinates would have a place to reside, enabling them to convene with him at any moment to deliberate on significant matters. Beside Yuan Yao, Yuan Miao expressed her joy with exuberance, bouncing with excitement as she exclaimed, Elder brother, this estate is simply magnificent. Although it may not rival the grandeur and opulence of our Yuan residence, it excels in its tranquil elegance, which I truly adore. May I visit often in the future? Yuan Yao gently ruffled Yuan Miao's little head and replied, Of course, dear sister. I shall reserve a small courtyard for you in Wanwan. Whenever you find yourselves with leisure, you may come and stay for a day or two, provided mother consents. Haha. Bu Zhi walked ahead of Yuan Yao. Introducing to him, the owner of this estate was originally Wu Jing, a scion of the illustrious Wu clan of Wu County. Although the Wu family seldom resided in Shouchun after acquiring this estate, Wu Jing was reluctant to part with it. The corridors and pavilions within the estate were crafted at great expense by Wu Jing himself. Previously, someone offered 18 million coins in hopes of purchasing this estate. Yet Wu Jing did not relent. Fortuitously for you, esteemed sir, upon your expression of intent to acquire a residence, the Wu family promptly put this estate on the market at half that price, only 9 million coins. However, they stipulate a condition. They require gold instead of silver. Specifically 900 pieces of gold in cash. For those affluent families interested in this estate, gathering such a sum of gold proves to be quite the challenge. Thankfully, you graciously provided me with 2,000 gold pieces, enabling us to secure this estate with ease. Yuan Yao nodded. Fully aware of the Wu family's urgency to sell the estate, it was undoubtedly to raise funds in support of Sun Ce. If Sun Ce were to claim Jiangdong, selling a luxurious estate in Shouchun at half price would certainly be worth it. It seems Sun Ce is most eager to gather troops for his journey to Jiangdong. Before long, Xiang also arrived in the courtyard, accompanied by a young scholar dressed in dark brocade, whose demeanor exuded refinement and elegance. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Yao could not help but feel a surge of joy. The scholar's appearance and demeanor were in no way inferior to that of Bu Zhi, and he was undoubtedly a talent of equal stature. Xiang respectfully addressed Yuan Yao. Young master, I am fortunate not to have failed in my duty, and I have successfully recruited a remarkable talent for you. This gentleman's surname is Xiang, his given name is Gan, and his courtesy name is Zhi. He possesses profound knowledge and is unmatched in eloquence between the Yangtze and Huai rivers. Jiang Gan. Yuan Yao was quite familiar with this individual. In his previous life, he had served as an advisor to Cao Cao and had volunteered to persuade Zhou Yu to surrender, only to fall victim to Zhou Yu's schemes. However, given that Jiang Gan was a distinguished figure with exceptional rhetorical skills, he should indeed be a valuable asset. As for losing to Zhou Yu, it was hardly a source of shame for Jiang Gan. After all, even the great strategist Cao Cao had been outmaneuvered by Zhou Yu and Zhuge Liang. For the time being, Yuan Yao decided to assign Jiang Gan the management of the Merchant Association, handling various trivial matters, a role that was certainly beneath his capabilities. Grasping Jiang Gan's hand, Yuan Yao smiled and said, I have long heard of your esteemed name, Zhi. To meet you today is a great comfort to my life. Would you be willing to pledge your service to me and join me in our grand ambitions? Yuan Yao's sincerity and his respectful attitude towards talented individuals deeply moved Jiang Gan. He immediately bowed to Yuan Yao and declared, I am willing to serve you, my lord, and offer my utmost efforts. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Yuan Zhong, quickly prepare a banquet to welcome Zhi. Xiang then added to Yuan Yao, in addition to Zhi, I have also invited Lu Su from Dongqing, Linhuai. Zhi Jing is generous and magnanimous, and he is also a talent of our time. He has agreed to come to Shouchun to meet you. Whether he will assist you depends on the bond you share. Lu Su Zhi Jing. When Xiang mentioned this individual, Yuan Yao's heart surged with fervor. Lu Su, as one of the 4 great generals of Jiadong, was renowned for his literary and martial prowess. He stood as a paramount strategist, commander, and diplomat of Jiangdong. Should he manage to bring Lu Su under his banner, his strength would undoubtedly be significantly augmented. I have also heard of the esteemed title of Lu Zijing. Rest assured, Mr. Zhang Yu, when Lu Su arrives in Shouchun, I shall treat him with the utmost respect. At that moment, the steward Yuan Zhong entered from outside and reported to Yuan Yao, young master, Sun Ce has returned. Additionally, the Zhuge you mentioned has also been brought back by Sun Ce. Yuan Yao nodded. Sun Ce is quite swift. Very well, I shall meet with him again. With Sun Ce bringing back Zhuge, Yuan Yao saw no reason to impede his journey to Jiangdong. Moreover, there was no necessity to obstruct him. Without Zhuge, it was akin to severing Sun Ce's right arm. This time, Sun Ce's campaign against Jiangdong would serve as a precursor to the king's ambitions. Yuan Yao was resolute in his desire to claim Jiangdong. Chapter 16. Zhuge, from now on, you shall accompany my son Yuan Yao. Jianggan addressed Yuan Yao, my lord. The Zhuge you speak of, is it indeed Zhuge Kongming? Indeed, do you know him, Zhi? Jianggan smiled and replied, my lord, you may be unaware, but Zhuge is a dear friend of mine from our scholarly days, and we share a strong bond. Zhuge possesses remarkable talent, his literary and martial skills rival my own, making him a true asset. If my lord wishes to recruit him, I am more than willing to assist. Recruiting Zhuge? It may not be as simple as it seems. Yuan Yao shook his head with a smile. However, since Zhi is an acquaintance of Zhuge, let him take the lead in hosting him henceforth. The following day, the unfortunate Sun Ce arrived once again at Yuan Shu's residence. This time, he was not alone. He was accompanied by a young man adorned with a feather fan and a silk cap, whose noble demeanor and striking appearance captivated Yuan Yao, who sat beside Yuan Shu. In his heart, he mused, such a striking visage in a man. By mere looks, he could almost rival me. This individual must surely be the renowned gentleman from Jiangdong in my previous life. Yuan Shu occupied the central position, idly playing with the jade seal. His thoughts entirely consumed by it, scarcely raising his gaze to acknowledge Sun Ce. After the skillful repair by artisans, another shattered corner of the seal had been inlaid with gold. Upon closer inspection, the broken edges appeared quite symmetrical. What a remarkable feat of craftsmanship! Sun Ce bowed respectfully. Addressing Yuan Shu, "My lord, I have brought Guojun as per young master Yuan Yao's request. I implore you to lend me troops and horses so that I may lead an expedition to rescue my maternal uncle." Zhou Yu, courteous and refined, greeted both Yuan Shu and his son. Zhou Yu pays his respects to Lord Yuan and young master Yuan Yao. With Zhou Yu present, Yuan Shu found little reason to detain Sun Ce further. Had it not been for his son Yuan Yao's desire for Zhou Yu, Yuan Shu would have allowed Sun Ce to depart sooner. Now that his son's objective had been fulfilled, Yuan Shu waved his hand, saying, "I have long since promised you. Lending troops is no issue. I will provide you with 3,000 elite soldiers and 500 steeds. Take these warriors and confront the bandits. Upon your victorious return, hasten back to Shouchun." Throughout the exchange with Sun Ce, Yuan Shu's eyes remained fixated on the jade seal. The fact that Yuan Yao had dropped the seal without causing significant damage only fueled Yuan Shu's belief that he was destined for greatness. Sun Ce, witnessing Yuan Shu's infatuation with the jade seal, could not help but scoff inwardly. Clutching a mere stone, Yuan Shu dared to dream of imperial aspirations. Such a short-sighted individual, despite commanding 1,000,000 troops, was nothing more than a carcass in the grave. Although Yuan Yao was somewhat more astute than Yuan Shu, with his father overshadowing him, it was unlikely he would achieve much. Now that Sun Ce had departed from Shouchun, he felt as though a tiger had entered the forest, or a dragon had plunged into the sea. Once he had subdued Jiangdong, he would settle accounts with the Yuan family. Despite these thoughts, Sun Ce still addressed Yuan Shu with courtesy, saying, "I am deeply grateful for your generosity, my lord." Yuan Shu replied, "Well, if you have no further matters, you should depart at once." Grasping the jade seal and toying with it, Yuan Shu added, "As for Zhou Yu, you shall accompany my son Yuan Yao from now on." Zhou Yu bowed deeply and affirmed, "I shall obey your command." Sun Ce was elated to receive 3,000 elite soldiers, unaware that among them were already infiltrated 100 skilled warriors under Yuan Yao's command. Leading this 100 was Liao Hua alongside Ma Zhong. Yuan Yao selected them for their cleverness and adaptability, ensuring they would not be easily detected by Sun Ce. He instructed them, "You are to follow Sun Ce into battle and keep me informed of his movements at all times. I must know what Sun Ce does and where he marches. Beyond that, do not act recklessly." The two clasped their fists in respect, saying, "We shall faithfully adhere to your orders." As Sun Ce's army departed from Shouchun, Zhou Yu was escorted by Pei Yuanxiao to Yuan Yao's newly acquired residence. Upon arriving in Shouchun, Zhou Yu remained completely unfazed. Zhou Yu's uncle, Xiang, served as the governor of Danong and was a significant minister under Yuan Shu. Renowned for his talents, he was considered a distinguished figure in Huaiyang. In both sentiment and reason, Yuan Yao would treat him with respect and regard him as an esteemed guest. In truth, Zhou Yu harbored suspicions regarding Yuan Yao's explicit invitation for him to come to Shouchun. This scion of privilege sought to emulate a wise ruler by honoring the virtuous and winning the people's hearts, attempting to recruit Zhou Yu into his ranks. Such notions were nothing short of delusional. He shared a profound camaraderie with Bo Fu and intended to assist him in dominating the world. Not even if Yuan Yao were to present mountains of gold and the fairest maidens of Huainan before him would Zhou Yu be swayed. Wealth cannot corrupt, poverty cannot alter, and power cannot intimidate. This is the essence of Zhou Gongjin. Contemplating the lengths to which Yuan Yao might go to curry favor with him while remaining unmoved. A faint smile crept upon Zhou Yu's lips. Such a scene was indeed somewhat amusing. Upon entering Yuan Yao's residence, Pei Yuanxiao addressed Zhou Yu, saying, "Young Master Zhou, this is the dwelling of my lord." Zhou Yu surveyed his surroundings. The residence was tranquil and elegant, aligning perfectly with his character. Yuan Yao had indeed shown thoughtfulness in preparing such a haven for him. However, such minor gestures were insufficient to sway his loyalty. Zhou Yu had expected Yuan Yao to personally welcome him within the estate, yet he found no trace of him, prompting a frown. If Yuan Yao wished to honor the virtuous and recruit him, why was he absent? He inquired of Pei Yuanxiao, "Where is your lord?" Pei Yuanxiao smiled gently and addressed Zhou Yu, "My lord is currently preoccupied with state affairs and is likely not in the residence at this moment. However, there is no cause for concern. My master has already provided instructions regarding your accommodation. Someone will arrive shortly to ensure your needs are properly attended to." Zhou Yu nodded in understanding. realizing that Yuan Yao intended to play a game of feigned capture and release. By withholding his presence initially, he aimed to secretly prepare a banquet to welcome Zhou Yu and elicit a sense of gratitude. Such trivial stratagems had long been discerned by Zhou Yu, a man well-versed in the classics and knowledgeable of both ancient and contemporary affairs. Throughout history, accomplished sovereigns have sought to attract talented ministers through emotional appeal and material incentives. Yuan Yao's ability to execute this was commendable. As his brother Sun Ce had remarked, Yuan Yao surpassed his father, Yuan Shu, significantly in this regard. Yet, it was evident that Yuan Yao had underestimated the bond between Zhou Yu and his elder brother, Bu Fu. Their fraternal connection, as steadfast as metal, could not be swayed by mere self-interest. Zhou Yu mused internally, Yuan Yao, your treatment of me, Zhou Yu, is not without merit. You and your father are no match for Bu Fu. Once he unifies Jiangdong, a confrontation with you is inevitable. Should fate bring you into my grasp one day, I shall spare your life, thus repaying your hospitality towards me today. Publican, it's good to see you. A clear, resonant laughter interrupted Zhou Yu's thoughts. Following the sound, he beheld his old friend and classmate, Jiang Gan. Having forged a bond with Zhou Yu since their youth, they had not met for many years. Zhou Yu could not help but inquire, Ziyu, what brings you here? Chapter 17. The arrival of Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu in bewilderment. Jiang Gan smiled at Zhou Yu, saying, it is merely because our lord, Yuan Yao, is fervently seeking talent. He has dispatched Mr. Yin Xiang to visit me, hoping to persuade me to emerge from my seclusion. I was moved by my lord's sincerity, which compelled me to offer my assistance and align myself with him. Upon hearing Jiang Gan's words, Zhou Yu could not help but chuckle. While it was true that Jiang Gan was his fellow student and friend, there were distinctions among classmates. Jiang Gan possessed some talent and eloquence, excelling in administrative matters. However, when it came to strategy and military prowess, he paled in comparison to Zhou Yu. The fact that Yuan Yao sought even someone of Jiang Gan's caliber revealed his insatiable appetite for talent. Yuan Yao was indeed quite desperate. Zhou Yu was certain that Yuan Yao would extend an even greater courtesy to someone of his own stature. It appeared that Zi had become a retainer to the young Master Yuan. But where was Master Yuan at present? Do not be anxious, Gongjin. The Lord instructed me to speak with you first. Once we reach an agreement, he will naturally meet with you. What does Yuan Yao wish to discuss with me? Zhou Yu inquired. With a beaming smile, Jiang Gan replied, my lord has long heard of your remarkable talents, both in civil and military affairs, and wishes to summon you to his side. He has assured me that if you are willing to serve him, he will undoubtedly grant you significant responsibilities. In the future, when he wields power, he will even allow you to command an army. As for gold, silver, treasures, beautiful maidens, and splendid estates, all will be at your disposal. Whatever demands you may have, my lord will fulfill them. Zhou Yu displayed a knowing expression and smiled at Jiang Gan, saying, is Yuan Yao attempting to win me over with such superficial incentives? He must have misjudged my character. Tell him, I, Zhou Yu, am not a man to be swayed by personal gain. After Zhou Yu spoke, he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Gan. Based on his assessment, Jiang Gan would initially display panic, followed by earnest persuasion to enlist himself under Yuan Yao. If Jiang Gan's efforts proved ineffective, Yuan Yao would soon appear, treating Zhou Yu with due respect and courtesy. However, Jiang Gan's response took Zhou Yu completely by surprise. Unperturbed, Jiang Gan smiled and said, my lord has long been aware that Gongjin is indeed a true gentleman, unshaken by wealth and status. Since Gongjin is reluctant to serve my master has other means to accommodate him. Gongjin, please follow me. Jiang Gan led Zhou Yu forward, while Pei Yuan Shao and a few formidable warriors closely flanked Zhou Yu's side. Sensing an unsettling atmosphere, Zhou Yu began to feel that something was amiss. As Yuan Yao's emissary, Jiang Gan had only made a single attempt at persuasion before falling silent. What exactly did Yuan Yao intend for him? The residents, though elegant, began to veer off course as Jiang Gan led him further. Before long, they arrived at a dilapidated wooden shack. Jiang Gan stepped forward to open the door, and a musty odor wafted out. Inside the shack, timber was heaped high, leaving only a small area for a rickety wooden bed. Zhou Yu's countenance darkened immediately. Ziyu, what is the meaning of this? From today onward, this will be Gongjin's dwelling? Yuan Yao expects me to reside here? Is there an issue? I am a guest of Yuan Yao, who prides himself on his respectful treatment of the worthy. Is this truly his way of hosting? Jiang Gan maintained his composure, smiling as he spoke. I have already stated that should Gongjin wish to serve my lord, my master will undoubtedly provide him with the finest treatment. However, since Gongjin is unwilling to submit, my lord will not harbor idlers. Fine quarters are reserved for the vassals of my lord. Thus, Gongjin must endure a temporary stay in this humble abode. Zhou Yu replied in a deep voice, "My family has a residence in Shouchun. There is no need for me to remain here. Since Yuan Yao has treated me in this manner, I shall take my leave." With those words, Zhou Yu turned to depart. Yet, Pei Yuan Shao, accompanied by several warriors, positioned themselves before him. Jiang Gan, standing behind Zhou Yu, remarked, "Gong Jin, you ought to recognize your current standing and adjust your position accordingly. You are a hostage left in Shouchun by Sun Ce. How can you move about freely? Without my lord's consent, you shall go nowhere. Are you implying that I am under house arrest?" Gong Jin asked, interpreting it thus, and he was not entirely mistaken. "I wish to see Yuan Yao." Has Gong Jin changed his mind? Not at all. I merely wish to inquire of Yuan Yao. My uncle is the governor of Danyang and a high official of the Yuan clan. Why does he treat me this way? I am afraid that is not possible. My lord has decreed that only when Gong Jin changes his mind shall he be granted an audience. Take care of yourself, Gong Jin." As Jiang Gan spoke, he turned to Pei Yuan Shao, saying, "General Pei, ensure Gong Jin is well looked after. Do not let any mishaps occur." Pei Yuan Shao chuckled, replying, "Rest assured, Mr. Z, with me, old Pei, around, this fellow will not escape." "What do you mean by that?" Zhou Yu was utterly bewildered, observing Jiang Gan. It seems he is not merely under the soft confinement of Yuan Yao, but has directly become a prisoner in his own right. With Pei Yuan Shao and several warriors overseeing him, Zhou Yu finds himself with almost no opportunity for escape. Even if he were to miraculously flee Yuan Yao's residence, would he truly be able to evade the confines of Shouchun City? Jiang Gan, disregarding Zhou Yu, turned to leave. In that fleeting moment of departure, he felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. How delightful! Jiang Gan had always been overshadowed by Zhou Yu since their childhood. Even his pride and his eloquence seemed futile in Zhou Yu's presence, who maintained an air of effortless calmness when dealing with him. Today, for the first time, Jiang Gan witnessed a flicker of shock and confusion on Zhou Yu's face. If the Lord could even manage Zhou Gong Jin. Jiang Gan grew increasingly convinced that his master was an extraordinary young talent. By faithfully following his master, he was certain he would achieve great things, perhaps even rivaling Zhou Yu in the future. Pei Yuan Shao then addressed Zhou Yu, saying, "Mr. Gong Jin, the Lord has instructed us that as long as you refrain from reckless actions, we shall not resort to violence against you." "I understand," Zhou Yu replied, recognizing that with someone like Pei Yuan Shao, even the most elaborate of strategies would be rendered ineffective. With a sigh, he remarked, "General Pei, you need not worry. I shall not leave this humble abode to complicate matters for you." Zhou Yu did not believe Yuan Yao would keep him confined here indefinitely. However, for the time being, it seemed unlikely he could leave. Accepting his circumstances, Zhou Yu inquired of Pei Yuan Shao, "Yuan Yao has confined me here. Will he at least provide me with sustenance?" Pei Yuan Shao nodded and remarked, "My lord has long prepared for this. He would never let Mr. Gong Jin go hungry. Whenever Mr. Gong Jin desires a meal, it shall be plentiful." "I am famished. Please serve the dishes," came the reply. "Certainly." Shortly thereafter, a servant from the courtyard presented a meal to Zhou Yu. The offerings were entirely beyond Zhou Yu's expectations. The serving tray contained merely a bowl of thin porridge and 2 hard flatbreads, devoid of even a plate of pickled vegetables. Such a meager repast was inferior to what his own servants would eat. How could he possibly stomach it? Since arriving in Shouchun, Zhou Yu had endured a succession of adversities. Had he been an ordinary noble scion, he would have crumbled long ago. Fortunately, Zhou Yu possessed a resilient spirit. He steadied his chopsticks and inquired of Pei Yuan Shao, "Is this the meal that Yuan Yao has prepared for me? Will this be the standard henceforth?" Chapter 18. Yaoer, have you set your sights on a maiden? Indeed, the provisions for Mr. Gong Jin will adhere to this standard. The meal was not only devoid of richness, but also lacking even a single leaf of vegetable. Pei Yuan Shao felt a twinge of pity for Zhou Yu. He added, "If the fare is unpalatable, you may appeal to my lord. As long as you pledge your loyalty, exquisite delicacies will be yours to enjoy." Zhou Yu shook his head and began to eat the flatbread dipped in the porridge. The flatbread was exceedingly hard, making it difficult to swallow. In all his years, Zhou Yu had never encountered such unappetizing food. Yet, he bore the discomfort and forced the flatbread down. As he chewed, he thought to himself, "Brother Bofu, for the sake of your grand ambitions, I can endure this. I, Zhou Gongjin, have lived up to your expectations." Even Zhou Yu himself was unaware that he harbored a trace of resentment toward his dear brother Sun Ce. This was the first stratagem employed by Yuan Yao to deal with Zhou Yu. While wealth and splendor could not shake Zhou Yu's loyalty to Sun Ce, suffering could gradually erode his affections. The hardships endured by Zhou Yu ultimately stemmed from the very person he revered, Sun Ce. After ensuring Zhou Yu's comfort, Jiang Gan promptly reported back to Yuan Yao. He relayed Zhou Yu's demeanor to Yuan Yao and humbly inquired, "My lord, having placed Gong Jin in the woodshed, I fear he may harbor resentment." Since you wish to win him over, should we not pay him a visit? That will not be necessary. Yuan Yao replied with a wave and a smile. Zhou Yu is a young man of renown, priding himself on his cunning. My intention is to temper his arrogance. When he is able to engage with me in a tranquil manner, I shall meet him then. In the following days, Yuan Yao completely disregarded Zhou Yu, as he had numerous matters to attend to. Xiang and Zhang assisted Yuan Yao in acquiring various properties, laying the foundation for his commercial enterprise. The inns, textile shops, brothels, and grain stores that came into Yuan Yao's possession were not thriving businesses. If they were, the proprietors would not part with them. Nevertheless, Yuan Yao was unfazed. With his capabilities, a slight intervention would suffice to turn his ventures into lucrative enterprises. Chen Dao also lived up to Yuan Yao's expectations, gathering his old comrades from his hometown to Shouchun. These local valiant men numbered over 800 and had been trained by Chen Dao for many years. With the provision of superior equipment, they could easily be transformed into elite troops of white-clad soldiers. With 800 men, in addition to the warriors under Yuan Yao's command, it undoubtedly exceeds the 1,000-man quota allotted by Yuan Shu. Yet, Yuan Yao remains welcoming, joyfully accepting this band of local heroes. Such loyal and valiant soldiers are, of course, a boon in abundance. Now, with the numbers secured and fierce generals capable of training troops at hand, it is only a matter of acquiring territory for the elite soldiers to be officially established. Bu Zhi reported to Yuan Yao, my lord. I have surveyed several estates on the outskirts of the city that meet your criteria, though their asking prices are rather steep. The most affordable estate still requires 30 million coins. What are your thoughts, my lord? 30 million coins surpasses Yuan Yao's budget. However, the price is reasonable given the expansive land and numerous buildings within the estate. After purchasing luxurious residences and properties, Yuan Yao finds his remaining funds insufficient to acquire even a single estate. Even if he could afford it, he is reluctant to deplete such a considerable amount of liquid assets. Let us postpone the estate purchase for now. I have my own methods. First, ensure that Chen Dao and the local warriors are settled. Within 3 days, I shall resolve the estate issue. Your servant obeys. With insufficient funds at hand, Yuan Yao must seek assistance from those with wealth. In Shouchun City, the wealthiest individual is undoubtedly his father, Yuan Shu. Unfortunately, Yuan Yao has just pledged to his father that he would refrain from requesting large sums of money in the future. To backtrack so swiftly would not only compromise his dignity but also risk instigating his father's resentment. Apart from his father, the second wealthiest person is his mother. With her support, securing an estate should be a matter of mere jest. Madame Feng, the mother of Yuan Yao and the legitimate wife of Yuan Shu, wields considerable economic authority within the Yuan household. In the vicinity of Shouchun, she oversees no fewer than a dozen estates. It poses little challenge for Yuan Yao to acquire one for himself. On that very afternoon, he returned to the Yuan residence to visit his mother. Mother, your son has returned. Upon encountering Madame Feng, Yuan Yao approached her with a countenance full of joy. Madame Feng, in her 30s, remained graceful and dignified, possessing a beauty that could captivate nations. It is no wonder she once garnered fame in the capital and married his father, Yuan Shu. Upon seeing Yuan Yao, a genuine smile illuminated her face. As their sole offspring, Yuan Yao was the apple of their eyes, and indeed, Madame Feng's affection for him surpassed even that of Yuan Shu. My dear child, where have you been of late? I have not seen you for several days, she inquired. Hee, mother, I have grown up and must undertake significant endeavors to alleviate your and father's worries. Oh, pray tell, what great undertakings have you embarked upon? I recently hosted a martial arts tournament and gathered numerous formidable experts. I have organized these talents into a new army to assist father in expanding our territory. Upon hearing this, Madame Feng's expression shifted to one of concern. Yao, it is sufficient for generals to lead the army. You must not set foot on the battlefield. I harbor no other desires. The ambition for world dominance is of little importance. I only wish for your safety and well-being. Gazing into the sincere eyes of his mother, Yuan Yao felt deeply moved. It is the innate wish of every parent to see their children live in safety and health, free from perilous pursuits, and to enjoy a carefree existence. However, it seems that Mr. Yuan cannot fulfill Madame Feng's wishes. In the ruthless path of power struggles, stagnation equates to demise. Under a collapsed nest, how can one expect to find unbroken eggs? Since Yuan Shu has embarked on this perilous journey, Yuan Yao must accompany him down this treacherous road. Should Yuan Shu face defeat, the fate awaiting the Yuan family would be utter annihilation. As for the inept Yuan Shu, his prowess in warfare is lacking, and his governance of provinces is equally nonsensical. To revive the Yuan family's legacy, it ultimately falls upon Yuan Yao. However, such sentiments are certainly not to be disclosed to his mother. In the presence of Madame Feng, one must present only good news and speak only sweet words. This is the instinct of every grown child. Yuan Yao smiled at Madame Feng, saying, "Mother, your words are etched in my heart. I am merely gathering generals to train troops for battle. It is improbable that I shall personally take to the battlefield, so please do not worry. However, I have encountered some difficulties recently." Upon hearing of her son's troubles, Madame Feng became slightly anxious. She grasped Yuan Yao's arm and inquired, "Yao, share your troubles with your mother. I shall help you resolve them. If I cannot, your father is still here to assist. Have you set your sights on a maiden from a prominent family? I can send someone to propose on your behalf." Yuan Yao, both amused and exasperated, replied, "Mother, that is completely unrelated. It has nothing to do with young ladies. I simply wish to train a new army but lack the necessary grounds. I hope you can assist me." Chapter 19. With the might of the Yuan family, why should we seek alliances with other noble houses? My son wishes to train troops. Is it not sufficient to establish a camp outside the city? Surely, there is ample space. Mother, I aspire to cultivate an elite force that stands unrivaled across the world. Such a military force demands exceedingly stringent standards regarding provisions, treatment, equipment, and training. The son wishes to find a villa where the generals can train alongside their soldiers, sharing meals and accommodations to cultivate this new army. However, the estates near Shouchun are exorbitantly priced, and the son finds himself financially constrained. Upon hearing this, Madame Feng laughed and remarked, "My son is being indirect. It seems he wishes to request a villa from his mother. Such trivial matters, Yao should state plainly. The Yuan family possesses over 100 estates in Runan, with 17 located near Shouchun, primarily for the management of able-bodied farmers. Since Yao has a need, I shall grant you 2 estates on the outskirts of Shouchun, along with the able-bodied laborers residing there." Indeed, the generous mother did not hesitate to offer her estates, providing not just 1 but 2. Yuan Yao could not refrain from asking, "Mother, if you give me 2 estates, will father agree?" Madame Feng smiled and replied, "Such a minor matter is within my purview. When I see your father, I will discuss it with him. You need not worry about using the estates." In the late Han Dynasty, the aristocracy was accustomed to land consolidation and the concealment of population. As the foremost family, the Yuan clan's hidden population was particularly remarkable. Each estate typically housed 2,000 to 3,000 able-bodied individuals. With hundreds of estates, this amounts to 200,000 or 300,000 people. Consequently, the brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu could effortlessly muster an army of several 100,000, surpassing all other lords in the realm. The ease with which Yuan Yao received 2 estates and 4,000 to 5,000 able-bodied individuals filled him with joy, yet the strength of the aristocracy also astonished him. Apart from the Yuan clan, other noble families also conceal their populace and lands. They might not possess hundreds of estates, but surely they have a dozen or so? With a population not in the hundreds of thousands, hiding away a few tens of thousands is certainly feasible. If the powerful clans across various regions were to combine their strengths, what an immense force that would be. It is no wonder that in the past, the Wei and Jin dynasties were ultimately overshadowed by these aristocratic families. In the face of such a formidable behemoth, even a unified dynasty would struggle to withstand its might. Yuan Yao's ambition is to unify the realm, to achieve an unparalleled dominion and usher in an unprecedented era of prosperity. However, if he cannot reign in the ferocious beast that is the aristocracy, all his aspirations are mere fantasies. Even if he were to unify the world, it would simply be to adorn another's legacy. Yet, Yuan Yao regards the noble families with astonishment and vigilance, but not fear. As a sage endowed with insights far beyond his time, he possesses numerous strategies to counter the aristocracy. Yuan Yao muses to himself, "No matter, I shall take my time. I am neither of the Chao clan nor the Sima clan. As long as I am afforded an opportunity, the noble families cannot prevail against me." Just as Yuan Yao was preparing to bid farewell to his mother, he suddenly heard the voice of his sister, Yuan Miao, behind him. "Mother, someone is bullying me." Yuan Yao turned around to see his sister, puffed up with indignation. "Who dares to bully my sister? I shall deal with him. It is father." "Along with that Huang Yi," Yuan Miao replied, her voice tinged with grievance. "Today, father summoned me and, in front of Huang Yi, declared his intention to betroth his daughter to him." Lady Feng grasped Yuan Miao's hand and said, "When a man comes of age, he must marry. When a woman matures, she must wed. Your father seeks a suitable husband for you, and that is in your best interest. Huang Yi is a child whom my mother has met. He is both handsome and intelligent. From a familial perspective, the Huang family is indeed one of the most distinguished clans in Shouchun. My mother believes that Huang Yi is worthy of you." Upon hearing her words, Yuan Miao was nearly driven to madness. She clasped her small head and shook it in agony, exclaiming, "I won't marry. I refuse to marry, even if I remain unmarried for life. I will not become the wife of Huang Yi." Yuan Yao observed his mother and sister before shaking his head in silence. Although his mother was gentle and virtuous, possessing the grace of a refined lady, her judgment was undeniably poor. What was Huang Yi, after all? Merely a sycophant, a treacherous villain who brings calamity to the nation. Even little Yuan Yao could discern that he was not a good person. How could their mother and stepfather fail to see it? He had long promised his sister that he would never allow anyone to coerce her. Yuan Yao promptly reassured Yuan Yao, Miao, do not fret. I will take charge of this matter for you. I shall go find our father right now and have him annul this marriage proposal. Upon hearing Yuan Yao's declaration, Yuan Yao's eyes sparkled with delight. Brother, you are the best to me. But what if father disagrees? With your brother intervening, even if father is initially opposed, he will ultimately relent. Before Yuan Shu, Yuan Yao maintained his assertive demeanor. He said to Yuan Yao, here is the plan. You shall stay at my residence for a few days. The maidservants in your courtyard have already been arranged by Mr. Bu Zhi. Once I have settled matters with father and Huang Yi, you can return to the estate. Yes, I will follow your lead. With Yuan Yao as her support. Yuan Yao was as joyful as a little sparrow, bouncing out of the main hall. Madame Feng let out a soft sigh and said to Yuan Yao, my dear, do you not think that your actions may not be entirely appropriate? The Huang family is a prominent clan in Shouchun, and our Yuan family also requires the support of such noble lineages. Furthermore, Miao has indeed reached the age to marry. Yuan Yao chuckled, Mother, our Yuan family is the sovereign of Huainan, one of the most illustrious families in the realm. With our family's power, why should we seek to court the favor of other noble houses? If those aristocrats are obedient, that is well and good. If not, I have a myriad of ways to deal with them. Miao is my sister, and should she wish to marry, it must be to one whom she truly loves, rather than through a mere alliance. Having spoken, Yuan Yao took his leave of Madame Feng. After his departure, she fell into contemplation. Her precious son seemed to have transformed. He appeared more astute and resolute than before. Perhaps such a disposition was necessary for survival in these tumultuous times. Madame Feng murmured to herself, Yao heir, it seems you have grown. Whatever path you choose, your mother will support you. After parting from Madame Feng, Yuan Yao made his way directly to his father Yuan Shu's study. At that moment, Yuan Shu was seated within, fixated on the jade seal he held, almost entranced by it. Upon noticing Yuan Yao's presence, he looked up and smiled. Yao heir, you have come. Do you see how I hold this jade seal? Does it not exude the aura of an emperor? Yuan Yao thought to himself, his father clinging to a jade seal while harboring dreams of imperial aspirations. Seemingly oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead, he considered offering some words of caution to his father, yet upon reflection, he realized that incessantly dousing Yuan Shu with cold water would only serve to incite his ire. While it was unlikely to lead to expulsion as it had with Xiang, it could still adversely affect his subsequent plans. Yuan Yao smiled at his father, Yuan Shu, saying, Father, your noble demeanor is unparalleled. In this vast world, who can possibly compare to you? Yuan Shu laughed heartily at the praise, replying, Indeed, my son. Just yesterday, Huang Yi extolled my imperial bearing and urged me to ascend to the throne. There is also Yang Hong, who remarked on the decline of the Han dynasty, asserting that imperial vitality resides in Shouchun and encouraged me to claim the position of the 9-5. Yao, what do you think of my becoming emperor? With so many ministers advocating for my ascendance, there must be merit in their counsel. Yuan Yao recognized his father's eagerness regarding the imperial title, surprised by the urgency with which his father approached the matter. However, upon reflection, considering the original timeline, it was reasonable for his father to prepare for the imperial claim in the spring of the following year. Yuan Shu's aspiration to ascend was palpable. In this perilous pursuit of the throne, the influence of scoundrels like Huang Yi and Yang Hong could not be overlooked. Yuan Yao resolved to devise a strategy to mitigate the influence of the sycophants surrounding his father, thereby delaying this reckless ambition. He addressed Yuan Shu, saying, Father, the matter of claiming the throne is of utmost significance. We cannot hastily decide based solely on the words of a few ministers. We, as father and son, must deliberate carefully. The states and counties under the Yuan family's governance, the loyalty of the troops, and the sentiments of the populace, as well as the presence of any imperial edict or auspicious signs, should all be included in your considerations. If you desire to ascend to the 9-5, it must be approached with great caution and thorough planning, ensuring that no detail is overlooked. If Yuan Yao were to directly advise and openly oppose Yuan Shu's claim to the throne, it would likely provoke Yuan Shu's rebellious spirit. However, Yuan Yao now adopts Yuan Shu's perspective, assisting him in analyzing the pros and cons, which evidently makes it easier for his father to accept. Yuan Shu nodded and remarked, What you say is not without merit, my son. Our Yuan family is destined by heaven, and there is no need to rush at this moment. This world will eventually belong to us. He continued, by the way, Huang Yi is exceptionally talented, a rare young prodigy from Huainan, and has won my favor. I have decided to betroth our daughter Miao to him, with the wedding to take place next month. Please assist me in arranging her dowry. This is a significant matter for our Yuan family. Before Yuan Yao could bring up the subject of Yuan Miao, Yuan Shu mentioned it first. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Yao replied, Father, Miao has confided in me that she does not care for Huang Yi. Might we reconsider this marriage? Yuan Shu dismissed his son's suggestion without a moment's thought, asserting, marriage is a matter of parental decree and matchmakers' words. How can it be left to a mere girl to decide? Huang Yi is a rare talent. By marrying Miao to him, I intend to secure a loyal supporter for you. His family can also provide you with assistance. Yao, you must understand my father's sincere intentions. This matter need not be discussed further. Go and prepare Miao's dowry. Yuan Yao silently nodded in agreement, recognizing the cunning of his father, the Skeleton King. Just as he had begun to see some progress, his father was about to make a foolish decision, disregarding his counsel. If he were to treat a treacherous individual like Huang Yi as a trusted ally, it would indeed spell a bleak future. Yuan Shu had an abundance of daughters, yet his affection for them paled in comparison to the indulgence he bestowed upon Yuan Yao. In truth, even if Yuan Miao were to be wed to Huang Yi, it would scarcely affect Yuan Yao. However, as her elder brother, he could not bear to witness his sister marrying a man he deemed unworthy. Since Yuan Shu's reasoning was untenable, Yuan Yao resolved to seek alternative solutions. He bowed before Yuan Shu and declared, I shall make preparations at once, ensuring that Huang Yi will never forget this. Only then did Yuan Shu smile and respond, that as the spirit, Yao, the empire I have forged will eventually belong to you. You must foster close relations with the talented individuals under my command. Yuan Yao reassured his father, fear not. I shall make it a point to cultivate a good rapport with Huang Yi. Upon hearing Yuan Yao's reply, Yuan Shu felt a twinge of perplexity. His son had always shown great affection for his younger sisters, Yuan Wan and Yuan Miao. Shouldn't he have pleaded more ardently for Yuan Miao's cause? Especially since Yuan Shu was initially disinclined to agree? Why was he so compliant today? Unable to fathom this change, Yuan Shu could only conclude that his son had matured and become more sensible. In truth, Yuan Yao's thoughts were quite straightforward. If his father, Yuan Shu, was unable to reason with Huang Yi, then he would take it upon himself to address the matter. Yuan Yao had already devised a plan regarding Huang Yi. Once Huang Yi was rendered incapable of marrying and siring children, the prospect of his sister's marriage would naturally dissipate. Such a simple matter it was. Returning to his residence, Yuan Yao promptly summoned his trusted advisors, including Bu Zhi, Jiang Gan, Chen Dao, and Su Xiang. There was no need for concealment from these loyal subjects. Yuan Yao spoke plainly to them. There exists a treacherous scoundrel named Huang Yi in my father's court. This individual not only slandered my father but also seeks to marry my sister. I am bewildered by the enchantment Huang Yi has cast upon my father. He has now granted his consent. Moreover, he has even tasked me with arranging the marriage for Huang Yi. I am determined to put an end to this and require a compelling reason to convince my father. Over the next few days, I need you to closely monitor Huang Yi's every move, documenting his preferences and actions, and report back to me. Once the opportunity arises, I shall personally deal with him. The group bowed deeply to Yuan Yao, responding, we shall obey your command. With numerous warriors and trusted aides under his command, keeping an eye on Huang Yi would be a trivial task. The following day, Huang Yi's behaviors and inclinations were thoroughly compiled and presented to Yuan Yao. Holding the records of Huang Yi's activities, Yuan Yao scoffed. What a piece of work Huang Yi is, relying on his family's wealth, indulging in wine and debauchery at brothels. Such a character is unworthy to wed my sister. Jiang Gan remarked to Yuan Yao. Upon our return, Huang Yi was still lost in his hedonistic pursuits at the brothel. Very well, he has courted his own demise. I shall not be held accountable, Yuan Yao mused, recognizing Huang Yi's audacity. Even with my father consenting to the marriage, he dares to frequent brothels. No wonder he attempts to persuade my father to become emperor. He truly is adept at courting disaster. Z. Summon Su Sheng and Zhou to accompany me with a few skilled fighters to confront Huang Yi. Yes. Yuan Yao set out with several elite warriors to confront Huang Yi, while his sister, Xiao Yuan Miao, idled away her time in Yuan Yao's courtyard. In recent days, she has taken up residence at the Yuan residence, not returning home. It remains uncertain when her elder brother will assist her in resolving her matrimonial affairs. Yuan Miao, lost in her thoughts, murmured to herself within the confines of the estate, Huang Yi is truly repugnant. Aside from his sycophantic flattery towards my father, he possesses no other talents. His intentions are dubious, and his gaze towards me is utterly distasteful. My future husband must be a paragon of virtue and prowess. A gallant hero of remarkable stature. He must embody integrity, unlike the loathsome Huang Yi. Ideally, he would be As Yuan Yao envisioned the ideal qualities of her future spouse, her attention was suddenly drawn to a striking youth clad in white, seated before a wooden cottage. This young man, possessing an extraordinary countenance and an air of distinction, was unlike any she had encountered, save for her brother, Yuan Yao, with an expression of serene composure. He delicately savored a bowl of thin porridge. His visage precisely mirrored the image of her envisioned consort. Chapter 21. A quiet, handsome man hidden in my brother's residence. Who could he possibly be? It is astonishing that such a tranquil and handsome gentleman is concealed within my brother's estate. Captivated by Zhou Yu, Yuan Yao instinctively approached him. Zhou Yu, taken aback by the presence of a lady in Yuan Yao's residence, found himself locking eyes with the spirited Yuan Yao, who, surprisingly, felt a tinge of shyness. This is my brother Yuan Yao's residence. I am his sister, Yuan Yao. And you? Who might you be? What brings you to my brother's estate? Ah, so you are Yuan Yao's sister, Zhou Yu replied, placing his bowl down and courteously bowing to Yuan Yao. I am Zhou Yu, styled Gongjin, honored to make your acquaintance, Miss Yuan. In the presence of his elder brother's acquaintance, Zhou Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to introduce himself. Suddenly, Pei Yuan Shao, the one tasked with overseeing Zhou Yu, emerged from behind the dwelling, addressing Yuan Yao. Miss, this Zhou Yu is a hostage of my lord, and I, old Pei, have been entrusted with his custody. Yuan Yao recognized Pei Yuan Shao as one of her brother's loyal retainers, and, intrigued, inquired, a hostage? Is he someone imprisoned here by my brother? One might indeed perceive it that way, Pei Yuan Shao replied. But what transgression has he committed? Why must my brother confine him? In Yuan Yao's mind, prisoners typically bore fierce and menacing appearances. How could a man as handsome and refined as Zhou Yu possibly be deemed a villain? Pei Yuan Shao hesitated, unsure of how to elucidate the situation to Yuan Yao, but Zhou Yu interjected softly. Miss Yuan, the affairs of this world are seldom black and white. I am not a rogue. Rather, I have compelling reasons for my presence here. Your brother, Yuan Yao, is well aware of my character. Yet he too has his own justifications for my confinement. Zhou Yu's words left Yuan Yao bewildered. By his account, both he and her brother, Yuan Yao, were virtuous individuals. Yet, her brother felt compelled to keep him imprisoned. How could that be? Unable to grasp the rationale, she decided it was best not to dwell on matters beyond her understanding. After all, the affairs of men were not for a young woman to meddle in. Despite Zhou Yu's status as her brother's hostage, Yuan Yao found herself intrigued by him. Zhou Gongjin, is it? Do you subsist solely on this thin porridge and flatbread? Zhou Yu took a bite of the flatbread, finding it still rather unpalatable, and nodded. This is the treatment that young master Yuan Yao has afforded me. Alas, dear brother, how could you be so unkind? The fare for prisoners in confinement is hardly more appealing. Zhou Yu, do await, for I shall bring you some delectable treats. As Yuan Yao turned to return to her quarters, intending to instruct her maidservants to prepare some snacks and wine, she was halted by Pei Yuan Shao. Second miss, the Lord has decreed that young master Zhou must consume this. You are not permitted to provide him with any other sustenance. Oh, is it my brother's command? Then there is no choice in the matter. Yuan Yao shrugged her shoulders in resignation towards Zhou Yu. Though her curiosity about him was piqued, her loyalty lay firmly with her elder brother. In Yuan Yao's heart, her brother Yuan Yao held her dearest. His decisions undoubtedly bore significant intent. Even if she could not assist him, she would not cause him trouble nor impede his grand designs. Zhou Yu remained composed, showing no disappointment at the absence of delicacies, continuing instead to sip his thin porridge and nibble on the flatbread. His demeanor while consuming the gruel was remarkably graceful, akin to savoring fine wine. Only Zhou Yu himself understood how difficult it was to swallow the porridge and flatbread provided by Yuan Yao. In recent days, he had gained a profound insight into the sufferings of the laboring class. The thin porridge and flatbread represented Yuan Yao's punishment for him. Yet they were the everyday fare for the common people. Many among them longed for such simple sustenance, only to find themselves ultimately succumbing to hunger and freezing, left to perish in the wilderness. Zhou Yu's attire and demeanor unmistakably revealed his noble lineage, a scion of an affluent family. He managed to consume thin porridge with such serene indifference, which only intensified Yuan Yao's intrigue. She inquired of him, young Master Zhou, if you were to sit here daily consuming porridge, it must be rather dull. Is there any way in which I might assist you? Upon encountering the charming and enchanting Yuan Yao, Zhou Yu felt an undeniable attraction. Perhaps even he was unaware of his inherent weakness for whimsical and spirited women. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yu spoke. If it pleases you, dear lady, might you fetch me a zither? You play the zither? She inquired. Only a modicum. I play it for solace during moments of tedium, he replied. Yuan Yao was pleasantly surprised to discover that this handsome gentleman possessed artistic talents. She turned to Pei Yuan Shao and asked, General Pei, may I present him with a zither? Pei Yuan Shao responded earnestly. The Lord has only prohibited him from receiving extra food. There are no other restrictions. You are free to proceed, Miss Yuan. Very well, she affirmed, turning to Zhou Yu. Wait here. I shall procure a zither for you. However, should your playing fail to delight my ears, I shall reclaim it. With that, Yuan Yao pivoted and departed. Zhou Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Yuan Yao's sister is indeed an intriguing young lady. Unbeknownst to Yuan Yao, his sister Yuan Yao was making the acquaintance of Zhou Yu. He was currently en route to a brothel, intent on dealing with the ne'er-do-well Huang Yi. The Huanxiang Pavilion, situated at the heart of the bustling commercial street in Shouchun, stood as one of the largest brothels in the city. At this moment, Huang Yi was reveling in the company of a few sycophantic friends in a private room on the third floor, exuding an air of triumph. Upon learning of Huang Yi's impending engagement to Yuan Shu, his companions eagerly toasted him, hoping to curry favor and secure his patronage. Huang Yi, in turn, welcomed their advances with open arms, draining his cup with abandon. A scion of a noble family, with a sycophantic smile, remarked, "It is often said that a son-in-law is akin to a half-son. With brother Huang now being the son-in-law of Lord Yuan, he can be considered as Lord Yuan's half-son. Henceforth, in Shouchun, it shall be brother Huang who calls the shots." Huang Yi's face flushed with pride, exuding an air of arrogance. He raised his cup and declared, "What is Shouchun? Given the esteem in which my father-in-law holds me, the entirety of Huainan will bend to my will. When the time comes, should any of you require assistance, merely give a shout. Then we shall certainly rely on brother Huang," came the chorus. "Come, let us raise a toast to brother Huang." The gathering was filled with clinking cups and joviality. Two alluring courtesans, akin to enchanting foxes, flanked Huang Yi, who embraced them on either side. They held their cups and, in a teasing tone, asked Huang Yi, "Young Master Huang, now that you are Lord Yuan's son-in-law, will you still come to seek our company?" "Indeed," another chimed in. "With a lady at home, young Master Huang should forget about us." Huang Yi leered and replied, "Whoever I may forget, I shall never forget you enchanting beauties. Without you, who would accompany me in revelry? Should I rely on that tigress Yuan Yao?" The courtesan giggled. "So, young Master Huang, do you favor us? Or do you prefer your wife?" Without hesitation, Huang Yi responded, "Of course, I favor you. Yuan Yao lacks charm. I have no interest in her. She is merely a tool for my convenience. Were she not Lord Yuan's daughter, she would not even be worthy of entering the Huang household. Once I marry her, I shall also welcome you into my residence. She will be left to guard an empty chamber, while we revel in delight next door." Laughter echoed through the air as they dispersed. Chapter 22. Removing the root of the weeds, the spring breeze revives them. At the height of merriment, Huang Yi produced the 5-stone powder he always carried, distributing it among the guests. This concoction, composed of cinnabar, realgar, azure stone, pityriasis, and white alum, must be consumed with hot wine, known as taking the powder. Once ingested, it induces a state of euphoric distraction, leaving one flushed with warmth. To unleash its potency, one must engage in physical activity, referred to as exercising the powder. This practice emerged in the late Han Dynasty, though it was not widely adopted. By the Wei and Jin eras, however, a fervent culture of drinking and consuming the powder had taken root. After Huang Yi ingested the 5-stone powder, he felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, plunging him into a realm of hallucination. The other companions in the private room, mirroring Huang Yi's state, began to engage in vigorous movement to activate the effects of the powder. At that moment, Yuan Yao ascended the stairs, his brow furrowing at the sounds emanating from the private chamber. Xiang turned to Yuan Yao and inquired, "My lord, Huang Yi is inside. What shall we do?" Yuan Yao replied coldly, "Burst in and drag Huang Yi out." "Yes," Xiang responded, delivering a kick that shattered the door with a resounding crash. "Who are you? Are you blind, daring to kick down our door? Do you know who I am?" The door lay in ruins, and the private room erupted into screams and curses. Several men, including Huang Yi, were bare-chested. Yuan Yao showed no mercy, commanding, "Pull them all out." A few courtesans, wrapped in their garments, huddled in a corner, shivering in fear. Huang Yi and his group of ruffians were all dragged into the hall by Yuan Yao. Particularly, Huang Yi was unceremoniously yanked by his hair and thrust before Yuan Yao, presenting a sight of utter despair. It is human nature to revel in spectacle, and soon the plight of Huang Yi and his companions captured the attention of the guests above. Is that not the eldest son of the Huang family, Huang Yi? How did he end up in such a dire state? He must have crossed paths with someone he ought not to have angered. I have heard that Huang Yi is to become the son-in-law of the Yuan family. In Huainan, who would dare to slight him? You must be quite uninformed. Do you not see that individual? That is Yuan Yao, the sole heir of Lord Yuan. Even if Huang Yi were to marry into the Yuan family, could he truly contend with Yuan Yao? Young Master Yuan Yao. I have heard of him. Not long ago, he hosted the first martial arts tournament in Huainan. Indeed. That is correct. Did you notice those warriors? They are the finest from the tournament and have now pledged their allegiance to young Master Yuan. For Huang Yi to provoke young Master Yuan, he truly courts his own demise. Upon learning that Huang Yi was to wed Yuan Yao, many signs of noble families felt a mix of envy and disdain. Now that Huang Yi is being dealt with by Yuan Yao, it is highly likely that this marriage will come to naught, evoking a peculiar sense of schadenfreude among the onlookers. Alas, at this moment, Huang Yi remained in a state of exhilaration induced by Wushi, flailing his arms and incoherently uttering sounds of confusion. Yuan Yao turned to Zhou and said, Yuan Fu, help them regain their senses. Very well. Zhou swiftly led several martial artists to fetch buckets of cold water, which he unceremoniously doused over Huang Yi and his companions. The sudden shock of the cold water roused Huang Yi and his rowdy friends from their stupor. Yuan Yao seized Huang Yi by the hair, addressing him sharply. Huang Yi, do you still recognize this young master? Yuan, young master Yuan. Upon realizing it was Yuan Yao before him, Huang Yi was immediately overcome with terror. How could he have been caught by Yuan Yao while merely celebrating with his unruly companions? Listen well, Huang Yi, my father has consented to betroth my sister to you. Yet, look at yourself. What is it you are doing? With your actions, do you truly believe yourself worthy of marrying my sister? Young Master Yuan, please, allow me to explain. Huang Yi, in a panic, realized that failing to win Yuan Yao's hand would spell the end of his promising future. In his mind, Yuan Shu had always disregarded his daughters, and Yuan Yao's mild disposition had led him to act without restraint. Never did he expect Yuan Yao to suddenly exude such an overwhelming presence. You need not explain. I shall only trust what my eyes have witnessed. Your betrothal to my younger sister is an honor bestowed upon you, yet you have chosen to engage in such despicable deeds. Do you have any sense of honor towards the Yuan family? Your actions are nothing short of an affront to our name. Yuan Yao had intended to find a justification to dispose of the treacherous Huang Yi, and now he found himself with no need to search for one. Huang Yi had sealed his own fate. He had no one to blame but himself. The very thought that he had insulted the Yuan family sent shivers down Huang Yi's spine. Yuan Shu was notoriously arrogant and domineering, a man who aspired to seize the throne. In Huainan, those who dare to insult the Yuan family face but one fate, death. Currently, Huang Yi is not pondering the possibility of marrying Yuan Yao, but rather how to preserve his own life. He boasts to Yuan Yao repeatedly, exclaiming, Young Master Yuan, I acknowledge my error. I did not intend to offend the Yuan family. I am unworthy to wed your esteemed daughter, unworthy to marry your sister. Let this marriage be dismissed. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Lord to apologize, and I shall extend my apologies to Miss Yuan Yao. Having spoken thus, a softer character might have let him off the hook. However, Yuan Yao is not inclined to grant Huang Yi such leniency. As the saying goes, one must eradicate the roots along with the weeds. A spring breeze may cause them to sprout anew. While small figures may fail to achieve great deeds, they certainly can bring about their own ruin. Consider the Battle of Guandu. Yuan Shao, having offended Zhou Yu, resolved to execute him. Had Zhou Yu not defected to Chao, the outcome of Guandu would have remained uncertain. Yuan Yao, having now thoroughly alienated Huang Yi, cannot afford to repeat Yuan Shao's grave mistake. Yuan Yao disregards Huang Yi further and turns instead to his companions, inquiring, What has Huang Yi said or done during your gathering today? Were there any remarks detrimental to the Yuan family? Did he commit any vile acts? Speak candidly. Should you dare to lie, I shall sever your heads from your bodies. Huang Yi's companion Huang Yi held Lady Yuan Miao in utter contempt, regarding her merely as a pawn. He asserted that she was of no consequence beneath his notice. Furthermore, Huang Yi proclaimed his intention to have her share her marital bed with courtesans from the pleasure houses. He also disparaged young Master Yuan Yao, deeming him intellectually deficient, and expressed his intent to usurp his authority once he had seized power. Huang Yi has also been seizing fertile land and bullying innocent men and women. There have been numerous commoners killed and women seized. Many women were tortured to death by Huang Yi, and the people had nowhere to turn for help. Chapter 23. My father's words are most astute, and I shall certainly heed them in the future. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yao felt a surge of indignation. He was aware that the words of Huang Yi's cronies were a mixture of truth and falsehood. However, Huang Yi's disdain for the Yuan family, his desire to use Yuan Yao as a bargaining chip to seize power, and his treacherous schemes were undoubtedly true. Moreover, Huang Yi's heinous crimes were so numerous that even executing him 100 times would not suffice. Such a menace was detrimental to the Yuan family and served no purpose. Yuan Yao said to Huang Yi in a deep voice, Huang Yi, based on your actions, It would not be an overstatement if I were to execute you on the spot. Considering that you are a subject of my father, I will spare your life for now. Betrayed by his cronies, Huang Yi was drenched in cold sweat, initially believing himself to be on the verge of imminent doom. He was overjoyed to hear Yuan Yao say that he would spare him. He immediately exclaimed, "Thank you, young Master Yuan. Thank you for not killing me. I will certainly serve you like a beast of burden, assisting Duke Yuan in achieving hegemony, to repay your great kindness." "Assist my father? That won't be necessary." Yuan Yao shook his head with an air of indifference and said, "Zhou Yu, break Huang Yi's limbs. I want him to spend his life confined to his bed. Should he ever rise again, I will hold you accountable." "He, my lord, rest assured," Zhou Yu replied with a wicked grin as he approached Huang Yi. "When I, old Zhou, strike, I do so with precision." Zhou Yu seized Huang Yi's knee and squeezed with tremendous force, instantly reducing the kneecap to a pulp. A piercing scream escaped Huang Yi's lips, echoing his excruciating agony. Zhou Yu was merciless, shattering all of Huang Yi's limbs. From that moment on, Huang Yi would become a cripple, irreparably damaged. Even the renowned physician Hua Tua would shake his head in despair at such a fate. Yuan Yao was thoroughly satisfied with Huang Yi's demise. Henceforth, this scoundrel would no longer conspire with Yang Hong to commit acts that jeopardized the state and its people. Meanwhile, Huang Yi's dubious companions and patrons of the brothels were drenched in cold sweat. Was this truly the esteemed young Master Yuan Yao? His methods were exceedingly ruthless. Yuan Yao had utterly incapacitated Huang Yi, a fate far more tormenting than mere death. He turned to Huang Yi's companions and declared, "You shall accompany me, and have your servants inform your families. By noon tomorrow, each household must present 1,000 gold pieces at my residence to secure your release. Failure to do so will result in a fate akin to Huang Yi's." Upon hearing Yuan Yao's stringent demands, Huang Yi's companions instinctively let out a sigh of relief. Birds of a feather flocked together. They were all scions of noble families, having mingled with Huang Yi for their shared lineage. To extract 1,000 pieces of gold may cause anguish to their family, yet it ensures the preservation of their lives, sparing them from a fate as tragic as that of Huang Yi. Xiang and Zhou Yu, accompanied by a number of warriors, escorted these debauched young masters away. From this day forth, the tale of young Master Yuan's disgrace of Huang Yi in the pleasure quarters became a topic of lively discussion among the common folk. While Yuan Yao relished this turn of events, his father, Yuan Shu, was consumed by fury upon learning of it. This ungrateful wretch! This ungrateful wretch! Yuan Shu fumed, shattering a porcelain vase on the table in his rage. "I instructed him to prepare a dowry for Miao Heir, and this is how he chooses to fulfill my wishes? Yuan Yao, bring this scoundrel back to me, at once." Half an hour later, Yuan Yao entered Yuan Shu's study and bowed, saying, "Son pays his respects to father." Yuan Shu, with a dark expression, demanded, "Now, tell me what good deeds you have accomplished today." Yuan Yao smiled and replied, "In comparison to your contributions to the people of Huainan, father, my good deeds seem trivial. Perhaps I should refrain from speaking further." "Scoundrel!" Yuan Shu banged his fist on the table. "Do you presume I am praising you? Huang Yi and Yang Hong are my trusted aides. The very backbone I have bequeathed to you. By dismissing Huang Yi, have you not severed one of my arms?" Yuan Yao thought to himself that he was aware his father was not extolling him, just as he had refrained from praising Yuan Shu. It was clear that his father's poor judgment in employing the duplicitous Huang Yi was indeed questionable. Yet Yuan Yao knew he could not confront his father directly at this moment. Calmly, he produced a bamboo scroll and presented it to Yuan Shu, saying, "Father, this document outlines the various transgressions of Huang Yi, which I have just compiled for your review. Such a pernicious scoundrel, a veritable scourge upon the nation, merits nothing less than public execution. That I have spared his life is solely out of deference to our paternal bond." Yuan Shu unfurled the bamboo scroll and perused its contents. It enumerated a litany of transgressions committed by Huang Yi: embezzlement, preying upon the innocent, and a callous disregard for human life. Yet, such transgressions were hardly unique in Yuan Shu's eyes. How many among the esteemed families of the realm truly adhered to the letter of the law? Still, with Yuan Yao laying bare Huang Yi's misdeeds, Yuan Shu found himself unable to mount a defense. He had intended to deliver a stern rebuke to Yuan Yao, but now felt as if he were striking a blow against cotton, with no purchase to be found. In the end, he could only lament, "Huang Yi is a subject under my authority. Even if he is guilty, it is I who should apprehend and judge him. What are we to make of you rendering him crippled in such a public spectacle? Let this not occur again. Should there be a next time, I shall assuredly inflict severe punishment upon you." Yuan Yao received the reprimand with humility, replying with a deferential smile, "My father's words are most wise. I shall endeavor to heed them in the future." "HM? What did you say?" I said, in the future, I shall most certainly act in accordance with my father's wishes. Yuan Shu, now appeased, waved his hand dismissively. Very well, be gone. Refrain from causing your father so much trouble. Observe Sun Ce, who, though only slightly older than you, has already led troops into Jiangdong to rescue his mother. If only you possessed his capabilities, I would gladly entrust the Yuan family's legacy to you. Yuan Yao responded with a smile. Am I not currently engaged in military training? Rest assured, father, I shall surpass Sun Ce in time. Having bid farewell to Yuan Shu, the matter of Huang Yi was concluded. The Huang family conveyed the crippled Huang Yi back to their residence, their resentment towards Yuan Yao, who had so ruthlessly maimed him, unspoken. By the following day, the affluent families under Yuan Yao's control dutifully delivered the ransom. Yuan Yao had captured 5 individuals and received a total of 5,000 gold coins, which significantly bolstered his liquid assets. It was astonishing how swiftly wealth could be amassed by targeting the aristocracy. In that moment, Yuan Yao even felt an overwhelming urge to thoroughly seize the fortunes of all noble families. Yet, he was acutely aware that such reckless ambition would spell doom. If he dared to act, he would not need to wait for Yuan Shu to ascend to the throne. His family would face annihilation long before that. The only reason these 5 families complied was that Yuan Yao had seized upon their vulnerabilities, forcing them to acquiesce. With money in hand, everything became manageable. Yuan Yao purchased several buildings in the commercial district and established a trading association. This association was named Yuan Chamber of Commerce, like a river of wealth. The Yuan Chamber aimed to gather all financial resources for Yuan Yao's utilization. Yuan Yao's mind brimmed with innovative ideas for generating revenue, beginning with the simplest of enterprises. The chamber acquired several taverns, and the first offering he introduced was stir-fried dishes. The cuisine of the late Han dynasty primarily consisted of steaming and roasting, which was rather monotonous. Once the exquisite stir-fried dishes were unveiled, the taverns under the Yuan Chamber would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with patrons, raking in substantial profits. Yuan Yao then contemplated producing fine wines and refining exquisite salts. This would further enhance the tavern's success, ensuring a continuous influx of wealth. Chapter 24. Yuan Tavern. The fine wine Yuan Yao envisioned was a distilled spirit that was unprecedented in this era. Distilled spirits are crafted from grains, fruits, and dairy, processed through distillation and fermentation. The method of brewing wine described here is something that Yuan Yao, a fervent novel enthusiast in his previous life, is well acquainted with. As for the production of fine salt, it is even more straightforward. One merely needs to crush the existing coarse salt, dissolve it, and filter out the impurities. The resulting crystallized salt is then transformed into the edible fine salt. These techniques, although simple, transcend the understanding of the common folk in this era. Treasures such as distilled liquor and fine salt can only be truly profitable when unveiled by Yuan Yao. Should an ordinary citizen attempt to create such marvels, they would not only fail to reap any financial rewards, but might also risk their very lives. At the moment these commodities enter the market, the avaricious aristocracy would swiftly identify their source. If the holder is a person of no influence or power, they would promptly seize these lucrative treasures, causing the original possessor to vanish without a trace. However, Yuan Yao harbored no such fears. He immediately instructed Bu Zhi, Jianggan, and others to gather craftsmen and establish workshops within his 2 estates to mass-produce exquisite wines, fine salt, and even furniture such as chairs, which had not existed in the Han era. With the inauguration of the Yuan Chamber of Commerce, Yuan Yao began to see a substantial return on his investments. Concurrently, the White Cloak elite troops, in whom Yuan Yao placed great hopes, were officially formed. This army is commanded by Chen Dao, with Xiang and Zhou Yu as vice-commanders. The remaining 9 warriors, who ranked among the top 12 in the martial arts tournament, serve as officers. This is an absolutely loyal and direct force dedicated to Yuan Yao. In addition to over 800 local heroes and more than 400 martial artists, Yuan Yao selected over 1,000 individuals from a pool of 4,000 to 5,000 able-bodied young men, thereby augmenting this force to 3,000. His father, Yuan Shu, had only allocated a 1,000-man quota and provided 1,000 sets of armor and weaponry. That is of no consequence. Yuan Yao's Chamber of Commerce has already commenced operations, and in the future, the profits will continue to accumulate. With these funds, sustaining 3,000 elite soldiers will be more than sufficient. The military salaries, provisions, accommodations, armor, and weaponry for these warriors are all provided by Yuan Yao according to the highest standards. Yuan Yao is unafraid to spend. He has but one expectation of this army. When faced with an enemy, they must dare to fight, and when they engage, they must prevail. In the bustling commercial street of Shouchun City, a young scholar clad in a green brocade robe, with a square face, leisurely strolled along the thoroughfare, occasionally glancing around. Behind him, his attendant inquired, "Young master, back in the day, when Yuan Shu sought to appoint you as the East City Chancellor, you declined the offer. What has piqued your interest in Yuan Shu's son, Yuan Yao?" This young scholar, Lu Su, had come to Shouchun at the invitation of Xiang to meet Yuan Yao. With a smile directed at his attendant, Lu Su responded, "Yuan Shu possesses no governance capabilities, and his military forces are disorganized, rendering him incapable of achieving great deeds. Should I align myself with Yuan Shu, I would only invite misfortune upon myself. However, Yuan Yao is different, Mr. Xiang is a discerning individual who praises Yuan Yao as a rare youthful sovereign in this world, which warrants my visit. To speak of recent events, Yuan Yao's organization of the first martial arts conference in Huainan to attract its formidable warriors already surpasses the typical second-generation heirs." The attendant, still perplexed, remarked, "But Yuan Yao is, after all, the son of Yuan Shu. Supporting Yuan Yao equates to supporting Yuan Shu. If Yuan Shu were to be overthrown in the future, Yuan Yao would hardly be able to safeguard himself." Lu Su chuckled, "Haha, the distinction between supporting Yuan Shu and Yuan Yao is vast indeed. If Yuan Yao truly possessed the qualities of a wise ruler, he would never be overshadowed by the inept Yuan Shu. Instead, he would harness Yuan Shu's resources for his own benefit, evolving into a formidable power in his own right. Should Yuan Yao lack such capabilities, it would simply indicate that he is not a true sovereign. And since he is not a true sovereign, I shall not lend him my support. My purpose in coming to Shouchun was merely to meet Yuan Yao. I am not obligated to pledge my allegiance to him." The young scribe nodded in agreement, saying, "You are indeed astute, my lord. With your intellect, you shall undoubtedly find a worthy ruler and accomplish great deeds. My lord, after traveling for so long, I am quite famished. Might we pause to dine before continuing our exploration?" Lu Su chuckled, chiding, "Every time we venture out, you are the first to complain of hunger. Who is the master here, after all? Very well, let us find a nearby tavern and enjoy a meal first." "Thank you, young master." The scribe rejoiced, knowing his master's generous nature. Accompanying his master on outings always ensured a delightful feast. He pointed ahead and remarked, "My lord, that tavern appears quite splendid, frequented by many patrons. Let us dine there." Lu Su glanced up and beheld a 3-story establishment. Its sign boldly proclaiming Jiyuan Tavern. The tavern's decor resonated well with Lu Su's aesthetic sensibilities, and the calligraphy on the sign was commendable. "Excellent. We shall proceed to Jiyuan Tavern." As the master and servant approached the tavern entrance, a young attendant promptly greeted them. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Are you here to dine? Our newly launched stir-fried dishes are truly exceptional, guaranteed to please your palate." "Stir-fried dishes? What types of cuisine do they entail?" Upon entering, one could easily discern the culinary delights. The young attendant, beaming with joy, greeted, "Esteemed guests, please follow me to the private room upstairs." Lu Su followed the attendant up, navigating through a bustling throng of patrons at the entrance. Those descending from the upper floor extolled the restaurant's dishes with fervor. "The stir-fry is simply exquisite. A day without it leaves me quite discontented. Young Master Yuan Yao is truly a remarkable talent, having conceived such delectable cuisine. Indeed, we are fortunate. Apart from our own Jiyuan restaurant in Shouchun, where else could one relish such stir-fry?" Hearing these patrons incessantly rave about stir-fry and frequently mention Yuan Yao, Lu Su's curiosity was piqued. He inquired of the attendant, "Is it true that the stir-fry here was invented by young Master Yuan Yao?" "Ah, esteemed guest, you have asked the right person." The attendant replied proudly, "Our Jiyuan restaurant is affiliated with the Jiyuan Chamber of Commerce, which is the very enterprise of young Master Yuan Yao. Before the restaurant opened, he personally taught our chefs the art of stir-frying. Now, stir-fry has become our signature dish. Once introduced, it captivated the entire city of Shouchun. After tasting it, there was no one who did not adore it." Shouchun boasts 4 Jiyuan restaurants, each one perpetually brimming with customers. Lu Su's attendant, peering curiously, asked, "Is it truly so miraculous?" "Indeed. You shall know upon tasting it, esteemed guests. Here we are. The private room awaits." Lu Su gazed at the round table and chairs before him, astonished. "This is meant for sitting?" The young servant chuckled and remarked, "Esteemed guest, is this your first visit to Shouchun? It is entirely understandable that you are unfamiliar with this chair. This exquisite piece was indeed conceived by Master Yuan Yao, and it is available for purchase at the Jiyuan Chamber of Commerce. Should you find yourself comfortable seated here, you may consider acquiring a few chairs to take home. In the Han Dynasty, dining was traditionally conducted while kneeling, and this chair was a novel experience for Lu Su. Though he had yet to meet Yuan Yao, he was already captivated by the young man's ingenuity. How was it that this scion of the Yuan family possessed such a wealth of creative ideas? Chapter 25. rare ministers, and even rarer sovereigns. The chair before him bore some resemblance to the Hu bed from the western regions, allowing one's feet to dangle comfortably. Sitting upon it, Lu Su felt entirely supported, a significant improvement over the discomfort of kneeling. Truly, the chair invented by Master Yuan Yao was a remarkable treasure. He resolved to heed the young servant's suggestion and purchase several chairs for his home. Turning to the curious young scholar beside him, he said, "Do join me and experience the comfort of this chair." The scholar beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord." Ordinarily, servants were not permitted to dine alongside their masters, as they were expected to attend to their lords with utmost care. However, Lu Su's nature was generous and unconcerned with trifles. Each time he traveled, he treated his attendants as friends. The scholar felt exceedingly fortunate to be in Lu Su's company. Lu Su perused the bamboo slip menu laid out upon the table, murmuring to himself, stir-fried lotus slices, bamboo shoots with meat, chives with eggs, sweet and sour pork, fried rice. These dishes are quite intriguing. Do serve me a plate of each. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please hold on a moment, and your dishes will be served shortly. Before long, several exquisite dishes were served, their enticing aromas invigorating the appetites of Lu Su and his attendant. They eagerly began to savor the food, exclaiming in delight at the flavors. The culinary techniques of the Han era primarily featured steaming and roasting, yet the delectable stir-fried dishes proved irresistible to the diners. Seizing the opportunity, the young servant extolled the virtues of their host. Esteemed guest, our young master Yuan Yao has not only pioneered stir-frying, but has also crafted a new wine, known as the Gathering Source Celestial Brew. Would you care to experience it? Fine wine. Splendid. Bring me 2 jars. Upon the arrival of the wine, its rich fragrance enveloped the table. The taste of the Gathering Source Celestial Brew surpassed that of the murky wines from the end of the Han dynasty by a significant margin. Lu Su found himself increasingly intrigued by Yuan Yao. The ability to invent such remarkable creations indicated a person of exceptional intellect. After a few sips, Lu Su remarked to the young servant, "This Gathering Source Celestial Brew is indeed delightful. Is it for sale? I wish to purchase a few bottles to take with me." The servant replied with a smile, "We are in the business of commerce, esteemed guest, and naturally, we are willing to sell wine to those who desire it. However, the prices at our establishment are slightly higher. Should you wish to acquire the Gathering Source Celestial Brew, you may also visit the Gathering Source Chamber of Commerce, where the goods are sold at fair prices. They offer chairs, fine salt, and other quality items that you may also wish to procure." "How commendable that your chamber operates with integrity," Lu Su responded. "I shall pay a visit to the Gathering Source Chamber of Commerce shortly." With that, he devoted himself to indulging in the feast with his attendant. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the duo followed the young servant's directions to the shop of the Gathering Source Chamber of Commerce. The establishment was located on the southern side of the commercial street, featuring 6 connected storefronts, each brimming with a diverse array of goods. Logically, with such a plethora of goods, there should be ample supply. Yet, in front of every shop, long queues persist, clearly indicating a demand that surpasses supply. Is it possible that a commercial association has been driven to this extent by Yuan Yao? Lu Su, accompanied by his young attendant, stood in line, surrounded by a cacophony of voices, various conversations reaching his ears. The predominant topics of discussion revolved around Yuan Yao. "I attended the martial arts tournament hosted by young Master Yuan. The martial artists were truly impressive. In my opinion, the generals of Huainan pale in comparison to the warriors selected by young Master Yuan. Naturally, these are the strongest individuals in Huainan. It is said they have all pledged allegiance to him. The exquisite Zhou Yu wine invented by young Master Yuan is simply delightful. I discarded all the liquor in my home and shall henceforth indulge solely in Zhou Yu wine. If I may say, the fine salt is the true treasure. The delectable dishes at the Zhou Yu restaurant owe their flavor to the addition of fine salt. After experiencing fine salt, coarse salt is nearly unbearable. What I admire most about young Master Yuan is how he publicly incapacitated Huang Yi. This tyrant, who oppressed the common folk and brought calamity upon the nation, is now reduced to a bettered state. What a relief. If young Master Yuan could become the ruler of Huainan, a brighter future would surely dawn for its people." Upon hearing such sentiments, Lu Su's understanding of Yuan Yao deepened. The ability to create culinary delights, exceptional wines, and fine salt that benefit the populace. To organize martial arts tournaments and recruit warriors, to exercise decisive measures in eliminating the treacherous Huang Yi. If this does not exemplify a wise ruler, then what does? "Lu Ping, let us depart." The scribe Lu Ping had just queued for a short while with Lu Su when Lu Su expressed his intention to depart. Lu Ping, taken aback, exclaimed, "Ah, but my lord, it is not yet our turn. Are we not to make a purchase?" Lu Su chuckled. If I were to pledge my allegiance to Master Yuan, with his grandiosity, would he not bestow upon me fine wines and exquisite salts? Such treasures need not be procured with our coin. Ha ha ha. Come, let us pay a visit to Master Yuan. My lord, have you truly resolved to serve Master Yuan Yao? Lu Su confirmed, indeed. If Yuan Yao is as the people say, he is a rare and enlightened sovereign of our time. Virtuous ministers are scarce, but enlightened rulers even more so. How could I, Lu Zijing, not seize the opportunity to align myself with such a ruler? With that, Lu Su led the scribe towards Yuan Yao's residence. At that moment, Yuan Yao was engaged in discussions with Bu Zhi and Xiang regarding the management of their commercial enterprises and the affairs of their two estates. Chen Dao, Su Sheng, and Zhou Tsang, among other trusted warriors, had already commenced military training at the estate on the outskirts of the city. Yuan Yao noted Xiang's quick wit and commendable administrative skills, far superior to the ineptitude he had perceived in his previous life. It seemed evident that Zhou Yu's formidable prowess had kept Xiang under his thumb. How splendid it was that Zhou Yu was so powerful. This young master intended to eventually win over Zhou Gongjin. The stronger he was, the more exhilarating it became for this young master. Presently, Zhou Yu was firmly restrained within the courtyard, with his intellect having little room for expression. After considering the time, Yuan Yao felt it was nearly the right moment. If all went as anticipated, Zhou Yu would seek an audience with him within a couple of days. Bu Zhi remarked to Yuan Yao, my lord, the 800 local militia brought by General Chen Dao are indeed exceptional troops. I have never encountered such a formidable and disciplined force in single combat. If this troop were to enter the battlefield, even an enemy of thousands would find it a daunting challenge. Yuan Yao was well aware of the prowess of these local heroes. They were all elite warriors meticulously trained under Chen Dao for many years. The very seeds of the White Cloak Army. How could they not be formidable? He smiled at Bu Zhi and Xiang, saying, the 800 local heroes are already a well-trained strong army, and the 400 warriors I have under my command possess exceptional martial skills. With them as the foundation, it will be a simple matter to rally over 1,000 new recruits, thus assembling a force of 3,000 elite soldiers. Chen Dao had reported to him the previous day that the 3,000 white cloak soldiers were battle-ready and urged him to review them. Xiang, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, then why does the Lord hesitate? Let us hasten to the estate and witness the valor of your elite forces. Amidst their jovial conversation, Yuan Yao's personal steward, Yuan Zhong, entered and announced, young master, a guest has arrived. The visitor claims to be Lu Su and states he has come at your invitation. Chapter 26. Lu Su's strategic insight. Lu Zijing has finally arrived. Yuan Yao remarked to those around him, let us go and meet this talented individual from East City. Yuan Yao personally stepped outside to greet Lu Su, with Bu Zhi and Xiang flanking him on either side. Upon seeing Yuan Yao's handsome and dignified countenance, Lu Su felt an increased admiration for him. Observing the impressive demeanor of Bu Zhi and Xiang, it was evident they were capable officials. For one to attract such talent to earn their earnest allegiance, Yuan Yao must possess remarkable qualities. Lu Su humbly addressed Yuan Yao, saying, I am Lu Su from the eastern city of Linhuai, respectfully greeting Master Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao immediately assisted Lu Su to his feet, grasping his hand with exuberant laughter, exclaiming, ah, Zijing, you have finally arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time. Come, let us enter. I shall prepare fine wine to welcome you and wash away the dust of your journey. Lu Su, being a man of generous spirit, felt an immediate camaraderie with Yuan Yao's warm hospitality. With a smile, he replied, thank you, my lord, but I have just dined. Ah, I see. Then I shall prepare fragrant tea, and we may converse while we sip, Yuan Yao responded. The group entered the hall and took their respective seats. Yuan Yao introduced Lu Su to the others, saying, this is Bu Zhi, known as Bu Zishan, and this is Xiang, referred to as Jiangzi. Both gentlemen are esteemed talents of our time and serve as my right and left arms. Lu Su promptly saluted the two gentlemen, saying, I have the honor of meeting both of you. After a few courteous exchanges, Lu Su praised Yuan Yao, stating, since my arrival in Shouchun, I have discovered numerous beneficial innovations for the populace, all of which have emerged from your esteemed hand. Your talents command my utmost admiration. Yuan Yao chuckled. These innovations are merely trifles, facilitating the smoother progression of our merchant guild. If one aspires to achieve great endeavors, the path ahead remains arduous. Lu Su, with a respectful gesture, inquired, may I ask about your aspirations, my lord? Yuan Yao replied, in this age of decline for the Han dynasty, with warlords rising across the land and ceaseless conflict, the people suffer from hunger and cold, displaced and tormented. I yearn to uphold righteousness across the realm. to stem the tide of chaos and to rescue the common folk from the depths of despair. Let the common folk dwell in peace and prosperity, and restore the grandeur of our realm. Lu Su was taken aback by these words. This young master Yuan possesses remarkable ambitions to restore the splendor of our age. There are but two paths. One must either honor the emperor of the Han dynasty, sweep across the feudal lords, and become a minister of great merit like Yi Yin or the Duke of Zhou. Alternatively, one may follow in the footsteps of Liu Bang, the founder of the Han, unifying the realm and establishing a powerful dynasty anew. Regardless of which path is chosen, success in either will immortalize one in history and bestow unparalleled glory. From Lu Su's perspective, it is highly probable that Yuan Yao intends to pursue the latter path. Who would willingly relinquish the territory they have fought so hard to claim? However, Yuan Yao refrained from stating this explicitly, demonstrating his grand aspirations without arrogance, embodying the qualities of a wise leader. If Lu Su were to align himself with Yuan Yao, he might indeed achieve remarkable accomplishments in the future. Lu Su continued to inquire of Yuan Yao, "Your aspirations are lofty, beyond what most can fathom. Might I ask how you intend to realize this grand undertaking?" "Haha. I wish to have a thorough discussion with Zi Jing about this matter." Mr. Yan Xiang praises Zi Jing for his foresight and understanding of the greater trends. "I would like to request Zi Jing to devise a plan for me." Lu Su remained silent, quietly lifting his teacup. Bu Zhi and Jiang Gan, both astute individuals, immediately comprehended the situation. Lu Su had not yet pledged allegiance to the young master, and there were certain matters that were inappropriate to discuss in front of others. By raising his teacup, he signaled a desire for a private conversation with the young master, seeking a moment of convenience for the two of them. They exchanged glances and then addressed Yuan Yao. "Our lord intends to visit the Bai Lian army today. We shall proceed to the estate to make preparations for your arrival." Yuan Yao nodded slightly, smiling as he replied, "You two may go ahead. I shall join Zi Jing shortly." After the two men stepped outside, Jiang Gan remarked to Bu Zhi, "Zishan, do you think Lu Su is being overly cautious? Both of us are loyal subjects of the Lord. What is there that he cannot share with us?" Bu Zhi replied, "Confidential matters require discretion. What Lu Su wishes to convey must be of great significance. Empathizing, if you, Brother Zi, were to possess confidential affairs or brilliant strategies, would you not also report them to the Lord in private? Our only duty is to remain steadfast in our loyalty to the Lord. The rest is not for us to question." Zishan's words resonated profoundly with me. I, Jiang Gan, have long pledged my life and fortune to the Lord. He is a sagacious sovereign and will surely recognize our unwavering loyalty. Judging by Lu Su's demeanor, he appears willing to serve the Lord. Such a virtuous talent aligning with our master is a blessing for both him and us. In the hall, Yuan Yao held a teacup and smiled at Lu Su, saying, "Mr. Zi Jing, now that it is just the two of us, you may speak freely. I recall my father once sought to invite you to serve, but you declined. Your presence here today is indeed a delightful surprise." Lu Su replied softly, "Years ago, Lord Yuan sought my service as the chief of Dongcheng, but I did not accept, as I saw no hope in his governance. To speak candidly, I believe Lord Yuan has mismanaged Huainan. Even Mr. Yan Xiang does not fully endorse Lord Yuan's political ideals. However, as Mr. Zhou Yu is a servant of Lord Yuan, even if he disagrees, he must strive to assist him. Recently, he has invited me to Shouchun to recruit talents for his son, whom he claims to be a prodigy of this era and a brilliant sovereign. At first, I was somewhat skeptical. However, the experiences and sights I encountered upon arriving in Shouchun enlightened me to the veracity of Mr. Zhou Yu's words. The young master gathers heroes, establishes trade associations, and punishes wrongdoers, as if he is amassing a certain influence, subtly transforming Huainan. If this continues, perhaps the condition of Huainan will indeed see improvement." Yuan Yao offered an awkward smile and remarked, "My father's governance of Huainan is indeed lacking." He assured, "As for the military and political affairs of Huainan, I shall assist my father in managing them. There is no need for concern, sir." Yuan Yao's assertion that Yuan Shu's administration of Huainan was inadequate was, in truth, a courtesy to Yuan Shu. Based on Yuan Shu's actions, one could hardly argue against the notion that he brings calamity to the region. Should Yuan Shu persist in his militaristic pursuits for a few more years, Huainan would surely be doomed, and it is no wonder that Lu Su holds him in disdain. Su believes in the young master's capability to govern Huainan effectively. However, should the young master wish to realize his ambitions, merely possessing Huainan will not suffice. He must seize Jiangdong and thereafter contend with the other lords of the realm. "What you say is profoundly true," responded Zijing. "To be candid, I have already devised a plan to acquire Jiangdong. But what then? Presently, Cao Cao wields the emperor's authority to command the lords and aspires to dominate the central plains. Yuan Shao stands formidable in Hebei, his power ever growing. Su opines that these two great warlords will inevitably clash. Whoever emerges victorious will become the hegemon of the north and a formidable rival to the young master. The young master could seize Jingzhou during their fierce conflict, thereby securing the entirety of the Yangtze River and establishing a stable strategic rear. Afterward, he could observe the changes in the Central Plains, seizing the opportunity to take Yizhou and occupy half the territory. If this comes to pass, the young master would be able to stand on equal footing with the northern hegemon, bolstered by national strength. Yuan Yao nodded in acknowledgement. For Lu Su's ability to analyze the future political landscape was indeed remarkable, a testament to his exceptional talent. His strategic insight undoubtedly ranked among the finest. In Chapter 27, Sun Ce, merely a pawn in the hands of his lord, echoed the sentiments of Zhijing, which resonated deeply with me. To achieve such a grand endeavor, I require the assistance of a person of Zhijing's caliber. I wonder if Zhijing would be willing to join my ranks and collaborate with me in this monumental pursuit. It is no small feat for a loyal minister to find a sovereign whose ideals align with his own. Take Lu Su, for instance. Yuan Shu sought him out for his esteemed reputation. Should Lu Su acquiesce to Yuan Shu's invitation, he would become the prefect of Yi City, tasked with extracting wealth from the populace for Yuan Shu's ambitions. Naturally, Yuan Shu harbored aspirations of ruling the world, as he, too, yearned for the imperial throne. However, the flaw lies in Yuan Shu's unwillingness to heed wise counsel, his arrogance leading to a lax military discipline among his ranks. Consequently, Lu Su's potential would remain unfulfilled under Yuan Shu's command, and persuading him to implement reforms would be a futile endeavor. Yuan Shu favored treacherous advisors like Yang Hong and Huang Yi, dismissing even Yin Xiang's words, rendering Lu Su's counsel ineffective. Yet, Yuan Yao stands apart from Yuan Shu. Judging by his current actions, he possesses the ability to transform Yuan Shu's ambitions and to reshape the fortunes of Huainan. What brings Lu Su even greater joy is that Yuan Yao's vision aligns perfectly with his own, fully recognizing the merit of his strategic plans. Such a sovereign is deserving of Lu Su's utmost respect and loyalty. Thus, Lu Su promptly bowed before Yuan Yao, declaring, "I wish to serve you, my lord, with unwavering dedication, assisting you in achieving greatness." Ha ha ha, splendid. With Zhijing by my side, our grand enterprise is assured. Zhijing, let us drink tea in place of wine and share a cup together. From this day forth, let neither of us betray the other in our sovereign subject bond. Lu Su, having acknowledged his allegiance, found that the bond between the lord and his minister had grown more intimate, allowing for a greater ease in their discourse. Lu Su advised Yuan Yao, stating, if the lord aspires to establish a great dominion, the foremost step is to first seize Jiangdong. If Jiangdong eludes our grasp, all aspirations are mere fantasies. Huainan is a battleground fraught with peril, surrounded by formidable foes. It is utterly impossible to develop stability and strengthen our power under such conditions. I have heard that Sun Ce has pledged the imperial seal to borrow troops from Lord Yuan in his quest to rescue his mother in Jiangdong. However, I fear that his intent to save his mother is but a guise, concealing his true ambition to unify Jiangdong and assert his dominance. Should Sun Ce gain the upper hand in Jiangdong, it would place you in a precarious position. Yuan Yao responded with a smile. How could I be unaware of Sun Ce's ambitions regarding Jiangdong? Rest assured, Zhijing, he shall not succeed. He may borrow 3,000 troops to venture into Jiangdong. Yet I too possess 3,000 soldiers. Come with me, and I shall show you the elite forces under my command. With newfound confidence, Lu Su followed Yuan Yao to a suburban estate. Yuan Yao had constructed a grand training ground within the estate for military exercises. Upon their arrival, they found Generals Chun Dao, Su Sheng, and others diligently training the elite troops. The 3,000 soldiers stood in perfect formation upon the training grounds, clad in gleaming white armor, adorned with feathered helmets that bore white plumes on either side. It was evident that the value of these 3,000 sets of armor was considerable, rivaling that of ordinary commanding officers. Moreover, the vigor and spirit exhibited by these soldiers marked them as truly exceptional elite forces. Chun Dao addressed the troops with a commanding voice. Who are we? The White Feather Elite? 3,000 soldiers, their spirits soaring like the rainbow, united in a resounding declaration. We are the razor-sharp sword in Lord Yuan Yao's hand. What is the mission of my elite white-clad troops? To vanquish formidable foes for our lord, pledging our unwavering loyalty unto death. Excellent. Let us commence the martial exercises. Under Chun Dao's command, the 3,000 white-clad soldiers divided into 2 battalions, engaging in simulated battle formations. Lu Su was astonished to discover that the individual combat prowess of these white-clad elite soldiers was extraordinarily high. They not only possessed the armaments of a 100-man commander, but many also wielded the combat skills befitting such ranks. Approximately 1/3 of the white-clad army boasted the battle strength of a 100-man commander. This, This is nothing short of an elite force composed of 100-man commanders. Where, indeed, did our lord amass such a multitude of exceptionally skilled warriors? Moreover, the fervor of their battle cry indicates their absolute loyalty to Yuan Yao. Even Yuan Shu, the lord of Huainan, cannot sway this formidable army. The lord's commercial ventures yield a continuous influx of wealth to sustain his troops, while his fierce generals have forged such an elite force. Given time, our lord will surely accumulate substantial strength and achieve great endeavors. Zhijing, what do you think of this elite white-clad army I command? Their combat strength is formidable, unrivaled in the realm, far surpassing that of ordinary soldiers. Lu Su's assessment was quite astute. Aside from the 100 warriors who had infiltrated Sun Ce's ranks alongside Liao Hua and Ma Zhong, all remaining martial artists participating in the martial arts tournament were within the white-clad army, with these skilled warriors serving as captains. Coupled with the seasoned veterans brought by Chun Dao, the entire battalion's combat effectiveness has been significantly enhanced. What if I were to confront Sun Ce with this army? Although Sun Ce is valiant, he is unlikely to be a match for the sovereign. Thus, Sun Ce's aspiration to seize Jiangdong is nothing more than a fool's errand. Zhijing, I intend to entrust the management of the Baiyan elite soldiers' estate to you, tasking you with overseeing the provisions for our troops. Furthermore, the Jiyuan Merchants Association shall be jointly managed by you, Zishan, and Zi. With Lu Su having just pledged allegiance, Yuan Yao has already entrusted him with significant responsibilities, further solidifying Lu Su's belief that Yuan Yao is a kindred spirit. Lu Su respectfully declared to Yuan Yao, I shall dedicate myself fully to the management of the association and the estate. At that moment, a soldier from the Baiyan army approached to report, Your Majesty, Sun Ce has marched to Liang, where he is recruiting local volunteers and training new troops. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yao smiled and remarked, As I anticipated, Sun Ce understands that 3,000 men may not suffice to contend with Liu Yao. Yet, with the financial backing from the Sun and Wu families, it remains uncertain how many recruits he can gather. What combat power will his newly formed army possess? Lu Su, somewhat astonished, inquired, Your Majesty, you are aware of every move Sun Ce makes? Yuan Yao elucidated to Lu Su, within Sun Ce's ranks. There are 100 spies of mine. They relay news of his army every 2 or 3 days. I see, Lu Su replied, Your Majesty's farsightedness is truly admirable. Lu Su was thoroughly convinced of Yuan Yao's capabilities. No wonder the sovereign claimed to have a strategy for capturing Jiangdong. Confident that Sun Ce would not succeed in dismissing him. Previously, Lu Su had thought the sovereign's words somewhat youthful and impetuous. Now it appeared that humility was the true nature of the sovereign. Sun Ce is merely a pawn in the hands of the sovereign. Even the opportunity for Sun Ce to lead troops to Jiangdong was merely a component of the Lord's grand scheme. During Yuan Yao's flourishing commercial assembly and the training of elite soldiers, Zhou Yu could no longer endure the confines of Yuan Yao's estate. Beyond the intolerable porridge and flatbreads, the sensation of being stripped of personal freedom drove Zhou Yu to the brink of despair. Initially, he believed it would not be long before Yuan Yao would grace him with a visit, bestowing upon him the courtesy he deserved. However, as days passed, Zhou Yu had yet to catch even a glimpse of Yuan Yao. He began to suspect that Yuan Yao might have forgotten him altogether. Sitting outside the firewood room, Zhou Yu softly addressed Pei Yuan Shao, General Pei, I wish to meet young Master Yuan. Chapter 28, Gongjin, shall we wager? Having overseen Zhou Yu for so many days, Pei Yuan Shao grew somewhat weary of the situation. Upon hearing Zhou Yu's desire to meet Yuan Yao, Pei Yuan Shao could not contain his excitement. Young Master Zhou, have you perhaps changed your mind and wish to serve my lord? Zhou Yu understood that without complying with Pei Yuan Shao's words, he would never gain an audience with Yuan Yao. He nodded and replied, Indeed, I wish to speak with young Master Yuan. Then wait here. I shall send someone to summon my lord. 2 hours later, Yuan Yao returned to his residence. For Zhou Yu, this duration was inconsequential, after all. He had already waited for so many days and was indifferent to the passage of a moment. As Yuan Yao approached the firewood room where Zhou Yu resided, he found Zhou Yu, clad in white garments, seated before the room, strumming a zither. The once charismatic and dashing Zhou Yu no longer radiated the brilliance he had displayed during Yuan Yao's first encounter with him. Zhou Yu's fingers rested upon the strings, and he appeared considerably thinner, bearing an air of weariness. Indeed, consuming only thin porridge and flatbreads daily, without any variety in dishes, how can one avoid losing weight? However, the melodies played by Zhou Yu remain enchanting. It was only when Yuan Yao approached him that Zhou Yu lifted his hand, ceasing the music abruptly. With a smile, Yuan Yao remarked, Your elegance is quite commendable, Gongjin. Spending the entire day idly, merely playing the zither to alleviate your sorrows? Yuan Yao took a seat before Zhou Yu and inquired, "This zither, was it gifted to you by Miss Miao Miao?" Zhou Yu nodded, responding, "Miss Yuan Miao possesses a kind heart. She has aided me greatly during these days." The matter of Miss Yuan Miao presenting the zither to Zhou Yu was reported to Yuan Yao by Pei Yuan Shao on the very first day. As an elder brother, Yuan Yao harbored no objections to the interaction between Yuan Miao and Zhou Yu. Eventually, his sister would marry, and the noble and virtuous Gong Jin is undoubtedly far superior to the treacherous Huang Yi. Nevertheless, if Zhou Yu wishes to wed Yuan Yao's sister, he must first demonstrate his sincerity. In recent days, Zhou Yu has indeed become quite lean, surviving on plain porridge and flatbreads daily. "Are you accustomed to it?" Zhou Yu casually grabbed a flatbread, tearing off a piece and placing it in his mouth, as if the seemingly hard flatbread was not particularly difficult to swallow. "Initially, I found it hard to comprehend Yuan Gongzi's hospitality. However, upon reflection, even this flatbread is not something all common folk can afford. Countless souls perish from hunger in this world. What do the minor hardships I endure truly amount to?" Yuan Yao also tore off a piece of flatbread and placed it in his mouth. After just one bite, he nearly expelled the insipid morsel. The flatbread was as hard as stone, truly unappetizing. How has Zhou Yu managed to survive these days? In order to maintain his image as a wise ruler, Yuan Yao wore a calm expression, suppressing the urge to swallow the flatbread. "I am pleased that Gong Jin has attained such awareness. When heaven bestows great responsibilities upon an individual, it must first temper their spirit, exercise their muscles, and subject their body to hunger." Such are the words of the sage. The reason I treat Gong Jin in this manner is to entrust him with significant duties. Has Gong Jin come to see me today, perhaps having realized his aspirations to join my ranks? Zhou Yu spoke softly. "Even if I were to ally with you, it would bear little fruit. Lord Yuan possesses grand ambitions but lacks the talent to realize them. He is consumed by militarism and harbors imperial desires. Given the current circumstances, defeat is merely a matter of time. What benefit is there for you to recruit me into the Yuan clan?" Zhou Yu painted a grim picture of the Yuan family's plight, yet Yuan Yao remained unfazed. With a smile, he countered Zhou Yu's assertion, "If you believe the Yuan clan is doomed, what then of Sun Ce? I presume you hold him in high regard, do you not?" Zhou Yu unabashedly expressed his admiration for Sun Ce, responding to Yuan Yao. "Brother Bofu possesses great aspirations and is a capable commander. With his return to Jiangdong at the helm, he is certain to unify the region and achieve remarkable success." "I have my doubts," Yuan Yao replied with a smile. "Gong Jin, shall we make a wager? What does young Master Yuan wish to wager?" "Jiangdong," Yuan Yao declared with conviction. "Let us wager on the land of Jiangdong, to see into whose hands it will ultimately fall. If Sun Ce secures Jiangdong, I shall release you, allowing you to aid him. Should I, Yuan Yao, ultimately gain control of Jiangdong, then you must pledge your loyalty to me. Young Master Yuan, this wager is unnecessary, for you are bound to lose without a doubt." Zhou Yu resolutely stated. Yuan Gong has set his ambitions on Su province, and last year, Liu Bei took the initiative to attack him there. Given Yuan Gong's vengeful nature, he will undoubtedly muster troops to retaliate against Liu Bei, seeking both vengeance and redemption. He would never consent to allow the young master to lead an army against Jiangdong. Moreover, in name, Bofu is a subordinate of Yuan Gong. Yuan Gong is counting on Bofu to conquer Jiangdong effortlessly, bringing that territory into his fold without shedding blood. How could he possibly send additional forces to Jiangdong? After hearing Zhou Yu's words, Yuan Yao could not help but acknowledge the exceptional breadth of Zhou Yu's perspective and his profound understanding of human nature. His father's petty schemes had been completely unraveled by Zhou Yu. According to the historical trajectory, Yuan Shu would indeed repeatedly assault Su province, overstep his bounds to claim the title of emperor, and ultimately tread the path to ruin. However, since he had arrived, everything was destined to change. If Gong Jin believed that my victory was unattainable, then agreeing to this wager would be all the more advantageous. We could establish a written agreement. Should it indeed unfold as Gong Jin predicts, with Sun Ce unifying Jiangdong, I shall dutifully return him to Sun Ce's side. Once the agreement was penned, Gong Jin would become my honored guest, no longer relegated to the humble abode of a thatched hut, subsisting on thin porridge and flatbreads daily. Zhou Yu found himself perplexed as to why Yuan Yao wished to engage in such a wager. Yuan Yao was a shrewd individual. What benefit could there be in crafting a bet in which defeat was inevitable? While the reasoning eluded him, as Yuan Yao had articulated, signing this wager would bear no detriment and could only serve to his advantage. Both he and Yuan Yao were not ordinary men. To achieve greatness, one must regard reputation as more precious than life itself. Once the agreement was established and disseminated widely, neither party would have the opportunity to retract their commitment. In recent days, Zhou Yu has indulged in the delights of baked pastries to his heart's content. Such fortuitous circumstances Why would he not acquiesce? Very well. Bring forth the contract. I shall sign. Yuan Yao, well aware of Zhou Yu's impending decision, addressed Pei Yuan Shao. Pei Yuan Shao, prepare the writing materials. Yuan Yao placed the bamboo slip he had meticulously prepared before Zhou Yu. After a thorough examination and finding no discrepancies, Zhou Yu unhesitatingly inscribed his name. Yuan Yao. Seizing the bamboo slip, felt a swell of satisfaction within. This was indeed Zhou Yu's bond of servitude. With this document in hand, the eminent commander of the late Han and early Three Kingdoms period would be his own. Although he could not utilize Zhou Yu at present, it mattered not. Once he secured Jiangdong, he had no doubt Zhou Yu would fulfill his obligations. After Zhou Yu signed the contract, Yuan Yao smiled and said, I apologize for any discomfort you have endured, Gongji. I have arranged for a residence for you, complete with maids and servants. As long as you remain within the estate, you may roam freely without concern. Should you desire any delicacies, feel free to instruct the chef. I highly recommend you sample the stir-fried dishes from my kitchen. They are truly exceptional. Zhou Yu understood that he had yet to attain genuine freedom. However, his current accommodations were infinitely superior to residing in a humble cottage. Although he harbored skepticism regarding Yuan Yao's prospects in Jiangdong, he could not suppress his curiosity. Young Master Yuan, I am quite intrigued. How do you intend to contend with Bofu for Jiangdong? Chapter 29. He crosses the river. So do I. Yuan Yao turned to Zhou Yu with a smile and replied, It is quite simple. Did not Sun Ce cross the river? He crosses. And so shall I. Let us see who shall prevail in this land of Jiangdong. Zhou Yu was taken aback and exclaimed, Are you truly intending to contest the eastern territories with martial prowess against Bofu? He understood his close friend Sun Ce all too well. Sun Ce was passionate and valiant, possessing the courage of a conqueror. Moreover, with the formidable generals left by Sun Jian, including Huang Gai, Cheng Pu, and Han Dang, he undeniably had the strength to sweep through the eastern lands. Yuan Yao, however, was merely a second-generation heir. What confidence did he possess to rival Sun Ce? Without elaborating further, Yuan Yao casually remarked, Just await the news of my victorious return, Gong Ji. At that time, you must honor your promise and not go back on your word. After Yuan Yao departed, Zhou Yu pondered silently, Yuan Yao, from whom have you derived such confidence? How can you believe you can triumph over brother Bofu? If you truly manage to defeat Bofu and unify the East, it would signify you are a peerless overlord, far surpassing Bofu. Such a ruler would indeed merit my allegiance. Yet, what of the brotherly bond one share with Bofu? To forsake you would be to betray the trust of the world, which is utterly unacceptable. But if I were to support you, I would be disloyal to Bofu, placing me in a most difficult position. Alas, why do I overthink this? Yuan Yao must be blindly confident. He cannot possibly surpass Bofu. Zhou Yu, what are you contemplating? A melodious voice interrupted his thoughts. He lifted his gaze to see Yuan Yao standing before him, her smile radiant. His heart warmed at the sight. This girl had become a beacon of light in his darkest days. Yuan Yao, I must relocate. I am profoundly grateful for your care during this time. Where are you moving to? Upon hearing of Zhou Yu's impending departure, Yuan Yao could hardly conceal the disappointment in her eyes. Zhou Yu replied with a smile, I have reached an agreement with your brother Yuan Yao. He shall no longer restrict my diet and freedom. It is said that a spacious courtyard within this estate will be prepared for my residence. Initially disheartened, Yuan Yao's spirits soared with joy soon after. The fluctuation of her emotions compelled her to playfully strike Zhou Yu. How dare you toy with me, Zhou Gongjin? No. You must perform 10 pieces for me today as recompense. In Zhou Yu's eyes, Yuan Yao was innocent and untainted. As long as he remained, her happiness was assured. Such a girl, how could he possibly let her down? Yet, to be with Yuan Yao meant he would be irrevocably tied to Yuan Yao's command. What of brother Bofu? Shaking his head, Zhou Yu resolved not to dwell on such troubling matters. He silently vowed that whether he aligned with Yuan Yao or Sun Ce would be left to fate. He had already established a wager with Yuan Yao. If Yuan Yao triumphed, he would pledge his loyalty to him. If Yuan Yao faltered and returned him to Jiangdong, he would continue to support his brother Sun Ce. Upon returning to the estate, Yuan Yao gathered his civil and military officials. Bu Zhi reported to Yuan Yao, My lord, our scouts have informed us that Sun Ce has recruited 2,000 soldiers at Liyang and is heading towards Zhuwei. Yuan Yao nodded, saying, The Sun and Wu families still possess some heritage. They have the means to enlist 2,000 troops. Since Sun Ce has taken the initiative, we too must act. Uncle Zhi, do you believe our Balian army can engage in battle? Chen Dao rose and clasped his fists, responding, My lord. The grassroots officers of the Balian army are all exceptionally skilled in martial arts. The local militia I have summoned consists of seasoned veterans well-versed in the tactics of the White Cloak army. After a period of rigorous training, the new recruits have also been molded under their guidance. The White Cloak army is indeed an elite force. I am confident that I can lead the White Cloak army to vanquish any formidable adversary on behalf of our lord. Yuan Yao slammed his fist upon the table, exclaiming, "Excellent. You shall return to organize the troops. I shall lead you to wage war in Jiangdong in the coming days. It is on the battlefield that a warrior's worth is truly demonstrated." Upon hearing of the impending conflict, generals such as Chun Dao, Su Xiang, and Shouchun were filled with excitement, responding in unison, "We shall dutifully obey the Lord's command." However, to embark on a campaign against Jiangdong, Yuan Yao must first secure the consent of his father, the king of skeletons. Yet, directly broaching the subject of an invasion would be unwise. Given his father's regard for him, it is improbable that he would permit such a perilous endeavor, most likely opting to confine him in Shouchun. Therefore, the manner in which Yuan Yao presents his request is of utmost importance. He proceeded directly to the main hall of the Yuan residence to meet his father, Yuan Shu. At that moment, Yuan Shu was engaged in discussion with several trusted advisors and military officials. To his left stood Yang Hong and Yin Xiang, while to his right were Zhang Sun, Li Jiu, Xiao Rui, and several other generals. Thanks to Yuan Yao's dismissal of Huang Yi, Yin Xiang's standing under his father had notably improved, allowing some of his words to be heeded by Yuan Shu. Upon Yuan Yao's entrance into the hall, Yang Hong was immediately struck with trepidation, trembling in fear. He had long conspired with Huang Yi, causing great harm to the state through his corrupt practices. If Yuan Yao could dispose of Huang Yi, he could just as easily do the same to him. Thus, Yang Hong was most reluctant to encounter Yuan Yao at that moment. However, he underestimated the situation. Yuan Yao had no time to concern himself with him. Yang Hong remained a favored courtier of Yuan Shu, his status still eclipsing that of Huang Yi. Suppressing Yang Hong myself would incite father's profound displeasure, potentially jeopardizing my grand ambitions. Subjugating that scoundrel is not arduous. Once I acquire Jiangdong, ample opportunities will arise to deal with Yang Hong. "Father," Yuan Yao articulated. Bowing deferentially to Yuan Shu, "I wish to confer with you on a matter of considerable import." "My son, speak freely," Yuan Shu responded. "The new army I have assembled is nearing the culmination of its training. I propose to lead them to Jiangdong to extirpate the Shan, thereby augmenting their practical combat experience." Campaigning against the Shan was a plausible justification Yuan Yao conceived. The Jiangdong region teems with Shan, ensconced within the forests, impelled by resource scarcity. These Shan individuals periodically emerge to pillage. Their incursions are typically small-scale, targeting Jiangdong's villages and towns, thus posing a relatively minor threat. Even a nascent army could readily repel these diminutive Shan contingents. Many of Yuan Shu's forces were seasoned in this manner, rendering Yuan Yao's request reasonable. Yuan Shu was both gratified and apprehensive regarding Yuan Yao's desire to lead troops against the Shan. He was gratified by his son's ambition and eagerness to hone his command capabilities. However, he was apprehensive about the potential for bloodshed, even against the comparatively weak Shan, and the possibility of his cherished son sustaining injuries. Beset by indecision, Yuan Shu solicited counsel from his assembled civil and military officials. "Yao intends to quell the Shan and train the new army. What are your opinions on this matter?" Yang Hong was the first to step forward, addressing Yuan Yao with obsequious flattery. "The young master's affinity for military affairs is a boon for our lord. I congratulate you, my lord, on having a worthy successor. At such a tender age, the young master is already capable of leading campaigns against the Shan. As he matures, he is destined to become a peerless general. Our Huainan army will become invincible under his command." Yuan Yao truly did not anticipate that the first to advocate on his behalf would be the treacherous Yang Hong. Given Yang Hong's current demeanor, Yuan Yao was contemplating whether to show him leniency in the future. In Chapter 30, titled "Father Surprisingly Engages in Human Affairs," Yang Hong's scheming thoughts were rather straightforward. The ruthless methods Yuan Yao employed against Huang Yi instilled a profound fear in Yang Hong. He dreaded the day when Yuan Yao might take a disliking to him and render him powerless. Yuan Yao's decision to proactively venture into Jiangdong was, in Yang Hong's eyes, remarkably fortuitous. Not only would he support Yuan Yao's desire to confront the Shan, but even if Yuan Yao were to engage in direct conflict with Cao Cao, Yang Hong would wholeheartedly endorse it. As long as Yuan Yao was not in Shouchun, he was welcome to go anywhere. Yin Xiang, taken aback, cast a glance at Yang Hong, pondering whether this scoundrel had been won over by the young master. Regardless, it was indeed a positive development that the treacherous Yang Hong would not hinder the young master. Yin Xiang respectfully addressed Yuan Shu, saying, "My lord, I second this motion. As long as we do not delve deep into the mountains and only repel the smaller raiding parties of the Shan, the young master should face no danger. Should you send a formidable general to accompany him, It would ensure even greater safety. It was a rare moment of consensus between Yang Hong and Yin Xiang. Seeing both of them agree on Yuan Yao's expedition to Jiangdong, Yuan Shu felt considerably reassured. Since both gentlemen have consented to your journey, you shall proceed, he declared. Xiao Rui, upon hearing his name mentioned, a handsome middle-aged general in his 40s approached Yuan Shu and bowed, declaring, I am here. Yuan Shu then remarked to Xiao Rui, you have been with me for many years, demonstrating prudence and extensive experience in leading troops. This time, as Yao embarks on his expedition against the bandits, you shall accompany him. Ensure his safety, do you understand? I shall obey your command. Yuan Shu pondered for a moment before adding, I have heard that your 2 daughters are of exquisite beauty, true paragons of noble ladies. Yao has seldom ventured far from home, and I find it concerning that he might lack proper care during this campaign. Therefore, I propose this. Take your 2 daughters along to attend to Yao's daily needs. This. Yuan Shu's request for his daughter to serve Yuan Yao left Xiao Rui momentarily at a loss. She cherished her daughters as precious jewels. If they were to tend to Yuan Yao's personal affairs, how could they ever hope to marry? Yuan Yao, too, felt somewhat speechless at his father's decision. Bringing women along on a military campaign. Did his father truly view this as a training exercise or merely a vacation? For the time being, Yuan Yao chose to endure his father's decision. As long as it meant departing from Shouchun for Jiangdong, he would refrain from opposing any further stipulations. Noticing Xiao Rui's silence, Yuan Shu inquired, what is it? Are you reluctant to part with your 2 daughters? Rest assured, the Yuan family has its own traditions. Should your daughters accompany Yao, I shall ensure they receive their due status. Recently, Madame Feng has been whispering in Yuan Shu's ear, suggesting that Yuan Yao has reached an age suitable for marriage. Yuan Shu felt considerable pressure, yet he understood that his son's matrimonial arrangements should not be made hastily. It was essential to find suitable allies among the lords for a proper union. However, temporarily allowing his son to take 2 concubines would not pose a problem and might alleviate Madame Feng's concerns. Yuan Shu had long heard of Xiao Rui's daughters. Renowned for their unparalleled beauty, often referred to as the 2 Qiaos of Jiangdong. Such a beauty is hardly worthy of her own son. With Yuan Shu's words reaching this point, Xiao Rui could only respond, I shall heed the Lord's command. Yuan Shu is the Lord, and Xiao Rui is but a subject. By aligning his daughters with the Lord, he does not feel that he has dishonored them. Xiao Rui now only hopes that Yuan Yao is a man deserving of lifelong trust, capable of ensuring his daughter's well-being. Yuan Shu nodded in satisfaction and then cautioned Yuan Yao. Yaoer, your journey to Jiangdong marks your first command in battle. You must exercise utmost caution and consult General Xiao Rui on matters of importance. Should you encounter insurmountable difficulties, seek out Sun Ce. I shall write him a letter, instructing him to follow your orders in all matters. I understand, Father, Yuan Yao replied, yet inwardly mused. I am going to Jiangdong to deal with Sun Ce. Father is overestimating matters. Once Sun Ce leaves Shouchun, he will swim freely in the vast sea, no longer bound by Father's words. I fear Father remains unaware that his commands are as worthless as scrap paper to Sun Ce. The next day, Xiao Rui brought his 2 daughters, De Qiao and Xiao Qiao, to the estate where Yuan Yao had stationed his troops. To Xiao Rui, Yuan Yao's desire to confront the mountain youths was merely the frivolous pastime of a second-generation heir. Yet he felt compelled to treat this absurd farce with seriousness, even involving his 2 daughters. Perhaps this is the lament of a subject, where many matters are beyond one's control. Xiao Qiao, walking beside her father, murmured, This Yuan Yao is truly despicable. He expects me to serve as his maid while he goes off to war. When I see him, I shall make sure to tease him thoroughly. De Qiao softly admonished, Wan, you must not act recklessly. He may become our future husband. As women, it is our duty to submit to our husbands and serve them diligently. I refuse to take a frivolous heir as my spouse. When I meet Yuan Yao, I will certainly make it clear to him and demand the annulment of the engagement. Arg. Xiao Qiao exclaimed, feigning ferocity to project an air of strength. Xiao Rui spoke solemnly. You may converse as you wish in private, but when you meet Master Yuan Yao, you must not be disrespectful. As the father and daughters conversed, Yuan Yao approached with a retinue of civil and military officials. Having learned the previous night that Xiao Rui's daughters were the renowned Jiangdong sisters, he felt elated that his father had indeed secured such remarkable attendance for him. Yuan Yao surveyed the 2 young ladies before him. They possessed skin as fair as snow and figures as graceful as willow branches, exuding an unparalleled beauty. He surmised that the poised and delicately featured woman was the legendary De Qiao, while the other, who gazed at him with curiosity and a hint of mischief, must be Xiao Qiao. With their extraordinary beauty, it would be a challenge to find rivals for the Jiangdong sisters. Their reputation was indeed well-deserved. Upon seeing them, Yuan Yao couldn't help but reminisce about his own sisters, Yuan Wan and Yuan Miao. Having two daughters often cultivates a gentle elder sister, while the younger tends to be more rebellious. As Yuan Yao assessed the Jiangdong sisters, they too were observing him. Xiao thought to herself, this master Yuan Yao is incredibly handsome. As a man, how could he possess such striking features? With such handsome looks, marrying him would hardly be a loss, would it? Oh dear, Xiao Wan, what are you contemplating? How can you allow yourself to fall for a wealthy heir merely due to Yuan Yao's striking appearance? No. The two had long heard of Yuan Yao's good looks, yet they never anticipated he would be so extraordinarily handsome. Little Xiao exerted great effort to restrain herself, yet her heart had already begun to regard the prospect of becoming Yuan Yao's maid with less disdain. Esteemed General Xiao Rui, I pay my respects to you, my lord. Xiao Rui performed a courteous bow to Yuan Yao and continued, these are my two daughters, Xiao Ying and Xiao Wan. During this expedition, they will attend to your daily needs. Chapter 31. The army marches forth. My desire is the entire Jiangdong. De Qiao bowed gracefully to Yuan Yao and softly said, Xiao Ying pays her respects to you, my lord. Unlike her sister, little Xiao did not perform a formal greeting, but followed suit with, Xiao Wan pays her respects to you, my lord. There is no need for such formalities, my esteemed ladies, Yuan Yao replied with a smile. It is my father's command that you attend to my needs, and thus I am obliged to comply. I, Yuan Yao, am capable of taking care of myself and require no assistance from you. You need only accompany the army and put on a semblance of duty for my father's sake. As for the notion of bringing you into the Yuan family, that is merely jest. Should you not wish for it, how could the Yuan family impose such a thing upon you? When the army returns victorious, I shall clarify matters with my father and annul this engagement. De Qiao gently responded, my lord, you jest. Matters of marriage are to be guided by the commands of our parents and the words of a matchmaker. Since my father has already established a marriage pact with Lord Yuan, how could I dare to alter such a solemn agreement? I, as a humble maiden, shall fulfill my duties and take good care of the young master. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Yao silently nodded. De Qiao was truly gentle to the core, and once married, she would wholeheartedly serve her husband. How was it that in his previous life, he had never encountered such a remarkable young lady? It was a pity that such a fine woman was destined to follow the short-lived Sun Ce. Fortunately, De Qiao had met him first, and he had, in a sense, altered her fate and salvaged her life. Xiao, however, let out a playful huff and spoke to Yuan Yao. I find you rather handsome. Therefore, I shall not annul our engagement just yet. As for its future, that shall depend on your conduct. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Yuan Yao remained unfazed. After all, in his previous life, he had encountered many young ladies like Xiao, who were both spirited and somewhat spoiled. Yet, Xiao Rui felt a headache coming on. Looking at her elder daughter, who was so obedient and worry-free, she feared that if Yuan Yao were to take offense at the words of her younger daughter, their entire family would suffer the consequences. Thankfully, Yuan Yao was not a man of unpredictable temper. He smiled at Xiao and said, very well. Miss Xiaozuan may take her time to decide after we return to Shouchun. After speaking, Yuan Yao turned to Xiao Rui and said, Lord Xiao, come and see the elite soldiers I have trained. The troops are prepared and ready to depart at any moment. Lord Xiao nodded and replied, I shall follow your orders, young master. However, despite his words, Xiao Rui harbored doubts in her heart regarding Yuan Yao's ability to train elite soldiers. It was no simple task to cultivate a formidable army. The quality of recruits, the valor and military acumen of the commanding general, the soldiers' equipment and treatment, as well as the spirit and conviction of the army. All these factors significantly influence a military's combat effectiveness. Even the esteemed Xiao Rui found it exceedingly challenging to train an elite force, let alone the inexperienced Yuan Yao. Given Yuan Yao's capabilities, he could at most muster a disorganized rabble. Coupled with his leadership skills, it wouldn't be difficult to lead this motley crew against minor bands of Shanhua, gaining a modicum of fame to present as merit upon his return to Shouchun. However, upon witnessing the elite troops clad in white armor, Xiao Rui realized his assumptions were utterly misguided, and in fact, profoundly erroneous. The army before him completely shattered his preconceived notions. 3,000 elite soldiers, attired in immaculate white robes and armor, showcased an opulence rivaling that of seasoned officers. Their helmets, adorned with white plumes on either side, comprised 1,000 cavalry and 2,000 infantry, all standing immobile in the training ground. Remarkably, not a single sound escaped from this assembly of 3,000. Furthermore, an atmosphere of solemnity permeated the training ground. This unit had evidently been battle-hardened and was indeed a true elite force. How is this possible? Xiao Rui mused in astonishment. The troops under Yuan Yao's command were mere recruits. Yet, the aura emanating from them surpassed that of any unit under the command of the Lord, although they numbered only 3,000. Xiao Rui harbored no doubt that this contingent could vanquish the Lord's forces, which numbered in the tens of thousands. Young Master Yuan Yao, truly a prodigy. Xiao Rui found himself at a loss for words in praising Yuan Yao and suddenly considered that marrying his 2 daughters to him might not be such a bad idea after all. Yuan Yao, facing the elite troops of the White Cloak army, proclaimed with a resonant voice, "Warriors, we are about to embark on our expedition. The battle in Jiangdong will undoubtedly etch the name of our White Cloak army into the annals of history." The 3,000 soldiers, like thunderclaps, echoed in unison, "Your Excellency is formidable." Yuan Yao further declared, "When we march, we shall engage in battle." The White Cloak army responded fervently, "In battle, victory is assured." The resounding affirmation of triumph filled the training grounds, leaving Xiao Rui in a state of bewilderment. Did this formidable force truly require the challenge of the mountain tribes to hone their skills? What, in truth, was Yuan Yao's objective in Jiangdong? Though not well versed in military affairs, Shouchun could discern the extraordinary prowess of the White Cloak elite under Yuan Yao's command and marveled. The might of this grand army under Master Yuan is indeed impressive. If they confront the mountain tribes, they will surely send them fleeing in disarray. After inspecting the troops, Yuan Yao led the army directly towards Jiangdong. Along the way, Xiao Rui was repeatedly astonished by the unfolding events. He observed that beside Yuan Yao stood a cadre of both civil and military talents, including Lu Su, Bu Zhi, and Zhang Gan, all of whom were exceptionally gifted. The commanding presence of generals like Qin Dao, Su Sheng, and Shouchun left Xiao Rui both awestruck and alarmed. In Xiao Rui's mind, the only warrior capable of contending with these 3 was Jiling. The caliber of talent beneath Yuan Yao's banner seemed to surpass that of the lord he served, a notion that was truly astonishing. As the grand army progressed, Xiao Rui gradually sensed something amiss. He inquired of Yuan Yao, "Master, it appears that the path we are traversing leads towards Kwa. Currently, the inspector of Yangzhou, Lu Yao, is stationed at Kwa, and it seems that Sun Ce is also preparing to march against him. To avoid any conflict with them, let us steer clear of this place." Yuan Yao chuckled, "Lord Xiao, do you truly believe that this young master has brought troops to Jiangdong solely to combat the Shanhua? What this young master seeks is the entirety of Jiangdong." Yuan Yao declared with unwavering confidence, "Whether it be Lu Yao or Sun Ce, they are but pawns in my grasp, fish ensnared within my net. I shall unify Jiangdong and bring it under the dominion of the Yuan clan." Upon hearing Yuan Yao's intentions, Xiao Rui was taken aback. "Young Master Jingyao, this is unwise. Though your soldiers are seasoned veterans, Lu Yao, as the inspector of Yangzhou, commands tens of thousands of troops. To stand against him is perilously reckless. The Lord will certainly not condone such actions." In Xiao Rui's view, Lu Yao was no pushover. If he were so easily subdued, Yuan Shu would have vanquished him long ago. He would not have survived to this day. Even the valiant Sun Ce, with his 5,000 men, harbored delusions in thinking he could defeat Lu Yao. No one dissuaded Sun Ce from coming to Jiangdong because no one cared for his life. Yuan Shu, having acquired the imperial seal, borrowed troops, rendering Sun Ce's success against Lu Yao inconsequential. If he faltered, he could simply retreat to Shouchun and continue to serve Yuan Shu. However, Yuan Yao was different. He was the beloved son of the Lord, the sole heir. Should any misfortune befall Yuan Yao, Xiao Rui would bear the weight of 1,000 deaths. Chapter 32. When in the field, the sovereign's orders are not to be disregarded, my lord. Let us adhere to the original plan and quell the forces of the Shanhua that have emerged to pillage. If you are determined to engage in the conflict between Sun Ce and Lu Yao, then I must report this matter to the Lord faithfully for his decision." Observing the righteous and eloquent Xiao Rui, Yuan Yao smiled and remarked, "Do you know, esteemed Xiao, that when one is away, the command of the sovereign may not be heeded? Now, as the commander of the 3 armies, the course of our military endeavors rests solely in my hands. Should you harbor any discontent, I shall have no choice but to leave you in the capable hands of General Su Sheng for a time." Su Sheng, with his ancient sword slung across his back, saluted Xiao Rui with a powerful voice, stating, "Esteemed Xiao, I welcome your guidance." Xiao Rui gazed at the fierce and formidable Su Sheng, realizing that Yuan Yao was resolutely prepared to confront Lu Yao and Sun Ce head-on. As a scholar general, Xiao Rui's martial prowess was far from exceptional. The great sword Su Sheng carried appeared exceedingly weighty, undoubtedly a remarkable weapon. Xiao Rui mused that not only could he not wield such a blade, But even carrying it as Xiang did would be beyond his capabilities. He shuddered at the thought of such a sword striking him. Entrusting such a formidable warrior with his oversight seemed a gross underutilization of Xiang's talents. Moreover, with his 2 daughters serving in the army, it was likely they would become Yuan Yao's wives. Should he oppose Yuan Yao with unwavering resolve, it could very well sow discord between them. Alas, let Yuan Yao orchestrate his schemes as he pleases. As for himself, he would leave matters to fate. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Rui addressed Yuan Yao. I am willing to follow your command. Nearby, Zhou Yu grinned and exclaimed, General Xiao, your words are indeed wise. Following our lord, we shall surely prevail in every battle. As evening fell, Yuan Yao's army established their encampment. Officers and soldiers gathered together to deliberate on significant matters. Lu Su turned to Yuan Yao and inquired, My lord, in your quest for talent, are you aware of the 2 Zhangs from Jiadong? In the realm of Jiadong, the 2 Zhangs are renowned figures previously recommended by Zhou Yu to Sun Ce. With Zhou Yu's absence, Sun Ce remains unaware of their identities and has not yet invited them to his ranks. Yuan Yao has long harbored the intention to recruit the 2 Zhangs, only to be pleasantly surprised when Lu Su brought them to his attention first. It seems that the greatest talents of this era share a common vision, recognizing who can aid their master in achieving greatness. Yuan Yao smiled at Lu Su and replied, How could I be unaware of the illustrious names of the 2 Zhangs? Zhang Zhao, styled Zibu, hails from Pingcheng in Shuzhou, while Zhang Hong, styled Zigong, is from Guangling in Shuzhou. They are renowned scholars of our time, endowed with the ability to govern the heavens and manage the earth, currently residing in Yangzhou to escape the turmoil of war in Shuzhou. Lu Su, astonished by Yuan Yao's profound knowledge of contemporary talents, responded, Since you recognize their exceptional abilities, why not recruit them? Yuan Yao replied, That is precisely my intention. Upon hearing of Yuan Yao's desire to enlist the 2 Zhangs, Jiang Gan eagerly rose and said, I am willing to alleviate your burdens, my lord, by persuading the 2 Zhangs to join us. Mr. Z, please remain calm, Yuan Yao interjected with a raised hand, smiling at the assembly. As the 2 Zhangs are extraordinary talents, I shall prepare generous gifts and personally extend the invitation. This will demonstrate my sincerity. In Yuan Yao's view, the Zhangs' military strategies were somewhat lacking, particularly Zhang Zhao, who was more inclined to surrender than to engage in combat. However, the duo's administrative prowess was unparalleled. In the previous life, it was their contributions that enabled Sun Quan to effectively govern Jiangdong and contend with the myriad warlords. Such exceptional individuals must certainly be brought under Yuan Yao's banner. With the assistance of these 2, Yuan Yao is destined to govern Jiangdong and Huainan into the most prosperous regions under heaven. When Yuan Yao approached the 2 Zhangs with generous gifts, Zhang Zhao and Zhang Huan were leisurely seated in their thatched cottage, enjoying tea and engaging in conversation. Zhang Huan took a delicate sip of tea and remarked, Zibu, it appears that Yangzhou is no longer peaceful. Sun Ce is leading his army to attack Chue. A fierce battle is inevitable. Do you think we should seek a more tranquil residence, perhaps relocate to Jingzhou? Zhang Zhao gently shook his head and replied, When the Han lost its deer, all heroes pursued it. Today, all the heroes of the realm have entered the fray, and we are no exception. No matter where we choose to relocate, the outcome remains unchanged. Moreover, this life of evasion is not what either of us desires. It seems you have plans in mind. Wishing to enter the service of a lord, Zhang Huan chuckled. Residing in Yangzhou, we have only 3 potential lords to whom we might pledge our allegiance, Yuan Shu, Liu Yao, or the newly arrived, ambitious Sun Ce. I wonder which of these 3 is the enlightened ruler in your heart, Zibu? Zhang Zhao raised his teacup and addressed his old friend. Among these individuals, Yuan Shu possesses the greatest strength and is bolstered by the prestige of 4 generations of 3 dukes. Logically, we should align ourselves with Yuan Shu. When I first arrived in Jiangdong, I held this belief as well. However, Yuan Shu's actions have been profoundly disappointing. Zhang Huan nodded in agreement, indeed. Yuan Shu shows no compassion for the common people, waging war in Huainan. He maintains an army of over 200,000 men for a mere handful of counties. Such a military scale is simply unsustainable for the people of Huainan. Moreover, Yuan Shu, guided solely by personal whims, recklessly engages in warfare, devoid of any strategic purpose. It is rumored that he has acquired Sun Ce's imperial seal and harbors ambitions of usurpation. Such a foolish individual, even if bestowed with vast territories, is destined for ruin and is certainly unworthy of our support. In mere exchanges of words, they dismissed Yuan Shu. The most preeminent talents of the age are not foolish. They possess the insight to discern the greater trends of the world. Consequently, Yuan Shu's ranks lack exceptional individuals, with only Yin Xiang and Ji Ling. One a scholar and the other a warrior, qualifying as significant talents. Zhang Zhao continued. As for Liu Yao, the inspector of Yangzhou, though not as arrogant as Yuan Shu, he is nonetheless a mediocre ruler. This individual is shallow in intellect and lacks discernment and talent. Relying solely on his status as a member of the Han royal family, he has achieved nothing substantial, and the lands of Jiangdong will inevitably fall into the hands of others. Liu Yao is, in fact, inferior to Yuan Shu. Zhang Hong remarked with a smile. Ultimately, only Sun Ce remains. Zibu, what are your thoughts on Sun Ce? Sun Ce indeed possesses remarkable qualities. Zhang Zhao slowly sipped his tea and said, this man inherits his father's ambitions and commands a formidable array of valiant generals. Currently leading an army against Liu Yao, he exhibits a formidable spirit of unifying Jiangdong. If he can vanquish Liu Yao and secure the entirety of Jiangdong, we might consider aligning ourselves with him. Zhang Hong asserted. Enhancing a beautiful tapestry is less valuable than providing timely assistance. If we were to align ourselves with Sun Ce now, we would undoubtedly be regarded as his trusted advisors. Zigang makes a valid point. Zhang Zhao nodded and added, however, even if we are to support Sun Ce, we must await his invitation for our allegiance. To approach him proactively would place us at a disadvantage. How could Zibu know that Sun Ce would recognize us and take the initiative to visit? Given our esteemed reputation, Sun Ce would undoubtedly be aware of us. If he fails to come, it is simply a matter of fate that we are not destined to meet. Let us await a worthy sovereign. As soon as Zhang Zhao finished speaking, a servant rushed in, breathless, announcing, Gentlemen, a young general has arrived at the door. He is accompanied by a multitude and has brought numerous gifts, requesting an audience with you both. Chapter 33. This young general is Yuan Yao, not Sun Ce. Zhang Zhao set down his teacup and smiled at Zhang Hong, saying, Zigong, what did I just say? Hasn't Sun Ce come to us? Zhang Hong responded with a smile. He understands the virtue of honoring the worthy and has personally come to pay his respects. Sun Ce indeed possesses the qualities of a true sovereign. Come, let us go to welcome General Sunday. The two made their way to the entrance, where they beheld Yuan Yao, clad in silver armor, exuding vigor and grace. Flanking him were Liu Su, Jiang Gan, Bu Zhi, Chen Dao, Su Sheng, and Zhou Cong, among others, all distinguished in both intellect and martial prowess. Upon seeing Yuan Yao, Zhang Zhao and Zhang Hong could not help but marvel at his appearance and demeanor. What an impressive and striking young general. It is said that Sun Ce is extraordinarily handsome and is known as Sun Lang. Today, he truly lives up to his reputation. Moreover, those accompanying him are all remarkable figures, a testament to the abundance of talent. Zhang Zhao and Zhang Hong had silently resolved to support this Sun Ce. This Sun Ce is undoubtedly a rare and enlightened leader to be found in the world. Just as they were about to bow to Yuan Yao, he respectfully clasped his hands and introduced himself, Yuan Yao from Huainan, paying my respects to the esteemed gentlemen Zhang, Zhao, and Zhang Hong. What is this? Yuan Yao. Is he not the son of Yuan Shu from Huainan? Could it be that this young general before us is not Sun Ce, but rather Yuan Shu's son, Yuan Yao? Yuan Yao's statement utterly bewildered Zhang, Zhao, and Zhang Huan. The individual before them seemed to embody all their preconceived notions of Sun Ce. Yet he was not Sun Ce, but the son of Yuan Shu. Fortunately, the two Zhangs, being composed and sagacious, managed to suppress their astonishment. They stifled their surprise and respectfully greeted Yuan Yao. We pay our respects to young Master Yuan. Your presence is a privilege. Please, enter and converse with us. Very well. Yuan Yao waved his hand and said, Bring forth the generous gifts I have prepared for the esteemed gentleman. The gifts that Yuan Yao had arranged were quite substantial, primarily comprising gold, silver, exquisite jade, and fine silks, items of considerable worth. The procurement of these gifts had cost Yuan Yao a significant sum. To honor two distinguished talents with such lavish gifts is indeed a remarkable gesture. As everyone settled into their respective places, Yuan Yao introduced the two Zhangs, gentlemen. These are Liu Su, also known as Liu Zijing, Bu Zhi, referred to as Bu Zishan, and Jiang Gan, known as Jiang Zi. They are all my trusted confidants. The three men bowed and turned to Zhang Zhao and Zhang Huan. Just as Liu Su was familiar with Zhang Zhao, so too were Zhang Zhao and Zhang Huan well aware of Liu Su and the others. They all moved within the same circles of notable figures, and upon hearing names, recognition was immediate. After exchanging pleasantries, the two Zhangs gained a deeper appreciation of Yuan Yao. This young master Yuan Yao was indeed unfathomable. The ability to attract the sincere allegiance of individuals like Liu Su and Bu Zhi could not be attributed solely to the name of a second-generation scion of the Yuan family. Without further ado, even Yuan Shao's father, Yuan Shu, was unable to persuade Liu Su, who firmly declined his overtures. Yet, Lu Su willingly offered his allegiance to Yuan Yao. What does this signify? It suggests that Yuan Yao possesses an extraordinary personal charisma capable of captivating such remarkable talents. Zhang Zhao expressed to Yuan Yao, "It is indeed a surprise and an honor for us to receive your visit. However, considering that you hail from Shouchun, what brings you to this place? We beseech you to enlighten us." Zhang Gan promptly rose to address Zhang Zhao and Zhang Hong, stating, "This matter is rather intricate. Allow me to elucidate." Zhang Gan, renowned for his eloquence in the Jianghu, narrated the exploits of Yuan Yao with fervor and passion. He began with Yuan Yao's organization of the Martial Arts Conference and continued to recount his recruitment of talented individuals, the dismissal of Huang Yi, the establishment of a new army, and his campaigns in Jiangdong. A vivid portrayal of a sagacious ruler, adept in both civil and martial affairs, unfolded before the eyes of the two Zhangs. If Jiang Gan's words hold true, then Yuan Yao far surpasses Sun Ce. Sun Ce may excel in martial prowess, but Yuan Yao not only cultivates unparalleled soldiers, but also constructs a thriving mercantile enterprise. He embodies the quintessential, multifaceted sovereign. Moreover, Yuan Yao's background is even more formidable than that of Sun Ce. Yuan Shu's militaristic tendencies have caused turmoil in Huainan. However, Huainan still bears the Yuan surname. Should Yuan Yao assume command over Huainan, with their combined abilities, they could revitalize the region's economy and livelihood. The comparison between Yuan Yao and Sun Ce appears unnecessary. The two Zhangs felt an immense sense of fortune, just as they sought a worthy sovereign. One had arrived at their doorstep. Could it be that Yuan Yao is the destined ruler for them? Yuan Yaoyan, with sincere words, addressed Zhang Zhao and Zhang Hong. "I have long recognized the extraordinary talents of both gentlemen. I have come today to implore you to step forth and assist me in achieving a grand enterprise." The two Zhangs promptly bowed to Yuan Yaoyan, saying, "Young master, your humility in honoring the worthy overwhelms us. If you would not think ill of us, we are willing to serve you loyally." "Splendid," Yuan Yaoyan exclaimed, grasping each of their hands joyfully. "To have the support of such remarkable talents is indeed my great fortune." He then led the two Zhangs onward as they continued their march. Among Sun Ce's forces, the strategist Lu Fan also recommended the two Zhangs to Sun Ce. Intrigued, Sun Ce pondered, let Gongheng prepare some gifts, and summon the two Zhangs. No sooner had Sun Ce spoken than Zhu Zhi entered, addressing Sun Ce, "My lord, Yuan Shao's son, Yuan Yaoyan, is leading an army of 3,000 towards Chue." The mention of Yuan Yaoyan stirred a profound discomfort within Sun Ce. During his time in Shouchun, he had suffered considerably due to Yuan Yaoyan's machinations. His close friend, Zhou Gongjin, remained in Shouchun as a hostage to Yuan Yaoyan even now. Raising an eyebrow, Sun Ce remarked, "What does Yuan Yaoyan seek here?" "There is a letter from Yuan Shao, which you will understand upon reading." Sun Ce meticulously examined Yuan Shao's correspondence and, upon finishing, erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha, this Yuan Yaoyan, the scion of privilege, intends to exploit the mountain tribes for military practice. He seeks to bolster his reputation by subduing the mountain tribes, aiming to secure Yuan Shao's position thereafter. I am fully aware of the ambitions of these privileged heirs. Moreover, Yuan Shu, the traitor, has seized my imperial seal and dares to command me. Such audacity is beyond comprehension. He even expects me to safeguard Yuan Yao and heed his orders. What does Yuan Shu take me for? A mere servant of the Yuan clan." Sun Ce's words brimmed with contempt for the father and son of the Yuan family. During his time in Shouchun, he had to feign compliance with Yuan Shu and his son, enduring considerable humiliation. Now that he has liberated himself from the Yuan clan and is poised to showcase his prowess in Jiangdong, how could he continue to indulge the Yuan family? The very appearance of Yuan Yao in Jiangdong sparked a sense of exhilaration within Sun Ce. The humiliation he endured at Yuan Yao's hands finally presented an opportunity for reckoning. El Fan analyzed for Sun Ce. Does the Lord not find Yuan Yao's actions rather peculiar? Logically, if Yuan Yao sought a stronghold and aimed to build his military prowess, he should retreat into the deep mountains. He could simply capture a few mountain tribesmen to accomplish his objectives and report back to Yuan Shu. Yet, he is now taking the opposite route by heading towards Chue. Chue is hardly a favorable location. The Lord is about to engage in a fierce battle with Liu Yao here. Why would Yuan Yao willingly place himself in such peril? Chapter 34. War is not merely a matter of bloodshed but also of human relations. It is precisely because Yuan Yao is a coward at heart that he ventures to Chue. Sun Ce's eyes were filled with disdain as he scoffed. Did not Yuan Shu send me a letter? In that missive, he clearly instructed me to obey Yuan Yao's commands. Even if it costs me my life, I am to ensure Yuan Yao's safety. With this letter as a talisman, Yuan Yao has no choice but to gravitate towards me. This spineless creature seeks to use me for his own preservation. Zhu Ji inquired of Sun Ce, what shall our lord do? Sun Ce, with a firm grip, crumpled the bamboo slip that Yuan Shu had sent him and coldly declared, no one shall thwart my ambition to unify Jiangdong. Not Yuan Shu, and certainly not Yuan Yao. If Yuan Yao refrains from provoking me, he may continue to deal with the Shangyue people in Shui. Once I have subdued Liu Yao, I shall deal with him. Should Yuan Yao be foolish enough to cross my path, I shall capture him. His life will serve as a bargaining chip to reclaim the imperial seal and the esteemed Gong Jin. Upon hearing Sun Ce's words, Lu Fan and Zhu Ji found his reasoning quite compelling, and thus ceased to regard Yuan Yao as a significant concern. As their lord Sun Ce had articulated, what could a mere second-generation aristocrat like Yuan Yao possibly achieve? Their most formidable adversary at present was Liu Yao, the inspector of Yangzhou. Liu Yao, styled Zhang Li, hailed from an illustrious lineage, being a legitimate scion of the Han dynasty recognized by the court. His uncle was the former Grand Commandant Lu Chong, and his elder brother had once held the post of inspector of Yenzhou, Lu Dai. Leveraging his family's influence, Liu Yao had ascended to the position of inspector of Yangzhou. Initially, he had established his seat of governance in Shouchun, but Yuan Shu's overwhelming tyranny had forced him into Jiangdong. Unable to contend with Yuan Shu, Liu Yao had no choice but to swallow his pride and muster his troops in Shui. Little did he anticipate that Sun Ce would now approach him. Although Sun Ce commanded only a few thousand troops, while Liu Yao boasted tens of thousands, Liu Yu was nonetheless rendered anxious by Sun Ce's advance. Hastily summoning his civil and military officials to deliberate. Upon learning of Sun Ce's impending assault, the valiant General Tai Shirzi rose and exclaimed, how dare this young Sun Ce trespass into Jiangdong? My lord, I volunteer to lead the vanguard in this battle. All I require is 3,000 soldiers, and I shall capture Sun Ce alive for you. A young warrior, merely 16 or 17 years of age, boldly proclaimed, I wish to accompany General Tai Shirzi and capture the rebel Sun Ce alive. Liu Yao, observing the youthfulness of these two eager generals, felt a surge of displeasure. It is said that those lacking facial hair are unreliable in action. How could he possibly entrust the formidable task of resisting Sun Ce to two mere children? Just as Liu Yao was about to reprimand Tai Shirzi and the young warrior, his esteemed General Zhang Ying interjected, Tai Shirzi, you are too young. The intricacies of warfare run deep, and you cannot grasp them yet. Given your current standing, you should remain by the Lord's side to await orders. After speaking, Zhang Ying respectfully addressed Liu Yao, my lord, if Sun Ce intends to assault Shui, he must pass through Niuzhu. I need only to lead an army of 10,000 to fortify Niuzhu, and even if Sun Ce commands 1,000,000 troops, he shall not advance. Liu Yao held Zhang Ying in high regard, stroking his beard as he remarked to Tai Shirzi and the young warrior, look to General Zhang. Heed his words. This is the wisdom of seasoned statesmanship. Tai Shirzi bowed his head in silence, clearly unconvinced of Zhang Ying's capabilities. Sun Ce, already outnumbered, could be defeated with straightforward military might. There was no need to be confined in Niuzhu. Tai Shirzi was confident he could capture Sun Ce within a month with that army under his command. As for Zhang Ying, he viewed him as a mere mediocre individual, content to remain at Niuzhu, who might even falter against Sun Ce. Yet, no matter what he said, Liu Yao placed his trust in Zhang Ying, leaving Tai Shirzi feeling powerless. Were it not for Liu Yao's past kindness toward him, he would have been tempted to leave without a word. After training Tai Shirzi with a few remarks, Liu Yao turned to Zhang Ying and declared, in that case, I shall grant you an army of 10,000. You need only hold the position at Niuzhu for a few months, and once Sun Ce's provisions are exhausted and he retreats, you shall be hailed for your merit. Overjoyed, Zhang Ying bowed to Liu Yao and vowed, I will certainly not disappoint the trust placed in me by my lord. Sun Ce's forces converged with Zhang Ying's at Niuzhu, while Yuan Yao also advanced his troops to the vicinity of Niuzhu. Yuan Yao established his camp in the deep mountains, 70 li away from the two armies, feigning a campaign against the mountain tribes. The local mountain tribes, not being foolish, learned of the well-equipped armies stationed below and refrained from descending to plunder. The resources within the mountains could sustain them for a time, and they could always wait for Yuan Yao to depart before emerging to raid. As for Sun Ce and Zhang Ying, they were wholly unconcerned with Yuan Yao. Their minds were fixated on how to eliminate each other. In these days, Liao Hua and Ma Zhong's reconnaissance units proved their mettle, delivering numerous letters to Yuan Yao daily. Every movement of Sun Ce's army was under Yuan Yao's control. Ma Zhong even personally led a team to scout Zhang Ying's encampment, reporting back to Yuan Yao on the condition of Zhang Ying's forces. Upon learning of the strength possessed by both Sun Ce and Zhang Ying, Chen Dao respectfully addressed Yuan Yao, saying, My lord, with the prowess of my elite troops, We can easily vanquish either of their armies. We await your command on how to proceed." Jiang Gan added, "My lord, the best strategy at present is to remain inactive. Let Sun Ce and Zhang Ying wear each other down, and then our army shall strike, eliminating both." The other civil and military officials nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Jiang Gan's counsel. Had Yuan Yao been devoid of memories from his previous life, he would likely have concurred with Jiang Gan's assertions. However, possessing knowledge of the tribulations that Sun Ce would inevitably encounter, Yuan Yao had no intention of proceeding in such a manner. With the formidable prowess of the scholars and valiant soldiers under his command, subduing Sun Ce would be a trivial endeavor. Yet, Yuan Yao's ambitions extended beyond mere conquest. He aspired to usurp Sun Ce's opportunities as well. In his previous life, upon arriving in Jiangdong, Sun Ce seemed to be endowed with extraordinary fortune, attracting a plethora of civil and military talents to his banner, thereby amassing a significant cohort of capable individuals. These talents were ones that Yuan Yao was determined to intercept. Moreover, should Yuan Yao eliminate Sun Ce at this juncture, he would subsequently be compelled to confront Liu Yao alone, even if victory were within reach. The losses incurred by his elite Bailian troops would be considerable. This contingent of 3,000 Bailian soldiers had accompanied Yuan Yao since his inception, representing his most loyal forces. Once his strength burgeoned, Yuan Yao envisioned dispersing these men among his various armies to serve as foundational officers. The demise of even a single soldier would weigh heavily on Yuan Yao's heart. Thus, he would never expend them recklessly against Liu Yao. Yuan Yao's strategy for seizing Jiangdong was singular. Engage Sun Ce in direct confrontation, reaping all the rewards for himself. Ultimately, when Sun Ce comes to the realization of his subservient status and seethes with impotent rage, Yuan Yao would then deftly dispatch him. The means to achieve this strategic objective would hinge upon Yuan Yao's ingenuity. With a smile, he remarked, "Zhu's thoughts are commendable, yet they lack depth. At times, warfare transcends mere bloodshed. It is also a matter of human relationships and societal intricacies. We must unite all forces that can be of service to us to attain efficacious results with minimal effort. Zhu, I entrust you with a task." Jiang Gan clasped his fists and replied, "Your command shall be fulfilled, my lord." Yuan Yao remarked, "Take some wine and meet to Sun Ce's camp, and say it is a reward from me for his troops. We are both part of the army from Runan, and we should unite and support one another. If necessary, I can assist him in dealing with Liu Yao." Chapter 35. Sun Ce faces Zhang Ying on the battlefield for the first time. Jiang Gan, a master of eloquence, found it effortless to present gifts to bolster morale. He delivered the wine and meat to Sun Ce's camp and lavished praise upon him before taking his leave. Sun Ce, momentarily bewildered by Yuan Yao's gifts, pondered the intentions of the treacherous Yuan Yao. Why would this cunning rogue offer such tokens? Flattery without cause is either deceit or theft. He mused. He summoned his trusted advisors, Bu Zhi and Fan, to speculate on Yuan Yao's motives. Fan informed Sun Ce, "My lord, I sent someone to deliver gifts to the esteemed scholars Zhang, Zhao, and Zhang Hong. Upon arrival, I learned that both scholars have been invited by Yuan Yao to join his ranks. It is possible that this alliance is their suggestion, as, in name, we are all under the banner of Yuan Shu and should naturally support one another. Zhang Zhao and Zhang Hong have defected to Yuan Yao? Infuriating. That scoundrel Yuan Yao seeks to claim everything from me, even my talented individuals." Sun Ce clenched his fists, taking several deep breaths to regain his composure. Although the two Zhangs held considerable renown, they were merely two old men. Their defection to Yuan Yao was a sign of their lack of discernment. "Once I have secured Jiangdong, they will come to regret their choice." Zhu Zhi remarked to Sun Ce. During his time in Shouchun, Yuan Yao was arrogant and overbearing. Now that he has entered Jiangdong, he may very well be intimidated by the mountain tribes and Liu Yao. He believes that the Lord is a general under his father's command, thus seeking to draw the Lord as an ally. Presenting gifts to the troops serves as a means to curry favor with the Lord. Sun Ce acknowledges the validity in Zhu Zhi's words, nodding in agreement. This Yuan Yao, who even fears Liu Yao, is indeed a cowardly wretch. He wishes to rely on me. Sun Ce, why should I not turn this to my advantage? Junli, Zihong, distribute the wine and meat sent by Yuan Yao to reward our soldiers. Tomorrow, I shall march forth to confront Zhang Ying and vanquish this Caozhu. On the following day, Sun Ce leads his army into battle, opposing Zhang Ying's forces at Caozhu Beach. Yuan Yao, accompanied by Chun Dao, Su Xiang, and a dozen riders, observes from a distance. Regardless of which army faces defeat, it is favorable news for Yuan Yao. However, he harbors a desire for Sun Ce to triumph over Zhang Ying. Only with Sun Ce's victory can he continue to confront Liu Yao, depleting Liu Yao's available forces. It also presents him the opportunity to seize the moment and leverage Sun Tzu's strength to capture Jiangdong. Finding a hard-working ally like Sun Tzu, who tirelessly toils on his behalf, is indeed a rare fortune. As the two armies stand ready, Zhang Ying, clad in black armor, rides forth, brandishing his sword towards Sun Tzu, and bellows, "You, Sun Tzu, why do you trespass upon the territory of Jiangdong without cause?" Sun Tzu replies with a hearty laugh, "I come at the behest of General Yuan Shu, the governor of Yangzhou, to eradicate the traitor Liu Yao. If you swiftly dismount and surrender, you may yet preserve your lives. Should you delay, you shall meet a grim fate." Zhang Ying, infuriated, retorts, "What nonsense! Who is Yuan Shu to claim the title of governor of Yangzhou? My lord is the appointed inspector of Yangzhou by the emperor himself. If Yuan Shu has sent you to attack my lord, that is nothing short of treason." The position of Liu Yao as the governor of Yangzhou was conferred by the imperial court. Yuan Shu, aspiring to become the governor of Yangzhou, dispatched envoys to Su Du to request this official title. However, with Cao Cao in control of the court and as Yuan Shu's adversary, it was inevitable that he would refuse Yuan Shu's appeal. Upon learning of this, Yuan Shu vehemently denounced Cao Cao and subsequently proclaimed himself the governor of Yangzhou. The bureaucratic structure of the Han dynasty had long since descended into chaos, particularly concerning local officials appointed by the emperor, whose authority had become virtually meaningless. Any warlord who occupied a prefecture could easily declare themselves a magistrate or governor, leaving the court powerless to intervene. To dislodge these self-proclaimed governors would require military action, otherwise one must begrudgingly accept the situation. In a previous life, during Yuan Shao's era, Liu Bei also claimed the title of governor of Yizhou. Even Liu Bei, who prided himself on being a loyal minister to the Han dynasty, disregarded the court's decrees and seized the governorship. How much less could one expect from Yuan Shu, who was a usurper? Currently, Sun Tzu's strength had not yet reached its zenith, necessitating that he fight under Yuan Shu's banner against Liu Yao. Once Sun Tzu unified Jiangdong, he would surely break away from Yuan Shu and reveal his true ambitions. Sun Tzu proclaimed loudly, "How can the fourth-generation governor of Yuan be compared to the likes of Liu Yao? It is Liu Yao who is the traitor." The exchange of insults served merely as a tactic to undermine each other's morale. The true resolution of their conflict would rely on the valor of their respective warriors. Zhang Ying addressed his fellow generals, "Which of you is willing to engage in battle and claim the head of Sun Tzu?" "I, General Zhao Feng, am eager to go." A martial general from Liu Yao's ranks spurred his steed forward, charging directly at Sun Tzu. Han Dang, a general under Sun Tzu, shouted, "My lord, allow me to slay this treacherous commander." Han Dang wielded his sword and confronted Zhao Feng. The two clashed fiercely, and in less than 10 exchanges, Zhao Feng was slain beneath Han Dang's steed. Han Dang's victory over the enemy general invigorated the morale of Sun Tzu's troops, which surged like a tidal wave. In stark contrast, Liu Yao's forces appeared disheartened. Yuan Yao, observing from a distance, shook his head in dismay. Setting aside other considerations, it was evident that the martial prowess of Zhang Ying's commanders paled in comparison to those under Sun Tzu. Almost any soldier from Sun Tzu's army could easily overpower Zhang Ying's men. Yuan Yao remarked, "Indeed, the generals beneath Sun Tzu are exceptionally valiant. Han Dang truly exemplifies a brave warrior." Su Xing, armed with his ancient dagger, fixed his gaze intently on the battlefield and declared to Yuan Yao, merely Han Dang, "Should our lord command, I shall surely vanquish him." Yuan Yao chuckled, responding, "Though Sun Tzu boasts fierce generals, how could they ever rival the might of my own commanders?" Seeing Zhao Feng dispatched, Zhang Ying had no choice but to engage personally in battle, hoping to restore some semblance of morale. Sun Tzu dispatched Cheng Pu to the fray, and the valiant Cheng Pu brandished an iron-tipped spear to meet Zhang Ying. The two fought fiercely, exchanging blows with equal fervor. Zhang Ying, favored by Liu Yao, proved himself a formidable opponent, managing to hold his ground against Cheng Pu, which surprised Yuan Yao somewhat. After more than 30 exchanges, both generals retreated to their respective formations. Subsequently, Sun Tzu and Zhang Ying commanded their armies to engage in combat at Niuzhu Beach. This marked Yuan Yao's first intimate encounter with the chaos of war. The clashing of weapons and armor, the roars of soldiers, and the thunderous sound of charging feet enveloped Yuan Yao, providing him with the most visceral experience of warfare. Yuan Yao mused to himself, no wonder Sun Tzu, who had been a soldier since childhood, looked down upon someone like him, a second-generation aristocrat. Faced with the vast battlefield, he felt his hands tremble with anxiety. After taking several deep breaths, he managed to steady his mind, experiencing the brutality of war for the first time. It was natural to feel nervous. He would soon grow accustomed to it. Yuan Yao observed the generals by his side, Chen Dao, Su Sheng, and others who wore expressions of excitement, even eager to engage. Truly, those skilled in martial prowess found little to fear on the battlefield. Perhaps he should also learn the art of combat? Though Yuan Yao possessed commendable martial skills, they paled in comparison to those of the formidable warriors who roamed the fields of battle, despite having fierce protectors. Who would not wish to be a master of martial arts themselves? Resolute, Yuan Yao decided to learn from Qin Dao the very next day. In this fierce battle, both Sun Ce and Zhang Ying sustained injuries, leading them to withdraw their troops to their respective camps. Yuan Yao addressed his generals, saying, "Let us also retreat." Chapter 36. Yuan Yao's martial training, spear, and sword techniques. Upon returning to camp, Yuan Yao spoke to both civil and military officials. Sun Ce commands valiant troops, while Zhang Ying boasts a larger army and advantageous terrain. It will not be easy for them to determine a victor in a short span of time. I plan to launch a surprise attack on Zhang Ying's main camp to lend assistance to Sun Ce. Yuan Yao had already devised a strategy to utilize Sun Ce as a means to facilitate his own conquest of Jiangdong. The officials and generals had no objections to his decision. Lu Su inquired of Yuan Yao, "Might I ask when the Lord intends to strike?" "The timing of our action will depend on the opportune moment," Yuan Yao replied. "Until then, we shall remain in a state of readiness. We can establish our camp behind Zhang Ying's encampment for easier maneuvering." The generals remained uncertain about the timing that Yuan Yao had mentioned, and they refrained from further inquiry. That very evening, they relocated their encampment to the foothills behind General Zhang Ying's forces. Naturally, Yuan Yao's movements were reported to Zhang Ying by scouts. However, Zhang Ying was preoccupied with his own concerns regarding Sun Ce, leaving little room for thoughts of Yuan Yao. Furthermore, Zhang Ying held a certain disdain for Yuan Yao, the inexperienced scion who had never seen battle. He merely assumed that Yuan Yao intended to scour the ravines for mountain tribesmen. Let Yuan Yao indulge himself as he pleased. The pressing matter at hand was to first repel Sun Ce. On the following day, Yuan Yao rose early. De Qiao approached him with grace, assisting him into his attire, and gently inquired, "Young master, why are you up so early today?" Yuan Yao replied, "I have arranged to practice martial arts with General Qin Dao." He gestured dismissively and instructed De Qiao, "Today, I shall not wear my brocade garments. Please fetch me a simple cloth robe." "As you wish," De Qiao replied tenderly, helping Yuan Yao don a plain white robe before he proceeded to the training ground. General Qin Dao had been waiting there for quite some time. Alongside him were Generals Su Sheng and Zhou Tsang, who were also present at the training ground. "We pay our respects to the Lord," the generals proclaimed. "There is no need for excessive formalities," Yuan Yao responded. Qin Dao then inquired, "Might I ask whether the Lord wishes to learn spear techniques or swordsmanship?" "I am most proficient in spear techniques. For swordsmanship, you may learn from Generals Wen Xiang and Yuan Fu." Zhou Tsang scratched his head and chuckled. "My swordsmanship is rather unrefined. I shall refrain from embarrassing myself. General Su Sheng's swordplay far surpasses my own." Yuan Yao addressed a few individuals, expressing his intent to give everything a try, allowing the generals to observe which weapon would best suit him. In his youth, Yuan Shu had employed renowned masters to impart the arts of war and literature to him, and he had dabbled in various weaponry. However, at that time, he did not exert himself in rigorous practice, believing that he would not become a general in the future. Yuan Yao first demonstrated a series of sword techniques, followed by an elegant display of spear techniques. His martial prowess revealed a solid foundation, with his movements in both swordplay and spear techniques being remarkably composed, earning him accolades from the generals present. Even the onlooker, Xiao, could not help but applaud in admiration, exclaiming, "Young Master Yuan's spear technique is truly splendid. I never anticipated he possessed such martial skills." De Qiao smiled in response, saying, "Young Master Yuan is indeed exceptional, far removed from the frivolous reputation others ascribe to him." She then turned to Wan, teasingly asking, "Do you still wish to annul the engagement? He may be impressive, but his true worth will depend on his performance." Xiao huffed playfully, before darting over to Yuan Yao like a little sparrow, attentively wiping the sweat from his brow. De Qiao murmured to herself, "This Wan is truly a contradiction." After a vigorous workout, and being gently attended to by Xiao, Yuan Yao felt invigorated. He turned to the generals, inquiring, "Gentlemen, have you discerned which weapon I am suited for?" Qin Dao replied, "Your martial foundation is remarkably solid, and your agility is commendable. In my humble opinion, you are well suited to practice with spears and halberds." Su Sheng concurred, adding, "I too believe that you are apt for the spear and halberd." Yuan Yao felt increasingly adept with his spear, nodding in agreement. "Very well, henceforth, I shall train in spear techniques under Uncle Zhi." Once his decision was made, he devoted himself to learning from Qin Dao with great diligence. Not only did he absorb the art of spear play, but also the foundational stances, horse stances, and combat footwork, along with equestrian skills that Yuan Dao meticulously imparted. Yuan Yao, being exceptionally intelligent and perceptive, quickly mastered these martial practices, engaging in relentless training each day. As several days passed, Yuan Yao sensed a marked improvement in his martial prowess. Meanwhile, the forces of Sun Ce and Zhang Ying remained active, clashing daily at Niuzhu Beach, with each side claiming victories and defeats. Initially, Zhang Ying harbored some reservations about Yuan Yao, assigning guards to protect the main camp during battles. However, as time went on and Yuan Yao exhibited no intentions of attacking Zhang Ying's encampment, Zhang Ying gradually began to relax his vigilance. These young aristocrats, intoxicated by their own ambitions, lacked the courage to engage in the fray of the army. They likely intended to capture a few mountain bandits and return to Shouchun to claim their rewards from Yuan Shu. The true adversary remained Sun Ce. The generals under Yuan Yao were filled with a restless energy, observing the ongoing skirmishes between Sun Ce and Zhang Ying. They awaited the opportune moment their lord had spoken of, eager to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. Scholars like Lu Su and Bu Zhi harbored their own uncertainties. What, exactly, was the opportune moment referred to by their lord? On a particular day, after completing spear training with Chen Dao, a scout arrived to report, "My lord, today Sun Ce has once again engaged in fierce battle with Zhang Ying on the beach. Furthermore, a contingent of several hundred troops is stealthily approaching Zhang Ying's camp. Their intentions remain unknown." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yao firmly planted his lance in the weapon rack and exclaimed with hearty laughter, "The moment has arrived. Uncle Zhi, when Xiang, Yuan Fu, assemble 1,000 cavalrymen to intercept this band." At once, Yuan Yao marshaled 1,000 elite soldiers clad in white silk, and under the guidance of scouts, they advanced towards the direction of the several hundred troops. In his previous life, Yuan Yao had known that Sun Ce's victory over Zhang Ying at Niuzhu was facilitated by an arsonist within Zhang Ying's camp, which threw his forces into disarray. That arsonist was none other than the formidable generals Zhou Tai and Jiang Qin. These two warriors were exceptional, possessing extraordinary strength and serving as seasoned veterans of Eastern Will, especially Zhou Tai, who had saved Sun Quan on countless occasions. Across the entirety of Jiangdong, aside from Tai Shizi and Gan Ning, few could rival him. Such remarkable generals, Yuan Yao was determined to secure for himself. Thus, he had been biding his time at Niuzhu, awaiting the opportune moment when Zhou Tai and Jiang Qin would ignite the flames. Yuan Yao had instructed the scouts to closely monitor Zhang Ying's camp, which led to the discovery of the trail of several hundred horsemen. Undoubtedly, these hundreds were none other than Zhou Tai and Jiang Qin. At that moment, the two generals were leading a few hundred brothers, intending to launch a surprise attack on Zhang Ying's camp and set it ablaze. As they approached within 10 miles of Zhang Ying's stronghold, they suddenly spotted a billowing cloud of dust ahead, indicating an impending cavalry charge. Jiang Qin furrowed his brow and remarked, "How could there be cavalry in this area? Has Zhang Ying uncovered our plan?" Zhou Tai, equally perplexed, tightened his grip on his battle blade and replied, "It should not be Zhang Ying. He is preoccupied with his fierce battle against General Sun Ce. How could he possibly detect us? Yet, if it truly is the enemy advancing, we must fight to the death." Chapter 37. Yuan Jingyao of Huainan. The reincarnation of Ming Changjun Yuan Yao's 1,000 elite cavalry, adorned in white robes and armor, swiftly advanced before Zhou Tai and Jiang Qin, who commanded a mere few hundred men. Zhou Tai, confronted by this formidable army, hesitated to act recklessly. The sheer might of Yuan Yao's cavalry could easily obliterate their small contingent with a single charge. Perched upon his snow-white steed, Yuan Yao called out with a commanding voice, "Who are you?" Zhou Tai and Jiang Qin, recognizing the valor of the youthful general before them, did not conceal their identities. Zhou Tai replied, "I am Zhou Tai, styled Yuping, hailing from Shaokai and Zhejiang. I am Jiang Qin, styled Gongyi, from Shouchun." Jiang Qin added, "We, as brothers, have been compelled by the ravages of war to gather a band of comrades to make our living on the Yangtze River. May I inquire your esteemed name, General?" Yuan Yao smiled and responded, "I am Yuan Yao, styled Jingyao. Since you are from Shouchun, have you heard of my name?" Jiang Qin was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you not the noble son of the Yuan family, Yuan Jingyao, who hosts the martial arts tournament to attract the heroes of Huainan?" Shouchun proudly affirmed, "Indeed, he is our master." Realizing Yuan Yao's esteemed identity, Zhou Tai and Jiang Qin excitedly bowed in respect. "We pay our respects to young Master Yuan." Yuan Yao dismounted and graciously assisted them to their feet, saying, "Gentlemen, please rise. I understand that Sun Ce is currently engaged in a fierce battle with Zhang Ying. Are you here to assist Sun Ce with your band of brothers?" Zhou Tai and Jiang Qin gazed at Yuan Yao with profound admiration. They addressed him, saying, "We dare not deceive you, my lord. The world is exceedingly harsh, and we have no choice but to engage in some unscrupulous dealings on the Yangtze River with our brothers. Yet, as honorable men, who would willingly stoop to thievery. Recently, we have heard that Sun Ce is recruiting talented individuals in Jiangdong, and we wish to seize this opportunity. However, to approach him empty-handed would surely lead to our being looked down upon. Thus, we have devised a plan to incinerate Zhang Ying's camp, aiding Sun Ce in vanquishing him. Consider it our token of allegiance to Sun Ce. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yao nodded slightly and smiled. Gentlemen, you possess both valor and wisdom. Indeed, you are exceptional talents. Sun Ce is in search of capable individuals, and I too am eager for such talents. Now that you have encountered me, do you still wish to serve Sun Ce? A warm smile adorned Yuan Yao's face, enveloping the two men in a refreshing aura. Jiang Qin, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "The illustrious name of the young Mengchong, Yuan Yao, is known far and wide across the rivers and lakes. To have met you, my lord, is a stroke of fortune. How could we possibly choose to serve Sun Ce?" "Young Mengchong, are you referring to me?" Yuan Yao asked, a hint of bewilderment in his expression. Zhou Tai elucidated, "My lord, you convened a martial arts assembly in Shouchun City, where any true warrior, regardless of background, was welcomed and assessed based on their abilities. Many valiant men from the Green Forest sought their fortunes, and unexpectedly, they were indeed taken under your wing." Jiang Qin added, "After you welcomed them, my lord, you provided them with financial support and ample provisions, treating them with great generosity. These gallant individuals, grateful for your bounteous kindness, are willing to devote their lives in your service." Two phrases have already spread across the regions of Jiang and Huai. Yuan Yao of Huainan, the reincarnation of Meng Changjun. This aptly describes you, young Master Yuan. Currently, the heroes across Huainan take pride in serving you. We too initially wished to pledge our allegiance to you, but alas, we found ourselves without a pathway. By the time we intended to travel to Shouchun, the martial arts tournament had long concluded, leaving us no choice but to abandon our plan. In our desperation, we contemplated seeking our fortune with Sun Ce. However, upon encountering you, why would we even consider Sun Ce? Indeed, what is Sun Ce compared to you? In a moment of fervor, Zhou Tai and Jiang Qin both knelt before Yuan Yao, proclaiming, "It is our great fortune to meet you here today. We earnestly request that you accept us. We are willing to swear our lives in your service. We shall face any peril for you without hesitation." Yuan Yao had anticipated that he would need to persuade Zhou Tai and Jiang Qin with reason and emotion. To his astonishment, he discovered that these two were, in fact, his ardent admirers. This revelation filled him with both surprise and delight. Yuan Yao had organized the martial arts tournament merely to recruit formidable warriors for his cause. Little did he expect that the event would elevate his reputation, allowing him to gain renown throughout Jianghuai. Yuan Yao of Huainan, the reincarnation of Meng Changjun. It sounded quite imposing, much more melodious than his father's title of the withered bones in the tomb. Indeed, this pleased him greatly. Yuan Yao helped both men to their feet, clasping their hands as he declared, "To have the support of both generals is a blessing for me, Yuan Yao. Rest assured, since you have chosen to serve under my banner, you shall receive the finest treatment. As you are willing to risk your lives, I, Yuan Yao, shall never skimp on resources. Should there come a day when I achieve great success, both of you, esteemed generals, shall undoubtedly be bestowed with titles of nobility and high command." Zhou Tai's lips trembled as he addressed Yuan Yao, saying, "My lord, your acceptance of us brings us immense satisfaction. We seek not great wealth or high status. We only wish to follow you. Regardless of whether it entails traversing mountains of blades or seas of flames, we shall remain steadfast by your side." Jiang Qin, his face flushed with excitement, echoed, "I feel the same." Yuan Yao recognized that both Zhou Tai and Jiang Qin were men of loyalty and righteousness. Once they pledged their allegiance, they would vow to serve him until death. Henceforth, these two generals would become his most trusted confidants. Chen Dao and Su Sheng, among other generals, held Yuan Yao in the highest esteem. It became clear that the opportunity Yuan Yao awaited was indeed the arrival of Zhou Tai and Jiang Qin. Yet how could the Lord, residing in the encampment, have foreseen their coming? This must be what is referred to as prophetic insight. Chen Dao inquired of Yuan Yao, "My lord, now that we have secured the loyalty of Generals Zhou Tai and Jiang Qin, what are our next steps? Shall we withdraw to the camp?" Yuan Yao smiled and replied, "Withdraw to the camp for what purpose? We must adhere to the original plan laid out by our two generals and assist Sun Ce in vanquishing the enemy. All commanders, heed my command. Let us launch a surprise attack on Zhang Ying's stronghold." Zhou Tai and Jiang Qin, accompanied by their several hundred brethren, followed Yuan Yao directly toward Zhang Ying's encampment. At that moment, Zhang Ying had led his troops out of the fortress, leaving the defenses lax. Yuan Yao, commanding over 1,000 cavalry and a host of valiant warriors, felt his blood surge with fervor. He drew his treasured sword and commanded, "Charge. Once we breach the enemy's camp, set it ablaze." Understood. The generals responded in unison, and over 1,000 cavalrymen charged furiously, instantly tearing through the defenses of Zhang Ying's stronghold. An enemy attack. The defenders within the stockade exclaimed in alarm. They were utterly unprepared and stood no chance against the fully armed elite soldiers of the White Scarf. Each of these cavalrymen, selected by Yuan Yao, was extraordinarily skilled in combat. They slaughtered the garrison soldiers within the stronghold with ease, as if they were merely chopping vegetables. The generals surged into the fray, achieving victory through their prowess. Only Zhou Cong and Zhou Tai remained steadfastly by Yuan Yao's side, fiercely guarding him with their loyal retainers. Any who dared to harm Yuan Yao would have to step over their fallen bodies. Observing the one-sided battle before him, Yuan Yao experienced an epiphany. It seemed that warfare was not so daunting after all. As long as the strategies were meticulously planned, the commanders executed their duties effectively, and the soldiers fought valiantly. Victory was merely a natural outcome. Chapter 38. This Yuan Yao is truly a prodigal son. The Lord has commanded, set fire to the stronghold. Under the directives of Yuan Yao and his fierce generals, the elite soldiers of the White Scarf ignited fires in all directions, and the Zhang stronghold was soon engulfed in roaring flames. The defending soldiers were utterly demoralized, scattering in a panic, unable to withstand you at this moment. Zhang Ying was engaged in a fierce battle against Sun Ce at Niuzhu, facing the formidable General Huang Yi, who wielded an iron whip. They had clashed for over 20 rounds, and neither side could claim victory. Just as their duel reached its peak, both armies were suddenly drawn to the distant blaze and thick smoke. An officer under Zhang Ying urgently shouted, "General, it seems our main camp is ablaze." "What?" Zhang Ying, filled with both astonishment and fury, hastily abandoned his confrontation with Huang Yi and rushed back to his formation. Upon careful observation, he confirmed that the fire indeed originated from his own encampment. Could it be that Sun Ce sent someone to set the flames? Our supplies are all within the camp. If we lose our stronghold, there would be no need to continue this battle. Sun Ce, noticing the billowing smoke ahead, felt perplexed as well. He had not dispatched anyone to burn Zhang Ying's camp. How could Zhang Ying's stronghold have ignited spontaneously? Cheng Pu advised Sun Ce, saying, "My lord, regardless of the cause of the fire in Zhang Ying's camp, this presents us with an excellent opportunity to defeat the enemy. If we attack now, Zhang Ying will undoubtedly be routed." A glimmer of determination sparkled in Sun Ce's eyes as he nodded in agreement. "General de Mao speaks wisely. Relay my command. The entire army shall advance. Charge." Amidst Zhang Ying's panic, Sun Ce led his forces into a fierce assault, preoccupied with the fate of his camp. Zhang Ying had neither the heart nor the mind to resist Sun Ce's onslaught. In mere moments, Zhang Ying's formation was shattered. Zhang Ying, along with several thousand soldiers who had emerged from the camp, found themselves in disarray under Sun Ce's relentless attack. Recognizing the dire situation, Zhang Ying had no choice but to flee along a narrow path, escaping Niuzhu with a handful of trusted officers. With a single battle leading to Zhang Ying's defeat, Sun Ce was filled with exuberance. He commanded his men to regroup the remnants of Zhang Ying's forces, then turned to his generals with a smile, proclaiming, "Our victory is attributed to the divine aid of our formidable troops." The strategist El Fan remarked, "The one who set fire to Zhang Ying's camp must undoubtedly be a valiant warrior, drawn by the news of our Lord's recruitment of talents. The heroes of Jiangdong are flocking to us, signifying that our Lord is indeed the people's choice. Haraha, if indeed a brave soul has come to our side, I shall reward him generously." With great enthusiasm, Sun Ce led his troops towards Zhang Ying's encampment, only to discover that Yuan Yao's elite white-clad soldiers had already occupied the main stronghold. Observing Yuan Yao, surrounded by fierce warriors and astride his snow-white steed, Sun Ce found himself momentarily bewildered. What is the situation? How could Yuan Yao be in Zhang Ying's camp? Yuan Yao reined in his horse and smiled at Sun Ce, saying, "General Bofu, it has been a long time. I trust you have been well." "Yuan Yao, what brings you here?" "Why such formalities, General Bofu? You are a commander under my father's banner, leading his grand army. We are akin to family. If I do not assist you, whom else could I aid?" Yuan Yao's words held a semblance of reason, yet Sun Ce could not shake the feeling that this young man was insufferable. If Yuan Yao truly regarded him as kin, why then had he taken his brother Gongjin hostage in Shouchun? Moreover, that magnificent snow-white steed beneath Yuan Yao, which ought to have been his own mount. Gazing at Yuan Yao's troop of white-clad cavalry, Sun Ce felt a pang of envy and resentment. Though they were merely a band of soldiers, They were all adorned in exquisite white robes and armor, mounted on splendid steeds. In terms of equipment, they surpassed even his own generals. It was evident that the Yuan family possessed wealth, yet this was not the manner to squander it. Yuan Yao truly was a prodigal. If only Sun Ce's soldiers were equipped thus, how could Jiangdong not flourish? Although Sun Ce felt a strong aversion towards Yuan Yao, he understood that engaging in conflict with him would yield little advantage. Suppressing his disdain, he said, "I appreciate the assistance, young Master Jing Yao. Now that Zhang Ying has been defeated, you may withdraw. I would also appreciate it if you could transfer the seized provisions and captured enemy soldiers to our forces." "What provisions and soldiers?" Yuan Yao replied with a chuckle. "These spoils are the rightful bounty of my army. Why should I hand them over to you?" Yuan Yao. Sun Ce's anger surged as he perceived Yuan Yao's intention to claim the treasures of Zhang Ying's fortress. Unable to contain his fury, he contemplated issuing orders for an assault on Yuan Yao. Generals Chun Dao, Zhou Tai, and others raised their weapons, eyeing Sun Ce warily, while the white cavalry assumed a stance ready for charge. Seeing the escalating tension, Sun Ce's strategist, L. Fan, hurriedly stepped forward to counsel General Bofu. "Young Master Yuan speaks truthfully. We are all part of the same family. Let us not jeopardize our camaraderie. In our efforts against Liu Yao, we must remain united. Young Master Jing Yao, our victory this time is greatly attributed to your support. We shall not claim even a fraction of the spoils you rightfully deserve." Yuan Yao nodded with a smile. "L. Ziheng, you are indeed a sensible man. General Bofu, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Rest assured, I shall assist you in future conflicts, for we are, after all, family." Sun Ce watched helplessly as Yuan Yao departed with Zhang Ying's provisions and surrendered soldiers. Once Yuan Yao was gone, he could no longer restrain himself. "Yuan Yao, treacherous scoundrel, who considers you family?" "Ziheng, I was on the verge of seizing Yuan Yao. Why did you impede me?" "My lord, a moment's impatience may disrupt grand designs. Now is not the time for us to sever ties with Yuan Yao." L. Fan counseled Sun Ce. Although General Zhang Ying under Liu Yao has suffered defeat, he remains a formidable warlord with tens of thousands of troops at his command. Engaging Liu Yao head-on presents our army with no guarantee of victory. Should we clash with Yuan Yao here, we would inevitably incur heavy losses. How then shall we contend with Liu Yao? Rather than jeopardize our relationship with Yuan Yao over a mere handful of defectors and provisions, it is wiser to maintain a facade of cordiality and draw him as an ally. Once you have vanquished Liu Yao and secured Jiangdong, the fate of Yuan Yao will rest solely upon your decree. Upon hearing El Fan's counsel, Sun Ce regained his composure. Clenching his fists, he declared, "Very well. I shall endure Yuan Yao a while longer. When I conquer Jiangdong, I shall settle both old and new accounts with him." In the clash between Sun Ce and Zhang Ying, the greatest beneficiary was indeed Yuan Yao. Zhang Ying commanded an army of 10,000, losing over 2,000 in battle, while more than 1,000 retreated in defeat alongside him. Of the remaining 6,000 troops, part remained in the encampment, while the other part, having been captured by Sun Ce, was divided evenly between Yuan Yao and Sun Ce, each gaining 3,000 defectors. However, during this arduous struggle with Zhang Ying, Sun Ce also lost 1,000 men. With the addition of 3,000 defectors, his forces totaled 7,000. Chapter 39. Following young Master Yuan is far superior to aligning with the mere minion Liu Yao. Yuan Yao, on the other hand, incurred no losses whatsoever. Not a single soldier fell, and he effortlessly gained 3,000 defectors. He possessed a remarkable ability to swiftly win over the 3,000 surrendered soldiers, making them his own. Furthermore, the supplies for General Zhang Ying's army were entirely appropriated by Yuan Yao, leaving an abundance that was far too much to consume. Upon returning to his camp, Yuan Yao hosted a grand banquet to celebrate this victory. With a smile, he introduced the formidable Zhou Tai and Jiang Qin to the esteemed guests, both civil and military, who collectively bowed and congratulated him, proclaiming, "Hail to the Lord, for we have acquired 2 more valiant generals." At present, Yuan Yao's civil officers included Liu Su, Bu Zhi, Jiang Gan, Zhang Zhao, and Zhang Hong, while his military commanders comprised Chen Dao, Su Sheng, Zhou Tsang, Zhou Tai, and Jiang Qin. This assembly could be considered a harmonious blend of literary and martial talents, brimming with exceptional individuals. Yuan Yao felt that his forces were even more formidable than those of his father, Yuan Shu, nearing the stature of a mid-tier warlord. Generals Chun Dao and Zhou Tai were capable of matching the most illustrious warriors of the realm, whereas the only one under his father's command who could contend with such legendary figures was Ji Ling. The 3,000 surrendered soldiers were confined in the prisoner camp, their hearts filled with trepidation. When Yuan Yao had persuaded them to surrender, He promised them safety, yet they remained uncertain about the treatment they would receive after their capitulation. Their weapons had all been confiscated by Yuan Yao's forces, leaving them with no possibility of resistance. Thus, they spent a restless night, filled with apprehension. The following day, a detachment of elite soldiers clad in white led them to the training grounds of the camp. Yuan Yao stood atop a high platform and addressed the surrendered soldiers. "You are all warriors who have come over from Lu Yao's ranks. I understand that you hold no loyalty to him. You were conscripted against your will, merely seeking sustenance to survive." The soldiers resonated deeply with Yuan Yao's words. In this present world, the common folk find it difficult to fill their stomachs, and lives are valued no more than grass. They serve Lu Yao as soldiers, and having food to eat is already a blessing. To expect Lu Yao to provide them with military pay is utterly fanciful. They follow Zhang Ying into battle not out of loyalty, but due to the strict military discipline that dictates execution for insubordination. Thus, the soldiers are compelled to comply. Therefore, theoretically, these surrendered soldiers can be readily utilized. Sun Ce incorporated the surrendered soldiers directly into his ranks, imposing stringent military laws to compel them to turn against Lu Yao. However, Yuan Yao differs from Sun Ce. Yuan Yao seeks elite troops, and thus aims to transform the mindset of these surrendered soldiers. "Now that you have surrendered to me, you are my soldiers," he declared. "Serving under my command, not only will I ensure that you are well fed, but I shall also provide you with superior weaponry and equipment. Furthermore, I will dispense military pay to you, and in the future, I shall even allocate land to you." Upon hearing Yuan Yao's words, the surrendered soldiers erupted in astonishment. Could it be possible that as surrendered soldiers, they could receive such favorable treatment? Even Lu Yao's personal guards did not enjoy military pay or land. If what Yuan Yao claimed were true, these surrendered soldiers would be willing to risk their lives in his service. Many of them began to whisper among themselves, questioning their comrades. "Can we trust the words of young Master Yuan?" "Of course we can. Are you not aware of young Master Yuan's reputation?" Yuan Jingyao of Huainan, the reincarnation of Meng Changjun. "Young Master Yuan is renowned for his integrity. He would never deceive us. As long as one is a hero or a valiant figure, young Master Yuan will offer them the best of treatment. Such a heroic personage would never be stingy with wealth to support his troops." It turns out to be the young Lord Yuan, Mei Chang. To follow Lord Yuan is certainly far superior to trailing behind the likes of Lu Yao. Yuan Yao continued to proclaim loudly, "I demand but one thing from you, and that is your unwavering loyalty. You must pledge absolute allegiance to me and become my elite force. I may generously provide you with wealth, but are you willing to risk your lives for me?" Yuan Yao's words resonated deeply, igniting hope within the hearts of these surrendered soldiers. Their faces flushed with excitement as they fervently shouted, "We are willing to die for our Lord. We are willing to die for our Lord." Lu Su Qindao and other civil and military leaders were astonished by the fervor displayed by the surrendered soldiers. To inspire such selfless devotion among troops is a rare quality that only a true sovereign possesses. This remarkable ability is not common among ordinary generals or strategists. In history, few leaders have been able to unite the hearts of their followers like Lord Yuan Yao. The most notable example is none other than Emperor Gaozu, Liu Bang. To think that our Lord embodies the spirit of such a revered figure. Yuan Yao raised his hand and declared, "Excellent. I believe you will become my most loyal and valiant warriors. Bring forth the finest delicacies. I shall feast alongside my soldiers." Yuan Yao distributed the meticulously prepared meals to his troops, further solidifying the loyalty of the surrendered soldiers. He selected a portion of the Bai Yan army to serve as grassroots officers for the surrendered troops, responsible for their training. Those who excelled in their training would be eligible to take the examination and earn the honorable title of Bai Yan soldier, while the remainder would serve as standard soldiers. The treatment of the Bai Yan army surpasses that of ordinary soldiers. This promotion mechanism has invigorated the ordinary soldiers under Yuan Yao's command, instilling in them a fervent desire to become elite troops. At the same time, Zhang Ying returned defeated to Chu A, his hair disheveled and armor discarded. A stark contrast to his earlier spirited demeanor. Lu Yao, pointing at Zhang Ying, exclaimed in anger, "Zhang Ying, how could you assure me before your departure? You claimed that with 10,000 troops guarding Niuzhu, even Sun Ce with his million would not be able to breach our defenses. And now, with just a few thousand, Sun Ce has nearly obliterated your entire army. How can you show your face before me again? Someone, drag Zhang Ying out and execute him." "My lord, that would be unwise." Lu Yao's intention to execute Zhang Ying was swiftly countered by his strategist, Shui Li, who urged, "General Zhang Ying is a vital commander of our Jiangdong. In the face of a formidable enemy, the execution of a general may be detrimental to troop morale. I implore you, Grant General Xiang a chance to redeem himself through valorous deeds. Fearful for his life, Zhang Ying repeatedly bowed before Liu Yao, pleading, I beseech you, my lord, allow me to atone through merit. My previous failure was due to carelessness. Grant me another opportunity, and I shall assuredly defeat Sun Ce. Generals Chen Hang and Fan Nang also supported. We implore you, my lord, permit General Zhang to redeem himself. Liu Yao, after a moment of contemplation, replied in a somber tone, very well, for your past merits, I shall spare your life for now. This time, I shall personally lead the army and confront Sun Ce head-on. After suffering a crushing defeat at Sun Ce's hands, Liu Yao was genuinely enraged. He personally commanded 30,000 troops, advancing towards Sun Ce with the intent to overwhelm him with sheer numerical superiority. The two armies converged near Xinting Ridge, with Sun Ce establishing his camp to the north of the ridge, while Liu Yao set up his main encampment to the south. Yuan Yao, like a shadow, established his camp on the eastern side of Xinting Ridge. Sun Ce bore no ill will towards Yuan Yao's decision to accompany him after the battle at Yuan. He had temporarily regarded Yuan Yao as one of his own and gained some insight into his combat style. Yuan Yao, timid and inexperienced in warfare, needed to follow Sun Ce in order to make any meaningful contribution. As for Yuan Yao's reluctance to engage with the mountain tribes and his constant presence alongside Sun Ce, after much contemplation, Sun Ce came to a realization. Yuan Yao, the treacherous schemer, clearly harbored ulterior motives. How significant could his accomplishments be against the mountain tribes? Aligning with Sun Ce to confront Liu Yao and seize the lands of Jiangdong would undoubtedly yield greater glory. When the time came to seek recognition from Yuan Shu, it was likely that Yuan Yao would claim credit for the victories, asserting that Jiangdong was conquered by him. Such usurpation of a subordinate's achievements was a long-standing tradition of the Yuan family. In the past, it was Sun Ce's father, Sun Jian, who fought valiantly, enabling the coalition of warlords to enter Luoyang. Yet, the credit for defeating Dong Zhuo went to the brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu. Yuan Shao capitalized on this fame, becoming the most powerful warlord in the north, while Sun Jian met a tragic end in Jingxiang, reduced to mere bones trampled underfoot. Yuan Yao evidently harbored similar ambitions. However, he miscalculated when it came to Sun Ce. Sun Ce, known as Sun Buoshu, was not his father, Sun Jian. This time, Sun Ce had come to Jiangdong with the intention of unifying the region and establishing his dominion, not to serve as a mere pawn for the Yuan clan. Did Yuan Yao truly believe that after seizing Jiangdong, he could return to Yuan Shu's command? Dream on. When the time comes, I shall indeed seek out Yuan Shu, but not to request commendation. Rather, I will rally the multitude of Jiangdong to assault Yuan Shu and seize Huainan for myself. The more I contemplate the grand ambitions I am destined to achieve, the more exhilarated I become, my lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Eventually, I drift into a deep slumber, only to be graced with a splendid dream. In this dream, I ride alongside the illustrious Emperor Guangwu, Liu Xiu, galloping with great fervor. In the end, Liu Xiu addresses me, saying, if you wish to see me, you must journey to Xintingling. With those words, the figure of Guangwu fades away. Upon awakening, I find this dream remarkably vivid. I turn to my strategist, Fan, and say, Ziheng, seek out some local villagers and inquire whether there exists a temple dedicated to Guangwu in this vicinity. Fan asks, my lord, what is your purpose in seeking the Guangwu temple? I reply, I dreamt that the Emperor Guangwu summoned me for an audience. I must pay my respects in person. If this is true, it would indeed be an auspicious omen. With Guangwu's favor, I shall surely unify Jiangdong and dominate the realm. Haha. It is premature to speak of such matters now. Do help me find some locals to ask. Only if the temple exists can it be proven that Guangwu favors me. Fan diligently questions several local inhabitants and discovers that there is indeed a Guangwu temple atop Xintingling. Regrettably, it lies in the southern ridge, quite close to Liu Yao's encampment. Elated, I exclaim, indeed, there exists a Guangwu temple at Xintingling. It seems yesterday was truly a divine revelation from Guangwu. I resolve to pay my respects to Guangwu, but Zhu Zhi implores, General, the temple is too near Liu Yao's forces. If you were to go, it would indeed be perilous. Should Liu Yao lie in ambush on the ridge with an army, what shall we do? Sun Ce obstinately replied, I am destined to visit the Guangwu temple, under the protection of divine beings. How could I possibly fear the likes of Liu Yao? Sun Ce firmly believed himself to be the chosen one of Emperor Guangwu Liu Xiu, the anointed of this realm. Ignoring the counsel of Fan, Zhu Zhi, and others, he promptly appointed 12 great generals, including Cheng Pu, Han Dang, Huang Gai, Sun He, and Su Kuan, to accompany him to Xinting Ridge. Upon reaching Xinting Ridge, Sun Ce prepared to pay homage to Guangwu. Suddenly, he noticed a squadron of white-robed soldiers guarding the entrance of the temple. A wave of unease washed over him as he recognized their attire. Were they not the troops under Yuan Yao's command? Had Yuan Yao also arrived at the Guangwu temple? What a coincidence! Sun Ce and his generals approached, intent on entering the temple to investigate, only to be met with resistance from the formidable Zhou Tai and Zhou Song, who were stationed outside. The two valiant generals, wielding their great blades, glared menacingly at Sun Ce. They were the personal guards of Yuan Yao. Halt! Sun Ce, incensed by their audacity to threaten him with weapons, retorted coldly, stand aside. Zhou Tai shook his head and declared, without my lord's command, any who dare approach shall be met with death. Very well. Sun Ce, enraged to the point of laughter, responded, I shall see how you intend to kill me. With that, he and his generals drew their weapons, prepared to force their way into the temple. The white-robed soldiers outside likewise readied their blades, and a confrontation was imminent. At that moment, a voice resonated from within the temple. Young Ping, Yuan Fu. Let General Sun enter, they said. Zhou Tai and Zhou Tsang immediately responded. We obey your command. The two men stepped aside to allow Sun Ce to enter the Guangwu temple. Humph. Sun Ce let out a cold snort, intending to bring his men inside, but was halted by the two. In a fit of anger, Sun Ce exclaimed, what is the meaning of this? Do you truly wish to battle me here? Zhou Tsang replied, our lord has permitted only you to enter. No one else may step into the temple. Sun Ce retorted sharply, what if I insist on bringing my men inside? Zhou Tai scoffed, what? Are you afraid of my lord, hence reluctant to enter alone? This remark ignited Sun Ce's competitive spirit. With a cold smile, he declared, if I feared Yuan Yao, I would not be Sun Bofu. You wait here. I shall confront Yuan Yao. Cheng Pu anxiously interjected, my lord, you mustn't. Sun Ce dismissed him, saying, what is there to fear? What can Yuan Yao possibly do to me? Even if there were 10 Yuan Yaos in the temple, I would remain unafraid. With his head held high, Sun Ce boldly strode into the Guangwu temple. Most of Yuan Yao's elite soldiers stood guard outside, leaving only a few within the temple. Apart from Yuan Yao, there were merely 3 generals by his side, Chen Dao, Su Sheng, and Jiang Qing. Sun Ce, known for his daring nature, felt a tinge of apprehension entering the temple alone. If the temple were filled with armored soldiers, he feared he might struggle. However, upon seeing only 3 generals guarding Yuan Yao, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There were only a few individuals present, and even if they were outmatched, retreating unscathed was certainly feasible. Yuan Yao was in the midst of offering incense at the statue of Emperor Guangwu, holding the stick of incense in his hand. He turned to Sun Ce with a smile and remarked, General Bofu, what a coincidence. We meet again. Each time Sun Ce encountered Yuan Yao's smile, an unsettling feeling stirred within him. He harbored the belief that Yuan Yao's grin concealed ulterior motives, shrouded in endless schemes. With an impassive expression, Sun Ce addressed Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao, what brings you to the temple of Guangwu? This matter is rather lengthy. It all begins with a dream, Yuan Yao replied, his tone laden with significance. Yesterday, I dreamt of Emperor Guangwu, who proclaimed that I possessed a remarkable opportunity and summoned me to meet him. Upon inquiry, I discovered that there indeed exists a temple of Guangwu atop Shinting Ridge. General Bofu, do you not find this rather coincidental? Yuan Yao's words were nothing but fanciful fabrications. His ascent to Shinting Ridge was solely motivated by the desire to usurp Sun Ce's fortune. In his previous life, Yuan Yao had heard the tale of Sun Ce receiving a vision of Guangwu and visiting the temple. Thus he appropriated this legend for himself to gauge Sun Ce's reaction. Chapter 41. Sun Bofu, indeed a person of great fortune. You too dreamt of Emperor Guangwu? Impossible. Sun Ce's expression reflected disbelief upon hearing Yuan Yao's claims. He had always regarded the dream of Guangwu as his own significant opportunity, a portent of his potential to establish dominance in Jiangdong. Yet, how could someone like Yuan Yao, a second-generation scion, also dream of Guangwu? What right did he have? Oh, General Bofu mentioned and also. Yuan Yao smiled at Sun Ce and said so. General Bofu has also dreamed of Guangwu. It seems that the Guangwu temple here is indeed quite efficacious. Regardless of who traverses Shinting Ridge, Guangwu will surely impart a revelation in their dreams. Is it truly so? Sun Ce's expression grew somewhat melancholic. After Yuan Yao's remark, the idea of Guangwu entering dreams became a trivial matter, unworthy of note. It dawned on him that he, Sun Bofu, was merely an ordinary man, not the chosen hero of Guangwu. Would his expedition to Jiangdong truly fulfill his aspirations? With a playful grin, Yuan Yao suggested to Sun Ce, General Bofu, since we have both dreamt of Guangwu, surely he has some blessings in store for us. Why not bow 1,000 times before his statue and see if we might reap any rewards? Sun Ce found Yuan Yao's words and demeanor exceedingly irritating. For reasons unknown, every encounter with Yuan Yao seemed to invite misfortune. Even if good fortune were to present itself, his presence transformed it into something adverse. It felt as though Yuan Yao bore a streak of bad luck. Associating with him would inevitably lead to calamity. With such thoughts, Sun Ce's enthusiasm for venerating Guangwu dissipated entirely. He yearned only to depart from the temple and from Yuan Yao's company. Coldly, Sun Ce retorted, I, Sun Bofu, rely solely on the spear in my hand. I have no need for the ethereal protection of deities. It is only the weak who place their hopes in such intangible matters. If you wish to worship Guangwu, do so yourself. I, Sun Ce, shall not accompany you. With that, he turned and strode away, brushing his sleeves dismissively. Yuan Yao silently shook his head, reflecting on how stubbornly proud Sun Bofu truly was. Originally, Sun Ce ventured into the perilous heights of Shinting Ridge with the intention of venerating at the temple of Guangwu. However, incited by my words, he became enraged and forsook the ritual. Perhaps it is for the best. If he will not pay homage, then I shall. Upon exiting the temple, the group of generals led by Zhou Tai and Zhou Cang, who had been waiting outside, heaved a sigh of relief. Cheng Pu approached Sun Ce and inquired, My lord, did Yuan Yao give you any trouble? Humph, that impudent Yuan Yao, what can he do to me? Let us depart. Cheng Pu, noticing Sun Ce's dark expression, could not help but grimace. His lord was rather stubborn, claiming that Yuan Yao could not harm him. Yet it was evident that he was greatly vexed by Yuan Yao's provocations. Understanding his lord's pride, Cheng Pu refrained from further commentary and shifted the topic. My lord, shall we return to the camp now? Sun Ce pondered for a moment. His initial purpose for ascending the mountain was to pay homage to Guangwu. Having failed to do so, and allowing the scoundrel Yuan Yao to drive him away was a blow to his pride. If they returned to the camp directly, it would be utterly humiliating. The rogue Yuan Yao would surely mock him upon learning of this. Such an affront was intolerable to Sun Ce. After some contemplation, he declared, To know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Since we have come to Shinting Ridge, why not traverse the ridge and scout Lu Yao's encampment? General Huang Yi quickly interjected, We are already in a precarious position here at Shinting Ridge. If we recklessly approach Lu Yao's camp, and he chooses to attack, we may find it difficult to escape. Sun Ce retorted with pride, Lu Yao is but a coward. If he possessed any true courage, he would not have been driven to Jiangdong by the traitor Yuan Shu. I, Sun Bofu, have never feared anyone. There is no need for excessive words. After Sun Ce's departure, Yuan Yao remained reverently within the temple of Guangwu, offering up hundreds of sticks of incense to the statue of the Guangwu deity. Following this, he engaged in a profound act of worship, uttering, O Emperor Guangwu, during your earthly existence, you were capable of manifesting divine favor. Is it too much to address you as the great Archmage? Now that you have ascended to immortality and are honored by the incense of mortals, ought you not to bring blessings to the common people? Chen Dao and Su Xiang, overhearing Yuan Yao's soliloquy, were somewhat bewildered. The term great Archmage? What does that signify? They had never heard Lu Xiu referred to in such a manner. Most individuals regard Lu Xiu as the sovereign who revitalized the dynasty, a ruler of exceptional wisdom. Nevertheless, this title does possess a certain grandeur and could be viewed as a commendation from the Lord towards Guangwu. My aspiration, Yuan Yao, is to save the populace and to establish an unprecedented era of prosperity. Upon reflection, it seems we share a common ambition. In this encounter, would you not lend me your assistance and grant me some favor? I recognize that it may be challenging for you to directly manifest divine assistance. Perhaps, instead, I could perform 10 respectful bows and then shatter your statue. You could place what you wish to bestow upon me within the idol. In this manner, it could be said that you have contributed to the welfare of the world. When I ultimately achieve unparalleled greatness, I shall surely return to Shinting Ridge to reconstruct your temple and restore your golden form. Offering my reverence throughout the seasons, Jiang Qin found that the Lord's words grew increasingly enigmatic as he was bargaining with a clay statue. Can the Guangwu statue comprehend these words? Yet Yuan Yao paid no mind to whether the statue understood. To him, it seemed evident that Sun Ce's dream of being summoned by Guangwu and the mere existence of a Guangwu temple atop Shinting Ridge was no mere coincidence. Sun Ce is indeed a person of great fortune. In his previous life, he failed to obtain anything of value from the temple of Guangwu. That was his folly. I must not emulate Sun Ce. I must seize the opportunities he could not grasp. Within this temple, the only place that may harbor treasures is the statue of the Guangwu deity. Yuan Yao found himself at a loss, resorting to such a crude and direct method. This is a transaction between myself and the Emperor Guangwu. In any case, it is paramount that this great sorcerer does not suffer a loss. Yuan Yao bowed deeply before the statue, knocking his forehead against it 10 times until it was bruised. This act of homage reflects my sincere intentions. Rising from his reverence, he commanded the 3 generals, smash the statue. The treasures bestowed upon me by the Emperor Guangwu reside within it. Chen Dao hesitated, responding, "My lord, what if there is nothing inside the statue?" Yuan Yao replied, "Then it shall prove that this temple is a mere fade, and breaking it will be inconsequential." "Very well, my lord, your logic is interesting," Chen Dao acquiesced. "After all, it is merely a clay statue. Since my lord has given the order, it shall be done." The 3 men brandished their weapons, and in a few strikes, they shattered the clay statue into fragments. "Lo and behold, my lord, there truly is something inside," Xiang exclaimed, as he spotted a glimmering object amidst the debris. Yuan Yao's heart swelled with joy. "I have not erred in my supposition. Sun Ce's dream was not in vain. Sun Bofu, indeed, is a person of great fortune. Perhaps had he acquired the treasures within the statue in his previous life, he would not have met his tragic end at the hands of treachery. Quickly, bring it to me. I wish to see it." Chen Dao and the others hurriedly retrieved the gleaming objects from the shattered fragments of the statue and presented them to Yuan Yao. The radiant items he had just glimpsed turned out to be 2 weapons. In addition, there are 3 scrolls of texts. Chapter 42 details the Deng Yu military treatise. Among these, one weapon is a sharp and resplendent sword, while the other is a long spear adorned with a dragon motif, glimmering with a cold light, unmistakably of extraordinary origin. Within the 3 scrolls, 2 are dedicated to the introduction and techniques associated with these weapons. The remaining scroll contains a military treatise titled Deng Yu military treatise. The Ba Xiu sword and the dragon spear. Yuan Yao gleaned the names of these 2 weapons from the texts, along with their corresponding techniques, Ba Xiu sword technique and dragon spear technique. The mere presence of these martial arts within the Guangwu temple signifies their remarkable nature. However, despite the excellence of these weapons and techniques, they cannot directly enhance Yuan Yao's prowess. The practice of martial arts is a gradual process. Even with exceptional talent, one must invest effort and seek guidance from esteemed masters. Under Yuan Yao's command, there were no formidable practitioners skilled in swordplay or spear techniques. Fortunately, Yuan Yao possessed a foundational knowledge of various weapons, allowing him to gradually explore these 2 martial arts. Chen Dao joyfully remarked, "My lord, I have heard of the Ba Xiu sword. It is the divine weapon wielded by Emperor Guangwu as he traversed the world. With this divine weapon in your possession, is it not a decree of destiny?" Shouchun and Jiangqin also bowed to Yuan Yao, exclaiming, "We congratulate our lord on acquiring this treasure." Yuan Yao nodded, acknowledging Chen Dao's insightful words. The symbolic significance of the Ba Xiu sword surpasses its practical value. Even if Yuan Yao were to master the sword technique to become invincible, how many enemies could he truly slay on the battlefield? Conversely, uniting the hearts of people with this sword would achieve far greater results than mere martial prowess. Yuan Yao addressed the gathered individuals, stating, "Since the Emperor Guangwu has bestowed this treasure upon me, I must uphold my honor. You shall dispatch a contingent of soldiers tomorrow to restore the temple and erect a new statue. Once I have secured Jiangdong, I shall undertake a thorough renovation of this shrine. We shall obey your command." Among the treasures obtained from the temple of Guangwu, the most significant for Yuan Yao is undoubtedly the treatise known as the military treatise of Deng Yu. Deng Yu, styled Zhonghua, was the foremost of the 28 generals under Guangwu's command. Throughout his life, he accompanied Guangwu in numerous campaigns, consistently earning accolades for his military prowess. This treatise chronicles Deng Yu's insights on military organization, troop training, and the intricacies of warfare. It eschews ornate language, offering instead an unembellished account of the battles he experienced. For instance, after a victorious engagement, Deng Yu would reflect on the reasons for his triumph and the enemy's defeat, meticulously documenting his analyses within the treatise. Conversely, in the event of a setback, he would candidly acknowledge his missteps. It elucidates how to train new recruits for optimal combat efficacy, outlines the prohibitions and pitfalls of encampment, and provides guidance on safeguarding one's supply lines. Yuan Yao perused the contents of the treatise with great delight. As a scholar of history, his strength lies in understanding the broader currents of the world. However, he is a novice in the art of warfare, relying heavily on the talents of his subordinates. With the military treatise of Deng Yu in hand, Yuan Yao need only study it diligently to evolve into an exceptional commander. This Sun Bofu is indeed fortunate. Had he possessed the military treatise of Deng Yu in his previous life and adhered to its strategies, the fate of Jiangdong might have been irrevocably altered. As the treatise explicitly states, a general must not occupy perilous terrain. When leading an army into the field, one must ensure an adequate escort to thwart potential assassination attempts by the enemy. Certainly, given Sun Ce's temperament, he might not take it to heart upon seeing it. Let us proceed and secure these treasures. I have grand ambitions. Yuan Yao, accompanied by 3 formidable generals, exited the Guangwu temple with great satisfaction and inquired of Zhou Tai and Jiang Qin, who were stationed outside. Where has Sun Ce gone? Zhou Tai replied, My lord, Sun Ce has crossed the mountains to scout Liu Yao's camp. Yuan Yao shook his head and smiled. Indeed, he is a reckless and impetuous man, lacking in strategy. Yuan Yao had long anticipated this behavior from Sun Ce. In his previous life, many lamented Sun Ce's assassination, deeming it a stroke of bad luck. However, Yuan Yao believed that Sun Ce's demise was not mere coincidence, but rather an inevitability. Sun Ce was far too fond of taking risks, risking himself to scout Liu Yao's camp, challenging Tai Shi to a duel, and repeatedly plunging into the fray. If Sun Ce were merely a valiant warrior, such actions would be forgivable, yet they are unbecoming of a leader. One who walks too frequently on dark paths is bound to encounter spirits. Even if Sun Ce were not to perish at the hands of Su Gong's guests, he might very well meet his end in the heat of battle. Much like his father, Sun Jian, character shapes destiny. This is the truth of the matter. Jiang Qin remarked, having acquired treasures at Guangwu Temple. Should we not call back the troops to return to camp? Not so fast, Yuan Yao replied with a smile. The treasures bestowed upon me by Sun Ce are not limited to these. Soon, there will be a fierce battle between Sun Ce and Liu Yao's generals. Let us join the fray and witness the spectacle. Xiang and the other generals, upon hearing this, could not help but admire Yuan Yao's strategic foresight. Their lord truly possesses an unparalleled mind for tactics. Not only has he disowned the treasures of the Guangwu Temple, but he has also foreseen the conflict between Sun Ce and Liu Yao. Under such extraordinary foresight, how could Sun Ce and Liu Yao act but as marionettes, at the mercy of their sovereign? Yuan Yao, accompanied by his retinue, proceeded towards Sun Ce's direction. At this moment, Sun Ce had already traversed the mountains and was surveying Liu Yao's encampment from a lofty vantage point. His boldness did not escape the notice of Liu Yao's scouts, who promptly reported to the main camp, My lord, Sun Ce has arrived at Shunting Ridge. Observing our forces' strengths and weaknesses, Liu Yao's gaze sharpened as he inquired, How many men does Sun Ce command? Does he intend to raid our camp? The scout replied, Sun Ce is accompanied by but a handful of men, no more than a dozen cavalry. Hearing this, Tai Shi seethed with indignation, exclaiming, What audacity! This rogue Sun Ce has no regard for us. He dares to approach our encampment with merely a dozen riders. My lord, grant me permission to engage. Allow me 100 men, and I shall certainly capture Sun Ce alive. Liu Yao, however, was cautious and lacked the decisive spirit befitting a leader. Despite the scout's report of Sun Ce's meager forces and Tai Shi's eagerness for battle, Liu Yao hesitated. After a moment's reflection, he shook his head and remarked, Sun Ce is no fool. He would not willingly place himself in peril. In my estimation, this is a ruse to lure us into a trap, and we must not act rashly. Upon hearing Liu Yao's assessment, the assembled officers and scholars immediately lauded him, proclaiming, Our lord is indeed wise. Sun Ce's stratagem has been easily discerned by our forces. It is but a trivial trick. How could it possibly deceive our master? Tai Shi, listening to these sycophants extolling Liu Yao, felt a surge of frustration within him. After a long-awaited opportunity to capture Sun Ce presented itself, these timid individuals, who prided themselves on their cunning, proved utterly disappointing. To associate with such people is indeed a personal disgrace. Tai Shi could no longer contain his frustration. He slammed his hand on the table and declared, The villain Sun Ce has delivered himself right to our doorstep. If we do not seize him now, then when shall we? Without hesitation, Tai Shi mounted his steed, brandishing his spear, and called out to the generals within the central tent, Capture the traitor Sun Ce alive. Today, he urged the brave and spirited men to follow him. Yet, the generals stood motionless. Liu Yao had previously warned that this was a ruse to lure them into a trap. How could Tai Shi possibly demonstrate his prowess in this situation? Among the assembled officers, only the young general who had previously supported Tai Shi rose to shout, General Tai Shi, indeed a fierce warrior. I shall assist you. With that, he too mounted his horse and joined Tai Shi in the fray. In the vast encampment, only Tai Shi and this young officer took to the battlefield. A sight that appeared rather ludicrous. The other generals under Liu Yao could not help but burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Yuan Yao led his soldiers atop Shunting Ridge, where they could observe Sun Ce and his entourage of over 10 men. They awaited the advance of Liu Yao's army, eager for an encounter with Sun Ce. The Lord had just mentioned that this battle would yield some advantage. Though the nature of the advantage remained unclear, following the Lord's guidance seemed wise. Suddenly, Xiang noticed figures approaching on horseback and could not suppress a gasp. The others lifted their gaze to see two young generals clad in armor charging towards Sun Ce and his men, one behind the other. Zhou Tai exclaimed in astonishment. Why are there only two of them? Can they possibly contend with so many generals surrounding Sun Ce? Yuan Yao smiled with great anticipation and remarked, these two individuals are anything but ordinary. With their presence in battle, it shall suffice. Sun Ce observed Liu Yao's encampment for quite some time, gaining a rough understanding of the layout and troop distribution. Just as Sun Ce was about to lead his men back to their camp, a sudden roar pierced the air. Rebel Sun Ce, do not attempt to flee. Puzzled, Sun Ce lifted his gaze and beheld Tai Shi and a young general charging towards him on horseback. Sun Ce, with his 13 riders, swiftly arranged themselves in formation, confronting the two challengers. Tai Shi, gripping his fierce spear, called out with a booming voice, "Who is Sun Ce?" Sun Ce reined in his steed and boldly responded, "I am Sun Ce. Who are you, and what brings you here?" "I am Tai Shi of Donglai," declared Tai Shi. "You, villain, have unjustly provoked my Jiangdong. Today, upon encountering me, will you not dismount and submit?" "Ha ha." Sun Ce chuckled, priding himself on his martial prowess. Seeing Tai Shi's audacity only fueled his amusement. "You think you can capture me? Even if the two of you join forces, I, Sun Ce, shall not be intimidated. If I were to fear you, I would not be Sun Bushu." Tai Shi, equally confident in his strength, retorted, "Anyone can boast. Bring forth all your men, and I shall not be afraid." "Very well, let us determine our fates through skill." Sun Ce bellowed as he spurred his horse directly at Tai Shi. Since reaching adulthood, Sun Ce had never encountered a worthy opponent. Even the formidable Ji Ling, the mightiest general under Yuan Shu, was someone he felt certain he could defeat. Despite Tai Shi's evident valor, Sun Ce remained steadfast in his belief that victory was assured. 10 rounds, merely 10 rounds, and one could surely bring Tai Shi to his knees. Unfazed by Sun Ce, Tai Shi brandished his spear, the crazy song, to meet Sun Ce's overlord spear. The two long weapons danced through the air, clashing violently, mesmerizing all spectators. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in over 10 exchanges. Huang Yi, Cheng Pu, and the other generals refrained from aiding Sun Ce, fully aware of their lord's temperament. They understood that intervening in a fair duel would lead Sun Ce to perceive it as a dishonorable victory, and he would blame them for it. The young warriors accompanying Tai Shi held their breath, standing resolute in support of their leader. Yuan Yao, observing the fierce battle from the hillside, was captivated by the remarkable prowess displayed by both combatants. Their martial skills must rank among the top 10 in the realm of fierce warriors, he mused. To be counted among the elite is indeed a testament to their extraordinary strength. At least, with Yuan Yao's current abilities, he would stand no chance against either of them. If he were to face them, he doubted he could endure even 5 exchanges. Yuan Yao glanced at the formidable generals surrounding him and inquired, "What do you all think of the martial prowess of Sun Ce and Tai Shi?" Jiang Qin whispered, "Very strong, exceedingly strong." Zhou Cang shook his head, admitting, "I, old Shou, am no match for them." Su Xing tightened his grip on his ancient dagger, proclaiming, "Even in defeat, I would gladly face them to defend our lord." Zhou Tai added, "Though I cannot guarantee victory, I have confidence in safeguarding our lord's escape should they attack." Chen Dao's eyes brimmed with martial fervor as he replied, "These two are unparalleled masters. I may yet engage them in combat. The outcome remains uncertain." Having heard the responses of his formidable subordinates, Yuan Yao had a rough estimate of their capabilities. Jiang Qin, Zhou Tai, and Su Xiang, despite their personal prowess, were unlikely to match the might of Sun Ce and Tai Shi. Zhou Tai might stand a chance, but if he were to risk his life, he could potentially hold them at bay, preventing them from inflicting harm. The only true warrior capable of contesting with Tai Shi and Sun Ce was Qin Dao. No wonder he was likened to the illustrious Zhao Zilong of Changshan. If only he could recruit Zilong to his ranks. Yuan Yao had long admired this exemplary general in his previous life. Zilong possessed charm, strength, loyalty, valor, composure, and wisdom. His virtues were simply overwhelming. Alas, such thoughts were merely fanciful. Gongsun Zan was still alive, and Zilong remained in his service. Given Zilong's steadfast character, persuading him to switch allegiances seemed implausible, and it would have to wait until Gongsun Zan's downfall. Tai Shi and Sun Ce had exchanged blows for over 50 rounds, yet neither had gained the upper hand. Both were astonished by the other's formidable martial skills. They had traversed the realm, encountering no adversary as formidable as the other. Tai Shi had once believed he could effortlessly vanquish Sun Ce and even eliminate his retinue. After this prolonged engagement, he realized that Sun Ce's martial prowess was not inferior to his own. Inwardly, Tai Shi pondered, Sun Ce commands 12 generals, while I have but one younger brother. Even if I were to defeat him and capture him alive, I would inevitably be besieged by the crowd, and Sun Ce would be reclaimed. Can my younger brother withstand the assault of 12 enemy riders? I fear he cannot. At this moment, the only way to capture Sun Ce is to lure him to a desolate place. With this resolution, Taishurtzi feigned a strike, deflecting Sun Ce's weapon, and then galloped away towards the mountains. Do not flee, Taishurtzi. Today, we must determine a victor. Sun Ce, seeing victory within his grasp, was unwilling to let Taishurtzi escape. He bellowed and spurred his steed, relentlessly pursuing him. As Taishurtzi and Sun Ce gradually distanced themselves from each other, the 12 riders under Sun Ce's command exchanged glances, bewildered. Suddenly, Su Kuan exclaimed, "The safety of our lord is paramount. Why do you all stand idle? Chase after them." Only then did the officers react, eager to catch up and ensure their lord's safety against Taishurtzi. Just as they prepared to set off, a young soldier, brought by Taishurtzi, galloped in front of them. This youth, no more than 16 or 17, donned silver armor and wielded a gleaming silver spear. He crossed his spear, slowly raised his head, revealing a handsome yet defiant countenance. "General Taishurtzi and Sun Ce are engaged in a fair duel. I shall not allow you to interfere." Chapter 44. The strength of the young general from Chue. Upon hearing the young general's words, Sun Ce's officers were taken aback. Was this youth truly speaking rationally? How dare he, at such a tender age, refer to himself as Lord? Furthermore, he believed he could single-handedly impede their advance. Had he lost his senses? Among the 12 riders under Sun Ce's command, who was not a formidable warrior of exceptional skill, engaging in a one-on-one duel, they would effortlessly dispatch this young lad, still reeking of immaturity. If they were to confront him all at once, it is likely that a single exchange would reduce him to mere pulp. Cheng Pu, gripping his iron-spined spear, spoke in a grave tone. "Young brother, considering your tender age, we shall spare your life. Be swift in returning to your camp." Yet, the young warrior faced the 12 riders without a trace of fear, proudly declaring, "I have stated that General Taishurtzi's battle with Sun Ce is not to be interrupted by you. Out of respect for your advanced years, I shall not slay you. Now be gone." The young warrior's audacity incited the ire of Sun Ce's generals. Huang Yi, brandishing his iron whip, turned to Cheng Pu and said, "Damao, since this little wretch is intent on courting death, why not grant him his wish?" Su Kuan concurred, "The safety of our lord is paramount. We cannot allow this insolent brat to act with such impunity." "Very well." Cheng Pu nodded, reaching a consensus with his fellow commanders. The 12 warriors brandished their weapons, simultaneously charging at the young warrior. For them, vanquishing this lad would be a matter of mere moments. "Haha, come forth." The young warrior laughed heartily, advancing rather than retreating, boldly initiating an assault on the 12. Huang Yi led the charge, swinging his iron whip toward the young warrior with conviction, believing that this strike alone could shatter the lad's skull. The young warrior, wielding his spear with one hand, met Huang Yi's attack head-on. The clash of the iron whip against the silver spear produced a resounding metallic reverberation. In that moment, Huang Yi felt an overwhelming force transmit through the whip, causing his hands to tingle and his arm to tremble uncontrollably. Huang Yi inhaled sharply, astonished by the remarkable strength of the young warrior before him. Proud of his own formidable power, as evidenced by his choice of the iron whip as a weapon, he found himself not only thwarted by the youth's effortless defense, but also overpowered by his might. In Huang Yi's memory, only his lord, Sun Ce, possessed such extraordinary strength. Could it be that this young warrior was a peer of his lord's caliber? Following Huang Yi, Cheng Pu advanced with his iron-spined snake spear to confront the young champion. A seasoned general under the sun banner, Cheng Pu was renowned for his fierce spear techniques and was regarded as the foremost among the old generals of Sunjian. However, after exchanging only a couple of strikes with the young warrior, he realized that his spear skills were utterly eclipsed. The youth's casual thrusts were far more sophisticated than his own, and his strength was beyond compare. Cheng Pu's face betrayed disbelief. How could such a young individual possess such remarkable martial prowess? Just as Cheng Pu was on the verge of faltering, Han Dang swung his great sword toward the young warrior's back. The youth then relinquished his engagement with Cheng Pu to parry the incoming blow. Following Huang Yi, Cheng Pu, and Han Dang, the likes of Sun He and other generals surged forth to join the fray. Surrounded by a multitude of foes, the young warrior fought valiantly, yet felt the pressure mounting. He wielded his silver spear with such finesse that it appeared impervious to the onslaught, and as the spear quivered, it emitted a sound reminiscent of a phoenix's cry. This young warrior stood alone against Sun Ce's generals, leaving Yuan Yao's officers in a state of astonishment. Who was this remarkable youth, capable of contending with so many seasoned warriors? The martial skills of Sun Ce's generals were formidable, and it was evident that this young champion hailed from a prestigious lineage, exhibiting unparalleled spear techniques. All the generals were astonished by the prowess of the young warrior. Yet Yuan Yao maintained a calm demeanor, finding nothing particularly outrageous about the matter. He had heard of the legendary young warrior from Chue in his previous life and had cultivated a keen interest in this enigmatic figure, contemplating several possibilities. The first scenario posited that the young warrior from Chue was of mediocre ability, easily vanquished in a single encounter by the 12 enemy generals. However, this possibility seemed the least plausible. Had the young warrior been so inept, Sun Ce and his forces would have swiftly eliminated him, precluding Taisher Ci from having the opportunity to engage Sun Ce in prolonged combat. The second possibility suggested that the young warrior was exceptionally formidable, battling valiantly against the 12 fierce generals, ultimately succumbing to overwhelming odds and being besieged by Sun Ce's might. This scenario appeared most likely, and Yuan Yao was inclined to believe in its veracity. After all, the 12 generals subsequently returned to assist Sun Ce, and no further news of the young warrior emerged. A third possibility considered the young warrior being gravely injured, yet managing to escape, subsequently disheartened, retreating into seclusion. In such a case, he would remain uninvolved in the ensuing conflicts among the warlords. To Yuan Yao, the second and third possibilities bore striking resemblance. Now, it seemed his assessment was nearly accurate. The young warrior indeed possessed extraordinary martial skills, to an almost absurd degree, surpassing even those of Sun Ce and Taisher Ci. It was likely that neither Sun Ce nor Taisher Ci could contend with 12 fierce generals alone. Such a talent was something Yuan Yao yearned for deeply. With his presence here today, he would ensure that the young warrior would not be besieged or gravely wounded by Sun Ce's 12 generals. This formidable warrior was under his protection. Not even the mightiest of deities could harm him. This was a declaration from Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao inquired of Chen Dao. Uncle Zhi, what do you think of this young general's martial prowess? Chen Dao assessed, My lord, this young warrior possesses a strength that surpasses all other generals. He appears to be endowed with innate divine power. His spear techniques are evidently taught by a master, incomparable to ordinary skills. With such extraordinary talent combined with remarkable ability, there are hardly a few who could surpass this young general in the world. It is indeed a waste for such a formidable warrior to follow Liu Yao. A peerless warrior like him ought to serve under your banner, my lord. Yuan Yao smiled and replied, Only you understand me, Uncle Zhi. I too hold this young general in high regard. However, although his martial skills are exceptional, he may not necessarily withstand the onslaught of so many fierce warriors. If he finds himself in peril, you must rush to his aid. We comprehend. The generals under Sun Ce were besieging the young general, yet one individual remained momentarily inactive. This individual was Su Kuan, a prominent general under Sun Ce. Su Kuan was the nephew of Sun Jian and cousin to Sun Ce, marking him as a seasoned veteran of the Sun family. He had followed Sun Jian in the campaign against Dong Zhuo, achieving numerous military exploits and earning Sun Jian's trust. In Yuan Yao's previous life, Su Kuan accompanied Sun Ce, capturing Danyang County through a surprise assault, thereby establishing a remarkable legacy. This accomplishment laid a solid foundation for Sun Ce's governance of Jiangdong, and he was subsequently appointed as the governor of Danyang. Such a valiant and astute general is a rarity under Sun Ce's command. Su Kuan surmised that the young general, daring to confront the warriors under Sun Ce, must possess some form of support. As expected, the young general's martial skills were astonishingly high, and none of the generals had gained the upper hand thus far. Nevertheless, Su Kuan remained composed. He was confident that should he intervene, the young general would surely be captured by the others. Su Kuan possessed a lean physique and agile movements, excelling in the use of peculiar weaponry. His most proficient instrument of combat was a pair of iron chain balls. These chain balls, flexible and elusive, were formidable in one-on-one confrontations. However, when executed in tandem with others, they became a lethal weapon. Chapter 45. The Siege of the Generals and the evasive weaponry. The young general from Chue found himself embroiled in a fierce battle against more than 10 adversaries, requiring his utmost concentration to hold his ground. Just as he deflected Huang Gai's iron whip and Han Dang's broadsword, a surge of joy welled up within Su Kuan. A splendid opportunity. With a swift motion of his right hand, the chain ball whistled through the air, hurtling towards the young general's face. The general felt a menacing gust rush towards him and quickly turned his head to evade the attack. The chain ball narrowly grazed his forehead. Despicable. Shameless. How dare he launch a covert assault on me? A cold sweat broke out as the young general realized that had he misjudged that moment, he would have met his demise at the hands of this rogue. He quickly pivoted his horse, intent on eliminating the scoundrel wielding the chain ball first. but was fiercely intercepted by Huang Yi. As Huang Yi's iron whip descended, the chain ball again soared towards the young general's chest. The relentless onslaught from the surrounding warriors, coupled with Su Kuan's chain ball, left the young general increasingly beleaguered, gradually succumbing to despair. In his heart, the young general mused, "This cannot continue. If this persists, I shall inevitably perish at the hands of these treacherous scoundrels." The most vexing of all is that rogue with the chain ball. Its unpredictable trajectory renders it nearly impossible to defend against. I must eliminate him first. Even if I cannot vanquish him, I must discern the path of his chain ball and not remain a victim of his deceit. Based on the young general's assessment, the warrior wielding the chain ball was not an unparalleled champion. His prowess paled in comparison to that of the young general's numerous comrades. In a fair confrontation, I would have confidence in defeating him within 10 rounds. The unfortunate aspect lies in the cumbersome nature of the chain ball when combined with his tactics. Even a mere graze from the chain ball could render me vulnerable amidst the onslaught of adversaries. In desperation, the young general fixated on Su Kuan, striving to react the moment he wielded the chain ball. Su Kuan, perceptive of the young general's intentions, executed deceptive maneuvers specifically aimed at him. He lifted his left arm, orienting the left side of his body towards the young general, while concealing the tightly gripped chain ball against his abdomen, rendering it invisible. Subsequently, Su Kuan began to oscillate his left shoulder incessantly, using its movement to obscure the actions of his right hand. It is well known that a warrior must observe the shoulders and arms of their foe to anticipate their movements. With this series of shoulder shakes, Su Kuan rendered it nearly impossible for his opponent to discern when he would unleash the chain ball. This signature maneuver of Su Kuan has undoubtedly aided him in vanquishing numerous formidable foes. As he swayed his shoulders, he occasionally launched strikes against the young general. Huang Yi, Cheng Pu, and other generals relentlessly pressed the attack, causing the young general's stamina to dwindle rapidly. Cursed fate! Am I truly destined to perish at the hands of this band of villains today? I have yet to make a name for myself, to showcase my prowess to my father and brother Zilong. I refuse to accept this. At this moment, the young general harbors the deepest resentment towards Su Kuan. Were it not for his harrying with the chain ball, even if I could not overcome these enemy generals, I could have retreated with composure, rather than being ensnared in a desperate battle that threatens my very life. The young general's formidable strength has opened Yuan Yao's eyes wide. In a solitary battle against the 12 generals under Sun Ce's command, one of whom wielded a chain ball for long-range assaults, the young warrior from Chue demonstrated remarkable resilience. Had it been an ordinary general, he would have been reduced to mere pulp by this formidable assembly. The endurance of this young commander is truly extraordinary. The legendary figures such as Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and Zhao Yun pale in comparison. This young warrior might very well be the first supreme champion I can recruit. The generals under Yuan Yao's command could discern the young warrior from Chue was faltering. Chun Dao inquired of Yuan Yao, "My lord, shall we proceed to his rescue?" Yuan Yao nodded. "The time is ripe. Let us act." At Yuan Yao's command, Chun Dao, Su Xiang, and Jiang Qin, alongside 50 white-clad cavalrymen, surged down from the mountains. Charging directly at Sun Ce's forces, Su Kuan hurled another chain ball, but this time the young warrior from Chue could not evade. The chain ball struck his abdominal armor. Though the blow was absorbed by the armor, it caused a violent jolt to his insides, and he felt a surge of blood rise in his throat, nearly spilling forth. A splendid opportunity. General Cheng Pu brandished his iron-spined spear, aiming directly at the young warrior's abdomen. This is disastrous. There was no way to defend against it. The young warrior from Chue could only watch helplessly as Cheng Pu's spear lunged toward him, feeling utterly powerless to resist. Should Cheng Pu's spear land, it would impale him completely. Just as despair engulfed him, a gleaming long spear suddenly appeared, intercepting Cheng Pu's iron-spined weapon. Clang! Chun Dao deflected Cheng Pu's spear with a swift maneuver, brandishing his frost dragon spear as he thundered, "Your opponent now is me." Cheng Pu recognized Chun Dao, knowing him to be a trusted general of Yuan Yao. Cheng Pu initially believed that Chun Dao was merely an ordinary young general. Yet he was astonished to discover that the latter possessed remarkable martial skills, even surpassing his own. This revelation profoundly challenged Cheng Pu's worldview. He, Cheng Damao, was renowned as a valiant warrior who had seldom encountered formidable opponents during his service under his former master, Sun Jian. How could the youth of today be so extraordinarily fierce? Su Kuan, intent on launching a chain ball attack against the young warrior from Chue, was taken aback when Su Xiang, wielding an ancient ingot sword, struck the chain ball away with a single blow. Recognizing Su Xiang, Su Kuan exclaimed, "You, what are you doing? Are we not allies?" Su Xiang, firmly gripping his sword, replied, "In my heart, there is no concept of allies or foes. If my lord commands me to save someone, I shall do so. If he commands me to slay, I shall obey. At that moment, 50 skilled cavalrymen clad in white cloaks surged forward, confronting Sun Ce's generals with unwavering resolve. Cheng Pu realized that under the current circumstances, it was impossible to eliminate the young warrior from Chue. He retracted his iron-spined serpent spear and inquired of Qin Dao, "What is the meaning of this?" "My lord, Sun Ce and young master Yuan Yao command troops under Yuan Gong's banner. Why do you seek to engage us in battle?" Qin Dao replied earnestly, "We are here under the orders of our lord to rescue this young warrior. If you retreat now, I shall not impede you. Otherwise, we shall carry out our lord's command without mercy. Kill, kill, kill." The 50 white-cloaked cavalrymen shouted in unison, showing no fear towards the formidable warriors under Sun Ce's command. Cheng Pu's expression fluctuated as he assessed the strengths of both sides. These white-cloaked cavalrymen were all remarkably powerful elite fighters. It is uncertain when exactly a formidable troop began to accompany Yuan Yao. There had been no prior reports of Yuan Shu commanding such a powerful elite force. Could it be that the Yuan family possesses a clandestine unit specifically tasked with safeguarding Yuan Yao? Indeed, the depth of the Yuan family's resources should not be underestimated. 12 martial generals easily vanquished over 50 cavalrymen, which is hardly surprising. However, one must not forget that Yuan Yao also commands 3 exceptionally strong generals. Moreover, there is the young valiant soldier from Chue, who, despite being wounded, has not lost his fighting spirit. Should a confrontation arise, it is likely that they would find themselves at a disadvantage. Weighing the pros and cons, Cheng Pu clasped his fists towards Qin Dao and declared, "Let us heed the words of young master Yuan Yao and spare this young warrior. We shall take our leave." The others followed Cheng Pu, as they were eager to hasten to Sun Ce's side. Should their lord be harmed by Taishurtsi, it would spell disaster. As the martial generals under Sun Ce retreated, the young warrior from Chue could no longer endure and let out a gasp, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 46. The young general's remarkable skills. A person of my admiration, Qin Dao swiftly dismounted and supported the young warrior from Chue, saying, "Are you all right, young brother?" "I am fine. I must extend my gratitude to all the generals for your assistance. Were it not for you, my life would likely have come to an end today. I vow to repay this act of salvation. We are merely following our lord's orders to provide aid. If you wish to express your thanks, direct them towards my lord." At that moment, Yuan Yao descended the ridge accompanied by Generals Zhou Tai and Zhou Cong, along with several dozen cavalrymen clad in white. The young warrior from Chue, upon seeing Yuan Yao's noble bearing, surrounded by a retinue of soldiers, realized that he was indeed the lord referred to by Qin Dao. He took 2 steps forward and knelt before Yuan Yao, exclaiming, "Thank you, my benefactor, for saving my life." "Rise, young general," Yuan Yao urged, lifting the young commander and grasping his hands earnestly. "Your martial prowess is remarkable, and your loyalty is commendable. You are precisely the kind of person I admire. How could I allow cowardly scoundrels to bring you harm?" Recalling the 12 generals under Sun Ce's command, the young commander of Chue still seethed with anger, exclaiming, "Indeed, they are nothing but a band of knaves, especially that one with the chain mace, who only knows how to ambush. Should he ever fall into my hands, I shall surely make him pay dearly." The young commander harbored deep resentment towards Su Kuan. Had it not been for Su Kuan's incessant meddling, he could have faced Sun Ce's 12 generals with ease, avoiding any peril. The sight of Su Kuan's left shoulder incessantly shaking was utterly infuriating. With a smile, Yuan Yao suggested to the young commander, "After such a fierce battle, you must be weary. Why not accompany me back to the camp for some rest?" The young commander felt a stirring within. He held great admiration for his savior. His father had once imparted the wisdom that one must repay those who have shown them great kindness with their very lives. How could he leave without expressing his gratitude? Yet, thoughts of the formidable Taishurtsi, who had fought against Sun Ce, made him hesitate. "My benefactor saved my life, and I ought to follow him." However, General Taishurtsi, before he could finish, Zhou Tai interjected, "Fear not, young brother. General Taishurtsi is in no danger. We have just seen a contingent of soldiers depart from Lu Yao's camp, heading towards Sun Ce. This cavalry unit consists of approximately 1,000 men." Upon hearing Zhou Tai's words, the young commander from Chue immediately felt a sense of relief. With over 1,000 soldiers coming to aid Taishurtsi, it seemed that Taishurtsi would be out of danger. However, upon further reflection, he felt a surge of anger towards Lu Yao's indecisiveness. Had he dispatched 1,000 troops earlier, both he and Taishurtsi would have easily captured Sun Ce and returned to camp without any complications. The peril he had just faced was largely a result of Lu Yao's negligence. Yuan Yao led the young commander back to the camp. and the experiences of Sun Ce and Taishurtzi bore striking similarities to Yuan Yao's previous life. Taishurtzi lured Sun Ce to an open area, where they engaged in a fierce battle that lasted for hundreds of exchanges, with neither side gaining the upper hand. They fought with genuine fervor, rolling on the ground and grappling fiercely. In this brutal clash, they lost their weapons and tore each other's armor and garments to shreds, resembling common brawlers engaged in a street fight. At last, when Sun Ce's 12 generals and Liu Yao's 1,000 reinforcements arrived, another fierce battle ensued. It continued until dusk, when heavy rain fell, prompting both Sun Ce and Liu Yao to retreat to their respective camps. Sun Ce's expedition to Tingling yielded no benefits. Instead, he had engaged in a life-and-death struggle with Taishurtzi. Had he not been fully alert in facing Taishurtzi, he might well have been pierced by Taishurtzi's spear. Reflecting on this, Sun Ce felt disheartened. He blamed his misfortune on encountering the ill-fated Yuan Yao that day. Without Yuan Yao, would he have suffered so? In contrast, Yuan Yao had gained immensely, not only acquiring the treasured artifacts of Guangwu, but also successfully bringing the formidable young commander from Chue back to the camp. Upon returning, Yuan Yao hosted a grand banquet in honor of the young commander. He brought the young general from Chue to his side and warmly inquired, "Young general, what is your name and where do you hail from?" The identity of the Chue young general had always been shrouded in mystery. Judging by his remarkable prowess in vanquishing 12 opponents today, he ought to be a peerless warrior, comparable to the legendary Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. However, had Yuan Yao not intervened, this exceptionally skilled young general might have perished, thus remaining unrecognized in the annals of history. "My name is Tong Fei, with the courtesy name Zixiao. I hail from Jizhou, Changshan County." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yao's heart stirred. It seemed that Zhao Zilong from Changshan was also from this region. Zhao Yun's master was the spear god Tong Yuan, and this young general shared the surname Tong. Could he possibly have some connection to Tong Yuan and Zhao Yun? Yuan Yao cautiously remarked, "I have heard that there is a Phoenix Mountain in Changshan County, Jizhou, where the great spear master Tong Yuan resides, having taught numerous formidable disciples. Since you bear the surname Tong, do you happen to know this esteemed elder Tong Yuan?" Tong Fei smiled and replied, "I dare not deceive you, my lord. Tong Yuan is indeed my father. All my skills have been imparted to me directly by him." Yuan Yao nodded, realizing the truth. This Zixiao was not only a direct disciple of Tong Yuan, but also his own son. No wonder he possessed such extraordinary martial prowess. Yuan Yao raised his cup and asked Tong Fei, "Young brother, since you are from Changshan and Jizhou, what brings you to Jiangdong? And how did you become a general under Liu Yao?" The inquiry posed by Yuan Yao served as a catalyst, prompting Tong Fei to unveil his thoughts. The young warrior began recounting to Yuan Yao, "During my time of training in the mountains, my father instilled in us the principle that martial arts should not be pursued for the sake of bravado or conflict, but rather to champion the weak and provide relief to the populace. Thus, my aspirations, akin to those of my fellow disciples, revolve around the noble pursuit of becoming a general, aiding a righteous sovereign to save the people. Among my peers, only I and brother Zhao Yun possess the highest martial prowess. Brother Zilong, my elder by 2 years, descended the mountain earlier and aligned himself with Gongsun Zan of Yuzhou, emerging as a formidable commander within the ranks of the White Horse Company, thereby earning considerable renown. At that time, I silently vowed that upon my own emergence, I too would serve a just lord and forge a reputation surpassing that of brother Zilong. In the realm of Jizhou, the only warlord capable of facilitating this ambition was Yuan Shao. However, by the time I attained martial success and descended the mountain, Yuan Shao had become embroiled in a bitter conflict with Gongsun Zan, engaging in warfare almost annually. Reluctant to confront brother Zilong in battle, I was compelled to abandon the prospect of aligning with Yuan Shao. Beyond Yuan Shao, there was also Cao Cao in the north. Cao Cao, a dominant figure in the Central Plains, would ostensibly be a commendable choice. Regrettably, he is known for his cruelty and lack of compassion, exemplified by the massacre in Shuzhou. As Tong Fei spoke of Cao Cao's atrocities, fury etched across his face. His grip on the wine cup tightened, veins protruding. Cao Cao, seeking vengeance for the death of his father at the hands of Tao Qian, unleashed his wrath upon Shuzhou. But what justification is there for slaughtering the innocent citizens of Shuzhou? What connection does the death of his father have with the people of Shuzhou? I would rather perish than align myself with such a villain who slaughters the populace to satiate personal vendettas. Chapter 47. All heroes of the world address the Lord. As young Meng Chong, upon hearing Tong Fei's words, Yuan Yao felt a profound resonance. The act of Cao Cao's slaughtering of cities was indeed reprehensible. In Yuan Yao's perspective, the heinousness of Cao Cao's actions far surpassed that of his own father's ascension to the throne. Merely on account of this, To label Cao Cao as a treacherous villain would be entirely justified. Regrettably, during the chaotic times of the late Han dynasty, power resided in the hands of aristocratic families, who remained utterly indifferent to the suffering of the common people. For the noble clans, Cao Cao's massacre of cities was merely a trivial affair. In such tumultuous times, Yuan Yao vowed to one day bring about a radical transformation. If I cannot ally with Cao Cao, I shall have no choice but to head south. Upon learning that Yuan Gonglu had 4 generations of officials in his lineage and numerous subordinates, I had initially assumed he would be a wise ruler worthy of my allegiance. Alas, Tong Fei shook his head and remarked, after my arrival in Huainan, all I witnessed was Yuan Shu's oppressive rule, exploiting the common folk. The aristocrats of Huainan are indeed swimming in wealth, while the common people suffer in destitution, displaced, and barely able to feed themselves. Such mediocre individuals are unworthy of my service. Yuan Yao merely smiled, refraining from comment. Tong Fei spoke the truth. His father's governance over Huainan was indeed lamentable. The vast region of Huainan had been utterly ravaged by the Skeleton King. The rapid demise of the Skeleton King following his proclamation as emperor was not solely due to the assaults from the lords, the decay of the various prefectures in Huainan. The dissent among the populace and the discontent of both civil and military subordinates were equally significant factors. Departing Huainan and continuing southward, I arrived in Jiangdong. In stark contrast to Huainan, the conditions of the people in Jiangdong were evidently much improved. I hold the impression that Liu Yao, the governor of Yangzhou, is quite commendable. Thus I chose to seek his allegiance and became a general under his command. During the time before Sun Ce launched an assault on Liu Yao, everything seemed satisfactory. However, once the great conflict commenced, it became evident to me that Liu Yao was not destined for greatness. He is overly cautious, disregarding wise counsel, and his choices in personnel are utterly bewildering. Instead of employing the valiant and astute General Tai Shi, he foolishly opts to rely on inept individuals such as Zhang Ying. Had Liu Yao heeded General Tai Shi's advice, he would have captured Sun Ce long ago. With an army of tens of thousands at his command, how could he be so easily subdued by Sun Ce? Reflecting on this frustration, Tong Fei could not help but take a sip of wine. I had initially believed that my martial prowess would find a worthy application upon my return to the world. Little did I realize, finding a sagacious ruler is a rare endeavor. I have resolved to part ways with Liu Yao and seek a more enlightened sovereign. I, Tong Zishao, am determined to find a worthy leader and accomplish great deeds. At this moment, Tong Fei suddenly recalled the imposing presence of Yuan Yao, who was encamped nearby. Recognizing him as an extraordinary individual, he lifted his gaze towards Yuan Yao and inquired, "My benefactor, having spoken so much, I have yet to ask your esteemed name. May I inquire about your honorable surname?" Yuan Yao smiled and replied, "I am Yuan Yao of Huainan, styled Jing Yao." Tong Fei was taken aback and exclaimed, "Are you not the renowned Yuan Jing Yao of Huainan, the reincarnation of Meng Changjun?" Su Sheng, standing nearby, proudly affirmed, "Indeed, you possess some discernment. He is my lord." Upon hearing this, Tong Fei immediately bowed to Yuan Yao and proclaimed, "I have long heard of the noble Yuan Yao, whose righteousness knows no bounds. A rare hero of our time. In recent days, I have been contemplating leaving Liu Yao to seek out Xiao Mengchong, hoping to find refuge under his banner. To my astonishment, I discovered that Xiao Mengchong, Yuan Yao, is indeed my benefactor. In my time of peril, he came to my aid with unwavering righteousness. The name of Xiao Mengchong is truly deserving of its renown. My father once said, when one receives even a drop of kindness, one should repay it with a fountain of gratitude. When one is saved from death, one should repay with one's life. If my benefactor does not find me unworthy, I, Tong Fei, am eager to serve under him. I would not hesitate to brave fire and water for my benefactor." Yuan Yao, observing Tong Fei's earnest expression, thought to himself that this young general is indeed a man of loyalty and honor. Before he could even extend an invitation, Tong Fei proactively sought to pledge his allegiance. Rising to his feet, Yuan Yao personally assisted Tong Fei up and declared, "To have you, Zishao, choose to serve me is truly my fortune. You are like my Han Kwa, and I will not betray your trust from this day forth. Henceforth, you shall be my brother in life and death." Tong Fei bowed deeply to his lord. He swore in his heart that he would remain eternally loyal to Yuan Yao. With such an exceptional warrior as Tong Fei by his side, Yuan Yao was filled with uncontainable joy. He commanded a grand feast to be prepared, inviting all the generals to partake in celebration. A continuous array of exquisite delicacies was served, and Yuan Yao inquired of Tong Fei, "Why did Zishao choose not to ally with my father, yet willingly ally with me?" Tong Fei replied, "Among the heroes of the world, I'll speak of you as Xiao Mechong. You embrace the heroes and valiant men of the realm, demonstrating your grand vision and character. In my heart, you are my lord. And Yuan Gong is Yuan Gong. I shall never regret following you. Yuan Yao silently nodded, recognizing that reputation indeed holds considerable significance. With the title of a royal uncle, Liu Bei was able to attract talented individuals from all corners of the world, thereby laying the foundation for the division of the realm into 3 parts. My own reputation as a little Mengchang is quite commendable, and it proves advantageous in recruiting both civil and military officials. It seems prudent to promote this reputation further to draw even more talent to my cause. Yuan Yao had already resolved in his heart to allocate a sum for advertising. Eager to make his name known far and wide, he harbored no fear of expenditure in this endeavor. As long as he could enlist capable individuals, the money would be well spent. Yuan Yao then inquired of Tong Fei, Xiao, I have a keen interest in your senior, Zhao Yun. Could you share some insights about him? In comparison to you, who possesses greater martial prowess? Tong Fei pondered before responding. In terms of spear techniques and martial skills, Brother Zilong surpasses me. When it comes to raw strength, I hold a slight advantage over him. In our regular sparring sessions, we are often evenly matched. However, I am aware that Brother Zilong's overall strength may exceed mine. If we were to engage in a life-or-death duel, I would only have a 40% chance of victory, whereas he would hold a 60% advantage. He is undoubtedly the most formidable warrior of Phoenix Mountain. Upon hearing Tong Fei's candid assessment, Yuan Yao grew even fonder of this newly acquired young general. Tong Fei's response was remarkably fair, avoiding self-aggrandizement and disparagement of Zhao Yun to win favor. Moreover, to possess a 40% chance against Zhao Yun in a life-or-death confrontation speaks volumes of Tong Fei's martial prowess, which is already among the very best in the world. His strength likely eclipses that of Sun Ce and Tai Shirtzi. It is a rare achievement to finally have a top-tier general under my command. In future encounters with Sun Ce, I shall no longer need to tread carefully, wary of his sudden aggression. Should Sun Ce dare to make any moves, I shall have Xiao deal with him directly. In the future, if I find myself in contention with the likes of Cao Cao or Liu Bei, I can send Xiao to confront their formidable generals. It thus appears that my greatest gain from the battle at Shenting Ridge is none other than the young General Tong Fei. The significance of Tong Fei far surpasses that of the Baxiujian and the Panlonji. These weapons are mere inanimate objects, while Tong Fei is a living, breathing warrior. Nevertheless, my thoughts linger on Zhao Yun. If I could enlist Zhao Yun to my cause, pairing him with Tong Fei as a duo of dragon and tiger generals, it would be nothing short of splendid. I said to Tong Fei, Xiao, I hold great admiration for your older brother Zhao Yun. Would you be able to compose a letter to summon him to Huainan to join me? Should Zilong choose to ally with me, I shall treat him with the utmost respect. Chapter 48. Wealth spreads, people gather. The Lord shall surely win the hearts of the people. My lord, I can write to my elder brother. However, given his loyal and righteous character, even if he receives the letter, he may not come to serve me. After all, he has already pledged himself to Gongsun Zan. The warriors hailing from the Phoenix Mountain and Jizhou are all individuals of unwavering loyalty. Once they have sworn allegiance to a master, they commit themselves wholly and without reservation. In my previous life, Zhao Yun was such towards Liu Bei, and Zhang Ren was similarly devoted to Liu Zhang. Now that Tong Fei has chosen to serve me, he too will undoubtedly be fiercely loyal. Previously, during his time under Liu Yao, Tong Fei held the position of general but did not recognize Liu Yao as his lord. This holds true for Tai Shirci as well. They referred to Liu Yao as governor, rather than my lord. Zhao Yun, having embraced Gongsun Zan's ideals, must have accepted him as his master. Even if Gongsun Zan's fortunes wane, Zhao Yun would not abandon him to seek another patron. Yuan Yao chuckled and said, It is of no concern. I have long recognized Zilong's loyalty and righteousness. This letter merely presents him with a choice. Observing the current state of Gongsun Zan, I fear he shall not endure long under Yuan Shao's assault. Should the day come when Gongsun Zan meets his downfall, Zilong will have an additional option. The humble general understood and promptly set about to compose a letter to his elder brother. Yuan Yao pondered deeply. It was likely that Zhao Yun had already made the acquaintance of Liu Bei by now. Given Liu Bei's character, he would undoubtedly make earnest efforts to win Zhao Yun's favor. Liu Bei's charm is such that it is difficult for an ordinary person to resist, and Zhao Yun shares a harmonious ideology with him. After the fall of Gongsun Zan, Zhao Yun's primary choice would likely be Liu Bei. However, Yuan Yao was not without his own prospects. Liu Bei's ability to capture Zhao Yun's admiration stems from his reputation for benevolence and righteousness and his sincere treatment of the worthy. These two attributes Yuan Yao possessed as well. With his own reputation as Little Mengchang, he could equally extend warmth towards Zhao Yun. The only difference was that he had come to know Zhao Yun slightly later than Liu Bei. This was of little consequence, for did he not have Zhao Yun's esteemed junior under his command? In the contest for Zhao Yun's allegiance, the outcome between himself and Lu Xuande remained uncertain. Thus, the fame of little Mengchong must be propagated far and wide. The farther, the better. With this thought, Yuan Yao summoned Lu Su into the tent. Lu Su bowed and said, "My lord, you called for me. Come, Zijing, sit, and let us converse." Yuan Yao beckoned, guiding Lu Su to a seat beside him. He then said, "I plan to establish a manor in each of the 13 provinces of the Han, to be named Gathering Fate Manor. All the heroes and virtuous scholars who find themselves in distress within the realm are deemed to be fated individuals, eligible to partake in the abundant hospitality of Jiyuan Manor, where they may receive generous support. Upon their departure, Jiyuan Manor shall bestow upon them additional provisions for their journeys. What do you think, Zijing?" Lu Su, being a person of magnanimity and generosity, instantly comprehended the implications of Yuan Yao's words. With a hearty laugh, Lu Su exclaimed, "My lord, you aim to purchase a reputation with your wealth. As long as we inform these heroes and scholars that Jiyuan Manor is your estate while assisting them, your name, Little Mengchong, will undoubtedly resonate throughout the world. Wealth attracts people. Your actions will surely win the hearts of the bold and the impoverished scholars alike. Exchanging riches for goodwill is a lucrative venture, entirely worthwhile. However, to establish a manor in each province, we must first acquire the estates. Each manor is valued at no less than 20 to 30 million coins. With 13 provinces in the Han dynasty, that amounts to several 100 million coins. Furthermore, the subsequent expenses for each manor are considerable. Given the current financial capacity of the Jiyuan Chamber of Commerce, we can only afford to purchase 3 to 5 manors. Acquiring more would jeopardize the normal operations of the chamber. I suggest, my lord, that we proceed gradually, starting with 3 manors to establish Jiyuan Manor. Once the income of the Jiyuan Chamber of Commerce rises, we can then expand further." Lu Su's counsel was a sound and prudent strategy. Had Yuan Yao relied solely on the Jiyuan Chamber of Commerce, he would likely heed Lu Su's advice. However, Yuan Yao's interests extend beyond just the chamber. He is supported by the formidable Skull King Yuan Shu and the illustrious Yuan family of Renan, who have held the title of Sangong for generations. Yuan Yao waved his hand dismissively and said, "Zijing, it need not be so complicated. The Yuan family possesses enterprises across all provinces. With merely a consultation with my father, we can utilize these resources. The estates in the 13 provinces are readily available. We simply need to provide the subsequent funding." Upon hearing this, Lu Su was momentarily taken aback, and after a considerable pause, he replied, "If that is the case, then there is absolutely no issue. I shall expedite the arrangements." Given Yuan Yao's audacious demeanor, Lu Su found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that the Yuan family was immensely powerful. Indeed, wealth can afford one the liberty to act as one pleases in the grand panorama of the realm. While the personal abilities of the warlords Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu may be a topic for another day, their wealth is undoubtedly the most substantial. Unless they encounter significant personal issues or commit grave errors, it would be exceedingly challenging for other warlords to vanquish them. Yuan Yao commanded Lu Su to establish Gathering Fate estates throughout the Han territories to bolster his influence, and summoned his civil and military officials, stating, "The fierce clash between Sun Ce and Tai Shirzi has ignited true flames. In the upcoming period, the forces of Sun Ce are likely to engage in relentless combat with Liu Yao's troops. We should seize the opportunity to attack Chue, thereby severing Liu Yao's retreat and simultaneously extinguishing Sun Ce's aspirations for the Jiangdong region." Yuan Yao's intent in coming to Jiangdong was to compel Sun Ce to act as a bulwark against Liu Yao, while he himself would seize the opportunity to conquer Jiangdong. This strategy met with unanimous approval from his civil and military subordinates. Thus, Yuan Yao left Jiangqin and several hundred soldiers to remain in the encampment, creating a diversion for Sun Ce and Liu Yao. He then personally led a grand army towards Chue. Upon Yuan Yao's arrival at the city, the defender was Liu Yao's cousin, Liu He. Liu He was a corpulent figure, his rotund physique resembling an inflated ball. Despite his imposing stature, he was a feckless and cowardly individual. Within the city of Chue, there still resided 5,000 soldiers. Logically, as the defenders of the city, it should have been a trivial matter to withstand Yuan Yao's forces, given the formidable strength of the walls. Yet, upon witnessing the distinguished troops clad in white armor below, Liu He trembled in fear. He stood atop the battlements, quaking as he called out to Yuan Yao, "What brings you to Chue?" Surrounded by his generals, Yuan Yao bellowed back, "Listen well, you treacherous commander upon the walls. I am Yuan Yao, son of the Duke of Yangzhai and the left general of the Han dynasty. My father has been commanded by the emperor to govern Yangzhou, and you, situated in Jiangdong, have disregarded his orders, proving yourselves to be traitorous rebels. I have come at my father's behest to subdue you traitors. Those who wish to preserve their lives, swiftly open the gates and surrender. Delay further, and I shall not hesitate to execute you once the city falls. The title of governor of Yangzhou that Yuan Yao boasted was merely a self-bestowed moniker, lacking the emperor's endorsement. Nevertheless, he wielded it as he pleased, as the mere semblance of legitimacy was sufficient. Whether the adversary believed it or not held little consequence. Upon hearing Yuan Yao's proclamation, Lu He pondered, is it Yuan Yao leading the assault, not Sun Ce? He had previously heard from his elder brother, Lu Yao, of Sun Ce's unparalleled valor, having defeated the formidable General Xiang under Lu Yao's command. Hence, Lu Yao personally led his troops to confront Sun Ce, leaving Lu He to defend the city. Lu He had yet to hear of Yuan Yao's prowess. If he could hold the city steadfast and send for his brother's aid, might there still be hope for Chue? Chapter 49. This young master stands at your gates, and you dare to wish for my retreat? Were the two armies to clash, Lu He's courage would likely falter under Yuan Yao's intimidating presence, compelling him to surrender. Yet he now stands resolutely at the city, determined to persist. Only by holding on to Chue can he safeguard his wealth and status. If he were to abandon his elder brother's ancestral home, would he not doom himself as well? Lu He leaned against the city wall, conferring with Yuan Yao. My brother, Lu Yao, is the governor of Yangzhou and bears no enmity towards you, Yuan. Your arrival with troops must surely be a misunderstanding. Why not withdraw your forces to Runan? Our families are allies, and we should refrain from hostilities. Yuan Yao scoffed. I am already at your gates, and you wish for me to retreat? Such delusions. Do you believe I engage in negotiations at this juncture? One choice remains, surrender or perish. Should you waver, I shall commence my assault on the city. At that moment, as Lu He pondered how to delay Yuan Yao, the gates of Chue unexpectedly swung open. Lu He, standing atop the city, was struck with terror. The enemy forces loomed menacingly. Who would dare open the gates at such a perilous moment? Was this not an invitation to death? Yuan Yao, taken aback, had intended to intimidate Lu He and then launch a surprise attack under the cover of night. He did not foresee anyone would open the gates to welcome him. In a fit of exasperation, Lu He commanded, quick, close the city gates. The one who opened the gates was a towering figure, 7 feet tall, with a pallid complexion and strikingly unusual features. Armed with dual blades, he bellowed, brothers, the one leading the assault is the illustrious Yuan Yao. Stand firm at the gates and welcome him into the city. It is said that the arrival of the esteemed Yuan Yao is imminent, causing the men behind him to become invigorated as if they had been infused with the spirit of a battle cry. They shouted in unison, brother, we shall heed your command. Welcome, young Master Yuan, into the city. Yuan Yao, taken aback by the sudden emergence of these internal supporters, nevertheless recognized the fortuitous opportunity to seize the city. Without hesitation, he drew his formidable sword, the Bashio, and commanded, all troops, advance and capture Chue. To battle. The elite soldiers under Yuan Yao's command surged forth with an indomitable spirit, charging towards Chue city. Generals Qindao, Su Xing, Zhou Tai, and Tong Fei led the charge, each eager to claim the glory of vanquishing enemies and conquering the city. With the assistance of internal agents, the gates of the city were flung open, allowing Yuan Yao to seize Chue with remarkable ease. The elite soldiers swept into the city like a tempest, and the enemy forces offered no resistance. The fierce warrior who had opened the gates ascended to the city walls in search of Lu He. Upon seeing this figure, with skin ashen and eyes aflame, wielding 2 bloodied blades, Lu He was instantly struck with terror. This general, I am willing to surrender. I am willing to submit to young Master Yuan. I implore you, spare my life. The fearsome warrior, his visage contorted with rage, retorted, Lu He, you have relied on your status as Lu Yuan Yao proclaimed peace to the people while simultaneously assigning his generals to oversee the surrendered soldiers. Upon encountering Yuan Yao, the fierce warrior Chun Wu immediately knelt before him, exclaiming, I am Chun Wu, also known as Chun Zili, and I pay my respects to you, young Master Yuan. I have long heard of your noble reputation, rivaling that of the illustrious Ming Chang, and I have lamented my inability to follow in your esteemed company. Today, witnessing your arrival to besiege Chue, my joy knows no bounds. I have opened the city gates to welcome you. Should you not reject me, I wish to serve you, to hold your horse and assist you. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall have no regrets. Yuan Yao had indeed heard of Chun Wu in his previous life. This man was renowned for his indomitable prowess in battle, praised by Chun Shou as the Tiger Minister of Jiangbiao, and counted among the formidable generals under Sun Ce. Such a forthright warrior was now to be his own. Elated at acquiring such a general, Yuan Yao approached Chen Wu, helping him to rise, and declared, "For this conquest of Chue, you, Zili, shall be credited with the foremost merit. I hereby appoint you as a lieutenant general, awarding you 500 pieces of gold to remain at my side for my service." Upon hearing this, Chen Wu was overjoyed. Yuan Yao truly lived up to his reputation as the celebrated Mengqiang, exhibiting remarkable generosity. The grant of 500 gold pieces ensured his financial security. "Thank you, my lord. I vow to serve you with unwavering loyalty." Having captured Chue and gained the formidable General Chen Wu, Yuan Yao saw the 5,000 soldiers under Liu Yao's command surrender as well. Yuan Yao restructured and trained these defenders, appointing the white cloak soldiers as junior officers. The number of troops under his command surged to 11,000, surpassing the 10,000 mark. Yuan Yao's power grew immensely, while Sun Ce and Liu Yao continued their fierce battles at the front lines. The two armies engaged in relentless combat, with the conflict intensifying further. Every day, the soldiers of both sides taunted each other, brandishing the discarded equipment of Sun Ce and Tai Shirtzi. The soldiers of Sun Ce raised the short spear abandoned by Tai Shirtzi and shouted loudly, "My lord's martial prowess is unrivaled in the world." Tai Shirtzi is merely a defeated foe. They proclaimed that had Tai Shirtzi not fled swiftly that day, he would have met his demise at the hands of their lord, pierced through by that very spear, one that had been wrenched from Tai Shirtzi during their fierce confrontation. Yet, Tai Shirtzi too possessed his share of spoils. He brandished Sun Ce's helmet and boomed, "The head of Sun Ce lies here. Who dares to claim valor?" The exchanges of insults had become customary between the two armies. After a bout of verbal sparring, they would inevitably engage in a fierce battle. Tai Shirtzi, brandishing his spear, rode forth, singing a battle song, and pointed his weapon at Sun Ce, challenging him. "Sun Ce, do you dare to face me in combat?" Sun Ce, a warrior of remarkable spirit, galloped into the fray, retorting, "You, a defeated foe, do you think I, Sun Ce, fear you? Today, I shall claim your head." Having been longtime rivals, the two generals clashed amidst the fervent cheers of their soldiers, battling fiercely for over 50 exchanges without a clear victor. Just as their duel reached its zenith, the sound of a gong suddenly rang out from Liu Yao's camp. Reluctantly, Tai Shirtzi withdrew to his ranks and addressed Liu Yao. "I was on the verge of capturing Sun Ce alive. Why the sudden call to halt?" Liu Yao, his face darkened, replied, "The battle cannot continue. Chue has fallen." "What? How could Chue possibly fall?" Tai Shirtzi exclaimed in astonishment. "Did you not leave Liu He with 5,000 troops to defend Chue? Sun Ce commanded merely a few thousand troops. How could he possibly divide his forces to assault Chue?" The one who executed the surprise attack on Chue was not Sun Ce's contingent, but rather Yuan Shao's son, Yuan Yao. Liu Yao sighed deeply, stating, "I initially believed that this young scion Yuan Yao had come to Jiangdong merely to train troops against the Shanhua. Even if he opposed our forces, I thought he would only dare to follow behind Sun Ce, engaging in favorable skirmishes. I never anticipated that this young man would possess such audacity and ambition. His pretext of targeting the Shanhua was merely a ruse to deceive our army. In comparison to Sun Ce, it is Yuan Yao who is the true military genius." Chapter 50. This is a deception. It is a stealthy assault. What does the governor intend to do? Liu Yao, his face clouded with gloom, said to Tai Shirtzi, "With Chue captured by Yuan Yao, my foundation has been lost, and the morale of my troops is in disarray. If we engage Sun Ce in battle now, victory seems unlikely. Our only course of action is to swiftly proceed to Malin and unite with the troops under Shueli, seeking a way to reclaim lost territory." Although Liu Yao held the title of governor of Yangzhou, his control over the region was tenuous at best. The territory of Huainan was firmly under Yuan Shao's dominion, and even the several counties in Jiangdong that belonged to him were rife with various military leaders, bandits, and Shanhua. This was also the reason why Sun Ce was able to seize Jiangdong with such ease during Yuan Yao's previous life. Defeating a formidable foe is no simple task. However, dismantling the multitude of military leaders in Jiangdong one by one would prove far more manageable. As Liu Yao's army retreated, Sun Ce received news of Chue's capture by Yuan Yao. Enraged by this revelation, Sun Ce overturned the table in the central command tent before his assembled civil and military officials. "Yuan Yao, the treacherous villain. Despicable. Infuriating. We have fought fiercely against Liu Yao, incurring heavy losses. In the end, he managed to seize Chue. Wasn't he meant to come to Jiangdong to train troops against the Mountain Yu? Why would he covet Chue? This is deceit. This is an ambush." Sun Ce was genuinely incensed by Yuan Yao's actions. "It is understandable," Sun Tzu's ambition is to unify Jiangdong and establish a formidable legacy. For this goal, he patiently engaged in false politeness with the father and son of Yuan Shu, uttering countless flattering words. In his quest for military support, Sun Tzu even offered his father's jade seal, fine steeds, and weapons. He even sent his closest friend, Zhou Gongjin, to Yuan Yao. One could say that Sun Tzu's campaign in Jiangdong is a gamble of his entire fortune, dignity, and even the future of the Sun family. The stakes of this gamble are exceedingly high. He cannot afford to lose. Sun Tzu achieved victory at Niuzhou against Zhang Ying and fought fiercely against Liu Yao's forces at Shintingrich. He believed that if he could defeat Liu Yao, his ambitions would be within reach, and the various prefectures of Jiangdong would be easily acquired. Just when Sun Tzu was filled with hope, Shui was unexpectedly claimed by Yuan Yao. That scoundrel Yuan Yao is snatching away the fruits of my victory. Sun Tzu's fury was truly terrifying, rendering the officials around him silent with fear. Ultimately, it was his uncle, Sun Jing, who counseled him, "Wolfing, do not let anger consume you. Although Yuan Yao has taken Shui, Jiangdong is not limited to this single city. We still have opportunities." Sun Tzu replied passionately, "Uncle, my mother, brother, uncle, and younger sister are all in Shui. If that scoundrel Yuan Yao harbors treacherous intentions, what shall I do?" Sun Jing responded, "As of now, Wolfeng, you have yet to sever ties with Yuan Yao, and on the surface, you both command troops under Yuan Gong. Yuan Yao would not trouble Bo Fu's family at this juncture. Since Yuan Yao harbors ambitions for Jiangdong, Bo Fu must strive to outpace him in seizing Jiangdong. Once Bo Fu has divided Jiangdong with Yuan Yao, he can negotiate to reclaim his family. Subsequently, he can lead his troops to expel Yuan Yao from Jiangdong, driving him back to Huainan and Shouchun. In this way, Jiangdong will remain Bo Fu's domain." Upon hearing his uncle Sun Jing's analysis, Sun Tzu regained his composure. His uncle's reasoning was sound. Yuan Yao's acquisition of Shui was achieved through underhanded tactics, lacking in honor. Did Yuan Yao command valiant generals akin to himself, seasoned in battle and valorous? Certainly not. The warriors under his command were mere brutes recruited from martial arts tournaments. Those ruffians, despite their physical prowess, possessed no understanding of military strategy. As for Yuan Yao, he was merely a scion of privilege. Utterly lacking in the ability to lead troops effectively, Sun Tzu held him in contempt. The only general capable of commanding troops beside Yuan Yao was Chao Rui. Yet he too was a lackluster individual, of little significance. By contrast, Sun Tzu had capable generals such as Cheng Pu and Su Kuan, seasoned in the art of war, who could easily dominate in direct confrontation with Yuan Yao. Very well, let Yuan Yao revel in his fleeting triumph for a few days. When he has secured Jiangdong and turns to deal with him, Yuan Yao will surely lament in rhythmic despair. Clenching his fist, Sun Tzu restored his earlier demeanor of confident leadership. He addressed his civil and military officials. "Uncle speaks wisely. Our immediate task is to eliminate Liu Yao and secure the territory of Jiangdong." The atmosphere among the assembled officials was one of palpable relief. As the strategist L. Fan seized the moment to propose a plan, "My lord, with Liu Yao having lost Shui, he must be in a state of disarray. His troops lacking the will to fight. We can pursue his forces and utterly crush Liu Yao. Once he is defeated, you shall effortlessly reclaim the various counties of Jiangdong." Sun Tzu, inspired by L. Fan's counsel, fervently led his troops in pursuit of Liu Yao. Meanwhile, Yuan Yao had firmly established control over Shui and entered the Sun family estate therein, having previously urged Sun Tzu to leave a hostage in Shouchun. He recalled Sun Tzu's insistence that his family remained in Shui. Now, it seemed, he would not need to make excuses. The Sun family had fallen into Yuan Yao's hands. With the change of ownership in Shui and his household now besieged by soldiers, the Sun family was filled with trepidation. They gathered in the front courtyard, standing obediently before Yuan Yao. As Yuan Yao cast his gaze upon them, he noted that the leader among the Sun family was a middle-aged man with a resolute countenance. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful woman in her 30s, exuding an undeniable charm. In addition to these two, there was a youth with peculiar violet hair and striking blue eyes, along with a girl who appeared to be around 15 or 16. Yuan Yao recognized them as Wu Jing, the maternal uncle of Sun Quan, and Wu Gutai, his mother. The youthful pair were likely Sun Tzu's siblings, Sun Shangxiang and Sun Quan. Despite the unusual traits of Sun Quan, Sun Shangxiang had evidently inherited her mother's remarkable beauty. Wu Jing respectfully greeted Yuan Yao, saying, "I am Wu, paying my respects to young Master Yuan Yao." Yuan Yao raised his hand and addressed them. "Please, rise. General Sun is a subordinate of my father, and having acquired Shui, it is only proper for me to pay a visit. Do not be anxious. Continue your lives as usual. As long as you remain within the confines of Shui City, no one shall disturb you. However, there is one matter I must clarify. As the kin of a great general under my father's command, you are not permitted to leave the city without authorization, nor may you privately send messages to Sun Ce. Should I require your assistance, you must comply unconditionally. Failure to do so will result in severe consequences. Wu Jing and Lady Wu, with their heads bowed in deference, responded to Yuan Yao, "We shall faithfully obey your commands." They were well aware that Sun Ce's campaign against Jiangdong was aimed at establishing a stronghold and achieving dominance. To support Sun Ce, they had even liquidated their assets to provide him with financial backing. They had anticipated that it would be Sun Ce who would seize Chue. Yet unexpectedly, it was Yuan Yao who claimed it first. Clearly, Yuan Yao possessed superior skill compared to Sun Ce. Yuan Yao undoubtedly understood Sun Ce's ambitions, thus. It seemed that Sun Ce's quest to conquer Jiangdong would not be an easy endeavor. Before Yuan Yao secured Chue, the Sun family could still find ways to offer manpower and resources to Sun Ce. However, now, regardless of the challenges Sun Ce faced, they were powerless to assist him. With Yuan Yao in control of Chue, the Sun clan found themselves utterly vulnerable, akin to meat upon a chopping block. Yuan Yao's restrictions on their freedom could be considered a gesture of restraint. Had he been a tyrant, no one would have dared to speak against the confiscation of the Sun estate. Wu Jing and Lady Wu remained silent in the presence of Yuan Yao, yet Sun Quan, with his striking blue eyes and purple hair, suddenly spoke up. Previously, when Chue was occupied by Liu Yao, our Sun clan endured relentless oppression. Now that young Master Yuan has arrived, the Sun family has finally been saved. Such immense kindness from you, young master. The Sun family truly does not know how to repay you. If you do not mind, please stay for a humble meal. Yuan Yao cast a glance at Sun Quan, who appeared utterly sincere, as if he genuinely welcomed him. How intriguing. Both Wu Jing and Lady Wu harbor a deep fear of me, yet Sun Quan remains unperturbed. It seems that this historical figure, the great emperor of Eastern Wu, possesses remarkable qualities. Yuan Yao would not let his guard down simply because Sun Quan was young. The reason he had not yet acted against the Sun family was their continued utility to him. With the Sun family, one must both utilize and guard against them. This thick-skinned and cunning Sun Shi Wang is particularly a focal point of Yuan Yao's vigilance. He had even begun to contemplate whether to find an opportunity for Sun Quan to vanish from existence. Smiling, he replied to Sun Quan, "I am quite occupied, so I shall forego dining. Are you the brother of Sun Ce?" Sun Quan bowed deeply to Yuan Yao and respectfully stated, "I am Sun Quan, Sun Zhoumo. My father, Sun Jian, is a loyal subject of Master Yuan. Like my elder brother, I too am a servant of the Yuan family." Yuan Yao silently nodded in approval. A dog that bites does not bark, and Sun Zhoumo indeed knows how to be both flexible and resolute, spinning tales with ease. Yuan Yao regarded Sun Quan and said nonchalantly, "I hope the Sun family will always remember their identity and maintain their proper position. Let us depart." Yuan Yao left the Sun family residence accompanied by a contingent of armored soldiers. Wu Jing, Lady Wu, and Sun Shangxiang all breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Shangxiang exclaimed, "This young Master Yuan possesses such an imposing presence. I perceive that the aura he exudes is even more formidable than that of my elder brother." Wu Gutai, somewhat perplexed, inquired of Sun Quan, "My son, why did you choose to curry favor with Yuan Yao? He occupies Chue and is clearly vying with your elder brother for control of Jiangdong. He is an adversary, not an ally of our Sun family." Sun Quan replied solemnly, "Mother, I merely wish to secure a contingency for our family. It is in Sun Quan's nature to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. With the unpredictable element of Yuan Yao, it is uncertain whether Sun Ce can successfully command Jiangdong. In the future, the Sun family may very well need to rely on me, Sun Quan, to uphold our dignity." Sun Quan contemplated inwardly. If my brother can unify Jiangdong and liberate us from Yuan Yao's grasp, that would indeed be ideal. However, if he cannot accomplish this, we must devise alternative strategies. The worst-case scenario would be Yuan Yao's domination over Jiangdong. Should that transpire, my aspirations for prominence would necessitate my allegiance to Yuan Yao. Yet, I am, after all, a member of the Sun family, and my brother is Yuan Yao's foe. Can Yuan Yao truly place his trust in me? If it comes to that, I must contrive a means to earn Yuan Yao's confidence. Despite his youth, Sun Quan possessed considerable acumen. He understood well the intricacies involved in gaining another's trust. To win over Yuan Yao, Sun Quan realized that he could not solely rely on himself. His mother Wu Guotai and his uncle Wu Jing would also struggle to assist him. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon his younger sister, Sun Shangxiang. Perhaps my sister could aid me in gaining Yuan Yao's trust. Upon reflection, she has reached the age suitable for marriage. Perhaps, Yuan Yao would be a commendable choice. Yuan Yao remained oblivious to the fact that in the young Sun Shirwang's heart, he had already become an admirable choice for a brother-in-law. Several days later, Yuan Yao convened a council of civil and military officials in Chue. Clutching the battle reports received from his informants, including Ma Zhong and Liao Hua, he addressed the assembly. Upon learning that our forces had captured Chue, Liu Yao retreated towards Moling, intending to unite his troops with those of Xueli in a bid to reclaim lost territory. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Ce led his army to pursue him, launching a nighttime assault on Liu Yao's main camp. Liu Yao's forces suffered significant losses, with soldiers scattering in disarray. However, Sun Ce ultimately failed to capture Liu Yao, who managed to escape to Moling. Now, Liu Yao is allied with Xueli, relying on the formidable defenses of Moling to withstand Sun Ce's advances. The contents of the battle report were, in fact, favorable news for Yuan Yao. Both Sun Ce and Liu Yao were adversaries that Yuan Yao sought to eliminate. The more fiercely they clashed, the more advantageous it would be for him. His strategist, Zhang Gan, rose with a look of excitement and proposed, "My lord, it is truly gratifying to witness these two rebels, Sun Ce and Liu Yao, engaged in conflict. Liu Yao has been repeatedly defeated by Sun Ce, and I doubt he stands a chance against him. You could take advantage of their standoff to launch a surprise attack on Sun Ce, encircling him with Liu Yao's forces. Thus, Sun Ce is bound to be defeated. Once Sun Ce is vanquished, dealing with Liu Yu will be much simpler. The lands of Jiangdong will inevitably fall under your dominion." Upon hearing Zhang Gan's suggestion, Yuan Yao chuckled and shook his head. Zhang Gan was indeed clever, and his strategy was commendable. Implementing Zhang Gan's plan would undoubtedly lead to Sun Ce's defeat. However, Zhang Gan's vision was somewhat limited. While defeating Sun Ce was undoubtedly one of Yuan Yao's objectives, his paramount strategic aim remained the unification of Jiangdong in the shortest possible time. Before Yuan Yao could speak, his strategist Lu Su rose and said with a smile, "Indeed, Master Zi's strategy is commendable. However, I believe that our lord has matters of greater significance to attend to than attacking Sun Ce. Moling is a great city in Jiangdong, immensely fortified. Sun Ce would find it arduous to breach this stronghold without several months of effort. As Sun Ce engages in battle with Liu Yao, why should our forces intervene? It would be more advantageous for them to deplete each other's strength. I propose that our lord seize this opportune moment to reclaim the remaining counties of Jiangdong. Once a significant portion of Jiangdong is under our lord's command, the likes of Sun Ce and Liu Yao will be inconsequential. At that time, should our lord desire, these two rascals can be captured with a single strike." Upon hearing Lu Su's words, Yuan Yao nodded in great satisfaction. Among the many strategists under his command, it was Lu Su who truly possessed strategic foresight. While Jian Gan devised methods to defeat Sun Ce, he was merely contemplating tactics. Lu Su, on the other hand, focused on the entirety of Jiangdong and even the world beyond, presenting strategies that were rooted in overarching principles. Understanding these principles is what distinguishes a top-tier strategist. Yuan Yao replied with a smile, "What you say, Zijing, resonates deeply with me. Let Sun Ce and Liu Yao contend for Moling. They may engage in their skirmishes. Our military need only secure Chue, and they shall not breach our defenses. Currently, I command over 10,000 elite troops. It is indeed wise to first capture Jiangdong." After deliberating with the others, Yuan Yao assigned General Chen Dao to remain with Jiang Qin, Xiao Rui, Zhou Tsong, Bu Zhi, Zhang Hong, and the others to guard Chue. He personally led 8,000 elite soldiers to assault Wu Commandery. Yuan Yao instructed Chen Dao and the others to fortify the city. If anyone attempted to attack, they must not engage outside the city but rather send word to him with utmost haste. Chapter 52. I vow to capture Yuan Yao without inflicting a single hair's harm upon him at present. The fierce clash between Sun Ce and Liu Yao rages on, rendering it impossible for either to dispatch forces to assault Chue. For should they divide their troops to mount an attack, they would find themselves ensnared in a dire two-front conflict, with the prospects of victory appearing exceedingly bleak. Moreover, even if Sun Ce were to act irrationally and send troops to besiege Chue, Yuan Yao would remain unperturbed. He has stationed 3,000 elite soldiers in Chue, among whom are 500 formidable white cloak warriors. With the disorganized rabble under Sun Ce's command, the endeavor to seize the city would be akin to scaling the heavens. Yuan Yao could even first capture Wu Commandery and subsequently deal with the incoming besiegers. Wu Commandery, the most prosperous region of Jiangdong, inexplicably lies beyond the control of Liu Yao, the inspector of Yangzhou. The command of Wu Commandery is held by a warlord known as Yan Baihu, who arrogantly proclaims himself as the virtuous king of Eastern Wu, occupying the bountiful lands of Wu Commandery. Who is this Yan Baihu, one might wonder? In truth, he is merely a bandit, lacking any formal title granted by the court. Liu Yao's tolerance of such a rogue occupying Wu commandery speaks volumes of his own ineptitude as the inspector of Yangzhou. As Yuan Yao marched his forces toward Wu City, and having progressed halfway, Tong Fei stepped forward to report, "My lord, a contingent of troops ahead is obstructing our path." "Oh, who might they be? Could they be Yin Baihu's forces?" Tong Fei shook his head. "This contingent consists of only several hundred men, and they seek an audience with your lordship. They do not appear to be Yin Baihu's bandits." "Very well then, let us proceed to investigate." Tong Fei and the unparalleled warrior Zhou Tai led the white, cloak cavalry, escorting Yuan Yao forward to the front. Yuan Yao raised his gaze and beheld a group of ragged men, each wielding worn-out weapons. At the forefront stood a tall, robust youth, who held the hand of a child no more than 7 or 8 years old. Such a gathering hardly seemed inclined to seek trouble. After all, who would venture into peril while escorting a child? Yuan Yao inquired aloud, "What brings you here, good sirs?" The leading youth cautiously asked, "Are you not the esteemed young master Yuan Yao, known for your benevolence and readiness to assist the distressed?" Upon hearing his name, the child, Tong Fei, mimicked Su Shang's earlier gestures. With a flourish of his gleaming spear, he proudly declared, "Indeed, he is my lord. What is it that you seek from him?" Having confirmed Yuan Yao's identity, the men immediately knelt, pulling the child down with them to pay their respects. "We are Ling Chao and my son, Ling Tong, here to pay homage to young Master Yuan," they proclaimed. "Your renown is known far and wide across Jiangdong. My son and I have traveled from Wu County to pledge our loyalty to you. It was only upon spotting your banner that we dared to approach. Meeting you is indeed a stroke of fortune. We implore you to accept us into your service, to assist you in your noble endeavors and confront your foes. We vow to follow you unto death. Please accept us." Little Ling Tong, kneeling on the ground, added with a youthful voice, "Ling Tong pledges his unwavering loyalty to you." Several hundred men followed suit, kneeling in unison and exclaiming, "We pledge our allegiance to you, young master. We beseech you to welcome us." Yuan Yao could not help but smile at the sight. Even young Ling Tong, a mere child of 7 or 8, was determined to pledge his life in service to him. The fame of this individual has grown significantly, bringing numerous advantages. Observing the tattered appearance of Ling Chao and his companions, it is evident that they may be struggling to find sustenance. Aware of my generous nature, they seek to ally themselves with me for provisions. Such individuals are most welcome. I possess ample resources, and accommodating a few hundred additional mouths is hardly a burden. Their willingness to traverse such a distance to pledge loyalty assures me of their fidelity. Moreover, Ling Chao is a valiant warrior, and Ling Tong has been groomed into a formidable general. Accepting these men will undoubtedly be to my benefit. Yuan Yao has begun to relish the fruits of his esteemed reputation and must urge Lu Su to promote his goodwill further. Not only should he uphold the principle of aiding the distressed, but he must also seek out talented individuals with fervor. I require both wise strategists and valiant warriors, and I shall welcome all who come. In the presence of Ling Chao and his son, Yuan Yao felt compelled to display the elegance reminiscent of the noble Meng Chang. Dismounting his horse, he approached them, offering his support as he proclaimed, "It is my fortune to have brave men like you come to my side. I accept you. From this day forth, you shall be my trusted warriors." Upon hearing this, Ling Chao was filled with joy, bowing deeply as he responded. Ling Chao pays his respects to the Lord. Young Ling Tong, with a youthful voice, echoed, "Ling Tong pays his respects to the Lord." In that moment, the chorus of "We pay our respects to the Lord" resonated continuously, sensing the hearts of the people of Jiangdong rallying towards him. The soldiers under Yuan Yao's command felt a sense of honor. Tong Fei was particularly exhilarated. What defines a wise ruler? This is it, embodied by my lord. Even while on the march, illustrious heroes seek to join him. Who else could achieve such a feat? Having traversed the land in search of a worthy leader, Tong Fei finally found the sovereign of his heart, making his arduous journey from Jizhou to Jiangdong worthwhile. Yuan Yao addressed Tong Fei, saying, "Zishao, according to the general standards, select a set of superior armor and weapons for brother Ling Chao. Furthermore, ensure that the hundreds of brothers are equipped with our army's attire and arms. Also, arrange for wine and meat to welcome these brothers and cleanse the dust of their journey." Tong Fei clasped his fist and responded loudly, "Understood." Upon hearing these words, Ling Chao and the others were instantly moved to tears. They had just pledged their allegiance to Yuan Yao, and he was already bestowing upon them armor and weapons, as well as a feast. The reputation of Yuan Jing Yao of Huainan, a modern-day Meng Changjun, was indeed well-deserved. Such a grand and magnanimous leader is rare in this world. Ling Chao and his companions silently vowed to dedicate their lives to Yuan Yao's service. With Ling Chao and his band of warriors now part of his ranks, Yuan Yao continued his march southward. Their addition significantly boosted the morale of his troops. Upon learning of Yuan Yao's advancing army, Yin Baihu of Wu Commandery hastily summoned his brother, Yin Yu, to discuss strategies for defense. With a grave expression, Yin Baihu remarked, "The one attacking Wu Commandery this time is no ordinary figure. Have you heard of the phrase, Yuan Yao of Huainan, a modern-day Ming Chongjun? The leader of this army is none other than the renowned Xiaoming Chong, Yuan Yao himself. How shall our forces withstand his advance?" Yin Yu chuckled in response, saying, "Brother, Yuan Yao is merely a second-generation aristocrat. What is there to fear? His notoriety stems solely from his generous actions, aiding the needy and distributing wealth. When it comes to martial prowess, what can a young lad who has never commanded troops possibly achieve? You and I, brothers in arms. Fear not even Lu Yao. How then could we possibly fear the mere Yuan Yao? All I require from you, my elder brother, is a contingent of 10,000 elite soldiers, and I shall undoubtedly vanquish Yuan Yao. With a stroke of fortune, I may even capture him alive," thus extorting a handsome ransom from that Yuan Shu of Huainan. It is no surprise that Yin Yu, with his roots in the underworld, possesses such remarkable acumen. In just a few words, he conceives of the art of kidnapping for profit, a venture devoid of any initial investment. Hearing such words from Yin Yu, Yin Baihu felt a considerable sense of reassurance and nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall grant you your 10,000 soldiers. However, you must bear in mind that while capturing Yuan Yao alive is permissible, you must not inflict any harm upon him. Should he be injured, Yuan Shu will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon us." Yin Yu chuckled lightly, responding, "Rest assured, elder brother, I am not foolish. I guarantee that I shall capture Yuan Yao without so much as a single hair on his head being harmed." Chapter 53. He is not merely a man, but a tiger general, a divine warrior. As he prepares to lead his forces against Yuan Yao, Yin Yu is brimming with confidence. Having dominated Wu Commandery alongside his brother Yin Baihu for many years and having faced countless battles, how could he possibly be compared to an inexperienced scion? Once Yuan Yao is captured, they can extort a substantial ransom from Yuan Shu. With such funds, they could recruit more troops and unify Jiangdong. Perhaps, even, his brother could ascend to the true throne of Wu. As Yuan Yao marched his army to Wu Commandery, he met Yin Yu's forces at Fengqiao. Clad in a brown battle armor and draped in a gray cloak, Yin Yu stood boldly upon the bridge, his gaze filled with disdain. Although Yin Yu commanded a considerable force of 10,000 soldiers, their attire was disheveled, and their discipline was lax. In Yuan Yao's eyes, they were inferior even to the troops under the command of his own father, the Skeletal King. Yuan Yao commanded 3,000 elite troops, clad in resplendent armor. Their military demeanor impeccably disciplined, a stark contrast to the ragtag band of Yin Yu. Surrounded by esteemed generals such as Zhou Tai, Tong Fei, Chen Wu, and Ling Chao, Yuan Yao stood at the heart of his forces. He gazed toward Yin Yu and proclaimed, "Who dares to face the enemy general?" No sooner had Yuan Yao uttered his challenge than Tong Fei responded with fervor, "Since I pledged my allegiance to our Lord, I have yet to achieve any notable feats. I yearn to slay this brigand and present him to our sovereign." "Very well, let General Zi Shao take the field," Yuan Yao declared. Tong Fei, renowned as the mightiest warrior under Yuan Yao's command, was a source of great reassurance for him. "At your command," Tong Fei exclaimed, spurring his steed forward. Lance aimed directly at Yin Yu. Upon seeing the youthful warrior charging towards him, Yin Yu erupted into laughter. "Is there truly no one else among Yuan Yao's ranks? They send a mere child to his doom. Witness as I dispatch you," thereby dampening Yuan Yao's youthful arrogance. Tong Fei offered no retort, focusing solely on the momentum of his steed as he lunged forward with his lance. In his eyes, Yin Yu was merely a target, devoid of life. What need was there for words with a corpse? As Tong Fei's lance hurtled toward him with terrifying swiftness, Yin Yu hastily brandished his sword to deflect the blow. Attempting to parry Tong Fei's with a sudden gasp, Yin Yu expelled a mouthful of blood and tumbled from his steed, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Never to close again. Yuan Yao, witnessing Tong Fei's decisive strike that felled Yin Yu, laughed heartily while gripping the Ba Xiu sword, proclaiming, "A single blow to vanquish the enemy general. Truly, my esteemed General Zi Shao is worthy of his reputation." The demise of Yin Yu, the second in command of the formidable Yin Baihu, sent shockwaves through the ranks of his over 10,000 bandit soldiers. Yin Yu's martial prowess was only surpassed by the Eastern Wu's King Yin Baihu, now that he had been felled by the enemy general in a single stroke. How could they continue the fight? Is General Yin Yu truly dead? Is this enemy general even human? He is no mere man. He is a tiger general, a divine warrior. He is utterly beyond our league. With their morale plummeting, the bandit soldiers despaired. "What shall we do now that General Yin Yu is gone?" Yuan Yao, Drawing forth his Bashio sword, commanded, "All generals, heed my call. Charge. Break the enemy. Slay them." The soldiers under Yuan Yao's command were already eager to engage. Apart from Zhou Tai, who remained steadfastly by Yuan Yao's side, the remaining fierce warriors rallied their men to launch an assault against the bandits. Newly allied with Yuan Yao, Ling Chao was brimming with determination to prove himself. He led a small contingent of elite soldiers, charging forth at the forefront. Like Tong Fei, he advanced bravely into the enemy ranks. Ling Chao brandished his long spear and called out, "Light cavalry advances alone to diminish the enemy's ferocity. Fellow warriors, follow me to slay the foe and earn glory." Witnessing Ling Chao's fierce charge, Su Xing was not to be outdone. He swung his ancient ingot sword, leading the charge into the enemy's formation. "These mere bandits shall fall before my strike." The surrounding bandits could not withstand Su Xing's blade and were forced into a retreat, suffering defeat after defeat. The disorganized band of thieves, now leaderless, proved no match for the elite soldiers under Yuan Yao's command. Yuan Yao instructed Zhou Tai, "The battle has progressed sufficiently. Begin to persuade the enemy to surrender." These soldiers represent a valuable source of manpower. Receiving the command, Zhou Tai disseminated Yuan Yao's orders. All the soldiers of the Yuan army, in accordance with Yuan Yao's directives, raised their voices to call for the enemy's surrender. "Lay down your weapons, and you shall not be harmed. Those who kneel in submission shall be spared. Those who resist will face no mercy. We are an army of righteousness. Lay down your arms, and our Lord will surely treat the captives with kindness." The morale of Yuan Yu's bandits was already wavering. With Yuan Yu now deceased, they found even less reason to fight to the death. Upon hearing the promise of mercy for those who surrendered, the majority of the enemy soldiers chose to kneel and seek pardon. Only a small number of bandits scattered in flight, their whereabouts unknown. In this battle, Yuan Yao's forces decisively executed the bandit leader Yuan Yu, slaying over 1,000 of his men and capturing more than 7,000. Although these captured bandits lacked combat effectiveness, they were predominantly young and strong. Yuan Yao simply needed to re-educate them. Instilling Loya stricken with remorse, Yan Baihu lamented his decision, realizing that had he known of Yuan Jingyao's formidable prowess, he would never have permitted Yuan Yu to engage in battle. Now, the prospect of venturing beyond the city walls to vanquish Yuan Yao was untenable. His sole recourse was to marshal his forces to defend Wu City, in the hope that Yuan Yao's supplies would dwindle, forcing a retreat. The following day, Yuan Yao's troops arrived at the city's edge. Yuan Yao, gazing up at Yan Baihu, proclaimed, "Yan Baihu, I am Yuan Yao of Huainan. Surely, my name precedes me. Your occupation of Wu Commandery and the atrocities you have committed against its populace are beyond measure. Should you now forsake your errant ways and surrender the city, I may yet spare your life. But if you remain obstinate and resist, know that the day the city falls will be the day of your execution." Despite the intimidating reputation of Yuan Yao, the little Mengchong, Yan Baihu felt secure within the city's formidable defenses and was not easily cowed. Standing atop the city walls, Yan Baihu retorted with resentment, "Yuan Yao, you murdered my brother, Yuan Yu, and for that, we are sworn enemies. How could I possibly surrender to you? I still have 10,000 soldiers within the city, and enough provisions to last for more than 3 years. If you have the audacity, then attempt to breach these walls. I shall see how long you can maintain your siege." If Yan Baihu's claims were accurate, Wu City would indeed prove to be a formidable challenge. It was conceivable that Yuan Yao would fail to capture the city even after Sun Ce and Liu Yao had resolved their conflict. However, Yan Baihu had miscalculated one crucial element, the hearts of the people. Yuan Yao had already devised a strategy for taking Wu City. Yuan Yao smiled faintly and said to Yan Baihu, "Very well, then I shall see if Wu City is as impregnable as you claim." Yuan Yao waved his hand, and several hundred surrendered soldiers of Yan Yu were brought to the front lines. These surrendered soldiers have been meticulously selected by Yuan Yao, possessing loud voices and articulate speech, undoubtedly capable of surprising Yan Baihu. As hundreds of surrendered soldiers gathered at the front, they began to shout fervently, "Brothers, young Master Mengchong Yuan has come to rescue us. We are all honorable men, who, under normal circumstances, would willingly follow Yan Baihu into thievery. If we must resort to thievery, so be it. But that scoundrel Yan Baihu does not even provide us with military pay. Securing a full meal has become a challenge. Following Yan Baihu means going 3 days with 9 meals missed. We have all surrendered to young Master Yuan. Yuan Jingyao of Huainan, the reincarnation of Mengchong Jun, truly lives up to his name. Young Master Yuan intends to accept us as regular troops. We shall no longer be outlaws. Serving young Master Yuan means receiving military pay, ample food, and even land to cultivate. Following young Master Yuan surpasses 100-fold the experience of following Yan Baihu. With such fervent declarations from the surrendered soldiers, The band of thieves within Wuqing was immediately shaken. Had these words come from Yuan Yao's troops, they might have been met with skepticism. Yet now, the voices resounding were those of their own kin. The 2,000 thieves under Yan Baihu's command were largely drafted farmers, many of whom were friends and neighbors. Hearing their compatriots speak, they could hardly dismiss their words as falsehoods. Moreover, the reputation of Yuan Yao as young Mingchang indeed held significant sway. If Yuan Yao were to deceive them, would he not tarnish his own esteemed reputation as the righteous young Mingchang? Upon hearing the calls from the surrendered soldiers outside the city, the thieves within were stirred. Many whispering to one another, "Those brothers outside speak the truth. We were all forcibly conscripted by Yan Baihu. Why should we pledge our lives to him? Following Yan Baihu is tantamount to embracing a life of crime. My ancestors have been upstanding citizens of the Han dynasty for generations, with no one ever breaking the law. It is a disgrace for the descendants to ally themselves with the bandit Yan Baihu. To serve Lord Yuan is the righteous path. Previously, we were coerced and forced into banditry by Yan Baihu, with no choice but to comply. Now that Lord Yuan has arrived, we have alternatives. I aspire to be a good person, to serve as a soldier under Lord Yuan. Under Yan Baihu, we faced hunger, while Lord Yuan offers sustenance. Within Wu City, the morale of Yan Baihu's troops has completely collapsed. The hearts of the soldiers are in turmoil, with many wishing to pledge their allegiance to Yuan Yao and serve under him. They no longer desire a life of banditry alongside Yan Baihu. The effect of the defectors' call has greatly pleased Yuan Yao. Seizing the moment, he shouted from the city walls, "Brothers within the city, listen. If you surrender to me, Yuan Yao, you shall become my soldiers. I will provide you with military pay and will treat you without discrimination. But should you choose to stand with Yan Baihu in stubborn resistance, you will be branded as rebels. And we all know the fate that awaits rebels, do we not? Those who capture Yan Baihu alive or bring me his head shall be rewarded with 1,000 gold pieces and granted the title of general. For those who continue to support the unyielding bandit Yan Baihu, their Yan Baihu suddenly sensed that the soldiers around him were regarding him with malevolent intent. How could this be? Previously, he believed that a sturdy fortress could withstand Yuan Yao's advances. However, he had overlooked the significance of human sentiment. To besiege a city is inferior, yet to conquer the heart is paramount. Yuan Yao need not assault the walls. He merely had to shatter the resolve of the soldiers within, and Wu City would crumble on its own. Yan Baihu was utterly panicked, tightening his grip on his sword as he called out loudly, "Do not believe Yuan Yao's words. He is deceiving you. If he enters the city, he will surely slay us all. If you wish to survive, stand with me and defend the fortress." Yuan Yao calmly replied, "Brothers within the city, you are well aware of my reputation. You know whether to trust me or Yan Baihu." Upon hearing Yuan Yao's words, the defectors outside shouted even more fervently, "Ergo, has your head been crushed by the gate? Why listen to the traitor Yan Baihu instead of young Master Yuan? Sanlingzi, how has Yan Baihu treated us? Our daily meals lack even the slightest trace of oil or salt, and he resorts to beatings and scoldings at the slightest displeasure. Young Master Yuan treats the soldiers equally, never laying a hand upon us. Following young Master Yuan means there will be meat to eat." Under Yuan Yao's formidable psychological assault, the soldiers inside Wu City could no longer contain themselves. A small captain opened the city gates and welcomed young Master Yuan. The echoes of Yuan Yao's name resounded throughout the city, inciting a complete uprising among the soldiers. Yan Baihu's eyes burned with fury as he bellowed, "Rebellion! All of you are in revolt. Combat team, anyone who dares to make a move, I shall have them executed." He declared, "Let me see who dares to revolt." If only dozens or hundreds were to rebel, the combat team might have been able to quell the insurrection. However, now it was an uprising of tens of thousands, with even the combat team turning against him. How could Yan Baihu possibly suppress such a riot? As he commanded the combat team to slay the traitors, he suddenly felt a menacing wind at his back. He swiftly turned, only to find General Li Daming swinging his blade towards him. Yan Baihu blocked Li Daming's attack and incredulously exclaimed, "Li Daming, I have treated you well. Even you wish to betray me? I am the Duke of Dongwu, and you are my trusted general." "Bah, what Duke of Dongwu? Merely a bandit leader." Li Daming snarled, his face twisted with disdain. "You have foolishly claimed Wu County and truly consider yourself a king? I have served as your dog long enough. I intend to take your head and present it to young Master Yuan in exchange for a splendid future. Brothers, let us deal with Yan Baihu." A small faction of Li Daming's traitorous soldiers surged forward, clashing with Yan Baihu's loyal guards, plunging Wu City into utter chaos. "Li Daming, do you truly believe you can take my life?" The two fought fiercely, yet within a mere 10 exchanges, Yan Baihu firmly overpowered Li Daming. The allure of the promised wealth and the general's position had clouded Li Daming's judgment, causing him to underestimate his own strength. The most formidable figure within Wu City is the Eastern Wu's king of virtue, Yan Baihu. In less than 20 moves, Yan Baihu severed the head of Li Damo. However, this display of prowess failed to intimidate the soldiers within the city who harbored treasonous intentions. They rushed to the city gates, clamoring to open them and welcome Yuan Yao into the city. Creak, creak. The grand gates of Wu City slowly parted. Yan Baihu understood that Wu City was lost. Chapter 55. The surge of power and influence having lost Wu City. Yan Baihu was no longer the formidable king of virtue who once commanded Wu Prefecture with great authority. Yet, at this juncture, considerations of identity and status were far from his mind. His utmost priority was to preserve his own life. The fall of Wu City to Yuan Yao had become an inevitable fate, and should he linger any longer, capture by Yuan Yao would render him unable to escape death. Gritting his teeth, Yan Baihu carved a bloody path under the protection of his loyal guards and fled through the southern gate. Yuan Yao, employing psychological warfare, seized Wu City without shedding blood. Although Yan Baihu had managed to escape, Yuan Yao regarded it with indifference. Stripped of both Wu City and his troops, Yan Baihu had become a lost dog, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Upon the army's entry into the city, the rebel forces promptly surrendered to Yuan Yao. True to his word, Yuan Yao instructed Generals Tong Fei, Su Xiang, and Yuan Yao could not help but feel a sense of lamentation. To swiftly augment his strength, he must indeed launch assaults against the lords who possess territories. It is no wonder that the lords of the realm delight in mutual conflict, for the immense benefits are undeniably enticing. When Yuan Yao first arrived in Jiangdong, he brought with him 3,000 elite soldiers, yet he possessed no territory whatsoever, relying entirely on the support of the Gathering Source Trading Association for military supplies. After several fierce battles, Yuan Yao has now secured Chue and Wujuan. With a considerable number of strategists and warriors under his command, alongside an impressive force of over 20,000 capable soldiers, this formidable assembly is tantamount to that of a minor lord. The wealth and provisions from the treasuries of Chue and Wujuan have been graciously accepted by Yuan Yao, significantly enriching his coffers and elevating his status immensely. As Yan Baihu remarked, the resources within Wucheng could sustain an army of 10,000 for 3 years. Yuan Yao currently commands an army exceeding 20,000, even if their standards of sustenance are considerably higher than during Yan Baihu's time. These provisions would still suffice for an entire year. The fortune amassed by Liu Yao and Chue is several times that of the bandit Yan Baihu, a truly staggering sum. It is no wonder that Sun Ce, upon acquiring Jiangdong in his previous life, felt invincible, having gained such an abundance of troops and resources, a veritable windfall. However, now, all these treasures rightfully belong to Yuan Yao. He resolved firmly in his heart that after securing Jiangdong, he would ensure that this land remained firmly in his grasp, never to be relinquished to his father, Yuan Shu. The skeletal king, his father, had mismanaged the prosperous Huainan, leading it to utter chaos. To hand over Jiangdong to Yuan Shu would render his efforts in conquering it utterly futile. In Yuan Yao's strategic vision, Jiangdong serves as his primary stronghold, a territory that wholly belongs to him. One must cultivate their own army and govern the people in this realm, allowing no one to meddle, not even one's own father. However, although Yuan Yao is reluctant to let his father interfere in Jiangdong, he is not inclined to confront him directly. He simply needs to deftly persuade Yuan Shu. Once Yuan Shu is pleased, his father will naturally permit Yuan Yao to take control of Jiangdong. Moreover, should Yuan Yao's persuasive skills ascend to greater heights, his father might even extend additional support for Jiangdong. Of course, Yuan Yao's commitment to managing Jiangdong does not imply he will neglect the vital territory of Huainan. Huainan holds significant importance for Yuan Yao, and he cannot allow his father to act recklessly there. Once Yuan Yao is prepared to assume control of Huainan, he will gradually persuade his father to relinquish it. After securing Wucheng, Yuan Yao dispatched the formidable General Su Xiang to capture Wucheng, General Chen Wu to seize Jiaxing, and General Tong Fei to take Yuhang. In a short span, numerous counties were subdued, and Yuan Yao's influence expanded rapidly, resonating with formidable power. Yan Baihu, having lost Wujuan, fled in a state of disarray akin to a stray dog, seeking refuge with the governor Wang Lang in Kuaiji. Upon his arrival, he was bereft of armor and weaponry, appearing exceedingly disheveled. Wang Lang graciously hosted a banquet for Yan Baihu, providing him with food and drink, and offered him solace before allowing him to rest at the inn. After the feast, a middle-aged scholar of over 30 years, serving under Wang Lang, advised him. Yuan Yao possesses the esteemed reputation of Mengchong and leads a righteous army. With all counties yielding to him, his momentum in Jiangdong is undeniable. In contrast, Yan Baihu is merely a rogue, now stripped of Wu Juan and his forces. Standing at the brink of despair, why should the esteemed gentleman accept Yan Baihu and oppose young Master Yuan? In my humble opinion, it would be wiser to capture Yan Baihu and offer him to young Master Yuan Yao. If such were the case, the esteemed governor would undoubtedly gain the favor of young Master Yuan, with promotions and titles assured. This middle-aged scholar, surnamed Yu and named Fan, styled Xiang, served as the registrar of Kuaiji Commandery and was also a distinguished figure of the Han dynasty. Wang Lang cast a glance at Yu Fan, shaking his head as he replied, Xiang, your words are misguided. I am the governor of Kuaiji appointed by the court, bearing the responsibility of safeguarding this land. Yuan Shu has proclaimed himself the governor of Yangzhou without the court's endorsement. How could I possibly pledge my allegiance to him, let alone to his son, Yuan Yao? Given Yuan Yao's ambitions, acquiring Wu Commandery would not satisfy him. He would certainly seek to attack Yuzhong, subdue Yan Baihu, and utilize him as an ally. Yu Fan shook his head, letting out a sigh, and said no more. He understood that Wang Lang was reluctant to part with his position as governor of Kuaiji. Wang Lang held considerable authority in Kuaiji Commandery. Aligning with Yuan Yao could lead to an uncertain future. Yet, Yuan Yao's power was already established. And how could Wang Lang and Yan Baihu hope to resist? It seemed inevitable that Wang Lang would struggle to defend Kuaiji Commandery. Yuan Yao's movements were indeed anticipated by Wang Lang. After solidifying the Wu forces, Yuan Yao led his generals and a formidable army of 20,000 against Wang Lang. As the army approached the city, Yan Baihu regarded the well-ordered enemy troops below, recalling the fear instilled by Yuan Yao's dominance. Observing this, Wang Lang smiled at Yan Baihu and said, General Baihu, do not be alarmed. True, Yuan Yao commands a vast and valiant army, yet the walls of Kuaiji are strong, and our soldiers are resolute. Even if he comes at us with all his might, he shall not breach our defenses. However, Yan Baihu did not share Wang Lang's optimism. With a furrowed brow, he replied, Esteemed Lord Jingxing, you are unaware of certain truths. Yuan Yao is quite cunning, relying on his somewhat favorable reputation. He adeptly employs psychological tactics. My city of Wu is indeed fortified, yet it was undermined by Yuan Yao's deceptive schemes, which swayed the soldiers guarding the city, leading to my utter defeat. Should he resort to such tactics once more, what course of action shall we take? Employing the same old tricks? To think he could usurp my Kuaiji through psychological manipulation truly underestimates me, Wang Lang. Wang Lang gently stroked his beard, a smile gracing his lips, clearly brimming with self-assurance. The reason Yan Baihu fell victim to Yuan Yao's psychological ploys was that he was a mere brute, utterly devoid of cunning and unable to counter Yuan Yao's arguments. Wang Lang, however, was different, a master of classical studies, well-versed in literature and history. Should Yuan Yao attempt to incite rebellion among his troops? He was confident in his ability to reference classic texts and thoroughly refute Yuan Yao's claims. With a chuckle, Wang Lang proclaimed, Since General Baihu fears Yuan Yao's psychological tactics, I shall engage him in a contest. Let the general witness the prowess of Wang Lang. Chapter 56. Following Wang Lang's path. Leaving Wang Lang no path to walk, Wang Lang commanded an army of 20,000 in Kuaiji County, and he immediately assembled 10,000 troops to confront Yuan Yao outside the city. Clad in battle armor and gripping his long sword, Wang Lang called out to Yuan Yao. Is the one approaching none other than the esteemed Yuan Jingyao? Surrounded by his generals, Yuan Yao nodded in affirmation, responding, Indeed, I am Yuan Yao. And who might you be, General? Wang Lang announced loudly, I am Wang Lang of Donghai, styled Jingxing, currently serving as the governor of Kuaiji. Since you are the son of the noble Yuan of Yuzhou, why do you raise an unworthy army to invade my borders? The esteemed governor of Kuaiji, Wang Lang, was a name that resonated like thunder in Yuan Yao's previous life. However, in Yuan Yao's recollection, Wang Lang appeared more as a scholar. As the Grand Minister of Wei, he had engaged in a fierce debate with Zhuge Liang on the battlefield, ultimately succumbing to Zhuge Liang's sharp rebuke. Yuan Yao had never anticipated that this Grand Minister of Wei could don armor and wield a blade, ready to mount a steed for battle. Observing his demeanor, it seemed he would not shy away from clashing with Yuan Yao's formidable generals. Yuan Yao could not help but ponder whether he would emerge victorious in a duel against Wang Lang. Given Wang Lang's imposing presence, the outcome was far from certain. Naturally, as the commander of the three armies, Yuan Yao would not recklessly put himself in harm's way. He addressed Wang Lang, saying, My father is the governor of Yangzhou. Naturally, the lands of Jiangdong should fall under his dominion. Yet, the various local prefects, bolstered by their own military forces, act independently and disregard my father's commands. As a nobleman who upholds order against rebellion, how could this be deemed nameless? Wang Lang furrowed his brow and replied, "My position as the governor of Kuaiji is bestowed by the court. General Yuan Shu's title of governor of Yangzhou is self-proclaimed. As a significant minister of the court, how could I possibly heed Yuan Shu's commands?" Yuan Yao scrutinized Wang Lang. In his previous life, Wang Lang had ascended to the status of Grand Minister. Yet now he was merely the governor. Although he possessed the martial prowess to fight in armor, his cunning and strategic acumen paled in comparison to the later incarnation of Wang Lang. An idea suddenly struck Yuan Yao. What if he were to employ the theoretical arguments of the former Grand Minister against the current governor? After all, the tale of Zhuge Liang's scathing criticism that led to Wang Lang's downfall was a classic, epic narrative that Yuan Yao had revisited multiple times in his previous existence. He had nearly memorized the exchanges between Wang Lang and Zhuge Liang. Now, employing Wang Lang's own words, "Let us counsel the youthful Wang Lang and observe how he would respond." Upon this thought, Yuan Yao's lips involuntarily curled into a faint smile. Raising his voice, Yuan Yao proclaimed, "Your Excellency, Wang, your assertion is fundamentally flawed. The emperor is currently held captive by the treacherous Chao, and thus his edicts cannot emanate from Shouchun, making it impossible to appoint officials of the Han dynasty. In the absence of the emperor's decree, it is only natural that the provinces and prefectures should be governed by those of virtue. Surely, as a wise governor, you comprehend the mandate of heaven and the currents of the times, and cannot be oblivious to this principle." Both side soldiers stood in complete silence, captivated by the profound discourse of their respective leaders. Wang Lang furrowed his brow, contemplating Yuan Yao's words, which indeed held a measure of truth. The emperor was a mere puppet of Cao Cao, a fact well known across the realm. Yuan Shu's self-appointment as the governor of Yangzhou, independent of Cao Cao's commands, was entirely reasonable. If every matter were to be conducted strictly according to imperial edicts, then Cao Cao might as well issue decrees to every lord in the land, urging them all to take their own lives. However, the reality is that while Cao Cao possesses the emperor, this advantage is marginal. Cao Cao may wage war against the lords in the name of the emperor. Yet the lords can equally claim to act under the emperor as secret orders to oppose the traitorous Chao. Ultimately, it is strength that dictates the outcome. The victor is deemed justified. As for the lords aspiring to any official title, they may directly petition the court in Shouchun. Whether Cao Cao consents is of little consequence. Should he refuse, the position can still be claimed. Rather than a petition for office, it resembles a mere notification to the court. If the court were to disagree, could it possibly mobilize an army to attack? Although Cao Cao wields considerable power, he cannot indulge in endless warfare, acting whimsically against the lords. Thus, Yuan Shu's claim to govern Yangzhou presents a challenge for Wang Lang to refute effectively. He could only say, Yuan Gong's governance of Huainan has resulted in the impoverishment of its people and their displacement. How can such a person be deemed virtuous? Wang Lang's words struck a chord with Yuan Shu's vulnerabilities. Yuan Shu, consumed by militarism, had left Huainan in disarray, a fact even Yuan Yao found difficult to defend. All Yuan Yao could do was seize the opportunity to take over the administration of Huainan, thereby ensuring a better life for its citizens, which could also serve to atone for his father's misdeeds. However, in the face of Wang Lang, Yuan Yao could not afford to show any signs of weakness. After all, he possessed decades of wisdom akin to that of Wang Situ, making it unnecessary to engage in disputes over the governance of Renan. Instead, he could simply counter Wang Lang's arguments with his own logic, thus navigating the path Wang Lang had laid out, leaving him no escape. Yuan Yao continued with a confident smile. Since the reigns of Emperors Huan and Ling, the Han dynasty has waned, beset by the Yellow Turban Rebellion. The likes of the 10 attendants have usurped power, bringing calamity upon the realm. Subsequently, the likes of Dong Zhuo, Li Ju, and Cao Cao have held the emperor hostage, wreaking havoc upon the populace. My grandfather, the Xianwen Marquis, served 3 generations as a grand minister, known for his integrity and sincerity. As minister of works, he devoted himself to the welfare of the Han dynasty and played a significant role in quelling the Yellow Turban Rebellion. My father, the Yangzhai Marquis, stands strong in Huainan, well equipped with troops and supplies. He once joined forces with the heroes of the realm to combat the traitor Dong Zhuo, aiding the court in eliminating treachery and alleviating the suffering of the common people. My father's appointment as governor of Yangzhou was not a mere happenstance. The virtues of the Yuan family merit such a position. This is the will of heaven and the hearts of the people, not the self-proclaimed title of governor as claimed by Wang Taishou. Yuan Yao's voice resonated powerfully, and all the soldiers present nodded in agreement. According to Yuan Yao's assertions, with the Yuan family's 4 generations of service as grand ministers and their substantial contributions, their virtues were indeed commendable. Yuan Shu's position as the governor of Yangzhou is undoubtedly justified. Wang Lang, as the governor of Kuaiji, should not disregard the edicts of the provincial governor. Even Wang Lang found himself at a loss for words to counter Yuan Yao's assertions. What astonished Wang Lang was how closely Yuan Yao's values resonated with his own philosophy. He nearly succumbed to Yuan Yao's persuasive rhetoric. Yuan Yao raised his voice and continued, I have crossed the river with merely 3,000 troops. And I have already swept through Wujian, gathering tens of thousands of elite soldiers under my command. Is this not a testament to the people's will in Jiadong? You, my esteemed governor, possess great talents and virtues, excelling in both literature and martial prowess, recognized as a distinguished figure across the realm. Yet, why do you act against the natural order and the will of the people? I command a formidable army of tens of thousands, with skilled generals aplenty. Conquering Kuaiji would be as simple as turning over my hand. Yet you conspire with the treacherous Yan Baihu, attempting to resist my formidable forces with a motley crew. How can your flickering light compare to the brilliance of the full moon? If you were to turn your back on rebellion and surrender respectfully, you would still be rewarded with titles and honors. Peace in the city and joy among the people, what could be more beautiful? However, should you stubbornly resist and cling to your folly, both you and the city shall be reduced to mere dust. At that moment, I fear it would be too late for regrets. Wang Lang, upon hearing Yuan Yao's words, was utterly bewildered. He felt an astonishing sense of empathy towards Yuan Yao's statements. Wang Lang perceived that every word Yuan Yao spoke resonated with logic and aligned perfectly with his own beliefs. If he were to counsel others to surrender, he might well express it in such a manner. No, he could not even aspire to the eloquence with which Yuan Yao articulated his case for surrender. To convey such sentiments, Wang Lang would require decades of profound contemplation. Young Master Yuan is truly a remarkable talent in the world, possessing an extraordinary ability to articulate his innermost thoughts. What he articulates is profoundly reasonable, leaving Wang Lang unable and unwilling to refute his claims. From this moment forth, young Master Yuan has become the individual whom Wang Lang admires most. The insights of young Master Yuan resonate with undeniable truth. Just look at the commanders under his command, each exuding a formidable aura and embodying the rare qualities of exceptional generals. The soldiers clad in white attire and armor, adorned with white feathers, undoubtedly represent the elite of the realm. Their equipment surpasses that of Wang Lang's own generals. In the event of a confrontation, could he truly expect to gain the upper hand? Young Master Yuan has wisely stated that should he choose to defect and lay down his arms respectfully, he would be rewarded with promotions and honors. Conversely, if he were to stubbornly resist, the possibility of being slain by young Master Yuan looms ominously. Does he wish for death? Clearly not. Does he aspire for advancement and accolades? Indeed, he yearns for it with every fiber of his being. Wang Lang believes that even a fool would comprehend the prudent choice in this situation, given his own considerable talents and the esteem in which young Master Yuan holds him. What reason could there be for him to refrain from surrendering? Noticing Wang Lang's prolonged silence and deep contemplation, Yan Baihu's eyes widened in disbelief. No. Could it be? Is it possible that Wang Lang too? Yan Baihu was utterly bewildered. He could comprehend the defection of the rogue soldiers under his command, having been coerced by him into service as bandits. The arrival of Yuan Yao, leading those conscripted soldiers to betray him, was somewhat understandable. However, what was Wang Lang's predicament? After all, he was the governor of Kuaiji. Hadn't Wang Lang previously vowed to demonstrate his capabilities? As a result, is his capability merely this? Lord Jingxing, what troubles you? Upon hearing Yan Baihu's voice, Wang Lang suddenly regained his senses. He gently shook his head and replied to Yan Baihu, It is nothing. Merely a sudden realization I have come to. Bring forth the traitor, Yan Baihu, and apprehend him. The soldiers flanking Wang Lang were taken aback by this command. Was not their lord an ally of Yan Baihu? Were they not to confront Yuan Yao? To turn against an ally? Although they were perplexed by Wang Lang's actions, they had no choice but to obey his orders and swiftly surrounded Yan Baihu. Yan Baihu, filled with both shock and fury, brandished his blade to fend off Wang Lang's soldiers, bellowing, Wang Lang, what treachery is this? We are allies. I, Wang Lang, the governor of Kuaiji, cannot be an ally to a bandit. I advise you to cease your resistance and surrender quietly, that you may meet with Master Yuan Yao. With eyes aflame, Yan Baihu seethed, Wang Lang, you treacherous scoundrel, you despicable coward, I shall slay you. Disregarding everything, Yan Baihu lunged at Wang Lang with his sword. Yet Wang Lang was no novice with his own blade. The two generals clashed fiercely, and to Yan Baihu's astonishment, Wang Lang's swordsmanship surpassed his own. How could this be? Was not Wang Lang a renowned figure of the Han? Why then did he fight with such ferocity? The soldiers under Yuan Yao's command, witnessing the duel between Wang Lang and Yan Baihu, were equally astonished. The General Chen Wu turned to Yuan Yao and inquired, "My lord, the enemy is in disarray. Shall we seize this opportunity to strike?" Yuan Yao waved his hand with a smile, saying, "There is no need for that. It appears that Governor Wang has been swayed by my words and will no longer oppose us. We shall await his capture of Yin Baihu, at which point he will come to surrender." Wang Lang, possessing greater martial prowess than Yin Baihu, swiftly apprehended him with the assistance of his soldiers. He ordered his men to bind Yin Baihu securely and personally escorted him before Yuan Yao's army. Upon seeing Yuan Yao, Wang Lang bowed deeply, gazing at him with admiration, and proclaimed, "I have always believed myself to be unparalleled in eloquence, yet only upon meeting you today do I realize what true eloquence is. As a mere frog at the bottom of a well, I have offended you, esteemed sir. I hope for your magnanimity. I have captured the rebel Yin Baihu and present him to you. Should you accept me, I, Wang Lang, am willing to serve you faithfully, willing to brave fire and water without hesitation." Yuan Yao could discern that Wang Lang had been utterly convinced by his persuasion. In truth, Wang Lang's surrender was not without merit. Even had he not surrendered, Yuan Yao had the means to conquer Kuaiji. And there was even a possibility of eliminating Wang Lang. By aligning himself with Yuan Yao, Wang Lang ensured his future prosperity. Yuan Yao's ability to compel Wang Lang's submission was not solely due to martial dominance, but also the impact of his rhetoric. It was as if the ideals of the elder Wang Lang resonated deeply with the younger version of himself, compelling him to yield after decades of experience. Yuan Yao promptly dismounted and assisted Wang Lang to his feet, stating, "To recognize one's mistakes and amend them is a virtue beyond measure. Since you, Lord Wang, are willing to pledge your loyalty to me, you shall henceforth be one of my trusted confidants and a valued minister." Upon hearing this, Wang Lang was filled with delight. It is said that Yuan Yao embodies the virtues of loyalty and righteousness akin to a modern-day Mengchong, and indeed, they were not mistaken. Had he known that Yuan Yao would treat him with such favor, he would have surrendered much earlier. With a sycophantic demeanor, Wang Lang addressed Yuan Yao, "My lord. To refer to me as sir fills me with trepidation. Henceforth, you may call me Jingxing, which feels far more endearing. I am willing to dedicate everything to you, including the entire Kuaiji commandery. Whoever dares to oppose you, I, Wang Lang, shall be the first to confront them fiercely." Wang Lang had come to realize that he was not destined to be a lord himself. Clinging to the Kuaiji commandery offered little promise for advancement and would eventually lead to being consumed by others. Now, having pledged allegiance to the valiant Mechong, Yuan Yao, he perceived this as a fortuitous turn. With his lord's strength and lineage, it was only a matter of time before Yuan Yao ascended to become a formidable warlord. All he needed to do was to faithfully follow his lord, leading a life of opulence and endless enjoyment. If fortune favored him, he might even have the chance to be enshrined in history. "Very well, I acknowledge your loyalty, Jingxing. Please rise." Wang Lang stood, respectfully positioning himself beside Yuan Yao. From this moment forth, he would be a loyal retainer to his lord. Whoever dared to bring harm to his lord would first have to contend with him. Yuan Yao then turned to Yin Baihu and inquired, "Yin Baihu, now that you have fallen into my hands, do you submit?" "I refuse. I shall never submit." Yin Baihu retorted through clenched teeth. "Yuan Yao, you have won these 2 times solely by inciting my soldiers and allies with your words. I, Yin Baihu, will not yield. If you possess true skill, let us engage in a genuine duel, a one-on-one confrontation. Should you manage to best me, then I shall concede." "Oh, you refuse, do you? Very well." Yuan Yao replied indifferently, "Since Yin Baihu refuses to submit, Zhou Tai, take him away. Execute him." Upon hearing Yuan Yao's command, Yin Baihu's eyes widened in shock and fear. What was happening? Wasn't Yuan Yao known for his righteousness and his respect for the worthy? Shouldn't he be comforting Yin Baihu for his defiance rather than condemning him to death? Chapter 58. Capturing 2 prefectures with an elite force of 60,000 like any mortal. Yin Baihu feared death. He attempted to project an air of fearless bravery, hoping to earn Yuan Yao's admiration and be regarded as a valiant hero unafraid of demise. In his mind, Yuan Yao would surely treat him with respect, untie his bonds, and welcome him into his ranks. Yin Baihu even considered feigning allegiance to Yuan Yao, biding his time for an opportunity to avenge his brother, Yin Yu. However, Yin Baihu could not have anticipated Yuan Yao's unorthodox approach. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuan Yao ordered his execution. At that moment, desperation overwhelmed Yin Baihu, and he cried out, "Young Master Yuan, I submit. I am willing to surrender." Yet Yuan Yao paid him no heed, merely gesturing dismissively. Zhou Tai immediately understood, seizing Yin Baihu by the head and dragging him away. Yuan Yao's character was resolute. He believed in eliminating threats entirely without leaving any loose ends. Having already executed Yin Baihu's brother, Yin Yu, how could he allow a potential time bomb to remain at his side? Wang Lang, showing no concern for Yan Baihu's fate, acted as if he had not witnessed the incident. With a respectful gesture, he extended his hand, inviting, "My lord, please enter the city. Kuaiji Prefecture shall henceforth belong to you." Yuan Yao's conquest of Kuaiji proved to be even more effortless than that of Wu Juan. Remarkably, not a single soldier from Wang Lang's 20,000 troops was lost. They all surrendered to Yuan Yao. Moreover, Wang Lang's chief strategist, Yu Fan, also defected to Yuan Yao, providing him with an unexpected boon in the form of an astute advisor. With the integration of Wang Lang's forces, Yuan Yao's army swelled to a formidable 46,000 soldiers. By merely enlisting a few more able-bodied men, he could easily reach the impressive number of 50,000. Such a grand army, if wielded wisely, would be sufficient to engage in a significant campaign. More crucially, the regions of Wujuan and Kuaiji had not yet experienced the ravages of war, offering Yuan Yao a stable and secure rear base. Following his acquisition of Kuaiji, Yuan Yao dispatched generals Chen Wu, Zhou Tai, and Ling Chao to launch an assault on Yuzhong. With an array of elite troops and formidable commanders, the capture of Yuzhong's counties unfolded with remarkable swiftness. Within a month, the entirety of Yuzhong fell under Yuan Yao's dominion, and his forces expanded to 60,000 soldiers. Undoubtedly, among these, the most elite were Yuan Yao's distinguished white cloak troops. The combat effectiveness of the remaining soldiers was comparable to that of the forces under Sun Ce and Liu Yao. With territory and resources secured, Yuan Yao increased the ranks of his white cloak soldiers to 5,000. The surplus of over 50,000 troops were assigned to serve as junior officers, undergoing rigorous training under the seasoned veterans of the white cloak. The soldiers under Yuan Yao enjoyed excellent provisions, superior weaponry, and professional training. Over time, the combat prowess of these forces would undoubtedly escalate dramatically. Having subdued Kuaiji and Yuzhong, Yuan Yao resolved to lead his grand army back to Chue. With the eastern Jiang region firmly under control, it was time to turn his attention to Sun Ce. Sun Ce, renowned for his prowess in warfare, engaged in several fierce battles against Liu Yao during the latter's campaign against the various prefectures of Jiangdong, ultimately annihilating Liu Yao's main forces. Sun Ce captured Liu Yao's city of Meiling and assimilated the defectors under Liu Yao's command. Liu Yao, accompanied by his strategist Shui Li, sought refuge with Liu Biao, while Tai Shirzi led 2,000 soldiers to defend Jing County, stubbornly resisting Sun Ce's advances. Sun Ce personally commanded his army to besiege Jing County, knowing that the defeat of Tai Shirzi would signify the complete downfall of Liu Yao's influence. In the city of Kuekia, within the office of the inspector, Yuan Yao convened with his advisors, including Lu Su, Zhang Zhao, Zhang Hong, and Wang Lang, to deliberate on the governance of the southern territories. Holding the household registrations and tax ledgers of Jiangdong's prefectures, Yuan Yao frowned and remarked, "The populace of Wu, Kuaiji, and Yuzhong prefectures barely amounts to 100,000 households? How can this be so? These regions have not suffered from war in recent years, and each county appears to thrive. Logically, there should be at least 2 million inhabitants. Where have the rest vanished to? Furthermore, the tax revenues from these 3 prefectures, aside from the reserves of grain, are scarcely sufficient for regular operations. It is a challenge even to provide military salaries. Wang Lang, what do you make of this?" Wang Lang offered an awkward smile and replied to Yuan Yao, "My lord, you ought to be aware of this matter." "Oh, pray elaborate." "My lord hails from the esteemed Yuan clan, the most illustrious family in the realm. It must be quite challenging for you to ascertain the extent of the Yuan family's vast estates, manors, and servants, not to mention the concealed populace. Does the Yuan family even need to pay taxes to the officials of the various prefectures? The servants of the Yuan clan need not report to the authorities, correct? In the various prefectures of Jiangdong, there exist numerous prominent families, whose influence is intricately woven and deeply entrenched. With their presence, it becomes exceedingly difficult to levy additional taxes. The population that can be officially recorded by the government scarcely exceeds 1 million. Upon hearing Wang Lang's remarks, Yuan Yao comprehended the situation entirely. In his haste, he had momentarily overlooked the matter of these powerful families. Concealing populations and evading taxes are customary tactics employed by the aristocracy. After all, the Han dynasty imposes a head tax rather than a land tax. Regardless of the extent of their landholdings, the gentry are required to pay only a token sum. Many commoners, unable to bear the tax burden, seek refuge under the protection of these aristocrats, serving as their servants. All prominent families engage in such practices, and the Yuan family is no exception. While the acquisition of land and the concealment of populations may be gratifying when conducted by oneself, Yuan Yao's perspective shifted when he stepped outside the confines of the aristocracy to view matters from the vantage point of a ruler. He found the actions of the noble families increasingly irksome. How could one sustain an army or govern effectively when the populace has been hidden away by these families? Yuan Yao realized that even the recruitment of soldiers and laborers would prove arduous. After pondering this, he addressed Wang Lang, saying, "Jingxing, there is no need for further elaboration. I fully comprehend these reasons." Observing Yuan Yao's troubled expression, Lu Su urged him, "My lord, we have only just secured our foothold in Jiangnan. It is ill-advised to provoke conflict with the gentry of the various prefectures at this time. To augment taxation and bolster the population, one must deliberate with foresight. Otherwise, our military may very well face a backlash from the aristocracy." Yuan Yao nodded in agreement, stating, "The words of Zijing are indeed precious counsel. Rest assured, I, Yuan Yao, am not a man of impulsive actions. Without absolute certainty, I shall not provoke the aristocracy. In this era of rising powers, our Yuan family strength is far from invincible. Should I act rashly and position myself against the Jiangdong aristocracy, I would immediately confront an overwhelming multitude of troubles. I am acutely aware of the repercussions of such actions, for I have a commendable example in the form of Sun Ce from my previous life. Upon acquiring Jiangdong, Sun Ce adopted a hardline approach towards the Jiangdong aristocracy, ultimately costing him his life. After Sun Quan ascended, he adeptly navigated the balances of power among the prominent families, thus securing his position as the lord of Jiangdong. The Wu kingdom from my previous life resembled more of a corporation than a nation, with the Sun family of Jiangdong acting as the chairperson and the various noble families serving as shareholders. Now that I lead Jiangdong, I naturally wish to avoid such a scenario. Chapter 59. It would be wonderful if Gong Jin were here as Yuan Yao holds dominion over Jiangdong. He cannot emulate Sun Ce, nor can he mirror Sun Quan. Yuan Yao possesses over 2 millennia of wisdom beyond both. Given sufficient time, he will undoubtedly resolve the issues concerning the Jiangdong aristocracy. Just then, the young General Tong Fei entered and reported to Yuan Yao, "My lord, scouts have informed us that Sun Ce has defeated Liu Yao and seized control of Moling. He is personally leading his forces towards Jingxian to attack General Tai Shirzi. Should General Tai Shirzi fall into Sun Ce's hands, he would undoubtedly meet a dire fate. The humble servant wishes to rescue General Zi, and I hope the sovereign will grant permission." Tong Fei once served alongside Tai Shirzi under Liu Yao, developing a deep mutual respect. In Tong Fei's eyes, Tai Shirzi fought fiercely against Sun Ce, igniting a genuine fire of conflict. Subsequently, Liu Yao engaged in relentless battles with Sun Ce, which undoubtedly fueled Sun Ce's deep-seated hatred for Tai Shirzi. As a former comrade in arms, Tong Fei naturally yearned for the opportunity to save Tai Shirzi. Yuan Yao smiled at Tong Fei, saying, "I too admire General Tai Shirzi's martial prowess and character. Now that Zi is in peril, how could I possibly remain indifferent? I am willing to accompany you, Zi Xiao, to rescue Zi." Tong Fei was overjoyed and bowed to Yuan Yao, expressing his gratitude. "I am deeply grateful, my lord. Now that we have resolved to rescue Tai Shirzi, we must hasten our journey. Otherwise, the small town of Jingxian may not withstand Sun Ce's prolonged assault." Yuan Yao mobilized an army of 20,000, including 3,000 elite troops, as they marched towards Jingxian. Sun Ce and Tai Shirzi engaged in fierce combat in Jingxian for several days. Each time Sun Ce launched a vigorous attack, he was repelled by Tai Shirzi. Jingxian, a mere insignificant town, had already drained a considerable portion of Sun Ce's forces, making him increasingly impatient. Sun Ce paced back and forth in the central tent, angrily exclaiming, "What a tenacious Tai Shirzi! Liu Yao has already been vanquished by me, yet this man remains obstinate and refuses to surrender, even if he can hold Jingxian. What of it? Can such a trifling county truly defy the heavens?" Sun Ce felt a tumultuous mix of admiration and resentment towards Tai Shirzi. He admired Tai Shirzi's martial skills and loyalty, yet loathed his opposition. Few warriors could rival him in both martial prowess and command. Tai Shirzi indeed possessed the talents of a great general. If only Tai Shirzi could be persuaded to join my ranks, I would then possess a formidable general upon whom I could bestow significant responsibilities, thereby enhancing my chances against Yuan Yao. The mere thought of Yuan Yao ignites a fierce anger within Sun Ce. This treacherous villain seized the opportunity to capture the territories of Wu Commandery, Kuaiji, and Yuzhong while I was embroiled in battle with Liu Yao, all without a whisper of warning. It is utterly outrageous. Each of these commanderies boasts a garrison of at least 10 to 20,000 troops. Sun Ce had presumed that Yuan Yao would require at least 6 months, if not a year, to conquer even a single commandery, incurring losses in both men and resources. This would afford me ample time to decisively eliminate Liu Yao and gain the upper hand. Subsequently, I could threaten Yuan Yao with my amassed forces, compelling him to withdraw from Jiangdong. Yet, Yuan Yao has disregarded all conventional strategies, employing psychological tactics to effortlessly seize 3 commanderies. This has rendered Sun Ce's plans entirely futile. Presently, I am left with only mailing, while Yuan Yao is rapidly establishing himself as the sovereign of Jiangdong. How can I possibly expel Yuan Yao from these lands? My sole opportunity now lies in swiftly dealing with Taisher Ci, and then, while Yuan Yao's foothold in Jiangdong remains precarious, engaging him in a decisive battle. A single confrontation to vanquish Yuan Yao and unify Ji, if only Gongjin were here. With Gongjin's presence, the conquest of Jing County would undoubtedly be a matter of ease. Even Yuan Yao would not so readily seize the 3 prefectures. Sun Ce suddenly sensed that Yuan Yao's detainment of his esteemed brother, Zhou Gongjin, might very well be part of a sinister plot. This treacherous scoundrel has long been scheming against me. Yuan, you villain, you traitor, I shall not rest until I have my vengeance. Alas, no matter how vehemently Sun Ce cursed Yuan Yao in his heart, it could not alter the fact that he found himself in a precarious position. After some time, the strategist El Fan finally presented his counsel to Sun Ce. My lord, there is no need for excessive worry. After besieging Jing County for so many days, we have gained a fair understanding of its strength. While Taisher Ci is indeed a renowned and valiant general, he possesses scarcely any capable troops. The 2,000 soldiers under his command are merely hastily recruited militia, their combat capabilities far inferior to ours, and utterly inadequate for significant resistance. Having defended the city for so long, these new recruits have reached their limits. Furthermore, Jing County is but a small territory, suffering from a shortage of provisions. It is likely that Taisher Ci will soon find himself unable to hold out. Should Jing County fall, Taisher Ci will certainly seek a means of escape. My lord may encircle the city from 3 sides, attacking Jing County while leaving one city gate open for Taisher Ci's departure. Subsequently, we can lay an ambush outside the city, waiting for Taisher Ci to present himself. Weary and beleaguered, how could he possibly evade capture? He will undoubtedly fall into our hands. Upon hearing El Fan's words, Sun Ce's furrowed brow finally relaxed. Very well, we shall proceed with Zhiheng's plan. Tonight, we shall surely breach Taisher Ci's defenses. Speed is of the essence. It must be said that El Fan indeed possessed a degree of skill. The situation for Taisher Ci was as he had anticipated. The soldiers within Jing County were nearing their breaking point. Were it not for Taisher Ci's formidable reputation as a commanding general, a mutiny among the troops would have likely ensued. After several days of intense combat, he felt the weight of his armor bearing down upon him. He turned to the officers beside him and inquired, "How much food do we have left?" The officer, with a worried expression, replied, "General, we have run out of provisions." "Not even enough for a day?" "No, not even a single meal remains." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Taisher Ci instructed, "You may go now," and urged the soldiers to fortify the defenses of the city to prevent a surprise attack from the enemy. The officer complied and departed. Taisher Ci sighed deeply, contemplating. "My troops are already unable to withstand Sun Ce's fierce assaults, and now we are cut off from supplies. If we do not leave Jing County soon, this place may very well become my final resting place. But where can I go? To seek refuge with the Inspector Liu Yao?" A bitter smile crossed Taisher Ci's face as he shook his head. Liu Yao, the inspector of Yangzhou, had become a lost soul, fleeing to who knows where. His title as inspector had become a mere formality, virtually non-existent. Taisher Ci suddenly realized that in the vast expanse of Yangzhou, he found himself with no place to turn. Now, aside from Sun Ce, the only remaining force in Yangzhou is Yuan Yao's army. I have already incurred enmity with Sun Ce. Surrendering to him is out of the question. Perhaps aligning with Yuan Yao is my only avenue of escape. Yuan Yao, known as Little Mengchong, should not be considered a mediocre leader. With a resolute decision forming in his heart to seek allegiance with Yuan Yao, he was suddenly startled by the sounds of battle erupting around him. Chapter 60, in Jiadong. There can only be one master, and that is I, Lord Yuan Yao. General, trouble is at hand. The enemy forces are advancing. Upon hearing the urgent shouts of the soldiers around him, Taisher Ci hurried to the edge of the city wall to gaze below. The ground was alight with flames, and countless enemy troops surged toward Jing County. Under the command of Sun Ce's esteemed generals, Huang Gai besieged the east gate, Cheng Pu attacked the west gate, and Han Dang led the charge against the south gate. These 3 were seasoned warriors of the Sun family, known for their formidable strength. With their leadership, the soldiers of Sun Ce pressed forward, relentlessly climbing the city walls and ramming wooden stakes against the gates. Jing County stood on the brink of disaster. Break through Jing County and capture Taisher Ci. Do not let Taisher Ci escape. A reward of 1,000 gold coins for the one who captures him alive. 500 gold coins for the one who brings me his head. Attack. The already weary soldiers of Jing County, having suffered a night assault from Sun Ce's forces, were utterly demoralized. They could not withstand the enemy's relentless advance, as more of Sun Ce's troops scaled the walls. One of Tai Shizi's loyal bodyguards reported, "General, there are no enemy forces at the south gate. We must make a swift escape through there. Why has Sun Ce left the south gate unguarded? Is he attempting to lure me out of the city to capture and kill me? Enough. Even so, I must take the south gate." He commanded, "Follow me. We shall break through." It must be noted that Sun Ce's strategy of surrounding 3 sides while leaving one open was a clever ruse. The south gate was Tai Shizi's only path to survival. Despite the possibility of an ambush, it was a route he could not forsake. Leading a handful of his most trusted soldiers, Tai Shizi charged through the south gate, racing forward. However, General Zhu Ji, under Sun Ce, had already prepared hidden pits for horses and laid traps, waiting for Tai Shizi's arrival. Zhu Ji, upon observing a cloud of dust ahead, realized that Tai Shizi had arrived, and he could not help but laugh heartily. Indeed, Ziheng possesses an extraordinary foresight. Tai Shizi has truly come. Brothers, let us muster our spirits. The time has come for us to capture our foes and achieve glory. Tai Shizi, in a frenzy, raced ahead, frantically choosing his path. Spotting a thicket of reeds, he impulsively charged in with his loyal soldiers, thinking that if he concealed himself within, Sun Ce would be unable to find him. While Tai Shizi's idea was commendable, his actions played directly into Zhu Ji's scheme. As he and his soldiers plunged into the dense reeds, a sudden cacophony of battle cries erupted from all directions. Thousands of enemy soldiers surged forth, encircling Tai Shizi. Many of his own men fell directly into hidden pits meant for horses. Confronted with such an overwhelming assault, Tai Shizi found himself utterly defenseless. "Alas, I have fallen into a trap." Fear gripped him as he attempted to flee, only to have his horse ensnared by the surrounding tripwires. With a mournful cry, his steed collapsed beneath him, throwing Tai Shizi to the ground. As he rolled away, a massive net descended from above, ensnaring him within its confines. Surrounded by Sun Ce's soldiers wielding long spears, they advanced menacingly towards him. Zhu Ji laughed uproariously. "Tai Shizi, were you not stubbornly opposing my lord? Now, let us see where you can escape." But at the moment when Tai Shizi found himself in the depths of despair, a thunderous roar echoed from behind. A young warrior clad in silver armor, exuding vigor and heroism, charged forth on horseback, effortlessly piercing the net that ensnared Tai Shizi with his spear. "See, mount up." Beside this valiant young general were dozens of soldiers adorned with white feathered headgear and clad in white battle armor. One soldier dismounted, offering his steed to Tai Shizi. The gallant young general who had come to Tai Shizi's rescue was none other than Tong Fei, a favored officer under Yuan Yao. "Little brother, it's you." Upon recognizing his rescuer, Tai Shizi was momentarily taken aback. This young general was indeed the same brother-in-arms who had fought alongside him at Shinting Ridge. At that time, Tai Shizi had been preoccupied with battling Sun Ce, oblivious to his companion's whereabouts. He had surmised afterward that his young ally, facing 12 fierce generals under Sun Ce's command alone, must have met with a dire fate. This thought had weighed heavily on Tai Shizi's heart, fueling his desire for vengeance. To his astonishment, however, his young comrade was very much alive and had saved his life. What a delightful surprise. Yet, the soldiers adorned with white feathers appeared to be elite troops under the command of Yuan Yao. Why had his young brother assumed leadership of such a force? Had he pledged allegiance to Yuan Yao? Given the dire circumstances, Tai Shizi refrained from questioning further. He swiftly mounted the horse and joined Tong Fei in the fray. Now astride a steed, Tai Shizi transformed into a formidable force, his combat prowess vastly enhanced compared to when he was ensnared. Tong Fei, accompanied by 100 cavalrymen, charged forward, followed by 1,000 elite white-clad cavalry. As the 1,000 riders surged into the fray, Zhu Ji felt the weight of true terror. The soldiers he commanded were merely ordinary troops. How can one possibly compare to the well-equipped, meticulously trained, and exceptionally skilled white cloak cavalry? Even the weapons wielded by the soldiers under Zhu Ji's command cannot pierce the armor of these formidable foes. Do not panic. Form ranks. Resist the enemy. Zhu Ji's voice was nearly hoarse from shouting, yet he could not turn the tide of battle. As the ambushing soldiers continued to fall, those who remained alive succumbed to despair. They cried out and scattered in flight, disregarding Zhu Ji entirely. After dispersing the soldiers around him, Tong Fei approached Zhu Ji. "You are the general under Sun Ce? Are you one of Yuan Gongzi's men? We are here to ambush the traitor Tai Shizi. Why do you assist this scoundrel?" In response to Zhu Ji's inquiry, Tong Fei smiled and said, I come by the command of my lord to aid General Tai Shizi. Zhu Zhi, considering that my master and Sun Ce have not yet completely severed ties, I shall grant you a chance to escape today. Return to Sun Ce and inform him that there can only be one master in Jiangdong, and that is my lord Yuan Yao. As for Sun Ce, he is only worthy to bow in submission to my lord. If the Sun family wishes to survive, they must obediently serve my lord as vassals. Otherwise, they are destined for complete annihilation. Do you understand? Tong Fei's disdain for the Sun family and his disregard for Sun Ce incited great anger in Zhu Zhi. However, despite his fury, Zhu Zhi retained his composure. He understood that should he utter even a hint of defiance, this young general would not hesitate to strike him down. He could not afford to die. He needed to preserve his life to assist his lord in achieving great ambitions. With great restraint, Zhu Zhi replied to Tong Fei, I shall convey your words to my lord. Tong Song lowered his gleaming silver spear, signaling to Zhu Zhi that he could depart. After repelling Zhu Zhi, Tai Shizi approached Tong Song and clasped his fists in greeting, saying, Young brother, we meet again. Today, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. The debt of saving my life is beyond my ability to repay. Tong Song replied with a smile, General Zi, it was not I who saved you, but rather my esteemed lord who came to your aid. Your esteemed lord, is he not the one known as Yuan Yao of Huainan, the reincarnation of Mengchang Jun? Tai Shizi inquired. Indeed, that is my master. It is surprising that even General Zi is aware of my lord's illustrious name. The name of Little Mengchang is known throughout Jianghuai. I dare say that now the entire realm is familiar with the name of Master Yuan. Tai Shizi continued, On the day I fought against Sun Ce, I could scarcely attend to you, young brother. It was my fault to have left you to confront Sun Ce's generals alone. I had assumed that you had fallen to Sun Ce, and I was contemplating vengeance on your behalf. Little did I know that you emerged unscathed and have pledged your loyalty to Master Yuan. I am genuinely delighted for you. Tong Song chuckled. I too was fortunate to encounter my lord, turning misfortune into blessing. My lord has saved my life, and I am bound to repay that debt with my life. Brother Zi, upon learning of your encirclement by Sun Ce, my lord personally led his forces to your aid. I am but his vanguard. Come, join me, and let us pay our respects to my lord together. Very well, I shall accompany you, young brother. Tai Shizi nodded and said, To be frank, my young brother, Liu Yao is far from being a wise ruler. After much contemplation over the past few days, I have resolved to pledge my allegiance to young Master Yuan. He has bestowed upon me a life-saving grace, and thus, it is only fitting that I serve him. Yet, I am uncertain whether young Master Yuan would be willing to accept me. Brother Zi, you jest. If the Lord were not inclined to welcome the general, why would he lead a great army to offer assistance? My lord is in eager pursuit of talented individuals, particularly someone of your caliber, General Zi, whom he eagerly anticipates. Should that truly be the case, I would willingly lay down my life for young Master Yuan. The bond between Tai Shizi and Tong Fei was already strong, and with Tong Fei's timely rescue, they had become sworn brothers. The two men returned to Yuan Yao's grand encampment, sharing laughter along the way. Yuan Yao himself led the assembled officers and soldiers out of the camp to greet Tai Shizi. Upon witnessing such a grand reception, Tai Shizi hastily dismounted and bowed to Yuan Yao, saying, I owe you a great debt of gratitude for saving my life, young master. I wish to serve you as my lord and would not hesitate to plunge into fire and water for you. Ha Zi, it brings me immense joy to have you pledge your loyalty. Tai Shizi's prowess undoubtedly marked him as one of the foremost generals of this era. Apart from Tong Fei, only Chen Dao could rival Tai Shizi's might under Yuan Yao's command. Even Zhou Tai fell slightly short in comparison. How could Yuan Yao not rejoice at acquiring such an exceptional warrior? Yuan Yao personally helped Tai Shizi to his feet and declared, Zi, from now on, you shall be my trusted general, and I shall ensure you receive ample rewards. I will grant you a grand estate. Bring your elderly mother here so that you may care for her properly. Rest assured, I have arranged for all the maids and servants in the residence, ensuring that her esteemed self will be cared for with utmost attention. Hearing that Yuan Yao still thinks of his mother moved Tai Shizi deeply, causing his voice to choke with emotion. Thank you, my lord. Tai Shizi, devoted to filial piety, recognized that Yuan Yao's actions reflected a genuine regard for him, treating him not merely as a formidable warrior to be utilized, but as a true friend and family. Although Tai Shizi said little, he silently vowed that from this day forth, his life would belong to Yuan Yao. Zijing, prepare a banquet to welcome Zi. On Yuan Yao's side, the wine flowed freely in celebration, and the officers enjoyed a harmonious gathering, while Zhu Zhi, disheveled and dejected, returned to Jing County to face Sun Ce. What? You mean you failed to capture Taishurtzi and lost 1,000 soldiers? Sun Ce questioned sternly. Zhu Ji, bracing himself, replied, I had set an elaborate trap, and just as I was on the verge of capturing Taishurtzi, unexpectedly, a general under Yuan Yao led his troops to our aid. Yuan Yao's forces are all cavalry, well equipped, and my army was unable to withstand them. This allowed them to rescue Taishurtzi. Yuan Yao, that treacherous scoundrel, truly infuriating. Sun Ce had hoped to possibly capture Taishurtzi alive, thereby enhancing his own power. He never anticipated that Yuan Yao would intervene in such matters. Was Yuan Yao truly so intent on thwarting him? It seemed that every time he had the slightest chance of gaining an advantage, Yuan Yao would appear, leading to his utter defeat. Zhu Ji continued. A young general under Yuan Yao asked me to convey a message to the Lord. Sun Ce, with a dark expression, inquired, what message? The junior officer proclaimed that Jiangdong could only have one sovereign, and that was his lord, Yuan Yao. He asserted that Sun Ce was only worthy to bow in submission to Yuan Yao, serving the Yuan family as slaves for generations. Upon hearing Zhu Ji's words, Sun Ce completely lost his composure, hysterically exclaiming, Yuan, you audacious scoundrel. You have gone too far in your deception. You expect Sun Ce to serve as your slave for generations? I shall take your life. Sun Ce's emotional collapse at this moment was not without cause. For years, he had been biding his time under Yuan Shu's command, awaiting an opportunity, a chance to prove himself, to realize his aspirations, to dominate a region, and to achieve his grand ambitions. However, just as the opportunity presented itself, Yuan Yao repeatedly interfered, thwarting his aspirations. Yuan Yao was like a prison, confining Sun Ce within its walls. Moreover, Yuan Yao's status as a privileged second-generation heir was something Sun Ce deeply despised. This bewildered Sun Ce. What did Yuan Yao possess that he did not? Why did fortune seem to favor Yuan Yao, as if the very momentum of events was on his side? Torment, envy, and rage ignited a murderous intent toward Yuan Yao within Sun Ce's heart. The civil and military officials in the tent were silenced by Sun Ce's fury, save for the strategist Fan, who rose and addressed Sun Ce, My lord, do not fret. I have a plan that can assist you in eliminating Yuan Yao. This grave concern. Upon hearing this, Sun Ce eagerly inquired, Ziaiqing, what is your ingenious strategy? Fan stroked his beard and said to Sun Ce, My lord, are you familiar with the historical event of the feast at Han Gate? During that time, Xiang hosted a banquet to invite Gao Zu, intending to assassinate him during the gathering. Although Gao Zu narrowly escaped, it was due to Xiang Yu's leniency. The strategy of the feast at Han Gate itself is not inherently flawed. Had Xiang Yu taken decisive action against Liu Bang at that time, the ensuing conflict between Chu and Han might have been averted. In those days, Xiang Yu hosted the famous Hongmen banquet to invite Liu Bang. Similarly, the Lord could have organized a banquet for Yuan Shao. During Yuan Shao's attendance, he could have been captured and compelled to relinquish control over the various commanderies of Jiangdong. Subsequently, Yuan Shao could have been exchanged for Zhou Yu. If such a plan had been executed, the Lord would have secured the entirety of Jiangdong, paving the way for his grand ambitions. Sun Ce pondered this carefully and found that Fan's suggestion of the Hongmen banquet was indeed a sound strategy. However, General Cheng Pu expressed his doubts, saying, Master Ziheng, when Xiang Yu set the Hongmen banquet, Liu Bang attended because Xiang Yu's strength was formidable while Liu Bang's was lacking. Liu Bang had no choice but to comply. Now, with Yuan Shao commanding the Jiangdong territories, his strength is evidently superior. What if he refuses to attend our banquet? Fan smiled and replied, General de Mao, this strategy is fixed, yet humanity is dynamic. Xiang Yu's invitation to Liu Bang was a display of strength. By hosting a banquet, our Lord can project an image of weakness. Does Yuan Shao not wish for our Lord to submit to him? If our Lord temporarily concedes, what harm would it bring? Cheng Pu inquired further, projecting weakness? How would that manifest? Given Yuan Shao's cunning, even if our Lord appears weak, he may still decline to attend. Sun Ce, sharing Cheng Pu's curiosity, turned to Fan for clarification. Gently stroking his beard, Fan elucidated, My lord, General de Mao, you both seem to overlook a crucial point. Although we have long regarded Yuan Shao as our adversary and the greatest obstacle to our conquest of Jiangdong, in truth, we have never truly severed ties with Yuan Yao. General Zhu Ji was merely cautioned by Yuan Yao's subordinate, viewing us as a hypothetical adversary rather than a genuine foe. In reality, we remain under the command of Yuan Gong. The objective of our Lord's campaign against Jiangdong is still to rescue his mother and uncle, who are currently in Yuan Yao's grasp. Yuan Yao has mobilized troops to Jing County, clearly harboring intentions to annex our forces and seize Moling. At this juncture, our Lord could feign weakness before Yuan Yao. asserting his unwavering loyalty. Subsequently, he could express gratitude to Yuan Yao for rescuing his mother and uncle, extolling Yuan Yao's virtues as a man of unparalleled righteousness, akin to the illustrious Meng Chang, and inviting him to a banquet at our encampment. Furthermore, he could declare his eternal allegiance to the Yuan clan and offer moling as a token of gratitude for Yuan Yao's benevolence. Confident in his dominance over Jiangdong, Yuan Yao would inevitably lower his guard against our lord. Additionally, for the sake of his own reputation as the illustrious Meng Chang, he would likely accept the invitation to the feast. After all, if he dared not attend even a banquet of gratitude, could he still be considered the illustrious Meng Chang? Surely, the world would deem Yuan Yao a coward. Moreover, with our lord willing to surrender moling, it is unlikely that Yuan Yao would disregard his reputation and forsake immediate gains. Upon hearing El Fan's explanation, the assembly of civil and military officials found the strategy of the Hongmen banquet to be feasible. However, Cheng Pu still harbored reservations and addressed El Fan, saying, "This strategy of Zihang may indeed deceive Yuan Yao. Yet, if we proceed in such a manner, would our lord not become a treacherous wretch, repaying kindness with malice?" Yuan Yao, compelled by the need to preserve his reputation, must make an appearance. However, should he arrive, the reputation of the lord would be irrevocably tarnished. El Fan deeply bowed to Sun Ce and remarked, "My lord, employing the stratagem akin to the feast at Hongmen to capture Yuan Yao represents our sole opportunity for victory. Without such a plan, how shall we, with but the city of Muling, contend against the myriad prefectures under Yuan Yao's dominion in Jiadong? Moreover, upon revealing our intentions, Yuan Yao could ally with Yuan Shu, launching a two-pronged assault against you. If we were to find ourselves in such a predicament, the consequences would be dire. Ultimately, it is for you, my lord, to decide between Jiangdong and reputation." Sun Ce gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. In these tumultuous times, a commendable reputation is the very foundation of one's existence. El Bu, burdened with the stigma of being a servant of three families, faced scorn from lords and aristocrats alike, rendering the recruitment of talent exceedingly difficult. Conversely, the brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, bearing the illustrious legacy of 4 generations and 3 marquises, attracted countless noble families to their cause, rendering their power unparalleled. Yuan Yao, known as Little Medchong, has amassed a host of heroes and valiant figures along his journey, effortlessly seizing regions such as Kuaiji and Yuzhong without engaging in fierce battles. Such a commendable reputation is one that Sun Ce ardently desires. Throughout his campaign against Liu Yao, he has consistently led from the front, unyielding in his pursuits. He has even adopted the moniker Little Overlord of Jiangdong, instructing his strategists and warriors to disseminate it far and wide. Just as this title begins to gain traction, must he now commit an act of betrayal? Should he indeed resort to El Fan's scheme, even if it were to succeed? His title of Little Overlord of Jiangdong might never again see the light of day. After all, Yuan Shu remains Sun Ce's lord, and Yuan Yao can be regarded as his vassal. In light of his deceit towards the son of the lord, his duplicitous dealings in Jiangdong, and his treacherous extortion of the lord, the world may very well brand him as a mischievous wretch of Jiangdong. As a dignified man, it is intolerable for Sun Ce to be labeled as such. Yet, to relinquish the opportunity to command Jiangdong is an even greater indignity. He has waited for so many years for this very chance. Must he truly sacrifice his reputation? Shall he, as Yuan Yao suggested, bow in servitude to the Yuan family for the entirety of his life? The mere thought of Yuan Yao's cynical visage ignites a fierce passion within Sun Ce. No, Jiangdong must not fall into Yuan Yao's hands. Why should all the treasures belong to Yuan Yao, while I, Sun Bushu, toil in vain to match him? I refuse to accept this. Even if I am met with scorn from thousands, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine. Drawing a deep breath, Sun Ce resolved, as for Zihang, there is no need for words. The stratagem of the Hongmen feast is indeed a brilliant plan. If I can secure Jiangdong, any sacrifice shall be worth it. Just as Xiang Yu hosted the Hongmen feast for Liu Bang, I too can arrange a banquet to invite Yuan Yao. However, unlike the soft-hearted Xiang Yu, should Yuan Yao dare to come, I shall ensure that he departs not. The Lord is truly sagacious. Lu Fan exclaimed as he bowed to Sun Ce. History is penned by the victors. By hosting a banquet, the Lord shall trade it for Jiangdong, and generations hence shall extol the Lord's wisdom. Having resolved to employ the Hongmen feast to ensnare Yuan Yao, Sun Ce promptly dispatched a messenger to deliver a letter to him. In the missive, Sun Ce expressed heartfelt contrition, first acknowledging his misdeeds, and then pledging loyalty to Yuan Shu. In the end, he pledged to present moling to Yuan Yao, merely seeking an opportunity for himself to host a banquet in the camp, to atone for his transgressions against Yuan Yao. Holding Sun Ce's letter, Yuan Yao remarked to the gathered officials and generals with a smile, "What a cunning son Bofu. He has gone to great lengths to set a trap for me, attempting to lure me into his scheme. Were it not for my understanding of his character, I might have mistaken him for a loyal minister of the Yuan clan." Zhang Gan addressed Yuan Yao, saying, "Since the Lord has seen through Sun Ce's deception, our army need not concern itself with his banquet. Sun Ce commands fewer troops and cannot match our elite forces. We should simply launch a straightforward attack on Sun Ce, and he is bound to face defeat." Yuan Yao shook his head and replied, "If we were to directly assault Sun Ce, although our forces may achieve victory, the losses among our soldiers would likely be significant. Furthermore, Sun Ce currently invites me in the capacity of a minister of the Yuan clan. If I were to indiscriminately lead an attack against my own subordinate, how would the world view the Yuan family? Such an action would likely dishearten talented individuals across the land, discouraging them from aligning with the Yuan clan. I shall not sacrifice the realm for the death of a single man." Upon hearing Yuan Yao's reasoning, Zhang Gan immediately bowed and said, "This matter reflects my inadequate consideration. Your foresight is admirable, my lord." Yuan Yao placed the letter on the table and smiled at the assembled ministers, stating, "Since Sun Ce wishes to invite me to a feast, I shall accept. I am curious to see what he truly intends. This banquet presents an opportunity for our army as well. Perhaps we can capture Moling without shedding blood." Upon hearing this, Tong Fei promptly stood and declared, "If the Lord is to attend the banquet, I must accompany you. The end for me is certain. Yet I shall not allow Sun Ce to harm even a single hair of our Lord." Chapter 63. General Bo Fu, I dare not partake in this cup of wine. As Tong Fei rose, Chen Dao, Zhou Tai, Tai Shirzi, and other esteemed generals stood up in unison. "I too wish to accompany our Lord," cried one. "And I implore you, please ensure my presence," declared another. "Should that Sun Ce harbor ill intentions toward our Lord, I shall confront him without hesitation." Observing his valiant and indomitable generals, Yuan Yao smiled and proclaimed, "With such a multitude of valiant warriors at my disposal, how could I possibly fear the likes of mere Sun Ce? Very well, I shall join you. I will accompany all of you." Yuan Yao's willingness to attend Sun Ce's banquet was not without its own assurance. Within Sun Ce's ranks, there were indeed 100 formidable warriors led by Liao Hua and Ma Zhong. These men were highly skilled, serving as Yuan Yao's hidden allies. Moreover, the initial 3,000 troops under Sun Ce's command were, in fact, Yuan's own forces, with officers drawn from the Yuan lineage. Yuan Yao had long instructed Ma Zhong and Liao Hua to subvert these 3,000 men. This effectively positioned Yuan Yao's own army within Sun Ce's camp, bolstered by a multitude of unparalleled warriors for protection, ensuring his own safety. Sun Ce intended to use Moling as bait, luring Yuan Yao, the great fish, into his net. Yet, Yuan Yao too was stepping into the fray, seeking to wholly consume Sun Ce. Who is the hunter and who is the prey? Only the outcome will reveal the truth. The banquet set by Sun Ce shall become the battleground for the ultimate confrontation between Yuan Yao and himself. Yuan Yao commanded Chen Dao, Jiang Qin, Chen Wu, and Ling Chao to lead 10,000 troops to lie in ambush 10 miles from Sun Ce's main camp. He himself led the esteemed generals Tong Fei, Tai Shirzi, Su Sheng, and Zhou Tai, accompanied by 3,000 elite soldiers clad in white armor, to honor the appointment. Since Sun Ce had chosen to bow to Yuan Yao, he must demonstrate his sincerity. He arrived with a retinue of civil and military officials at the front of the encampment to personally welcome Yuan Yao. However, upon witnessing the multitude of cavalry accompanying Yuan Yao, Sun Ce's countenance darkened. Was this treacherous Yuan Yao excessively cautious? If all these elite troops were to enter his own camp, how could he possibly take action? Yet, in his current weakened position, Sun Ce could not demand that Yuan Yao refrain from bringing his forces into the camp. Amidst the throng of generals, Yuan Yao approached on the majestic snow-white steed once ridden by Sun Ce's father, Sun Jian, and greeted Sun Ce with a smile, saying, "General Bo Fu, I have heard of your conquest of Mailing. Truly, it is a matter for celebration, now that Liu Yao has fled and is nowhere to be found. The several commanderies of Jiangdong are pacified. If you surrender Mailing to me, I shall certainly advocate for your merits before my father. As long as you remain steadfastly loyal in supporting the Yuan family, wealth and honor shall be yours without question." Upon hearing the words wealth and honor, Sun Ce felt a profound affront. His aspirations as Sun Bo Fu were to inherit his father's legacy, dominate Jiangdong, and contend with the heroes of the realm. How could he be swayed by mere riches? Yuan Yao, the scoundrel, underestimated him gravely. Suppressing his fury, Sun Ce feigned a submissive demeanor, bowing to Yuan Yao and replying, "Thank you, my lord. From now on, I shall rely on you. I have prepared a banquet within the camp, and I humbly invite you to grace us with your presence." Within the encampment, Sun Ce had stationed 1,000 axe-wielding warriors, ready to spring into action at the sound of a shattered cup, poised to seize Yuan Yao. Observing the multitude of troops surrounding Yuan Yao, it becomes evident that relying solely on his axe-wielders would prove insufficient. Hence, a more substantial military deployment is imperative. Naturally, the arrangement of the axe-wielders by Sun Ce was soon discovered by the spies under Yuan Yao's command. Aware of Sun Ce's intentions, Yuan Yao addressed Xiang, saying, "When Xiang, you and the soldiers shall guard outside. I shall enter the camp with Zhi and the others." Xiang respectfully clasped his hands and declared, "The subordinate shall obey." Ultimately, Yuan Yao entered the camp accompanied by the three generals, Tong Fei, Tai Shirzi, and Zhou Tai, leading 500 elite soldiers clad in white armor. Sun Ce, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of delight within, pondering, Yuan Yao, you bring 3,000 men into the camp. Yet I imagine subduing you will require considerable effort. Now, you have stationed them outside and brought in only these few hundred. This is tantamount to courting disaster. Since you are inviting your own demise, I shall bear no responsibility. A mere 500 soldiers can be vanquished with a single strike. At this moment, Sun Ce began to believe that capturing Yuan Yao would be a trivial endeavor. The sole hindrance lay in the formidable trio of generals, Tai Shirzi and his comrades, who stood guard by Yuan Yao's side. Tai Shirzi ultimately pledged allegiance to Yuan Yao, evoking both envy and resentment in Sun Ce. A loyal and righteous general like Tai Shirzi, who recognized Yuan Yao as his sovereign, would never betray his master. Even if Sun Ce could manage to capture Tai Shirzi today, the latter would never yield to him, faced with the impossibility of winning him over. Sun Ce resolved to eliminate Tai Shirzi with ruthless measures. His heart had been twisted by Yuan Yao's provocations to a somewhat pathological extent. If I cannot possess such a talent, then neither shall Yuan Yao. Sun Ce invited Yuan Yao to the central military tent, having devoted considerable thought to today's banquet. The table was laden with exquisite delicacies, including the fine wine produced by the Zhou Yu Chamber of Commerce, the Zhou Yu skin brew. Sun Ce invited Yuan Yao to the main seat and raised his cup. Addressing him, "Young Master Yao, my campaign in Jiangdong against Liu Yao was solely to rescue my mother and uncle. Now that they have been saved by you, I am free from any worries. It seems there may have been some misunderstandings between us. I toast to you, young master." Yuan Yao also lifted his cup, smiling as he replied, "I cannot dare to drink the toast offered by General Bu Fu." Sun Ce's expression instantly shifted, and he questioned Yuan Yao, "What do you mean by that? I fear that General Bu Fu may have poisoned the wine. If this is indeed a cup of lethal brew, I would surely meet my end." Sun Ce's countenance became somewhat unnatural as he responded, "Young Master Yao, you jest, surely. How could I ever poison you? Haraha. Such talk of poison is merely a jest. Please do not take offense, General Bu Fu." Upon seeing Yuan Yao smile, Sun Ce could only force a smile in return. Were it not for the formidable warriors standing beside Yuan Yao, such as Tong Fei, Tai Shirzi, and Zhou Tai, Sun Ce would have been tempted to slam Yuan Yao's head onto the table. Tai Shirzi, needless to say, was his equal in strength. Tong Fei was the man who could contend with 12 of Sun Ce's finest, his martial prowess astonishingly high. The other burly man was less familiar to Sun Ce, yet, given that he stood alongside Tong Fei and Tai Shirzi, under Yuan Yao's banner, it was reasonable to presume his strength was formidable as well. With such exceptional generals in his camp, it would be a formidable challenge for Sun Ce to subdue Yuan Yao. As the crowd collectively forced smiles at Yuan Yao, the atmosphere within the tent became somewhat more relaxed. However, Yuan Yao appeared discontent with this serene ambience and continued, "General Bu Fu would hardly wish to poison me. For if I were to perish, he would immediately have to confront the 200,000 troops of my father. Given the current circumstances of brother Bu Fu, he is likely unprepared for a decisive battle against my father. Yet, capturing me alive to exchange my life for several counties in Jiangdong seems a worthy endeavor. Am I correct, General Bu Fu?" Upon hearing Yuan Yao's words, Sun Ce's pupils constricted, and he was drenched in cold sweat. The plot to capture Yuan Yao was known only to him and a few trusted confidants. The executioners dispatched to confront Yuan Yao were soldiers recently recruited by Sun Ce and did not involve the 3,000 troops of the Yuan family. Who could have leaked this information? Chapter 64. The Sun family truly breeds cowards. Sun Ce forced an awkward smile and replied to Yuan Yao, "Young Master Yao, you think too much. My entire family is in Shui, and my good brother Zhou Yu remains in Shouchun. How could I possibly take action against you?" Yuan Yao shook his head, raising his wine cup. "Power is a splendid thing. Within imperial families, for the sake of authority, fathers and sons can turn against one another, and brothers can resort to fratricide. For the ambition of dominance in Jiangdong, how could General Bu Fu not abandon his beloved friends and brothers? The elaborate invitation extended to me was nothing more than a trap akin to the banquet of Hongmen, luring me into a snare. Let me ponder. How might Brother Bo Fu intend to capture me? Perhaps he has already positioned his executioners, ready to spring upon me at the signal of a shattered cup? As Yuan Yao spoke, his grip on the wine cup suddenly slackened. With a resounding crash, the cup shattered upon hitting the ground. The sound of the breaking glass alerted the ambushers lying in wait outside the tent, who immediately surged towards the central command tent, intent on capturing Yuan Yao as per their original plan. The 500 elite soldiers stationed outside had long been prepared and promptly engaged the assailants in battle. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Sun Ce initially hesitated, but swiftly regained his composure and shouted angrily at Yuan Yao. "You insolent boy! I never imagined my scheme would be unraveled by you. Yet, even with your awareness, what will it change? Your grave mistake lies in your arrogance. Daring to enter my encampment. This stronghold is a veritable snare, and you shall find it impossible to escape, with an army of 20,000 within. I advise you to surrender quickly, lest you endure greater torment. Should you remain obstinate, all those around you shall perish." Having been exposed by Yuan Yao, Sun Ce chose to discard any pretense and confront him outright. He had felt constrained in his earlier guise of humility, and it was imperative that he subdue Yuan Yao to vent his frustration. Yuan Yao, with a scornful smile, retorted, "Sun Ce, what pride can you take in devising such a clumsy and wretched scheme? As a vassal of the Yuan clan, you have betrayed your allegiance, brazenly instigating rebellion, an act of profound disloyalty. Ignoring the safety of your mother and uncle, you have recklessly endangered them, an act of ingratitude. You lead your soldiers into battle, yet exploit their lives for your selfish ambitions, an act of inhumanity. My father aided you with troops to rescue your mother, and you repay such kindness with treachery, an act of utter injustice. Such disloyal, unfilial, and inhumane wretches as you have no right to vie for Jiangdong against me. Your actions will undoubtedly be a source of derision for all, leaving you with a stench that lingers for eternity." Yuan Yao's words nearly drove Sun Ce to madness. It was the first time in his life that he had been so ruthlessly insulted. Yet, the truths Yuan Yao spoke were undeniable, leaving Sun Ce nearly speechless in rebuttal. His face flushed with anger, he bellowed, "Yuan Yao, history is penned by the victors. If I capture you today and seize Jiangdong, future generations will laud my cunning. As for you, Yuan Yao, you shall be remembered as nothing but an inept loser." "Huh, the world does not solely judge heroes by success or failure," Yuan Yao replied, a mocking expression upon his face as he gazed at Sun Ce. "Victory attained through shameless means may not earn you the praise of posterity. Perhaps they will refer to you as a mere rat. I had thought you, Sun Shu, to possess a fiery spirit, to be a true hero. It seems I overestimated you. I did not expect you to be yet another rat. It appears your family is indeed a breeding ground for such vermin." Sun Ce, infuriated by Yuan Yao's contempt, seethed, "I will not permit you to insult me, to insult the Sun family." Fury surged within him as he drew his treasured sword, addressing his generals, "Charge. Capture Yuan Yao. I wish to see if he will still speak so defiantly once he is my prisoner." However, the swordsmen were obstructed by the elite troops of Bai Yan, unable to break through at that moment. Logically, Sun Ce should have assembled a formidable force to encircle Yuan Yao, yet his anger rendered him impatient. Unwilling to wait any longer, under Sun Ce's command, the generals within the tent could only charge forward. The valiant warriors under Sun Ce's banner found it arduous to contend with the solitary figure of Tong Fei. To triumph over Tong Fei, along with the formidable generals Tai Shirzi and Zhou Tai, proved to be an even greater challenge. Moreover, they were not merely facing these three warriors. Just as the generals were about to advance, dozens of elite soldiers clad in white armor surged into the tent from outside. The ambushed axe and sword wielders, in comparison to the white-armored elite, were merely a disorganized rabble. The white-armored soldiers scattered the axe and sword wielders, advancing to protect Yuan Yao. "Protect the Lord," bellowed the great generals, and immediately, the white-armored soldiers encircled Yuan Yao, safeguarding him firmly at the center. Yuan Yao exhaled a sigh of relief. Although he had just vehemently reproached Sun Ce, he still felt a tinge of anxiety. After all, this was Sun Ce's grand tent, surrounded by his commanders. Despite the prowess of Tong Fei and the likes of Tai Shirzi, what if harm befell him in the midst of the chaos? Even a mere scratch would be undesirable. Now, encircled by the loyal and valiant white-armored soldiers, Yuan Yao felt an overwhelming sense of security. As it became increasingly evident that capturing Yuan Yao was futile, Sun Ce grew more anxious. In desperation, he resolved to summon troops from outside the tent, hoping to seize Yuan Yao with overwhelming force. However, Before he could step beyond the large tent, General Sun Ce approached to report, "My lord, the enemy forces have breached the camp." Outside the stronghold, there were 2,500 of Yuan Yao's white-armored soldiers infiltrating the encampment, a development that did not surprise Sun Ce in the least. He declared loudly, "Mobilize the troops, repel the enemy, drive them out." "My lord, we are unable to mobilize our forces," Sun Ce, with a voice tinged with despair, exclaimed. "Not only have the enemy forces breached our defenses, but our own troops have begun to rebel within the camp. Now our soldiers are turning on one another. The military encampment is in utter chaos." How could this happen? Who exactly is behind this insurrection? "It is those veteran soldiers lent to us by Yuan Shu." Initially, there was nothing amiss in borrowing troops from Yuan Shu. His forces could indeed serve Sun Ce, provided that he could unify Jiangdong, which would naturally ensure the loyalty of these soldiers. However, everything changed once Yuan Yao crossed the river. Sun Ce understood that Yuan Yao had come to contest his claim over Jiangdong. From that moment, he adopted a stance of both utilization and caution towards these remnants of the Yuan clan, yet he never anticipated such a severe upheaval. As their conversation unfolded, the clamor of battle grew ever louder, and Sun Ce caught a whiff of an acrid smoke. The camp was aflame. "Fire! We must extinguish it." Upon hearing the urgent cries for help, Sun Ce could no longer concern himself with Yuan Yao. He flung open the tent flap and rushed out into the central command area. There, he beheld the rebellious soldiers setting fire to the camp, while Yuan Yao's white-clad troops slaughtered Sun Ce's forces. Having been seasoned by the trials of war since his youth, Sun Ce realized that the grand encampment was doomed. General Cheng Pu, his face blackened by smoke, reported to Sun Ce, "My lord, another large army is advancing from outside the camp. Their numbers are vast, and we are utterly unable to withstand them." Chapter 65. The Balance of Grace and Authority. The relentless barrage of calamities left Sun Ce somewhat bewildered. He could not fathom how his meticulously orchestrated banquet of the Hongmen, which he believed to be foolproof, had devolved into such a dire predicament. Within the central tent, anguished cries echoed, indicating that the generals under my command were nearing their breaking point. Cheng Pu anxiously implored, "My lord, let us break through." "Break through?" Sun Ce's lips quivered, unwilling to accept that Cheng Pu would utter such words. This was their own encampment. Logically, with Yuan Yao entering, they should have found it impossible to escape. Why should they be the ones to break out? The General Han Dang also raised his voice to Sun Ce, declaring, "My lord, while the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. This is our sole opportunity. If we do not break through now, we shall surely perish." "Perish? No, I cannot. I have yet to fulfill my father's ambition of unifying Jiangdong. I cannot die. Break through." Sun Ce understood that their camp was beyond salvation. The notion of repelling Yuan Yao and turning the tide was nothing short of a fantasy. The only strategy that would serve him well was to break through. To preserve his life was paramount. Only then could he contemplate other matters. Sun Ce could no longer regard the valiant soldiers within the central tent battling desperately against Yuan Yao's forces. Time was of the essence, and so he, accompanied by Cheng Pu, Han Dang, Sun Ce, Zhu Ji, and others, seized the moment amidst the chaos of the camp to flee towards the outskirts. Tong Fei, Tai Shirzi, Zhou Tai, and the others, focused on protecting Yuan Yao, did not pursue Sun Ce. There was still a chance for Sun Ce to escape. The battle within the central tent was drawing to a close. All of Sun Ce's more than 10 generals had been captured or slain by Tong Fei, Tai Shirzi, and their compatriots. Among them were the generals Huang Gai and Su Kuan. The soldiers of the White Cloak army bound these individuals tightly, forcing them to kneel upon the ground. Yuan Yao, addressing the kneeling enemy generals with a smile, remarked, "You are all valiant and wise commanders. Why toil in service of the traitor Sun Ce? As long as you are willing to serve me, I shall treat you as esteemed guests and honor you accordingly." Huang Gai struggled in fury, his eyes nearly ablaze with indignation. "Traitor, I am a loyal servant of the Sun family, devoted to them unwaveringly. How could I ever pledge my allegiance to you? You would do well to kill me swiftly. Otherwise, should I escape, I shall surely slay you, you treacherous scoundrel." Well said. Yuan Yao drew his mighty sword and thrust it into Huang Gai's chest. Blood gushed forth, and as Yuan Yao withdrew his blade, Huang Gai's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, eyes unclosed in death. The surviving generals under Sun Ce felt a chill in their hearts. This was precisely the effect Yuan Yao sought. Such a reputation as Yuan Jingyao of Huainan, akin to the living Ming Changjun, could only showcase his benevolence towards the worthy and his aid to the distressed. Yet, the act of slaying demonstrated Yuan Yao's decisive ruthlessness. A ruler must wield both grace and authority to earn the reverence of subordinates and instill fear in enemies, ensuring the submission of the realm. Who else dares to resist surrendering? They may join Huang Yi in death. I shall not compel anyone. Yuan Yao, you have slain General Huang. May you meet a dire fate. Yuan Yao the treacherous. I shall not submit either. It must be said, Sun Ce's reputation among the troops was indeed formidable. Aside from Huang Yi, there remained numerous die-hard loyalists. This time, Yuan Yao refrained from further violence. One death was sufficient. The remaining dissenters were all executed by Tong Fei, Zhou Tai, and others, who wielded their swords mercilessly. Among the 10 or so enemy generals in the tent, only 2 remained standing, while the others lay lifeless upon the ground. One could no longer bear the pressure and knelt, crying out, "I beseech you, noble sir, spare my life. I am willing to surrender." Bending down, Yuan Yao inquired with a smile, "What is your name?" In reply to the young master, "My name is Sun Gao." "Oh, you also bear the surname Sun. What relation do you have to Sun Ce?" "My father, Sun Jing, is Sun Ce's uncle, making me Sun Ce's cousin." Yuan Yao murmured, "Sun Jing, that would be Sun Jian's own brother. In that case, you are a sibling of sorts to Sun Ce. I am no brother to the likes of Sun Ce." In a desperate bid to save his own life, Sun Gao disregarded all else and burst forth with a torrent of denunciation. "My Sun family was originally a subject of the Yuan clan. It was Sun Ce who was disloyal and betrayed our lord. Sun Ce, that base and unscrupulous villain, is a disgrace to the Sun family. Now, Gao has been moved by the young master's benevolence and wishes to forsake darkness for light, vowing to serve the young master unto death. I implore the young master to take me in." This Sun Gao, Yuan Yao recalled something of him. It seemed this man had designs to launch a rebellion after Sun Ce's demise, plotting to establish himself, only to desist after a warning from Yufan. Truly a man with a rebellious spirit. Yuan Yao did not disdain a turncoat like Sun Gao, for even petty men have their uses. Yuan Yao smiled at Sun Gao and said, "General Sun Gao, you are indeed wise to the times. Guards, release General Sun Gao. From this day forward, General Sun Gao shall be a general under my command." After releasing Sun Gao, Yuan Yao turned to Shouchun and said, "General Shouchun, now only you remain. Do you wish to accompany Huang Yi on his final journey, or will you, like General Sun Gao, pledge allegiance to me?" "Aye." Beads of sweat, as large as beans, dripped from Shouchun's brow. Throughout the ages, death is the only difficult matter. There are few like Huang Yi, who are willing to face death with equanimity. Seeing Shouchun hesitate, Yuan Yao remarked, "If you do not choose, I shall make the selection for you." Zi Shao accompanied General Su on his journey. Yet, Tong Fei had long held a grudge against Shouchun. It was this very individual who had persistently tormented him with a flail, nearly leading him to his demise amidst the encirclement of enemy generals. With the Lord commanding him to eliminate this scoundrel, it aligned perfectly with Tong Fei's intentions. However, hold on. In the face of impending death, Shouchun could no longer maintain his composure. "Spare my life, noble lord. I am willing to surrender." It was indeed true that Shouchun was the nephew of Sun Jian, but with Sun Jian's own nephew, Sun Qua, having already capitulated, he felt no shame in doing the same. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be Sun Ce for failing to establish their dominion over Jiangdong. Thus, in his quest for survival, he had no choice but to yield. Yuan Yao waved his hand and said, "Very well, I shall spare your life. You may join Sun Qua and serve as a general under my command." "Thank you, noble lord. Thank you." Shouchun repeatedly bowed in gratitude. For the sensation of escaping death is one that can scarcely be understood by those who have not experienced it. With Shouchun spared, Tong Fei could only sheath his sword and disdainfully remark, "So, you are merely a coward clinging to life." Shouchun paid little heed to Tong Fei's words. Let him scold as he wished. After all, securing his own survival was of paramount importance. Meanwhile, as Yuan Yao took in Sun Qua and General Shouchun, Sun Ce and his companions were nearing their escape from the main camp. Liao Hua was leading the remnants of Yuan's forces in a siege against the soldiers under Sun Ce, when suddenly, Ma Zhong beside him exclaimed, "Old Liao, look over there. Who is that?" Liao Hua lifted his gaze in the direction of the voice. Could it be Sun Ce? It appeared that Sun Ce was attempting to flee. Indeed, the Lord must eliminate Sun Ce. We cannot allow this formidable fish to escape. If we can capture Sun Ce alive, we shall achieve great merit. Let us go. Now, Sun Ce is accompanied by only a handful of loyal soldiers and a few generals, making this an opportune moment to seize him. Chapter 66. Let the arrows fly. For a while Liao Hua led his troops in pursuit of Sun Ce, shouting as he chased, "The rider on the white horse ahead is Sun Ce. Capture him alive. The young master has decreed, those who capture Sun Ce alive shall be rewarded with 1,000 gold pieces." With Liao Hua's cry, Sun Ce immediately drew the attention of Yuan's army within the camp. The elite troops commanded by Su Xiang, as well as those led by Chun Dao and Jiang Qin, began to encircle Sun Ce. Even many of Sun Ce's own soldiers were tempted by the prospect of capturing their lord. 1,000 gold pieces. If they were to capture Sun Ce, would they not secure a lifetime free from want? As the enemy forces closed in around him, Sun Ce's anxiety intensified. Even if he possessed the valor of a conqueror, he could not withstand such overwhelming numbers. That treacherous Yuan Yao truly seeks to leave him no escape. At present, Sun Ce's only advantage lay in his proximity to the stockade. He was but a short distance from breaking free. Once he reached the outside, he could spur his horse and flee the encirclement. Yet, that mere distance of a few dozen steps proved far from easy to traverse. In that critical moment, General Han Dang called out, "My lord, you must go. I shall willingly sacrifice myself to cover your retreat." General Han Dang turned his horse around and addressed Sun Ce. "In the past, De Rong served our late lord with unwavering loyalty. Now, it is my turn to pledge my allegiance to you, my lord. Depart swiftly." Sun Ce was acutely aware that Han Dang had resigned himself to a fatal resolve. It was indeed a formidable challenge to escape when no one was willing to sacrifice themselves to hold back the enemy forces. Sun Ce could not allow Han Dang's blood to be shed in vain. He must find a way to flee. In the future, he would seek vengeance for the generals loyal to the Sun family. Sun Ce understood that this battle would not only claim Han Dang's life, but also those of Huang Gai, Sun Quan, and Su Kuan, steadfast commanders who had devoted themselves to the Sun family. This blood feud, of course, would be laid squarely at Yuan Yao's feet. When he eventually regrouped, he would certainly seek to avenge this profound grudge against Yuan Yao. Gripping his long blade tightly, Han Dang faced the throngs of advancing Yuan soldiers and boldly declared to the loyal retinue of Sun Ce who had chosen to stay behind, "Brothers, the time to show our loyalty to our lord has come. Let us fight." Despite the overwhelming numbers of the enemy, these soldiers remained undaunted, charging forward with unwavering resolve. Yet, the disparity in numbers and strength could not be bridged by mere conviction. Before long, Han Dang and his loyal soldiers were reduced to mere pulp by the Yuan forces. It was precisely because of the time they managed to buy that Sun Ce, along with Qing Pu and Sun He, could break free from the main camp. As Ma Zhong drew his bow, aiming an arrow at Sun Ce's back, Sun Ce sensed a malicious wind approaching from behind and instinctively sidestepped. Thanks to his evasion, the arrow missed its intended target and struck Sun Ce in the left shoulder instead. He let out a muffled grunt but did not falter, continuing his frantic dash forward. The group rode swiftly, ultimately vanishing from the sight of Ma Zhong and Liao Hua. Liao Hua, feeling frustrated, remarked, "Old Ma, it seems we have allowed Sun Ce to escape." Ma Zhong chuckled lightly and replied, "Let him flee. Let the arrows fly for a while." "Old Ma, what do you mean by that?" "Old Liao, did you think that the arrow I shot at Sun Ce merely grazed his shoulder?" Ma Zhong retrieved an arrow from his quiver on the left side and handed it to Liao Hua. Upon close inspection, Liao Hua noticed that the tip of the arrow emanated a dark green sheen and bore a pungent odor. This arrow is laced with poison known as ghostly woe. A mere touch can claim a life. Had this arrow struck Sun Ce in the back, he would have met his demise within 3 days. Even though it only pierced his shoulder, it matters not, for the toxin will course through Sun Ce's veins, spreading throughout his body. Even with the finest physician's care, he would be fortunate to survive 2 years, during which he would be a mere shadow of himself, suffering daily from the affliction, a torment far worse than death. Heh. Liao Hua was drenched in cold sweat upon hearing this. How had he not recognized that his friend Old Ma possessed such a ruthless disposition? "Old Ma, if what you say is true, then it would indeed be better for Sun Ce to perish. We should report this matter to our lord, which would alleviate his concerns." After Sun Ce and his companions escaped, the stronghold was completely overrun by Yuan Yao's forces. The soldiers within, leaderless, chose to surrender en masse. With their numbers consolidated, Yuan Yao's army swelled to 80,000. Once he has trained and organized this formidable force, he would be poised to challenge any warlord across the realm. After Sun Ce and his companions fled, they encountered Lu Fan and several dozen defeated soldiers along their path. The group regrouped and continued their frantic flight southward. Sun He inquired of Sun Ce, "My lord, where shall we go now? In the present day, the once great Dazai has crumbled, and Sun Ce finds himself bereft of the means to contend with Yuan Yao. With a deep sigh, he laments, in the vast expanse of Jiangdong, there is no longer a place for me to take refuge. Liu Biao of Jingzhou harbors a vendetta against me for the murder of my father. We can only temporarily seek sanctuary in Jiaozhou." Elfan nodded in agreement, stating, "It appears we have no other choice. My lord can seek refuge with the scholar Shixia in Jiaozhou, and find an opportunity to eliminate his entire household, seizing control of the region. From there, we can use Jiaozhou as a stronghold to strategize our reclamation of Jiangdong. Very well, let us proceed with Zihang's plan. At this moment, Sun Ce and his companions felt akin to lost dogs, unable to rise again through conventional means. Sun Ce felt no remorse for El Fan's treacherous scheme. Having already betrayed Yuan Yao once, what harm could there be in betraying Xie as well? As long as he could reclaim Jiangdong and fulfill his ambitions, the world would eventually understand his plight and commend him for his resilience, much like they praised King Gojin of Yu for his fortitude in enduring hardship. Time was of the essence. We must act without delay. Suddenly, before Sun Ce could finish his sentence, a gush of fresh blood erupted from his mouth. To their astonishment, the blood was of a green hue. After this outburst, Sun Ce collapsed to the ground, unconscious, leaving his officers in shock. How could this be? Has our lord been poisoned? From whence does this poison originate? Cheng Pu pondered. Not long ago, our lord was struck by an arrow from the enemy general, and we have already bandaged his wound. If he has been poisoned, it must be from this arrow. Upon hearing this, he hurriedly tore away the cloth binding Sun Ce's injury. Indeed, the fabric bore the unmistakable evidence of dark green blood. It was confirmed, the arrow wound. That rogue Yuan Yao had the audacity to employ poisoned arrows against us. What shall we do now? Among the crowd, Cheng Pu, the most seasoned among them, served as the backbone. He addressed the others. First, let us find a village where we can recuperate. Regardless of the circumstances, we must secure a physician to tend to our lord's wounds. Once our lord's condition shows any signs of improvement, we shall immediately proceed to Jiaozhou. Sun Ce and his companions stealthily sought out a remote village and took refuge there. Ma Zhong also informed Yuan Yao of Sun Ce's injury. Reflecting on the manner of Sun Ce's demise in his previous life, Yuan Yao shook his head, pondering, is it truly Sun Ce's fate to perish from untreated wounds? Since Sun Ce has been rendered incapacitated, he is no longer worthy of my concern. After settling the surrendered soldiers, Yuan Yao advanced his forces into Meiling. The commander of Meiling was none other than Sun Ce's father, Sun Jing. Chapter 67. The royal aura of Jinling in a bid to capture Yuan Yao. Sun Ce led all his elite troops out of the city. Within Meiling, only 2,000 elderly and infirm soldiers remained. Persuaded by Sun Ce, Sun Jing surrendered without a fight. The gates of Meiling swung wide open, and the citizens lined the streets in welcome as Yuan Yao and his grand army entered the city in a slow procession. The strategist Zhang Heng rode alongside Yuan Yao, expressing his admiration. Meiling is positioned beautifully amidst mountains and rivers, with magnificent peaks and expansive waterways. Truly a place of exceptional charm. Yuan Yao responded with a smile. Do you also know the tales of Meiling, esteemed sir? Zhang Heng replied with a grin. Of course. I am well aware of Meiling's history. In ancient times, King Wei of Chu, Xiang, established Jinling in Shouchun city to enhance the fortunes of the Chu state. The name Jinling originates from this very act. Alas, the Chu state ultimately fell to the Qin, and King Wei's aspirations for dominance over the realm proved to be naught. Later, during his 5th tour of the realm, Emperor Qin Shi Huang passed through Jinling and became aware of the historical events concerning King Wei of Chu. The accompanying sorcerers informed the Qin monarch, Jinling boasts magnificent mountains and rivers, and its royal aura is exceedingly potent. Surely, a sovereign shall arise from this land. Wishing to establish a dynasty that would endure for millennia, the emperor could not tolerate the emergence of a ruler from Jinling. In an effort to diminish the royal presence of Jinling, he excavated Feng Mountain and redirected the waters of the Qinhuai River, preventing the celestial energy of the Jinling monarch from coalescing. He subsequently renamed Jinling as Meiling, signifying a place where horses are fed. According to the emperor's intent, Meiling was merely a pasture for his great Qin horses. Yuan Yao gazed into the distance and remarked to Zhang Heng, indeed, sir, your knowledge of history is profound. However, the royal aura of Meiling cannot be easily severed by the emperor's decree. Despite his remarkable talents and vision, did not the great Qin fall in but 2 generations? Meiling is strategically located in the heart of Jiangnan, adjacent to Huainan and Shouchun. To the south, it commands the various prefectures of Jiangdong, while to the north, it can advance into Shuzhou, contesting with the myriad heroes of the realm. Such a location far surpasses Chue. Liu Yao's choice to establish his seat in Chue rather than Meiling reflects a fear of my father's military prowess, a rather petty concern. I wish to restore Feng Mountain, redirect the waters of the Qinhuai, and rename Meiling back to Jinling, thereby relocating the governance of Jiangdong to this place. What are your thoughts? The advisors present were visibly taken aback by Yuan Yao's propositions. To restore Feng Mountain, redirect the Qinhuai River, and rename Mailing to Jinling. Such actions by their lord were indeed a revival of the royal aura of Jinling. During Emperor Qin Shi Huang's reign, there had been rumors that a sovereign would arise from Jinling, yet after the emperor's suppression, no monarch emerged from Mailing. Could it be that the phrase "the Son of Heaven shall emerge from Jinling" applies to our own lord? If that is indeed the case, they shall all become loyal subjects of the dragon in the future. Zhang Zhao remarked to Yuan Yao, "The decision to relocate the seat of governance is a display of remarkable wisdom." "I wholeheartedly agree." Lu Su laughed heartily and added, "Your Excellency possesses great ambition. Should this come to fruition, it will undoubtedly attract the most virtuous talents from across the realm." The strategists under Yuan Yao's command unanimously concurred that Moling was an ideal location, thus the matter was resolved. A few days later, the citizens of Moling, witnessing that Yuan Yao's formidable army had committed no transgressions against them, accepted his rule, leading to the stabilization of Moling. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Yao renamed Moling to Jinling, moved the seat of governance there, and dispatched messengers to announce this to the various prefectures of Jiangdong. Yuan Yao's relocation was not merely a matter of words. He stationed over half of Jiangdong's troops in the area, training them day and night. Concurrently, he initiated the restoration of Fangshan's geomantic features, dredged the Qinhuai River, reinforced the city walls, and constructed docks. Moreover, he enabled the Jiyuan Merchant Association to invest significantly in Moling. Several bustling commercial streets rapidly emerged in Jinling, drawing affluent merchants and throngs of surrounding citizens. Jinling flourished at a remarkable pace. Positioned in Jinling, Yuan Yao commanded a blend of civil and military prowess. Among his civil officials were Lu Su, Zhang Zhao, Zhang Hong, Bu Zhi, Jiang Gan, Wang Lang, Yu Fan, and Sun Jing. His military generals included Tong Fei, Tai Shirzi, Chen Dao, Zhou Tai, Jiang Qin, Chen Wu, Ling Chao, Su Sheng, Zhou Tsong, Pei Yuan Xiao, Liao Hua, Ma Zhong, Su Kuan, and Sun Qian. This formidable assembly was nearly on par with any lord of the contemporary era. Additionally, there was Zhou Yu stationed in Shouchun, who could also serve Yuan Yao's interests. Zhou Yu, endowed with both literary and martial prowess, had previously wagered with Yuan Yao, and naturally, he would honor the bet and loyally assist him. Furthermore, even if Zhou Yu wished to renege on the agreement, the opportunity had long since vanished. The Sun family of Jiangdong had perished, and Sun Ce would not survive for more than 2 years. Even if Zhou Yu desired to safeguard the Sun lineage, there was no one left to protect. He could only navigate the path of darkness alongside himself. In this configuration, the only element Yuan Yao lacked was an extraordinary strategist, akin to the likes of Guijia, Sun Yu, Zhuge Liang, or Jia Su. Yuan Yao was acutely aware that his effortless acquisition of Jiangdong was due to the fact that its inhabitants were predominantly soft targets, devoid of formidable warriors. The most formidable adversary, Sun Ce, was rendered nearly ineffectual without Zhou Yu's assistance. Had Zhou Yu been present, victory over Sun Ce was not assured. While Yuan Yao possessed a vision that transcended the contemporary era, he did not believe he could outmaneuver the era's premier strategists in matters of planning and commanding large armies. Thus, the recruitment of talented advisors became one of Yuan Yao's foremost concerns. As for how to attract these strategists, Yuan Yao had devised a plan. He would leverage his reputation as Little Mengchang to entice the virtuous talents of the realm to join him. Anyone willing to serve him would not be judged by their origins, as long as they possessed sufficient talent. Yuan Yao would treat them as esteemed guests and grant them significant roles. Aware that many distinguished individuals in the wild were compelled to lead reclusive lives for various reasons, unable to reveal their true selves, Yuan Yao made a public promise. Anyone he employed, regardless of past transgressions, would find protection under his aegis. However, those lacking talent and not chosen would find themselves at a disadvantage. What crimes have you committed? Yuan Yao shall bring you to justice according to the laws of the Han. In doing so, Yuan Yao ensures that the ranks are not filled with those devoid of virtue and talent. Regrettably, true talent is a rarity in this world. Despite Yuan Yao's efforts to recruit worthy individuals over the course of several days, he has apprehended numerous criminals but encountered not a single genuine talent. As he pondered whether his methods of recruitment were flawed, Jiang Gan entered and reported, "My lord, today another batch of talent has arrived at the recruitment hall. Among them is one individual, whom Zishan and I have vetted, and he possesses notable abilities. However, he claims to have committed the grave sin of murder. I am uncertain how you wish to handle this matter." Murder? Yuan Yao contemplated for a moment. In these tumultuous times, countless individuals have either taken lives or been compelled to do so. Should this person indeed possess talent, he might still be worthy of employment. Naturally, the The circumstances surrounding the act of murder are of paramount importance. If he were a remorseless villain, Yuan Yao would not consider him. Yuan Yao believed in assessing talent, with talent encompassing moral character as well. He instructed Zhang Gan, "Bring this individual to me. I wish to see him." In less than half an hour, Zhang Gan led a young man before Yuan Yao. The youth was clad in a gray cotton robe, with striking features that exuded both scholarly elegance and the bold spirit of a chivalrous wanderer. This young man appeared quite presentable, seemingly far removed from the image of a murderer. Upon seeing Yuan Yao, he bowed deeply and introduced himself. "I am Su Shu of Yingchuan, Su Yuanji. It is an honor to meet you, young Master Yuan Yao." Su Shu. To his astonishment, it was Su Shu who had come to pledge his allegiance to this young lord. Upon hearing Su Shu's self-introduction, Yuan Yao was overwhelmed with joy. The illustrious name of Su Shu was already known to him from his previous life. As soon as he emerged from obscurity, he aided the feeble Liu Bei in vanquishing the forces of Cao Cao. Furthermore, he was able to discern the stratagems of Zhuge Liang and Zhou Yu regarding the fire attack at Chibi, undoubtedly ranking among the finest strategists in the realm. Yuan Yao had been troubled by a lack of exceptional advisors, and now Su Yuanji had conveniently presented himself. When Su Shu initially aligned himself with Liu Bei, he had adopted the alias of Shan Fu, fearing that his true identity might be exposed. Now, in coming to Yuan Yao, he openly revealed his true name, evidently placing his trust in Yuan Yao's capacity to absolve him of his transgressions. Yuan Yao was eager to invite Su Shu to take a seat beside him, but hesitated, concerned that excessive enthusiasm might intimidate Su Shu. Thus, he patiently inquired, "Having passed the assessments of Zhang Gan and Bu Zhi, your talents are unquestionable. However, I am curious as to the reason behind your act of murder." Su Shu responded candidly, "In my youth, I was fond of swordplay and indulged in heroic exploits, forming a deep bond with my friend Wang Fu, a distant relative of the Sima clan from Yingchuan. Sima Wan coveted Wang Fu's wife. He forcibly seized her and slaughtered Wang Fu's entire family. In vengeance for Wang Fu, I sought out Sima Wan alone, armed only with my sword. In the streets, I dispatched Sima Wan and his 10 nefarious servants, subsequently fleeing, and since then, I have been pursued by the imperial court. Justice prevails, and the cycle of retribution is inexorable. The individuals I have slain were all wicked beings, deserving of their fate. I have never regretted eliminating these villains. Should you deem my actions unjust, you are free to bring me to justice, and I shall harbor no resentment." Upon hearing Su Shu's words, Yuan Yao struck the table in admiration, exclaiming, "Excellent. Well done. Truly a testament to the principle of justice and the inexorable cycle of retribution. Do you also believe that Sima Wan deserves death?" "Absolutely," Yuan Yao declared. "To eliminate evil is to promote virtue by vanquishing a wicked man. Yuan Ji effectively rescues countless virtuous souls. This is indeed a noble deed, and how could I ever seek to apprehend Yuan Ji for such an act? Yuan Ji, come and take a seat." Yuan Yao grasped Su Shu's hand, drawing him closer, and smiled. "With such remarkable talent and a chivalrous heart, a person like you is precisely what I need in my ranks. Would you be inclined to serve under me and join in my grand ambitions?" Su Shu, bowing once more to Yuan Yao, replied, "To speak candidly, after fleeing from my crimes, I spent 3 years honing my skills at Shui Jingshuang. Now that I have achieved proficiency, I have emerged from my retreat. During my travels, I received assistance from your esteemed Junyuan Mountain Villa and have heard of your illustrious reputation as Little Mengchong. With your noble character, it is surely a wise choice for me to ally with you. Henceforth, I am more than willing to support you." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yao nodded, realizing that Su Shu had been aided by him and admired his renown. Indeed, possessing a good reputation makes it easier to attract talent. Yuan Yao joyfully proclaimed to Su Shu, "Now that you have chosen to ally with me, I shall not disappoint you. From this day forward, you shall serve as my military strategist. Tell me, do you have anyone else at home?" Su Shu sighed and said, "I lost my father at a young age, leaving my elderly mother and younger brother as my only family. It is with great shame that I confess, since my escape from Yingchuan, I have not seen my mother for many years. I, Su Shu, am truly an unfilial son." Yuan Yao grasped Su Shu's hand and sincerely expressed, "In that case, I shall bestow upon Yuan Ji a grand residence. Shall I send someone to bring his mother to Jinling for her care? This way, Yuan Ji may fulfill his filial duties by her side." Upon witnessing Yuan Yao's thoughtful consideration, Su Shu's eyes glistened with tears. He immediately bowed deeply to Yuan Yao, saying, "I have only just pledged my loyalty to the Lord and have yet to achieve any significant merit. Yet, you treat me with such generosity, your profound grace. I am unable to repay." I can only vow to serve you with unwavering loyalty until death to express my gratitude. Yuan Yao rose and assisted Su Shu to his feet, smiling as he remarked, Yuan Zhi is a trusted confidant of mine. Such words are unnecessary. Please, rise quickly. Allow me to host a banquet in your honor to cleanse away the dust of your journey. Just as Yuan Yao helped Su Shu up, Ma Zhong entered and reported, My lord, there is a scholar at the entrance requesting an audience with you. A visitor? What is this person's name? I am unaware. For the scholar is reluctant to disclose his name. He merely insists on seeing you, and if you choose not to meet him, he will leave. Typically, Yuan Yao would have Ma Zhong dismiss anyone who hesitated to reveal their identity. After all, if everyone sought an audience, how could he manage his numerous affairs? Yet, at that moment, Yuan Yao felt an inexplicable sense that not meeting this individual might result in missing something of great significance. After a moment of contemplation, he finally declared, Since he has come, let him enter. Shortly thereafter, Ma Zhong escorted a slender, middle-aged scholar into the room. The scribe was clad in a worn, sable robe, which, despite its age, was immaculately clean. Upon encountering Yuan Yao, he offered a deep bow, saying, Greetings, esteemed Master Yuan Yao. This middle-aged scholar presented himself with utmost humility and decorum. Yet, Yuan Yao detected an aura of profound composure mingled with a chilling undercurrent emanating from him. It was evident that this was no ordinary man of letters. Yuan Yao inquired, Sir, you are too courteous. May I ask your name and the purpose of your visit? The black-robed scribe straightened up and addressed Yuan Yao, having heard that the young master is recruiting talents, irrespective of their origins or past transgressions. I have come to offer my services. If you seek to join my ranks, why have you not adhered to my established protocols? You should first participate in the assessment at the Hall of Recruitment, detailing the crimes you have committed. Should you possess genuine talent, Master Jianggan will undoubtedly recommend you to me. The scribe grinned, revealing a smile. Young Master Yuan, it is not that I am unwilling to go to the Hall of Recruitment, but rather that the offenses I have committed are of such magnitude that their revelation might prove detrimental to you. Oh, what crimes have you committed? Is it possible that they are beyond my authority to suppress? Yuan Yao retorted, with Yuan Shu, his father, poised to declare himself emperor. Yuan Yao held sway as a virtual sovereign in the Jiangdong region. Even if this black-clad scholar had committed the most egregious of acts, Yuan Yao was confident in his ability to quell any repercussions. If he were unable to manage this, then could it be? Yuan Yao's gaze sharpened, a suspicion forming regarding the black-robed scribe's identity. However, he hesitated to be certain, considering the rumors that the individual in question was deceased. The black-robed scribe nodded and said softly to Yuan Yao, My transgressions are of such gravity that even Lord Yuan himself would find it difficult to absolve me. Yuan Yao observed the demeanor of the individual before him and reflected upon his words, growing increasingly certain of his identity. Indeed, how could a strategist of his caliber meet a premature demise so easily? If the man in the black robes truly was the person he suspected, it was imperative to recruit him into his ranks. As for the grave offenses this individual had committed, while it might pose a challenge to other lords, it was of little consequence to Yuan Yao. Chapter 69. I wish to invite you, sir, to witness this era together. Having made up his mind, Yuan Yao laughed heartily, proclaiming, My father is my father, and I am myself. While my father may not be able to absolve you of your crimes, I certainly can. Upon hearing Yuan Yao's unwavering confidence, the man in black smiled and replied, Young master, are you so certain without even knowing the nature of my crimes? Yuan Yao waved his hand dismissively, stating casually, The most heinous offenses are none other than the burning of Luoyang and the poisoning of the young emperor. Am I correct? Mr. Li Ru, Mr. Li Wenyu? At this revelation, both Su Shu and the man in black were taken aback. Su Shu was astonished by Li Ru's identity. As a top strategist, he was well aware of Li Ru's significance. With his singular prowess, Li Ru had aided Dong Zhuo in seizing control of the capital, exerting pressure on the lords of the realm. Even when the 18 lords united to oppose Dong Zhuo, they failed to eradicate him. The nature of Li Ru's actions aside, his capabilities were undoubtedly extraordinary. Could it be that this scholar who had come to serve under the lord was indeed that very man? What astonished the man in black was the fact that Yuan Yao had accurately deduced his identity. Indeed, he was Li Ru. Li Ru originally believed that his arrival would astonish Yuan Yao, who would then regard him as an esteemed guest. However, to his surprise, Yuan Yao discerned his true identity at a glance. Li Ru had managed to deceive the world with a ruse of death. Yet he could not elude Yuan Yao's keen insight. Such youthful acuity in understanding the human heart is nothing short of extraordinary. It appears that my identity remains transparent before the discerning eyes of the young master. With a wry smile, Li Ru shook his head and respectfully addressed Yuan Yao. I am Li Ru, also known as Li Wen Yuan, and I pay my respects to you, young master Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao stepped forward to assist Li Ru to his feet, saying, Please rise, sir. Since you have graced my residence, you are now my honored guest. I have instructed my servants to prepare a banquet. Let us indulge in fine wine and engaging conversation. Your humble servant shall comply with your wishes, Li Ru replied. Su Shu could perceive that his lord intended to win over Li Ru. He harbored no discontent towards Yuan Yao's actions. Rather, he admired them. While Li Ru had indeed committed a grave offense by assassinating the young emperor, was he not, in essence, a murderer himself? Is the life of a sovereign more valuable than that of the common people? In Su Shu's perspective, Li Ru's actions were all in service of his lord, Dong Zhuo. If blame were to be assigned, it should rightly fall upon Dong Zhuo's shoulders. Yuan Yao had initially intended to introduce Su Shu to his military and civil subordinates. But with Li Ru's unexpected presence, the banquet transformed into an intimate gathering of three. He could wait to introduce Li Ru to his retinue after successfully winning him over. As the wine flowed and the conversation deepened, Yuan Yao remarked to Li Ru, Since the chaos in Chang'an, the world has presumed you to be deceased. I surmise you had long devised this scheme to escape your predicament, did you not? Li Ru took a sip of wine and nodded, saying, Ever since Lord Dong became infatuated with Diao Chan, drifting apart from Lord Wan, I knew the demise of the Shiliang army was imminent. Lord Dong's obstinacy rendered my countless strategies futile in reversing the situation. I should have perished alongside him to fulfill my loyalty, yet his actions have deeply disappointed me, and I refused to accompany him to death. Thus, I feigned illness to avoid court, discreetly extricating myself from this tumultuous place of Chang'an, seeking refuge as far away as possible. In the midst of the ceaseless turmoil in the central plains, the only sanctuary left for me was Jiangdong. By the time Lord Wen executed Lord Dong, I was already residing in Wu Commandery. The Li Ru who fell victim to Wang Yun was merely a substitute. My family and I thrived in Wu Commandery, wishing to remain untouched by conflict. Listening to Li Ru's lament, Yuan Yao nodded. With the ongoing strife in the central plains, many wise men sought refuge in Jiangdong. Among the most renowned were Zhang Zhao and Zhang Hong. Given the crimes Li Ru had committed, it was only natural for him to live in obscurity in Wu Commandery, unlike the illustrious Zhang brothers. Had it not been for my presence, Li Ru would likely have lived in anonymity for the rest of his days. As I recalled from my previous life, after the chaos in Chang'an, news of Li Ru vanished entirely from the world. Contemplating this, Yuan Yao inquired of Li Ru, Since you have chosen seclusion, why do you now seek me? Because I see hope in young Master Yuan, Li Ru replied, gazing at Yuan Yao with a sense of nostalgia. In my youth, I traveled far and wide in search of knowledge, seeking out esteemed masters. After acquiring a wealth of strategies, I aspired to be recognized for my integrity and entered the court to fulfill my life's ambitions. It was only after I sought an official position that I truly grasped the profound darkness and adversity of this world. The sovereign sells titles and ranks, while the 10 eunuchs bring turmoil to the nation and chaos to governance. Those who hold power in the court are naught but beasts in human guise. For ordinary scholars, aspiring to serve through filial piety and integrity is utterly unattainable. For us, the children of humble origins, the best fate we can hope for is to serve as mere servants to the powerful aristocracy. Yet if this is to be my destiny, I shall not resign myself to it. After several years of stagnation, I encountered Lord Dong. At that time, Lord Dong was a magnanimous hero of great valor. He led his troops to fend off foreign invaders and brought stability to the people, gradually rising to prominence in Xiliang. I devotedly assisted him, climbing step by step to the pinnacle of power. Alas, upon reaching Luoyang, everything changed. At this point, Li Ru emptied his cup in one swift motion, his expression imbued with melancholy. I had already lost hope and contemplated ending my days in Wujuan, when unexpectedly, a little Mengchang emerged there. Yuan Jingyao from Huainan, a reincarnation of Lord Mengchang. The young gentleman's spirit mirrors that of Lord Dong in his prime. However, he possesses even more vigor and cunning. The young gentleman's status far surpasses that of Lord Dong in his time. With the aid of Sun Ce, he vanquished Liu Yao, employing psychological tactics to seize the vast Jiangdong, all of which did not escape the notice of the scholars. The young gentleman's wisdom has only solidified my conviction that he is the enlightened leader I have long sought. I know that no lord in the realm could accommodate me, yet this young gentleman surely can. If he would not turn me away, Li Ru would willingly pledge his loyalty to serve him with utmost dedication. Yuan Yao understood that Li Ru spoke these words with genuine sincerity. He grasped Li Ru's hand tightly and sincerely declared, Mr. Wenyu, I am truly delighted that you can pledge your loyalty to me. Though I, Yuan Yao, hail from a prestigious family, I am reluctant to witness our world fall into ruin at the hands of aristocratic clans. Our illustrious Huaxia should not be subjected to such a fate. I aspire to usher in a new era, an age where the common folk can live in peace and prosperity, no longer relegated to servitude for the noble families. An epoch where every individual has access to education and the enlightenment of the populace flourishes. A time when those endowed with talent can freely showcase their abilities. I beseech you, dear sir, to join me in witnessing the dawn of this new age. My lord. Upon hearing Yuan Yao's vivid depiction of a promising future, Li Ru was overwhelmed with emotion, tears cascading down his cheeks. He finally comprehended what he had long sought, not merely high office and wealth, nor lavish attire and sumptuous feasts. He yearned to empower those of humble beginnings, like himself, to shatter the shackles of fate's injustice. Alas, the strength of one man is all too insignificant, and his methods too extreme. To act recklessly, as he did while aiding Dong Zhuo, would lead to inevitable failure. Now, Li Ru has realized that only by following Yuan Yao can he achieve his lifelong aspirations. Chapter 70. A son should be like Yuan Jingyao I. Your humble servant Li Ru, pay my respects to my lord. I vow to follow you unto death. Su Shu was equally stirred by Yuan Yao's words, proclaiming, I pledge to exert all my strength and intellect to assist you in realizing your grand ambitions. Yuan Yao was taken aback by the potency of his persuasive abilities. Merely articulating a grand vision had compelled two of the finest strategists to vow their unwavering allegiance. The people of this era possess a unique brand of romance. For a singular objective, a particular task, or even a mere phrase, one may expend every ounce of effort, even at the cost of life itself. Yuan Yao assisted the two young admirers to their feet and smiled at them, stating, with the support of these two gentlemen, my grand ambitions shall surely be realized. Come, let us partake in libations. With the addition of Li Ru and Su Shu, Yuan Yao's advisory team was instantly fortified, effectively addressing the final shortcoming. He arranged for Su Shu's elderly mother and younger brother, Su Kong, to be brought to Jinling, as well as Li Ru's family, ensuring they resided there without worries, thus enabling them to serve him more effectively. Under Yuan Yao's governance, the land of Jiangdong flourished. The news of Yuan Yao's unification of Jiangdong spread far and wide, astonishing the lords of the realm. In Shudu, within the office of the Grand Minister, a diminutive yet commanding figure held court, grasping the war report that had arrived from Jiangdong. This man was none other than Xiang, the Grand Minister of the Han Dynasty, who had returned the emperor to Shudu and wielded the power of the realm. Shouchun, contemplating the report, lamented, how my vision has been clouded. I had thought that Yuan Shu, through his tyrannical oppression in Huainan, was destined for demise. Yet, I never anticipated he would sire a prodigy. Behold, Yuan Shu's son, Yuan Yao, has crossed the river with 3,000 troops and unified Jiangdong in mere months. Now, all 6 prefectures of Jiangdong lie firmly within Yuan Shu's grasp, a situation most detrimental to us. At such a tender age, Yuan Yao has achieved a remarkable feat. A son should aspire to be like Yuan Jingyao. Yuan Shu, truly, he is a fortunate man. Hearing Cao Cao's high praise for Yuan Yao, Chaoong, standing beside him, felt a surge of discontent. He spoke aloud. Father, half of the 6 counties of Jiangdong are already under Yuan Shu's control, and Yuan Yao has only taken 3 of them. If you grant me 3,000 soldiers, I shall help you seize Shuzhou. Chaoong, the eldest son of Cao Cao, was a young prodigy, excelling in both literature and martial arts. Cao Cao held a deep affection for Chaoong, nurturing him as his heir. He believed his son possessed the potential of a great general. However, he did not think Chaoong could capture Shuzhou with merely 3,000 troops. The situation in Shuzhou was far more precarious than that of the 3 counties in Jiangdong. Were Bu and Liu Bei to be underestimated? They were not to be compared with the likes of Liu Yao or Yan Baihu. Not to mention that even if Chaoong were to lead 3,000 men into battle, it would be a formidable challenge. Even Cao Cao himself, commanding 30,000, might not secure victory. Cao Cao regarded Chaoong's words as a jest, and, with a smile, encouraged him. Though my son is brave, your time in the military is still short. You must accumulate experience. After you and I have participated in a few more great battles, I shall surely allow you to command your own troops. Thank you for your guidance, father. I understand, Chaoong replied, though inwardly he harbored a sense of dissatisfaction. Wasn't Yuan Yao also merely a second-generation heir? His experience in warfare might not even surpass his own. If Yuan Yao could lead troops to conquer counties, how was he inferior? Chaoong resolved that in the next great battle, he would perform splendidly, earning his father's admiration and proving to the soldiers that he was no less than Yuan Yao. Cao Cao's strategist, Sun Yu, discerned Chao Ang's discontent and addressed Cao Cao respectfully. Currently, in the land of Jiangnan, Yuan Yao is being spoken of in almost mythical terms. Said to possess the spirit of Meng Changjun, excelling in both culture and martial prowess, a genius of our time. In my humble opinion, this is merely Yuan Shu creating momentum for Yuan Yao. Yuan Shu, having acquired the imperial seal from Sun Ce, undoubtedly harbored ambitions of usurpation. To undertake such a heinous act, one must first seek auspicious signs. The various extraordinary manifestations attributed to Yuan Yao were, in truth, fabrications orchestrated by Yuan Shu. Claims of an army of 3,000 conquering Jiangdong were likely mere bluster. Yuan Yao's acquisition of 3 commanderies was primarily reliant on Sun Ce, a general under Yuan Shu's command. Regrettably, at the pinnacle of his achievements, Sun Ce brazenly rebelled, ultimately suffering defeat and fleeing. A truly lamentable turn of events. After hearing Sun Yu's counsel, Chaoang felt considerably reassured. Indeed, with the battle-hardened Sun Ce having subdued Jiangdong, that seemed more plausible. What prowess could Yuan Yao possibly possess? He was merely reaping the rewards of others' labor. Cao Cao raised his hand and declared, enough of discussing Yuan Yao for now. Regardless of how Jiangdong was acquired, it is undeniably Yuan Shu's accomplishment. With Yuan's power swelling to such an extent, it is imperative that we impose limitations. I propose we raise an army to confront Yuan Shu. What are your thoughts, gentlemen? As soon as Cao Cao finished speaking, his strategist Guo Jia interjected, my lord. This is not the opportune moment to assault Yuan Shu. Compared to him, Elbu and Shuzhou poses a far more pressing threat. Should we recklessly engage Yuan Shu and Elbu attacks us, we would find ourselves besieged on both fronts. Our strategy should be to first eliminate Elbu, and only then turn our attention to Yuan Shu. Sun Yu added, as Yuan Shu's ambitions for usurpation grow, so too will his arrogance. Why not wait until he openly declares himself sovereign and rally the lords of the realm to confront him? One cannot help but acknowledge the formidable assembly of strategists surrounding Cao Cao, with the likes of Sun Yu, and Guo Jia. Their discourse provided a nearly comprehensive analysis of the prevailing state of affairs. Cao Cao nodded and remarked, very well. Let our forces temporarily conserve their strength and allow Yuan Shu to bask in his glory for a while longer. It must be said that Yuan Shu was indeed quite pleased with himself at present. He had received news in Shouchun regarding Yuan Yao's remarkable conquest of Jiangdong, which initially left him in a state of bewilderment, swiftly followed by uncontainable joy. Yuan Shu could scarcely believe that his son would deliver such a delightful surprise. He had assumed Yuan Yao was merely training troops against the Shanwei, and even then, he harbored concerns for the safety of his beloved son. Fearing the Shanwei might inflict harm upon him, little did he know, his son was exceedingly formidable, having consecutively vanquished Yan Baihu, Wang Lang, Lu Yao, and Sun Ce, thereby securing the entirety of Jiangdong. How had he failed to recognize such prowess in his own son before? The accomplishments of Yuan Yao left not only Yuan Shu astounded, but also his numerous civil and military subordinates utterly speechless and profoundly shocked. Their own young master, leading merely 3,000 men across the river, subdued Jiangdong? Such a feat seemed utterly preposterous. Was Jiangdong truly easy to conquer? For Yuan Shu's retinue, it was evidently a daunting challenge. If it were simple, Yuan Shu's arrogance would not have allowed Lu Yao and Yan Baihu to persist for so many years. What could not be achieved by the full might of Huainan, Yuan Yao accomplished with just 3,000 men. The ministers under Yuan Shu found themselves at a loss for words to adequately describe Yuan Yao's extraordinary exploits. Upon learning of this, Xiang felt a deep sense of gratification. He had not erred in his judgment. Indeed, his young master was a true leader of his time. The abilities of the young master far surpassed those of the Lord. Although the Lord had been tyrannical in Huainan, wreaking havoc and causing chaos, as long as the young master was present, Huainan would surely experience a renaissance. Yang Hong, the strategist of Yuan Shu, gradually regained his composure from the shock and exclaimed exuberantly to Yuan Shu, the pacification of Jiangdong by the esteemed young master Jing Yao is a blessing for our Lord, and indeed a fortuitous omen for Huainan. Truly, this is a cause for joy and celebration. Chapter 71. May the Lord heed the will of heaven and the desires of the people, and ascend the throne as emperor. Yuan Shu, surrounded by many sycophantic ministers skilled in flattery, would not allow Yang Hong to bask in the limelight alone. The fawning courtiers chorused in unison. Bowing to Yuan Shu, our Lord is blessed with boundless fortune. We, your humble servants, extend our heartfelt congratulations. Ha ha ha. Rise, all of you. Yuan Shu could no longer suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth, laughing heartily as he gestured for the treacherous ministers to stand. Ever since he had acquired the imperial seal, fortuitous events had unfolded one after another. Even the three commanderies of Jiangdong, which he had long been unable to conquer, had been subdued by his own son. His son, Yuan Yao, who had never set foot on a battlefield, astonishingly managed to reclaim Jiangdong. What was the source of this success? Was it not the blessing and fortune bestowed upon him, Yuan Shu? Surely, it was heaven's will to assist him in seizing the realm, allowing his son to pacify Jiangdong in battle. Yuan Shu became increasingly convinced that the imperial seal was a harbinger of auspiciousness, affirming his divine mandate. If he were to refrain from declaring himself emperor, would he not be defying the decree of heaven? Yang Hong, discerning Yuan Shu's thoughts, flatteringly remarked, "My lord, the tides of fate are shifting, and divine artifacts rightfully belong to the virtuous. This is an immutable truth throughout the ages. In these tumultuous times, as the Han dynasty crumbles and various warlords vie for supremacy, the Han emperor has fallen into the clutches of the treacherous Cao Cao. It can be said that the Han dynasty is indeed doomed. A realm cannot endure a day without a ruler, nor can a nation thrive without a sovereign. Since heaven has bestowed upon you the imperial seal and granted you Jiadong, it is clear that heaven desires for you to ascend to the pinnacle of power and reign over the world. The people of Huainan hold your virtue in the highest regard. The elders of Jiangdong eagerly await the Lord's ascension. I humbly beseech the Lord to heed the will of heaven and the hearts of the people, and ascend the throne as emperor." Xiang was taken aback by these words. What is Yang Hong truly aiming for? Is he conspiring to bring harm to the Lord? Not only Yang Hong, but a host of sycophants also chimed in, urging the Lord to align with the heavenly mandate and accept the imperial title. Encouraged by the council of his ministers to claim the throne, Yuan Shu could hardly contain his delight. He recognized that not only did heaven seem to favor his ascension, but even his subordinates harbored the same intention, with the will of heaven and the hearts of the people firmly in his grasp. Was it not a matter of course for him to become emperor? Yet, the matter of the throne should not be hastily decided. Yuan Shu thought it prudent to discuss this affair with his son first. Smiling at his ministers, he declared, "I have discerned your sentiments. However, becoming emperor is no trivial matter. I must reflect upon it deeply. My son Yao has secured victories in Jiangdong, greatly uplifting our army's morale. As a father, how can I lag behind my son? Previously, Liu Bei's unprovoked aggression was truly detestable. I intend to raise an army to retaliate against Liu Bei for his unwarranted attacks. What say you?" Xiang and Yang Hong understood Yuan Shu's motives for wanting to confront Liu Bei. Yuan Yao's conquest of Jiangdong was indeed a momentous occasion, bolstering the morale of the Huainan forces. Yuan Shu felt compelled to secure a grand victory to demonstrate that his capabilities as a father were no less than those of his son. Only then would the world recognize that the Yuan family was destined for triumph. At that point, Yuan Shu's aspirations for the throne would naturally fall into place. Among the various warlords surrounding Yuan Shu, Liu Bei, with his meager forces and limited generals, appeared to be an easy target. Moreover, Liu Bei harbored a deep-seated vendetta against Yuan Shu. If not him, whom else should be dealt with? Yang Hong, with a sycophantic demeanor, responded to Yuan Shu, "My lord, your wisdom is unparalleled. This is indeed a fortuitous moment for our forces to strike at Liu Bei. I have a stratagem that may aid you in capturing Liu Bei alive. What cunning plan does De Hong possess? Pray, reveal it swiftly." Yang Hong narrowed his eyes, elegantly gesturing with his sleeve as he spoke with confidence in the hall. Liu Bei has stationed his troops at Xiaopei, with merely a few thousand soldiers under his command, which is inconsequential to our army. To extinguish Liu Bei is as simple as eating or drinking for you, my lord. However, the formidable Bu occupies Shuzhou with a powerful army. Should he lend his forces to Liu Bei, capturing him would become an arduous task. Bu is a treacherous man, swayed by profit. My lord could offer him gold, grain, and wealth to ensure his forces remain idle. Subsequently, we can easily vanquish Liu Bei. Without this formidable ally, we can then turn our sights on Bu, and Shuzhou will inevitably fall into your hands. Excellent. We shall proceed with De Hong's plan. Perhaps buoyed by Yuan Yao's acquisition of Jiangdong, Yuan Shu felt a rare sense of elation and decided to be generous this time. He commanded Han Yin to be the envoy, carrying 3,000 gold and 200,000 measures of grain to Bu. Upon receiving the wealth, Bu was naturally overjoyed and assured Yuan Shu that he would not concern himself with Liu Bei's fate, allowing Yuan Shu to confidently attack. With Bu's promise secured, Yuan Shu dispatched Ji Ling as the general, with Chen Lan and Lei Bo as his deputies, leading an army of 100,000 to assault Xiaopei. Upon learning of this development, Liu Bei hastily summoned his trusted brothers, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, to deliberate on strategies to counter the enemy. Within the city of Xiaopei, Liu Bei wore a look of concern as he addressed Guan and Zhang, saying, "Yuan Shu's son, Yuan Yao, has claimed Jiangdong. greatly enhancing Yuan Shu's military prestige. In the present day, Yuan Shu has dispatched Ji Ling to launch an assault. How shall our forces withstand this onslaught? Zhang Fei exclaimed loudly, "Brother, why augment Yuan's prestige? Ji Ling is but a minor foe. Grant me 3,000 troops, and I shall surely vanquish his rebellious army." Guan Yu, with his countenance resembling a heavy jujube, gently stroked his long beard and replied, "Third brother, in warfare, one must not merely rely on sheer bravery. Ji Ling commands an army of 100,000, advancing with great ferocity. We possess but 5,000 men. Should we engage in a frontal confrontation, we are likely to falter against Yuan's forces." Liu Bei nodded in agreement, stating, "What my second brother articulates is indeed true. The troops of Xiaopei are scant and our provisions limited, rendering us unable to withstand the enemy's advance. To extricate ourselves from this peril, we must seek the aid of Bu." Upon hearing Bu's name, Zhang Fei felt a surge of displeasure and muttered, "That traitor has enmity with our brothers. How could you expect him to come to our aid?" Liu Bei, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "In this current circumstance, Bu and I are akin to lips and teeth. He surely understands the principle that if one perishes, the other suffers. I shall compose a letter to Bu and have Sun Qian deliver it with suitable persuasion." Bu, having received funds and provisions from Yuan Shu, was initially unconcerned with Liu Bei's fate. However, upon receiving Liu Bei's correspondence, he found himself in a state of indecision. Quickly summoning Qin Gong, Bu deliberated, "Yuan Shu has provided me with resources, intending for me not to assist Liu Bei. Now, with Ji Ling's forces advancing towards Xiaopei, Liu Bei has sent envoys requesting aid. Should I rescue Liu Bei or abandon him to his fate?" Qin Gong quietly analyzed the situation for Bu, stating, "Yuan Shu has obtained the imperial seal from Sun Ce, and his son Yuan Yao has secured Jiangdong. His ambitions may extend far beyond Liu Bei. If Yuan Shu were to vanquish Liu Bei and then continue his march northward to confront our lord, how might our lord defend against such an onslaught? It appears from your words, Gong Tai, that I must rescue Liu Bei." After a moment of contemplation, Bu gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well. The provisions and funds from Yuan Shu are already in my possession. Can he compel me to relinquish them? I shall safeguard Liu Bei. And what can he do to me? Gong Tai, assemble the troops and follow me to rescue Xuanda. General Ji Ling has stationed an army of 100,000 outside the city of Xiaopei. The imposing spectacle of this vast army, with torches ablaze at night, illuminates Xiaopei as if it were day. Ji Ling, accompanied by Chun Lan and Lei Bo, observes the city and remarks to the officers, "This campaign shall be exceedingly simple for us. Xiaopei is but a trifling place. With a vigorous assault, we can reduce Liu Bei and his brothers to mere dust." Chapter 72. Bu, in his lifetime, was not fond of conflict, but rather of resolving disputes. Ji Ling, filled with ambition, yearned to eradicate Liu Bei and achieve great merit. Suddenly, a scout approached with a report, "General, Bu, leading tens of thousands of troops, has encamped to the east of Xiaopei." Upon hearing this, Ji Ling's brow furrowed in concern. "Bu, what brings him here? Did he not pledge to our lord that he would not assist Liu Bei?" Chen Lan responded to Ji Ling, "If he will not aid Liu Bei, does he then intend to assist us? Bu is a man who forgets loyalty for profit. Can he truly possess such benevolence? In my estimation, Bu has pondered the matter and deemed it improper not to rescue Liu Bei, hence his advance with troops." Chen Lan's conjecture regarding Bu's intentions resonated with Ji Ling, who, enraged, bellowed, "How could that scoundrel Bu act in such a manner, having accepted benefits from the sovereign, yet failing to act in accordance with the agreed terms? This is unacceptable. I must write a letter to seek clarity." Ji Ling promptly penned a missive and dispatched it to Bu, articulating his confusion and indignation. Qin Gong, alongside Bu, perused the letter and inquired, "How does the sovereign intend to respond to Ji Ling?" Bu, grasping the letter with a smile, replied, "Having received favors from the Yuan clan, I cannot engage them in combat. However, it is indeed possible to resolve the conflict amicably. Qin Gong, please send someone to invite Liu Bei and Ji Ling to a banquet at my camp. I shall make my stance clear then." Upon receiving Bu's invitation, both Liu Bei and Ji Ling made their way to his encampment. Liu Bei, feeling compelled to attend, recognized he could not stand alone against Ji Ling likewise. Ji Ling, confronted by the alliance of Bu and Liu Bei, understood his chances of victory were slim. Thus, he too adhered to Bu's invitation and attended the feast. Liu Bei's urgency was palpable as he led Generals Guan and Zhang into the camp ahead of others. With a smile, Bu addressed Liu Bei, saying, "Xianda, my personal attendance with troops, and this banquet is to aid you. You owe me a significant favor." Should circumstances shift in the future, and I find myself in need of your assistance, I trust you will come to my aid as well. Liu Bei, maintaining his composure, respectfully assured Bu, rest assured, if such an opportunity arises, I will certainly come to your aid. Bu patted Liu Bei on the shoulder, chuckling, I merely jest. Such opportunities may not necessarily present themselves, just keep it in mind. As their conversation unfolded, Yuan Yao, a prominent general under Bu, entered the tent alongside Jiling. When Jiling encountered the three brothers Liu, Guan, and Zhang, he was momentarily taken aback, swiftly followed by a surge of anger. Lu Bu, what is the meaning of this? Inviting me to a feast to discuss significant matters, yet the ruffian is present as well? Zhang Fei, upon hearing Jiling's words, felt his temper flare. He slammed the table and retorted, You scoundrel, Jiling, how dare you insult my elder brother? What if I do? I have brought an army of 100,000 to apprehend the three of you wretches. Very well, let me deal with you first. As the tension between Jiling and Zhang Fei escalated, with hostility palpable in the air, Lu Bu bellowed, Sit down. I summoned you to discuss matters, not to engage in conflict. Both Zhang Fei and Jiling, momentarily intimidated by Lu Bu's imposing presence, fell silent. After a brief pause, Jiling finally spoke. What does Lord Wen intend to discuss? Indeed, this is the correct attitude for a discussion, Lu Bu replied, nodding with satisfaction. He addressed Liu Bei and Jiling, saying, I, in my lifetime, am not one for conflict, but rather for resolution. Xuanda is my brother, and Yuan Gong is also a dear friend of mine. Regardless of whom I assist, it feels inappropriate to me, placing me in a difficult position. In my view, whether this battle should occur or not should be left to fate. Bring me my halberd. As the Fogtian Huaji was grasped in Lu Bu's hand, the others looked on in confusion. Lu Bu instructed someone to plant the halberd at a distance near the gate, explaining to the group. The gate is 200 paces from here. If I shoot an arrow and strike the halberd's small branch, it will signify that heaven forbids your conflict. In such a case, you shall cease your hostilities. If I fail to hit, I shall withdraw my troops and no longer involve myself in your disputes. You may then slay each other at will. Should there be any dissenters, I shall consult with another party. Upon hearing Bu's words, a surge of indignation welled up within Zhang Fei. In the realm of ordinary perception, to pierce a target from 100 paces is already the hallmark of a master archer. Though Zhang Fei prided himself on his archery skills, he acknowledged that not every arrow could achieve such precision. Was Bu jesting when he claimed he could strike a small branch of the halberd from 200 paces away? Jiling secretly rejoiced, for it appeared that Bu, having been compensated, was indeed committed to the task at hand. This scheme was merely a means to silence Liu Bei. Jiling promptly responded, Very well. Let us proceed as the Marquis when suggests. We shall have no cause for regret. Zhang Fei, however, slammed his fist on the table, erupting in fury. Bu, if you wish to aid that scoundrel Jiling, then speak plainly. There is no need for this feigned camaraderie. Even if your two factions unite, I, the old Zhang, am unafraid. Bu's brow furrowed in response, having laboriously devised a plan to assist Liu Bei. Now Zhang Fei sought to undermine him. Observing the deep-seated animosity Zhang Fei harbored, Bu began to waver, contemplating whether to save Liu Bei at all. Third brother, do not act rashly. Liu Bei hastily admonished Zhang Fei and turned to Bu, stating, Let it be as General Fengxian proposes. Let a single arrow determine the will of heaven. Liu Bei was uncertain if Bu could indeed hit the small branch of the halberd. Yet he had no choice but to place his trust in him. The worst outcome would merely entail a skirmish with Jiling, which was preferable to inciting Bu and having him join forces with Jiling against them. Very well, then let you all observe closely. With no objections from either side, Bu knocked an arrow and aimed at the halberd's small branch. The arrow flew as swiftly as a meteor, striking true. It was a hit. Liu Bei's heart soared with joy. With Bu having struck true, Jiling had no justification to attack him. Bu set aside his treasured bow and smiled at Jiling, saying, General Jiling, it seems destined by the heavens. It would be wise for you to withdraw your forces back to Shouchun. Jiling fell silent for a moment before raising his gaze to Bu, replying, The renowned marksman, Lord Wen, has my admiration. However, this matter is too astonishing. Upon returning with my troops, how can my lord possibly believe such a tale? Bu chuckled, This matter is easily resolved. Allow me to compose a letter to Lord Yuan, and he will undoubtedly comprehend the situation. At that moment, Jiling realized that Bu was resolutely protecting Liu Bei. It would be neither wise nor prudent to act out of indignation and engage in battle with Bu and Liu Bei. He could only accept the letter and return to Shouchun to report to Yuan Shu. Upon reading Bu's letter, Yuan Shu cast it to the ground in a fit of rage, exclaiming, What a treacherous Fengxian! He took my provisions and now colludes with Liu Bei, mocking me with such petty tricks. Does he think my resources are so easily obtained? Now that my son Jing Yao has secured Jiangdong, I am free from worries. I shall mobilize the troops of Huainan to assault Suzhou and decisively confront those two scoundrels, Bu and Liu Bei. Seeing Yuan Shu about to act irrationally, Xiang hastily cautioned, "My lord, you must reconsider. Bu is hailed as the mightiest general under heaven, commanding exceptionally valiant troops. Liu Bei also has the formidable Zhang Fei. Should they unite their forces, it will not be an easy task for our army to achieve victory." Chapter 73. The Selection of the Crown Princess. I care not. If I do not eliminate that big-eared thief, will the world not perceive me as weak and easily bullied? Seeing Yuan Shu's unwavering determination to attack Liu Bei, Xiang found it rather challenging to dissuade him. At that moment, Yuan Shu was consumed by anger, and opposing him would undoubtedly lead to being dismissed. After careful contemplation, Xiang devised a clever strategy. He stepped forward and addressed Yuan Shu, "My lord, I have a plan that may assist you in capturing Liu Bei alive. Does Zhou Yu have a scheme as well? Pray, share it with me," Yuan Shu inquired. The plan was, indeed, straightforward. Xiang gestured with his sleeve and eloquently articulated, "Your son, Yuan Yao, possesses both literary and martial prowess, and he is of marriageable age. While you have chosen 2 concubines for him, a primary wife has yet to be determined. I have heard that the esteemed general one has a sole daughter, who has recently reached maturity. Why not seek her hand in marriage? Should the 2 families unite in such a bond, General Wen would undoubtedly take action against Liu Bei. This is a strategy of removing the barrier between kin, allowing you to eliminate Liu Bei, your formidable adversary, without the loss of a single soldier. Mr. Zhou Yu, your strategy is brilliant," Yuan Shu exclaimed, elated by Xiang's counsel. Holding the imperial seal and aspiring to dominate Jiangdong, he envisioned his eventual rise to emperorship. In that future, Yuan Yao would be the crown prince, necessitating a consort of equal stature to match his position. The daughter of Bu would be an ideal choice for the crown princess. Not only would this eliminate his foe Liu Bei, but it would also secure a fitting bride for Yuan Yao, achieving a remarkable dual benefit. The decision was settled. I shall summon Yao to Shouchun and discuss this matter thoroughly with him. If he consents, I will send envoys to Suzhou to negotiate for the marriage. Regarding Yuan Yao's marriage, there was originally no need to consult him. Yuan Shu, as the father, could have made the decision unilaterally. However, after the last incident where Yuan Shu arranged a marriage for his daughter Yuan Yao, which Yuan Yao vehemently opposed, even going so far as to publicly reject Huang Yi, this matter has left a psychological shadow over Yuan Shu. Given that this time it concerns Yuan Yao himself, his reaction would undoubtedly be even more intense. Therefore, to pursue an alliance through marriage with Bu, it is imperative to first persuade Yuan Yao. Only then can the union be realized. Consequently, Yuan Shu dispatched someone to Jinling to summon Yuan Yao back to Shouchun. Having not seen his beloved son for quite some time, Yuan Shu felt a deep sense of longing for Yuan Yao. Furthermore, Yuan Yao had taken control of several commanderies in Jiangdong, and Yuan Shu needed to reclaim authority over those regions. Days later, in Jinling, Yuan Yao was engaged in a sword duel with Su Shu in the mansion. Su Shu's swordsmanship was sharp, and Yuan Yao's prowess was not to be underestimated. The two contended for over 100 exchanges, with neither able to gain the upper hand. After more than 100 moves, Yuan Yao stepped back slightly and said to Su Shu, "Yuan Ji, let us pause here for today. We should both take a break." Upon hearing this, Su Shu sheathed his sword and bowed deeply to Yuan Yao, placing the weapon on a nearby rack. "Come, wipe your sweat." Yuan Yao casually tossed a square cloth to Su Shu and inquired, "How have you fared in managing Jiangdong affairs alongside Master Zhang Zhao these days? Is it going smoothly? How are the revenues from Jiangdong?" Wiping his brow, Su Shu replied, "The treasury of Jiangdong is abundant, with sufficient funds and resources to support your endeavors in the region. However, our primary source of income still relies on the Jiyuan Merchants Association. The tax revenue from these commanderies barely covers the daily expenses of the military. Although the Lord may sustain his troops with the income from the Merchant Guild, this is hardly a sustainable strategy. I believe that taxation is the foundation of the state." At this moment, a maidservant approached to present tea, and Yuan Yao lifted his cup to take a sip, saying to Su Shu, "You are correct, Yuan Ji. The difficulty in tax collection in Jiangdong stems from the entrenched power of the aristocratic families. They maintain private armies, consolidate land, and conceal populations, showing little regard for my authority. To resolve the taxation issues in Jiangdong, we must first address these noble families." Su Shu pondered for a moment and replied, "My lord, we cannot adopt overly harsh measures against these aristocrats of Jiangdong at this time. Should we become their enemies, They would incite rebellion in Jiangdong and seek alliances with other warlords to undermine us. In my view, it would be prudent for you to collaborate with these noble families. You could reinstate their talented members and offer them appropriate benefits in exchange for their support regarding taxation and military provisions. If we can achieve this, the taxation in Jiangdong could be put on the right track. The strategy proposed by Su Shu is emblematic of the standard interactions between warlords and the aristocratic families during the late Han Dynasty. The noble families provide the warlords with talent, troops, and resources, while the warlords elevate the status of these families, allowing them to reap greater benefits. It is a symbiotic relationship, exemplified by the actions of the brothers Yuan Shao and Yuan Shu, the triad of Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Sun Quan, who divided the realm in the previous life, also employed this model. Even at the fall of the Three Kingdoms, this profound interdependence between warlords and noble families continued unabated. Such a relationship is far from what Yuan Yao desires. Yuan Yao sought to exert complete control over his forces rather than collaborating with the aristocracy. In his perspective, aligning with the nobility would merely result in being ensnared by them, akin to quenching one's thirst with poison. While the warlords held power, the noble families beneath them dared not act recklessly. However, should an inept heir arise and encounter an ambitious noble house, the territory he had fought to secure would become a mere garment for another's benefit. Su Shu advocated for such a strategy due to the limitations of the era. Apart from forging alliances with the aristocracy, the advisors of this time could scarcely conceive of alternative solutions. Yuan Zhi, since our treasury remains sufficiently stocked, there is no need to rely on the nobility. We shall focus on our own affairs for now and refrain from excessive engagement with the gentry of Jiangdong. Given a moment to reflect, I am certain I will devise a means for them to contribute taxes. I shall obey your command. As the two conversed, Li Ru, clad in black, entered and smiled at Yuan Yao, saying, "My lord, joyous news awaits. I extend my congratulations to you. What cause for celebration does Mr. When you speak of?" Yuan Yao approached Li Ru and remarked, "Sir, I must tell you, your daily attire of black robes seems rather dreary. You ought to diversify your colors and, in doing so, your mood as well. I have lived in darkness, burdened by despair. Wearing black provides me with a sense of security," Li Ru replied with a grin. "Nevertheless, my lord's counsel is something I shall contemplate." Yuan Yao assured Li Ru, "One day, I shall ensure that you can walk proudly beneath the sun." Given the actions of Li Ru, he must still conceal his identity. Even revealing his existence to Yuan Shao's father, Yuan Shu, could result in his swift demise. Currently, Li Ru is disguised as Li Fu, with the courtesy name Wen Ru, serving as a steward closely accompanying Yuan Yao. "Sir, you have yet to share what joyful news this young master has received." The joy of our lord, of course, is the celebration of marriage. Lord Yuan has just sent word, arranging a splendid match for our lord, in the prosperous region of Jiangdong, where noble families abound. My father fears you may not be able to seize this opportunity. Indeed, the person Lord Yuan wishes to ally with is an old acquaintance of mine. Yuan Yao smiled at Li Ru. "The acquaintance you speak of, is it not the Marquis of Wan Elbu? Recently, this young master received reports of war. My father dispatched Ji Ling to lead an army of 100,000 against Liu Bei, only to return empty-handed. It is clear they were thwarted by the Marquis. Now my father wishes for me to marry Elbu's daughter, intending to use this connection to eliminate Liu Bei. Yuan Shu's campaign against Liu Bei is something Yuan Yao was already aware of. However, he did not dissuade Yuan Shu from engaging in battle. Previously, when Ji Ling led his forces against Xiaopei, he was halted by Elbu's fierce prowess. Since this conflict is unlikely to materialize, why should Yuan Yao oppose his father? Inciting his wrath? Opportunities to challenge his father must be reserved for matters of great significance. Li Ru nodded. Indeed, nothing escapes the keen eye of our lord. Yuan Yao then inquired of Li Ru, "In your esteemed opinion, should I marry Elbu's daughter or not?" Li Ru respectfully addressed Yuan Yao, stating, "I have had the privilege of working alongside Lord Wen and possess a comprehensive understanding of his character. In my humble opinion, marrying the daughter of Lord Wen would be beneficial for your highness. Indeed, while Lord Wen is capricious and often forgets loyalty in the face of profit, he is also a man who places great importance on his wife and daughters, valuing familial bonds deeply. Having wandered through life, he has but this one daughter, whom he cherishes like a precious gem. If your highness were to wed Lord Wen's daughter, it would firmly secure Lord Wen's allegiance to the Yuan family's cause. Based on my insights into Lord Wen, he is best suited to be a general rather than a sovereign. Your greatest foes in the future will be the formidable warlords like Yuan Shao and Cao Cao, rather than Lord Wen. Thus, he may indeed become a significant asset to your highness." Su Shu, upon hearing this, concurred, "Your highness, I too believe you should take Lord Wen's daughter as your wife. This way, our army can establish a stronghold in Shuzhou and contend with the various lords of the Central Plains." Both gentlemen's sentiments resonated with Yuan Yao, who responded with a smile, "My father seldom makes sound decisions. Yet, in this instance of uniting with Lord Wen, he has not failed me, which has truly garnered my admiration." The messenger who had brought the news also mentioned the urgency for your highness to return to Shouchun, as Yuan Gong had significant matters to discuss with you. "If that is the case, let us depart," Yuan Yao declared. The various prefectures of Jiangdong are now firmly established, with a cadre of capable strategists and valiant generals ensuring no complications arise. On this return to Shouchun, Yuan Yao was accompanied by only 4 great generals: Tong Fei, Tai Shirzi, Zhou Tai, and Su Xiang, with the only advisors being Su Shu and Li Ru. The remaining scholars and warriors were all left behind in Jiangdong to secure the various prefectures. A few days later, Yuan Yao returned to Shouchun and visited his father at Yuan Shu's residence. Upon seeing his beloved son, Yuan Shu joyfully rose to his feet and patted Yuan Yao on the shoulder, exclaiming, "What a fine lad! Truly, you are my son. You set out to conquer the Shanhua, yet you quietly seized the entire Jiangdong. You have indeed inherited your father's prowess." Haraha, Yuan Yao mused to himself. "If only I possessed your charisma, not only would I fail to conquer Jiangdong, but I might not even be able to safeguard the lands of Huainan." Despite his thoughts, he replied to Yuan Shu, "Father, my success in Jiangdong is entirely reliant on your support and the esteemed reputation of our Yuan family's 4 generations of 3 dukes. Wherever I tread, the enemy falters in fear, all of which stems from their dread of your martial prowess. My acquisition of Jiangdong is solely due to your immense fortune and the fortuitous fate of the Yuan family. In my humble opinion, the credit for this victory belongs to you. Father, how could I dare claim it for myself?" Understanding his father's fondness for flattery, Yuan Yao expressed himself more lavishly. With this praise, Yuan Shu's spirit soared, and he smiled at Yuan Yao, saying, "Though you speak highly, my son, your contributions are not to be overlooked. Truly, you are the pride of the Yuan family. Yao, I have summoned you back for 2 matters to discuss. The first matter concerns the governance of the several prefectures in Jiangdong." Yuan Yao thought to himself, "Here it comes. The old skeleton king indeed seeks to demand the prefectures from me." Yuan Shu desired Jiangdong, yet Yuan Yao could not acquiesce. He addressed Yuan Shu, "Father, these prefectures were conquered by me. Should they not be entrusted to my governance?" Yuan Shu solemnly addressed Yuan Yao, saying, "The reasoning is sound, yet you remain rather youthful. The gentry of Jiangdong is numerous, and the depths of its waters are unfathomable. I fear you may struggle to navigate them. It would be wiser for you to entrust the various prefectures of Jiangdong to me, and I shall assist you in their governance." Yuan Yao inquired, "How do you intend to aid me in managing Jiangdong?" With a sense of pride, Yuan Shu responded, "I possess a multitude of talented individuals at my command, such as Yang Hong, Li Yi, Han Yin, and Zheng Han to oversee civil affairs, while Li Feng, Lu Jiu, Chen Lan, and Lei Bo will handle military matters. With this arrangement, the region of Jiangdong shall undoubtedly be as stable as Mount Tai and fortified like an impregnable fortress." Upon hearing the names of these individuals, Yuan Yao grimaced. Should these men govern Jiangdong, his ambitions for the region would be utterly thwarted. Even in the absence of rebellion, it would devolve into a mere puppet of the powerful families, leaving the common folk in dire straits. If that were to transpire, what use would it be for him to seize Jiangdong? It would be better to let Sun Ce take control, as the citizens of Jiangdong might then suffer less. Yuan Yao respectfully stated, "Father speaks with great wisdom, and I admire your insight. However, you are destined for greater achievements. And I not only wish to assist you in safeguarding Jiangdong, but also aspire to help govern more provinces in the future. If I cannot even manage Jiangdong, how can I claim to aspire for the world? In my humble opinion, it would be more prudent for you to allow me to take charge of Jiangdong as a means of honing my skills. By successfully governing Jiangdong, I shall be able to alleviate your burdens in the future." After considering Yuan Yao's perspective, Yuan Shu found merit in his son's words. Indeed, his son was making sense. Who was he, after all? He was Yuan Gonglu, a descendant of 4 generations of high officials, wielding the imperial seal and favored by the heavens. He was destined to ascend to the throne, perhaps even within these next 2 years. As a father, how can Yuan Shao expect his son to govern the provinces without understanding the intricacies of administration? This thought led Yuan Shao to realize that perhaps he had been somewhat petty. Indeed, he was thinking too small. As one poised to become an emperor, how could he covet even the few counties held by his son? To aspire to the throne, one must possess the grand vision befitting an emperor. With a sweeping gesture, Yuan Shao addressed Yuan Yao, my son speaks wisely. In order for your father to achieve great undertakings in the future, I must cultivate you diligently. You shall embark on your endeavors in Jiangdong without hesitation. Should any issues arise, I shall bear the weight for you. Any difficulties can be shared with me. Yuan Yao thought to himself that his father was rather easy to persuade, having been successfully swayed by his words. This was precisely the outcome he desired. It was far preferable for his father to be influenced by him rather than by others. Father, while Jiangdong is stabilizing and we are not lacking in talent, we are indeed short on financial resources. Furthermore, the equipment of the soldiers in Jiangdong is quite inadequate. I humbly request your support in providing some arms and armor. Yuan Shao waved his hand dismissively and replied, these are mere trifles. My troops in Huainan are well-equipped and well-fed. What are a few sets of armor and provisions to me? Very well. I shall first provide you with 100,000 measures of grain and 30,000 sets of armor and weapons. If this proves insufficient in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. Hearing this, Yuan Yao was elated and bowed deeply to Yuan Shao, expressing his gratitude. I am deeply thankful, father. Chapter 75. The Withered Bones in the Tomb, truly a name worthy of its reputation. Excellent, with a clever ruse. He not only safeguarded the 3 counties of Jiangdong but also secured a substantial supply of provisions. His father, indeed, was exceedingly wealthy. But wait, I have not finished. Yuan Shao continued. At these words, Yuan Yao felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Sensing that the promised supplies and weaponry might not be as easily obtained as he hoped. What trickery was his father concocting now? Only the 3 commanderies of Wu County, Kuaiji and Yuzhong, are insufficient to hone my son's governance skills over provinces. As a father, I intend to entrust the commanderies of Lujiang and Danyang to you as well. What are your thoughts on this? Goodness, has my father truly become so generous? Yuan Yao found it difficult to comprehend the thought process of the skeletal king. With the addition of these 2 commanderies, 5 out of the 6 commanderies in Jiangdong would be under his command. This is advantageous. The sooner my father entrusts the governance of these provinces to me, the sooner the common folk can be liberated. Otherwise, the people of Jiangdong would suffer alongside the skeletal king Yuan Shu. Why has father chosen to bestow these 2 commanderies upon me? Yuan Shu waved his hand and replied, these 2 commanderies are not entirely yours to govern. I have appointed Lu Sun as the governor of Lujiang, and he shall have command over the troops and resources there. Now that you have matured, I believe you can learn much from Lu Sun and work together to manage Lujiang effectively. Discuss matters regarding Lujiang with Lu Sun. As for Danyang, I have entrusted this commandery to Zhe Rong. You should confer with Zhe Rong regarding the affairs of Danyang. With the assistance of these 2 talented individuals, my son, managing these 2 commanderies will be a mere trifle. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to consult the wise Lu Sun and Zhe Rong. Upon hearing their names, Yuan Yao felt overwhelmed. Truly, the bones in the tomb are not to be underestimated. His father's discerning eye for talent is remarkably astute. How could he entrust the governance of his provinces to such potential calamities? To speak of Lu Sun, he is a man of mediocre capability but vast ambition. Stationed in Lujiang, he bears arms with an air of authority, presenting a facade of loyalty to Yuan Shu while subtly exhibiting a tendency to heed his own counsel over commands issued. Perhaps the old man was overly confident in his own prestige, believing that Lu Sun would never betray him. As long as Lu Sun did not openly rebel, the skeleton king would allow him to act with impunity in Lujiang. Such a person is akin to a ticking time bomb. Yuan Yao, upon taking charge of Lujiang, must find a way to eliminate the threat posed by Lu Sun. As for Zhe Rong, he is no virtuous character either. A native of Danyang, Zhe Rong initially gathered hundreds to seek refuge with the governor of Shuzhou, Tao Qian, who hailed from the same district. Leveraging local connections and his eloquent tongue, Zhe Rong swiftly gained Tao Qian's trust. Tao Qian appointed him as the magistrate of Xiapi, entrusting him with significant responsibilities. However, upon assuming office, instead of wisely governing Xiapi and ensuring the welfare of the people, he resorted to rampant land expropriation and unscrupulous plundering. Aligning himself with the local gentry, Zhe Rong amassed immense wealth at the expense of the common folk. Subsequently, he embarked on an extravagant campaign to construct Buddhist temples and cast statues of the Buddha, all made of brass and gilded with gold, adorned in sumptuous silks. He even organized monthly bathing the Buddha festivals, lavishly spending vast amounts of gold and silver to host feasts for these events. As Cao Cao launched his assault on Shuzhou, instilling fear among its populace, Zhe Rong saw this as an opportune moment to enrich himself. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Amidst Cao Cao's massacre of the city and the slaughter of its citizens, Zhe Rong scurried about, committing murder and theft. He first assassinated Zhou Yu, the governor of Guangling. and fled to Yangzhou. Then, employing cunning tactics, he killed Zhu Hao, the governor of Yuzhong, seized control of Yuzhong, and nominally acknowledged Liu Yao as his lord. Later, when Yuan Yao launched an offensive against Jiangdong, vanquishing Yin Baihu and Wang Lang, and advanced his forces towards Yuzhong, Zhe Rong, recognizing his inferiority against Yuan Yao's elite troops, promptly abandoned Yuzhong and fled. Yuzhong was stripped of his position by Yuan Yao, while Zhe Rong arrived in Shouchun laden with considerable wealth, offering his assets to Yuan Shu in exchange for an official position. Zhe Rong was indeed a person of talent, possessing eloquence and presenting Yuan Shu with treasures worth hundreds of millions. Such a sycophant was precisely what Yuan Shu favored. Consequently, with a grand gesture, Yuan Shu appointed Zhe Rong as the governor of Danong, instructing him to choose an auspicious day to assume office. However, Zhe Rong had not held this position for long. Yuan Yao perceived that this individual posed a threat no less significant than Lu Sun. This fervent believer in violence and avarice would undoubtedly wreak havoc on the populace of Danong, just as he had before. The citizens of Danong could scarcely endure his tyranny. Yuan Yao even contemplated that addressing the issue of Zhe Rong took precedence over Lu Sun. This thought left Yuan Yao feeling quite distressed. His father's domain was substantial, yet it seemed riddled with pitfalls. Aside from the 3 prefectures he had seized in Jiangdong, there was not a single region that offered him solace. Alas, these troubles were of his father's making. Thus, the son must bear the father's debts. He could not simply disregard the consequences of his father's actions. With a sigh, Yuan Yao spoke to Yuan Shu, "Father, rest assured, I shall do my utmost to govern these 2 prefectures well." Yuan Shu replied with a smile. "Why the sigh, my son? Do not feel pressured. I know Lu Sun and Zhe Rong well. They are remarkable talents, much like Yang Hong, Shenlan, and Lei Bo. Consult them frequently for guidance. My intention in assigning you to these 2 prefectures is primarily for you to learn from these esteemed individuals." Yuan Yao felt powerless to critique his father's penchant for appointing treacherous advisors. He nodded and replied to his father, "Rest assured, Father, I know what to do." That settled the matters concerning Lu Jiang and Danyang. Now, let us turn our attention to your marriage. I wish to forge an alliance with Lord Wan by arranging for you to wed his daughter. You are aware of this, I presume? I intend to send Han Yin as an envoy to propose to Lord Wan. What do you think? If you find this agreeable, we shall proceed accordingly. Yuan Yao recalled that in his previous life, Yuan Shu had indeed sent Han Yin to seek the hand of Bu's daughter. Not only did that proposal fail miserably, but Bu also sent Han Yin to Shouchun, where Cao Cao executed him. Forming an alliance with Bu to resist Cao Cao and the other warlords of the Central Plains was a crucial strategy for Yuan Yao. Thus, obtaining Bu's daughter was paramount. Given the significance of this matter, Yuan Yao naturally could not place his hopes on the inept Han Yin. Although Yuan Yao aspired to ally with Bu against Cao Cao, he could not express this candidly to Yuan Shu. If he were to reveal the truth, given Yuan Shu's folly, it could easily turn a fortuitous opportunity into a disaster. After some contemplation, Yuan Yao smiled and said to Yuan Shu, "Father, I am indeed pleased that you are seeking a marriage for me. However, I have never laid eyes on Bu's daughter, nor do I know if she is beautiful. What if she is an eyesore? Surely, I cannot ask Bu to annul the engagement." Yuan Shu waved his hand dismissively. "You need not worry about the appearance of Bu's daughter, Yaoer. It is widely said, among men, Bu, among horses, the red hair, regardless of Bu's brutish nature. He is certainly handsome. I can only assume his daughter possesses some measure of beauty as well." "That may not necessarily be the case," Yuan Yao replied. "For both Uncle Benchu and father are the offspring of grandfather. Why is it that my father is strikingly handsome, while my uncle, Yuan Benchu, appears rather unsightly?" Chapter 76. Gongjin. As gentlemen, we must accept our losses in wagers. To speak frankly, Yuan Shao's appearance is by no means inferior to that of Yuan Shu. In fact, when it comes to demeanor and authority, he surpasses Yuan Shu. However, Yuan Yao is well aware that his father has always held Yuan Shao in disdain, and it is certain that his father would praise himself while belittling Yuan Shao. Indeed, when Yuan Yao mentioned Yuan Shao, contempt flickered in Yuan Shu's eyes. Yuan Shao is merely a son born of a concubine. How can he be compared to your father? Remember, my son, we are the legitimate heirs of the Yuan family. As for Yuan Benchu, he is nothing more than a family servant, and I shall deal with him in due time. The Skull King, truly. His arrogance knows no bounds. Yuan Shu remained steadfast, not disappointing Yuan Yao. Nodding in agreement, Yuan Yao replied, Yes, father is absolutely correct. I intended to convey just that. If Bu's daughter is not beautiful, I would never consider marrying her. We, father and son, are affluent in Huainan and Jiangdong. What kind of beauty do we not possess? How can you not understand this simple truth? Yuan Shu lamented his son's fixation on Bu's daughter's looks. Recognizing that Yuan Yao still lacked the maturity and perspective that he himself possessed. What do you intend to do then? Will you marry Bu's daughter or not? Father, whether I marry Bu's daughter depends on whether I find her pleasing to the eye. I would suggest accompanying Han Yin to Shuzhou to meet her. If she truly is a beauty, we can proceed to arrange the marriage. The young master personally set forth, demonstrating the Yuan family's earnest regard for this matrimonial alliance. Yuan Shu pondered for a moment, conceding that his son's words held merit. His beloved son, possessing such striking charm and elegance, bore a resemblance to his own youthful grace. Surely, Bu and his daughter would acquiesce to this union upon seeing Yao. Very well, in a few days, you shall accompany Han Yin. I shall dispatch Generals Chunlan and Lei Bo to ensure your safety. Upon hearing their names, Yuan Yao felt a wave of exasperation. Father, I thank you. But are you concerned that I might perish too swiftly? With these two rebellious spirits by my side, I would constantly need to remain on guard. That would be exceedingly taxing. Yuan Yao bowed to Yuan Shu, saying, Thank you, Father, but I already have formidable warriors under my command. I would prefer to select my own escorts. Oh, Yuan Shu replied, how can your subordinates compare to Qianlan and Lei Bo? These exceptional generals are the pillars I have entrusted to you. Cultivating a good rapport with them will prove advantageous. Yuan Yao awkwardly smiled and replied, Perhaps another time, Father. I shall defer this matter. Very well, do as you wish. Be cautious on your journey. Upon your return from Shuzhou, I shall host a banquet in your honor. Son obeys. With that, Yuan Yao bid farewell to Yuan Shu and returned to his estate. With a few days remaining before his journey to Shuzhou, Yuan Yao's first task was to visit Zhou Yu. Prior to his expedition to Jiangdong, Yuan Yao had made a wager with Zhou Yu. Now, having returned triumphantly, he was the victor of this bet. As he strolled to Zhou Yu's courtyard, he was greeted by the enchanting sound of a guqin emanating from within. Piunsho, stationed before the courtyard, upon seeing Yuan Yao, immediately bowed and said, I pay my respects, my lord. Shu. Yuan Yao interjected, raising a finger to signal Piunsho to silence. He then lowered his voice and inquired, Is Zhui behaving himself lately? Piunsho responded, Young Master Zhu has exhibited no irregularities of late. He dines and rests punctually each day. Upon learning of General SNC's defeat, he remained remarkably composed. Very well, Yuan Yao replied. You shall continue your watch here. I will go inside for a moment. Gently, Yuan Yao pushed the door open and beheld Zhui, clad in a flowing white robe, seated in the central pavilion of the courtyard, delicately playing the lute. His younger sister, Yuan Miao, rested her chin on one hand, gazing at Zhui like an enamored admirer, her eyes seemingly unable to divert from him. Observing this scene, Yuan Yao felt a pang of melancholy. Here he was, engaged in fierce battles in GNGD-ing alongside SNC and Li Yao, entangled in a web of conflict and treachery. Meanwhile, Zhui appeared to be living a life of serene bliss. How laborious his own existence seemed in comparison. To add insult to injury, Zhui had audaciously captured his sister's heart in his absence. If Zhui were to fail in his service to him, it would be a grave disservice to his own loss. Ahem. Yuan Yao cleared his throat, and the music from Zhui's lute came to an abrupt halt. Yuan Miao, pulled from the enchanting melody, turned to see her elder brother. She quickly rose, a touch of nervousness in her demeanor, and addressed Yuan Yao, Elder brother, when did you return? You didn't inform me, and I could have come to greet you. Yuan Yao smiled. Does my dear Miao still remember her elder brother? I see that with young Master GNGJN around, you no longer hold your elder brother in such regard. How could it be otherwise? In my heart, the most important person is my elder brother. My brother is handsome and elegant, possessing both literary and martial prowess, unmatched in the world. No one in this realm can compare. Just wait, my brother. I shall prepare some delightful dishes for you. With a lively skip, Yuan Yao exited Zhou Yu's courtyard. Zhou Yu also rose and addressed Yuan Yao. Zhou Yu pays his respects to the young master. Yuan Yao, with a semblance of a smile, regarded Zhou Yu and said, Gong Jin, as gentlemen, we must acknowledge our wagers and accept defeat. What should you call me? Zhou Yu pondered for a moment, then bowed deeply, saying, I, Zhou Yu, pay my respects to my lord. Haha, that is precisely correct. It is not in vain that my younger sister harbors such deep affection for you. Yuan Yao observed the bond between his sister Yuan Miao and Zhou Yu, and he held no objections to it. His sister would eventually marry, rather than being used as a pawn by Yuan Shu to wed a noble scion. It is better for her to pursue her own happiness. As for Zhou Yu as a brother-in-law, Yuan Yao found him to be acceptable. Gong Jin, please sit. Let us enjoy tea while we converse. A maidservant stepped forward to serve fragrant tea to the two gentlemen. Yuan Yao raised his teacup and addressed Zhou Yu. Gong Jin, you are already aware of the affairs in Jiangdong. Was this outcome within your expectations? I never imagined that brother Bu Zhi would be defeated at the hands of my lord. Zhou Yu spoke softly. It is said that my lord's ease in conquering Jiangdong is due to fortune, relying on the Yuan family's influence. Yet I alone understand that to overcome Bu Zhi and seize Jiangdong from the hands of numerous formidable rivals requires extraordinary strategy and valor. The hardships endured cannot merely be encapsulated by the notion of luck. Such an achievement, even I, Zhou Yu, might not be able to accomplish. Yuan Yao placed the teacup upon the stone table and remarked with a smile, Gong Jin, you remain excessively modest. I am convinced that if you were to face Sun Ce in battle, he would be no match for you. Your address to me as Lord brings me great joy. However, I am curious as to whether you honor me as your sovereign in name only, or if you genuinely pledge your allegiance and loyalty to me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu immediately rose to his feet and bowed respectfully to Yuan Yao, saying, though I am not a sage of ancient times, I understand the importance of trust and keeping one's word. Having acknowledged you as my lord, I assure you of my unwavering loyalty. I shall dedicate my utmost efforts and intellect to your great cause, without any regrets until my last breath. Excellent. Yuan Yao also stood, grasping Zhou Yu's hand firmly. Gong Jin, I have faith in you. I wish to appoint you as the Grand Commander of the Jiangdong Navy, granting you an elite force of 20,000 troops to establish the naval forces of Jiangdong. What are your thoughts on this? Chapter 77. The Marquis of Jinling. The establishment of a naval fleet was of paramount importance to Yuan Yao. With a formidable navy at his command, he could launch surprise attacks on Jingzhou and Suzhou via the waterways, while also securing the Yangtze River, much like Sun Zhongmo did in his previous life, becoming a local sovereign in Jiangdong. Of course, retreat was not an option Yuan Yao would consider, yet it provided a potential fallback. The day the navy was formed would signify Yuan Yao's invincibility, even if his father were to recklessly proclaim himself emperor and Cao Cao led an army against him. Crossing the Yangtze would prove exceedingly difficult. Zhou Yu looked momentarily taken aback, astonished as he gazed at Yuan Yao. I have only just pledged my fealty to you, and yet you offer me military command? Yuan Yao gazed sincerely at Zhou Yu and replied with a smile. To employ a person is to trust them. To doubt them is to dismiss them. I regard you as a man of great talent, and I believe you shall not disappoint me. Upon hearing Yuan Yao's words, Zhou Yu felt a lump in his throat, and tears nearly welled in his eyes. In the vast expanse of the world, which lord possesses such admirable ambition, who could truly be a confidant? Aside from Yuan Yao, it seems unlikely that another exists. Even his closest companion, brother Bo Fu, could hardly understand him as deeply as Yuan Yao does. Moreover, Yuan Yao's victory over Sun Ce in Jiangdong was achieved with honor, leaving Zhou Yu without any grounds for complaint. Both emotionally and rationally, he ought to pledge unwavering loyalty to Yuan Yao. Zhou Yu bowed deeply to Yuan Yao and declared, having received your esteemed trust, I shall devote myself entirely to crafting an invincible navy for you. Haha, Gong Jin, focus on training the navy. There is no need for such self-sacrifice. I hope you live well to provide me with your wisdom, Yuan Yao replied to Zhou Yu. Gong Jin, Yuan Yao continued. Now that the various prefectures of Jiangdong have been pacified, my father has granted me the authority to govern Jiangdong and has entrusted me with the administration of both Lujiang and Danyang. What do you suggest I do next? Zhou Yu advised Yuan Yao. Now that you have secured Jiangdong, you must first establish your rightful name. You can present a memorial to the court, requesting to be appointed as general of the Eastern Expedition and the inspector of Yangzhou, as well as the Marquis of Wu. In doing so, you will gain the authority to open a government office, allowing you to legitimately control Jiangdong and bestow official titles upon your civil and military subordinates. Subsequently, you may connect with the local gentry of Jiangdong, build your strength, and await the opportune moment to expand your influence. Whether aiming northward for Suzhou or westward for Jingzhou, both strategies hold immense strategic significance for you. Yuan Yao smiled at Zhou Yu and said, your counsel is indeed excellent. However, I am not particularly fond of the title Marquis of Wu. I would prefer to be called the Marquis of Jinling. From this day forth, I shall assume the esteemed position of Governor of Yangzhou and Marquis of Jinling. As for the powerful clans and aristocrats of Jiangdong, among them lurk those with nefarious ambitions. Now is not the opportune moment to forge alliances with them. Upon my return from Suzhou, I shall address them at a more suitable time. Submitting a petition for an official post is merely a formality for Yuan Yao. The court must acquiesce, for if it does not, Yuan Yao shall consider its silence as consent. Presently, The 6 commanderies of Yangzhou are firmly in the grasp of the Yuan family. A mere proclamation to the populace will suffice to solidify this office. As for the court in Shouchun under Cao Cao's dominion, it holds no bearing. That is of no consequence. The traitor Cao has seized the Son of Heaven, seeking to usurp the Han dynasty for his own gain. Can one trust the words of such a villain? This title of mine is bestowed by the Emperor's secret edict and is beyond the ken of the traitorous Cao. If he possesses the audacity, let him come forth to confront me. Having established his position, Yuan Yao continued to address Zhou Yu. Gongjin, while I journey to Shuzhou, you shall remain in Jinling to train the naval forces. Should any matters arise, you may confer with Master Zijing and General Chen Dao. I entrust all affairs of Jiangdong to you, my loyal ministers. Zhou Yu bowed deeply, responding, I understand, and shall not fail the trust placed in me by my lord. My lord, I have one more request. Gongjin, your request pertains to the marriage of my younger sister, does it not? Yuan Yao replied with a smile. The Zhou family is indeed a prestigious lineage, and your status poses no obstacle. I have observed the mutual affections between you and my sister. Once I have wed the daughter of Bu, I shall officiate your union. I am deeply grateful, my lord. The news of Yuan Yao declaring himself general of the Eastern Expedition, governor of Yangzhou, and marquis of Jinling swiftly spread throughout the realm. Holding the territory of Yangzhou and esteemed as a marquis, Yuan Yao has risen to prominence as one of the newly appointed lords of the Han dynasty. Upon hearing this news, the lords of the realm expressed their sentiments. Cao, upon receiving Yuan Yao's petition for an official position in Shouchun, inquired of his trusted advisors. What say you, gentlemen? Should we grant Yuan Yao's request for an official title and marquisate? Bu Zhi replied, my lord. Yangzhou is already under the control of the Yuan family. Regardless of your consent, Yuan Yao is undeniably the true governor of Yangzhou. With formidable enemies surrounding our forces, the greatest threat lies with Yuan Shao. It is unwise to cultivate further adversaries. In my humble opinion, it would be more prudent to accede to Yuan Yao's wishes and placate the Yuan family. Once our forces have rejuvenated and we have captured Shuzhou, we can then turn our attention to Huainan. Sun Yu concurred, I wholeheartedly support the words of my esteemed colleague. Seeing that his advisors were in agreement to bestow an official title upon Yuan Yao, Cao nodded, very well, I shall comply with Yuan Yao's request. With both Yuan Shu and Yuan Yao as dual marquises dominating Jiangdong, it is sufficient to arouse the vigilance of the lords across the realm. We need not rush to deal with Yuan Shu at this moment. Cao's analysis of the situation was astute. Upon learning that both Yuan Shu and Yuan Yao wielded significant power, with ample troops and provisions, many lords grew unsettled. Among the most aggrieved was Yuan Shao. Residing in Yi City, his son Yuan Xiang proclaimed, Father, I have heard that the court has conferred upon Yuan Yao the title of governor of Yangzhou and the marquisate of Jinling. You, who command 3 provinces, have not received such ostentation. What merit does Yuan Shu possess to warrant this? If this continues, the world will come to regard Yuan Shu as the legitimate heir of the Yuan clan, the one to whom all eyes turn. Eldest son Yuan Tan remarked, Father, Yuan Yao's arrogance is truly excessive. I cannot accept it. Not only Yuan Xiang and Yuan Tan felt this way, but Yuan Shao also harbored a deep-seated resentment. As a branch of the Yuan family, he had endured oppression from Yuan Shu since childhood, often belittled and scorned as a mere illegitimate son. Yuan Shao bore this humiliation until his father Yuan Feng adopted him, bestowing upon him the status of a legitimate heir to his childless uncle, Yuan Xiang. This transformation in identity allowed Yuan Shao to inherit Yuan Cheng's political resources, forge alliances with influential figures, and attract talented individuals, gradually elevating his standing within the Yuan family above that of Yuan Shu. Now, having secured prosperity in the affluent regions of Hebei, he had become one of the most formidable lords in the realm. He believed he had irrevocably overshadowed Yuan Shu, only to discover that Yuan Shu's son, Yuan Yao, had, within mere months, captured Jiangdong and gained the illustrious reputation of Yuan Jingyao of Huainan, a reincarnation of Ming Changjun. What an exceptional child this is. How fortunate it would be if he were my own son. Should either Xinzi or Xinfu achieve even a fraction of Yuan Yao's accomplishments, Yuan Shao would not hesitate to designate them as his heir. Alas, such a remarkable youth is merely his nephew, a fact that stirs discomfort within Yuan Shao's heart. Yuan Shao fathered many sons, while Yuan Shu had but one. This had once been a source of great pride for Yuan Shao. The illustrious Yuan family, boasting 4 generations of 3 ministers, was ultimately to be upheld by his lineage. Yet now it appeared that all his sons combined did not measure up to Yuan Shu's solitary offspring. Chapter 78. Yuan Yao arrives in Shuzhou. Yuan Shao spoke solemnly to his sons. Yuan Yao's elevation to nobility is well-deserved for reasons of his own. As members of the Yuan clan, you ought to earnestly observe and learn from him, to see how Yuan Yao conducts himself. If you possess even half of Yuan Yao's abilities, it would be sufficient to satisfy your father. Little does Yuan Yao know that he has become the other people's child in Yuan Shao's eyes. Listening to Yuan Shao praise Yuan Yao, Yuan Tan, and Yuan Xiang, they felt a sense of indignation. They all exclaimed to Yuan Shao, "Father, grant us a cavalry, and we too can expand your territories." Indeed, Yuan Yao has merely acquired a few commanderies in Jiangdong. What is there to boast about? I would gladly lead an expedition to Yuzhou and assist you in vanquishing Gongsun Zan. The strategist Guotu, ever obsequious, added to Yuan Shao, "My lord, the young gentlemen are indeed correct. Your sons are all exceptional, their capabilities no less than those of Yuan Yao. The only reason Yuan Yao has garnered such renown is due to the lack of opportunity for your sons. In my humble opinion, it would be prudent for you to assign each of them control over a province's military and civil affairs. They would undoubtedly surpass Yuan Yao in their endeavors." Upon hearing this, the strategist Tian Feng was taken aback. He never anticipated that Guotu would so readily proffer insidious counsel. Tian Feng hastily stepped forward, declaring, "My lord, this matter must not come to pass. Dividing military and political power among the young gentlemen is a path to chaos. Should you, my lord, ascend to the heavens, your sons would inevitably turn against one another in a struggle for power. Would this not bring joy to your enemies and sorrow to your loved ones?" Tian Feng's insight into Yuan Shao's sons was indeed astute, yet his words were harshly candid. Upon hearing Tian Feng's remarks, Yuan Shao's expression darkened immediately. Guotu, pointing an accusing finger at Tian Feng, exclaimed, "Tian Yuanhao, how dare you? How dare you curse the Lord? This is utterly rebellious. The Lord's sons are all virtuous gentlemen, characterized by their kindness, humility, and integrity. How can you speak of them in such a manner? You are tarnishing their reputations. Are you truly a vassal of the Lord or of Yuan Shu? Every word I speak comes from the depths of my heart. All for the sake of the Lord. Enough." Yuan Shao slammed the table and declared loudly, "Tian Feng, you greatly underestimate my sons. Guotu speaks at length. And as their father, I must indeed grant them more opportunities. I shall appoint Xianxi to govern Qingzhou and Xianfu to oversee Jizhou. Once I have vanquished Gongsun Zan, I will assign Xianyi to command Yuzhou. The one who excels will be my successor." Guotu bowed deeply to Yuan Shao, his face filled with admiration, exclaiming, "My lord, you are truly wise." Tian Feng, however, shook his head in dismay, lamenting that the Lord only favors treacherous sycophants and heeds their slanderous words. What shall be done? Yuan Shu has but one son, Yuan Yao. Thus, distributing power to him poses no issue. Yet the Lord has many ambitious offspring. If this course of action continues, chaos will surely ensue in Hebei. The lords of the realm were astounded, praising, lamenting, and envying the situation surrounding Yuan Yao. Meanwhile, Yuan Yao had already embarked on his journey to Shuzhou. On this expedition, he was accompanied solely by the generals Tong Fei, Tai Shirzi, Zhou Tai, and Su Shang, along with 200 elite soldiers. As for strategists, he brought only Li Ru. In contrast, the envoy dispatched by Yuan Shu, Han Yin, arrived in Shuzhou with 10 carts of lavish gifts, making quite the grand entrance. Upon reaching Shuzhou, Yuan Yao and several generals secured a tavern for their stay. Han Yin arrived with gifts to pay his respects to El Bu. After presenting the offerings, he humbly addressed El Bu, saying, "General, you are unparalleled in heroism, the mightiest warrior in the realm. My lord holds you in the highest esteem and wishes to seek the hand of your beloved daughter in marriage, uniting our houses in a lasting alliance. My young master has also come to Shuzhou. If the esteemed Lord One is amenable, he may visit at any time. This is the utmost sincerity from my lord." El Bu nodded, considering the generous gifts from Yuan Shu, while acknowledging the significance of allowing his son to travel to Shuzhou. Recently, Yuan Yao had been gaining considerable recognition, and El Bu had heard numerous tales about him. He inquired of Han Yin, "Is your young master the one who has gallantly seized several prefectures in Jiaodong, known as Wainan's Yuan Jingyao, a reincarnation of Ming Changjun?" Han Yin affirmed, "Indeed. He is the sole heir of my lord." "Well, it seems Yuan Shu does indeed possess considerable sincerity. I have but one cherished daughter, and I must deliberate carefully on her marriage. You may return for now. Once I have made my decision, I shall meet with your young master. I shall await your favorable news, Lord One." Regarding the lifelong matter of his daughter's future, El Bu promptly retreated to his inner residence to confer with his primary wife, Lady Yin. El Bu had 2 wives and 1 concubine. His principal wife was Lady Yin, while Jiao Chan served as his concubine. After arriving in Shuzhou, he also formed an alliance with the prominent Chao family by marrying the daughter of Chao Bao as his secondary wife. Unfortunately, whether due to El Bu's own shortcomings or those of his wives and concubines, he had no sons and only one daughter, the beloved Lingqi, from his primary wife, Lady Yin. Perhaps due to the singularity of their child, Bu lavished particular affection on Lingqi. My lady, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Yin spoke softly. In military affairs, there are officials such as Gong Tai and Yuan Long to alleviate your burdens. As a mere woman, I am not versed in such matters. It is not a military concern, but rather pertains to our daughter Lingqi. Now that she has reached maturity, it is time to consider her marriage. I wish to confer with you regarding her future. Yin inquired, is my husband also troubled by Lingqi's matrimonial prospects? I intended to introduce her to some prominent young gentlemen from Shuzhou, yet Lingqi dismissed them as nothing more than dandy youths, refusing even to glance their way. Finding a suitable match who earns her esteem is no trivial task. Do you have any commendable candidates in mind? Speaking of candidates, there happens to be one. Bu pondered. Yuan Shu from Huainan has sent envoys to Shuzhou seeking to betroth his son Yuan Yao to Lingqi. Yuan Yao? Is he not the one renowned for his exploits in Jiangdong, referred to as the little Mengchong of righteousness? Indeed, that very individual. Even you are familiar with his name. Bu replied. Yin acknowledged, Yuan Yao's reputation is well known among the populace of Shuzhou. He is indeed a remarkable young man. The Yuan family possesses substantial wealth, making him a fitting match for our Lingqi. However, I wonder how many sons Yuan Shu has. Yuan Yao is his only son. If that is the case, then you may consent to the union. I have heard that Yuan Shu and his son dominate Huainan and Jiangdong, commanding a well-equipped and well-supplied army, along with the imperial seal. With Yuan Shu's might, it is only a matter of time before he claims the throne. When Yuan Shu ascended to the throne, Yuan Yao became the crown prince. Our daughter has the prospect of becoming the empress, even if she cannot immediately attain that status. Having the formidable alliance of the Yuan family will undoubtedly ease the burden on her husband, ensuring the safety of Shuzhou. Upon hearing this, Bu nodded and remarked, what you say, my lady, is most sagacious. I shall summon Yuan Yao at once to introduce him to Lingqi. Should the two children find favor in each other, let us hasten their union. In the midst of Bu and Yan's deliberations regarding Lingqi's marriage, Han Yin was departing from the residence of the Marquis of Wan when a voice suddenly reached his ears. The son of Yuan seeks to wed the daughter of the Marquis of Wan. Such a proposal is merely a ruse, aiming to procure Liu Bei's head. Startled, Han Yin turned in alarm to see a scholarly figure clad in a dark-hued robe, bearing a square face, observing him from behind. Suppressing his astonishment, Han Yin humbly inquired, may I ask, esteemed sir, your honorable name? I am Chen Gong, known as Chen Gong Tai, came the reply. Realizing the identity of the gentleman, Han Yin bowed in respect. Though my lord harbors intentions against Liu Bei, he is sincerely eager to form an alliance with the Marquis of Wan. The union of our families would indeed be mutually beneficial. I implore you, esteemed Gong Tai, to keep this matter confidential. Chen Gong waved his hand dismissively, addressing Han Yin. Am I not aware of the implications involved? Should you truly wish harm upon the Marquis, I would not allow you to return alive. However, given the multitude of wise individuals in Shuzhou, even if I were to remain silent, others would inevitably uncover the truth. Then, what shall we do? This matter is easily resolved. I shall meet with Lord Wan at once and urge him to send the young lady to Shouchun post-haste to wed Master Yuan. Upon hearing this, Han Yin was filled with joy and exclaimed, if this comes to pass, my lord, and I shall express our profound gratitude to you, esteemed sir. Chen Gong shook his head and replied, my assistance is not sought for the sake of riches or honor, but rather to devise a plan for my lord, Lord Wan. Having spoken, Chen Gong strode into the residence of Lord Wan to seek out Bu. Upon entering the main hall, Chen Gong beheld Bu, who wore a countenance of delight, and bowed respectfully, saying, I encountered Han Yin outside and learned that my lord intends to ally with the Yuan family. This is indeed a momentous occasion, and I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. Bu laughed heartily and responded, ah, Gong Tai, do you also consider this a joyous event? It seems our heroic perspectives align. Since my lord has resolved to form this union with the Yuan family, I wonder when you plan to send the young lady forth? This, I have yet to determine, Bu pondered. What do you think? From the acceptance of the betrothal gifts to the official marriage, there has always been a protocol. When a daughter of the emperor is wed, it is customary to wait a year, lest one contravene ancestral traditions. For feudal lords, the waiting period is 6 months, for scholars and gentlemen, a season, and for commoners, the shortest period is generally around a month. Bu contemplated this and replied to Chen Gong, given that Yuan Shu currently dominates Jiangdong with formidable strength and possesses the imperial seal, it is merely a matter of time before he claims the throne. Since my daughter is to marry into what will be a royal lineage, we ought to adhere to the precedent set by the emperor. Thus, I shall send Lingqi to Shouchun in 1 year's time, if that is agreeable. Chen Gong waved his hand, saying, that is not appropriate. Bu nodded, acknowledging, indeed, for Yuan Shu has not yet ascended to the throne. Let us maintain a sense of modesty and follow the precedent set by the feudal lords. In 6 months, we shall send Lingxi to Shouchun. Yet, this seems unwise. Are the precedents of the feudal lords not suitable? I, in my dealings with Yuan Shu, am also regarded as a formidable leader. Should I then adhere to the customs of the gentry? The customs of the gentry are also inappropriate. Chen Gong continuously dismissed Bu's proposals, leaving Bu utterly perplexed. Bu, in confusion, queried, Gongtai, what do you truly mean? Do you mean to suggest that I must follow the example of commoners in my dealings with Yuan Shu? My lord, we are in extraordinary times and must undertake extraordinary measures. Su province is beset by formidable foes, and a strong alliance between you and Yuan Shu is not something other lords would wish to see. Should this matter be prolonged, there may be those with malicious intent who could seize the opportunity during your daughter's betrothal and turn a fortuitous event into a calamity. In my humble opinion, since you have resolved to marry your daughter, it is imperative to act swiftly and send her to Shouchun before the feudal lords become aware. Once there, procure a residence for her to reside in. It would not be too late to select an auspicious day for the wedding thereafter. Upon hearing this, Bu was overjoyed and exclaimed, were it not for Gongtai, I would have grievously mismanaged this matter. I shall act upon your counsel and summon Yuan Yao tomorrow to finalize this arrangement. Meanwhile, as Bu and Chen Gong deliberated, Chen Gui and Chen Deng, father and son, were also conspiring in their study within Su province. The Chen family is a prominent clan in Su, their influence unparalleled in the region. Chen Gui and Chen Deng epitomize the typical gentry and powerful families known to Yuan Yao. They have rooted themselves in Su province, and they will support whomever offers them greater benefits as the lord of Su. Chen Gui fiddled with the tea set on the table and inquired of Chen Deng. Yuan Long, I have heard that many individuals have entered the city bearing gifts. What exactly is the situation? Chen Deng replied, Father, this matter has been thoroughly investigated. It is Yuan Shu who has sent a delegation with betrothal gifts, seeking to arrange a marriage between his son Yuan Yao and the daughter of the Marquis of Wan. Yuan Shu has not only presented 10 carts of gifts to the Marquis, but has also dispatched 200 armored soldiers to escort his son Yuan Yao. It is evident that he is intent on securing the hand of the Marquis's daughter. Upon hearing this, Chen Gui was taken aback and exclaimed, what a clever stratagem to sever familial ties. How malicious of Yuan Shu. This is not merely a desire for the Marquis's daughter. He is clearly after Liu Bei's life. No, this engagement must not come to fruition. Quickly assist me in seeking out Liu Bu. Father, is Liu Bei truly that significant? I believe our Chen family need not concern ourselves with his fate. Let Yuan Shu eliminate him if he wishes. Yuan Long, you are mistaken. Your father has experienced more than you have consumed in meals. Liu Bu is a reckless brute, while Liu Bei is a true hero of the age. Allowing Liu Bei to govern Shuzhou is 100-fold better than placing it in Liu Bu's hands. Our current investment in Liu Bei is akin to providing timely assistance in a snowstorm. Should Liu Bei achieve greatness in the future, our Chen family shall reap rewards 1,000-fold. This is such a straightforward matter that even merchants Mi Zhu and Mi Fong can comprehend it. Why can you not? I shall say no more. I must hurry. If I delay, it may become irreparable. Father, please take care. You are still unwell. In a flurry of urgency, Chen Gui sought out Liu Bu. Upon his arrival, Liu Bu was momentarily taken aback. This venerable elder held significant respect and influence among the noble families of Shuzhou. In the esteemed families of Shuzhou, Chen Gui is regarded as the foremost authority. Regrettably, Chen Gui has been bedridden for quite some time, often declining to attend meetings even when summoned. Today, however, he has taken the initiative to visit. Liu Bu quickly instructed a maid to prepare tea for Chen Gui and then inquired, Old Master Chen, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? With the aid of a cane, Chen Gui spoke in a hoarse voice. I have heard that the esteemed Lord Wen's days are numbered, and I have come to offer my condolences. Old Master, what are you saying? I, Liu Bu, am renowned for my martial prowess and robust health. How could I possibly be in danger? Liu Bu felt a surge of displeasure at Chen Gui's ominous words. This was the nature of Chen Gui. Liu Bu, in his quest for the support of Shuzhou's aristocracy, could not afford to be harsh with him. Had it been someone of lesser significance making such remarks, Liu Bu would have been inclined to reason with him using his Confronting Huang Yi. Surely this old man is not losing his mind, Liu Bu thought. Chen Gui spoke gravely. Previously, when Lord Wen shot the spear at the gate, he saved Xuanda from peril. Now, Yuan Shu's request for a marriage alliance is merely a ruse to leverage Lord Wen's daughter as a hostage, compelling him to abandon Xuanda. Once Yuan Shu's forces conquer Xiaobei, He will dispatch a grand army northward to attack Lord Wan. At that juncture, Lord Wan will be left isolated and defenseless. How will he withstand such an assault? This cannot be true, Lu Bu retorted. I have formed a familial bond with Yuan Shu. How could he dare to attack me? That makes no sense. Even if Yuan Shu refrains from attacking Lord Wan with his daughter in his possession, he could extort troops and provisions from Lord Wan. Would Lord Wan be willing to comply? By offering his daughter, Lord Wan essentially provides Yuan Shu with a hostage. Moreover, with Yuan Shu in possession of the imperial seal, it is only a matter of time before he oversteps and claims the title of emperor. Such a transgression of usurping the throne is indeed a grave sin. Is it not absurd for Lord Wan to forge a familial bond with him, as if to conspire alongside Yuan Shu as a rebel? To become kin to a traitor is a fate that the world cannot abide. I fear that when the time comes, Lord Wan's regret may arrive too late. As Bu listened to Chun Gui's words, he found them increasingly compelling, until he could not help but exclaim, Han Yin has wronged me, and Gong has led me astray. Were it not for the wise counsel of the esteemed elder, I would have nearly wrought great calamity upon myself. I shall send someone at once to dismiss Han Yin and Yuan Yao, thereby nullifying this betrothal. Seeing that Bu had been entirely swayed by his arguments, a subtle smile crept across Chun Gui's face. Since Lord Wan has found his way back from the brink, I shall take my leave for now. With that, Chun Gui, leaning on his cane, began to exit. Wait, hearing Bu call out behind him. Chun Gui was momentarily taken aback. What has happened? Has Bu finally gained some insight? Turning back, he inquired slowly, Lord Wan, is there anything else? Bu clasped his hands in salute, bowing deeply to Chun Gui, and earnestly expressed, Esteemed Elder Chun, I am profoundly grateful. Your guidance shall not be forgotten by Bu. Relieved, Chun Gui exhaled softly, having initially believed Bu had finally exhibited wisdom, only to realize he remained a fool, destined to be exploited. There is no need for thanks, my lord. As the ruler of Shuzhou, my family will rely on you. Thus, it is only natural for me to offer my counsel. I take comfort in your willingness to heed loyal advice. Chun Gui ambled leisurely out of Lord Wan's residence, while Bu, filled with urgency, was eager to dispatch someone to send Han Yin and Yuan Yao back at once. Of course, the gifts brought by Han Yin could not be taken away. Once something falls into the hands of Lu Bu, it naturally bears his name, and there is no reason for it to be returned. Just as Lu Bu was about to take action, the steward of the manor suddenly approached, reporting, My lord, there is a scholar outside who wishes to see you, claiming to be an old acquaintance. An old acquaintance? During my time in Shuzhou, whom could I possibly know? Lu Bu mused. Let him in. I am curious to see who seeks me. Lu Bu found it peculiar that so many strange occurrences had transpired lately. First Han Yin, then Chun Gui, and now yet another old acquaintance. The residence of the Marquis of Wan had never been so lively. Before long, the steward returned, leading a gaunt scholar clad in a gray long robe. Upon seeing the man, Lu Bu's eyes widened in astonishment. It's you? Li Ru. You are alive? Li Ru clasped his hands in greeting and smiled, saying, It has been many years. The Marquis of Wan still exudes the same charisma, and has even become the Lord of Shuzhou. Truly, this is worthy of congratulations. Lu Bu, still reeling from the shock, questioned Li Ru, Why are you still alive? Wasn't your entire family exterminated by Wang Yan? Li Ru chuckled softly and shook his head. My lord, we may consider ourselves old friends. Given your understanding of me, do you believe Wang Yan could truly outmaneuver me? The outcome he achieved was merely what I allowed him to see. Had Dong Gong heeded my counsel, Wang Yun would have long since faced his demise without a grave. Li Ru's words bore a hint of arrogance, yet Lu Bu accepted it as a matter of course. The disparity between Wang Yun's cunning and Li Ru's intellect was indeed vast, utterly incomparable. Lu Bu spoke in a low voice, So you had already escaped. No wonder I did not see you when I executed that old thief Dong Zhua. Do you not fear that I might take your life for coming here today? Li Ru chuckled lightly. I am well aware of your character, Lord Wan. While the world speaks of your capriciousness, I know you to be a man of deep loyalty and affection. In the past, I shared a good rapport with you, even advising Lord Dong to betroth Xiaochan to you. As for your slaying of Lord Dong, that is a matter between the two of you. My bond with you is solely one of friendship, devoid of any personal grievances. How could you ever harm an old friend? Lu Bu sighed deeply and replied, You are indeed correct. You truly deserve to be called my friend. Had Dong Zhua heeded your counsel back then, he would not have met such a tragic end. The past is behind us. What brings you here today? If it is for my protection, I shall grant it. You may reside in Shuzhou at ease. For as long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on you. Li Ru clasped his hands in gratitude and said softly, Thank you, Lord Wan, for remembering this old friend of yours. However, I have found a wise ruler, and thus I require no protection from you. A wise ruler? Lu Bu mused. Li Ru, You and I share a similar pride. Who, apart from Dongjua, could possibly command your allegiance? There is one, Li Ru replied. My lord possesses a spirit that surpasses even that of Lord Dong. Have you heard of Yuan Yao of Huainan, the reincarnation of Meng Chanjun? Upon hearing this, Lu Bu immediately understood Li Ru's lord was Yuan Yao. He could not help but sneer. Li Wenyu, you come to forge a connection with me, only to act as a lobbyist for Yuan Yao. Unfortunately, I am not so easily deceived. Just now, I had an encounter with Chen Gui. Are you aware of what transpired between us? Li Ru, maintaining his composed demeanor, replied with a smile. Of course, I am well aware of what Chen Gui has conveyed. Then, pray tell, what did the esteemed gentleman have to say? Li Ru, with a flourish of his sleeve, began to articulate his thoughts eloquently. When Chen Gui entered, he inevitably commenced with alarming pronouncements, merely stating that Lord Wen's demise is imminent and expressing his condolences. Once he has sufficiently intimidated Lord Wen, he will proceed to present his arguments against the marriage of Lord Wen's daughter to our esteemed leader. His reasoning can be distilled into 3 principal points. Firstly, Liu Bei serves as a formidable ally to Lord Wen, making their fates inextricably linked. If Yuan Shao were to vanquish Liu Bei, Su province would also be in peril. Secondly, Lord Wen's daughter is held as a hostage by Yuan Shao, rendering her susceptible to coercion, which would jeopardize Lord Wen's interests. Lastly, Yuan Shao possesses the imperial seal and harbors ambitions of usurpation. Should he declare himself emperor, Lord Wen, being related to Yuan Shao through marriage, would inevitably be branded a traitor. Given these 3 grave concerns, it is imperative that Lord Wen refrains from marrying his daughter to our leader. Upon hearing this, Elbu was left in utter disbelief, gazing incredulously at Li Ru. How could it be that Li Ru had so astutely discerned Shen Gui's counsel? Elbu even entertained the notion that Li Ru must have been eavesdropping during his conversation with Shen Gui. While he was aware of Li Ru's remarkable insight into human nature, he had not fathomed the extent of his capabilities. Lord Wen, do you not concur with my assertions? Li Ru's voice jolted Elbu back to reality. Shaking his head, Elbu responded, what you have articulated holds true. Shen Gui indeed conveyed such sentiments. Yet, can it be said that there is no merit in Shen Gui's arguments? To form an alliance with Yuan Shu bears countless detriments, thus I must resolutely decline his overtures. Li Ru shook his head and chuckled. Fengxian, you have been deceived by Chen Gui. Chapter 81. Truly, the renowned Elbu lives up to his name. Let us not delve into the validity of Chen Gui's assertions. Consider, Fengxian, who you are and who Chen Gui is. The Chen family of Shuzhou stands as the foremost aristocracy of the region. Can he truly ally himself with you? Both you and I have clawed our way up from the depths, treading upon the corpses of countless individuals to attain our current standing. Have you forgotten the disdain with which those noble families regard us? They perceive us as mere beasts of burden, never deigning to acknowledge us. Do you believe, Fengxian, that now you command Shuzhou, father and son Chen will hold you in esteem? Aye. Elbu's lips trembled, momentarily rendering him speechless. As Li Ru articulated, they have endured immense humiliation and hardship to reach their current positions, a burden known only to themselves. Had Elbu been born into a reputable lineage, why would he have submitted to the whims of Ding Yuan and Dong Zhuo, enduring their commands? To this day, he bears the infamous title of a servant of 3 surnames. Attracting talent proves arduous. Reflecting on his ascension to lordship over Shuzhou, he realized that the Chen father and son had maintained a faade of camaraderie while remaining distant. Despite his repeated entreaties for Chen Gui to serve as his advisor, the latter had consistently rebuffed him. Why, today, does he extend such goodwill in offering counsel? Yet, Chen Gui's mention of the 3 drawbacks of marrying off a daughter is undeniably accurate. Accurate? Li Ru scoffed, his expression rife with derision. What he spoke holds true only for himself. For Lord Wen, it would indeed be a grave error. Let us first consider Liu Bei. Lord Wen must introspect honestly. Can you truly rely on Liu Bei as a confidant? In the event of an external threat, would you genuinely entrust your back to him, considering him a trustworthy ally? If this were the case, I, Li Ru, would simply turn away and inform my lord that the matter of the marriage alliance is hereby concluded. Every situation warrants meticulous contemplation. Even if Elbu's intellect may be simple, he can discern the true sentiments Liu Bei's 3 brothers harbor towards him. As for Guan Yu, he squints his eyes at Elbu every time they meet, refusing to regard him with any respect. Zhang Fei is even more overt. His disdain is plainly etched upon his visage, and it is this brutish fellow who has bestowed upon Elbu the infamous moniker of the servant of 3 surnames. Although Liu Bei presents himself as harmless, Elbu's intuition informs him that Liu Bei's animosity towards him is no less than that of his 2 brothers. He merely excels in patience, adept at concealing his emotions. Where did Bu's Su province originate? It was acquired through treachery against Liu Bei. If he could betray Liu Bei, how could he ensure that Liu Bei would not reciprocate, delivering upon him a taste of his own medicine? Even if Liu Bei were to do so, morally, it would be justifiable, for it was Bu's own wrongdoing that instigated such treachery. Thus, it becomes evident that Liu Bei is not merely an inadequate ally, but rather a potential calamity. Observing Bu's fluctuating countenance, Li Ru chuckled and remarked, "It seems Lord Wen has come to a realization. Now, allow me to present my second point. Does Lord Wen perceive Lord Yuan and my Lord Yuan Yao as petty individuals? Since the inception of their acquaintance, how much grain and wealth has Lord Yuan bestowed upon you? I dare say, Lord Wen may find it difficult to tally the generous offerings. Yuan Gong places immense importance on the reputation of the Yuan family. How could he possibly conspire against his children's in-laws? Moreover, the troops of Huainan are well-trained and well-supplied. My lord would never stoop to requesting aid from Lord Wen. In my view, after the two families unite through marriage, it is indeed Fengxian who will rely more on the Yuan family." Bu nodded in agreement, realizing that in a moment of desperation, he had been misled by Chen Gui. Li Ru was correct. Compared to the Yuan family of Runan, he, Fengxian, was but a pauper. To form a marital alliance with the Yuan family is an elevation beyond his reach. Would it not be absurd for the illustrious Yuan family, with 4 generations of grand officials, to seek military or financial assistance from him? Local magnates may occasionally lend a hand to the common folk for the sake of reputation, but the Yuan family has no reason to extract funds from him. Chen Gui is truly insufferable. In a moment of oversight, I fell for this man's deceit. Fengxian, having spoken for quite some time, felt a pang of thirst. When an old friend visits, surely he would not hesitate to offer even a cup of tea, would he? Ah, you speak wisely. Bu, captivated by Li Ru's analysis, quickly called to a maid outside. "Come, serve tea to the esteemed gentleman. Serve fragrant tea." The two took their seats at the table, with host and guest divided. Li Ru, blowing gently on his tea, said to Bu, "As for the last point, Chen Gui was indeed not mistaken. Yuan Gong harbors aspirations of ascending to the throne." Bu exclaimed in astonishment, "If that is the case, would I not become a rebel alongside Yuan Shu? No, no, no. If Yuan Gong truly declares himself emperor, Fengxian would merely be a royal relative, not a rebel. Why? Because my lord Yuan Yao is a wise sovereign of this era." A surge of intense confidence welled up within Li Ru as he smiled at Bu, saying, "I have previously declared that if I, Li Wan, were to encounter a sagacious ruler, great achievements would undoubtedly follow. I possess the discernment to recognize a true leader. Were my lord not such a leader, I would have chosen to remain in obscurity, living out my days in anonymity. Fengxian, should my lord succeed in his endeavors, your daughter shall become the future empress. This is the most significant opportunity of your life. What is there left to hesitate about?" Hearing your words, it seems marrying your daughter to Yuan Yao would yield only benefits. Yet, on what grounds should I trust that Yuan Yao is destined for greatness and not doomed to be branded a rebel by the court, facing irreparable ruin? Li Ru replied softly, "This matter cannot be substantiated by mere words. It ultimately relies on Fengxian's judgment. My lord resides in Shouchun. The matter of the union should be discussed with him before a decision is made. When making pivotal choices, one must heed the call of their own heart rather than being swayed by others' opinions. Fengxian, do you not agree with my sentiments?" Between Chen Gui and Li Ru, Bu instinctively chose to place his trust in Li Ru. This tendency had been cultivated during his time under Dong Zhuo, and it was further influenced by Li Ru's similar origins. In Bu's subconscious, Li Ru represented the most formidable sage in the world, his strategies surpassing even those of Chen Gong. "Very well, I shall meet Yuan Yao tomorrow. Whether to consent to this matter will depend on his demeanor," Bu concluded. Li Ru understood that Bu's words indicated a growing inclination towards the union with the Yuan family. After bidding farewell to Bu, he returned to the tavern to meet Yuan Yao. Li Ru deeply bowed and said, "My lord, I am fortunate not to have disappointed your expectations. Tomorrow, Bu will request an audience with you. The union should encounter no further obstacles." Yuan Yao grasped Li Ru's hand and smiled, saying, "Mr. Yu, your efforts this time have been commendable. Were it not for your intervention, we might not have triumphed over the Qin father and son in Shouchun. That pair is indeed a couple of cunning foxes." Li Ru humbly replied, "To alleviate the concerns of my lord is my duty." He then added, "Tomorrow, when we meet Lu Bu, he may test your abilities. Simply respond truthfully, my lord." The following day, Lu Bu indeed sent someone to invite Yuan Yao to his residence. Upon entering the main hall, Yuan Yao finally encountered the legendary figure known as Lu Bu among men. Lu Bu appeared to be in his 30s, towering over 9 feet tall. He was strikingly handsome, with a robust physique that exuded a formidable presence, embodying a certain virile beauty. Before Lu Bu, Yuan Yao felt an overwhelming aura of bloodshed from years of military service. Truly, the reputation of Lu Bu was well-deserved. Yuan Yao slightly bowed and clasped his fists. Addressing Lu Bu, I am Yuan Yao from Huainan. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Wen. Lu Bu, observing Yuan Yao's handsome features and noble demeanor, could not help but nod approvingly. It was no surprise that he was the legitimate son of the esteemed Yuan clan, with such an air of nobility that could only be cultivated over generations. Having spent half his life on the battlefield, Lu Bu's imposing aura would typically intimidate anyone upon their first encounter. Yet, Yuan Yao showed no signs of trepidation whatsoever. Such courage is not something one would expect from an ordinary scion of a prominent family. There is no need for excessive courtesy, my dear nephew, Lu Bu said, extending a hand to assist Yuan Yao, his demeanor surprisingly amiable. It is truly impressive that you could seize Jiangdong from among numerous formidable rivals and earn the moniker Little Mengchong. You are indeed a formidable youth. Wen Ho has graciously praised, for he wields the Confronting Huang Yi, sweeping across the realm, unparalleled in his might. Such is the essence of a true hero. Following a moment of mutual flattery, Yuan Yao addressed Bu, stating, my purpose in coming to Shuzhou has been unveiled to Wen Ho. It is my intention for the Yuan family to enter a matrimonial alliance with Wen Ho, thus forging a bond akin to that of the Qins and the Jins. Bu laughed heartily and replied, I have but one daughter, Lingqi, and it is imperative that she be bestowed upon a worthy suitor. It is not sufficient for you, my esteemed nephew, to possess noble lineage. You must also exhibit both literary and martial prowess, ensuring her protection throughout her life. Only then can I entrust her to you. Is my unification of Jiangdong not ample evidence of my strategic acumen? Yuan Yao retorted. Bu shook his head and responded, those are merely rumors. I have yet to witness the truth with my own eyes. How can I ascertain whether it was Yuan Gong who conquered Jiangdong, attributing the glory to you? If you wish to wed my daughter, you must first endure my trials. Should you succeed, I shall grant you Lingqi's hand. Wen Ho's desire to test my nephew's capabilities before marrying off his daughter seems but fair. However, I too have a stipulation. Speak. I must first meet the esteemed Miss Lingqi before acquiescing to Wen Ho's conditions. Only upon seeing her shall I determine if she is suited to be my wife. Bu remarked, marriage is a significant affair, governed by parental consent and the words of a matchmaker. Your perspective is indeed quite unique. Yuan Yao solemnly regarded Bu and articulated, although an alliance with Wen Ho is advantageous for both our families, I yearn for a companion who can share mutual support through life's trials, rather than merely a tool for political union. Oh, to think in such a manner is truly the mark of a compassionate and noble gentleman. Come, let us go meet Lingqi. Bu acknowledged Yuan Yao's sentiments and led him towards the inner courtyard. As they approached a courtyard, Yuan Yao was suddenly greeted by a cacophony of barking. He mused to himself, it seems that Miss Lingqi has a fondness for dogs, and not just one. With such a multitude, she must be an avid hunter. I wonder, will she grow into a formidable woman? Yet, considering Bu's lineage, Lingqi should undoubtedly be a beauty. Am I destined to wed a stunning yet fierce lady? Unbeknownst to Bu, Yuan Yao's thoughts wandered. He simply pushed the door open and entered with Yuan Yao. Inside the courtyard lay a large yellow dog, while before it sat a young girl clad in white, her waist adorned with a red ribbon. The girl possessed exquisite features, with a flawless oval face framed by cascading black hair. Her large, bright eyes radiated a pure beauty. Her slender figure exuded grace, showcasing an alluring silhouette. In Yuan Yao's discerning eyes, she was at least a D-cup. If she were to marry, their children would certainly never know hunger. Yuan Yao couldn't help but marvel at Bu's extraordinary genes. How could he father such a breathtaking daughter? No wonder Bu had but one daughter. To have more would be utterly unfair. Judging solely by her appearance, Yuan Yao would gladly grant Lingqi a perfect score. However, her current behavior was rather peculiar. She was barking at the large yellow dog with utmost seriousness, as if engaged in a conversation with it. Yuan Yao could not help but turn his head towards Bu and murmured, Lord Wen, is this Miss Lingqi? Upon observing Lingqi in such a manner, Bu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had brought his future son-in-law, yet his daughter seemed unable to present her gentle and graceful side. Oh, indeed. Lingqi noticed someone had entered the courtyard and immediately rose to her feet, addressing Bu. Father, you have come. Today, the Huang told me he defeated the 3 strongest dogs in this street. Each of those dogs possesses formidable strength. When the 3 attacked together, they were no match for him alone. Don't you think he is impressive? Bu, upon hearing this, grew even more flustered and could not help but explain to Yuan Yao, Esteemed nephew, she is not usually like this. Lord Wen need not explain, I understand. Yuan Yao replied. It was then that Lingqi noticed Yuan Yao, bouncing over to his side and inquiring, Who are you? Why have you come to my home? As he observed the girl with her large, curious eyes, Yuan Yao felt a sense of simplicity emanating from her. This young lady seemed a bit naive, yet her voice was quite melodious. In his previous life, Yuan Yao had never encountered such a pure and refreshing girl, akin to a clear spring. Given Lingqi's direct question, Yuan Yao decided to be equally straightforward. I am Yuan Yao from Huainan, here to seek the hand of your esteemed father in marriage. Wishing to take you as my wife. Has my father agreed? Well, Lord Wen has somewhat agreed. Oh, then I am your wife. Hearing their exchange, Bu was taken aback. What was happening? Was his daughter usually quite discerning? Madame has expressed her desire for an introduction to the scions of the noble families in Shuzhou, yet she did not even spare a glance. How then? Did she so readily agree to become the wife of Yuan Yao? This seems amiss. Bu suddenly felt a pang. As though the delicate flower he had nurtured for 16 years was about to be whisked away, pot and all. Clearing his throat with a cough, Bu addressed Lingqi. I have yet to formally betroth you to Yuan Yao. Should he wish to marry you, he must first endure my trials. Lingqi turned to Yuan Yao and declared, There will be trials. Only upon passing them shall I be your wife. Every father harbors a semblance of hostility towards their future son-in-law. Observing his daughter's evident lack of aversion towards Yuan Yao, Bu felt a sense of encroachment. With a stern expression, he said to Yuan Yao, Very well, you have met my Lingqi. Let us proceed to discuss serious matters. Oh, very well. Yuan Yao followed Bu out of the courtyard, unable to resist casting a lingering glance back at Lingqi. This girl is exceedingly beautiful. I wonder when I shall see her again. Noticing Yuan Yao's gaze upon her, Lingqi waved vigorously in farewell. The large yellow dog barked, Woof. After returning to the main hall, Bu inquired of Yuan Yao. So, what do you think of my daughter, Bu's child? Is she worthy of your esteem? Yuan Yao nodded and replied, Miss Lingqi is undoubtedly a virtuous and pure-hearted young woman, truly a fitting match for me. If I were to mention a flaw, it would be that she is perhaps a tad too innocent. However, this is of little consequence, for once she enters the Yuan family, I shall ensure her protection. Chapter 83. The Trial of Bu sighed softly and remarked, Lingqi is a good child. She has accompanied me through countless trials since her youth, seldom interacting with outsiders, which is why she prefers the company of animals. She is not a foolish person. She has merely devoted her intellect to the art of combat. If you are willing to teach her the ways of etiquette and propriety, she will learn swiftly and will not bring shame to the Yuan family. Rest assured, my esteemed father-in-law, Lingqi is a wonderful girl, and I shall treasure her. Upon hearing Yuan Yao refer to himself as father-in-law, Bu's expression darkened further. It is still too early to bestow such a title. You have yet to pass my test. What might this test entail, esteemed father-in-law? As I have previously stated, I shall assess your strategic and martial prowess. Bu had already acknowledged Yuan Yao, but had intended to conduct a simple examination of military tactics. However, now that this young man seemed intent on wooing his cherished daughter, Bu suddenly found Yuan Yao insufferable. No, he must impose a greater challenge. In a grave tone, Bu addressed Yuan Yao. Merely discussing strategy on paper will not reveal your true capabilities. You possess the potential to conquer Jiangdong. Thus, your command of troops should be unparalleled. Therefore, I propose a practical assessment of your combat skills. In the mountainous forests of Shuzhou, there exists a band of yellow turban rebels who frequently descend to pillage, causing considerable annoyance. This band consists of approximately 3,000 men. I shall provide you with 1,000 elite soldiers. Your task is to lead this force and defeat them. If you can drive them out of Shuzhou, you shall have passed the test. What say you? To repel 3,000 disorganized foes with but 1,000 seasoned troops should not be overly daunting, correct? Since the demise of the esteemed sage Zhang Jiao, the Yellow Turban Army scattered across various regions, retreating into the mountains and forests. Their overwhelming numbers rendered the authorities incapable of eradicating them, allowing them to establish strongholds in the remote wilderness. For instance, the Heishan army in Jizhou stands as the most formidable faction among them, boasting a claimed strength of 1,000,000. However, 3,000 men represent merely a fraction of the Yellow Turban Brigands. The group that Bu tasked Yuan Yao to confront, however, is no ordinary band of rebels. They comprise the elite of the Yellow Turban forces, a persistent thorn in Bu's side. This faction is active in the mountainous terrain, frequently descending to plunder the aristocrats of Shuzhou and assault their fortified strongholds. The substantial losses incurred by the aristocracy result in a decline in Bu's tax revenues. With reduced income, the maintenance of his troops becomes increasingly challenging. Despite multiple attempts to eradicate them, each expedition ended in failure. When dispatched with insufficient numbers, his forces proved no match for the Yellow Turban brigands. Conversely, sending larger contingents only allowed these brigands to vanish without a trace. Bu assigned this task to Yuan Yao not with the genuine hope of driving off the Yellow Turbans, but rather to temper his future son-in-law's arrogance through hardship. Even in defeat, Bu would extend words of encouragement to Yuan Yao, still intending to marry his daughter to him. Thus, this serves as Bu's initial lesson for his young son-in-law. Yuan Yao's campaign against the Yellow Turban brigands is unlikely to pose significant danger, as these rebels typically seek wealth rather than bloodshed, retreating from the imperial forces without pursuit. Even if Yuan Yao were to struggle against them, a strategic withdrawal would not be an issue. Moreover, Bu was aware that Yuan Yao had brought along 200 elite guards and several formidable generals, ensuring adequate protection for him. Yuan Yao smiled at Bu and said, "Merely a band of yellow turbans. I shall effortlessly bring them under control. Just await the good news from your son-in-law." Bu, with a darkened expression, replied, "You may address me as Wen Ho or uncle. I am not yet your father-in-law." "Very well, father-in-law, I understand," Yuan Yao acknowledged before departing. For him, dealing with these 3,000 yellow turbans posed no challenge whatsoever. This time in Shuzhou, Yuan Yao had brought along 4 formidable generals, with these 4 generals leading 200 fully armed elite troops. Capturing the leader of the yellow turbans would be a mere formality, requiring not even a single soldier from Bu's 1,000 men. The test Bu set for himself was, in truth, a simple exercise. Upon returning to the inner residence, Bu inquired of Lu Lingqi, "Why did you so readily agree to Yuan Yao? You have dismissed all those talented youths from Shuzhou introduced by your mother." Lu Lingqi proudly lifted her chin and replied, "Those so-called young talents cannot compare to my husband. I have long heard of his prowess. He conquered Jiangdong with 3,000 men and has since become the governor of Yangzhou and the Marquis of Jinling. Moreover, he is exceedingly handsome, far superior to the dandy sons of Shuzhou in every regard. Such a husband is precisely who I, Lu Lingqi, have been waiting for. You and mother have often called me foolish, yet I assure you, I am far from it. Allow me to share a secret. Your daughter is quite clever in crucial moments." Bu's lips twitched slightly, sensing that his daughter had already let the cat out of the bag. Clever? Clever was lending support to Yuan Yao while also counting his money. Bu, with a stern countenance, remarked, "He is not yet your husband. You are not wed. Although Yuan Yao possesses some skills, he may not necessarily succeed in my trial. I have tasked him with leading troops to eliminate the yellow turban bandits in the mountains. If he fails, your marriage shall be put on hold." After delivering his words, Bu turned and departed from Lingqi's courtyard. The notion of remaining there was daunting. He feared hearing his daughter utter words that might raise his blood pressure. Once Bu exited the yard, Lingqi mused to herself, "Has father set my husband an impossible challenge? This will not do. My husband is my only kin in Shuzhou. I must assist him." After a moment of contemplation, Lingqi crouched down and addressed her large yellow dog. "Woof, woof, woof, woof. Big Yellow, have you memorized my husband's scent? Can you locate him?" The large yellow dog responded eagerly, "Woof, woof, woof." Delighted, Lingqi clenched her small fist and exclaimed, "Woof, woof, 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 woof. Let us go find my husband. You lead the way. Once we locate him, I shall return with meat for you." Meanwhile, Yuan Yao returned to the tavern and promptly summoned 4 valiant generals and his strategist, Li Ru, to discuss the task assigned by Bu. Upon hearing the specifics of the mission, the generals appeared quite relaxed. Tong Fei chuckled, "My lord, it is merely a band of yellow turban rabble. Why do we need Bu's troops? With just 100 of us, we could easily disperse the enemy forces. As for the bandit leader, I shall capture a few for you." Li Ru sat beside Yuan Yao, smiling as he remarked, "Since Bu has sent 1,000 elite soldiers our way, why should we not make use of them? Although the yellow turbans are easily vanquished, our forces are regrettably few in number, and a direct assault would inevitably lead to casualties. By utilizing these additional troops as expendable assets, we can significantly minimize our losses. As for the specific strategies and tactics for our advance, allow me to alleviate the burden from your excellency. In the art of military formations and troop deployment, I am an eminent authority. While Yuan Yao has been diligently studying the Dengyu military treatise, his experience is still rather limited and cannot yet rival that of Li Ru." Tai Shi interjected, "Indeed, while the yellow turbans may be easily defeated, I believe the true challenge lies not in repelling them, but rather in locating these brigands amidst the dense mountains and forests. This is the greatest difficulty of our mission." Chapter 84. I stealthily escaped. Unknown to my father, Li Ru nodded in agreement. What Zi has stated is accurate. Although Lord Wen has provided us with a general location of the yellow turbans, the vastness of the mountainous terrain complicates matters, as the brigands can easily evade capture. To successfully track down these marauders, we must devise a long-term strategy. Suddenly, amidst their deliberations, the sound of barking dogs echoed from outside the inn. Particularly, Yuan Yao recognized the barks. They seemed eerily familiar, as though he had recently heard them. Almost immediately, a dialogue ensued between the formidable General Zhou Tai and a young maiden. "Stop right there. This inn has been reserved by my lord, and no unauthorized individuals are permitted entry. But I have come in search of my husband. There is no husband of yours within this inn. You lie. Even De Huang has caught the scent of my husband. He is inside." Faced with the charming young girl before him, Zhou Tai found himself in a predicament outside the tavern. The establishment was manned by the 4 generals on a rotating basis, and apart from the lord, the strategist, and the other generals, there were no others present. This girl had come seeking her husband, but her persistence was clearly unreasonable. If a man were causing such a ruckus, Zhou Tai could simply throw him out. However, confronting a woman posed a challenge. He could only attempt to reason with her. Just as Zhou Tai pondered his next move, he observed his lord, Yuan Yao, descending from the upper floor. Upon seeing Yuan Yao, the girl's face lit up with joy. She jumped up and waved, exclaiming, "Husband, I'm here. This foolish oaf 1T let me in to find you." At the girl's words, Zhou Tai was utterly bewildered. What was happening? The husband she sought was none other than his lord? When had Yuan Yao taken a wife in Shuzhou? Zhou Tai was completely unaware. As far as he knew, Yuan Yao had come to Shuzhou to court the daughter of Bu. Even if the 2 families had agreed to the union, it would take time before the marriage could be formalized. Zhou Tai had never even considered that this young woman might be Bu's daughter, Lingqi. Cough, cough. Zhou Tai, this is Miss Lingqi, daughter of the esteemed General L, and she is also my fiancée. Zhou Tai was taken aback. Indeed, this girl was the lord's wife. Yuan Yao acted swiftly. He promptly bowed to Lingqi, saying, "I am Zhou Tai, paying my respects to the lady. I apologize for any offense caused earlier. I beg for your forgiveness. It's quite all right. You are my husband's soldier, a good person. I won't hold any anger towards you." Seeing Lingqi, Yuan Yao was also somewhat surprised. He inquired of Lingqi, "Lingqi, how did you find your way here?" "De Huang caught the scent on you and naturally led me here," Lingqi replied, tilting her head to gaze at Yuan Yao, her expression one of pride, as if seeking praise. But does Lord Wen approve of your coming to see me?" "Hee, I sneaked out. Father is none the wiser." Observing Lingqi's triumphant demeanor, Yuan Yao felt a mixture of affection and a twinge of reproach towards his somewhat indulgent father-in-law. How could a delicate girl like Lingqi be allowed to wander freely outside the estate? What if she encountered unsavory characters or ne'er-do-wells? The thought was unsettling. "Lingqi, let me escort you back to the estate. Once I have completed Lord Wen's task, I shall come for you. How does that sound?" "That won't do." "It's simply won't do." Lingqi shook her head resolutely. "Father has assigned my husband to deal with the yellow turban bandits, clearly placing him in a difficult position. The bandits are well hidden, and only I can assist him in locating them." "You have a plan?" "Indeed." Lingqi produced a piece of yellow cloth from her belongings, resembling a fragment of a yellow battle robe. With a beaming smile, she said to Yuan Yao, "Husband, this is something left behind by the leader of the yellow turban bandits. De Huang has an exceptional sense of smell once we reach the mountains. Allowing him to sniff this cloth will surely lead us to the bandits." Upon hearing Lingqi's words, Yuan Yao found himself believing that her idea might actually be feasible. Her cleverness had utterly transformed his impression of her. "Lingqi, you are quite astute," Lingqi proudly declared. "Of course, my father has always praised me." Yuan Yao escorted Lingqi into the tavern, where he conferred with Li Ru and others. The strategists and valiant generals under Yuan Yao's command all concurred that this was indeed a splendid plan. Thus, Yuan Yao mobilized his troops, taking Lingqi and a host of warriors to the mountainous forest where the Yellow Turban Army was known to roam. Upon learning that Lingqi could ride, Yuan Yao procured a small red horse for her to accompany him. Throughout their journey, the two enjoyed a considerable amount of light-hearted conversation. "Lingqi, can you truly understand the speech of dogs?" he inquired. "Indeed, I can. I have traveled with my father since childhood, and with no one else to play with. I found companionship in dogs. Over time, I learned to comprehend their words." "Then I shall keep you company," he replied. "Yes, with my husband by my side. I shall never be bored again." Curiously, Lingqi gazed at the dragon-patterned halberd in Yuan Yao's hand and asked, "Husband, do you also wield the halberd?" "Yours appears particularly fine. May I borrow it to try?" With a smile, Yuan Yao responded, "This dragon-patterned halberd is quite heavy. You would struggle to lift it." It is perilous for a girl to enter the battlefield. If a confrontation with the yellow turbans arises, you must stay close to me. Your safety is assured only under my protection, understand? Oh, I shall heed my husband's words. Lingqi expertly guided the small red horse, obediently following Yuan Yao. After an undetermined passage of time, Yuan Yao finally led over 1,000 men to the outskirts of their targeted forest. The towering mountains and dense woods ahead provided an ideal hiding place for the yellow turban bandits. Yuan Yao addressed Lu Lingqi, saying, Lingqi, I appreciate your efforts. Certainly. Lu Lingqi dismounted from her steed and engaged in a lively conversation with the large yellow dog for a while. Subsequently, she produced a piece of cloth for the dog to examine closely. The dog declared, the owner of this fabric is a woman, and it carries a distinctive fragrance. Tracking down its mistress will be quite simple. My lord, we shall apprehend the yellow turban bandits. A woman, are there female generals among the yellow turbans? If so, let us allow the dog to commence the search. The yellow dog, having memorized the scent, took the lead. Yuan Yao followed closely behind with over 1,200 soldiers, moving in unison. Their movements were detected by scouts from the yellow turban army hidden within the hills and forests. These scouts hastily returned to the yellow turban encampment to report to their leader. Due to frequent assaults from Bu, the yellow turban bandits occupied makeshift camps, easily abandoned should they be unable to withstand the advances of the Shouchun army. It was precisely this adaptability that rendered Bu's repeated offensives against these brigands futile. At the center of the encampment, seated in a position of authority, was a strikingly beautiful woman draped in a yellow cloak, exuding an air of elegance and strength. She sat poised with her sword, commanding the attention and obedience of the surrounding yellow turban leaders. Little did anyone suspect that the formidable leader of the yellow turban bandits, who caused Bu such consternation, was indeed a woman. Chapter 85. The Saintess of the Yellow Turbans. The yellow turban warrior A scout rushed into the tent and reported to the female leader of the yellow turbans, Saintess. The Shouchun army has once again penetrated the forest and is drawing near our encampment. What? They come again? The maiden leader, known as the Saintess, furrowed her brow. The arrival of the Shouchun army was evidently ill news for her. A month prior, Bu had dispatched his general, Shouchun, to besiege her forces. At that time, Shouchun led 5,000 troops in a vigorous assault, overwhelming the yellow turban army, which was outnumbered and forced to retreat. During their withdrawal, Shouchun even loosed an arrow that nearly found its mark on her. Had she not evaded swiftly, she would have surely been struck, even though she escaped that arrow. A corner of her cherished yellow battle robe, a gift from her father during his lifetime, was torn away, causing her great distress. How many troops did the Shouchun army bring this time? According to her brother's reconnaissance, there were merely around 1,000 men. Yet, these 1,000 appeared resolute, seemingly having pinpointed their camp's location. The Saintess narrowed her eyes and mused, 1,000 men, daring to scour the mountains and attack? Bu has grossly underestimated me. It seems I must teach the Shouchun army a lesson. This time, she resolved to unleash her full might, ensuring Bu understood that they were not to be trifled with. In previous encounters with the Shouchun forces, the Saintess had been relegated to a defensive stance. However, this time was different. To establish her authority, she intended to annihilate the 1,000 troops dispatched by Bu. Rather than cowering in concealment, she opted for a proactive approach, planning to ambush the enemy en route. Zhang Baike, Zhang Baiyu. We stand ready, she commanded. Heed my orders. Lay an ambush along the route to lure the enemy into our grasp. We shall obey, they replied. Huang Long, Lu Shi, you two shall lead 200 yellow turban warriors and await the opportune moment to strike at the enemy commander. In this battle, we must capture the enemy's commander. The yellow-haired General Huang Long of the Yellow Turbans expressed his concerns. Holy Maiden, only 200 of the yellow turban warriors, left by the esteemed sage, remain. Should we suffer losses in this battle, it would jeopardize the foundation of our forces. The Holy Maiden resolutely replied, if Bu continues to dispatch troops against us, we shall never find peace. Even the legacy left by my father must be used when the time calls for it. If we can capture the enemy commander, we may negotiate with Bu. My strategy is intricately designed to ensure success in this battle. Then I understand, the general replied. Yuan Yao led his troops onward until they reached a dense thicket, where the large yellow dog suddenly halted. Woof, woof, woof. It barked incessantly at the woods ahead. Lingqi explained to Yuan Yao, my lord, the dog indicates that the person we seek lies within the forest. Yuan Yao responded softly, in the woods? It seems these yellow turban brigands are quite cunning, having set an ambush there. Li Ru advised Yuan Yao, my lord. We could dispatch Generals Su Sheng and Zhou Tai to lead 1,000 soldiers under the command of Lord Wen to scout the path. Once we locate the bandit leader, We can then command Tong Fei and Tai Shirtzi to charge with their elite troops. Thus, we can capture the brigand. Very well, we shall follow your plan. Over 1,000 soldiers, under the leadership of Su Xiang and Zhou Tai, ventured into the forest, with Yuan Yao and the others following closely behind. As the troops from Shuzhou entered the woods, a sudden rain of arrows descended upon them. Whoosh, whoosh. The light in the forest was dim, obscuring the origin of the arrows that flew with deadly precision. In an instant, more than a dozen foot soldiers fell beneath the assault of the yellow-turbaned bandits' projectiles. What cunning rogues these brigands are! Su Xiang, gripping his ancient saber, called out loudly, "Do not panic. Assess the position of the enemy by sound. Follow me into battle against these marauders." Su Xiang and Zhou Tai, both exceptionally skilled in martial arts and possessing keen hearing, launched an assault on the yellow-turbaned bandits. Guided by the sound of the arrows, as they clashed in close combat, the use of bows and arrows became impractical. The yellow-turbaned soldiers cast aside their bows, engaging the troops of Su province in hand-to-hand combat. The formidable duo of Zhou Tai and Su Xiang gradually tore through the yellow-turbaned defenses, advancing deeper into the dense forest. Amidst the fray, the yellow-turbaned saintess, clad in a yellow battle robe, came into view. The barking of a large yellow dog grew increasingly fervent. Lingqi turned to Yuan Yao and said, "My lord." The large yellow dog indicates that the woman in the yellow robe ahead is the owner of the fabric. It seems she is the leader of the bandits. Yuan Yao also caught sight of the figure in yellow, but from their distance, he could not discern her features. Judging by her silhouette, however, the woman appeared graceful, resembling a beauty. It was indeed a rarity for a bandit leader to possess such allure. Yet, no matter how striking this bandit queen might be, it could not sway Yuan Yao's resolve to annihilate the yellow turban army. No matter how beautiful the bandit leader was, could she surpass his own beloved Lingqi? After all, Lingqi was not only adorably clever but also sweet and endearing, always calling him my lord. Surely, no mere bandit leader could compare to her. Xiao Lingqi's sole flaw might be her delicate fragility. Her soft, enchanting demeanor instills in Yuan Yao an overwhelming sense of protectiveness. However, Yuan Yao harbors no objections. As a woman, possessing beauty suffices, and there is no pressing need for formidable strength. With her own safeguards in place, who could possibly harm Xiao Lingqi? In Yuan Yao's eyes, the delicate Xiao Lingqi far surpasses the ferocious leader of the yellow turbans. Without hesitation, Yuan Yao commanded Tong Fei and Tai Shirtzi, lead the white scarf elite troops into battle and capture that female bandit leader alive. Tai Shirtzi expressed his concerns. "My lord, if 1,000 soldiers charge forth, who will safeguard your safety if we take the white scarf elite with us? Then let 100 of the white scarf elite remain here for protection. You two lead 100 troops to attack. Are you confident in capturing the bandit leader?" Tong Fei and Tai Shirtzi responded in unison. "We shall not disgrace our mission." The two generals led the white scarf troops into a fierce charge towards the yellow turban saintess. Even though they faced thousands of yellow turban soldiers obstructing their advance, nothing could halt their momentum. Woof, woof. The large yellow dog continued to bark, while Lingqi scanned the surroundings with vigilance, turning to Yuan Yao and saying, "My lord." The large yellow dog senses that the area may not be safe. Yuan Yao brandished his dragon spiral halberd and reassured Lingqi, "Do not fear, Lingqi. I shall protect you." Just as they exchanged words, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From the woods on either side of them surged forth 200 burly yellow turban bandits. These marauders towered over the yellow turban soldiers ahead, each wielding a battle blade and exuding an aura of ferocity, unmistakably not ordinary yellow turban troops. "Protect the lord." Hundreds of elite soldiers clad in white were suddenly caught in a tumult, swiftly encircling Yuan Yao to shield him from the onslaught of the enemy. Yet, the two formidable leaders of the yellow turban rebels were exceptionally valiant, managing to breach the defenses of the white-clad troops and charge directly at Yuan Yao. Alarmed at the sight of the approaching rebel commanders, Yuan Yao's heart raced. Although he had acquired the skill of the spiral dragon halberd, his training had been far too brief. The disparity in prowess against these seasoned adversaries, capable of wreaking havoc on the battlefield, was quite evident. One of the rebel leaders boasted a mane of golden hair and wielded a long yellow blade, exuding an intimidating presence. The other, with skin as dark as coal and muscles taut with strength, brandished a yellow spear. It was clear that these two warriors were not to be trifled with. What to do now? While Yuan Yao could have fled, the presence of Lingqi by his side compelled him to ensure her safety at all costs. With no other option, he resolutely positioned his halberd to confront the foes. Just as Yuan Yao prepared to engage the two yellow turban commanders in a desperate struggle, Lingqi, with her soft and delicate hand, unexpectedly grasped the spiral dragon halberd. "Husband, give me the halberd," she urged. The moment Lingqi seized the halberd, Yuan Yao felt an overwhelming force emanating from it, a power that he could not contend with. Unable to maintain his grip, he relinquished the weapon, which Lingqi held firmly in her grasp. Facing the towering black-faced warrior ahead, Lingqi, with a single hand on the halberd, struck decisively toward him. The black giant, taken aback by the sight of a beautiful maiden wielding a halberd against him, wore a look of astonishment. Did this mere girl dare to stand against him? The burly man, known as Lu Shi, wielded a yellow spear, a divine weapon personally bestowed by the esteemed master Zhang Jiao, named the Yellow Heaven's Solid Stone Spear. Another fierce warrior, with golden hair and a matching beard, was called Huang Long, who brandished the Yellow Heaven's dragon-slaying blade. Also passed down by the great master Zhang Jiao. During the zenith of the Taiping Dao, the prowess of these two was formidable, placing them among the foremost of the Yellow Turban generals. Even renowned warriors of the Han army would dare to engage in battle with Lu Shi and Huang Long. How could a frail young girl withstand a single thrust from his spear? Lu Shi had no intention of killing the girl before him. Harming women and children was not in his character. He raised his spear, aiming to deflect Lu Lingqi's dragon-twirling halberd, intending to capture Yuan Yao and fulfill the mission of the Saintess. However, as their weapons clashed, Lu Shi realized he was utterly mistaken. Clang! The dragon-twirling halberd and the Yellow Heaven's solid stone spear collided, emitting a deafening clang of metal against metal. Lu Shi felt an overwhelming force radiate from the spear, rendering him utterly defenseless. What? You dare not dismount? Get down. Lu Lingqi, seeing her initial strike fail to unseat Lu Shi, launched another assault with her halberd. This time, Lu Shi did not underestimate Lu Lingqi. Gritting his teeth, he let out a fierce roar, his arm muscles swelling with exertion. Alas! Hua! Lu Lingqi paid no heed to Lu Shi's cries. The dragon-twirling halberd descended upon him like a mountain pressing down, as the halberd and spear clashed once more. Despite Lu Shi exerting all his strength, the force from the halberd was even more formidable than before. Boom! Bang! Lu Shi felt as though his very bones were about to be shattered by Lu Lingqi's might. The impact shattered his palm, and he was unceremoniously thrown from his horse by an unparalleled force, stirring up clouds of dust. Lingqi! Yuan Yao gazed at Lu Lingqi, who wielded the Malong spear, his eyes filled with disbelief. Is this truly my delicate and diminutive fiancé? The imposing aura of the dark-faced general was unmistakable. He was a battle-hardened warrior, brimming with ferocity. How could my little bride fail to withstand even 2 blows? Lu Lingqi triumphed over Lu Shi, prompting the general Huang Long to advance with his blade drawn. Lu Shi exclaimed, Brother Huang Long, be cautious. This woman is formidable. No worries. It's of no consequence. Huang Long let out a long roar, swinging the yellow sky dragon, slashed down upon Lu Lingqi. This maneuver had been meticulously prepared, and he was confident that he could prevail even against an opponent of superior strength. Yet, Lu Lingqi stood undaunted before Huang Long's long knife, firmly holding her spear in front of Yuan Yao. Clang! Their first clash ended in a stalemate. However, in the second exchange, Huang Long's hands began to tremble noticeably, his eyes wide with confusion as he stared at Lu Lingqi. After the third blow, Huang Long, much like Lu Shi, was swept off his horse by Lu Lingqi's sweeping dragon spear. Yuan Yao witnessed it all. 2 imposing generals were dispatched by his own little wife. Who would believe such a tale? Yuan Yao had initially thought Lu Lingqi to be a delicate woman in need of his careful protection. But now he realized how mistaken he had been. What kind of fragile maiden could annihilate enemy generals on the battlefield? Lu Lingqi turned to Yuan Yao and inquired, Husband, shall I eliminate them all? Yuan Yao observed that Huang Long and Lu Shi had effectively lost their combat capabilities. He addressed Lu Lingqi, stating, there is no need. Capturing them alive will suffice. Lu Lingqi then gestured towards the surrounding yellow turban warriors and inquired further, what about these? Should they also be taken alive? Still in a state of bewilderment, Yuan Yao instinctively nodded, replying, that is acceptable. Very well. I shall heed my husband's wishes. Lu Lingqi exclaimed, dismounting from her little red horse and launching an attack towards Lu Shi with her spear. In this maneuver, she did not employ the spear's tip, but instead struck Lu Shi with the side of the dragon coil spear. The weapon landed forcefully upon Lu Shi, sending the towering figure crashing to the ground, nearly creating a crater upon impact. Lu Shi felt as though his internal organs were in turmoil, rendered powerless. He realized that the petite girl before him had inflicted significant damage upon his constitution. The severity of his injuries was ambiguous, neither light nor heavy. Even with his robust physique, he would require at least 10 days to recover fully, lying in bed. Huang Long, positioned nearby, similarly endured a direct strike from Lu Lingqi's spear. After incapacitating both of them, Lu Lingqi brandished her dragon coil spear and charged into the ranks of the enemy. Confronted by several imposing yellow-turban warriors ahead, she transformed her spear into a staff, sweeping it horizontally. 5 yellow-turban warriors were sent flying from the force of her strike, landing several meters away and colliding with their comrades before finally coming to a halt. Lu Lingqi recalled Yuan Yao's words about capturing their foes alive. Otherwise, her strike could have cleaved the warriors in two. Just as she executed her sweeping maneuver and had not yet retracted her spear, another yellow-turban warrior approached from the side, intent on attacking. The yellow-turban warrior, with a fierce visage and wielding a blade, sought to deliver a fatal blow to Lingqi, seizing upon any opening she might reveal. However, Lingqi responded with a swift punch. Her delicate fist, striking with remarkable speed, connected with the warrior's chest. The impact resounded with a thunderous bang. This single blow sent the yellow-turban warrior flying several paces away, where he collapsed, spewing blood, and succumbed to silence. He was, indeed, dead. Lingqi clenched her small fist, feeling a twinge of disappointment as she lamented, "My husband instructed me to capture him alive. How could I have inadvertently struck him down? Alas, what if my husband is displeased?" At that moment, her betrothed, Yuan Yao, harbored no thoughts of displeasure. He swallowed hard, astonished. As if caught in a tempest of emotions. Reflecting on the matter, he recalled that his future father-in-law, Bu, had mentioned Lingqi's martial prowess. Yet, upon first laying eyes on her, he had been deceived by her seemingly fragile appearance. How could such a delicate girl, despite her training, possess any significant combat ability? He had assumed she could not possibly be his match, let alone participate in battle. However, after witnessing Lingqi's performance in combat today, Yuan Yao began to comprehend the meaning behind Bu's words. Lingqi is quite clever. She has channeled all her intelligence into martial arts. Lingqi's formidable strength and indomitable spirit on the battlefield surpassed any notion of mere cleverness. The shock of her extraordinary power and valiant demeanor left Yuan Yao utterly astounded. It was as if she possessed the strength to move mountains and an aura that eclipsed all. The contrast between his expectations and the reality of his fiancée was indeed staggering. Yuan Yao had initially perceived Lingqi as a girl who could not even open a bottle cap, requiring his tender care. It now appears that it was entirely my own illusion. If I truly provoked her, this girl could twist her own crown off. Chapter 87. What audacity do the mountain bandits possess? No wonder that after Lu Bu fathered Lu Lingqi, he could no longer conceive any more children. It seems that this girl has inherited all of Lu Bu's martial prowess. Lu Lingqi wielded her coiling dragon spear, gallivanting amidst the yellow-turban warriors. With the assistance of the white-eared elite troops, the yellow-turban warriors were continuously sent flying by Lu Lingqi. The outcome was devoid of any suspense. Were it not for Yuan Yao's orders to capture them alive, one might even suspect that this girl would dare to slay all the yellow-turban warriors. In less than half an hour, the battle came to a complete conclusion. The female bandit leader was captured without any uncertainty by Tong Fei. Besides the female leader, 2 young bandit generals were also taken alive by Tai Shirzi. 5 bandit leaders, bound securely by Yuan Yao's white-eared elite troops, were lined up neatly before him. At this moment, Lu Lingqi stood obediently beside Yuan Yao, looking up to him and asking, "Husband, am I formidable? Did I assist you this time?" Out of the battle context, Lu Lingqi transformed back into the charmingly innocent girl she had been before. It seemed that the valiant warrior was merely Yuan Yao's imagination. Yuan Yao reached out to gently stroke Lu Lingqi's silky hair, smiling as he said, "My dear Lingqi is the most formidable. This time, it is largely thanks to her that we were able to vanquish the bandits. Even De Huang contributed and deserves some meat." Lu Lingqi narrowed her large eyes, clearly relishing Yuan Yao's affectionate gestures. Huang Long and Lu Shi wore expressions of profound disillusionment. The saint entrusted them with a formidable task, to capture the bandit leader alive. However, the two found themselves thoroughly outmatched, thoroughly beaten by a young girl, and it was only due to her mercy that they were still standing. Had Yuan Yao not commanded them to take her alive, they would have surely met their demise. Yuan Yao's gaze fell upon the female bandit leader before him. She possessed a graceful figure and exquisite beauty, exuding an air of spirited elegance, a rare gem indeed. Yet, Yuan Yao was not swayed by her charm. After all, no beauty could rival that of his beloved wife, Lingqi. Moreover, he had 2 concubines, the sisters Qiao, whose allure certainly matched that of the yellow-turban bandit leader. Yuan Yao addressed the assembly of yellow-turban leaders. "What do you have to say for yourselves now that you have fallen into my hands?" The bandit leader bit her lip and retorted, "You vile scoundrel. Our capture today is merely a stroke of ill fortune. Do as you will. If we so much as frown, It would be a disgrace to the noble lineage of great sages. Tong Fei, hearing this, scoffed. What audacity do these mountain bandits possess? Your words imply that we are the brigands here. You find yourselves in our grasp due to your own misdeeds. What were you thinking when you plundered and pillaged? The yellow-turbaned leader passionately defended her actions. We only raided the strongholds and estates of the wealthy nobility. We have always abstained from harming the common folk, often providing them with food and aid. We are righteous rebels, not thieves. Yuan Yao stepped forward, smiling at the female leader. Regardless of whether you consider yourselves righteous rebels or brigands, it would indeed be a pity to end your life. This young master detests waste, ensuring that every grain of rice in the bowl is consumed. You still hold some value to me. Upon hearing this, the female leader's expression darkened, and she exclaimed, "What do you intend to do? A warrior may be slain but must not be insulted." The two young generals of the Yellow Turban faction, filled with righteous indignation, cried out, "Let any grievances fall upon us. We shall not flinch even if our heads roll. Do not trouble our saintly maiden. What I desire to do is..." Of course, Yuan Yao drew his formidable sword and cleaved it towards the Yellow Turban female leader. The ropes binding her fell away with a resounding thud. The female leader raised her head, her eyes filled with astonishment. "What do you mean by this?" Yuan Yao swung his sword several more times, severing the ropes of the other 4 Yellow Turban warriors as well. "I have no need for the dead. What I seek are individuals of value who can aid me in my grand ambitions." The female leader inquired, "Do you wish to surrender us?" "Indeed. And what if we vow never to yield?" Yuan Yao shook his head with a smile. "You will not do such a thing. Aligning with me will bring you no harm, only benefit. Moreover, there is no one else in this world who can accommodate you as I can." Upon hearing Yuan Yao's grandiose claims, the Yellow Turban saintess fixed her gaze on him and asked, "May I inquire who you are?" Yuan Yao replied with a smile, "I am Yuan Yao of Huainan. You must have heard of me." The Yellow Turban General Huang Long, taken aback, blurted out, "Are you not the one known as Yuan Yao of Huainan, the reincarnation of Meng Changjun, the governor of Yangzhou, and Marquis of Jinling Yuan Yao?" Tong Fei responded with pride, "Indeed. Indeed, it is my esteemed lord. You, the brigand, possess a modicum of discernment, recognizing my master." Upon realizing it was Yuan Yao before them, the leaders of the Yellow Turban rebels were taken aback. Yuan Yao, known as Little Meichong, is renowned, particularly among the valiant of the Greenwoods, where he is regarded as a figure of legendary stature. He assists the distressed and upholds righteousness, embodying the spirit of benevolence. Any hero who finds themselves in dire straits need only seek refuge at the Gathering Source Mountain Manor in their respective province to receive the aid of young Master Yuan. Those who have benefited from Yuan Yao's generosity hold him in high regard, spreading his name far and wide. This band of Yellow Turban soldiers, having gathered in the mountains, can be considered among the denizens of the Greenwoods. Upon hearing that the person before them was Yuan Yao, their hostility began to wane. Lu Shi addressed the saintess of the Yellow Turbans, saying, "Saintess, since we stand before little Mengchong, let us surrender. With his magnanimity, he will surely not treat us unjustly." Huang Long echoed, "Saintess, I wish to pledge my allegiance to little Mengchong." Yuan Yao's reputation holds considerable allure for the likes of Huang Long and Lu Shi, and even the Yellow Turban saintess felt a sense of ease. Yet, she retained some reservations and spoke to Yuan Yao, "Young master, as the scion of the foremost family in the realm, you are naturally at odds with our Taiping Dao. I seek to understand why you would accept us. After we pledge our loyalty, what is expected of us? Should it contravene our principles, we would rather face death than comply." Yuan Yao replied to the Yellow Turban saintess, "Such matters cannot be succinctly conveyed in a few words. Shall we find a quiet place to discuss in detail?" The Yellow Turban saintess acquiesced. "As a defeated general, I shall naturally heed your commands." Yuan Yao then ordered his soldiers to erect a simple tent, with elite troops stationed outside to guard it. Yuan Yao and the Yellow Turban saintess entered the tent, taking their respective seats. 4 leaders of the Yellow Turbans stood within the tent, closely monitored by Zhou Tai and Su Xiang. The 2 generals, Tong Fei and Tai Shirzi, stood behind Yuan Yao, ensuring his safety. Lu Lingqi sat beside Yuan Yao, her gaze fixed intently on the Yellow Turban saintess. Should the saintess display any disobedience, Lu Lingqi would be swift to deal with her, for she could not allow any threat to her husband. Yuan Yao inquired of the Yellow Turban saintess, "After such prolonged conflict, I have yet to inquire your name. I have heard your subordinates refer to you as the saintess. Are you perchance the saintess of the Taiping Dao from here? What connection do you, as the saintess, hold with the esteemed Zhang Jiao of the Taiping Dao?" The saintess replied softly, "I am Zhang Ning, honored to meet you, young Master Yuan. The esteemed Zhang Jiao is indeed my father." Chapter 88. Some matters in this world hold greater significance than life and death. The daughter of Zhang Jiao, Zhang Ning. Yuan Yao had heard of Zhang Ning in his previous life, initially thinking her a mere figment of legend, yet here she stood, a tangible reality. If she truly was Zhang Jiao's daughter, her potential value to him was considerable. Yuan Yao addressed Zhang Ning. Though the yellow turbans have been defeated, numerous remnants still dwell across the various provinces. As the daughter of the esteemed Zhang Jiao, why have you fallen to such a state? Accompanied by but a mere 3,000 followers? Zhang Ning shook her head in response, offering a wry smile. Young master, your words leave me at a loss. She then produced an item from her battle robe, placing it upon the table. Yuan Yao leaned closer to observe. It was a token forged from pure gold, inscribed with the words Huang Tian. Miss Zhang Ning, what is this? This item is known as the Yellow Heaven Order, a token of the esteemed Master Zhang Jiao of the Taiping Dao. To behold this order is akin to encountering the great master himself. To possess it is to command the followers of the faith across the realm. At this, Zhang Ning paused momentarily before inquiring of Yuan Yao. Young Master Yuan, how do you perceive this Yellow Heaven Order in comparison to the Imperial Seal? Upon hearing her words, Yuan Yao instantly comprehended the implications. In this tumultuous era, the Han dynasty was in decline. Even if the Han sovereign, Lu Xie, were to grasp the Imperial Seal, no vassal would heed his commands. The same reasoning applied to Zhang Ning. The Taiping Dao had fragmented, with many leaders either perished or fled, leaving only a few to raise armies and claim dominion over their territories. Under such circumstances, how could Zhang Ning hope to command the yellow turbans with merely the Yellow Heaven Order? I understand your meaning, young lady. However, Yuan Yao replied confidently, the efficacy of the seal depends on the hands that wield it. The Yellow Heaven Order is no different. Perhaps it holds little value in your grasp, yet in mine, it possesses great potential. Miss Zhang Ning, all you need to do is loyally assist me, and I shall ensure you become the true saintess of the yellow turbans. Do you wish to utilize me? To exploit the Taiping Dao? I regret to inform you, young Master Yuan, that I cannot acquiesce to this proposition. Zhang Ning gazed steadily at Yuan Yao. I am aware that should I heed your counsel, it is indeed possible for me to regain control of the Taiping Dao. I could even lead a life of opulence and luxury. However, these are not the aspirations that Zhang Ning seeks. The young master may not be aware that, before the Taiping Dao rose in rebellion, my father had already commanded millions of followers across the 9 provinces. Even among the court's numerous attendants and noble ministers, there were those affiliated with our Taiping Dao. Wealth and glory were within my father's grasp. If he sought fame and fortune, why would he embark on a rebellion? His true aspiration was not for immortality or riches, but to rescue the common people from suffering and restore peace to the realm. For this cause, my father was willing to stand as a vanguard before the king, striving to shake the very foundation of the Lu dynasty with the cries of the people of the 9 provinces. Although Zhang Ning could not inherit her father's ambitions, she did not wish to be exploited by the aristocracy, nor to continue aiding the elite in oppressing the populace. Yuan Yao was taken aback, realizing that this fallen saint of the yellow turbans harbored such unwavering resolve. It seems that a person's convictions can indeed grow strong enough to transcend the fear of death. Yuan Yao remarked to Zhang Ning. Yet, even the great and virtuous teacher ultimately faced defeat, did he not? Even if the young lady refrains from aiding the aristocracy, there will still be others eager to act as their lackeys. This world will not change because of one individual. Zhang Ning gazed earnestly at Yuan Yao and replied, before the uprising of the Taiping Dao, my father informed me that as long as the fortune of the Han dynasty remains, any rebellion is destined to fail. Yet, there are certain endeavors that, despite their foreseen failure, still require someone to undertake them. My abilities are limited. I cannot rescue the people from their plight, but I cannot assist the aristocracy in their tyranny either. There are matters in this world that hold greater significance than life and death. While you may feel incapable of such actions, I, Yuan Yao, can indeed rise to the occasion. Yuan Yao raised his voice, proclaiming, to save the common people from calamity and to restore a prosperous era for them. Let the people of the realm no longer suffer the humiliation of the aristocracy. I, Yuan Yao, am capable. Zhang Ning questioned. But, Master Yuan, you hail from the most esteemed family in the realm. Yuan Yao replied earnestly. Though I am born of a noble lineage, I do not condone the practices of such families. The incessant acquisition of land and relentless exploitation of the common folk will inevitably lead to irreversible consequences. In the end, both the aristocracy and the populace shall face annihilation. While these noble houses resemble a deluge or ferocious beasts, I, Yuan Yao, aspire to be the one who tames the flood and the monster. As the great sage has proclaimed, Some matters hold greater significance than wealth and glory. My purpose is to guide the people of our land towards a righteous path, ensuring that the citizens of Huaxia are shielded from foreign oppressors and the tyranny of noble families, thus enjoying a prosperous and peaceful era. This path is fraught with hardship, yet I am not alone in this endeavor. By my side stand countless comrades, Xiao, Zi, Yu Ping, Wen Xiang, and my loyal strategists and generals. All are my like-minded friends. Miss Zhangning, the peaceful world I seek to establish may well reflect the aspirations of your father. Would you be willing to join us? The mention of the 4 generals by Yuan Yao filled them with pride, their hearts swelling with admiration for their master's grand ambitions. Zhangning, however, appeared taken aback, astonished by Yuan Yao's aspirations. Did not Yuan Yao's vision mirror that of her father, the esteemed sage? It dawned upon her that there indeed existed someone who shared her father's ideals, and that person was the scion of the most prominent noble family in the land. Was this a matter of fate, or merely a cruel irony? Master Yuan, if we were to pledge our allegiance to you, what would you have us do? The integration of the yellow turbans. Upon hearing these 4 words from Yuan Yao, Zhangning felt no surprise. With the yellow heaven order in his possession, and as the saintess of the heavenly balance sect, it was only natural for Yuan Yao to seek to utilize her to unify the yellow turbans, to subdue the aristocratic families of the realm. As this declaration echoed, Zhangning and the 4 leaders of the yellow turbans were left in profound astonishment. Could it be that young Master Yuan Yao intends to confront the powerful aristocracy? The noble families of the Han dynasty are immensely formidable, perhaps even more so than the imperial authority itself. The first individual they had encountered with such audacity was the esteemed Zhang Jiao. Yuan Yao now stood as the second individual brave enough to face the aristocracy. Did this not signify that Yuan Yao was their chosen sovereign? If so, Zhang Ning was willing to pledge her allegiance to the young master and present the yellow heaven order in service of his grand ambitions. She would not hesitate to brave fire and water for her lord. Immediately, Zhang Ning knelt upon the ground, raising the yellow heaven order high above her head, offering the token to Yuan Yao. Huang Long, Lu Shi, Zhang Baiyu, Zhang Baike, and the other leaders of the yellow turbans were equally fervent, proclaiming their loyalty. We are willing to honor the young master as our lord and pledge our lives to serve him. Yuan Yao rose, personally assisting Zhang Ning and the others to their feet. With your support, my grand endeavors shall surely come to fruition. The inclusion of the yellow turban saintess Zhang Ning and the 4 commanders brought Yuan Yao immense joy. These individuals would prove invaluable to him. With the yellow turban army at his disposal, Yuan Yao would possess the means to address the challenges posed by the Jiangdong aristocracy. In due time, he would be liberated from the constraints of the noble families, consolidating resources from Jiangdong and turning his gaze northward to claim dominion over the realm. How could those lords, who struggled to maintain a delicate balance with the aristocracy, possibly stand against him? Chapter 89. The request of Chungong. Yuan Yao gathered the surrendered yellow turban soldiers and led them out of the mountains. As they descended, they noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance along the official road, indicating the approach of a cavalry unit. Uncertain whether the riders were friend or foe, Tai Shirtzi commanded, "Form ranks. Protect our lord." 200 elite soldiers in white tunics arranged themselves in formation, encircling Yuan Yao at the center. Moments later, the cavalry drew near. Upon recognizing the leading rider, Yuan Yao exhaled in relief. It was none other than his esteemed father-in-law, Lu Bu, clad in full battle regalia. Lu Bu appeared far more formidable than the last time Yuan Yao had encountered him in Shuzhou. He donned a splendid floral battle robe, a lion-patterned jade belt, and a golden crown atop his head, wielding the famed Confronting Huang Yi. His mount, the fiery red hair, seemed to blaze with vigor, devoid of any blemish. Truly, Lu Bu among men, and red hair among horses. It was Yuan Yao's first time witnessing such a flamboyant warrior. The cavalrymen accompanying Lu Bu exuded an intimidating presence, brimming with a fierce aura, clearly seasoned veterans of countless battles. Presumably, these were the renowned Bingzhou Wolf cavalry, who had fought alongside Lu Bu on the battlefield. Yuan Yao respectfully greeted Lu Bu, saying, "Your humble son-in-law pays his respects to you, esteemed father-in-law." "There's no need for such formality," Lu Bu replied, his demeanor grave, his gaze fixed intently upon Lingqi. Lingqi, step forward. Lingqi, riding her small red horse, advanced a few steps and inquired, "Father, did you come specifically to find me? Who permitted you to leave the Marquis's residence and venture into this desolate wilderness? What would your father and mother do if you were to suffer any harm?" Though Elbu spoke with a tone of reproach, his words nonetheless emanated the tender affection of a father toward his daughter. Lingqi replied with a smile, "I am not in danger at all. My husband is here. He has assured me that he will protect me." Yuan Yao nodded and affirmed, "Rest assured, esteemed lord, I shall safeguard Lingqi." Bu cast a glance at Yuan Yao, then surveyed the captured yellow turban bandits among his troops. "Have you defeated this band of yellow turbans? My humble self has not failed in his mission and has fulfilled the promise made to my esteemed father-in-law. Though these yellow turban soldiers are indeed bandits, they hail from the common folk of the Han. They possess a desire for redemption and wish to abandon their dark ways. I intend to offer them a chance. I can assure you, my esteemed father-in-law, that these yellow turban forces will no longer pose a threat to Shuzhou." Bu had originally intended for Yuan Yao to face some hardship, to instill a sense of reverence within him. However, he was taken aback to find that Yuan Yao had indeed vanquished the yellow turban bandits and captured them all. This was truly beyond Bu's expectations. Given Yuan Yao's capabilities, it was entirely plausible that the ambitious conquest of Jiangdong could indeed be attributed to this young man. "These bandits are your captives. How you choose to deal with them is entirely your prerogative. I shall not interfere. As for other matters, we shall discuss them upon our return to the city." Bu was evidently concerned for his daughter's safety, which prompted him to lead the cavalry from Bingzhou to her aid. Now that his daughter was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan Yao and his companions accompanied Bu back to Shuzhou, where they established a camp outside the city to accommodate the captured yellow turban soldiers. Zhou Tai and Su Xing were left to guard the encampment, while Yuan Yao, along with Tong Fei, Tai Shirzi, and several yellow turban leaders, entered the city. Bu had long harbored intentions of marrying off his daughter, and Yuan Yao had splendidly accomplished his task. His status as the son-in-law of the esteemed Wen Ho was thus firmly established. Immediately, Bu hosted a banquet within the city, introducing his esteemed officers and scholars to Yuan Yao. "Esteemed son-in-law, this is Zhang Liao, also known as Zhang Wenyuan, my brother." Yuan Yao scrutinized Zhang Liao for a moment, noting his handsome visage, towering stature, and commanding presence, exuding the aura of a true hero and a formidable general of the age. "I have met Uncle Wenyuan," he remarked. Zhang Liao promptly returned the courtesy, stating, "You honor me, young master." Bu continued his introductions, saying, "This is Gao Shun, known as Gao Bopping, who is unwaveringly loyal to me." Gao Shun possessed a square jaw and a dark complexion, his demeanor radiating a calm resolve, a man of few words. Yuan Yao offered a respectful nod. "I have met General Bopping." "I have met you, young master," Gao Shun replied, acknowledging the greeting. "I do not partake in wine. I beg your pardon for any discourtesy at this banquet." Following Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, Bu introduced several other martial generals, such as Song Xian, Wei Su, and Chao Xing, to showcase the exceptional talent within his ranks. After presenting a few more warriors, Bu then brought forth a scholar, addressing Yuan Yao, esteemed son-in-law. "This is my strategist, Mr. Chen Gong, also known as Chen Gongtai. I heed his counsel without reservation. Without him, there would be no Bu of today." Though Chen Gong's appearance was rather unremarkable, he carried himself with an air of elegance and integrity, marking him as no ordinary individual. Yuan Yao mused inwardly about how his father-in-law truly regarded Chen Gong's advice, not with unreserved compliance, but selectively, listening when in good spirits, while completely disregarding it when vexed. Had my father-in-law, Bu, heeded Chen Gong's counsel in his previous life, he might have avoided the tragic fate of perishing at the White Gate Tower. Having met with the esteemed Gongtai, Chen Gong is acquainted with the young master. The attendees at the banquet were largely familiar to Yuan Yao. As the revelry commenced, the atmosphere of the gathering grew increasingly lively. Chen Gong sat beside Yuan Yao, who raised his cup and addressed him. "I have heard from Han Yin that Gongtai has ardently advocated for the union of our two families. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance, and I toast to you, esteemed Gongtai." Chen Gong lifted his wine vessel in response, saying, "There is no need for such formality. Young master, as the saying goes, harmony brings mutual benefit. A marriage with the Yuan family would greatly favor my lord. That Cao Cao is a man of treacherous ambition, and it is only a matter of time before he turns his attention to Shuzhou. When that day arrives, I hope you will extend your support." Yuan Yao solemnly replied, "My father-in-law is my kin. Should that day truly come, I shall not remain idle." "That is most reassuring, perhaps due to a slight intoxication." Chen Gong's complexion flushed as he continued, "Young master, your conquests in Jiangdong have earned you fame throughout the realm. You are a hero of our time. There are matters I wish to candidly share with you. My lord, the War Marquis, is a general of exceptional talent, unmatched in commanding cavalry across the land. However, it is regrettable that the War Marquis is not suited for the struggle against rival warlords. If the day comes when, I hope you will embrace the War Marquis rather than seek to orchestrate his misfortune. If you can safeguard his life, I, Chen Gong, would be willing to assist you in achieving great endeavors. Chen Gong appeared to be inebriated, yet Yuan Yao was acutely aware that Chen Gong was, in fact, quite lucid. His words were not a mere test. He was a true sage capable of perceiving the intricacies of the current situation, grasping the overarching trends, and discerning the depths of human nature. Suzhou was a battleground rife with conflict. Cao Cao to the west, Yuan Shao to the north, Yuan Shu to the south, and the sea to the east. Despite Elbu's unparalleled martial prowess, he found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament. The resources of troops, finances, talent in both civil and military spheres, the control of territories, and the backing of noble families. All these warlords overshadowed Elbu in every conceivable aspect. Elbu lacked the means to contend with the three formidable warlords surrounding him. His fate was singular. Either he would align himself with the warlords or meet his demise. However, Elbu's reputation was profoundly tarnished, having assassinated both Ding Yuan and Dong Zhuo. Which warlord could possibly accept him? Though Cao Cao and Yuan Shao were known for their magnanimity towards the worthy, they could not tolerate a usurper such as Elbu. Chen Gong discerned the bleak prospects awaiting Elbu, predicting that his likely outcome would be defeat and death. He, Chen Gong, had long since prepared himself to accompany Elbu to the grave. The proposed alliance with Yuan Shu was a contingency plan devised for Elbu, perhaps his sole avenue for survival. Yuan Yao raised his wine cup with both hands, bowing respectfully to Chen Gong, and solemnly declared, "I shall honor the request of Master Gongtai. As long as my father-in-law does not betray me, I shall remain steadfast in my loyalty." Just as Yuan Yao concluded his words, Elbu approached, his face flushed, seizing Yuan Yao's hand and exclaiming with a grin, "My esteemed son-in-law, come. Let us drink another few cups together." As he watched Yuan Yao depart with Lu Bu, Chen Gong murmured to himself, "My lord, you may yet be unaware of the peril we face. In truth, I, Suzhou, have no further options but to wager that Yuan Yao is a man of deep loyalty and righteousness." After several rounds of wine, the night had grown late. The officers and soldiers under Lu Bu's command had all dispersed, leaving only Lu Bu and his son-in-law, Yuan Yao, to continue their revelry in the hall. After sharing another cup, Yuan Yao addressed Lu Bu, saying, "Father-in-law, I have accomplished all that I set out to do in Suzhou. Tomorrow, I intend to return to Shouchun. I humbly request your permission to take Lingxi with me." Lu Bu's hand trembled around the wine cup as he sighed. "Is it time to depart? If you must go, so be it. My daughter has grown. Eventually, she must marry." Yuan Yao could discern that Lu Bu's reluctance stemmed not from a desire to keep him, but rather from a deep-seated affection for his cherished daughter, Lu Lingxi. "Lingxi has endured much hardship alongside me, wandering from place to place. I, Lu Bu, have failed to provide her with a stable life. I have not cared for her as I ought." He continued, "It is evident that Lingxi holds great affection for you. She appears far happier by your side than she ever did with me." Lu Bu grasped Yuan Yao's hand firmly and implored him, "Son-in-law, I wish to request a favor from you. Please, speak, father-in-law. During this campaign against the Yellow Turbans, you have witnessed Lingxi's prowess, have you not? That child possesses a pure heart, yet her martial talents are extraordinary. Despite being a woman, she is endowed with remarkable strength. I have often wondered whether this is a blessing or a curse for her. Lingxi's skills are a true reflection of my teachings. Even if I were to engage her personally, it would be a formidable challenge to best her within 30 exchanges. Sometimes I find myself pondering how wonderful it would be if this child were a son. In that case, I could bestow upon him all that I possess. Alas, she is a girl." Lu Bu gazed at Yuan Yao, his eyes seemingly filled with a hint of pleading. "Son-in-law, I have but one request of you. Please do not treat Lingxi as a mere tool." Yuan Yao suddenly felt that the Lu Bu before him was no longer the revered warrior, the unparalleled champion of the realm. He was simply a father who yearned for his daughter to be cherished by her husband. Yuan Yao took a deep breath and nodded. "Lingxi is my wife, my kin. Even on the battlefield, I shall ensure she remains by my side, never to be used for my own martial gains. In my heart, she shall never be regarded as an instrument. If that is the case, I shall rest easy." The following day, Lu Lingxi bid a heartfelt farewell to her parents and departed Suzhou with Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao and Zhang Ning's forces, comprised of the Yellow Turban Army, split into two factions and headed towards Huainan. On the surface, this Yellow Turban Army appeared to have no affiliation with Yuan Yao, merely wandering southward. It is not uncommon for a band of brigands to roam wherever they please without attracting the attention of the lords across the land. In reality, Yuan Yao was not far from Zhang Ning's troops and could readily deploy 3,000 Yellow Turban soldiers at any moment. Meanwhile, in Suzhou, at the Chun residence, Chen Deng hurriedly entered his father Chen Gui's study, exclaiming, "Father, there is grave news. For reasons unknown, Lu Bu has indeed married his daughter to Yuan Yao. Now Yuan Yao has taken Lu Bu's daughter out of the city. I fear this matter cannot be undone. How could this be so? Qin Gui furrowed his brow, a look of astonishment adorning his face. I had clearly persuaded Bu, so why has he changed his mind? Could it be that Qin Gong has once again sought to influence Bu? Father, what shall we do now? With Bu's daughter married to Huainan, the plan to sever ties has already been set in motion. Lord Xuanda's life may be in jeopardy. Qin Gui, ever the schemer, contemplated and said to Qin Deng, do not panic, there is still a chance. Although Yuan Yao has taken Bu's daughter, he is yet to return to Runan. Has he not? You must swiftly go to Xiaopei and find Xuanda, urging him to intercept Yuan Yao and reclaim the daughter of the Marquis of Wan. Yuan Yao is accompanied by only 200 guards, while Lord Xuanda commands the valiant generals Guan and Zhang, whose might is unmatched. Should Lord Xuanda take action, Yuan Yao is bound to be defeated. In that event, Yuan Shu will undoubtedly harbor enmity towards Bu, allowing Lord Xuanda to profit from the situation and seize control of Shuzhou. Qin Deng, upon hearing this, was filled with joy and exclaimed, Father, what a brilliant plan. I shall set off immediately. Without delay, Qin Deng hastened towards Xiaopei, while Yuan Yao led his entourage southward. Throughout the journey, Lingxi rode alongside Yuan Yao on her little red horse, marveling at everything around her and brimming with delight. Her large yellow dog, which she had raised, accompanied her to Runan and was fed sumptuous meat by Yuan Yao along the way, growing quite plump. Clad in a black robe, Li Ru approached Yuan Yao and remarked, My lord, as we escort Miss Lingxi back to Shouchun, the journey ahead may not be entirely smooth. Yuan Yao inquired, What do you mean, sir? Li Ru explained to Yuan Yao. When Hanin first sought to propose to Bu, the wily Qin Gui intervened. The Qin father and son from Shuzhou harbor considerable animosity towards my Yuan clan. How could they possibly allow the marriage of the lord to the daughter of the marquis to pass without retribution? I fear they will undoubtedly resort to treacherous schemes to harm the lord. Though the Qin family possesses personal soldiers, they lack formidable generals. It is highly likely they will ally with Liu Bei, leveraging his might to launch a fierce pursuit. Yuan Yao pondered for a moment before inquiring of Li Ru. Is it conceivable that Liu Bei, renowned for his benevolence and righteousness, would heed the Chun family's counsel and send troops to pursue us? Li Ru replied, The Lord must not entrust his safety to Liu Bei's reputation for virtue. It is always prudent to remain vigilant. Yuan Yao nodded in agreement and said, Then, sir, please proceed with your arrangements. The Yellow Turban Army under Zhang Ning is at your disposal as well. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Li Ru's eyes as he smiled and responded, I shall dutifully obey the Lord's command. If Liu Bei and his cohorts do not come, it would be fortuitous. However, should they choose to pursue, I shall ensure they do not return. Having received Yuan Yao's orders, Li Ru began to make meticulous preparations. Days later, he identified a critical route that Yuan Yao's pursuers would likely take. In this overgrown and densely wooded area, he set up an intricate trap, instructing Yuan Yao's generals on the method of fire attack. Li Ru was confident that even if the enemy generals pursuing Yuan Yao possessed extraordinary courage, escaping from a conflagration would prove exceedingly difficult. At this juncture, Qin Deng arrived in Xiaopei and sought an audience with Liu Bei. Lord Xuanda, calamity approaches. Yuan Shu is about to forge a marriage alliance with Bu, using this familial connection as a scheme to endanger your life. Chapter 91. The path of benevolence and righteousness, is it truly so? Has Fengxian indeed allied with the Yuan clan through marriage? Liu Bei furrowed his brow, revealing a hint of concern in his eyes. He was acutely aware of the consequences that would arise from Bu's alliance with Yuan Shu. With himself relegated to the small territory of Xiaopei and possessing merely a few thousand troops, it seemed that the vast expanse of Shuzhou would no longer offer him a place to stand. The dire circumstances he faced filled him with a profound sense of sorrow. After toiling for half a lifetime to establish a foothold in Shuzhou, it had now been wrested from him by Bu. He found himself unable to even remain in Xiaopei. Turning to Qin Deng, Liu Bei inquired, Yuan Long, what do you believe I should do? Qin Deng proposed a strategy, saying, Lord Xuanda, Yuan Yao has returned to Shouchun with Bu's daughter, yet they have not traveled far. If you were to mobilize your forces to pursue them, there is still time. Yuan Yao is accompanied by only 200 guards. With the valor of generals Guan and Zhang, reclaiming Bu's daughter would not prove difficult. Should we succeed in this endeavor, it would undoubtedly sow discord between Bu and Yuan Shu, leaving Bu with no choice but to ally with you against Yuan Shu. Thus, you could rest easy, Lord Xuanda. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei exclaimed fervently, Elder brother, Qin Deng speaks the truth. Bu and Yuan Shu, those two knaves, have gone too far. They seek to conspire against you. We shall not allow them to succeed. Grant me 500 elite soldiers, and I, Xiang, will personally intercept Yuan Yao and deliver him to you for your judgment. Huang Yi then turned to Liu Bei and asked, Elder brother, are we truly to intercept Yuan Yao? Liu Bei found himself in a tumult of conflicting thoughts. He recognized the effectiveness of Chen Deng's strategy. Logically, he ought to act accordingly. Yet, if he were to take action, it would contradict the principles he held dear. Liu Bei took a deep breath and stated, Yuan Yao is unmarried, and Bu's daughter is not yet wed. Regardless of whether it is a scheme or not, Yuan Yao's pursuit of Bu's daughter in Shuzhou is entirely justifiable. Since Bu has already betrothed his daughter to Yuan Yao, she is now his wife. To intercept Yuan Yao and seize his spouse would be an act of injustice. Such a reprehensible deed, deserving of public scorn, is something I, Liu Bei, cannot commit. Chen Deng, in a state of agitation, urged Liu Bei, Lord Xuanda. This is your sole opportunity for a turnaround. If you permit Yuan Yao to escape, Xiao Pei will be in peril. Your brothers, your family will all be in jeopardy. Will you not reconsider? There is nothing to reconsider, Liu Bei replied resolutely. Shaking his head, my foundation does not rest upon Xiao Pei, but upon the principles of benevolence and righteousness. Losing Shuzhou or Xiao Pei does not signify a loss of my essence. If I were to forsake benevolence and righteousness, then I would truly have nothing. Guan Yu admired Liu Bei's unwavering commitment to righteousness. Hearing Liu Bei's words, Guan Yu could not help but exclaim, Elder brother speaks most wisely. Zhang Fei scratched his head and chuckled. Indeed, elder brother is right. I, Zhang, was quite vexed earlier and momentarily lost my judgment. How could we, as brothers, engage in such unscrupulous acts as seizing another's wife? Let Yuan Yao return. If Bu and Yuan Shu come to attack, I, Zhang, will be here. At that time, I shall wield my serpent spear and fight them to the death. Chen Deng was taken aback, having hastened to Xiao Pei only to encounter such an outcome. He could not comprehend the principles upheld by the trio of Liu, Guan, and Zhang. As long as victory can be attained and one's strategic objectives realized, what means should be deemed unacceptable in dealing with adversaries? To cling stubbornly to the ideals of benevolence and righteousness, as Liu Bei does, is indeed excessively naive. Chen Deng, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, Lord Xuanda, your approach could cost you your life. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Bei replied, releasing Yuan Yao back to Shouchun merely signifies a loss of territory. How could it possibly result in the loss of life? The world is vast. My three brothers can venture anywhere. Even if I harbor grievances against Bu and Yuan Shu, I must secure victory with honor. Second brother, third brother. Liu Bei gazed at his two siblings and proposed, let us abandon Xiao Pei and seek refuge in Xuchang with Chaomingda. We could borrow troops from Cao Cao to reclaim Shuzhou. What say you? Zhang Fei, upon hearing this, clapped his hands in approval and laughed heartily. Your words, elder brother, resonate perfectly with my sentiments. I have long held a disdain for that scoundrel Bu. He wishes for us to ally with him? Bah! Shuzhou has been snatched away by Bu. I must reclaim it for you. Guan Yu, stroking his splendid beard, declared, as long as the three of us are united, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. Once we secure troops from Cao Cao, we shall undoubtedly emerge victorious in future battles. From the moment the three brothers Liu, Guan, and Zhang set out to quell the yellow turbans, they have led a life of hardship and displacement. Yet, irrespective of the adversities they face, they remain filled with hope for the future. Liu Bei grasped Chen Deng's hand and said, Mr. Yuan Long, you are my strategist. As we journey to Xuchang, I shall require your counsel on significant matters. You must accompany me. Chen Deng had always held high hopes for Liu Bei, feeling that if he could assist Liu Bei in regaining control of Shuzhou, the Chen family might soar to great heights by leveraging Liu Bei's influence. Chen Deng was nonetheless profoundly disappointed by Liu Bei's conduct that day. Could such a pedantic individual truly accomplish great feats in a time of chaos? The Chen family could not tether themselves to Liu Bei's faltering chariot. Subtly withdrawing his hand from Liu Bei's grasp, Chen Deng addressed him, Lord Xuanda, I am most eager to accompany you to Xuchang. Alas, my father is far too elderly and requires constant care. I cannot be away from him for even a moment. Rather than trailing Xuanda to Shudu, it would be wiser for him to remain in Shuzhou as an informant. When the time comes for Lord Xuanda to confront Bu, the Chen family shall lend their utmost support. Liu Bei pondered this and concluded that having a hidden ally in Shuzhou was indeed a prudent strategy. He replied to Chen Deng, if that is the case, I shall rely on you, Mr. Yuan Long. Liu Bei was eternally grateful for the Chen family's unwavering loyalty. After bidding farewell to Chen Deng, Liu Bei gathered the 5,000 troops stationed in Xiao Pei and set off towards Shouchun with his family in tow. Meanwhile, Li Ru had laid an intricate trap, waiting for Liu Bei for 2 days, yet still saw no sign of him, which left him somewhat disheartened. He had devised a grand conflagration intended to extinguish Liu Bei's ambitions. If Liu Bei planned to pursue his army, he should have arrived by now. Yuan Yao turned to Li Ru and said, "Mr. Wenyong, let us depart. Liu Bei is unlikely to come." Li Ru, his eyes clouded with confusion, queried, "Why is this so? Based on my understanding of the Chen father and son, they would surely offer counsel to Liu Bei to intercept our lord." Yuan Yao chuckled. "Your insight into the motivations of the Chen family, that esteemed lineage, is indeed astute. However, Mr. Ku does not fully comprehend Liu Bei. Liu Bei is a true gentleman who upholds the principles of benevolence and righteousness. He would never resort to such an act as abducting another man's wife." Li Ru lamented. "In these chaotic times, can there truly exist individuals so pedantic? To forsake an easily attainable victory for the sake of righteousness? Pedantic? I do not perceive Liu Bei as such, Mr. Ku." Yuan Yao softly remarked. "In ancient times, when the customs were simple, if a person were both thick-skinned and cunning, he would gain advantages unattainable by the populace, thus securing his position. As time has passed, such self-serving individuals have roamed the world. Yet, if there exists a person who is neither thick-skinned nor cunning, that individual is bound to earn the trust of the common people and, in turn, achieve great endeavors. Liu Bei, constrained by his sense of righteousness, is nonetheless elevated by it. In this era of heroes, Liu Xuande undoubtedly deserves his place." Chapter 92. A father does not plunder the people daily. Yuan Yao withdrew his troops and marched towards Shouchun, encountering no obstacles along the way. Upon Liu Bei's arrival in Shouchun, he sparked considerable debate among Cao Cao's advisors. The majority believed Liu Bei to be a formidable warlord and urged Cao Cao to eliminate him swiftly. They argued that if Liu Bei were not killed, he would inevitably become a significant threat to Cao Cao. Only Guijia advised against killing Liu Bei, reasoning with Cao Cao, "My lord, Liu Bei is renowned as a hero. His current plight has led him to seek refuge with you, thus bestowing upon you greater renown. Should you slay Liu Bei, you will unjustly carry the reputation of having murdered a virtuous man. Consequently, who among the heroes of the realm would dare to seek your favor again? If the sovereign treats Liu Bei kindly, even if one day Liu Bei were to betray him, it would be Liu Xuande who would face the scorn of the masses. The heroes of the realm would still rally to the sovereign's side, much like Yuan Shao's son, Yuan Yao, who established the Gathering of Friends Manor in various provinces to aid the valiant and impoverished scholars of the world. His actions have already garnered the admiration of talented individuals across the land. Many learned and capable men have flocked to Runan, allowing Yuan Shao to gather numerous talents. Yuan Yao, this young man, is not to be underestimated." Cao Cao quietly pondered Yuan Yao's name before addressing Guijia. "Feng Shao, we too have a Gathering of Friends Manor under our rule. I intend to seal these manors to prevent Yuan Yao from further amassing fame. What are your thoughts?" "My lord, this course of action may not be prudent," Guijia advised Cao Cao. "The Gathering of Friends Manor provides refuge to heroes and destitute scholars in peril. Should you choose to destroy these manors, these individuals will perceive you as an enemy, even if you cannot recruit these talents at present. It is unwise to create animosities with them. Although Yuan Yao possesses considerable talent, he is, after all, the son of Yuan Shao, and the true power in Huainan lies with Yuan Shao himself. With the imperial seal in his possession, he is destined to usurp the throne. Once Yuan Shao becomes a usurper, any prestige Yuan Yao has accumulated will vanish in an instant. Why must the sovereign act in haste?" Cao Cao nodded, letting out a soft sigh. "Very well, I shall tolerate this Yuan Yao for a time. Yuan Shao has indeed raised a fine son. Now, with the Yuan family allied with Bu, the situation has become even more precarious," Guijia softly remarked. "Now that Liu Bu has become a wing of the Yuan clan, it would be prudent for the lord to first eliminate Liu Bu if he intends to confront Yuan Shu. Liu Bei, on the other hand, is a man of potential. The lord could provide Liu Bei with troops and resources, thus enabling him to serve as a formidable weapon against Liu Bu." Cao Cao pondered. "I wish to bestow upon Liu Bei 10,000 soldiers and petition His Majesty to appoint him as the governor of Yuzhou, allowing him to engage Liu Bu. What do you think of this, Feng Shao?" "My lord, this strategy is indeed commendable." Cao Cao took Liu Bei under his wing, intending to utilize him as a blade to pierce Liu Bu. Upon returning to Shouchun, Yuan Yao also learned of this development. He mused to himself, in the previous life, it was Liu Bei who clashed with Liu Bu, leading to a fierce battle in which Liu Bei was ultimately defeated and sought refuge with Cao. In this life, Liu Bei, upon learning of my union with Liu Bu, has chosen not to engage, but rather to align himself with Cao Cao directly. It appears that the battle for Shuzhou is inevitable. With time still at my disposal, I must swiftly consolidate the various prefectures of Jiangdong in preparation for the impending conflict. With this thought, Yuan Yao addressed Li Ru beside him. Mr. Wen Yu, how have you arranged for the yellow turban soldiers? Li Ru bowed and replied, my lord. Lu Su has stationed the yellow turban troops in the mountain stronghold outside Shouchun. Generals Tai Shirzi and Su Xiang are conducting their training and have provided them with fine armor. The lower-ranking officers of the Yellow Turban Army have been replaced with soldiers from the Bai Lian Army. It can be said that this force has undergone a complete transformation, shedding its former identity as mere bandits to become elite troops of our army. Yuan Yao commanded 5,000 elite Bai Lian soldiers, the most potent and loyal force at his disposal. Yuan Yao had established a specialized force dedicated to the cultivation of military officers and leaders. The loyalty of the Bai Mian elite troops to Yuan Yao had reached an astonishing level. Even if Yuan Yao were to raise a banner of rebellion at that very moment, the soldiers of the Bai Mian army would pledge to follow him unto death, fighting valiantly until the last man without hesitation. The officers of other troops were predominantly drawn from the Bai Mian elite, providing Yuan Yao with a sense of security in their service. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Yao remarked to Li Ru, 3,000 yellow turbans is still too few. I must devise a plan to recruit more yellow turban soldiers. Only with a sufficiently large and powerful yellow turban army can many of our strategies be executed. Yuan Yao's current strategic objectives were intricately interlinked. The foremost task was to consolidate the yellow turbans of Renan, subsequently using this force to exert pressure on the noble families, enhance tax revenues, and gather resources from Jiangdong. He aimed to utilize this vast array of resources to construct a formidable navy, expand the army, and establish a powerful cavalry. With superior forces, he intended to contend with the myriad heroes of the realm. As Yuan Yao was deliberating with Li Ru, his steward, Yuan Zhong, entered and bowed to him, saying, young master, the Lord summons you to the manor for a discussion. I understand. I shall go at once. Yuan Yao arrived at Yuan Shu's residence and stepped into the main hall. There, he saw Yuan Shu, his face beaming with joy, seated in the main position, his hands caressing the jade seal. My son, I greet you, he said. You have come, my child. Please take a seat. Yuan Shu smiled at Yuan Yao, expressing his delight. I knew that with my son personally attending, you would surely persuade Bu. Has Bu not willingly sent his daughter over? When one reflects upon it, our Yuan family has been beset by auspicious events for the past 6 months. Pray tell, is this not a celestial omen bestowed upon my father, heralding his ascent to imperial power? Yuan Yao was acutely aware that during his journey to Su province to seek a marriage alliance, the treacherous ministers under Yuan Shu's command had inundated him with slanderous whispers. The Skull King harbored an intense obsession with claiming the throne, and Yuan Yao found himself unable to dissuade his father from this ambition, resorting instead to strategies of delay. With utmost respect, Yuan Yao addressed Yuan Shu. Father, the authority of the Han dynasty still endures. If our Yuan clan aspires to the imperial throne, we must proceed with meticulous planning. Beyond the imperial seal and auspicious signs, you must also secure the people's hearts and await a propitious moment. Do you believe this is an opportune time for such an endeavor? Though Yuan Shu was arrogant and self-important, he had not yet descended into utter folly. He possessed a modicum of awareness regarding the sentiments of his subjects. He pondered, I hold the imperial seal, thus, I have the pretext for claiming the title of emperor. Yet, these unruly subjects of mine remain rather obstinate. What is it that they find so objectionable? Is it not merely that I conscript soldiers, impose labor, and collect a few extra taxes? They accuse me of looting, though such actions are infrequent, not a daily occurrence. Why can they not allow me a moment's peace? Upon hearing Yuan Shu's words, Yuan Yao felt a wave of despair wash over him, left momentarily speechless. As a regional lord, had Yuan Shu not overreached his bounds? What more could he possibly inflict upon the people? The Skull King appeared to believe that abstaining from daily plunder was a benevolent act towards his subjects. This was truly a grievous transgression. As Yuan Shu's son, Yuan Yao was enveloped in a profound sense of guilt. Chapter 93. The grand wedding of Yuan Yao and the magnificent gift from Bu. All Yuan Yao could do was swiftly seize control of Huainan's power, ensuring that the populace could lead prosperous lives. Yuan Shu continued, it is indeed improbable to expect the support of these unruly subjects. Yet, these commoners are as expendable as grass. Their allegiance matters little. As long as I have the backing of the noble families, I can firmly secure the throne. As for the timing of my ascension to the imperial seat, it must be delicately strategized. Yaoer, what do you think of seeking out a master of divination to ascertain a favorable date for my coronation? Yuan Yao was taken aback by his father's superstitious inclinations. Since he placed faith in such esoteric matters, there existed a realm of opportunity. With a smile, Yuan Yao responded, "Father's words are truly wise. The timing of your ascension deserves meticulous consideration. Regarding the populace's perception of you, allow me to manage that. I assure you, the citizens will extol your virtues and rally behind your claim to the throne." To garner the populace's support for Yuan Shu's imperial ambitions seemed nearly impossible. Yuan Yao's assurances were merely a temporary ruse to placate his father. Ultimately, the longer he could delay Yuan Shu's ascension, the better. Yuan Shu, charmed by Yuan Yao's persuasive words, beamed and caressed the jade seal, exclaiming, "Yao, you are indeed a wonderful son, truly alleviating my burdens. I sense that the opportunity for my ascension is drawing near. Once I become emperor, you shall be the crown prince. This vast empire will belong solely to us." Father and son, after indulging in visions of a splendid future, Yuan Shu turned to Yuan Yao and said, "Yao, now that Bu has delivered his daughter, let us hasten the arrangements for your marriage. This will fulfill a long-held desire for your mother and me. Once you are wed, you will be a man, and I shall be able to entrust you with many significant matters." Yuan Yao replied, "This matter has been well prepared by me. Shall we proceed with the wedding in 10 days? Excellent. In 10 days, our Yuan family shall celebrate another joyous occasion." Yuan Shu exclaimed with hearty laughter. The fleeting 10 days soon arrived, and the news of Yuan Yao's wedding spread far and wide from Zhou Yuan Mountain Villa. Numerous heroes from the Jianghu, particularly those in the vicinity of Huainan, flocked to Shouchun to partake in the festivities, eager to toast the newlyweds. For these valiant figures, sharing a cup of celebratory wine at the modest Mengchong residence was a tremendous honor. The entire city of Shouchun was adorned in vibrant decorations, bustling with more excitement than during the New Year festivities. The Yuan residence was abuzz with the comings and goings of guests, as carriages filled the streets. Many of Yuan Yao's trusted aides, both civil and military, had journeyed from Jinling to celebrate his marriage. Zhou Yu, clad in splendid attire, approached Yuan Yao with a smile, saying, "Today marks the joyous occasion of my lord's wedding, and I extend my heartfelt congratulations." Yuan Yao patted Zhou Yu on the shoulder and chuckled, "Gongjin, mere words of congratulations will not suffice. A gift is also required." "Indeed, I have prepared a gift," Zhou Yu replied, bowing deeply before Yuan Yao. "I have been entrusted by my lord to train the naval forces in Jinling. Currently, our 2,000 naval troops have begun to take shape. Though we are still lacking ships and equipment, their individual combat readiness is commendable. I hope this gift meets your satisfaction, my lord." "Ah, truly, the illustrious Zhou Gongjin is both a scholar and a warrior. This gift you have presented is one that I, your humble servant, greatly appreciate. Fear not, Gongjin, once I have resolved a few matters, I shall expand the ranks of our naval forces. I will ensure that all the necessary ships and equipment are provided for you." After exchanging pleasantries with Yuan Yao, Zhou Yu took his leave to find a seat in the courtyard. The Yuan residence was exceedingly vast, with the main hall accommodating over 100 grand tables. Yet, despite its size, it was still filled to the brim with distinguished guests. Each attendee who came to celebrate the wedding brought a generous gift for Yuan Yao. As Yuan Yao welcomed numerous guests, he was suddenly alerted by Jiang Gan, who announced in a booming voice, "General Zhang Liao has arrived." Clad in a striking dark green uniform, Zhang Liao entered the courtyard accompanied by several attendants. Upon seeing Yuan Yao, he bowed respectfully and said, "Zhang Liao pays his respects to you, young master." "Uncle Wen Yuan, what brings you here?" "I have come on behalf of my lord to present a dowry to the Yuan family. My lord has stated that although the L family may be of modest standing, the dowry must not be lacking. We cannot allow others to look down upon our esteemed lady. This dowry must be impressive enough to satisfy the Yuan family and showcase the grandeur of the Marquis Yuan." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yao graciously replied, "Uncle Wen Yuan, my father-in-law is exceedingly generous. Given that Huainan is prosperous and I possess a trading company, I am likely more affluent than my father-in-law. If he wishes to bestow wealth upon me, I would prefer that you take it back. After all, my father-in-law is in greater need of resources than I." Zhang Liao was well aware of the Yuan family's immense wealth and their lack of financial need. Nevertheless, he smiled and inquired, "Young master, do you not wish to know what the Marquis Yuan has prepared as a dowry for the lady? If you were aware, you would surely be reluctant to let me return," remarked Zhang Liao, piquing Yuan Yao's curiosity. Unable to contain himself, Yuan Yao inquired, "What precious gift did my father-in-law send?" Zhang Liao presented the list of gifts and replied, "On the occasion of the lady's wedding, the lord has bestowed 5,000 superior war horses as a dowry." 5,000 war horses? Upon hearing this figure, Yuan Yao was astounded by his esteemed father-in-law's generosity. In Yuan Yao's mind, Lu Bu was a man of petty interests, one who would forsake righteousness for profit. How could he possibly be so magnanimous? Such a number of war horses could effectively support a cavalry of approximately 5,000 troops. This represented nearly half of Lu Bu's fortune. How could he part with them? Zhang Liao continued. The Lord also mentioned that the young master should not forget the promise made with him. The gravity of Zhang Liao's words jolted Yuan Yao back to his senses. What was the promise he had made with Lu Bu? It was to treat Lu Lingqi well, to not regard her as a mere tool. Yuan Yao comprehended Lu Bu's intention behind the gift of war horses. It was to elevate his daughter's standing. While Lu Bu may not have held his adoptive father in high esteem, his affection for his own kin was indisputable. Had the gift been gold or silver, Yuan Yao might have dismissed it, for he believed that acquiring wealth was a relatively simple endeavor. However, these 5,000 war horses were a boon for Yuan Yao, who aspired to establish a formidable cavalry. War horses were exceedingly rare and regarded as strategic assets by various warlords, making them a resource difficult to procure even with ample riches. Yuan Yao addressed Zhang Liao. Uncle Wen Yuan, please extend my gratitude to my father-in-law. Kindly convey to him that I shall not betray his trust. Yuan Yao received the gift list and handed it to his companion, Bu Zhi. Bu Zhi exuberantly proclaimed, General, one has bestowed upon us a dowry of 5,000 superior war horses. Upon hearing that Lu Bu had sent 5,000 steeds as a wedding gift for Yuan Yao, the guests present were left in utter astonishment. Such generosity from Lu Bu was indeed remarkable. 5,000 horses, what a lavish offering. This could easily form a formidable cavalry. Lu Bu's regard for his daughter is truly commendable. Such a sumptuous dowry certainly befits the union with young master Yuan Yao. The guests marveled at the splendid gift from Lu Bu, with Yuan Shu appearing particularly radiant, feeling quite pleased. Indeed, Lu Fengxian is not one to be miserly at crucial moments. The 5,000 war horses sent by Lu Bu naturally belonged to Yuan Yao. Yuan Yao already commanded a cavalry of 5,000, and with the addition of these 5,000 steeds, he would have a total of 10,000. He could further strategize to acquire more horses. Should he amass 30 to 50,000 cavalry, Yuan Yao would possess the means to contend with the warlords of the Central Plains. The elaborate customs surrounding Han weddings are numerous. After a long day, Yuan Yao finally bid farewell to all the guests, and it was time to enter the bridal chamber. He stepped inside to find Lu Lingqi elegantly adorned in her wedding gown, seated upon the bed. Upon noticing Yuan Yao's entrance, Lu Lingqi inquired, My husband, does our marriage mean we are to share the same bed? Indeed, that is correct. From this day forth, we shall officially be husband and wife, he replied. Then let us rest swiftly. Today has been exhausting, and I find myself quite weary. Lingqi, do not be hasty. There remains a matter of great significance yet to be addressed. It is not time for slumber. What matter? A delightful one, of which you may not comprehend. Allow me to enlighten you. With her innocent, sparkling eyes, Lu Lingqi gazed at Yuan Yao and said, Indeed, I am willing to learn whatever my husband wishes to teach. Drawing upon his wealth of experience, Yuan Yao commenced imparting novel knowledge to Lu Lingqi, thereby ushering her into a realm of new possibilities. As her father, Lu Bu, aptly remarked, though Lu Lingqi was naive, she possessed remarkable intelligence. The knowledge imparted by Yuan Yao was swiftly assimilated by her. Furthermore, the young lady eventually began to assert herself in their exchanges. On the following day, when the sun had ascended to its zenith, Yuan Yao awoke to find Lu Lingqi already seated at the table, awaiting his rise. Husband, you are awake. I have arranged breakfast for you, and it is still warm. Please come and partake. A warmth enveloped Yuan Yao's heart as he beheld the breakfast prepared by Lu Lingqi. This young lady was beginning to fulfill her duties as a wife, although there were many matters she did not fully grasp. Her eagerness to learn for his sake was heartening. Yuan Yao took Lu Lingqi to pay respects to the elder skeleton king and his mother, Madame Feng, who expressed her satisfaction with Lu Lingqi, holding her hand and offering continuous counsel. She urged Lu Lingqi to foster harmony with Yuan Yao and to contribute to the continuation of the Yuan family lineage. After a 10-day respite following their wedding, during which he engaged in no other pursuits but to accompany Lu Lingqi on leisurely excursions through Shouchun city, Yuan Yao eventually returned to the military encampment. Once he had attended to the military affairs that had accumulated during his absence, he proceeded directly to Zhang Ning's yellow turban camp, accompanied by his esteemed companions, Tong Fei, Zhou Tai, Li Ru, and Su Shu. Zhang Ning welcomed Yuan Yao into the tent, and Yuan Yao inquired, Miao Qing, Zhang Ning's courtesy name. How has the training of the troops progressed recently? Zhang Ning replied, Thanks to the equipment and officers sent by the Lord, the The soldiers have undergone a remarkable transformation. Their combat capabilities have increased several-fold and are now fully prepared to fight for the Lord. Yuan Yao nodded in approval. Excellent. It is time for them to take action. Our first battle will be to consolidate the yellow turbans in Huainan. As Yuan Yao spoke, he turned to Shu and asked, Yuan Zhi, have you gathered intelligence on the yellow turban forces in Huainan, Rennan, and Jiangdong? Shu unfurled a map and respectfully addressed Yuan Yao, my lord. I have thoroughly collected all information regarding the yellow turban army and various bandits. Their specific strengths and controlled territories have been meticulously charted for your review. Yuan Yao gazed at the map Shu had laid out. It clearly delineated the bandit groups under the notorious Skeleton King. The area most infested with bandits was undoubtedly around Xiang and Shouchun, densely packed and alarming. Following that were the regions of Lujiang, Danyang, and Rennan, where bandit power was also considerable. Upon reflection, this was not surprising. The Skeleton King's oppressive reign left the common folk with no means of survival. With their livelihoods stripped away, what choice did they have but to turn to banditry? In contrast to the territory previously controlled by Yuan Shu, the newly acquired Jiangdong had relatively few bandits. Shu pointed to the map and informed Yuan Yao, in the regions of Rennan, Huainan, and Jiangdong, there are dozens of bandit factions, both large and small. Among the most formidable forces of the Yellow Turbans were Lu Pai and Gong Du, each commanding an army of 10,000. Together, they amassed a formidable total of 20,000. Beyond these two, Zheng Bao of Chaohu, though not originally one of the Yellow Turbans, also commanded over 10,000 troops, instilling fear throughout Yangzhou. Furthermore, there were other bandits such as Zhang Duo and Su Qian, with their ranks ranging from 5 to 8,000, contributing significantly to the unrest. Although the region of Jiangdong was devoid of bandits, the Jinfan pirates roamed the Yangtze River, plundering merchant vessels. It is conservatively estimated that under Yuan Gong's rule, there existed around 100,000 bandits. Upon hearing this figure, Yuan Yao exclaimed in astonishment, goodness! The old Skeleton King was indeed formidable. The registered population across the several prefectures of Huainan and Jiangdong barely exceeded 1 million. With such a significant number of bandits, 100,000, the ratio of bandits to common folk stood at an alarming 10 to 1. This ratio was truly terrifying, suggesting that the entire populace was at risk of becoming brigands. Should Yuan Yao find himself in command of such a multitude of bandits, he would scarcely find peace in slumber. The old Skeleton King possessed an audacity that allowed him not only to sleep soundly, but also to contemplate imperial aspirations while clutching the jade seal. It was no wonder that after Yuan Shu's defeat in his bid for the throne, his subordinates, such as Chun Lan and Lei Bo, would swiftly take up the mantle of banditry. It appeared that under Yuan Shu's governance, becoming a bandit had already transformed into a prevailing trend. In Yuan Yao's eyes, the current situation in Rennan was precarious, teetering on the brink of catastrophe. The old man's ascension to emperorship would merely serve as the final spark, igniting all existing tensions. When the external threats, the aristocracy, and the bandits converged simultaneously, it would be exceedingly difficult for the old Skeleton King to escape unscathed. Yuan Yao resolved that the immediate priority must be the eradication of these bandits. Even if not directly aimed at confronting the aristocracy, the bandits must be dealt with first. Esteemed colleagues, have you all come to a clear understanding? Yuan Yao addressed the martial arts of the Chinese. Our immediate objective is to eradicate all bandits in Huainan and Jiangdong. We shall incorporate the Yellow Turban forces, while other marauders cannot be tolerated. Since Lu Bai and Gong Du hail from the Yellow Turban ranks, let us first target these two. By assimilating their troops, we can bolster our strength. The assembly unanimously agreed with Yuan Yao's strategy. Li Ru then offered his counsel. My lord, if we aim to incorporate Lu Bai and Gong Du, there is no need to mobilize an army against them. In my humble opinion, it would be prudent for Lady Zhang Ning to compose a letter to both individuals, expressing our desire to ally with them. Given their origins with the Yellow Turbans, they will likely not refuse. My lord can then seize the opportunity to capture these two. Very well, let us proceed with your plan. Yuan Yao pondered for a moment and then commanded, convey my orders to summon Generals Chun Dao, Ling Chao, Chen Wu, Jiang Qin, and others, to lead an army of 20,000 to Shouchun. Initially, Yuan Yao intended to deploy the formidable Yellow Turban generals under Zhang Ning to eliminate the bandits under his father's domain. However, it now appeared that this approach might prove ineffective, as the bandits under his father's control were exceedingly rampant. The number of bandits was nearly equal to that of his own troops. Unacceptable. Yuan Yao deemed it prudent to confront the bandits with a sufficient force. Chapter 95, Rennan, is the territory of the Yuan clan. Yuan Yao gathered elite soldiers, while Zhang Ning, adhering to Li Ru's strategy, penned a letter to Liu Bai and Gong Du, stating her inability to establish herself in Shuzhou and her desire to seek refuge in Runan to join forces with them. Liu Bai and Gong Du deliberated. The saintess intends to come to Runan to unite with us. Shall we comply, or shall we not? Gong Du pondered for a moment and remarked, the way of Taiping has long since become a mere shadow of its former self. We, the remnants of the yellow turbans, merely wield the name to make a living. If the saintess wishes to absorb our forces and bring us under her command, we certainly cannot acquiesce. However, should she desire to ally with us as equals, that could be a different matter. Liu Bai chuckled lightly. Indeed, that is the crux of the matter. The saintess possesses numerous valuable assets, particularly the Huangtian Ling, which commands the yellow turbans across the land. With our resources and territory, acquiring such a decree would enable us to rapidly expand our influence. In that case, even our ambitions to seize control of Runan would not be mere fantasies. Gong Du responded, then let us invite the saintess to our encampment and discern her true intentions. Should she refuse to cooperate, we shall take decisive action. Liu Bai inquired. What if the saintess dares not come? Gong Du waved his hand dismissively and replied with a smile, that is impossible. It is the saintess who has sought to ally with us. If she does not appear, it would only demonstrate her lack of sincerity. Agreed, then let us proceed accordingly. After receiving a letter from Zhang Ning, Liu Bai, the leader of the yellow turbans in Runan, expressed his agreement with Zhang Ning's request and warmly welcomed the saintess to Runan. He proclaimed that a grand banquet would be hosted in her honor to receive her with the utmost respect. Yuan Yao was well aware of the intentions harbored by these two yellow turban leaders, who merely sought to employ both soft and hard tactics to engulf Zhang Ning as power, which aligned perfectly with Yuan Yao's own designs. Without hesitation, Yuan Yao instructed Zhang Ning to acquiesce to their request. A few days later, leading 5,000 yellow turban soldiers, Zhang Ning arrived at the stronghold of Liu Bai and Gong Du. Among these 5,000 troops, 3,000 were the yellow turban army under Zhang Ning's command, while the remaining 2,000 were elite soldiers of Yuan Yao disguised as yellow turbans. Liu Bai and Gong Du each commanded 10,000 yellow turban bandits, totaling 20,000. Faced with Zhang Ning's 5,000 soldiers, the two men felt no fear whatsoever. They opened their camp gates wide to welcome Zhang Ning into their stronghold. Yuan Yao followed closely beside Zhang Ning as they approached the yellow turban encampment. Liu Bai and Gong Du were both stout and robust, their rugged countenances exuding a certain wildness. A large group of armed yellow turban officers trailed behind them, clearly prepared for battle. Upon seeing Zhang Ning, Liu Bai and Gong Du laughed heartily and greeted her, saying, "It has been many years since we last met, and the saintess still possesses her remarkable charm. It is our honor that the saintess has chosen to ally with us. Please, join us." A lavish feast of fish and meat was laid out upon the table. Liu Bai and Gong Du naturally took their seats at the head of the table, leaving Zhang Ning to occupy a subordinate position. However, Zhang Ning remained silent and did not take her seat. It was Tong Fei, who had been following closely beside her, that spoke up. There is no rush to dine. But have the two leaders mistakenly taken their seats? Liu Bai, taken aback by the audacity of the youthful general addressing him, retorted with anger. Who do you think you are? We are here to discuss matters with the saintess. You have no right to speak. Gong Du's expression darkened as he turned to Zhang Ning, saying, Saintess, is this how you manage your subordinates? If you cannot control those beneath you, we brothers can certainly assist you. Zhang Ning remained unperturbed, smiling as he addressed the two leaders. General Zixiao is not under my command. I cannot issue orders to him. Moreover, he speaks the truth. This esteemed position is certainly not one you two should occupy. If we are not to sit here, then who is deserving? Is it you, Holy Maiden? Are you here to ally with us, or to usurp power? Holy Maiden, times have changed. The governance of Runan is now dictated by us brothers. Even if you were to arrive in Runan, you would still have to heed our authority. At that moment, Liu Bai and Gong Du heard a clear and resonant voice interject. Runan belongs to the Yuan family. It has long been under their dominion. When did it become the prerogative of the yellow turban bandits? How is it that I am unaware of such a shift? As Tong Fei and Tai Shirtzi moved to the sides, Liu Bai and Gong Du finally caught sight of Yuan Yao, resplendent in his fine garments. Noting the noble bearing of Yuan Yao, which starkly contrasted with the roughness of the Jianghu, Liu Bai furrowed his brow and inquired, Who are you? This matter concerning the yellow turbans does not concern you, does it? Your presence in Runan directly pertains to me. Yuan Yao replied with a hearty laugh. I am Yuan Yao. Surely you have heard of me? Gong Du, taken aback, exclaimed, Could it be the valiant and righteous Mengchong, Yuan Jingyao? Tong Fei responded with pride. Indeed, he is our esteemed lord. You bandits, recognizing our master, should hasten to kneel in reverence. Lu Bai and Gong Du, having successfully assembled such a formidable force, were not fools. They quickly grasped the implications of Yuan Yao's unexpected appearance. Gong Du cautiously inquired, "Young Master Yuan, could it be that you conspire with the saintess to devour us?" The term devour felt rather harsh. Yuan Yao gently shook his head and replied, "As the legitimate son of the Yuan family from Runan, I cannot allow bandits to wreak havoc in my domain. I have come to persuade you to abandon the shadows and embrace the light. Should you heed my counsel, you will henceforth be free from your criminal past and serve as generals under my command." Lu Bai muttered sullenly, "What if we brothers are unwilling?" "If you are unwilling, that is quite simple." Yuan Yao gestured dismissively. "I have never been one to impose my will. If you refuse, I shall expedite your departure to the next life. It would be best to secure a fortunate rebirth and never again live as thieves." Upon hearing these words, both Lu Bai and Gong Du were taken aback. Was this what he meant by not imposing? To be sent to reincarnation for refusing to submit left them with little choice. "Young Master Yuan, your reputation precedes you, and heroes across the realm hold you in high regard. But do you truly believe that mere fame can compel us to surrender?" They retorted, "Within this stronghold, we command an army of 20,000. Yuan Yao merely smiled in response. At that moment, his formidable generals, Tong Fei and Tai Shirtzi, drew their gleaming swords, pressing the cold steel against Lu Bai and Gong Du's throats. As fear gripped them, they heard a commotion outside the tent. Soon after, two of Yuan Yao's generals, Zhou Tai and Su Xiang, entered and reported, "My lord, we have successfully subdued the ruffians within the stronghold, and they have all surrendered. How shall we proceed with their fate?" "First, confiscate their weapons and imprison them," Yuan Yao commanded. "Understood." Zhou Tai and Su Xiang received the order to retreat. Yuan Yao turned to Lu Bai and Gong Du with a smile, inquiring, "What were you two generals just discussing? Did you think I would be intimidated by you?" Faced with such circumstances, Lu Bai and Gong Du were utterly taken aback. They never anticipated that the 20,000 troops under their command could be so swiftly subdued by the 5,000 men led by Yuan Yao. Gong Du forced a smile that was more sorrowful than a cry and addressed Yuan Yao, "Young Master Yuan, we harbor no intentions of offense." Chapter 96. The bandits gather at Jiugong Mountain. "Very well, I believe you," Yuan Yao replied. "So, do you choose surrender or reincarnation?" Never mind. Since you two leaders have made no choice, I shall decide for you. Zishao, escort these two generals on their journey." "Yes." Tong Fei unsheathed his precious sword, ready to strike down Lu Bai and Gong Du without a moment's hesitation. The two generals were instantly terrified, their souls nearly escaping their bodies, as they cried out, "Young master, please hold your hand. We are willing to surrender." Just as they uttered their willingness to capitulate, Tong Fei's sword was poised above them. Yuan Yao inquired, "Have you made your decision?" "We have resolved our minds, and there shall be no turning back. We brothers are willing to follow you, young master, through thick and thin, vowing our utmost loyalty." Lu Bai and Gong Du, drenched in cold sweat, poured forth flattering words as if they were free of charge. "That's more like it. Now, both of you rise." The two men stood up trembling, bowing deeply as they addressed Yuan Yao with obsequiousness. "My lord, please take your seat. Today, we were blind and offended you. We humbly ask for your forgiveness." Yuan Yao was not one to stand on ceremony. He took his seat at the central position without hesitation. "Gentlemen, please have a seat," he gestured. "Lu Bai and Gong Du, you two generals have chosen to abandon the shadows and embrace the light, which brings me great joy. Henceforth, I appoint you both as lieutenants, serving under Zhang Ning." Lu Bai and Gong Du had schemed for so long, yet they ultimately found themselves under Zhang Ning's command. However, aligning with Yuan Yao was not without its advantages. At the very least, they had shed their identities as bandits and gained official titles. Moreover, serving under the young Lord Yuan Yao was not a source of shame for men of their ilk. The two bowed deeply to Yuan Yao, exclaiming, "We are immensely grateful to our lord. We are willing to brave fire and water for you, without hesitation." With Lu Bai and Gong Du now loyal to him, Yuan Yao ordered the serving of wine to ease their nerves. The two most prominent yellow turban factions in Runan had now come under Yuan Yao's banner. The 10,000 bandits who had been under the command of his father, Yuan Shu, had now diminished by 2,000, leaving 8,000. Yuan Yao's actions were indeed a boon for the people. During the banquet, Yuan Yao inquired of the two, "Do you have any connections with the bandits in Runan and Huainan?" Gong Du, with a flattering demeanor, replied, "In response to our lord, it is not mere boastfulness. Our brotherhood is among the most formidable forces in Runan. Among the numerous strongholds, only a few, like Zheng Bao, Zhang Duo, and Su Qian, can stand alongside us. The rest of the mountain bandits are insignificant. Although they are not yellow turbans, there exists a network among the strongholds, and mutual respect is often exchanged. Yuan Yao continued to inquire, if that is the case, can you summon all the bandits from various regions of Huainan? Lu Pai pondered and replied, we do possess some influence among our brethren. However, gathering numerous chieftains from the mountain strongholds requires a compelling reason. Yuan Yao addressed the two. You should convey that Zhang Ning from Suzhou has amassed a following and intends to seize territory from the various mountain strongholds. You both have already engaged in several skirmishes with Zhang Ning, and due to the prowess of his troops, you found it difficult to achieve victory. Thus, you shall issue a call to arms, inviting the heroes and champions of Huainan to unite in resistance against Zhang Ning, and from among them, elect a leader to command the valiant warriors of Huainan. Yuan Yao understood that the bandits adhered to strict territorial divisions within their established domains. They refrained from encroachment upon one another. However, should a formidable force suddenly emerge in the relatively stable region of Huainan, the chieftains would undoubtedly be compelled to act. By utilizing this rationale to summon the bandits, Yuan Yao was confident they would heed the call. Gongdu nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, your strategy, my lord, is indeed ingenious. We shall certainly give it a try. The fact that Lu Pai and Gongdu had aligned with Yuan Yao remained undisclosed. The bandits of Huainan were unaware that the two had become lieutenants under Yuan Yao's command. Yuan Yao orchestrated a mock confrontation between Zhang Ning and the soldiers under Lu Pai's command, resulting in Lu Pai's defeat and retreat. Subsequently, in accordance with Yuan Yao's intentions, they issued a call to arms, summoning the valiant heroes from the mountain strongholds across Huainan to convene at Jiugong Mountain. The threat of a formidable enemy's incursion was indeed a matter of great significance, prompting all the chieftains to lead their followers to Jiugong Mountain for the alliance meeting. Yuan Yao ordered generals Chun Dao and Zhou Tai to command an army of 20,000, ever ready to launch an offensive against these brigands. The leaders of these miscreants, accompanied by their followers, numbered in the thousands, with the least among them in the hundreds. They established their camp on Jiugong Mountain, indulging in feasting and revelry, which turned the mountain into a den of chaos. After several days, all had gathered, and the bandits convened in the main tent to deliberate on matters of defense. Aside from Lu Pai and Gongdu, the only other brigands of comparable stature were Zheng Bao, Zhang Duo, and Su Qian. These formidable leaders occupied the place of honor, with Lu Pai and Gongdu, both originating from the Yellow Turban Rebellion, forming an alliance. Zheng Bao, known for his close ties with the trio, had historically united with Lu Pai and Gong due to contend against them. Among them, Zheng Bao was the most powerful, flanked by Su Qian and Zhang Duo. Zheng Bao, a robust figure with a portly frame and a visage adorned with flesh, held a wine jar in hand, boisterously exclaiming, Lu Pai, Gongdu, I hear you two have suffered defeat at the hands of Zhang Ning, seeking aid from us brothers, perhaps? A mere woman has brought you to such disgrace. How pathetic you are! Haraha. Lu Pai, his countenance darkened, replied, Zhang Ning is the saintess of the Taiping Dao, with fierce generals at her command, and the yellow turban warriors left by the great sage of yore. Though their numbers are few, their strength is not to be underestimated. Had it been you, Zheng Bao, you would find yourself no match for Zhang Ning. Zheng Bao, dismissing the praise of the Taiping Dao, waved his hand impatiently and retorted, Lu Pai, Gongdu, your era has long passed. Even the old thief Zhang Jiao is dead. What tempest can a mere Zhang Ning stir? Did you truly believe that by raising the yellow turban banner, you could flaunt your power? I am not blind. Do not presume that I am unaware of your affairs. I have long since gathered intelligence on the matter. That Zhang Ning initially sought to ally with you, and even attended a banquet at your stronghold. Subsequently, when negotiations faltered and disagreements arose, conflict ensued. Zhang Ning's ambition to seize territory extends to encroaching upon yours as well. This sordid affair among the yellow turban bandits should not obligate the valiant heroes present to lend you their assistance without recompense. Upon hearing Zheng Bao's words, all the bandit leaders nodded in agreement. Zheng Bao articulated a truth. Lu Bai, your actions lack integrity. With Zhang Ning's power, once she consumes your forces, she would certainly not dare confront us, a multitude. Why should we expend our own brethren to aid you against Zhang Ning? If you desire our support, you must offer something of value. It was then that Lu Bai and Gongdu realized Zheng Bao had come prepared, having already rallied a considerable number of bandits to his cause. Lu Bai spoke gravely. Zheng Bao, what is it that you truly seek? What do I desire? My wishes are quite simple. Zheng Bao laughed heartily. Do you not wish to elect a leader? The position of leader intrigues me greatly. Should you choose me as your leader, I shall promise to assist you in dealing with that troublesome Zhang Ning. Of course, I cannot toil for free. You must allocate half of your territory to me. Once Zhang Ning is captured, All her wealth and forces shall be distributed among the valiant men present. There is also that enchanting woman, Zhang Ning. As Zhang Bao spoke, a lascivious glint flickered in his eyes. It is said that she possesses unparalleled beauty, captivating and exquisite. I must see for myself what the fuss is all about. The daughter of that esteemed sage, I too shall partake in her delights. While speaking, Zhang Bao turned to his companions, Zhang Duo and Su Qian, and declared, after I have savored her, I shall share her pleasures with you all. Let us all experience the taste of the daughter of the esteemed sage, Zhang Jiao. Zhang Duo and Su Qian instantly beamed with joy and replied, We are grateful to you, brother. Such a fortunate opportunity, we are delighted to share in your fortune. A leader from a small mountain stronghold inquired, Zhang, great leader, might we also partake in the holy maiden Zhang Ning? Zhang Bao waved his hand grandly, laughing heartily, absolutely. Form an orderly queue, there shall be enough for everyone. Ha ha. Lu Pai and Gong Du's expressions darkened. Zhang Bao was truly audacious in his demands. If they had not been prepared, they would have suffered greatly. It seems that aligning with Lord Yuan Yao is indeed far superior to consorting with these bandits. Lu Pai gritted his teeth and declared, Zhang Bao, you are unworthy of the position of leader. Unworthy? Then who is worthy? Is it you, Lu Pai? Zhang Bao laughed boisterously, as if he held the situation firmly in his grasp. Zhang Duo, Su Qian, and the others echoed, as for the position of leader. Aside from Brother Zhang, we recognized no one else. Lu Pai rose and addressed the gathering of bandit leaders. As for this leadership, I, Lu Pai, am also unworthy of it. None of us are worthy. Zhang Bao's face was etched with confusion as he inquired, Do we not possess the qualifications? Then who does? A resounding voice filled with vigor emanated from outside the tent. The bandits instinctively turned their gazes in that direction. There stood the formidable generals Tong Fei and Tai Shirtzi, clad in armor and wielding their swords with confidence. In their midst was Yuan Yao, the Marquis of Jinling, adorned in splendid garments, flanked by the two generals. Accompanying Yuan Yao were the holy maiden of the yellow turbans, Zhang Ning, along with the valiant generals Zhou Tai and Su Sheng. Behind them trailed dozens of armored elite soldiers. Upon witnessing this formidable assembly, the bandits murmured among themselves. Yuan Yao of Jinling? Could it be that noble and righteous Meng Chong? Yuan Yao? Given this display, it must undoubtedly be the esteemed Meng Chong. They mused, Yuan Jingyao of Huainan, a reincarnation of Lord Mechong. While Meng Chong's reputation is indeed illustrious, he is not one to dwell in the mountains. What brings him to this stronghold? Zhang Bao pondered how he had managed to infiltrate their camp. Flushed with embarrassment, Zhang Bao found himself at a loss as Yuan Yao's unexpected arrival caught him off guard. The presence of Yuan Yao and his valiant troops had effectively subdued the morale of the bandit leaders. Zhang Bao solemnly asked, Are you the esteemed Meng Chong, Yuan Yao? Yuan Yao stood with poise, acknowledging, Indeed, I am he. I am Zhang Bao from Chao Lake. It is an honor to meet you, my lord. Zhang Bao offered a respectful salute. Your name resonates throughout the land, and all the heroes of Huainan hold you in high regard, as do I. However, while your reputation precedes you, you are not of the Greenwoods. It may not be appropriate for you to contend for the position of leader among us. Moreover, this is hardly befitting of young Master Yuan's esteemed identity. Yuan Yao stepped forward, and Su Sheng, akin to gripping a chick, seized a bandit leader and hurled him away. Afterward, he adjusted the chair and invited Yuan Yao to take a seat. The elite soldiers in white silk surrounded Yuan Yao, instilling fear in the hearts of the bandits, who dared not stir. Seated, Yuan Yao smiled at Zhang Bao, proclaiming, The entirety of Huainan belongs to the Yuan family. Any matters concerning Huainan are intertwined with my interests. The position of the alliance leader shall be determined by none other than myself. I shall personally select the leader of the Green Forest Alliance. Who is in favor? Who is opposed? I oppose. Zhang Duo rose abruptly, slamming his hand on the table and exclaiming with fury, Young Master Yuan, you are lauded in the martial world as the illustrious Meng Chong, and we respect you. However, you cannot abuse your reputation to act recklessly. Internal affairs of our numerous strongholds cannot be meddled with by you. Zhang Duo's words were righteous, and all the bandit leaders turned their gaze towards Yuan Yao, eager to witness his reaction. Yet, Yuan Yao remained indifferent, completely disregarding Zhang Duo. Instead, Tai Shirtzi stepped forward, drawing his sword with a swift motion, and beheaded Zhang Duo in a single stroke. Holding the sword in one hand, Tai Shirtzi cast the bloodied head onto the ground. Yuan Yao then calmly inquired, Is there anyone else who opposes? Su Qian, trembling, stood up and said, Young Master Yuan, how can you commit murder without discernment? Tong Fei stepped forward, brandishing his sword, and with a swift and decisive motion, severed Su Qian's head as well. Blood gushed forth, and Su Qian's eyes remained wide open in death, terrifying the band of thieves. The martial generals beside Yuan Yao were truly ruthless. How could they resort to murder over a mere disagreement? Tong Fei disdainfully remarked, "You scoundrels, who plunder and pillage the homes of others, inflicting suffering upon the common folk. Each one of you deserves nothing less than death. How dare you show disrespect to my lord? Do you think my blade lacks sharpness?" The formidable bandit leaders Zhang Duo and Su Qian had been successively executed, leaving the remaining brigands subdued. A cautious leader from a minor stronghold ventured to speak, "Young Master Yuan, your willingness to consider us and assist in electing a chieftain is a fortune we could scarcely hope for. Yet, I am curious, who do you intend to appoint as this leader? Once we form an alliance, how do you plan to govern it?" "My approach to managing the Green Forest Alliance is rather straightforward," Yuan Yao declared, surveying the assembly. "You shall surrender your strongholds, territories, and soldiers entirely to the appointed leader, who will oversee their coordination. As for you, I shall bestow upon you the rank of officer, ensuring your future is free from want." The bandits exchanged glances, bewildered. To relinquish their territories and troops to the leader chosen by Yuan Yao? What would remain for them? Yuan Yao's intent was not merely to assist in selecting a leader. He clearly aimed to consolidate them all under his command. These bandit chiefs, accustomed to reigning over their domains with freedom and ease, could hardly tolerate the constraints proposed by Yuan Yao, especially Zheng Bao, who commanded over 10,000 troops stationed at Chao Lake, instilling fear throughout Yangzhou. His strength rivaled that of the notorious Yin Baihu from Wu County. For him to abandon everything and surrender all his soldiers to Yuan Yao would surely be met with resistance. Yet, given the current circumstances, Zheng Bao might find it difficult to defy Yuan Yao. He rose to his feet and clasped his hands in salute, addressing Yuan Yao, "Young Master Yuan, I, Zheng Bao, am accustomed to a carefree existence, and shall refrain from participating in this alliance for the time being. Should you have any commands, simply notify me, and I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to your service." Yuan Yao regarded Zheng Bao and inquired, "What if I insist on your participation in the alliance?" Zheng Bao clenched his teeth and replied, "Young Master Yuan, your actions are so overbearing that you risk tarnishing your reputation." Yuan Yao chuckled. "My intention in subduing the bandits is to ensure the peace of the people of Yangzhou. How could this compromise my reputation? Moreover, the individuals who are to be subdued are not solely my responsibility." He then turned to Zhang Ning by his side, saying, "Miao Qing, you shall assume the position of the leader of the Green Forest Alliance." Zhang Ning bowed respectfully to Yuan Yao, declaring, "I shall dutifully adhere to your commands." Chapter 98. The new leader of the Taiping sect Yuan Yao had already struck down the bandit leaders Zhang Duo and Su Qian, instilling a profound sense of intimidation among the remaining bandits. Even with a woman appointed as the leader of the Green Forest Alliance, the bandit chiefs dared not utter a word of dissent. Zhang Ning stepped forward, drawing forth the yellow heaven order from her bosom, and proclaimed in a clear voice, "I am Zhang Ning, daughter of the esteemed and virtuous Master Zhang. From this day forth, I shall serve as the leader of the Green Forest Alliance for Huainan and the various prefectures of Yangzhou, as well as the new leader of the Taiping sect. All present must rally their subordinates to join the Taiping sect. Surrender all that you possess to me. Those who defy this order shall face execution." Just moments ago, the bandits had been laughing and discussing how to enjoy the company of the daughter of the esteemed Master Zhang. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ning stood before them. However, standing before them was Zhang Ning, not a mere prey to be slaughtered, but the master of life and death. The newly appointed leader of the Taiping sect. With Yuan Yao's support behind her, Zhang Ning had solidified her position as the sect's leader. Who would dare defy her? When the fates of Zhang Duo and Su Qian served as glaring examples, a few perceptive bandit chiefs immediately bowed before Zhang Ning, proclaiming, "We pay homage to the alliance leader. We pay homage to the sect leader. We shall follow the sect leader's lead." At that moment, the crowd realized their allegiance. Bowing in unison, "We pay homage to the sect leader." Those who bowed to Zhang Ning tacitly accepted the integration of the Taiping sect into their ranks. Although they had lost the power they had accumulated over the years, they at least secured their own lives. Only the formidable Zheng Bao remained unwilling to join the Taiping sect. Gritting his teeth, he confronted Zhang Ning, saying, "Zhang Ning, you are but a woman. What right do you have to lead the masses? This position of alliance leader should be bestowed upon young Master Yuan, to whom I would gladly submit." Unfazed by Zheng Bao's challenge, Zhang Ning maintained her composure and calmly declared, "Zheng Bao, you disobey my orders and defy this sect leader. Who will seize him for me?" Yuan Yao signaled Zhou Tai with a glance, instructing him to apprehend Zheng Bao. Yuan Yao recognized that Zheng Bao was a potential threat. Even if he were coerced into submission, his rebellious spirit would persist. It was far better to eliminate him altogether. thus resolving one complication while using Zheng Bao's head as a warning to the other bandits. Upon receiving the command, Zhou Tai prepared to lead his elite troops to capture Zheng Bao. However, before he could act, a sharp blade pierced through Zheng Bao's chest from behind, blood gushing forth as the weapon withdrew. Zheng Bao's eyes revealed a look of disbelief as he struggled to turn his head. Before him stood a towering figure, a man of considerable stature with a broad face and a robust frame. "Why must you kill me?" he stammered. The giant replied, "Those who offend young Master Yuan shall meet their demise." With that, he severed Zheng Bao's head, kneeling before Yuan Yao while holding the severed head aloft. "I am Dongxi of Yiyou Dong Yuan Dai. I humbly pay my respects to you, young master. I have long admired your illustrious name during my time in Jiangdong and desired to follow you. Alas, I never had the opportunity to meet you. Upon hearing of your return to Shouchun, I led my brothers from Jiangdong to Huainan, seeking refuge in a mountain stronghold, solely for the chance to behold you. Today, I am fortunate enough to stand before you, and I earnestly implore you to take me in. I am willing to serve as but a humble soldier beneath your banner, devoted to your service, even at the cost of my life." Dongxi Yuan Yao recognized him. In his previous life, he was a formidable general of the Eastern Wu forces, a man of great prowess. Little did he expect to encounter such a delightful surprise while attempting to recruit bandits. Yuan Yao quickly approached and helped Dongxi to his feet, smiling as he spoke. "Your ability to slay the bandit leader Zheng Bao is a testament to your unwavering loyalty to me. From this day forth, you shall serve as my general." Dongxi was instantly elated, bowing again to Yuan Yao. "I am grateful to my lord." The other bandits cast envious glances at Dongxi. Why had they not thought of eliminating Zheng Bao themselves? Slaying Zheng Bao could have earned them favor in the eyes of young Master Yuan, potentially elevating their status. With Dongxi having dispatched Zheng Bao, there was no longer a voice of dissent within the camp. The bandits surrendered their military authority and complied with Yuan Yao's directives. Yuan Yao, in turn, naturally categorized these brigands within the Yellow Turban forces. Although these marauders outwardly claimed allegiance to the Taiping Dao, they were, in reality, Yuan Yao's troops. The official army stood in the light, while the Taiping Dao operated in the shadows, thus granting Yuan Yao the command of two formidable forces. The bandit chiefs, such as Zheng Bao, Zhang Duo, and Su Qian, had perished, leaving their followers leaderless and disorganized, akin to a scattered flock. These brigands chose to submit to Yuan Yao, thereby joining the Taiping Dao. Under Yuan Yao's leadership, the Taiping Dao's strength surged to over 40,000. Should he successfully consolidate the brigands from various mountain strongholds, this number could potentially swell to 70 or 80,000. Of course, Yuan Yao could not accommodate all these bandits under his banner. He would meticulously select the most elite soldiers to serve as his sharpest weapons. He entrusted the task of concluding matters to Zhang Ning, dispatching her to gather the remaining brigands from the mountain strongholds. Those who complied would be integrated into the Taiping Dao, while those who resisted would be dealt with swiftly and without mercy. Having Zhang Ning to share his burdens allowed Yuan Yao to breathe more easily. He led his troops back to Shouchun, where he reveled in the company of his new bride, El Lingqi, while simultaneously contemplating his future endeavors. As the year drew to a close, the first year of Jianan was on the verge of conclusion. Reports from Jiyuan Mountain Villa and Sudu indicated that Cao Cao had begun to employ figures such as Zhou Yu and Han Hao, implementing a vigorous policy of land reclamation under his governance. Truly, Cao Mingde was a formidable hero, with a vision that extended far into the future. Yuan Yao, too, aspired to initiate land reclamation strategies in Jiangdong, thereby augmenting the grain supplies and taxes under his administration. The remarkable inventions of the curved plow and the dragon bone water wheel, both capable of enhancing the productivity of the populace, may now be unveiled. As an omniscient and omnipotent time traveler, I cannot allow myself to be surpassed by Cao Cao. In Yuan Yao's recollection, once the first year of Jianan had passed, by the spring of the second year, his father would undoubtedly prevail against opposition and claim the title of emperor. In his previous life, his father's ambition to ascend to the throne was exceedingly fervent, rendering any objections futile. Even Yin Xiang's pleas fell upon deaf ears. However, with my intervention this time, I should be able to delay my father's imperial aspirations. What Yuan Yao desperately requires now is time. Given sufficient time, he could transform Jiangdong and Runan into the most prosperous regions of the Han dynasty, much like the formidable Qin of old, whose might eclipsed all the lords. By then, it would matter little if his father were to declare himself emperor. Who would dare oppose him? He could simply lead his army to crush any dissent. The foremost task at hand for Yuan Yao is to address the aristocratic families of Huainan and Jiangdong, ensuring they do not impede his progress. He harbors numerous beneficial policies he wishes to implement, but without subduing these noble clans, such plans would remain unfeasible. As for the method of action, Yuan Yao has already devised a strategy, beginning with the two commanderies of Danyang and Lujiang entrusted to him by his father, the Skeletal King. The citizens of these regions have long endured suffering, and Yuan Yao must first liberate them. Chapter 99. In the year of Dingzhou, great fortune for the world. In Shouchun, at the residence of the Duke of Jinling, Yuan Yao occupies the central seat in the main hall, surrounded by a distinguished assembly of civil and military officials. Zhang Ning, the leader of the Taiping Dao, respectfully addresses Yuan Yao. I report to you, my lord, that I have successfully consolidated the bandits in Huainan and Jiangdong. Now, apart from a few petty thieves, all the notorious bandits have joined the Taiping Dao. As per the command of my lord, I have meticulously selected an elite force of 50,000 from among them. These 50,000 yellow turbans stand ready to devote their lives to the grand enterprise of our lord. Excellent, Miao Qing has performed admirably. Yuan Yao praised Zhang Ning, and then continued, you shall station the army at Jiugong Mountain, constructing a stronghold capable of accommodating 100,000 valiant troops. I shall ensure that military supplies, equipment, and provisions are provided in full, with no shortages whatsoever. Your first task is to raise the banner proclaiming the heavens have perished. The yellow sky shall rise. You are to announce to the world that you, Zhang Ning, have inherited the will of the great sage Zhang Jiao to revive the Taiping Dao. Declare that we stand in opposition to the powerful clans and are resolute in eradicating the noble families to establish a prosperous era for the common people. In particular, the Yuan clan of Runan, being the foremost among the gentry, is our primary adversary. Now, as you gather an army of 100,000 in Huainan, you are prepared to confront the Yuan family head-on, transforming Huainan and Jiangdong into the stronghold of the Taiping Dao's resurgence. Zhang Ning understood that her lord Yuan Yao had his reasons for issuing such orders. She merely needed to execute them diligently. With having arranged matters regarding Taiping Dao, Yuan Yao addressed his civil and military officials. Gentlemen, my father has entrusted the governance of Lujiang and Danyang to me. However, the governors of these two commanderies are not easily swayed. Convincing them to relinquish their power will undoubtedly prove challenging. We must approach this matter methodically, one step at a time. What do you suggest? Should I first seize Danyang or Lujiang? Su Shu rose to offer his counsel. My lord, I believe we should prioritize Danyang. The governor of Danyang, Zhe Rong, has only recently been appointed by Lord Yuan, and his foundations are still shaky. We stand a greater chance of usurping his authority at this juncture. In contrast, Lu Sun, the governor of Lujiang, has deep roots in the region and has commanded troops for many years. It is likely that the people of Lujiang heed only Lu Sun's orders, disregarding Lord Yuan entirely. For you to persuade Lu Sun to yield Lujiang would be exceedingly difficult, akin to assaulting the commandery itself. My lord should first tackle the easier challenge before confronting the more formidable one, proceeding with due diligence. Lu Su also chimed in. Yuan Ji's words are most astute, and I concur with his assessment. The assembled strategists voiced their agreement in unison. We are in accord. Very well, then, I shall first take Danyang. I am eager to see what sort of character Governor Zhe Rong truly is. As the year of Jinan drew to a close, two significant events transpired. The first was the grand wedding of Yuan Yao and El Lingqi, marking the formal alliance between the Yuan clan of Runan and the El family of Shuzhou, a bond that was destined to be unbreakable. This union incited apprehension among neighboring warlords such as Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, and Lu Biao. With El Bu's valor in battle combined with Yuan Shu's ample resources, their joint presence posed an escalating threat. The feudal lords were even contemplating whether to reinforce their borders or to form strategic alliances to restrain the development of the two factions. Fortunately, not long after, a new turn of events emerged, marking the second significant occurrence of the year's end. Zhang Ning, the daughter of the esteemed master Zhang Jiao of the Taiping Dao, appeared within the territory of Runan. By some unknown means, she unified all the bandits of Runan and gathered them at Mount Jiugong. Once again, she raised the banner of the yellow turbans, proclaiming herself the leader of the Taiping Dao and the General of Heaven. Zhang Jiao's direct disciple, Huang Long, took the title of General of Earth, while another disciple, Lu Shi, was named General of Humanity. They rallied under the slogan, "The blue sky has perished. The yellow sky shall arise. In the year of Dingzhou, may the world prosper," declaring their intent to eradicate the powerful families, particularly the oppressive Yuan clan of Runan, and to rescue the common people from calamity, establishing a prosperous era under the yellow sky. Huainan and Jiangdong were heralded as the revitalization grounds of the Taiping Dao. Upon receiving this news, the feudal lords were met with a mix of shock and schadenfreude. Those opposing the Yuan family in Runan were particularly elated. Xiao, upon hearing this news, laughed heartily while holding the battle report, addressing his civil and military officials. In the year of Dingzhou, may the world prosper? It seems these yellow turban rebels are intent on rising next year. According to the logic of bandits, whichever year they initiate their rebellion, that year is deemed auspicious. Ha ha ha! Following Cao Cao's laughter, his officials joined in a chorus of mirth. After a brief interlude of laughter, Cao Cao continued, I initially believed that Yuan Yao would prove to be a formidable adversary. Even the threat posed by that fool Yuan Shu had been elevated in my estimation. Yet now it appears that the Yuan family of Renan is hardly a cause for concern. What does it matter how talented or capable Yuan Yao may be? In the region of Renan, it is ultimately that fool Yuan Shu who holds the reins. What manner of character does Yuan Shu possess? He imposes heavy taxes and oppresses the common people. Even the heavens cannot bear witness to such tyranny. Does Yuan Shu truly believe that by marrying into the Elbu lineage, he can dominate the realm? Such folly. There is no need for the likes of Chao Mengde to intervene. The Taiping Dao alone is sufficient to counter 2L bus. As long as the Taiping Dao exists, the Yuan clan shall know no peace, and I shall have no cause for concern. The strategist Zhou Yu addressed Cao Cao, my lord. The current turmoil wrought by the yellow turbans in Runan presents us with a fortuitous opportunity. Our forces can methodically prepare their strategies. While the Yuan clan is preoccupied with the yellow turbans, we can eliminate Elbu and eradicate the minions of Yuan Shu. With Elbu dispatched, Yuan Shu shall be but a toothless tiger, no longer a contender against your might. Sun Yu interjected, though the yellow turbans cause chaos in Huainan. Their true combat prowess remains uncertain. The longer they disturb the regions of Huainan and Jiangdong, the more advantageous it becomes for our forces. I propose, my lord, that you extend appropriate support to Zhang Ning, allowing her to maintain a prolonged stalemate against the Yuan clan. Cao Cao nodded in agreement, stating, what you all say is indeed reasonable. The yellow turbans are, by nature, adversaries of the Han dynasty. As the Grand Chancellor of the Han, it is my duty to quell such rebels. Yet, the enemy of my enemy may become my ally. Should Zhang Ning incite unrest in Yenzhou and Yuzhou, I shall undoubtedly act to suppress it at the earliest opportunity. Now that the yellow turbans are gathered in Runan, they have inadvertently become potential allies for me. Xiang. Cao Cao called forth, and a scholar clad in gray stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, my lord, Mao Jie is here. You shall take a few individuals and secretly journey to Huainan to contact the bandit leader, Zhang Ning. Inform her that our army is willing to temporarily ally with her and offer assistance. Chapter 100, The Gloating Yuan Benshu. Whatever demands the bandit leader Zhang Ning may have, she is welcome to voice them, and we shall do our utmost to accommodate. Mao Jian complied with the order and set forth. Upon his departure, Cao Cao exhaled a deep breath, feeling an unparalleled sense of exhilaration coursing through his entire being. Fortune indeed favored Cao Mengde. Yuan Shu had begotten a fine son, Yuan Yao, who conspired for the Yuan clan, seizing Jiangdong and forging an alliance with Elbu. Yet, what purpose does this serve? The Taiping Dao has risen in Huainan and can swiftly disrupt Yuan Yao's tranquility. Cao Cao understood that the world harbored disdain for Yuan Shu, and many lords were not fond of the Yuan father-son duo. Numerous individuals would even prefer to see the yellow turbans seize control of Runan and Jiangdong rather than allow the Yuan family to thrive. After all, should the yellow turbans eliminate Yuan Shu, Runan and Jiangdong would revert to a state of lawlessness. Confronting a band of unruly bandits is far more manageable than contending with the illustrious lords of the 4 generations and 3 dukes. Even Yuan Shu's elder brother, Yuan Benshu, would relish such an outcome. Such is human nature. Yuan Shao's thoughts indeed aligned with Cao Cao's predictions. Upon learning of the yellow turbans' rise in Huainan, Yuan Shao held a banquet in Yi City specifically to celebrate this event. Yuan Shao's strategist, Bu Zhi, raised his wine cup, beaming with delight, and proclaimed, congratulations, my lord. Rejoice, my lord. With the yellow turbans wreaking havoc in Huainan, Yuan Shu is utterly doomed. From this day forth, there shall only be one individual worthy of the title 4 generations and 3 dukes, and that is you, my lord. The assembly of civil and military officials echoed in unison. We extend our congratulations, my lord. Rejoice, my lord. Yuan Shao beamed with delight, his sons radiating joy alongside him. This news allowed Yuan Tan, Yuan Shi, and Yuan Xiang, the second generation of the Yuan family, to release a pin of frustration. Aren't you, Yuan Yao, quite impressive? Did you not plan to strengthen your power through an alliance with Elbu? Now, look at this. The yellow turban rebels have erupted right at your doorstep. How will you respond? With the chaos instigated by the yellow turbans, it seemed likely that Yuan Shu and his sons would plummet from their esteemed position among the top warlords, relegated to a secondary status. What do we have to fear from him now? No matter how much Yuan Yao stirs, without true strength, defeat is his only fate. Holding a wine cup in one hand while stroking his beard with the other, Yuan Shao remarked, Gentlemen, let us not get ahead of ourselves. The situation may not be as dire as it seems. After all, the Yellow Turban rebels are just that, rebels. No matter how inept Yuan Shu may be, can he truly be overpowered by the Yellow Turbans? I believe it won't be long before Yuan Shu quells the uprising. We might just be celebrating in vain. Counselor Feng Ji stood up, stating, "My lord, you may not be aware, but the Yellow Turbans in Huainan are not your ordinary bandits. It is said their leader, Zhang Ning, is the daughter of the esteemed sage Zhang Jiao, once known as the saintess of the Yellow Turbans. She has inherited Zhang Jiao's true teachings and commands an elite force, possessing a token that can rally the Yellow Turbans across the land. Such an adversary is unlikely to be easily subdued by Yuan Shu." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shao laughed. Is Zhang Ning truly that formidable? This, indeed, is good news for us. Haha. Come, let us raise a toast. However, Counselor Tian Feng remained furrowed in thought, silent and contemplative. Witnessing Yuan Shao and others revel in misfortune, he could no longer contain himself. Rising, he proclaimed loudly, "My lord, do not let the turmoil in Huainan bring you unwarranted delight. Yuan Shu of Huainan poses a considerable threat to Cao Cao from the south, which is exceedingly advantageous for our campaign against him. Presently, Yuan Shu's attention is diverted by the Yellow Turbans. It is the treacherous Cao who should be celebrating, not you. Moreover, under your command lies the Black Mountain Army, which claims a force of 100,000, rivaling Zhang Ning in strength, if not surpassing it. If we have yet to eradicate the Black Mountain bandits, how can we afford to mock Yuan Shu's plight?" Tian Feng's words fell like a bucket of cold water, leaving Yuan Shao visibly displeased. His countenance darkened immediately. Guo Tu, adept at reading the room, hastily pointed at Tian Feng and exclaimed, "Tian Yuanhao, how dare you speak to the Lord in such a manner? Our Lord commands the 3 provinces of Hebei, with a formidable army of 1,000,000 and countless skilled generals. How does Yuan Shu compare? The Black Mountain Army is but a trivial affliction to our Lord. It is Zhang Ning who poses a significant threat to Yuan Shu. How can they be likened? Your alarmist rhetoric deserves punishment." Tian Feng retorted loudly, "What I speak comes from the depths of my heart. If the Lord disregards my counsel, he shall inevitably suffer the consequences." Enough. Yuan Shao, having momentarily enjoyed a fleeting sense of cheer, found it all dashed by Tian Feng's words. With a grim expression, he declared, "Yuan Hao is inebriated, Jiang Qi? At your service." Jiang Qi replied, "Take Mr. Yuan Hao back to his residence and let him sober up." "I shall obey." Jiang Qi promptly summoned 2 armored soldiers, who supported Tian Feng as they led him outside. It was evident that Tian Feng was reluctant to leave. He struggled against the soldiers, calling out, "My lord, I am not drunk. The minister has more to say." The soldiers paid no heed to whether Tian Feng had anything to express. They merely executed Yuan Shao's orders and forcibly escorted Tian Feng away. Following this disturbance, the atmosphere of the banquet became rather awkward. Tian Feng's old friend, Zhu Shou, shook his head and sighed softly. Indeed, Tian Yuanhao spoke quite eloquently, yet his approach was utterly lacking in finesse. Such bluntness in addressing authority. How could the Lord heed his words? After a moment, the strategist Zhou Yu rose with a smile and remarked, "My lord, do not be swayed by the nonsensical utterances of Tian Yuanhao. Your strength surpasses all the lords of the realm. Why would you require Yuan Shu to alleviate your burdens? In my view, the more chaos Zhang Ning creates with the Yellow Turbans, the better. It would be ideal if he could turn Huainan upside down. With my astute plans, vanquishing Chao Aman will be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Once we have eradicated Chao Aman, we can then march southward, and our grand ambitions shall be realized. If my lord fears that Zhang Ning may be lacking in strength, you could even extend your support to him, enabling him to oppose Yuan Shu." Upon hearing Zhou Yu's praise, Yuan Shao felt considerably more at ease, a smile returning to his countenance. "Zhiyuan's words resonate deeply with me. The Yellow Turban rebels are hardly formidable. It is indeed beneficial for Zhang Ning to create disturbances under Yuan Shu's governance. Where is Shenpei? Shenpei is here. What are your commands, my lord?" "Take some men and journey to Huainan to meet with Zhang Ning. Inform him that I, Yuan Shao, am willing to be his steadfast supporter, encouraging him to stir up trouble in Huainan. I shall do my utmost to provide him with assistance. Your command shall be fulfilled." Both Cao Cao and Yuan Shao felt invigorated by the Yellow Turbans in Huainan, as did Liu Biao of Jingxiang. However, Liu Biao lacked the grand ambitions of Cao Cao and Yuan Shao. His only desire was self-preservation. Liu Biao harbored aspirations solely to peacefully possess Jingzhou, desiring nothing more. However, recent disturbances instigated by Yuan Yao and Jiangdong instilled within Liu Biao a sense of impending crisis. What if Yuan Yao coveted Jingzhou? Such thoughts rendered Liu Biao restless and anxious. With the yellow turbans wreaking havoc in Huainan, Liu Biao finally found solace in sleep. Let the chaos unfold, the more tumultuous, the better. As long as Zhang Ning persisted in his unrest, Yuan Shu and Yuan Yao would forever be denied the opportunity to assault Jingzhou. Liu Biao even began to regard Zhang Ning as his fortunate star. As long as Zhang Ning stood strong, Jingzhou would remain as steadfast as a mountain. Should he perhaps do something in gratitude for Zhang Ning? Contemplating this, Liu Biao summoned his strategist, Kuai Liang, and addressed him, Zairu. The yellow turban leader Zhang Ning is instigating rebellion in Huainan and will undoubtedly be in need of resources. Our Jingzhou is abundant in provisions. Send someone to deliver some supplies to him. Chapter 101. The Thunder God aids me. Zhang Ning raised the banner of the Taiping Dao on Mount Jiugong, causing a stir among the lords of the realm. Yuan Yao's intention was to lull those adversarial to the Yuan clan into a false sense of security, granting himself a period of stable development. Yet, Yuan Yao could never have anticipated that figures such as Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, and Liu Biao would successively send envoys to establish contact with Zhang Ning, vying to assist him. This was indeed an unexpected windfall. Zhang Ning sought Yuan Yao's counsel on how to proceed, to which Yuan Yao waved his hand grandly, instructing Zhang Ning to accept all offers. With such plentiful advantages at hand, one should not refuse. With the support of lords like Cao Cao and Yuan Shao to sustain his forces, Yuan Yao found himself relieved of financial burdens. In Shouchun, the residence of the Duke of Jinling, Yuan Yao was surrounded by ledgers detailing the contributions from lords such as Yuan Shao to the yellow turbans of Mount Jiugong. Cao Cao dispatched 3,000 sets of armor to equip Zhang Ning, while Yuan Shao, ruling over a land abundant in fine steeds, contributed 5,000 exceptional horses to support Zhang Ning in establishing a cavalry. Such generosity could rival the dowry bestowed by Lu Bu upon Yuan Yao. Liu Biao of Jingzhou also aided Zhang Ning with 120,000 measures of grain and 30 million in currency. Naturally, these resources found their way into Yuan Yao's possession. Upon receiving the support of the feudal lords, Yuan Yao was consumed by a singular thought. His allies, Yuan Shao, Cao Cao, and Liu Biao, were indeed wealthy. He even contemplated exclaiming his gratitude for the war horses sent by the foremost benefactor, the armor from the second, and the provisions and military funds from the third. Dear family, without your support, the strength of the Yuan clan in Runan would not exist. Zhang Ning, having received the funds, did not hesitate to follow Yuan Yao's teachings and forge alliances with the three lords. She vowed to engage Yuan Shu fiercely in Huainan, assuring the esteemed benefactors of her commitment. To Yuan Yao's delight, the support from the prominent lords extended far beyond these initial contributions. The horses, armor, and supplies were merely preliminary investments. Firstly, the delivery of these resources required stealth, as they dared not transport too much at once. Secondly, they wished to observe Zhang Ning's performance. After all, the way of the peaceful must not merely accept funds without action. Regarding these cautious maneuvers of the lords, Yuan Yao yearned to inform them that their concerns were unfounded. Every move they made was under Yuan Yao's vigilant watch, even if their disguises were impeccable. The arrival of horses and armor in Huainan would not escape Yuan Yao's notice. Nevertheless, he would never resort to plundering these precious gifts from his benefactors. After all, how could he seize what had been graciously provided to him? What if we seize the opportunity only to find that they no longer deliver to us? Would that not be quite disadvantageous? A feast once in a while is still a feast, and Yuan Yao is capable of discerning between the two. The Taiping Dao flourished in Huainan, bringing joy to all the lords of the realm, including Yuan Yao. However, the only one displeased was the Skeleton King. Upon learning of the Taiping Dao's rise in Huainan and their declarations of unwavering opposition against the Yuan clan, he could no longer contain his fury. Yuan Shu dispatched his generals Chun Lan and Lei Bo, commanding an army of 50,000 to subdue Jiugong Mountain. Yet, upon their arrival, this formidable force was thoroughly routed by the Yellow Turbans, left scrambling for safety. Had it not been for the swift escape of generals Chun Lan and Lei Bo, they might have been captured alive by the Yellow Turban generals Huang Long and Lu Shi. Enraged by the defeat of his troops, Yuan Shu urgently summoned the civil and military leaders of Huainan for a council. Chun Lan and Lei Bo, covered in dirt and shame, knelt before him. Yuan Shu, seated in a position of authority, pointed at them and berated incompetence. Buffoons! How can the esteemed generals of Huainan be incapable of dealing with a band of mere brigands? Is this not a source of ridicule? You two have brought disgrace upon the Yuan family. The two generals bowed repeatedly, their faces etched with despair, lamenting, "My lord, it is not that we did not exert ourselves to vanquish the thieves, but Zhang Ning wields sorcery, a truly uncanny force. We simply could not withstand it." Yuan Shu was taken aback by this revelation. Zhang Ning employs sorcery? What kind of sorcery is it? Qianlan and Lei Bo elaborated. Zhang Ning commands the power of thunder, wielding a golden sword. Upon invoking the words Thunder God, assist me, the skies become tumultuous, winds howl, and thunder crashes. Wherever Zhang Ning points his sword, there the lightning strikes. Countless of our soldiers have perished under its wrath. General Di Gong, Huang Long, and General Rin Gong, Lu Shi, are both adept in the arcane arts. Merely by casting a handful of talismans, they can summon paper figures and spirit steeds. Indeed, my lord, that is the art of transforming beings into soldiers. Our troops stand little chance against them. The two men, exchanging words animatedly, vividly painted a picture that left Yuan Shu momentarily stunned. Yuan Yao sighed deeply, shaking his head in silence. Qianlan and Lei Bo are merely speaking nonsense. If Zhang Ning, Huang Long, and Lu Shi possessed such powers, they would not be hiding in Shuzhou, easily subdued by me. In my previous life, I found it strange. From historical texts, I learned that Zhang Jiao had the ability to cast talismans and summon winds and rains, commanding thunder and lightning. At that time, I was perplexed. Could it be that supernatural forces truly existed in antiquity? After arriving in this era, I heard tales of the great sage and virtuous teacher, Zhang Jiao. It was said that Zhang Jiao was proficient in sorcery, having been a disciple of the immortal Nanhua, a being among the divine. Yet, I remained skeptical. Until today, Qianlan and Lei Bo unraveled all my doubts. Thus, the claim that the Yellow Turban Army excels in sorcery originated from this. Qianlan and Lei Bo are but a pair of mediocre individuals. Their martial prowess and capabilities in battle are utterly insignificant. Huang Long and Lu Shi are considered the most capable generals among the Yellow Turbans. These two fools would surely be no match for them. Otherwise, I would have commanded Zhang Ning to ensure the Yellow Turban Army does not harm the soldiers of Huainan, merely to drive them back. If Qianlan and Lei Bo confront Huang Long and Lu Shi, they might very well face total annihilation. They suffered a defeat, undoubtedly too embarrassed to admit their lack of strength against the bandits. In an attempt to evade responsibility, they could only concoct some reasons of irresistible force to appease Yuan Shu. The Yellow Turbans were rumored to possess sorcery, a tale that had circulated for many years. The two of them readily seized upon this notion. After their demonstration, Yuan Yao began to comprehend the situation. The generals of the Han dynasty who had been vanquished by the Yellow Turbans also felt humiliated, fabricating falsehoods to deceive the emperor. This reputation served the Yellow Turbans well, aiding in their own mythologization and recruitment of followers. Thus, they would offer no explanations regarding the matter. The inept generals of the Han and the Yellow Turban bandits seemed to be in perfect harmony, collaborating with ease. Unfortunately, Yuan Shu failed to grasp this logic, and even most of the civil and military officials present were deceived. Yuan Shu pinched his beard, feeling quite troubled. Why must the Yellow Turban bandits wreak havoc in Huainan? If they had appeared on the territories of Cao Cao and Yuan Shao, Yuan Shu would awaken from dreams with laughter. Was he not destined to ascend to the highest throne? Why then did bandits emerge under his rule? Was this a test from heaven? To ascertain whether Yuan Gonglu was worthy of claiming the title of emperor? Yes, it must be so. Chapter 102. Xiao Gong, a renowned general of the age. Exceptional in military strategy after indulging in such fanciful thoughts, Yuan Shu became ever more convinced of his destiny. He addressed Qianlan and Lei Bo, saying, "Very well. Since it was the Yellow Turbans who employed sorcery, the blame for this defeat does not rest with you. Rise." "Thank you, Lord." Qianlan and Lei Bo exchanged a discreet glance, each detecting a hint of satisfaction on the other's face. The Tao of Taiping employs sorcery, a ruse that the two of them had long devised to deceive Yuan Shu. This justification proves remarkably effective. Yuan Shu addressed his followers, "Gentlemen, the leader of the Taiping Tao, Zhang Ning, is adept in the arts of thunder and sorcery. Even my esteemed general, Qianlan, cannot rival him. What course of action should we take?" Yuan Shu's strategist, Yuan Yin, bowed and replied, "My lord, since Zhang Ning's sorcery is so peculiar, we need not concern ourselves with her. Let her establish herself at Jiugong Mountain. Previously, Huainan was rife with bandits and countless strongholds. Now that Zhang Ning has arrived, she merely consolidates these bandits into one place, which is no different from before. If our forces turn a blind eye to Zhang Ning, the bandits will pose little threat." Yuan Yin's argument, however, failed to assuage Yuan Shu. In a fit of rage, Yuan Shu slammed the table and exclaimed, "Those Yellow Turban brigands have declared that in the year of Dingqiu, great fortune shall befall the land. I ask you, what year is Dingqiu? Is it not next year? Can I simply ignore the bandits at Jiugong Mountain and expect the problem to resolve itself?" Yuan Shu's agitation stemmed from the yellow turban's slogan, which struck a nerve in his sensitive psyche. The first year of Jinan corresponds to the year of Bingzi, and next year will be Dingqiu. Yuan Shu aspired to declare himself emperor in the year of Dingqiu and had already begun seeking out masters of divination to bolster his ambitions. Now, with a band of yellow turbans at Jiugong Mountain intent on making a stand in Dingqiu, how could Yuan Shu possibly claim the title of emperor? He could not tolerate anything that obstructed his path to imperial ascendance. In silence, Tang Zongwen dared not speak further. Yuan Yao rose and bowed to Yuan Shu, saying, "Father, allow me to handle the yellow turban army." "Yao, you intend to confront the bandits of Mount Jiu? They possess sorcery. Do not let them harm you." Yuan Yao replied with a smile, "Father, I have subdued the powerful in Jiangdong and brought several prefectures under my governance. How can a mere band of yellow turbans pose a threat to me? As long as you have faith in me, I will surely find a way to suppress the yellow turbans and prevent them from wreaking havoc in Huainan." Upon hearing Yuan Yao's words, Yuan Shu nodded. Had it not been for his son's initiative, he might have forgotten that his own child was also a formidable commander. "Very well, then. I shall grant you an army of 50,000. Take these soldiers and quell the yellow turbans for me. Should you require anything, simply tell me, and I shall do my utmost to fulfill your needs." Yuan Yao clasped his hands in salute and stated, "Father, to confront the yellow turbans, I only seek a general of exceptional talent. With such a person, the yellow turbans will surely not dare to act recklessly. Who do you intend to employ?" Yuan Shu asked, "Are you hoping to request Jiling from me?" Jiling was indeed the strongest warrior under Yuan Shu's command. Just as Yuan Shu was about to acquiesce to Yuan Yao's request, Jiling straightened his back, ready to serve his young master. However, Yuan Yao shook his head and declared, "The renowned general I speak of is none other than your esteemed general, Xiao Rui." "What?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Shu was utterly bewildered, and even Xiao Rui himself was taken aback. Yuan Shu was aware of Xiao Rui's capabilities. He was merely a conventional warrior. Xiao Rui's martial skills were average, and given his age, it was certainly unfeasible to expect him to wield a sword and charge into battle. In terms of military command, Xiao Rui is rather unremarkable. Chun Lan and Lei Bo, two generals, have returned defeated. What use is Xiao Rui to Yuan Yao? "Yao, are you certain?" "I am certain. I wish to have General Xiao Rui." The father remained unaware that Xiao Gong is a renowned general of our time, possessing exceptional martial prowess. "My ability to unify Jiangdong in a short span is largely due to General Xiao's assistance." Upon hearing Yuan Yao's words, Yuan Shu was left bewildered. A renowned general? Xiao Rui? Could it be that beyond his daughter's beauty, there exists an ability of which I am unaware? Have I been underestimating him all along? Yuan Shu hesitated, then nodded. "Very well. I shall grant you General Xiao Rui. Let him assist you in your command. Jing Yao, should you desire any other formidable generals, do not hesitate to inform your father. Military affairs are of great consequence, and there is no need for formality." Yuan Yao responded with a smile, "Father, rest assured. One Xiao Gong is sufficient." The array of civil and military officials under Yuan Shu were perplexed by Yuan Yao's intentions. There are numerous distinguished generals beneath the Lord's command, such as Ji Ling, Zhang Sun, Li Feng, and Lu Jiu, all seasoned warriors. None are inferior to Xiao Rui. Why does Yuan Yao favor Xiao Rui? Chun Lan and Lei Bo exchanged knowing smirks. They speculated that Yuan Yao's desire for Xiao Rui was likely influenced by the fact that Xiao Rui's two daughters have become his concubines. Yuan Yao perhaps seeks to leverage the suppression of bandits to bestow merit upon Xiao Rui. Yet, is such merit easily attained? If they themselves cannot withstand the yellow turbans, how can Xiao Rui succeed? After the discussions regarding the confrontation with the yellow turbans concluded, the officials gradually dispersed. With a heavy heart, Xiao Rui approached Yuan Yao and expressed, "Young master, my capability in military command is no different from that of Chun Lan or Lei Bo. They could not defeat the yellow turbans, and the old man himself had no assurance of victory." Yuan Yao mused that his rather unassuming father-in-law was indeed a straightforward individual. Even before the battle commenced, he had confided his apprehensions. Yuan Yao turned to Xiao Rui and smiled, saying, "There is no need for you to belittle yourself, dear father-in-law. You are a rare talent in commanding troops. As long as you lead the army against the yellow turbans, I assure you, you will achieve resounding success. I shall assign you a strategist and two formidable generals. You need only heed the strategist's counsel." Upon hearing Yuan Yao's words, Xiao Rui grasped the situation. It became evident that Yuan Yao was not entrusting him with true command, but rather bestowing upon him a titular role. The true hands-on execution would rest with Yuan Yao's elite soldiers and generals, akin to their previous campaign in Jiangdong. This was manageable. Such a tactic was familiar to him. Following the resounding victory in the Jiangdong campaign, Yuan Shu had already elevated his rank. If he could successfully quell the Yellow Turbans, further advancement awaited him. Yuan Yao had selected him not only for his capabilities, but also as his father-in-law, indicating a personal connection. Ultimately, he was benefiting from the influence of two daughters. Xiao Rui immediately bowed to Yuan Yao, expressing, "I am profoundly grateful for your support, young master." Yuan Yao responded with a smile, "We are all family here. There is no need for formality, father-in-law. If I do not assist you, who else could I possibly help? Given time, you shall undoubtedly become the foremost general in Huainan." Yuan Shu's provision of 50,000 elite troops was graciously accepted by Yuan Yao. At this rate, the wealth of his father, the Skeleton King, would eventually be depleted by his own hands. However, these soldiers, when compared to Yuan Yao's seasoned troops, were indeed a cause for concern. Their discipline was lax, training was neglected, and they resembled nothing more than a rabble. Yuan Yao aspired to transform these individuals into formidable warriors, employing traditional methods. He intended to replace the officers of the 50,000 soldiers with the elite troops of the White Scarf. Subsequently, he would enforce strict military discipline and train the soldiers rigorously. After 2 months, these 50,000 soldiers would possess the capability to engage in battle. Chapter 103. The Yellow Turbans of Huainan must rise. Yuan Yao dispatched Wang Lang to serve as a strategist for Xiao Rui and assigned generals Liao Hua and Ma Zhong to his command. He did not require Xiao Rui to confront the Yellow Turban army in direct combat. Mere appearances would suffice. Following Zhang Ning's victories over Chunlan and Lei Bo, the Yellow Turban army's momentum surged, drawing in numerous bandits and rogues. They plundered the estates of noble families near Jiogong Mountain until Xiao Rui's forces arrived, at which point their activities diminished. The two sides engaged in tentative skirmishes, and Xiao Rui found Zhang Ning to be exceedingly formidable, prompting him to consult with Wang Lang regarding strategies to repel the enemy. Wang Lang stroked his beard and chuckled, saying, "There is no need for concern, Sir Xiao. Although the Yellow Turban bandits appear fierce, I possess a method to drive them back." Xiao Rui inquired, "What ingenious plan do you propose?" "I require no soldiers. A single discourse will suffice to compel the Yellow Turban bandits to retreat to Jiogong Mountain," Wang Lang replied. Xiao Rui was taken aback and exclaimed, "How can this be possible? The Yellow Turbans are obstinate rebels. How could you persuade them?" "Haha, just wait and see, Sir Xiao." Yuan Yao had already arranged with Zhang Ning that the Yellow Turban army would not truly mobilize until the following year, and for now, they would remain dormant at Jiogong Mountain. Wang Lang approached the front lines, signaling Yuan Yao's intent to withdraw the troops to Zhang Ning. The next day, the two armies faced each other. Wang Lang mounted his horse, brandishing his blade, and called for Zhang Ning to step forward for a conversation. Xiao Rui gazed intently at Wang Lang, curious to discern the rationale he might present. To his dismay, Wang Lang merely engaged in a nonsensical discourse with Zhang Ning, spouting empty platitudes such as to cease hostilities and restore peace for the prosperity of the people. Is it not a beautiful prospect? If such words could indeed persuade the enemy to retreat, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Xiao Rui had even prepared himself for a fierce confrontation with the Yellow Turban army. However, Zhang Ning unexpectedly clasped his fists towards Wang Lang and declared, "Your words hold merit, esteemed sir. I have learned from your wisdom. The uprising of our Taiping Dao commenced in the Dingzhou year, not the Bingzi year. Our supplies have sufficiently amassed, so I shall grant you this favor. All commanders, return to Jiogong Mountain." Zhang Ning promptly ordered a retreat, leaving Xiao Rui in a state of bewilderment. How could this be? The usually courteous Xiao Rui found himself muttering an expletive in his mind. With no battle to engage in, he had no choice but to lead his troops in withdrawal. The esteemed leader of the Taiping Dao was compelled to retreat due to Wang Lang's words, rendering this victory utterly perplexing. When news of Wang Lang's influence over Zhang Ning reached Yuan Shu and the common folk, the narrative transformed entirely. The version known to the populace was that, under the astute strategy of the remarkable Yuan Yao and the command of the illustrious General Xiao Rui, the valiant soldiers of Huainan fought valiantly, ultimately repelling the Yellow Turban bandits, forcing them to retreat to Jiogong Mountain. The Yellow Turban's assault had been fierce. Yet the Taiping Dao's master Zhang Ning wielded profound mystical arts, conjuring thunder and lightning. This hard-won victory was truly remarkable. It was thanks to Yuan Shu's immense fortune, Yuan Yao's shrewd planning, and Xiao Rui's unparalleled military prowess. Upon receiving the battle reports, figures such as Yuan Shao, Cao Cao, and Lu Biao were deeply moved. Indeed, Yuan Shu possessed a measure of good fortune. Not only did he father an exceptional son like Yuan Yao, but he also commanded a talented strategist in Xiao Rui, adept in military affairs. It raises the question, why had they not recognized Xiao Rui's prowess earlier? Unbeknownst to Yuan Yao, the lords pondered this very thought. Had he been aware, he would have certainly addressed their oversight. The reason they had failed to discover Xiao Rui's talent sooner was simply that Xiao Rui had not yet met Yuan Yao. Had their acquaintance formed earlier, the lords would have undoubtedly acknowledged Xiao Rui's capabilities. Nonetheless, it is not too late. Xiao Rui is destined for greatness and will eventually ascend to the ranks of renowned generals. Following the defeat of the Taiping Dao forces, lords such as Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, and Liu Biao grew anxious. They had hoped that the Taiping Dao would serve as a counterbalance to Yuan Shu, and Zhang Ning's defeat was unacceptable. Zhang Ning, having received the true teachings of Zhang Jiao and possessing mastery over mystical arts and thunder techniques, was a rare ally. Consequently, they dispatched envoys to Jiugong Mountain, seeking to bolster their support. The yellow turbans of Huainan must rise again. Thanks to the backing of several prominent figures, Yuan Yao now commanded 18,000 superior steeds. The cavalry he had long coveted could finally be assembled. However, the maintenance of such forces was financially demanding. To cultivate a formidable cavalry, he first needed to address the local aristocracies in Huainan and Jiangdong. With no ongoing conflicts in Huainan, Yuan Yao decided to lead his troops to Danyang, intending to subdue Zheirong first. Yuan Yao, accompanied by 30,000 elite soldiers, set forth for Danyang. Recognizing the slow pace of the Grand Army, he assigned General Chun Dao to lead the troops at a measured speed while he, along with his trusted civil and military advisors, donned casual attire to explore the true state of Danyang County. The seat of governance, Wanling, was a bustling metropolis. Upon entering the city, Yuan Yao and his confidants observed the populace surging eastward in a frenzy. The common folk hurried past, their expressions betraying a sense of urgency, as if a matter of great importance were at hand. Such disorder among the townspeople was clearly unusual. Yuan Yao stopped an elderly man and inquired, "Good sir, where are you heading in such haste?" The old man replied breathlessly, "Young master, I am in a rush to attend the Buddha bathing ceremony. If I delay any longer, I shall miss it. Please, do not detain me." Yuan Yao exchanged a knowing glance with Tai Shirtzi, who promptly produced a small piece of gold and handed it to the old man. Though it was no larger than a fingernail, the old man's eyes widened in astonishment. "Young master, such generosity. Is this truly for me?" Yuan Yao nodded with a smile, saying, "I observed the hurried demeanor of the passers-by and wish to take but a moment of your time to inquire about the situation." The old man, having accepted the gold, now wore an expression of sheer delight. His demeanor shifted to one of enthusiastic warmth as he bent slightly and said to Yuan Yao, "Young master, feel free to ask whatever you wish. I shall speak freely. Regarding the Buddha bathing ceremony, I find myself quite intrigued. Are all these travelers headed to partake in it?" Yuan Yao inquired. Upon hearing this, the old man replied, "Young master, you must have come from another province, I assume?" Yuan Yao affirmed, "I hail from Yuzhou. Here on business." The old man sighed, "Alas, young master, you have come to the wrong place. Business in Danyang has dwindled to nothing." The small piece of gold he had received from Yuan Yao would suffice to sustain him for many days, and thus he no longer felt the urgency to attend the Buddha bathing ceremony. Instead, he began to recount. In the days when Lord Zhou served as the governor, the lives of the Danyang people were considerably better. Everyone has enough to eat, and there are numerous merchants conducting business in the city. However, ever since Lord Zheirong took office as the governor, everything has changed. The old man shook his head and sighed. Not long after Lord Zhe's appointment, he commenced extensive construction of temples within the city. The Guangji Temple in the east of the city took the longest time to build and is the largest in scale. The bathing Buddha ceremony is also held at Guangji Temple. Governor Zhe claims that the construction of temples is intended to bless the citizens of the city, allowing them to lead better lives. This is a noble act that the elders of Danyang must support. Initially, it was the powerful gentry of Danyang County who backed Governor Zhe. With the gentry's tacit approval, what options did the common folk have? They could only contribute money or labor as best as they could. The wealth of the common people was seized by Lord Zhe, and their lives became increasingly arduous, making even the simplest act of eating a challenge. Once Guangji Temple was completed, Lord Zhe would regularly hold a bathing Buddha ceremony every month, during which feasts would be laid out both inside and outside the temple for the citizens to partake in. This was the only semblance of kindness that Lord Zhe extended to the people. Chapter 104. Teaching the Way to the World. Governing the people. Upon hearing the old man's account, Yuan Yao grasped the situation. Governor Zheirong of Danyang wished to play both the benefactor and the moral authority. Under the guise of establishing Buddhist temples, he plundered the wealth of the populace, leaving one to wonder whether he genuinely revered the Buddha or was merely driven by greed. Thank you, Venerable Elder, for your insight. Yuan Yao waved goodbye to the old man and then turned to his companions. Both civil and military, this bathing Buddha ceremony sounds intriguing. Let us go and witness it. Yuan Yao and his companions followed the crowd as they advanced. Soon arriving at the entrance of Guangji Temple. The temple, adorned with crimson walls and azure tiles, was bustling with incense offerings. Outside, numerous banquet tables were set up to provide food for the people. Unfortunately, despite the abundance of seating, it could not accommodate the throngs of citizens clamoring for a morsel to eat. The steward overseeing the banquet shouted, "Do not push. There is enough for everyone. Form a line and proceed in order. Anyone who dares to cause a disturbance will be thrown into the dungeon." The populace, familiar with the customs of such gatherings, understood that the officials were not merely issuing threats. They would indeed take action if provoked. Thus, while the crowd was vociferous, none dared to rush forward to snatch the food. Yuan Yao had no desire to partake in such a banquet. Tong Fei gazed towards the temple's entrance and remarked to Yuan Yao, "My lord, it appears they are also hosting a banquet inside, yet the number of attendees is minimal." With no one competing for food, Yuan Yao raised his eyes and, seeing the truth in Tong Fei's words, responded to the group. "Let us proceed inside and take a look." As they approached the temple's entrance, the guards stationed there stepped forward to intercept them. "Esteemed guests, the governor is currently presiding over the Buddha bathing ceremony within the temple. Should you wish to enter and listen to the governor's teachings, each of you must contribute 1,000 coins as an offering. Otherwise, it would signify a lack of sincerity in your devotion, and entry will be forbidden." Upon hearing this, Yuan Yao understood why the populace preferred to queue outside rather than enter Guangji Temple. The entrance fee was exorbitant. Truly, the Buddha grants passage only to those of means. With a wave of his hand, Tai Shirtzi produced a tael of gold to present to the guards. The attendants, having received their compensation, promptly altered their demeanor and made way, smiling at Yuan Yao and his companions, saying, "Gentlemen, please proceed. If you continue straight ahead, you will reach the main hall, where the magistrate will expound on the teachings of Buddhism." Upon entering the temple, the group advanced forward and discovered that both sides of the interior were adorned with banquet tables, laden with wine and meat, the offerings far superior to those outside. Yuan Yao then recalled that during the late Han period, temples did not prohibit the consumption of wine and meat. The regulation forbidding monks from eating meat was established during the southern and northern dynasties by Emperor Wu of Liang, Xiang. However, despite the sumptuous offerings within the temple, few diners were present, and there was no need to queue. Those who could afford the 1,000 coins to participate in the Buddha bathing ceremony were likely prominent figures in the city, unconcerned with such trivial sustenance. Conversely, the great hall was filled with numerous individuals, all attentively listening to Zhe Rong expound on Buddhist doctrine. Yuan Yao and his companions casually took seats in the back rows. In the center of the hall stood a Buddha statue, several zhang tall, its entire figure resplendent in gold, exuding an aura of solemnity and majesty. If this statue were indeed cast from pure gold, it would possess an immeasurable value. A slender, middle-aged man clad in a white robe sat cross-legged before the statue, reciting Buddhist teachings aloud to the assembly. This man was presumably Zhe Rong. Surrounding him were monks, all tonsured. Yet Zhe Rong's long hair struck Yuan Yao as particularly intriguing. After a substantial discourse on Buddhist teachings, Zhe Rong announced the conclusion of the Buddha bathing ceremony, allowing the attendees to disperse. Those who had not dined were welcome to feast within the temple before departing. Many devout followers, still enraptured by Zhe Rong's teachings, approached him for further discussion on Buddhist philosophy. Zhe Rong, ever welcoming, engaged in dialogue with them. The devotees primarily posed a few inquiries to Zhe Rong, and after being swayed by his persuasive words, they departed with satisfaction. Yuan Yao, who had come specifically to seek Zhe Rong, joined the throng of followers. Intentionally positioning himself at the rear, he waited until all their questions had been addressed before approaching Zhe Rong. Upon noticing Yuan Yao's handsome visage and noble demeanor, Zhe Rong felt an undeniable aura of distinction about him, suggesting he was not an ordinary individual. This young gentleman was certainly not from Danyang. Given his presence at the Buddha bathing festival, it was evident that he was a believer. The addition of a wealthy devotee was indeed a fortuitous blessing for Zhe Rong. He raised his gaze to Yuan Yao, revealing his signature smile. "Benefactor, you have finally arrived," Zhe Rong remarked, a statement that took Yuan Yao by surprise. "Did you foresee my arrival?" Yuan Yao inquired. With a slight nod, Zhe Rong replied softly, "Indeed. The profound nature of Buddhist teachings bestows upon one the gift of discernment and insight, allowing knowledge of past and future lives. I am fully aware of all worldly phenomena. Our fates are intertwined. Your presence here is known to me. Realization dawned upon Yuan Yao. If your cultivation is so profound, why then do you maintain long hair? Should you not be like the monks of this temple, sporting a shaved head? Ba, benefactor, your words are misguided. Monks shave their heads to sever the 3,000 strands of worldly troubles, to be free from worries and delusions, with hearts unencumbered. How could such a simple term as bald encapsulate this? As for my hair, I am devoted to the Buddha, yet I remain amidst the mundane world, serving as a parental figure to the citizens of Danyang. To effectively serve as a governor, I find myself compelled to adhere to societal conventions. To impart wisdom to the populace and govern the people are, in my eyes, acts of equal merit. Listening to Zhe Rong's earnest self-deception, Yuan Yao could not help but internally commend him with a silent bravo. This was indeed a reflection of himself. After the enlightenment brought forth by future knowledge, he recognized the true nature of Zhe Rong. Had he encountered a foolish and affluent young master instead, would he not have been easily duped by Zhe Rong's charm? With a smile, Yuan Yao addressed Zhe Rong. Upon hearing your words, esteemed master, I must say, you are truly remarkable. Not only do you possess the gift of foresight, but you also carry the virtue of protection, elevating you to an extraordinary status. Given your prowess, might you be able to divine my name? However, as Zhe Rong had never met Yuan Yao, he was unaware of his identity. To admit ignorance would diminish his stature. So he gently shook his head and replied, our meeting, dear sir, is a matter of destiny. Those fated to cross paths should share their names without the need for supernatural guessing. Thus enlightened, Yuan Yao noted the master's principles. He continued to smile at Zhe Rong. Then let me propose a different challenge for your divine insight. Pray, can you discern whether I shall receive a slap across the face today? At this, Zhe Rong was momentarily taken aback. What was this young master implying? Had he lost his senses? Here he was, esteemed within Guangji Temple, revered by many. How could he possibly receive an unwarranted slap? Zhe Rong felt a twinge of discontent. Yet, in order to uphold his enigmatic persona, he patiently responded to Yuan Yao. Surely, you jest, my lord. In the Guangji Temple, I expound on Buddhism, seeking to enlighten all sentient beings, with no justification for being struck by another. Chapter 105. What transpired at this Buddha bathing ceremony? Master, are you certain? With my discerning eye and enlightened heart, I assert that my predictions are undoubtedly accurate. Zhe Rong brimmed with confidence, yet as soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Yao delivered a resounding slap to his face. Crack. Yuan Yao, being a martial artist, struck with considerable force, sending Zhe Rong tumbling. The left side of Zhe Rong's face swelled visibly, and his eye became swollen. Upon opening his mouth, he shockingly spat out a bloodied tooth. My tooth. A sudden uproar erupted within the hall, startling the surrounding monks. They had just escorted the benefactors attending the Buddha bathing ceremony outside, and now, how could it be that Lord Zhe Rong had been assaulted? Quickly, protect the Lord. The monks of Guangji Temple relied on Zhe Rong for their livelihood. Seeing him in such a state was intolerable. They rushed toward Yuan Yao, intent on subduing him. Regrettably, Yuan Yao was accompanied by several formidable warriors, Tong Fei, Tai Shirzi, Zhou Tai, Su Sheng, and others. Each of these valiant fighters was a force to be reckoned with, far beyond the capabilities of the monks in Guangji Temple. In a matter of moments, the monks found themselves overwhelmed, crying out in distress. Zhe Rong, having once been a warlord and commander, could easily discern the ferocity of Yuan Yao's formidable entourage. Zhe Rong ceased his outcry, covering his cheeks in shock as he gazed at Yuan Yao, inquiring, my lord, who exactly are you? In a soft voice, Yuan Yao replied, I am Yuan Yao. The governor Zhe Rong should be familiar with me, I presume? Yuan Yao. Zhe Rong's pupils dilated in astonishment. He was well acquainted with Yuan Yao indeed. His understanding of Yuan Yao surpassed that of others. Aside from the widespread reputation of Little Mengchong, Yuan Yao's prowess in commanding troops and his formidable warriors stood unrivaled across the realm. Previously, Zhe Rong had slain the governor of Yuzhong, Zhu Hao, and seized control of Yuzhong. When Yuan Yao clashed with Yan Baihu, Zhe Rong had dispatched scouts to gather intelligence. The reports confirmed that Yuan Yao's army was exceptionally strong, unmatched in power. The events that followed substantiated the intelligence Zhe Rong had acquired. Governor Wang Lang of Kuaiji, upon facing Yuan Yao, did not dare to fight back and surrendered outright. Terrified by the might of Yuan Yao's forces, Zhe Rong abandoned Yuzhong in a panic. He fled to Shouchun, where he resorted to lavish gifts and flattery to deceive Yuan Shu, thereby securing his position as the governor of Danyang. Zhe Rong harbored a profound fear of Yuan Yao. He could not fathom why he had forsaken Yuzhang merely to evade the calamity that was Yuan Yao, only to find that Yuan Yao relentlessly pursued him like a relentless parasite. It seemed that Yuan Yao had long set his sights on him, rendering any pretense of evasion futile. Zhou, a man capable of both submission and resilience, promptly knelt before Yuan Yao, bowing his head in reverence, and declared, "I was unaware that I stood before the esteemed lord. I have offended your formidable presence. I beseech your forgiveness." Upon witnessing Zhou Rong's astute awareness of the situation, Yuan Yao raised his hand and declared, "Enough, let us cease this." With Yuan Yao's command, the fierce warriors finally halted their relentless assault on the monks within Guangji Temple. "You may rise," he said. "Thank you, young master." Zhou Rong stood, clutching the tooth that Yuan Yao had knocked out, cautiously regarding him. "Young master, this is not an appropriate place for discussion. Might we converse in the rear hall?" "Very well, let us proceed." Yuan Yao, accompanied by his civil and military subordinates, followed Zhou Rong to the rear hall, where he was invited to take the seat of honor. Soon, a monk approached, presenting fragrant tea to Yuan Yao. Lifting the teacup, Yuan Yao inquired of the bowing and scraping Zhou Rong, "Pray tell, what is the matter with this bathing the Buddha event?" With a troubled expression, Zhou Rong responded, "Young master, I am truly at a loss. You have amassed wealth under the pretense of constructing a temple, and yet you portray yourself as an innocent victim?" Zhou Rong explained to Yuan Yao, "I arrived alone in Danyang with the intent to secure my position as governor. And there are two matters I must attend to. The first is to cultivate a group of capable individuals to assist me in managing Danyang. The second is to win the support of the prominent families here. If either of these tasks fails, I shall find it impossible to maintain my role as governor of Danyang. However, to acquire funds, one must ask, where will the money come from? It can only be extorted from the common people. Yet, to justify such extortion, one must present some rationale, lest it be deemed mere robbery. Once I have secured the funds, I must also provide benefits to the noble families to gain their support. Otherwise, what reason would they have to support me? The cunning individuals have devised a method to construct a Buddhist temple and create a statue, which conveniently serves to accomplish both tasks." Yuan Yao continued, "Building a temple can indeed resolve your two major dilemmas?" "Indeed," Zhou Rong replied with a sycophantic smile. "Erecting a temple is a noble endeavor that accumulates merit. I shall use this pretext to entice the prominent families of Danyang to invest in the monastery. Once the affluent families of Danyang contribute, the common folk will have no reason not to pay. With funds secured and connections established with the influential families of Danyang, is it not a splendid twofold gain?" General Xiang expressed his skepticism. "Is what you propose truly feasible? If you accept the money from the wealthy families, how can you maintain good relations with them? Are the noble clans of Danyang truly so unprincipled?" Zhou Rong, with a triumphant grin, replied, "Ah, General, you seem to misunderstand. The funds from the noble families are merely a pretext. Once I receive their contributions, I shall return every last coin. The actual profit comes from the common folk of Danyang. After collecting all the funds for the temple and the statue, I will repay the wealthy families. The remaining amount shall be divided 60-40. It was only then that Xiang comprehended Zhou Rong's cunning scheme, yet he remained puzzled and inquired, "After all this effort, you only retain 60%. Zhou Rong explained, "The 60% is meant for the 4 great noble houses of Danyang. By the time it reaches me, I shall be left with merely 40%. Even this amount must be used to placate the 4 noble houses, or I shall retain none of it." Hearing this, Tong Fei scoffed. "With such a disposition, you still consider yourself the governor of Danyang? In the pursuit of constructing a temple, one exploits the common folk while distributing the spoils to the affluent families. In my humble opinion, your governance as a prefect is indeed pitiable, akin to a beggar kneeling on the streets." Zhou Rong pondered for a moment and remarked, "If the general insists, there is a certain resemblance between a prefect and a beggar." Upon hearing Zhou Rong's description, Yuan Yao gained clarity regarding this individual. Zhou Rong was evidently one who bullied the weak while fearing the strong. Yuan Yao slammed the table and declared to Zhou Rong, "Zhou Rong, I am profoundly disappointed in you. My father entrusted you with the administration of Danyang County with the intention of benefiting the people and managing the region effectively. Instead, you collude with the aristocratic families to oppress the populace, amassing wealth under the guise of temple construction. Your actions have utterly tarnished my father's reputation." Chapter 106. The 4 great aristocratic families of Danyang, my lord. I am merely a victim of circumstance. Without appeasing those powerful families, I cannot establish myself in Danyang, let alone govern it and serve the people. Such nonsense. Yuan Yao rebuked Zhou Rong sternly. Even if one seeks profit, one must not grovel in such a manner. From this day forth, Danyang shall be under my control. Hand over all funds for the statue construction to me. and ceased the bathing ceremony for the Buddha. As for the aristocratic families, I have my own methods. As Yuan Yao spoke, he slammed Yuan Shu's token onto the table and inquired of Zhe Rong, "Do you have any objections?" Zhe Rong hurriedly bowed to Yuan Yao and replied, "With the Lord's decree, Zhe Rong is naturally compliant. However, the aristocrats of Danyang are not easily dealt with. It may prove challenging for you to confront the four great families." Upon hearing this, Tong Fei scoffed dismissively, declaring that only a spineless individual like him would bow and scrape before the powerful families of the city. With our exceptional troops and skilled generals at the command of our Lord, dealing with them would be as effortless as turning one's hand. Zhe Rong pondered for a moment before shaking his head, stating that the four prominent families were intricately intertwined in their influence, and attempting to subdue them through sheer force would likely be an unwise strategy. Yuan Yao seized the command token and addressed Zhe Rong, inquiring whether their martial prowess, combined with the esteemed reputation of the Yuan clan, would make a difference. Zhe Rong gazed at the token and replied that it would indeed pose no issue. However, he cautioned that the Yuan family, as the foremost among the aristocracy, had always been revered. Should the young master decide to act against the families in the name of the Yuan clan, it might incite disloyalty among them. Would Lord Yuan consent to such actions? Yuan Yao gently shook his head, asserting that he never suggested employing the Yuan family's military might. Zhe Rong, today, I have shared much with you, and you are now privy to too many of my secrets. I present you with two choices. Either acknowledge me as your master and pledge your unwavering loyalty, or choose to end your own life with your sword. The choice is yours. Clatter. Upon concluding his words, the General Zhou Tai unsheathed his precious sword from his waist and threw it before Zhe Rong, causing him to tremble in fear. The more selfish and opportunistic one is, the greater their dread of death. Overcome with terror, Zhe Rong's legs buckled, and he knelt before Yuan Yao. "My lord." "No, master." Zhe Rong pleaded for his life, expressing his willingness to serve as a loyal subject, ready to dedicate all he possessed to his master. If only the master would spare his life, he would concede to anything. Should another assume the position of the governor, Zhe Rong might perceive that he would refrain from acting against him. However, Yuan Yao is indeed a man of fierce resolve. A leader capable of commanding a vast army to seize Jiangdong would hardly exhibit leniency. Moreover, Yuan Yao's unique status means that even if he were to slay Zhe Rong, Yuan Shu would merely issue a few mild reprimands. Zhe Rong's very life has already been grasped firmly in Yuan Yao's hands. "Enough, rise," Yuan Yao gestured slightly, prompting Zhe Rong to stand with trepidation. In Yuan Yao's eyes, every individual possesses their own purpose. A sycophant like Zhe Rong, if utilized wisely, can yield unexpected rewards. "You just claimed you would dedicate everything to me. Pray tell, what do you possess?" Reporting to my lord, "The monks of Guangji Temple are all martial artists nurtured by me, totaling over 100. I shall entrust them entirely to you, my lord, so they may serve you henceforth. In addition to these individuals, I have constructed temples, erected statues, and amassed a treasury of 15,000 gold. I am willing to offer all this gold to you, my lord. 100 warriors and 15,000 gold. Zhe Rong truly is a remarkable talent." Just moments ago, Yuan Yao was contemplating an unexpected boon, and lo, it has arrived. Zhe Rong has been in Danyang for merely a few months, yet he has managed to gather such resources in this brief span. It is no wonder he tirelessly builds temples wherever he goes. Yuan Yao nodded gently and remarked, "Since you have recognized your missteps, I shall temporarily absolve you of your transgressions, allowing you to redeem yourself through merit. Henceforth, you shall serve as a civil officer under my command." "I am deeply grateful, my lord." Zhe Rong paid his respects to Yuan Yao at Guiji Temple and then inquired, "My lord, what are your intentions regarding this temple?" Yuan Yao responded, "I have heard that this statue of the Buddha is made of pure gold. Is that true?" In his heart, Yuan Yao had already devised a plan. If the statue were indeed pure gold, it would provide a substantial military fund. Zhe Rong, not daring to deceive his lord, confessed, "The statue is cast from copper and is of little value. It is merely coated with a layer of gold powder. If I do not proclaim the statue to be of pure gold, how shall I gather funds?" Yuan Yao was astounded. Such deception was indeed possible. He finally understood the source of the 15,000 gold pieces in Zhe Rong's possession. They had been extracted from the hands of the Buddha. Zhe Rong's devotion to Buddhism was questionable. Given this, Guiji Temple may continue its operations, provided they cease to hold the Buddha bathing ceremony. The temple had already been constructed, and it would be a shame to destroy it. Yuan Yao had further plans for Guiji Temple. "You mentioned that you and the four prominent families of Danyang share the profits on a 60-40 basis, correct?" Zhe Rong nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, for Guiji Temple. I take 40%, while the 4 prominent families take 60. Very well, I understand, Yuan Yao mused. The 4 prominent families of Danyang had indeed been accumulating wealth recently. If Zhou possessed 15,000 gold pieces, how much more must those affluent families have earned? He was determined to have them relinquish their gains. The following day, Zhou announced to the people of Danyang County that henceforth, all military and political affairs would be decided by Master Yuan Yao. The Buddha bathing ceremony would be abolished, and the construction of additional temples would cease, relieving the citizens of any obligation to contribute financially. Upon hearing this news, the people of Danyang were invigorated and sang praises of Yuan Yao's benevolence. Only the leaders of the 4 prominent clans of Danyang, Tao, Wang, Li, and Xiang, found themselves in a state of discontent. With Zhou decision to refrain from constructing temples, their income had significantly diminished. The prospect of discovering another lucrative venture of such magnitude appeared bleak. Furthermore, with Yuan Yao's assumption of control over Danyang, the future treatment of these clans remained uncertain. Should Yuan Yao seek to conscript soldiers or levy taxes? Would these noble families comply or resist? The fortunes of the 4 great families of Danyang were intertwined. They thrived or faltered together. Soon, the heads of each family convened to deliberate strategies in response to Yuan Yao. Tao Xiang, the patriarch of the Tao clan, addressed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, we have profited handsomely from Zhou's Buddhist temple initiative. It is prudent for us to exercise restraint now that Yuan Yao oversees Danyang. He is a man of many responsibilities and will not linger here indefinitely. As long as our kin refrain from provoking Yuan Yao, we shall remain unscathed. We can continue to enjoy our lives and partake in revelry. Once Yuan Yao departs, further opportunities for wealth will surely arise. Wang, the head of the Wang clan, feigned concern and replied, "Indeed, Tao's words carry merit. However, wealth can be a treacherous allure. With Zhou now aligned with Yuan Yao, I am certain that Yuan Yao is fully aware of the extent of our profits. Should he investigate, what course of action shall we take? Are we to relinquish our earnings?" Li Fu, the patriarch of the Li clan, laughed heartily and said, "My dear Wang, you are truly overestimating the situation. Yuan Yao's stability in Huainan is, in part, due to the backing of families such as ours. If Yuan Yao wishes to target us, would Yuan be inclined to acquiesce? The reason the prominent families of Danyang exhibit such audacity is their profound association with the Yuan clan. The Yuan family of Renan stands as the most illustrious lineage in the realm, with its scholars and former officials dispersed throughout the land. Consequently, the ranks of Yuan Shu's generals, along with the lower-tier military officers and bureaucrats, are predominantly comprised of individuals from noble families. Take, for instance, the Li family of Danyang, which shares intricate ties with General Li Feng, a commander under Yuan Shu. Should Yuan Shu dare to take action against these esteemed families, it could very well incite a mutiny within the ranks of the army. Tao Xiang surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "Very well, regardless of the circumstances. While young Master Yuan is present in Danyang, it is prudent for our family members to maintain a low profile. Once young Master Yuan departs, matters can be addressed more favorably. If he truly demands that we return all that we have acquired, I have my own strategies to contend with that." The Tao family of Danyang has long been recognized as the foremost noble family in the region, with Tao Qian's ascension as a filial and honest official. Becoming the inspector of Shuzhou, the Tao family flourished even further. Following Tao Qian's passing, he entrusted Shuzhou to Liu Bei through a selfless act of relinquishment. His 2 sons, Tao Xiang and Tao Ying, subsequently returned to Danyang to inherit the family estate. Tao Xiang naturally assumed the role of the head of the Tao family in Danyang, with Tao Ying assisting his elder brother. Both brothers were of moderate capability, lacking any grand ambitions. However, the vastness of the Tao family's enterprises had already formed a self-sustaining system. Upon inheriting the family business, as long as they did not actively dismantle it, the Tao family of Danyang could continue to thrive, generating wealth effortlessly. Tao Xiang stood up and addressed the assembly. "Gentlemen, let us disperse for now. There is no need to dwell on negative possibilities. Perhaps young Master Yuan, like his father, is also a person aligned with our noble families. At present, Yuan Yao has yet to take action against them. Nonetheless, these individuals are filled with trepidation and are discreetly communicating amongst themselves. Such gatherings seldom yield any effective strategies. In the days that follow, Yuan Yao merely assigns personnel to oversee the affairs of Danyang, refraining from encroaching upon the interests of the noble families. He even summons the representatives of the 4 leading clans of Danyang, which undeniably brings a sense of relief to the local aristocracy. Thankfully, young Master Yuan Yao is a man of propriety and does not act recklessly. However, It will not be long before the noble families of Danyang begin to feel a stir of anxiety. While Yuan Yao has indeed shown restraint, the yellow turban bandits from Jiugong Mountain have descended. Their intentions are unmistakably aimed at Danyang County. In Danyang County, at the Tao family estate, Deputy Head Tao Ying lounges leisurely in a reclining chair, sipping tea. This chair is a new generation product launched by the Gathering Source Chamber of Commerce. One must concede that young Master Yuan Yao truly knows how to indulge. His inventions are simply splendid. The fragrant tea upon the table is also the finest selection from the Gathering Source Chamber, far superior in flavor to the bland brews Tao Ying had previously consumed. A few young and beautiful women are attending to him, massaging his shoulders and legs, providing him with immense comfort. These women were meticulously chosen from the populace that has come to rely on the Tao family, available for the enjoyment of the Tao heirs. Should Tao Ying take a liking to any of these maidens, he can summon them to his side at any moment. The opulence of his indulgence is made possible by the fact that the Danyang Tao family has concealed a substantial population, at least 30 to 40,000 souls. And from where did these individuals originate? This brings us to the topic of the noble family's relentless acquisition of land. During the reigns of Emperor Huan and Emperor Ling of the Han dynasty, the populace was burdened by an incessant stream of oppressive taxes and levies, culminating in an additional land tax of 10 coins per mu. For the common folk, after fulfilling their tax obligations, there was scarcely anything left from their harvests. Yet, they still required sustenance and clothing, leaving them in a dire predicament. Thus, in desperation, they resorted to selling their lands to the affluent aristocratic families. As these aristocrats acquired the land, the farmers found themselves bereft of fields to cultivate, further exacerbating their plight. In their helplessness, the commoners had no choice but to seek refuge among the noble families, becoming their servile dependents. The powerful clans, through intricate networks of influence and manipulation, systematically erased the household registrations of these dependent commoners. Stripped of their identities, these individuals became invisible, free from the obligations of taxation. Their labor was wholly appropriated by the aristocrats, who treated them with utter disdain. Their lives were expendable, and their fates were left to the whims of their masters. The members of these noble families gradually came to realize that their true wealth lay not in gold or land, but in the impoverished individuals they had relegated to obscurity. With these destitute commoners at their disposal, they could form private militias to safeguard their interests, enjoying a life of ease and indulgence, tended to by their servants. They even exploited the daughters of these impoverished families without restraint. Consequently, the aristocracy of the Han dynasty embarked on a frenzied campaign of land consolidation and population concealment, their power swelling like a snowball. The Taiping Dao, led by Zhang Qiao, emerged as a fervent response from the lower classes against the injustices of their fate. Although the Yellow Turban Rebellion ultimately met with failure, it left an indelible mark on the collective consciousness of the Han people, including the aristocrats. The mere mention of the Yellow Turban Army still instilled trepidation in the hearts of the noble families. Master, something is amiss. Tao Yingzheng was savoring the delightful fruits fed to him by a beautiful maid when the steward of the Tao family estate rushed in, breathless with urgency. Tao Yingzheng lifted his eyelids in annoyance and inquired, "What is the matter? Why the haste?" "Second master, the Yellow Turban Army has arrived." "What? But the bandits from Mount Jiugong have descended?" "Indeed, it is that very band of marauders." "How many of them are there? What is their current position?" "It is difficult to ascertain their exact numbers, but there must be at least 20,000. The bandit forces are merely a few miles from the estate and will soon breach our gates. Then quickly organize the guards to fend them off." Within the Tao family estate, there were 2,000 private soldiers. Tao Yingzheng, disregarding his previous indulgence, hastily rose and gathered the estate's troops. Upon reaching the entrance of the estate, he beheld a scene of billowing dust. The Yellow Turban Army was advancing upon them. The sight of the dense throng of soldiers appeared boundless. Among the ranks of the Yellow Turban Army, several banners soared high, emblazoned with the words, "Heaven is dead, and the yellow sky shall rise." These flags were sufficient to evoke the terror that the aristocratic families felt under the dominion of the Yellow Turban forces. The steward trembled as he spoke to Tao Yingzheng, "Second master, look ahead. The figure seated in the chariot is likely the leader of the Taiping Dao, General Zhang Ning." With Zhang Ning personally leading his troops, a sense of despair enveloped Tao Yingzheng. The individuals before him were undoubtedly the elite of the Yellow Turban forces. How could his modest estate withstand such an onslaught? Zhang Ning drew the yellow sky sword and commanded loudly, "Warriors of the yellow sky, charge, kill." The Yellow Turban bandits under Zhang Ning's command, though referred to as the Yellow Turban Army, are in fact the regular troops of Yuan Yao. They undergo rigorous military training. rendering their combat prowess incomparable to that of the former bandits. Chapter 108. Master Zhang, please restrain your anger. I acknowledge my mistakes. With a single command from Zhang Ning, the Yellow Turban army surged forth, charging towards the Tao family estate with an unstoppable momentum. Release the arrows. Prevent this band of brigands. Tao Ying bellowed, directing the archers within the estate to unleash their volleys upon the Yellow Turban marauders. Whoosh, whoosh. The arrows sliced through the air, and over a dozen Yellow Turban soldiers fell victim to the onslaught. Alas, when juxtaposed with the vast numbers of the Yellow Turban army, the archers' efforts were but a drop in the ocean. The Yellow Turban forces soon breached the estate, engaging in fierce close combat with the guards within. The private soldiers of the Tao family proved utterly outmatched, retreating in disarray. Particularly fearsome was a leading Yellow Turban general wielding a ghostly-headed broadsword, displaying exceptional valor. Upon catching sight of this formidable figure, Tao Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Kai. After claiming several lives, the Yellow Turban general spotted Tao Ying and grinned widely. Second young master, it has been quite some time. Zhang Kai's journey is nothing short of remarkable. Originally a member of the Yellow Turban faction, he fled to the mountains with a band of followers following the failed uprising of the Taiping Dao. Later, when Tao Qian sought talented individuals in Suzhou, Zhang Kai led his men to pledge allegiance and became a general under the command of Tao Qian. During Cao Cao's father's passage through Suzhou, Tao Qian extended warm hospitality to Cao Song, aiming to cultivate a friendship with Cao Cao, and dispatched Zhang Kai and his troops to escort him. Zhang Kai and his men all hailed from a background of brigandage. Upon discovering the immense fortune of Cao Song, a nefarious intent took root within him. He ruthlessly exterminated the entire Cao family, subsequently absconding with their wealth to a secluded mountain in Runan. Upon learning of Cao Song's demise, Cao Cao descended into madness, launching a furious assault on Suzhou. Unaware of Zhang Qian's whereabouts, vengeance against him was unattainable. Thus all his wrath was directed towards Tao Qian, leading to Liu Bei's eventual intervention and Tao Qian's 3 concessions regarding Suzhou. Zhang Qian, thriving as a bandit in Runan, soon found himself entangled in the Green Forest Alliance of Runan, where Zhang Ning consolidated the bandits of Huainan. Anyone daring to oppose Zhang Ning met with swift and merciless retribution. To preserve his own life, Zhang Qian had no choice but to submit to Zhang Ning. Fate, a cyclical entity, led Zhang Qian back to the ranks of the Yellow Turban bandits. However, the prospect of rebellion was no longer feasible. His former comrades had been scattered by Zhang Ning, severing all ties with him. Zhang Qian himself was relegated to the position of a camp leader, commanding merely 100 men, who adhered strictly to military orders and would not heed his personal command. Tao Ying, as the son of Tao Qian, certainly recognized Zhang Qian, a former general under his father. Cognizant of Zhang Qian's transformation into a fierce Yellow Turban brigand, he understood that Zhang Qian was no longer a loyal retainer of the Tao family. Forcing a smile, he implored Zhang Qian, General Zhang, we are old acquaintances. Might you spare my life? Spare you? Zhang Qian retorted with a grin. Considering our past, if you compel your men to surrender, I might just let you live. That would be my way of repaying your father's kindness. However, should you remain obstinate, I shall take your head and present it to the leader as a token of my success. As the words were spoken, Zhang Kai had already pressed his ghostly blade against Tao Ying's neck. Young Master Tao, will you surrender or not? With his own life at stake. Zhang Kai felt there was nothing more to discuss. Trembling, Tao Ying replied, please spare me. I am willing to yield. Upon Tao Ying's command to surrender, the private soldiers within the manor ceased their resistance. In truth, even if they had fought back, it would have been futile. The strength of the Yellow Turbans could effortlessly crush the private soldiers of the Tao family. After seizing the Tao manor, Zhang Ning did not order it to be set ablaze. Instead, after taking stock of the supplies within, she commanded her army to encamp there. Thus, the Tao manor became a stronghold for the Yellow Turbans. Zhang Kai dispatched individuals to escort Tao Ying, forcing him to kneel before Zhang Ning, and then spoke obsequiously, Master. This Tao Ying is the second in command of the Danyang Tao family, and has now been captured by me. It is entirely up to you to decide his fate. Tao Ying raised his gaze to Zhang Ning and was struck by her unparalleled beauty. He could not comprehend how such a stunning woman could be the leader of the Yellow Turbans. With a clear and melodious voice, Zhang Ning inquired, are you Tao Ying, the master of this manor? Tao Ying nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is I. I have had the honor of meeting Master Zhang. Great Master, I do not pose any threat to your Taiping Dao. Might you consider releasing me? The Tao family possesses considerable wealth. If you agree to let me go, My elder brother Tao Xiang will certainly consent to pay a hefty ransom for my release. Zhang Ning pondered for a moment and replied, in that case, I shall send a letter to your brother, instructing him to pay a fortune to secure your freedom. When the money arrives, I shall release you, Zhang Ning stated. Tao Ying, taken aback, exclaimed, 10,000 gold? That is far too excessive. My lord, our Tao family cannot possibly muster such a sum. Zhang Ning shot a cold glance at Tao Ying and replied, do you presume that I am bargaining with you? If your Tao family cannot produce even 10,000 gold, then what use do I have for you? It would be better to end your life with a single stroke. Terrified by Zhang Ning's demeanor, cold sweat trickled down Tao Ying's brow, and he no longer dared to negotiate. Bowing his head, he said, please, Master Zhang, do not be wrathful. I acknowledge my error. 10,000 gold it shall be. My elder brother will surely procure it to save me. While the Tao family certainly possessed the wealth, whether his brother, Tao Xiang, would deplete their resources to rescue him remained uncertain. If roles were reversed, Tao Ying would likely hesitate to expend such a fortune. Zhang Ning had already taken stock of the estate's assets. These resources now belonged entirely to the Yellow Turban Army. Furthermore, the common folk residing in the estate had all been conscripted by Zhang Ning. These individuals bore no significant animosity towards the Yellow Turban Army, and their excitement over Tao Ying's capture was palpable. Clearly, they had suffered long under the oppression of the Tao family. Similar occurrences were unfolding throughout the various counties of Danyang. Within a few days, the Yellow Turban Army had obliterated over a dozen estates and fortifications belonging to the Danyang gentry, inflicting severe losses upon them. The greatest wealth of these noble families lay in their land and concealed populace. Such land and inhabitants could not possibly be housed within the city. They were managed in estates situated beyond the city walls. Now, with the Yellow Turban Army rampaging through Danyang and targeting the estates of the aristocracy, it posed a grave threat to the very existence of these noble clans. As time passed, the aristocracy found themselves reduced to a solitary mansion within the city, devoid of any holdings beyond its confines. Could they still be regarded as aristocrats? The members of the four prominent families could no longer remain idle. They hastened to the governor's office in Danyang, seeking an audience with Yuan Yao. Since his arrival in Danyang, Yuan Yao had not sought them out, yet they took the initiative to approach him. Su Sheng, a general under Yuan Yao, stood guard at the entrance and addressed the clan leaders, including Tao Xiang. The Lord is resting. No one is to disturb him. I must kindly request that you take your leave. The clan leaders bowed respectfully to Su Sheng and implored, General, we truly have urgent matters to discuss with the young master. If he is unwilling to meet with us, we shall wait here indefinitely. We would appreciate your assistance in relaying our request. As Tao Xiang spoke, he pressed a substantial gold ingot into Su Sheng's hand. However, Su Sheng remained unmoved, brusquely shaking off Tao Xiang's arm and coldly declaring, the Lord is resting. No one is to disturb him. If you choose to wait, do so outside. Should such bribery occur again, I shall have you imprisoned in the military's dungeon. This iron-willed general was a sight unfamiliar to Tao Xiang and his affluent peers. They quickly expressed their apologies, silenced by fear, and dared not make any further moves. Upon learning of the situation outside, Tong Fei reported to Yuan Yao, My lord, your foresight is remarkable. The noble families in Danyang are indeed coming to seek your audience. Just as you predicted. Yuan Yao smiled and replied, Isn't this quite natural? Their interests have been jeopardized. It is only to be expected that they would be unable to remain passive. Let us keep them waiting a while longer. 2 hours later, you instructed Wen Xiang to let them in. Very well. A group of noble clan leaders stood in the cold wind for 2 hours, shivering with the chill. They found themselves in a predicament, unable to leave or stay. Just when their endurance was about to wane, Su Sheng opened the door and announced, My lord invites you inside. Upon hearing this, the crowd rejoiced and repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Su Sheng, saying, Thank you, General. The clan leaders were escorted by armored soldiers into the main hall, where they beheld Yuan Yao seated in the principal position. Meanwhile, the Danyang prefect, Zhe Rong, who had previously collaborated with them to amass wealth, was attentively serving tea and water beside Yuan Yao, dutifully attending to his needs. Tao Xiang and the others collectively bowed to Yuan Yao, proclaiming, We pay our respects to the young master. Ah, you all have gathered, Yuan Yao said with a smile. Holding a teacup, I have been in Danyang for several days, occupied with official matters, and have not summoned you all. Have you come to see me regarding some pressing issue? The crowd, having waited so long outside, could no longer contain their urgency. Upon Yuan Yao's inquiry, they eagerly replied, Young master, the yellow turbans are wreaking havoc in Danyang. We beseech you to uphold justice for us. My brother, Tao Ying, has fallen into the hands of the yellow turban bandits. If you do not mobilize your forces soon, Danyang may very well be overrun by these rebel scoundrels. We implore you to take action and repel the yellow turbans on our behalf." Yuan Yao waved his hand and said, "Ah, so you have come for this matter. I have indeed heard of the yellow turban army attacking Danyang. This situation is rather complicated." The wealthy merchants and noble families were taken aback and inquired, "What do you mean, young master? Did General Xiao Rui not previously lead an army to deliver a resounding defeat to the yellow turbans?" "You have mentioned that it was in the past, not the present," sighed Yuan Yao. "The yellow turban army is exceedingly fierce, and their leader, Zhang Ning, possesses the ability to summon thunder and lightning. After our last battle with the yellow turbans, my forces suffered devastating losses and are now incapable of further combat." Seeing Yuan Yao's reluctance to deploy troops, the prominent families of Danyang grew anxious. "What shall we do? If the young master does not resist the yellow turbans, will we not sit idly by as Danyang faces destruction?" They implored. "Young master, how can you muster troops to drive away these marauders?" Yuan Yao addressed the crowd. "Gentlemen, please remain calm. I have a proposal to share with you. If you agree, we shall proceed accordingly. If not, for the sake of my own safety, I shall have no choice but to withdraw from Danyang." The assembly fell silent, eager to hear what plan Yuan Yao might propose. He continued, "After the battle at Mount Jiao, my army was severely weakened. Currently, we lack both manpower and funds, making it utterly impossible to repel the yellow turbans. However, while I am without resources, you are not. I have heard that many of you maintain numerous servants and private soldiers, and that you have amassed considerable wealth through the construction of Buddhist temples. Perhaps you could provide your resources and servants, and I shall train them into a military force to combat the yellow turban brigands. What say you?" The noble families exchanged glances, at a loss for words. They had urged Yuan Yao to attack the yellow turban army, each clamoring for action. Yuan Yao requested their financial and human resources, yet the aristocratic families hesitated. Tao Xiang cautiously remarked, "Young master, as the lord of Huainan, it is your duty to quell the bandits. How can we be expected to contribute financially? We diligently pay our taxes to the Yuan family each year. Is that not sufficient?" Yuan Yao shook his head and replied, "I do not seek your money for my own benefit, but rather to utilize your resources for your own protection. The yellow turban bandits are advancing upon Danyang, and while I could abandon the city, it is ultimately you who would suffer the consequences. If Danyang falls, you will lose far more than mere wealth. You may pay your taxes in full, yet I find myself lacking the means to sustain an army. This indicates a flaw in the tax system that must be addressed. Should you survive this ordeal, I shall need to establish new regulations for you." The aristocrats, upon hearing Yuan Yao's words, perceived his demands as extortion, yet they found themselves with few alternatives. They recalled the early days of the Yellow Turban Uprising, which swept across 8 provinces, mercilessly slaughtering the noble families in every city they captured. If Yuan Yao were to genuinely forsake Danyang, their lives would be in jeopardy. What use would their wealth and servants be in such a scenario? After a hushed discussion, Tao Xiang turned to Yuan Yao and stated, "We concede to your demands. Pray tell, how much do you require, and how many men?" Yuan Yao smiled and responded, "I will send representatives to each of your households to assess the number of servants and the extent of your wealth. Your servants are, in fact, subjects under my governance, rather than your private property. I shall restore their household registration and grant them freedom. If you wish to recruit more individuals, simply employ them for a fee. As for the financial matters, I shall leave you a tenth, which shall suffice for you to live in opulence. Furthermore, the lands outside the city, having been seized by the yellow turbans, no longer belong to you. Should I vanquish the yellow turbans and reclaim the land, it shall be considered my spoils of war. At that juncture, if you desire the land, you may rent it from me or purchase it. All arrangements are negotiable." Upon hearing Yuan Yao's declaration, the noble families of Danyang County were left utterly astounded. According to Yuan Yao's assertion, even if he were to defeat the yellow turbans, they would be left utterly destitute. Their servants would be dismissed by Yuan Yao, regaining their freedom. All lands would be confiscated by him, and 90% of their wealth would be seized. What would remain for them? Perhaps, compared to the yellow turbans occupying Danyang, they would be left with nothing but their lives. Tao Xiang gritted his teeth and addressed Yuan Yao, "Young Master Yuan, is this course of action known to you?" The head of the Li family, Li Fu, also spoke. "Young Master Yuan, are these terms not excessively harsh? If we acquiesce to your conditions, shall we not be rendered completely destitute? Are my conditions truly excessive?" Yuan Yao spread his hands and replied with a smile, "If so, I shall take my troops and depart from Danong immediately. You may confront the yellow turbans on your own." Chapter 110. The 3 Great Skills of Zhe Rong Zi Shao. See our guests out. Tong Fei stepped forward and addressed the patriarchs of the prominent families, saying, "Gentlemen, please." Yuan Yao bid farewell to the guests, yet they dared not truly depart. The garrison in Danyang City was entirely under Yuan Yao's command. If what Yuan Yao claimed were indeed true, and he withdrew the troops from Danyang, how would these aristocrats of Danyang protect themselves from the yellow turbans? Relying on their private soldiers for defense was futile. Most of their forces had already been decimated by the yellow turbans while stationed in their estates and fortresses outside the city. The remaining soldiers within the city numbered less than 10,000, while the yellow turbans were said to boast an army of 100,000. How could they hope to contend with such overwhelming odds? Young master, you cannot leave. The people of Danyang need you, and so do we. You are the cornerstone of our hopes. We cannot do without you. Yuan Yao raised his hands in resignation, stating, I have but one solution to this predicament. If you disagree, what purpose would my staying here serve? Otherwise, you might as well flee on your own. Departing from Danyang would at least offer you a chance to survive. Yuan Yao's suggestion for them to abandon Danyang was clearly unfeasible. Stripped of their lands, servants, and wealth, these noble families would be akin to lost dogs. Relocating to another county would likely render them worse off than the local affluent. How could they possibly accept such a fate? Upon careful consideration, they ultimately found that relinquishing 90% of their assets was the most advantageous course of action. At least their ancestral homes would remain, and the remaining wealth would suffice for their livelihoods. Though the aristocrats of Danyang felt as if their hearts were bleeding, they had no choice but to acquiesce. After a hushed discussion among themselves, Tao Xiang and the others turned to Yuan Yao and declared, Young master, we accept your terms. We are willing to surrender our servants, lands, and 90% of our assets, merely hoping that you will ensure our safety. Do not speak thus. Your servants are, in truth, the subjects of the Yuan clan and not your private property. It is only just that I restore their household registration, a matter of righteousness. As for the assets, they are a price paid to protect yourselves, not an extortion by me. This matter has no connection to me from beginning to end. It is entirely voluntary on your part, is it not? Although they were acutely aware that Yuan Yao sought to seize their assets, they could only grit their teeth and respond. This matter is entirely voluntary. You are assisting us. We shall forever remember your great kindness and virtue. That is the right mindset. Your understanding makes my assistance worthwhile. You, Ping, and Wen Xiang, each command 1,000 elite soldiers to go to the homes of the clan leaders and collect the funds. Each family must provide 90% of their assets and ensure that every detail is meticulously accounted for. Not a single coin more shall be taken, for I have no desire to take advantage of the clan leaders. Do you understand? I shall obey. Zhou Tai and Su Sheng immediately went to the military camp to muster the troops. The clan leaders of Danyang, filled with sighs and lamentations, departed. After today, it seems their families will face utter decline. They could hardly fathom how the situation in Danyang had deteriorated so drastically in just a few days. Once exalted aristocrats, they now found their survival dependent on Yuan Gongzi's favor. As they exited, Yuan Yao sipped from his teacup and smiled at Zhe Rong. How do you find the situation, Governor Zhe? The illustrious noble families, which you deem unassailable, are, in reality, rather inconsequential. Shall I consider this a case of effortlessly earning wealth? Yuan Yao's methods in subduing the Danyang aristocracy left Zhe Rong astounded, a spectacle beyond imagination. Zhe Rong could never have anticipated such a maneuver. Upon assuming his office, he had collaborated with the 4 prominent families of Danyang, feigning humility while amassing wealth through the construction of a Buddhist temple. Even then, he only retained a mere 40% of the profits, while 60% was siphoned off by the Danyang nobility. Yet, as for his own lord, with the momentum of the yellow turbans, he subdued the Danyang families, claiming a staggering 90% of their wealth. Consequently, these noble families found themselves compelled to express gratitude towards their lord. The prowess of his lord was indeed celestial compared to his own. Zhe Rong, filled with admiration, bowed to Yuan Yao, exclaiming, I, Zhe Rong, a mere frog at the bottom of a well, am oblivious to the vastness of the world. The methods of my lord are divine, beyond my comprehension. My reverence for my lord flows like the endless waters of the Yangtze River. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to my lord, until death shall claim me. As Zhe Rong began his flattery, Yuan Yao waved his hand and replied, Enough with the compliments. I have retained you for your utility. Otherwise, your collusion with the noble families to exploit the common people would warrant a death sentence. Your loyalty shall be revealed in due time. For now, your task is to execute the duties assigned to you by me. Zhe Rong, with obsequiousness, responded, Whatever my lord commands, I shall devote myself entirely to fulfilling. It is of no great consequence. I have observed your adeptness in accumulating wealth, so I shall entrust you with the task of confiscating the assets of the noble families. I will dispatch Generals Xiang and Zhou Tai to assist you in this endeavor. Should you succeed, a substantial reward shall be yours." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yu was instantly invigorated, exclaiming with fervor, "Rest assured, my lord, while I may falter in other matters, when it comes to the seizing of estates, few can rival my proficiency. I shall ensure that this task is executed flawlessly, and not a single coin shall be overlooked." Navigating through the chaos of his era, Zhou Yu possessed three formidable skills. The first was his knack for flattery and keen observation, which facilitated his ascent to prominence. The second was his ingenuity in amassing wealth, consistently devising various strategies to procure funds. Lastly, he was adept in the ruthless arts of killing and plundering, extinguishing entire families. In his pursuit of riches, Zhou Yu had eliminated Zhou Yu, the governor of Guangling, and Zhu Hao, the governor of Yuzhong. He spared neither a chicken nor a rabbit from their households, seizing all their possessions for himself. With regard to the confiscation of wealth, Zhou Yu was truly seasoned, possessing an intimate understanding of the Danyang aristocracy. Whether it be the four major clans or the lesser families, none could hope to deceive him. In just 3 days, he accomplished the task assigned by Yuan Yao. He returned with over 100 carts laden with the assets of various prominent families, all securely stored at the Danyang governor's residence. Upon tallying these possessions, the figures astounded Yuan Yao. The combined wealth of the major families in Danyang alone amounted to a staggering 750,000 gold pieces. Truly, these aristocratic families deserved their fate. Under the command of Yuan Yao, the Jiyuan Chamber of Commerce amassed wealth at an astonishing pace. Yet the entirety of its assets paled in comparison to the vast sums of money involved. Zhou Yu, through the construction of a Buddhist temple, amassed fortunes at the expense of the common people of Danyang, with the total plundered wealth amounting to merely over 30,000 gold pieces. With one gold piece equating to 10,000 coins, this translates to an impressive 750,000 gold pieces, or a staggering 7,500,000,000 coins. Even if Yuan Yao managed to consolidate such an immense sum, the aristocratic families remained largely intact, retaining assets exceeding 80,000 gold pieces, which equates to over 8 billion coins, allowing them to continue indulging in a life of opulence. Each household still possessed a fortune exceeding 100 million. Suddenly, Yuan Yao felt that he had been excessively lenient towards these noble families. 7,500,000 gold pieces. How many toils and tribulations of the common folk did this represent? With this substantial wealth, Yuan Yao could effortlessly expand the Chamber of Commerce, assemble cavalry units, or establish a navy. Such a direct appropriation from the aristocracy proved far more lucrative than extorting the populace. Alas, in the entire realm, only Yuan Yao dared to undertake such audacious actions. Even if other lords discerned Yuan Yao's strategy, they lacked the means to replicate it. The situation was complicated by the presence of Zhang Ning, the leader of the Taiping Dao, who had firmly established his persona as the General of Heaven. It was utterly impossible for other lords to find a figure comparable to Zhang Ning. Most crucially, the Yellow Turban Army, from top to bottom, was under Yuan Yao's command, effectively serving as a second army at his disposal. No other lord possessed the capability to quietly mobilize a 100,000-strong army, disguising it as bandits while creating such a formidable presence. In truth, Yuan Yao's strategy was exceedingly difficult to discern. Do not speak of the myriad lords across the land. Even Yuan Shao's father, Yuan Shu, held unwavering faith in the yellow turbans of Jiugong Mountain and was deeply troubled about how to contend with the Yellow Turban Army. Having accepted the financial support from the prominent families of Danyang, Yuan Shao could not afford to be remiss in his duties. He promptly summoned the renowned General Qiao Rui, a nemesis of the Yellow Turbans, to launch an offensive against Zhang Ning's forces. Under Yuan Shao's strategic planning and the deft command of General Qiao Rui, the Yuan army paid a significant price, yet succeeded in driving the Yellow Turban bandits back to Jiugong Mountain. Upon receiving the news of this resounding victory, the citizens and military of Danyang were filled with exuberance. The great families of the land were equally elated, shedding tears of joy, for their lives had been spared. As for the lands they held beyond the city walls, young Master Yuan had already declared that these were spoils reclaimed from the clutches of the Yellow Turbans, and it was unreasonable to return them to these noble families. After consolidating the estates outside the city, Yuan Shao calculated the concealed populace of the prominent families. The various clans of Danyang had hidden away over 200,000 souls, a staggering figure that left Yuan Shao astounded. The entire registered population of Danyang County was merely over 300,000. The noble families were not merely concealing servants. They were effectively hiding an entire county. If Danyang faced such a plight, the other prefectures in Jiangdong could hardly be in a better situation. The noble families were akin to parasites, nearly hollowing out a county. Yuan Shao understood that he must govern the territories under his father's rule with diligence and care. His dispatch of Qiao Rui to engage in battle with Zhang Ning was primarily a fade, for both sides incurred minimal casualties. However, the reports of their clash could not be conveyed in such a manner. Though the battle resembled a mere drill, Yuan Yao composed numerous exquisite battle reports, disseminating them across the realm. The content of the report detailed, in the Battle of Danyang, both sides deployed an army of 100,000, clashing 80 miles outside of Wanling City. Zhang Ning summoned the celestial thunder, sending 5,000 yellow turban warriors charging directly into the Han army's formation. General Qiao Rui, employing a strategy of desperation, placed his troops in a position of life and death, successfully repelling the onslaught of the yellow turban bandits. Zhang Ning then invoked paper effigies and talismans to summon divine soldiers against Yuan's forces. Anticipating this, Qiao Rui splashed Black Dog's blood, causing all paper effigies to be swept away by the wind. The two armies engaged in fierce combat for a day and a night, until Yuan Yao arrived to support Qiao Rui, executing a pincer movement that barely drove back the yellow turbans. Zhang Ning led the yellow turban army back to Jiugong Mountain to recuperate, concluding the battle. This report first spread throughout Huainan, then across the entire kingdom. Reactions varied among those who received it. The wealthy families of Danyang, such as Tao Xiang, clutched the report with tears streaming down their faces, feeling a profound sense of relief at surviving the calamity. Their expenditures had not been in vain. The ferocity of the yellow turbans was indeed remarkable, with celestial thunder and paper effigies. It was no wonder that young Master Yuan Yao required such substantial funds to establish his army. Had the finances been insufficient, they might have faltered against the yellow turban assault. Their investment was justified. Alas, they had lost their lands and servants. In the future, finding someone to serve them would necessitate further expenditure. Yet even so, it was far better than losing their lives. Young Master Yuan Yao truly is a heroic savior in times of distress. Upon receiving the battle report, Yuan Shu hastily summoned his civil and military officials to deliberate strategies. Under your command lies a rebellious Taoist leader of the Taiping sect, capable of summoning celestial thunder, a foe that would trouble anyone. Apart from Qiao Rui and Yuan Yao, there truly exists no one who can withstand such an adversary. Chen Lan and the General Lei Bo were left utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the authenticity of the battle reports in their hands. They had previously encountered Zhang Ning and his band of yellow turbans. To put it simply, the yellow turbans' Earth Duke General, Huang Long, and the human Duke General, Lu Shi, possessed remarkable martial prowess, and the yellow turbans' combat strength was no trifling matter. If these two were to engage, they would surely be left searching for their teeth after the encounter. Yet, even with the yellow turbans' formidable reputation, it could not ascend to such mythic proportions. The reports from young Master Yuan Yao echoed the sentiments of the two generals. Could it be that the yellow turbans had preserved their strength while battling against them? No, that is implausible. Yuan Yao must have fabricated the battle reports, just as his comrades did. Although Chen Lan and Lei Bo recognized the inaccuracy of the reports, they were unable to voice their doubts. Not only were they unable to expose Yuan Yao, but they also had to assist him in affirming the yellow turbans' formidable might. For if they were to reveal the truth, under Yuan Shu's wrath, their heads would surely be at stake. Yuan Shu addressed his ministers. Gentlemen, the yellow turbans wreak havoc within the confines of Huainan. What course of action should I take? Yang Hong comforted Yuan Shu, saying, though the yellow turbans are fierce, Your Excellency possesses young Master Jing Yao and the great General Qiao Rui, who are more than capable of contending with them. Why should there be any cause for concern? Yuan Shu sighed in response. Although Yao managed to repel the yellow turbans once, he has not eradicated the bandits entirely. The bandit leader Zhang Ning has returned to Jiugong Mountain. If they were to return with renewed vigor, what then shall we do? My lord, you must place your trust in young Master Jing Yao. The strategist Yin Xiang advised Yuan Shu, saying, My lord, your son possesses both literary and martial prowess, commanding troops with divine skill. With him present, the yellow turban rebels in Runan shall not stir up any significant turmoil. The sovereign may grant him the authority to mobilize the troops of various prefectures. Should the yellow turbans rise again, he can then dispatch forces at will to eradicate the bandits. Indeed, Zhou Yu speaks wisely. Yuan Shu nodded, expressing his satisfaction. With such an outstanding son, I am greatly pleased. The power to command the troops shall be bestowed upon him sooner or later. It would be prudent to do so now. Once Yao returns to Shouchun, I shall discuss this matter with him. The loyal ministers collectively bowed to Yuan Shu, proclaiming, Your wisdom is unparalleled. As the new year approached, Yuan Yao soon returned to Shouchun, where he celebrated the festival with the skeletal king and his mother, Madame Feng. Upon seeing Yuan Yao, Yuan Shu appeared overjoyed and remarked, "Yao, you fought splendidly in this battle. You have not brought shame upon our Yuan family. I intend to grant you the authority to mobilize the troops of Yangzhou. In future campaigns against bandits, you shall have greater forces at your disposal." Yuan Yao responded with a smile, "I am grateful for my father's trust. This victory is entirely due to your auspicious blessings." Yuan Shu nodded, affirming, "With the imperial seal in hand, victory is assured at every turn. Yao, ponder this. Even those divine beings capable of summoning thunder and lightning cannot shake my Huainan. Are we not destined by heaven as father and son?" Chapter 112. The Peril in Lujiang, Year 2 of Jianan. Yuan Yao thought to himself, "Here it comes again." His father, the skeletal king, truly never forgets his ambitions for the throne. Father's unwavering determination left Yuan Yao with no choice but to placate him, saying, "You are entirely correct, father. The Yuan family is indeed destined for greatness. However, the timing of our grand endeavors is equally vital. Did you not mention seeking out a master of divination to select an auspicious moment? As we have yet to locate such a master, let us not rush. What belongs to the Yuan family will eventually be ours, without a doubt. Moreover, with the Yellow Turban Rebellion still unresolved, attaining a position of power at this juncture would be precarious. My son speaks with wisdom. I had initially planned to ascend the throne in February of next year, but it seems we must delay this matter. What do you think of my crowning in March?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Yao felt a wave of frustration. After all his reasoning, the postponement was merely a month. Nevertheless, if it pleased his father, so be it. When the time came in March for his father to declare himself emperor, he would devise a means to thwart that ambition. It was imperative that he prevent his father's success. During the New Year festivities, Yuan Yao took the opportunity to rest and spend quality time with his father, mother, sister, and his wife, Lingxi, along with the two Qiao sisters. Thus, the days passed peacefully until the arrival of the second year of Jianan, the year of the Dingqiu as proclaimed by the Yellow Turbans at Jiugong Mountain. The call of General Zhang Ning was not in vain. Following the onset of the Dingqiu year, he descended the mountain with a formidable army, launching an assault on the territories of Huainan. However, this time their target was not Danyang County. With an army of 100,000, they charged towards Lujiang, aiming directly for the administrative seat at Shuxian. The governor of Lujiang, Lu Sun, was greatly troubled upon receiving this news. Since the Yellow Turban bandits had begun to gather at Jiugong Mountain, there had been no respite. They engaged in several fierce battles against the Yuan clan in Huainan, employing all manner of tactics, including the use of the Nine Heavens' mysterious thunder and paper soldiers. Now, with Master Zhang personally leading the army in an assault, can he truly withstand the onslaught? Although Lu Sun commands 50,000 elite troops in Lujiang, he remains plagued by uncertainty. At this juncture, Yuan Yao unexpectedly advances with an army of 50,000, claiming to assist Lu Sun in quelling the rebellion. Upon receiving this news, Lu Sun was even more terrified than upon learning of the Yellow Turban's advance. He immediately summoned his trusted civil and military advisors for a council. Lu Sun addressed the assembly. "Young Master Yuan approaches with his forces, ostensibly to combat the Yellow Turbans, yet in truth, he seeks to usurp my authority. What do you propose I should do?" Counselor Lu Yi spoke up. "Young Master Yuan has quelled disturbances in Jiangdong and has decisively repelled the Yellow Turbans. He is both courageous and astute. His arrival in Lujiang is under the auspices of Lord Yuan, and it would be unwise for us to defy him. I suggest we permit young Master Yuan to enter the city, allowing him to command the troops to vanquish the Yellow Turbans. In doing so, the glory of this victory shall also reflect upon you, General." After hearing Lu Ye's counsel, Lu Sun felt a flicker of persuasion. However, he remained reluctant to relinquish his grip on power. Lu Sun, having monopolized Lujiang, disregarded Yuan Shu's directives, operating like a local sovereign. What would become of him if Yuan Yao were to arrive in Lujiang and reclaim command over his troops? Could he, as the governor of Lujiang, continue to act with impunity? Lu Sun hesitated, saying, "Xiang, I must contemplate this matter thoroughly." The assembly deliberated for an extended period, yet they could not arrive at a resolution. After the troops under Lu Sun dispersed, his cousin Lu Gong approached him and whispered, "Brother, I have an idea that may alleviate your concerns." If even Mr. Xiang lacks a viable solution, what ingenious plan could you possibly propose? Lu Sun was well aware of his cousin's nature. Lu Gong was cunning and ruthless, having executed numerous unsavory tasks for his own benefit. However, when it came to strategy, he paled in comparison to Lu Yi, whom Lu Sun deemed the most astute individual in Lujiang. Lu Gong smiled slyly and replied, "Brother, you are unaware of a crucial detail. Although Lu Yi is indeed a master of strategy, he does not share your ambitions. He is merely your advisor and has not pledged allegiance to you. Has Lu Yi ever referred to you as his lord? Well, he has not. Thus, Lu Yi's actions are not driven by a desire for your grand enterprise. His primary concern lies solely with his own future. My plan can ensure your success for good. It merely depends on your willingness to embrace it. What is this plan? Pray, elaborate." A glimmer of malice appeared in Lu Gong's expression as he spoke to Lu Sun. "Yuan Yao leads his army here with the intent of annexing your Lujiang. If he can consume your territory, why should you not turn the tables? We could lure Yuan Yao into the city and seize the opportunity to eliminate him. In doing so, his forces would fall under your command. You cannot remain subservient to Yuan Shu indefinitely, especially with a son as formidable as Yuan Yao at his side. Should Yuan Yao perish, Yuan Shu's line of succession will be extinguished. In Huainan, a shift is imminent, and my elder brother has a complete opportunity to usurp." Lu Sun, upon hearing this, was astounded, gazing incredulously at Lu Gong and exclaiming, "Lu Gong, how do you possess such audacity? If this matter were to reach Lord Yuan, would he not seek retribution?" Unperturbed, Lu Gong replied with a smile, "Brother, what truly caused Yuan Yao's demise, and how would Lord Yuan ever become aware of it? Given the ferocity of the Yellow Turbans, we can easily attribute Yuan Yao's death to the sect of Taiping Dao. We could assert he was struck down by the lightning of the Taiping Dao leader, Zhang Ning, or that he perished amidst the chaos of battle. In any case, the evidence of his death would vanish, and you may articulate it as you wish. In the end, Yuan Shu will only harbor hatred for the Yellow Turbans, frantically seeking vengeance against them. You too can seize this tumultuous moment to bolster your own power." This notion left Lu Sun in contemplation. He suddenly recognized the merit in his younger brother's argument. If Yuan Yao could meet his end discreetly in Lujiang, it would indeed serve Lu Sun's interests. With Yuan Yao's demise, Yuan Shu would be consumed by a fervent desire to avenge the Yellow Turbans, alleviating the peril that loomed over Lujiang. It was, without doubt, a mutually beneficial scenario. Should they not proceed in this manner, Yuan Yao would inevitably wrest control of Lujiang from Lu Sun, leaving him with nothing. Rest assured, my elder brother, I comprehend." The following day, Lu Sun summoned all the civil and military officials to the residence once more. He addressed Lu Yi, saying, "Mr. Xiang, after a night of contemplation, I have come to the conclusion that it is prudent to heed your counsel. I am willing to assist young Master Jing Yao in repelling the incursions of the Yellow Turban bandits. I implore you to facilitate the entry of young Master Jing Yao into the city." Lu Yi found Lu Sun's sudden change of heart rather unexpected. Nevertheless, he bowed deeply to Lu Sun and responded, "Lu Yi shall dutifully comply with the general's orders." Chapter 113. What business does the gentleman have in seeking me? Lu Yi, having received Lu Sun's directive, hastened towards the army of Yuan Yao. The march of Yuan Yao's forces was not particularly swift. They would require at least 2 days to reach Lujiang. Upon learning of Lu Ye's visit, Yuan Yao promptly instructed Lu Su to usher him into the tent. As Lu Yi entered, he greeted Yuan Yao, who occupied the main seat, with respect. Lu Xiang from Huainan pays his respects to young master. Before performing the formal greeting, Lu Yi took a moment to observe Yuan Yao. The latter appeared remarkably handsome and exuded an air of nobility. Such a distinguished figure was indeed deserving of being the legitimate son of the illustrious Yuan family, known for its 4 generations of high-ranking officials. Lu Yu had anticipated that Yuan Yao would merely gesture for him to rise or perhaps offer him a seat, considering that although Lu Yu was renowned, he was merely a subordinate to Lu Sun and not of significant standing. To his surprise, Yuan Yao stood up, approached Lu Yi, and grasped his hand, exclaiming, "Mr. Xiang, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and today I finally have the opportunity to meet you. Your visit fills me with immense joy. Someone, please bring another table." The article says, "Right next to me, I want to share wine with Mr. Xiang." Lu Yi, grasped by Yuan Yao's arm, felt a bit bewildered. This young Master Yuan is a bit too enthusiastic towards me. I have no value to exploit for Yuan Yao, so what is he after? Seeing Yuan Yao's enthusiasm, which seemed genuine, Lu Yi thought to himself, it seems that young Master Yuan is indeed as rumored, courteous to the virtuous. The name Little Lord Mengchang is well-deserved. Yuan Yao didn't ask what Lu Yi had come for, but started drinking with him. He also had Lu Su, Su Shu Bu Zhi, and other important strategists come to drink with Lu Yi. The reason he didn't introduce Li Ru was that Li Ru's reputation was too great, and Yuan Yao feared it would intimidate Lu Yi. After a few rounds of drinks, Yuan Yao brought out 2 blueprints and said to Lu Yi, "Mr. Xiang, these are 2 small gadgets I devised in my leisure time. I heard that you are proficient in mechanics, and I would like you to evaluate them. The blueprints Yuan Yao gave to Lu Yi were for the curved shaft plow and the dragon bone water wheel. Yuan Yao knew that Lu Yi was not only an outstanding strategist, one of the top strategists of the time, but also a half-scientist. Showing him the blueprints was a way to cater to his interests. Sure enough, after seeing the two blueprints, Lu Yi could no longer take his eyes off them. Young Master Jing Yao, this is... Yuan Yao smiled and explained to Lu Yi, this is called a curved shaft plow, which is different from the plows we usually use. I changed the straight shaft of the plow to a short and curved shaft, which will make it easier for the people to cultivate the land. Here is a refined version. Place it directly beside me. I wish to share wine and discourse with Master Xiang. Lu Yi, taken by Yuan Yao's arm, was somewhat disoriented. This young Master Yuan was displaying an excessive cordiality. He possessed no exploitable asset for Yuan Yao. What, then, was his motive? Observing Yuan Yao's ardor, which appeared sincere, Lu Yi mused internally. It would seem that young Master Yuan is indeed as reputed, a paragon of virtue, and solicitous to men of talent. The appellation Little Lord Mengchang is assuredly merited. Without inquiring into the purpose of Lu Ye's visit, Yuan Yao commenced drinking with him. He further directed Lu Su, Su Shu, Bu Zhi, and other principal advisors to join them in imbibing. Li Ru was deliberately omitted from the introductions, as his formidable reputation might intimidate Lu Yi. After several libations, Yuan Yao produced two schematics, remarking to Lu Yi, Master Xiang, these represent two minor contrivances I conceived during moments of repose. Having heard of your proficiency in the art of mechanics, I would value your appraisal. The schematics presented to Lu Yi depicted the curved shaft plow and the dragon bone water wheel. Yuan Yao was cognizant that Lu Yi was not only an exceptional strategist, one of the preeminent minds of the era, but also something of a savant. Presenting him with these designs was intended as a gesture of goodwill. Predictably, upon beholding the two schematics, Lu Ye's gaze became irrevocably fixed upon them. Young Master Jing Yao, what is this? Yuan Yao, with a genial smile, elucidated to Lu Yi, this device is known as a curved shaft plow, differing from the conventional plows in common use. I have modified the straight shaft of the plow to a shorter, curved configuration, thereby alleviating the burden of labor for the populace during cultivation. The efficiency of cultivation will experience a remarkable enhancement. As for this dragon backbone water wheel, it can assist the populace in irrigating their fields while conserving their manpower and resources. What is your opinion on these two inventions, esteemed sir? If deemed satisfactory, I shall commence mass production for the benefit of the people. After a considerable pause, Lu Yi finally emerged from his astonishment. He had previously heard of Yuan Yao's reputation for valuing talent and his unparalleled strategic acumen, as well as his divine prowess in warfare. However, he was taken aback by Yuan Yao's exceptional skills in mechanical fabrication and his genuine concern for the populace. As a sovereign, Yuan Yao appeared nearly omnipotent, deserving of admiration from all who encountered him. Lu Yi, hailing from Huainan, aligned himself with Lu Sun as an advisor because he perceived no hope in Yuan Shu. Upon his arrival in Huainan, Yuan Shu engaged in relentless warfare, plundering the wealth of the people and oppressing them. Later, upon acquiring a jade seal, he harbored ambitions of claiming the imperial throne. A warlord like Yuan Shu, with such reckless actions, was merely courting disaster. It was only a matter of time before he faced retribution. Lu Yi did not wish to assist Yuan Shu in bringing calamity upon the elders of Huainan, nor did he desire to accompany him to his grave. Thus, he temporarily allied himself with Lu Sun. Lu Yi had been awaiting an opportunity to serve a wise ruler in the future, where he could utilize his lifetime of knowledge. Now, observing the profound alignment of Yuan Yao's principles with his own, Lu Yi suddenly felt he had found the enlightened sovereign he had long sought. These two wondrous creations of yours are truly masterpieces, Lu Yi expressed with admiration. If they could be widely implemented, it would indeed be a blessing for the people of Huainan. Haha. Since Mr. Xiang has spoken so highly of them, I have no reservations. While I may not trust others to create such inventions, I wish to entrust these two tools, which benefit the populace, to Mr. Xiang for oversight in their production. What are your thoughts, esteemed sir? This is a matter beneficial to both the nation and its people. How could I dare to decline your command? Haha, your willingness to assist me is indeed a stroke of fortune for Yuan Yao. Come, Mr. Xiang. Let us indulge in another cup. The two resumed their toasts, finding themselves increasingly in sync as their conversation flowed. Eventually, Lu Yi, with a flourish of his long robe, knelt before Yuan Yao, gazing up with sincere admiration and proclaimed, "Since my youth, I have immersed myself in literature, yet I have never encountered a wise sovereign. Today, upon meeting you, I realize that the enlightened ruler I have awaited is none other than yourself." I am eager to serve under your banner, and I earnestly request your acceptance. Mr. Xiang, please rise. Yuan Yao assisted Lu Yi to his feet. To have a talent like Mr. Xiang, akin to Zhang Liang, and to be supported by a person of such virtue is a coveted blessing for me, Yuan Yao. Since you wish to dedicate yourself to my cause, I shall treat you as a national treasure. Thank you, my lord. I vow to devote my intellect and loyalty to you. As they journeyed halfway, the sudden arrival of a like-minded strategist brought great joy to Yuan Yao. In his elation, he shared more drinks with Lu Yi. After several rounds of wine, Yuan Yao suddenly recollected something and inquired of Lu Yi, Xiang, what brings you here today? Surely, it cannot be solely to pledge your allegiance to me, my lord. Your remarkable inventions have left me astounded, causing me to momentarily forget the matter at hand. Lu Yi replied, I would not dare deceive you, my lord. Before pledging my loyalty to you, I served as an advisor under Lu Xun of Lujiang. I have come at Lu Xun's behest to escort you into the city. Yuan Yao inquired of Lu Yi, as a confidant of Lu Xun, you must be quite familiar with him. What kind of person is Lu Xun? Lu Yi pondered for a moment before responding. Lu Xun possesses mediocre abilities, merely a moderate general stationed in a particular region. However, his ambitions are exceedingly grand. He has taken control of Lujiang, solely intending to establish his own dominion and has no intention of heeding the summons of Lord Yuan. Presently, with the Yellow Turban army encroaching, Lu Xun extends an invitation to our lord to enter the city and jointly resist the Yellow Turbans, which appears reasonable at first glance. Yet, based on my understanding of Lu Xun, he would never willingly relinquish the power he holds nor submit to our lord's authority. There is likely a conspiracy at play here. Yuan Yao continued to inquire, if Lu Xun indeed schemes against our lord, what do you believe he would do? Lu Yi furrowed his brow and replied, if Lu Xun possesses sufficient audacity, he might contemplate orchestrating an ambush against our lord. The Yellow Turban army is formidable, and their bandit leader, Zhang Ning, is well versed in the arts of thunder and lightning, a fact known to all. As the commander opposing the Yellow Turbans, should our lord perish in Lujiang, it would, in terms of reason, be justifiable.